Every time he was killed, he returned. Each death was a harsh lesson. Life is a series of choices, and a different choice leads down a different path. Yet this time, nothing had changed. He didn't know where he'd gone wrong, or if joining the demonic cult was the fatal mistake from the very beginning. Xue Hui jolted awake with a gasp, finding himself back in his own training room. He clutched his throbbing head, staggering down the desolate hallway. None of this made any sense to him. The image of his own death was still crystal clear, as if it had just happened. Yet here he stood, alive. A burning rage consumed him. This was all because of that devil. The Grand Patriarch, Sima Gui, had promised it was just a simple reconnaissance mission. Others will do the heavy lifting for you, he'd said. But in the end, Xue Hui was the one who paid the ultimate price. His entire squad was annihilated. They were just sacrificial pawns, thrown directly at the final boss, Jiu Ming, an elder from the Manhwa sect. Facing a monster like that, survival was a fantasy, let alone escape. And there was no reason an elder of that stature would spare a member of the demonic cult. Faced with the absolute despair of overwhelming power, Xue Hui's body trembled uncontrollably. Blood gushed from his chest as his vision faded to black. He cursed his own weakness. If only he'd been more cautious, he might have survived. Then, in the final moments before death, a system window appeared. With no previous save point, it automatically chose to restart from the beginning. Back to the source of it all. Back to the moment before his private meeting with the Grand Patriarch, Sima Gui. Pulled back to the present, his daze was shattered by two approaching figures. It was none other than Qi Ming and Zishan. They were members of the Grand Patriarch's elite squad, the Black Moon. Without wasting a word, Zishan stepped forward and greeted him with a fist buried deep in his gut. Pain exploded through Xue Hui's body, his face draining of all color. He was sent flying backward, completely powerless. Zishan just scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Whoops, my apologies. My hand must have slipped. But tell me, Captain Xue Hui, are you feeling a bit more awake now? He gestured to his companion. Before you stands Qi Ming, the leader of the Black Moon. Xue Hui gasped for breath after that devastating blow. Every single word from Zishan's mouth was identical to what he had experienced before. A chilling thought raced through Xue Hui's mind. There's no doubt about it. I've lived through this exact moment before. If I remember correctly, the next thing he'll say is, if you don't have the strength, you should at least learn to use your head. Everything happened exactly as he had predicted. A look of pure shock washed over Xue Hui's face. Seeing his reaction, Qi Ming slowly advanced with a contemptuous sneer. He finally spoke. Hey, you imbecile. The Grand Patriarch summons you. Xue Hui flinched. Before he could even process the command, Qi Ming had already turned to leave, but not before glancing back over his shoulder. Get a move on. And besides, it looks like you're quite the lucky one. His face and tone were dripping with hidden meaning. He clutched his stomach and forced himself to stand, cursing internally. Zishan, that absolute bastard. He's a lower rank than me, yet he acts so high and mighty in front of Qi Ming. Xue Hui shot a murderous glare in his direction. Try to touch me again. I'll kill you without a second thought. It was only then that he noticed something strange, text floating above their heads. Life +1. And life +2. Shaking the thought aside, he limped along behind them. The goosebumps on his skin wouldn't go away. He couldn't believe the past was repeating itself, step for step. Xue Hui was lost in a spiral of confusion. How is any of this possible? Could I still be dreaming? Is this just a memory? No, that can't be it. If this is reality, then I've truly returned to the past. Soon, Xue Hui was brought before the Grand Patriarch, Sima Gui. Xue Hui has come to answer your summons, my lord. Stepping inside, his mind was consumed by a single thought. That's right. This is where it all began. And that is the man who sent me to my death. The demon himself, Grand Patriarch Sima Gui. He knew the truth, but in the presence of such absolute power, all he could do was bow his head respectfully. His heart hammered in his chest as sweat poured down his face. This was exactly like his memory. Even the head elder, Wu Tian, was present. The Crimson Demon Pavilion. This was the #1 branch of the demonic cult, a place divided into several different factions. Each faction leader commanded incredible martial power. The Grand Patriarch, for example, had mastered the terrifying art of fire ki. It was a power so immense that a single punch could incinerate an opponent's bones to ash. He was also a depraved monster who would torture and slaughter anyone who displeased him like cattle. Xue Hui's fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white, but no matter how much fury and hatred burned within him, he could only submit before this man. Noticing Xue Hui in the hall, Sima Gui spoke. This is Xue Hui, the one I just told you about. Beside him, Wu Tian took a slow sip of tea and replied, Is that so? He seems to have some potential, just as you said. His sharp eyes darted towards Xue Hui. But his manners are severely lacking, are they not? All I received was a half-hearted nod. At those words, Xue Hui's blood ran cold. He immediately dropped to his knees, prostrating himself on the floor. Forgive my disrespect. I was instructed that a simple greeting would suffice in the study. Those were the Grand Patriarch's own orders. Sima Gui saw this and let out a hearty laugh. Now, Wu Tianjiao Gui, don't be like that. Interrogating me constantly just makes things awkward. Xue Hui remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to look up, his mind flashing back to 4 days ago. The old man had given him clear instructions. A simple, subtle nod was all that was needed. The Tai Huang then permitted him to rise. But resentment churned inside Xue Hui. Are you enjoying this? To insult me so masterfully without your expression changing one bit, the man looked down from his high throne. The secretary position in the Shu Zhen Yuan. I was thinking of giving it to you. Xue Hui froze instantly. Is he showing his true colors already? The Shu Zhen Yuan is a library filled with countless historical texts. Is he using it as bait? The old man continued. I've noticed your desire to train in martial arts, but to earn that position, I have a mission for you. At those words, Xue Hui's entire body trembled. Images of his entire team being slaughtered flooded his mind as he clenched his fists. Scout the Manhwa sect, he was being sent to his death. But this time, he had returned. He refused to let the old script play out again. He would not die a second time. Your servant has something to say, he began, but was cut off. He flinched in shock as a system window materialized before him. 3 choices appeared, and as he tried to decide, everything stood still. Even he couldn't move a muscle. This only deepened his confusion. What is going on? Has time stopped? This is no dream. I truly died once and returned to the past. Suddenly, the system window caught Xue Hui's eye. What was that flash? It was a countdown, forcing him to make a choice. He couldn't cut off his own hand, and he couldn't accept this mission, or he would just die again. With no other way out, he had to choose a different quest. Back in the real world, the moment he made his choice, Xue Hui's mouth moved on its own. This servant wishes to receive a different mission. He was stunned by his own words. Even Sima Gui and Wu Tianjiao Gui stared with wide, unbelieving eyes. He hastily covered his mouth, feeling like his world had just collapsed. Damn it, what did I just say? How could I say something like that? Enraged, Sima Gui slammed the table and shot to his feet. I haven't even told you what the mission is yet. His face was a mask of pure killing intent. Insolence. You want a different mission? His rage soared, and his fire-based power erupted. It felt like the entire room was being incinerated. Terrified, Xue Hui collapsed to the floor, instinctively scrambling backward, his body shaking uncontrollably. His expression was grim. Such terrifying killing intent. This is fire-based martial arts. It feels like it's clawing at my throat. I can't breathe. Just from the sheer pressure of the aura before him, Xue Hui knew that dying 2 or even 3 more times wouldn't be enough to atone for this. A murderous glint flashed in the old man's eyes. A wave of fiery energy shot straight towards him, passing right through his body. Suddenly, the old man roared. Enough! In that same instant, the cold steel of a sword was pressed against his throat. The one who appeared was Hei Bai. He let out a sigh of relief. That was too close. A second later, and I would have been torn to shreds. Xue Hui rubbed his neck. The blade hadn't even touched his skin, yet it felt as if his head had already been severed. As expected of the one valued by the Tai Huang, the assassin who never leaves his side, known only as Hei Bai, the Tai Huang calmly sat back down, offering him a chance to explain. Now, tell me, do you wish to live, or have you chosen your death? Make your choice. Xue Hui was so terrified he could barely speak. He once again prostrated himself, bowing his head to the floor repeatedly. Your Majesty, please, do not misunderstand. That was not the subordinate's intention at all. I only wish for a different mission. I had no intention of acting on my own accord. The old man's voice was still laced with cold indifference. And so, Xue Hui squeezed his eyes shut and tried to explain. This servant has heard rumors of a rebellion brewing at the Henan border, led by the Manhwa sect. Therefore, eliminating those villains is also my duty. Has your Majesty not often spoken of this matter? The Tai Huang's gaze began to shift, and Xue Hui noticed. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly pressed on. This subordinate will definitely grasp this chance to complete the mission to the best of my ability. Now is the time to focus on scouting and hunting them down, he pleaded. This time, you only need to let this lowly one know when you require the help of other masters. I can appear alongside them whenever you command. The words seemed to placate him. The Tai Huang stroked his beard, deep in thought. Xue Hui risked a glance upward, trying to read the man's expression while praying internally, please just agree to it. Beside them, Wu Tianjiao Gui let out an amused chuckle. It seems information from headquarters has somehow been leaked. Even if that weren't the case, How could a mere team captain have heard such a rumor? The Tai Huang's gaze locked back onto Xue Hui. How interesting, and very timely. I grant you this mission. The old man then gave his command. Just as you said, the vice sect leader will be participating directly. First, you must scout the terrain with extreme caution. He issued the directive, you will survey the area. Find out what the terrain is like and identify who is stationed at Fugu. Observe them meticulously, then report back to squad leader Zhao. Kai immediately bowed his head. Your will be done, Your Majesty. With the task finished, the Emperor dismissed him. He let out a silent breath of relief. As he rose to his feet, one thought echoed in his mind. I'm alive. I actually survived. But as he walked away, his gaze locked onto a dark-robed woman. He stared, completely stunned. He saw it again. That glowing text above her head. Life force, increased by 4. His mind was reeling from the intense battle of wills he'd just endured. Kai rushed to splash cold water on his face, trying to clear his head. He replayed the recent events in his mind. It all felt completely unbelievable, but he had to force himself to accept it. This wasn't a dream. It was his new reality. And he only had a single chance left to survive. Scouting the area, he remembered the Emperor's orders and couldn't help but curse under his breath. That shameless old tyrant. But why is no one here? There's no path for retreat. Am I just supposed to die here? A heavy sigh escaped him. Maybe I should just make a run for it across these plains. But he immediately shut that idea down. No, running won't be that easy. I have to adapt to this. This overwhelming, vicious killing intent permeating the air. It was impossible to hide. If he ran, a terrible fate would surely find him. The Imperial soldiers at the fortress. There's no way they haven't sensed this malevolent energy. The outcome would be clear. He'd be hunted down and left for dead in a ditch somewhere. Kai's feet moved slowly, his steps heavy with dread. His mind raced, trapped in a loop. No matter what I do, is there truly no escaping death? Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. It seems you've been tasked with a heavy burden this time, but why were you snooping around the Emperor's private chambers? You should be more careful. Kai spun around to see a man named Terran. He'd appeared out of nowhere, as if he'd been waiting there all afternoon. Terran let out a dry, rattling laugh before speaking again. Oh, don't mind me, I was just talking to myself. You couldn't have possibly heard any of that, could you? And if you did, just forget it. It's not a task you can handle. Kai's eyes narrowed, a cold glint in them. But what truly caught his attention was the glowing text floating above Terran's head. Life force, increased by 1. He stood frozen, staring up at the sky, a terrible choice weighing on him. I have to decide now. Do I just go on this suicide mission and die? Get it over with? Or do I have to do something else? Kai began to walk forward slowly. Hey, friend. Terran was taken aback. What is it? What you want? Kai's expression grew dark. I just need to confirm something. Before the look of confusion could even leave Terran's face, Kai drew his sword and lunged. The attack was a surprise, but Terran reacted just in time, parrying the blow. What the hell are you doing? Terran snarled. Kai didn't answer, his silence broken only by the sound of steel as he unleashed a relentless flurry of lethal strikes. He was aiming to kill. Terran blocked most of the attacks, but a deep gash on his thigh sent a tremor through his body. Kai's voice was low and cold. You asked why I was in the Emperor's chambers. Because I was curious what I might find there. I want to become stronger, but even if I had found something, it wouldn't have changed my situation. And then, the onslaught resumed. Kai attacked like a starving tiger, relentless and ferocious. Terran was completely outmatched, driven back with every strike. Cornered and furious, Terran roared, You psycho! You think you can attack me and walk away unscathed? Kai's gaze hardened into pure resolve. He thought to himself, From this moment on, I'm done caring about the consequences. The clang of steel echoed through the air as their blades met again and again. A fierce killing intent blazed within him. I've struggled so hard just to get this far. Am I really going to die here? No. I have to find a way. I can't afford to die again. The battle raged on, fierce and unrelenting. Terran launched a desperate counterattack, but Kai ducked just under the blade. He spun on his heel, landing a brutal kick square in Terran's gut. The man staggered backward, gasping in pain. Kai stared down his opponent, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He never wanted to kill an innocent man, but that text floating above his head changed everything. For his own survival, this was something he had to do. He raised his sword once more. Terran knew he was defeated. His arm trembled uncontrollably. But he managed one last threat. If the young marshal hears about this, he never finished the sentence. A spray of crimson filled the air as Kai's sword plunged straight through his chest. His life was extinguished in an instant. And with that act, Kai had crossed a line. There was no turning back now. The only path left was forward. Afterward, He disposed of Terran's body with cold efficiency. He tied the corpse to a heavy stone and dropped it into the river's depths. As the ripples faded, Kai stood on the bank, lost in thought. The moment Terran died, the text above his head vanished. So, even with that, nothing changes for me. But then he caught his reflection in the water's surface. Where there was once text reading, "One chance to live," it now read, "2." The scene changes. Following the Emperor's orders, Kai set out to scout the Hangu Pass fortress. He would have to take a treacherous, secret route. It was a path carved between steep cliffs and a raging river. He had no desire to be here, but he came anyway. Because staying behind meant certain death. For a man named Qi Ming, the small boat delivered the team to their destination. As Xue Hui stepped onto the shore, his gaze locked on the words hovering over his head. It was exactly the same. 2 chances remaining. No change at all. Even though a good amount of time had passed, Xue Hui was still lost in a fog. After Zishan died, the words above his head changed, but he had absolutely no idea what they meant. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly cut through the air. "Hey, you." It was none other than the captain of this squad. Zhe Zhao's Zhen slowly approached. Seeing this, he immediately bowed his head in greeting. She crossed her arms, issuing a warning. "There are people from the Manhwa sect around here, so don't make any obvious movements. After you've grasped the enemy's numbers and the local terrain, return to this spot." Hearing this, he remained silent, thinking to himself. This person manages 3 of BW's divisions. A captain of her rank wouldn't engage directly. She had finished speaking, but Xue Hui stood there, staring blankly. She snapped. "What are you doing? Get a move on." Xue Hui quickly turned and led his subordinates away. Watching them go, Zhe Zhao Zhen's face grew pensive, a hint of worry in her eyes. Back with Xue Hui, the team moved like shadows through the forest. He was constantly calculating. In the past, I had no experience with this. Thinking back now, I need to be far more careful. In this scenario, they could have received orders from a demon, or they might be working together. As they moved straight ahead, he suddenly barked an order. "We're heading down to the right." This command threw everyone into a state of confusion. Xue Hui raised his voice. "I said go down. Now move." Behind him, the team members started whispering. "Weren't we supposed to go left? Why is he ordering us to go the opposite way?" Ignoring their chatter, he instantly changed direction. He remembered the past. At the Mount Hua sect's gathering point, they had ambushed him as if they knew he was coming, lying in wait. "I can't die here like a hunted animal." Xue Hui asked himself, "Is this really my second chance? Or, maybe, this second time is also my last." As he dashed through the woods, he was struck by a sudden realization and ordered the entire team to halt. Ahead of them stood a watchtower. A frightened squad member spoke up. What do we do now? Is it possible someone here saw us?" Xue Hui's expression darkened. He had no idea how to handle this. Ignoring the watchtower might raise suspicion among the others. He made a decision. "I'll go inside and take a look. If you hear me give a signal, you all move in." Xue Hui then broke off from the group to act alone. Buildings like this are most likely observation posts. If the person inside is a first-rate warrior, I can probably subdue them. But if it's a sword master, I'll most likely die on the spot. Please, just let it be empty. He peeked inside, and his eyes shot wide open. Luckily, there was no one there, but the color drained from his face. A constant worry gnawed at his heart. What now? I knew I should have gone back to the Central Plains. If I return to base, Zishan is already dead. I won't be safe there either. Seeing Xue Hui's dazed state, his team members began to whisper. "Hey, the squad leader's acting really strange today. I think something must have happened." Another urged, "We have to return soon, so let's hurry up and scout the area. We need to report back." However, Xue Hui was still lost in thought, because right before his eyes, a system selection window had appeared. An enemy has appeared. What is your choice? He had clearly checked the entire place. He was certain no one was there. And even if an enemy was inside, even if they had seen him, he began to feel a creeping sense of dread. How could I not have sensed even a hint of their killing intent? Pushing that thought aside, he saw the selection timer was running out. If an enemy is here, and I can't detect them, that means there's absolutely no way I'll survive. Therefore, Xue Hui chose to resolve the situation by talking to the enemy. As the scenario continued, all eyes were fixed on him. Then, Xue Hui roared, stunning everyone. "All right, you can come out now." The squad flinched, getting back to back, ready for battle at any moment. But after a while, there was still no movement at all. Xue Hui breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. There's no way someone could be here. The words had barely left his mouth when a figure materialized from thin air, standing right in their midst. "Well, now, one of you is at least decent." The whole team leaped back in shock, but Xue Hui was frozen to the spot. "Huh? What? What is this? The nightmare he never wanted to relive had appeared before him. His most formidable opponent, the very symbol of overwhelming power. A warrior of the highest caliber, master of the Plum Blossom sword arts, and elder of the Manhwa sect, Xue Rongming. The old man's face was terrifying, his entire being radiating killing intent. What is this? From your expression. It seems you know who I am. That crushing aura made Xue Hui tremble, unable to move a muscle. He couldn't understand why this man was here. He clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth. I haven't stopped since entering the main gate. I just kept descending deeper and deeper, even into areas completely unrelated to my mission. We're so far off the path now. A single question echoed in his thoughts. How in the world did they know we were here? The question only seemed to confuse Xue Rongming. What are you talking about? You have the gall to trespass in my patrol zone? State your names. Xue Hui was completely floored. Patrol zone? What in the world is going on? He called this place a patrol zone. Without even waiting for a reply, the old master's hand was already on the hilt of his sword. There's no need for lengthy discussions. I don't need to know why you dared to come here, you demonic cult whelps. His sword slid from its sheath, followed by a bone-chilling declaration. I'll just kill every last one of you. That will solve the problem. Fear instantly paralyzed the entire group. Their hands could barely keep a grip on their swords. Xue Hui accepted the grim truth. This life was turning out to be no different from his last. It didn't matter if he died sooner or later. The final outcome was always death. Even though this life was a living hell, he had patiently endured everything. He was always hoping things would get better. As Xue Rongming advanced with his sword, Xue Hui knew their situation was hopeless and screamed, "Everyone, run for your lives." They were startled for a moment, but they all knew this was a life-or-death crisis. It was every man for himself. And yet, Xue Rongming stood there completely at ease. He clicked his tongue. Teesk, teesk. What a pathetically slow bunch. He unleashed the Plum Blossom sword style. With just a few basic strikes, every single one of them was cut down. But for Xue Hui, a special fate was reserved. The master himself ran him through with his blade, sending blood spraying through the air. Yet, the old man's gaze didn't waver in the slightest. He kicked Xue Hui's body away like it was nothing. He lay on the ground, gasping his final breaths. He stammered out one last question to the old master. You already knew, didn't you? The man's face was a mask of confusion. What are you talking about? His eyes burned with righteous fury. Xue Hui insisted. You knew we were coming here from the very beginning, didn't you? As if his deepest secret was exposed, Xue Rongming's cold demeanor shattered. Rage twisted his features as he grabbed Xue Hui by the hair and yanked him up. The master had completely lost his composure. How could you possibly know that? Speak. I'm asking you, how did you know? Xue Hui had no real reason. It was just a sudden instinct that flashed in his mind, a gut feeling that was faster than any rational thought. The timing of their arrival here. An ambush, this perfect, was impossible unless the enemy knew their exact location beforehand. Xue Rongming still had him by the hair, demanding an answer. Is that so? And if you knew we were coming, what then? A cruel smile spread across the old man's face. Looking closer, you're quite an interesting one. After all, you're the one who disobeyed a direct order from your superior. He'd been set up. The truth crashed down on Xue Hui. He gritted his teeth in pure rage, so hard that blood began to seep from his eye sockets. It didn't matter how he knew the secret. Xue Rongming had already decided to kill him and bury the truth forever. The sword was raised high, and then it began its slow descent. All Xue Hui could do was watch, his face a mask of utter terror. A silent prayer echoed in his heart. To die like this is just too unfair. Please, just give me one more chance. Just one more. Xue Rongming's blade struck. The light in Xue Hui's eyes faded away, as his entire body felt like it was sinking into a deep, dark ocean. The system window appeared once more. You have one more chance remaining. Because there is no save point, you cannot choose to continue. Xue Rongming's combat power was far too high. With his current level of strength, Xue Hui couldn't possibly continue the storyline down that path. Therefore, he was forced to choose to start over from the beginning, back to the origin of this whole affair, under the tyrannical rule of the Supreme Emperor, Sima Gui. And just like the last time, Xue Hui jolted awake in his very own room. He could only clutch his head and let out a hollow laugh. Am I cursed or something? Even that would be better, as long as there's a way to survive. He shot upright in bed, his mind racing. I can't just stay here like this. If I keep lying around, those monsters will find me soon enough. Familiar with this scene, he was gone before Qi Ming and Zishan arrived to greet him, leaving the two of them standing there completely baffled. Observing Zishan from a distance, Xue Hui noticed a key difference. Could it be because I already killed him once before? The lines of text that used to appear above Zishan's head were now gone. This means a life can only be taken from the same person once, which meant that now, he was on his very last life. His fists clenched tight, and a new wave of determination surged through him. I have to become stronger. Stronger and tougher. It's my only chance for survival. As I face my enemies, Zishan, Qiming, or Sima Gui, and even Jiu Rongming, I will absolutely survive. Xue Hui ran to a nearby clearing. When he felt he was far enough away, he finally stopped, leaning on his knees and gasping for air. Suddenly, he noticed a mirror nearby, and in its reflection, he saw the words floating above his head that only he could see. One final chance remaining. Xue Hui pressed his lips into a thin line, letting out a sigh of complete despair. What am I supposed to do now? How can I possibly survive? On all four sides, he was completely surrounded by enemies. Retreat isn't an option. I have to face this enemy head-on. Even if victory seems impossible, no matter what it takes, I must find a way through this. With his mind made up, a fire ignited in Xue Hui's eyes. He raced toward his destination. Inside a grand, opulent chamber, a voice announced his arrival. Squad leader, B. Xue Hui. The Demon Emperor has summoned this humble servant. The Emperor's gaze pierced right through Xue Hui. Just then, the system flashed a chilling warning. A choice window materialized before his very eyes. The origin of this nightmare. Returning to the Emperor's reign of terror. There must be a hidden path within it. I have no intention of running away. The old man stroked his beard, chuckling. We already spoke of this just a moment ago, did we not? This is the boy, Xue Hui. Elder Jiao forced a smile. Indeed? Is that him? Impressive. He shows great promise. The Demon Emperor was visibly pleased with the praise. You truly believe so? Xue Hui was completely bewildered. He couldn't understand this introduction. Why is this time so different from the last? Was it because I knelt in reverence this time? I haven't heard a single taunt yet. The Demon Emperor raised his glass, making an offer. Here is my proposition. I intend to appoint you as the secretary at the Palace of Seals. Xue Hui realized things were returning to the same cursed path. This was the exact same script as before. Gritting his teeth, Xue Hui snapped his head up. He slammed his fist on the ground with a loud thud, but thankfully, the stone floor held. Xue Hui refused, shouting as if they were deaf. Impossible, Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor. How could a lowly servant such as I even dream of such a revered place? That position is far beyond my station. The Emperor stared blankly, uttering two simple words. Is that so? Elder Zhao rubbed his chin. A smile of pure amusement spread across his face, his gaze fixed on his cup. Ah, well, no matter. Regardless, I was planning on giving you a mission this time. Before he could continue, Xue Hui cut in. Your Majesty, I actually have something I must report. His heart hammered against his ribs, about to burst. I've been waiting for this. The system window flashed instantly. I will obey any mission given. Please grant me a different task. Sever my own right arm. The entire room seemed to freeze in time. This was the moment I had to make my choice. I already chose the first option, and the second. Both paths led to my death. He fell silent, lost in thought. In that case, without another word, Xue Hui swiftly picked the third option. I will sever my own right arm. Cold sweat dripped down his face, his body trembling in fear. There were no other options left. If this doesn't work, then it's all over. The Emperor stared intently at Xue Hui, his voice low. Why such a drastic measure? Only Xue Hui knew the real answer. No matter what I do, my fate is to be trapped in this hell. I need to see the outcome of this final choice for myself. That was his thought, but the words that came out were different. Lately, I have been reflecting on my actions. In my desire to learn stronger martial arts, I spoke with unforgivable arrogance. I even dared to enter Your Majesty's library to search for documents. The thought alone was a grave sin. The Demon Emperor seemed quite satisfied with his answer. Finally, Xue Hui pressed his forehead to the floor, showing his absolute sincerity. Even if I were to die 100 times, I could not atone for my crimes. I pray Your Majesty sees the loyalty in my heart. Elder Zhao spoke calmly, a hint of admiration in his voice. You are certainly more interesting than the rumors suggested. The Demon Emperor tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating. After a long moment, he stopped. He tossed a razor-sharp sword in front of Xue Hui. He never expected this, and his face went pale with shock. The Demon Emperor's eyes blazed crimson as he challenged him. Then prove it to me. Xue Hui's heart pounded against his chest like a war drum. He thought to himself, one strike. All it takes is one strike. If I can just endure this, then no matter what happens, I'll finally see the path forward. Blood sprayed across his face. Xue Hui's features contorted in agony. As more blood poured out, veins bulged on his forehead from the searing pain. As the blade neared the main artery, a raw scream tore from Xue Hui's throat. At that exact moment, The Demon Emperor commanded. Stop. A streak of blue light flashed past, and the blade was snatched from his hand. Xue Hui instinctively looked up to see who had interfered. It was a captivating woman, her face veiled. The blood-soaked blade was tossed aside. Xue Hui could only stare, dumbfounded. She gracefully returned to her stance, leaving an unforgettable impression on him. This woman, she stopped me from cutting off my arm. I'm alive. Above her head, a system window appeared. Life +4. Xue Hui winced in pain, wondering. My arm isn't severed, but why can't I move it at all? Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor and Elder Zhao were chatting casually. Did you see that, my lord? Is this boy not thoroughly entertaining? The elder agreed wholeheartedly. You are absolutely right. Since founding this order, I have never met another one like him. Truly an amusing fellow. Just then, a token landed right in front of Xue Hui. The Demon Emperor's original intention hadn't changed. I will offer this to you one more time. Did you not once say that you wish to work in the Palace of Seals? Then go. Xue Hui held the pass in his hand, thinking, this is it. This is what I needed. The Emperor then added a pointed reminder. Oh, and one more thing. Do not forget who your master is. Model. Dazed, Xue Hui slowly began to understand. Of all the questions he faced, the key to his survival was hidden in the very last one. He rose to leave, their harsh laughter echoing behind him. Then, this humble servant will take his leave. This finally confirms one thing for me. In the end, the path to survival was right there in those three choices. A long sigh of relief escaped Xue Hui's lips, followed by a hearty laugh. As he walked, he made a silent vow. I will never forget the faces of those two dogs. That morning, inside the study of the Zhongyan estate, the screening process began. Name, Xue Hui. Age, 27. And your experience, this lowly one served at BG for 8 years. Du Hong scanned the records from the Zhonghang Primary Education Facility. Out of 1,000 people, you ranked 12th. The old man's gaze was sharp and full of hidden meaning. Xue Hui figured he was at least somewhat capable to be ranked so highly in a rundown place like this. Suddenly, Du Hong noticed his injury and inquired, what happened to your right hand? Xue Hui evaded the question. It was an accident. The old man's curiosity was piqued. An accident? At the bottom of the page, the word demon was written. Du Hong brushed it aside and stood up. Whatever. It has nothing to do with me. Follow me now. The old man began to walk, and Xue Hui's eyes followed him with cold calculation. They arrived at a dark staircase that descended into a cellar. When they reached the bottom, Du Hong started his introduction. This is where you will be working. From now on, you'll manage every book down here. Xue Hui was slightly stunned. The old man's warning was severe. Besides cleaning, if you damage a single thing, you will bear the full and entire responsibility. Why don't you answer? Do you have a problem with that? Xue Hui quickly snapped out of his thoughts. Ah, no sir. Not at all. Du Hong handed him a book to begin his work. Your first task is here. Categorize everything, starting with the largest scrolls. Xue Hui glanced around, thinking to himself, Demonic Emperor C and Heavenly Demon Wu. You two have no idea this place exists. Countless priceless books filled the shelves here, most of them documenting long-lost martial arts and the legends surrounding them. There's no reason for advanced martial arts manuals to be hidden in a place like this. However, I don't need techniques that are overwhelmingly powerful. Du Hong. I just need something that will help me take you down. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Life +1. Xue Hui stared at the words, a single thought running through his head. Even if I fail in this life, I can change my fate in the next. I wonder what level his martial arts are really at. To find his answer, Xue Hui called out, Excuse me, my lord. Du Hong turned to see what he wanted. A palpable killing intent poured from Xue Hui as his hand slipped into his robes, reaching for something. Xue Hui called out again, his mind set on a dark purpose. About that other matter, my lord. His heart was pounding like a war drum. Can I actually win this? Especially with my crippled right arm. Du Hong turned around slowly, as if time itself was slowing down. All the killing intent radiating from Xue Hui focused on the old man. In a flash, he drew a dagger and plunged it deep into Du Hong. It all happened so fast the old man had no time to react. You bastard. You've returned. The successful strike made Xue careless. Hey, so he's just a shallow fool. If an extra life only puts me at Zeishan's level, then so be it. But Du Hong simply ripped the dagger out, assuming a fighting stance. You damn brat, what do you think you're doing? Xue Hui launched himself forward, knowing he had to end this quickly. The longer this drags on, the greater my disadvantage. But to his horror, the old man's body was incredibly nimble, dodging every attack. Du Hong saw his chance. He lunged, grabbing Xue Hui by the waist and slamming him down. Fear flashed across Xue Hui's face. As he tried to counter with his right arm, he lost his balance and crashed to the floor. Xue Hui struggled in agony, his eyes widening as he realized something horrible. Du Han had taken the opportunity to strike at his old wound, sending a jolt of intense pain through his body. The old man raised the dagger as if declaring victory. Fear completely consumed Xue Hui's vision. The moment the blade plunged downward, the one-sided battle was over. Blood sprayed violently, forming a massive pool on the floor. Xue Hui squeezed his eyes shut, refusing to face his own death. At this moment, I can't confirm a single thing. Back in reality, Du Han noticed his silence and decided to ask again, "What's wrong with you? If you have a problem, then speak up." Xue Hui put on a brilliant smile and offered the old man a small bribe. "Ah, nothing is wrong at all. I will be in your care from now on. You must be exhausted from working so hard in this cold weather. Please accept this as a small token of my sincerity." Du Han looked at Xue Hui with a probing gaze. "And what is this supposed to be?" The old man seemed hesitant. "Oh, is this not acceptable?" A few seconds later, he snatched the money, his demeanor changing instantly. "You are a very shrewd one, good at dealing with people. If you need anything, just ask." "Ah, you said your name was Xue Hui, correct?" Xue Hui replied respectfully. "Yes, my lord." With money in his hand, the old man's eyes lit up, and he even offered some advice. "Let me give you a piece of wisdom. If you can, try not to attract any attention. If you want to live a long life, that is. I've heard that monsters tend to wander around here." Those words of advice left Xue Hui with a profound sense of gloom. He recalled the silhouettes of those two demonic old men, and couldn't help but feel a chilling sense of dread. To get to this place, to get revenge on those people, I have to stay alive at all costs. But what can I do with this broken body? Can I really defeat a man like Du Han? In a flash, and Triu Ta had fallen. Surrounded by a mountain of books, Xue Hui let out a frustrated sigh. Hours had passed, but the pile he had to sort was still immense. What is this now? What in the world? Something hidden deep within the archives. What could be buried here? As he turned the pages, excitement surged through him, his face flushing with joy. Xue Hui slipped the book into his robes, a treasure from the depths. Suddenly, the blue-covered manual began to glow with a brilliant light. A system window materialized before his eyes. "Which martial art do you wish to learn?" Xue Hui's eyes shot wide in pure shock. "What is this?" It appeared out of nowhere. He sat stunned for a moment, trying to process what was happening. With newfound resolve, Xue Hui gripped the book. "I have to act now. Time waits for no one." Etched on the glowing cover were the words, "Three Waters Garden Manual." The system presented new choices. "Which martial art do you wish to acquaint yourself with? Xue Hui Demonic Art, Diyun Demonic Art, or Su Guo Demonic Art?" Xue Hui stared at the options, his mind reeling. These were legendary arts. The Su Guo Demonic Art's power was considered the absolute strongest, the very technique the great Emperor Demonic Devil had cultivated. The Diyun Demonic Art was tied to the sect's first master, a martial art renowned as a supreme defensive technique. After reviewing his choices, Xue Hui was completely overwhelmed. He clutched the manual, his heart pounding with both hope and fear. He had found a legendary secret art, but why couldn't he select one? He tried to pick the Su Guo Demonic Art. A system warning flashed, "Right arm is paralyzed. Cannot learn this technique." Xue Hui stared at the remaining options, his mind racing. "It's all right. There are still others. The Xue Hui Demonic Art. Even if he didn't know much about it, it was known to be an incredibly useful technique. The moment he selected it, a new set of choices appeared. Xue Hui Demonic Art selected. Choose your desired method: swordsmanship, fist arts, or guardian arts. A greedy thought flashed through his mind, but sadly, that wasn't possible. If he could learn them all, he wouldn't have to think twice. He would start with swordsmanship. The system confirmed. Swordsmanship selected. Please observe the following demonstration. As Xue Hui tried to make sense of the message, a form began to materialize in the distance, a living demonstration. "This is it?" A brilliant light washed over his face. Xue Hui watched in awe as a pitch-black figure formed from nothingness, a shadow person. It spread its legs, assuming a perfect stance. His mind was still reeling when the figure began to move, its actions precise and powerful. It began with a meticulous adjustment of its posture, its feet planted firmly on the ground. Its breathing was so realistic that frost formed in the air, and it swung a sword with absolute, breathtaking mastery. The shadow demonstrated every single move of the Xue Hui Demonic Art, laying out its secrets for him. After the movements concluded, another system window appeared. Special technique of the Xue Hui Demonic Art. Absolute Zenith Sword. Xue Hui repeated the words in a daze. Absolute Zenith Sword. The words were just symbols he couldn't possibly comprehend, but of one thing he was certain. He rose to his feet, walking unsteadily toward the shadow, a blade materializing in his hand. Standing beside the figure, he swore to himself this was his chance, a chance to challenge his fate once more. He had no idea why this was happening to him. For revenge, hatred burned in Xue Hui's heart. To survive, he would master this power completely. With the Xue Hui demonic art, he could finally defeat the head of affairs, Du Hong. Soon, dawn broke over the Troran estate. A small mouse scurried about, searching for food. Suddenly, it froze, trembling as it looked up. There stood Xue Hui, holding the exact stance from the manual, his clothes torn to shreds. Sweat poured down his determined face. A brilliant smile spread across his lips. The Xue Hui demonic art. I never imagined it could be this powerful, even with only one usable hand. The technique he had just unleashed had punched a clean hole right through the wall. He began to research its principles even more intensely. An entire month flew by as Xue Hui trained without rest. He stood, breathing deeply, feeling the flow of energy. Then, at the perfect moment, he dropped into a low stance, his gaze sharpened like a blade, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. He was rapidly mastering every single move the shadow had demonstrated. He unleashed 2 punches with terrifying force, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes. With each blow, the power grew more intense. Xue Hui began to plan for the future. Once he perfected swordsmanship, mastering the fist and guardian arts should be much easier. But no matter which path he took, none of them would be as cryptic as the absolute Zenith sword. He could understand the reference for the left hand's movements, but the meaning behind the directional notations remained a complete mystery to him. If only I could actually use the absolute Zenith sword. Still, he had obtained a divine art that he never would have dreamed of, learning in his lifetime and in such an unbelievable way. With this power, he might finally be able to take that man down. A wide grin spread across Xue Hui's face at the thought, but just as quickly, his expression turned grim. It was time to get serious about my own survival. I need to sort this out carefully, just in case. After what felt like an eternity, Xue Hui sighed in frustration. This is so unbelievably boring. When is this ever going to end? Since I'm here, I should check out some basic training manuals. Who knows, maybe this 3 Waters Garden doctrine has something useful for me. Just then, the sound of soft footsteps echoed in the room. A voice cut through the silence. Oh, someone's in here? The moment he turned around, the color drained from his face. Wait, how can this be? This is impossible. Kun Mo noticed Xue Hui's intense stare and grew curious. Is there something on my face? Ah. Du Hong's warning suddenly flooded his memory. He had thought long and hard before speaking. If you want to live a long life, don't ever let others notice you. His eyes shot open, his breath catching in his throat. Du Hong, what you said was right. It's happening right in front of me. The threat level radiating from Kun Mo was 10 times higher than anyone he'd ever met. A true monster had appeared. Xue Hui scrambled to his feet, bowing respectfully. Ah, there's no need for that. The man gently stopped him. You don't need to be so formal with me, but... What should I call you then? Sir? He kept his head bowed low, his fear palpable as he introduced himself. Please, you can just call me Xue Hui. In reality, his mind was a raging storm of confusion and panic. Just encountering that evil man in black granted me 4 life points. If this guy is worth 10, his status must be on a whole other level. The man tilted his head in thought. But tell me, Xue Hui, what exactly are you doing in here? Xue Hui answered as honestly as he could. I am here on the librarian's orders to clean the bookshelves, sir. Kun Mo seemed to grasp the situation and didn't press him. Ah, so you're cleaning? Very good. Then, may I be so bold as to ask you a question? Xue Hui maintained his polite demeanor. Please, ask anything. The man's gaze swept over everything, not missing a single detail. There's a book I hold very dear. It's called the 3 Waters Garden Doctrine. I don't suppose you've happened to see it, have you? Xue Hui's face went completely rigid, as cold sweat poured down his back. What? He stared down at the book in his hands, his heart pounding with absolute dread. The system window flared to life, offering Xue Hui 2 horrifying choices. 1. He had never seen the book. 2. He had already mastered its martial arts. He gritted his teeth against a splitting headache. This book again? Come on, get a grip. Think. A single slip of the tongue here, and I could lose my life on this very spot. Why is this man so desperate to find this book? No, forget that. Why did the choice window have to pop up right now? I can't possibly admit that I've mastered the techniques written inside. No matter which one I pick, I'm doomed. I'm seriously going to lose my mind. What am I supposed to do now? There's no time left. I have to choose, no matter what. There's no way out. The only thing worse than a terrible choice is having only one. Choice selected. I have never seen the book. Now processing. Once his choice was locked in, the world snapped back into focus. Xue Hui summoned all his courage and spoke the words. I've never seen a book like that, sir. Kunmo seemed unfazed by the answer. You've never seen it? Xue Hui's heart felt like it was hammering out its final beats. He finally decided to leave. I wonder where I left it. Just like that, Xue Hui breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Is he really gone, or is this a trap? Not knowing for sure, Xue Hui spoke up. I can help you search for it, sir. Kunmo nodded, a spark of interest in his eyes. Oh, you'll help me look? I honestly can't recall where I last put it. He forced a twisted smile after the mental battle was over. Kunmo turned his back and began scanning the shelves. Xue Hui was gasping for air he didn't realize he'd been holding. Suddenly, the man clapped his hands together. Ah! The sound made him jump. I remember where it is now. Xue Hui frantically asked, praying the man wouldn't notice. Where would that be, sir? Kunmo stood in a heavy, suspenseful silence. A terrifying killing intent began to pour from his body. The look on his face was a direct threat to Xue Hui's life. You're holding it. Xue Hui's hands began to tremble violently, the color draining from his face. I'm caught. As Kunmo took a slow step closer, Xue Hui's throat went completely dry. His eyes widened in terror. I picked the wrong option. What do I do now? It's impossible to escape from this monster. Should I just keep denying it? Xue Hui's face contorted in fear as his whole body shook. After an agonizing pause, he finally choked out the words, This is. Without warning, Kunmo burst out laughing. He laughed so hard he had to wipe tears from his eyes. I'm kidding. I was just messing with you a little. Xue Hui was still frozen in a state of utter confusion. Sir? Kunmo finally introduced himself. This is your first time here, isn't it? My name is Kunmo. It's a pleasure. Now then, shall we find that book? Xue Hui remained on high alert. That laugh was deeply unsettling, and his actions were impossible to read. Just who is this man? The two began searching for the book together. Time passed by in silence until Kunmo suddenly spoke up, instantly capturing Xue Hui's attention. Kunmo spoke without looking away from the shelves. You came to this place on the recommendation of the Grand Elder Sima Gui, didn't you? Xue Hui admitted reluctantly. Yes, you could say that. He spoke with a mocking tone. Truly unbelievable. That old man never asks anyone for anything. The strange title caught his attention. Old man? Xue Hui quickly defended him. No, sir. He treats me very well. Kunmo cut him off. Oh, he treats you so well that you were willing to cripple your own right arm. Hearing the earth-shattering secret, Xue Hui's face went pale. His icy expression screamed one question. Do you have any idea who I am? Seeing his stunned expression, Kunmo backed down. My apologies. I have no intention of prying into anyone's history. I'm merely curious about the person who came here as the librarian. Even so, why won't you answer me? Even if it means rolling in filth, this world is far better than the other one. However, you should give up on mastering that divine technique. Anger flared in Xue Hui as he finally understood the game. This man, it's like he wants his identity to be discovered. Who on earth are you? To dare call Master Sama an old man? You must hold an incredibly high position. Kunmo closed the book, seemingly reading his mind. You haven't figured it out yet. Xue Hui feigned innocence. No, sir. What is it? Kunmo began his grand introduction. A young prodigy, one who can call the demonic Grand Master an old man. A terrifying thought suddenly struck him. Mind reading. Xue Hui bowed his head, quickly correcting himself. No, I would never dare. His voice was deceptively gentle. It's all right. That's a normal reaction. Now you can tell me. The demonic soul reversal art. How far have you progressed? The dreaded question returned, and Xue Hui froze solid. A million questions exploded in his mind. What in the world is this man? How could he possibly know? I don't know what to say. Kunmo began to walk away again. Is that so? Xue Hui confessed earnestly. Yes, I cannot use my right arm. With a crippled body like this, how could I possibly practice martial arts? Kunmo clapped a hand on his shoulder, leaning in close. I know. What's wrong? There's no need to be so tense. However, if those words aren't the truth, it means you've been making a fool of me. He hesitantly managed a single word. So. A drop of cold sweat traced a path down his cheek, splashing onto the frigid floor. Kunmo decided to leave, granting him his freedom. You've been through a lot. And just like that, he walked away. Only then did Xue Hui let out a sigh of relief. Phew, my heart nearly beat out of my chest. Why won't he just leave? But an unwelcome omen appeared before him. This time, it was 3 life or death choices. Please select from the questions below. You are Kunmo, the 4th disciple of the heavenly demon. Actually, I learned the demonic soul reversal art from the book you're seeking. Our situations aren't so different, are they? Xue Hui's mind reeled. What is this now? The heavenly demon's disciple, the fourth disciple. I've only ever heard rumors. Ranked third in the entire demonic cult. A martial artist who has reached the absolute peak. The man before me is a living monster. An intense killing aura washed over him again, leaving him stunned. Xue Hui's eyes darted around. He forced his brain into overdrive, desperate to find an answer. The second option is out. If I admit I've learned the demonic soul reversal art, it's the same as admitting I made a fool of him. The third. No, that one is unthinkable. It's a question that can never be answered. There's no need to think. You have selected, you are Kunmo, the fourth disciple of the heavenly demon. There was no other choice. The system initiated. Kunmo looked at Xue Hui with a flicker of interest. Not bad. He truly didn't understand what was happening. What did that mean? His opponent then whispered some incomprehensible words. I don't know how you found out, but it won't change anything special. Right now, I'm just a loser who was pushed aside in a power struggle. After his identity was confirmed, he rushed to apologize. Please forgive this lowly one. This lowly one was disrespectful without even realizing it. Inwardly, he was screaming with relief. I'm alive. Thank God that choice could be overlooked. What if there was some reason Kunmo's existence had to be kept secret? That would have been the worst possible situation. He forgave Xue Hui and left. It's fine. Just carry on with your work. This was the third time. Xue Hui sighed. Those footsteps just kept going. Would they stop or not? Everything plunged back into despair once more. He suddenly realized it was coming. Again. The system appeared, toying with his life. Please select from the questions below. Actually, I learned the demonic soul reversal art from the book you're seeking. Our situations aren't so different, are they? His face twisted with anger. Why does it keep appearing? I already made a choice. Why is it asking again? Xue Hui's expression froze like a block of ice. He screamed in his subconscious, damn it, you have selected. Actually, I learned the demonic soul reversal art from the book you're seeking. The system initiated. With the choice made, Xue Hui had to speak the truth. Actually, this lowly one learned the demonic soul reversal art from the book you are seeking. Kunmo didn't say much, only uttering two words. Is that so? That means you have been toying with me. You've been making a fool of me. He uttered the two words with chilling coldness. Now, his feet moved so fast no one could see them. His hair whipped wildly in the wind. Do you wish to die? He drew his sword. Xue Hui was so terrified he couldn't even think of resisting. The moment the blade was about to pierce his heart, the system flashed with one final question. Aren't you in the same boat as me? 500. In that instant, time itself froze. Kunma's expression turned unnaturally cold. Xue Hui was stunned, frozen in place. The system window remained, glowing before him. The timer started at 500, ticking down. 499. 498. 3 seconds had already vanished. A choice had to be made. Is your situation really any different from mine? 497. Xue Hui trembled, not from the cold, but from pure terror. Staring into that frozen gaze, his fear multiplied. His eyes darted back to the system. He was certain of one thing. This wasn't a choice anymore. It was a death trap. A situation designed to force him into picking the absolute worst outcome. What? 490. What was this? The time limit was different. A full 3 digits. Did this mean he had time to understand the reason behind the question? Yes, that had to be it. There was a way out. Even in a hopeless scenario like this, if an escape route existed, it had to meet a specific condition. The answer he needed wasn't the worst option. It had to be the best one. That's how the system had always worked until now, which meant this question was a lifeline. He had to think. A disciple of the heavenly demon, a man who uncovers conspiracies. But how could he possibly persuade someone like that? What could he even do? If he stayed silent, would his intent be understood? Then a memory surfaced unexpectedly. The man wasn't just a brute, not when he was asking for something. Xue Hui finally saw the core of the problem. The way Kunma spoke revealed a hidden disdain for the grand overlord demonic cult. He remembered Kunma's laugh. I don't know how that old fox found out. He's just an outcast from the power struggle. But Xue Hui had to wonder. Was he really uninterested in the fight for power? Contrary to his words, the system's question implied something else. It meant Kunma was trapped in a situation just like his own. And through that, he could finally understand the man's heart. A man who craved power more than anyone else. The only way to quell his murderous rage was to offer him exactly what he desired. More strength. Yang Ming's words echoed in his mind. One path is to raise your merits, the other is to remove those in your way. Xue Hui whispered a name, Zhu Chongming. At the name, the man's eyes blazed with fury. How do you know that name? You accepted a demonic cult mission, yet you conspire with the righteous sects. The demons relaxed, terrifying smile returned, a laugh that held 1,000 dark omens. 33 seconds left. He finally understood. It had to be this way. His theory was the only thing that made sense. The system announced his choice was made. Kunma landed, his blade ready. What? What are you talking about now? He demanded. Xue Hui, despite his fear, met Kunma's gaze. Sir Kunma, you can't close the power gap between you and the other heavenly demon disciples, can you? As the others broke through their limits, one by one, it must have been agony for you. To be left behind, no matter how hard you struggled. The sword pressed against his throat. Stop talking in circles. Kunma growled. What the hell are you trying to say? A flicker of hope ignited in Xue Hui. He's listening. Even consumed by bloodlust, he wants to hear more. With a grave expression, he made an offer no one would dare to make. Sir Kunma, I beg of you, bring the Grand Overlord demonic cult to your side. Kunma's body flinched. That was all the confirmation Xue Hui needed. The look in the man's eyes had shifted completely. Seizing the moment, Xue Hui pressed on. The Grand Overlord Tower is the key branch of Han Magan. If you can seize it, you could crush Han Mao, one of the main powers in the entire organization. Isn't that why you came for me? A light ignited in Kunma's eyes, his expression softening. He slowly lowered his sword. Xue Hui cautiously glanced up, reading the man's reaction. Seeing the immediate danger had passed, he spoke with conviction. You never went to the Samsung library. If you had, you would have found a book and left. I've been thinking about it. Why would a disciple of the heavenly demon come here? What reason could you have to track down someone as insignificant as me? And then it hit me. You weren't looking for me. To be precise, you were looking for the one person who knows the weakness of the Grand Overlord demonic cult. Kunma turned away, silent. After a long moment, he finally spoke. And why would you think that? So Xue Hui laid out every piece of his deduction. The reconnaissance mission at Hamgok Palace, assigned to Team BG by the demonic cult, started a month after we arrived in Kijin. Isn't it too convenient that I was the only one excluded? And if my memories are correct, every single member of Team BG was wiped out. Of course, you already knew that, Sir Kunma. From your perspective, you had no reason to seek me out. Even if we met by chance, you had no reason to show me this much attention. It was all too deliberate, an unexpected variable, clearly placed with purpose. After hearing the full explanation, Kunma burst into a triumphant laugh. He slowly sized the man up. You are a truly amusing fellow. Now I understand why the demon Sam Mao despises you so. What? Fine, let's proceed for now. So you're saying you'll be the one to create that opening? I'm 100% certain. Yes, that's right. He pressed for more information. And what is it? It seems Xue Hui hadn't considered this part. Kunmo waved his hand expectantly. Well, can't you think of anything? All that tough talk, and now this? Xue Hui bowed his head, as if weighing a profound idea. If I do as you command, what do I stand to gain? That question gave even Kunmo pause. A slow grin spread across his face. Gain, you say? Xue Hui genuinely wanted what was fair. I'm putting my life on the line. For that, I believe I deserve a fitting reward. A hint of mockery laced his voice. And you think your life is worth that much? Xue Hui answered with absolute certainty. Yes. If I can save you time and effort, or at the very least, help you seize a priceless opportunity, wouldn't that alone be valuable? Kunmo, still not grasping the point, repeated curiously. My time and effort, yes. He slung his sword over his shoulder, deep in thought, then glanced back at the man. It seemed Kunmo had agreed. Very well. If the information you bring truly benefits me, I promise you a worthy reward. He still stood there, as if there was more to say. Xue Hui recalled someone who had laid out the entire story. The weakness of the Imperial Demon Tai Huang. It was Yu Chongming of the Huoshan sect. Kunmo, unconvinced, demanded more. And what about proof of this conspiracy? He chose his words carefully. The Imperial Demon Tai Huang is not some old fool who would leave behind such evidence. My lord, he guessed, is this merely your intuition speaking? Xue Hui admitted it, but offered another angle. For me, it is only intuition. But for you, my lord, it could be different. Kunmo looked slightly confused. He was already planning his next move. For you, Kunmo, if the scope is narrowed to just one person, can you turn my intuition into solid proof? He was certain countless forces were watching the target. Among them, the truth of the incident would surely be revealed. He might have many mysterious masters at his disposal, but he was confident in his own abilities as well. Kunmo's lips curled into a demonic smile. He spoke a single word. Yes. He silently prayed that this was a sign of his agreement. Kunmo slowly approached. What did you say your name was? He leaned down, getting a closer look. My name is Xue Hui. Kun Mo murmured, Xue Hui. Still, I should confirm this one more time. But first, Xue Hui waited for what would come next. Kun Mo gave his command. There is something you must do for me, he asked innocently. Sir, what is it? He named the target. Qiming. Kill him for me. What? You don't want to? Xue Hui started to refuse. That's not what I meant. Kun Mo's reasoning was simple. If you want my trust, you have to prove yourself first. What other way is there? Prove that you and the Imperial Demon Tai Huang are not on the same side. Can you do that? He clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. This wasn't a matter of can or cannot. He absolutely had to do it. The words were decided. I will bring you victory. Xue Hui declared fiercely. I will kill Qiming. At dawn that day, the sun cast its light across the land. With his sword at his hip and a scarf around his neck, Xue Hui began to walk, his steps slow and deliberate. Kun Mo's last words echoed in his mind. Then, listen, Xue Hui. I am on the 12th floor of the palace. Once you have killed Qiming, come and find me. Determination blazed in Xue Hui's eyes. A cold thought crossed his mind. He was sure of it. Kun Mo, you probably think I can't possibly kill a man like Qiming, don't you? In the eyes of a disciple of the heavenly demon, that might be true. But my status window tells a different story. Xue Hui's system screen appeared. He was the squad leader of the lowest-ranking team with a crippled right arm. Qiming's system described him as a high-ranking leader of a related organization. His attack skill was Wind Sword. He recalled his recent training. The only way to survive against someone with such a massive skill gap was the Xue Hui demon art. Without another thought, Xue headed into the streets. His mind raced as he walked. When are people most able to relieve their stress? While eating, meeting a lover, or getting into bed? He shook his head violently. No. The dangling sign for the public restroom gave him the answer. He was sure of it while taking a dump. I've been thinking about so many things lately. I fight when I'm bored. I fight when I'm miserable. I even fight when I'm cursed with bad luck. How can I kill that bastard Qiming? He always takes a long time in the toilet. That's when Qiming will be at his most vulnerable. Yes, someone could hide in the latrine pit and strike from below. It's disgusting and miserable, but I only need to do it once. Just endure it. I must survive no matter what. I will survive, and then I will rule over all of you. I'm here. Damn it. Qiming always comes to this outhouse at a specific time. Just as I predicted, Xue Hui slipped inside. He silently thanked the heavens that the place didn't reek. What incredible luck. It was spotless. It looked like someone had just cleaned it not long ago. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps creaked across the wooden floor. Qiming was approaching, and he was already pulling his pants down. Humph! Down below, he was already in position, waiting for this one moment. His sword emanated a faint, chilling mist. He only had one shot. As Qiming sat down, Xue Hui aimed for the perfect moment to strike from below. This was it. But just then, something dropped, startling him and making him curse. He scrambled to dodge, his agile body lunging forward. A grimace twisted Xue Hui's face, probably from the foul stench. His one and only target was the man's exposed rear. A system window appeared. Use Supreme Sword Art. A golden opportunity. The enemy's weak point has been discovered, inflicting massive damage. But he was suddenly pulled forward. What? Did his opponent's body move on its own? Xue Hui's hands moved in a blur. As a brilliant light erupted, even Qiming was caught completely off guard. He had no defenses up. He didn't even realize what was happening, unable to even let out a single scream. A powerful flash of light cleaved the outhouse in two. Xue Hui stood stunned, waiting for the result. Qiming coughed up blood. Damn it. The system praised him. A divine strike. The opponent has received 1,404 damage. And with that, he collapsed on the spot. But the sword's unusual glow filled him with a new anxiety. The sword, has Qiming's life force finally dropped to zero? A while later, he went to the riverbank to clear his head. Xue Hui panted for breath as the number 3 appeared above him. His third chance. Seeing it, Xue Hui collapsed back onto the grass, propping himself up. He ran a hand through his hair and chuckled faintly, his eyes dazed as if lost in a dream. Xue Hui called out to the system, status window. His information immediately appeared. He stared at it, deep in thought. The Shu Ding sword. How do I even use this? And more importantly, my internal energy didn't decrease at all. Even after using a sword art, his internal energy was maxed out at 240. His mind was already plotting his next move. If I could just unleash this incredible power freely, I could grow even stronger. But a sudden jolt of pain snapped Xue Hui back to reality. He clutched his crippled arm in agony. Xue Hui remembered all the tragedies that had led him here, his heart tightening with fear. But in this life, I've already lost my right arm. If anyone finds out I killed Qi Ming, things will become even more dangerous. With this arm, becoming stronger in this life is nearly impossible. If that's the case, I have to act now for the sake of my next life. Should I go see Kun Mo? No. I have to think about this with extreme caution. I still can't bring myself to trust him. There's no way to predict how that man will react. With that, Xue Hui stood and left as twilight descended. He kneeled low, making his report. Your humble subordinate requests an audience with the Imperial Demon Lord. The Demon Lord looked at his subordinate with exasperation. Have you lost your mind? Do you not know the meaning of fear? How dare you set foot in my private study? What were you thinking? And another thing, you carry a disgusting stench. Xue Hui pressed his forehead to the floor, showing his sincerity. I had no other choice, my lord. The old man was taken aback. What? He quietly explained the situation. How could I possibly have dealt with a great General Black Moon Qi Ming with an arm like this? The Demon Lord was startled by the look on his face. A murderous aura began to radiate from him as he slowly stepped forward. I am very curious. How a wretch like you managed to kill him. But before that, the Lord's words had been like daggers, crushing Xue Hui's heart. He trembled, remembering the events that came before. I could only gasp for air. This feeling. Could it be? The old man grabbed him by the hair, threatening him. You? Who did you meet? Xue Hui shook with fear, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. What is that look? The Demon Lord snarled, yanking his hair. Don't you dare glare at me. Utter a single false word here, and you will die. But even facing death, Xue Hui spoke with courage. Isn't what the Imperial Demon Lord is hiding far more important than who I might have met? The old man's brow furrowed. What did you say? To dare sneak into Cheonan Hall, this bastard must have a death wish. If you truly want to die, you only need to say the word. Xue Hui shot back. Don't you always want to kill me anyway? If you're so curious, then I'll tell you. I met Lord Kun Mo. He is the very reason I came here. It was a complete lie, Xue Hui knew. But at this point, I don't care if I'm caught. Right now, this is more important. Because there's something I absolutely must find out. The old man released his grip, no longer pressing the attack. Is that so? If he was helping you, then I understand how you killed Qi Ming. Fine. What did that disciple of his want from you? Xue Hui reported. He asked me about Jiu Chongming of the Huaishan sect, and we merely shared some idle gossip. His thoughts raced with fear. How am I supposed to contact the Orthodox sects now? Regardless, I have to play my part in this demonic cult perfectly. The Demon Lord paused. That disciple of the heavenly demon. Asked you that? Xue Hui affirmed. Yes, that is correct. The Lord still needed more information. Did he ask anything else? This question seemed to come from a place of deep suspicion. The words slipped from his lips. When and where is our next meeting? Things have grown far too dull. Lord Simagui. Lord Kun Mo has long been tormented by that very question. So, allow this servant to answer with absolute honesty. The Demon Lord was silent for a long moment before speaking. Mount Guanga. I've decided. We will meet there at the beginning of next month. Sensing his plan had worked, Xue Hui celebrated inwardly. He took the bait. Suddenly, a small square on the ground began to glow. Huh? What in the world is this? Was it nothing? The notification read, Secret map of the Supreme Emperor Simagui acquired. A map. A prompt followed, Do you wish to view the details? Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Hui accepted. Of course I do. A system summary appeared. The map was a book detailing famous locations in Rongjun that the Supreme Emperor Xue Hui favored. It even included a diagram of Mount Guanga, the site of the first meeting with the 9 factions of the Hoshan sect. They met there once a season to exchange their deepest secrets. The book also held a patchwork map of Rongjun. He was just realizing it now. Wait, things like this are even possible? A chest materialized with a notification. Tool created. Herbal medicine, 1. Red bean bun, 1. Secret sect scroll, a map, 1. Xue Hui's mind reeled with questions. What is all of this stuff? The old man's voice cut through his thoughts. But that's how it is. Xue Hui's attention snapped back immediately. The Demon Lord asked one final, chilling question. For the 4th time, when did that disciple begin teaching you his martial arts? He wanted to give a vague answer just to end the conversation. Yes. Ah, he taught me a few days ago, my lord. But the old man wasn't buying it. When did you meet? Xue Hui recounted their chance encounter that day. He came to Cheonan in Hall. That was the very first time I met him. The Demon Lord grasped the entire situation. Oh, is that so? I sent you there only a short while ago, and you've already earned his trust enough to learn his arts. So, did you kill Qi Ming for him? And from there, were you sent here to spy on me? Is that it? Xue Hui foolishly admitted it. Yes, blood suddenly erupted from his mouth. He couldn't understand what was happening. The demon lord's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "This bastard! You saw through my facade, didn't you?" Drops of blood splattered across the floor. As Xue Hui coughed up more blood, he wondered, why was I even born? Why am I here? How can I take a life so casually? Why do I crave more power? Everything started with why. But gradually, the question began to change. Why must I always hide in the shadow of the strong? This must be why I was so enraged at that supreme emperor. Sima Gui leaned close, his voice a poison whisper in his ear. "Do you know the reason you lost?" A tremor shot through Xue Hui's entire body. The old man revealed the truth. "You see, the heavenly demon never teaches his martial arts to anyone. He only uses the techniques passed down by his own master." Hearing this, Xue Hui froze. A moment later, a twisted, sarcastic smile spread across his face. "You son of a bitch." The demon lord's eyes widened in shock as Xue Hui looked up. "You don't know a single thing, do you?" The old man was baffled. "What?" Xue Hui's conviction was absolute. "You truly have no idea." His face was a mask of pure confidence. "You have already lost to me." Hearing these words drove the old man into a mad frenzy. Without hesitation, he tore into Xue Hui's flesh again. "You wretched bastard." Xue Hui spat another mouthful of blood. The crimson drops sprang across the old man's face. "System notification. You have been rebooted." Xue Hui's eyes shot open in disbelief. He was sitting up on his bed, and in that instant, he understood. "I've returned." Xue Hui moved his hand, seeing that even his arm was perfectly healed. A dreadful thought struck him. Does this mean I only have 2 lives left? Suddenly, the system window appeared before him. His stats were slightly different than before. He began to analyze the changes. "I still don't understand how my right arm healed. My stamina and internal energy rose a bit, but the 4-directional demonic art is gone." But then Xue Hui paused, "Although I still remember the form of the technique." Another system notification popped up, stunning him. "You have acquired the 4-directional demonic art." The new ability had appeared in his skill list. "I guess as long as I remember it, the system counts it." The toolbox now held herbs, a nutrition bar, and a map. "This is new." Xue Hui rubbed his chin. "How am I supposed to use this?" He muttered the word map. Instantly, the system asked, "Do you wish to summon the map?" Xue Hui agreed. A map immediately fell into his hands. "How convenient," he marveled. Xue Hui unrolled it for a quick glance. He was ecstatic. The map of Mount Guanga, the one the Supreme Emperor mentioned, was right here. "Now, what about these other items?" The system explained that the herb increased stamina by 2. He paused to think. And what is this nutrition bar?" The system then showed that its effect was similar to the herb. The nutrition bar instantly appeared in his hand. Xue Hui unwrapped it and took a small bite. His eyes lit up. "This is delicious," Xue Hui praised. A status window appeared. "Stamina has recovered by +1. He was overjoyed. "If I eat all of this, I'll gain a total of +3 stamina." But Xue Hui had a different thought. "Still, I want to save it. I wonder if I can put it back." A system notification popped up. "Do you wish to return this item to the toolbox?" In a flash, the nutrition bar was gone. "Item has been stored in the toolbox." Xue Hui was completely fascinated. His expression suddenly turned serious. "All right, it's time to go." The scene shifts to the library pavilion. Xue Hui raced through the halls. Reaching the 12th floor, he announced himself. "Heavenly Demon, I am Xue Hui, captain of the assassination squad. I seek an audience." He finished speaking and waited in tense silence. A voice echoed from within the chamber. "Who did you say you are?" The question sent a jolt through him. Xue Hui repeated himself. "I am the captain of a low-ranking team under the Tai Huang. We have no official designation, so we are simply known as the Assassination Squad." The voice from inside questioned him again. "Is that so? And why have you come seeking me?" Xue Hui stated his purpose clearly. "I bring information that will be vital to your dream of becoming a great general." A long silence stretched from within the room. Finally, the voice commanded, "Enter." Surprised, Xue Hui pushed the door open and stepped inside. A man, Kun Ma, spoke first. "You are an interesting one." He cut straight to the chase. "All right, where is this information that will aid my dream of becoming a great general?" Xue Hui took a deep breath. Then, he presented the map to Kun Ma. "What is this?" Kun Ma asked. Without explaining, Xue Hui simply said, "Read it, and you will understand." This only made Kun Ma more suspicious. Kun Ma took the map and scanned its contents. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of pure shock. His voice rang out, causing Xue Hui to freeze on the spot. "Is this information accurate?" Xue Hui noted internally. His entire tone had changed. Xue Hui quickly swore an oath. I swear it on my very life. But Kunma's retort left him speechless. And what value does your life hold for me? A flash of fear crossed Xue Hui's face. I will become the heavenly demon's right hand. Hearing this vow, Kunma grew thoughtful. He suddenly asked, and what do you want out of this? Xue Hui stammered, I want to become stronger, just like everyone else. Hearing this, Kunma fell silent, deep in thought. His footsteps slowly began to close the distance. Kunma slowly approached Xue Hui. Rolling the map in his hand, he spoke again. If this information proves to be true, I will grant you what you desire. Sometime later, back in that same room, Xue Hui was pacing back and forth, unable to stand still. It had been hours since the heavenly demon left to verify his intel. It's going to be fine, he told himself. But he couldn't shake the fear gripping his heart. The people of Magu, the temple, Kanglu, the Tai Huang clan, all the different sects. How could he possibly untangle their complex political ties? The only thing I know for sure is that Tai Huang isn't loyal to the heavenly demon. His allegiance lies with the first disciple of the blood demon sect. Just then, the sound of Kunma's footsteps echoed through the hall. He spoke first. You said your name was Xue Hui, correct? Xue Hui answered immediately, yes. But inside, his heart pounded with fear. What if I failed? How can I go on living? Suddenly, a system window appeared. Do you wish to save your progress? Xue Hui stared in shock. Which file would you like to save to? Why now? All of a sudden, he stared intently at the system window. Heavenly World, Chapter 595, Part 2. The Heavenly Demon offers 3 distinct opportunities. Your progress has been saved. Kunma continued. Choose one of these 3 paths. Become an elite warrior of the Heavenly Demon. Become an aide to the Heavenly Demon. Or become the Heavenly Demon's personal swordsman. Xue Hui was stunned by the sudden turn of events, struggling to find his voice, because he understood exactly what this meant. Each choice would lead to a completely different life. And the symbols next to each option, a 2-star, 3-star, and 5-star difficulty, proved how challenging each path would be. Fear was written all over Xue Hui's face. His entire future was hanging in the balance. Xue Hui examined each option carefully. First, become an elite warrior. Difficulty, 2 stars. The army was the main training center of the academy, directly overseen by the Legion. It was a talent development center where instructors trained anyone who wished to join. But each year, only 3 or 4 out of 100 applicants were chosen. He weighed his options. I could increase my internal energy and martial skill, but there's no guarantee I'd survive. Next, become an aide to the Heavenly Demon. Difficulty, 3 stars. Elder Zhang Guang is ranked 94th in the academy. Becoming his disciple would be the perfect way to advance my demonic techniques. However, enduring his famously foul temper would be an incredible challenge. Worst case scenario, I could end up crippled for life. Wait a minute, if it's him, could I finally take down that old bastard Tai Huang? Of course, it would depend on the situation, and if the elder is as skilled as they say. And the final option, become the Heavenly Demon's personal swordsman. Difficulty, 5 stars. Who would I have to assassinate for them to offer this? The difficulty is on a completely different level compared to the others. It was a terrifying prospect. Xue Hui focused his thoughts. He opened his eyes, staring at the system window again. You have chosen to become an elite warrior of the Heavenly Demon. Just choose the easiest one, he decided. Kunma remarked, a safe choice. But Xue Hui's mind was still racing. No matter what I pick, my survival comes first. Regardless of the circumstances, if I can just secure another chance at life, I can change my entire destiny. Kunma gave him instructions. In any case, you have 6 days before you can officially join the Legion. I will speak with the secretary on the 1st floor. You will wait in the basement until then. Xue Hui bowed his head deeply. Thank you, my lord. Kunma waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. Think nothing of it. But then, he turned back. By the way, there is a book there called The 3 Waters Garden. You might find a martial art inside that will prove useful to you. He then recalled something. Have you ever read The 3 Waters Garden before? This sparked his suspicion. There had to be more to the man's intentions. Then, it clicked for Xue Hui. Wait a minute, if that's the Sam Xue. Just then, Kunma's warning echoed in his mind. Prepare yourself for the next 6 days. Xue Hui nodded in compliance. Yes, my lord. A triumphant smile played on his lips. Now, Xue Hui descended into the basement, his face alight with pure excitement. The Sam Xuan. I can finally master it. But there are still 2 demonic arts I have yet to learn. The Taekwon demonic art and the So Guk demonic art. Inside the Chunin archives, Xue Hui searched relentlessly. It has to be around here somewhere. He finally grasped a glowing tome. A system window appeared. Xue Hui demonic art learned. Taekwon demonic art unlocked. So Guk demonic art unlocked. Seeing the two arts he craved now unlocked, he marveled. Tai Huang's legendary fire technique, and that devastating ghost art. I can master them all. First up, the Taekwon demonic art. The system window remained static, so Xue Hui realized there would be no choices this time. Perhaps because it's a purely hand-to-hand combat art, the system indicated an animation would play and a phantom image instantly materialized before him. Xue Hui greeted it cheerfully. Good to see you again. But what happened next left him stunned. The phantom figure clasped its hands together, its entire body erupting in flames. Then, it thrust its palms forward. A barrage of strikes unleashed a series of fiery explosions. Xue Hui could only watch, his jaw hanging in utter disbelief. A low chuckle escaped his lips as Xue Hui's eyes lit up with a fervent glow. The Taekwon demonic art, it's as bizarre as it is destructive. Next was the flame ghost art, the very technique Tai Huang used, a notorious power within the academy. A level of power I couldn't even dream of in my past life. The phantom began to demonstrate the art's techniques. Xue Hui couldn't suppress a grin. I think I can handle all of these. He made his choice. All right, let's do this. For the next 6 days, Xue Hui gripped his sword with renewed determination. I will pour everything I have into my training. The Qianan archives thundered with the sounds of his practice. Some time later, Xue Hui collapsed to the floor, breathing heavily. The system displayed his progress. Xue Hui demonic art, Taekwon demonic art, and Soguk demonic art were all in simulation state. Even though I've grasped the basics of all 3 skills, I can't replicate them perfectly like the Phantom. It must be my lack of internal energy. His reserves were at 80 out of 250. He stared at his palm. Once my energy is restored, I'll be able to use these for real. With that thought, Xue Hui rose to his feet, resolute. Let's keep going. On the day of his enlistment, the sky was a brilliant, clear blue. Xue Hui was adjusting his new uniform when a figure approached, just as his training was complete. The man immediately questioned him. Are you Xue Hui? He looked up, confused. Who's asking? The man introduced himself. My name is Ju Sun. The heavenly demon sent me to escort you to the Legion. Xue Hui bowed his head respectfully. Yes, thank you for your trouble. But before he could finish, Ju Xun held something out. Here, take this. The system announced that you have received an internal energy amplifier from the Elixir of Immortality. Ju Xun explained. This is a divine elixir. A single pill can increase your internal energy by 10 years. He quickly accepted it, thinking. They say a full cycle is worth 60 years of experience, which means my internal energy is only worth about 3 years right now. 10 years is a massive boost. He hesitated, feigning politeness. How can I possibly accept something this valuable? Ju Xun dismissed his concern. Don't refuse. You'll need it to survive the Legion. Hearing that, Xue Hui didn't hesitate for a second and tossed the pill into his mouth. The system announced your stats have increased significantly. Xue Hui could feel the power surging through his veins. He grinned to himself. What a lucky break. My physical strength barely budged, but my internal energy just shot up by 2,000. Then another message appeared. You have learned the skill, mind reading. He was shocked. What? But the skill is only at the simulation stage. Xue Hui quickly deduced. It must be because of the massive boost to my internal energy. But under these unique circumstances, it seems I've unlocked an even more powerful ability. Next, due to the mind-reading skill, you can now view the status window of Ju Xun, one of the Heavenly Demon's escorts. It's not a lot of information, but I can at least see his basic status. Suddenly, he noticed Ju Xun's expression darken ominously. Xue Hui couldn't hold back his gasp. No way. The Heavenly Demon's personal escort is a spy from the demon sect. The information was right there on the system window. Oblivious, Ju Xun just gave him a confused look. A moment later, Xue Hui followed him into the forest. Seeing Ju Xun's hostility at 77%, he still couldn't believe it. Impossible. When was this plant put in place? If this is true, it means he holds a huge advantage over the Heavenly Demon. This can't be real, can it? Ju Xun stopped abruptly, confusing Xue Hui. He pointed towards a looming tower. We've arrived. With that, he turned to leave. My job escorting you is done. I'll be on my way. Xue Hui silently watched Ju Xun walk away. A troubled look crossed his face. He wondered if that was about to happen again. The system window suddenly flashed, displaying the effects of the dragon sealing pill he received from the Heavenly Demon. There's something you're not telling me, isn't there? He asked with a sinister smirk. Xue Hui was bewildered. Yuan Feng Long? Didn't I just receive the immortality pill from him? This wasn't a conversation. It felt more like a test of character. With only 2 seconds left, he made the agonizing choice. A system notification appeared. You have selected the question. The scene continued to unfold. Just then, Ju-hun turned his head, a questioning look on his face. "What is it?" Xue Hui spoke hesitantly. "Is there something else you aren't telling me?" At those words, Ju-hun's expression darkened, his gaze filled with confusion. He turned away, lost in thought. "What are you getting at?" Xue Hui dodged the question. "I'm just a little overwhelmed." "By what?" Ju-hun pressed. Xue Hui explained himself. "The military academy is for the elite, for those with special qualities and talent. The heavenly demon should know exactly where my ability. The fact you gave me that pill proves it. You know it will be incredibly difficult for someone like me to survive here." Ju-hun still looked confused, so Xue Hui voiced his doubt. "Will I really be alright if I just continue on this path? Can I survive by simply increasing my internal energy?" Ju-hun stared at him, deep in thought. Xue Hui waited in silence for the verdict. The long pause stretched on, making his heart pound with anticipation. Finally, Ju-hun broke the silence. "Well, it won't be that simple." He then presented Xue Hui with a sword. "Here, take it." A system window popped up. The short sword increases the wielder's strength beyond normal limits. A grin spread across Xue Hui's face as he gripped the sword. Ju-hun then began to explain, "The academy is a place only for those selected by the core sects. You will master powerful skills through missions and from the classified texts hidden within these walls. The heavenly demon sees that potential in you." Those words left Xue Hui completely stunned. Ju-hun's voice turned sharp with a warning. "So don't you ever forget his grace." "Yes, sir." A short while later, Xue stood before the massive gates of the military academy. He gazed up at the imposing structure for a moment before stepping inside. His eyes then fell back to the sword in his hand. He mused to himself, "He seems like a good guy. But should I hide this, just to be safe? Things could get complicated if I'm caught with an artifact this powerful, because they definitely try to take it from me." With that thought, he stored the blade in his system inventory. Inventory updated. One short sword added. "You have successfully stored the item." Xue Hui slapped his cheeks, stealing his resolve. "All right, it's done." He let out a sharp breath. "Let's go." As he stepped into the next room, he saw someone already waiting for him. A wave of apprehension washed over him when he realized it was the academy's instructor, the man who oversaw all of the entrance exams. This was a man whose power was said to be second only to the Grand Master himself. Yet, by the academy's code, instructors were forbidden from underestimating any student. The instructor spoke first. "You're Xue Hui, correct?" He bowed his head. "Yes, sir." Just then, his eyes landed on something. 4 bamboo tiles rested on the table, each carved with a single character: body, speech, writing, and judgment. Choose one. Xue Hui's mind raced, analyzing the options. Based on their meanings, they likely represent body, eloquence, writing skills, and judgment. Choosing one of these will probably determine the nature of my first test. Body must be a physical test, and speech must be related to speaking. Writing probably involves writing something, and for judgment, I'll likely have to make some sort of judgment call. Seeing his hesitation, the instructor chimed in. "You'll have to complete all 4 eventually, you know." Xue Hui understood immediately, so he's saying there's no point in overthinking it. He reached out and grabbed the body tile. "Then I'll take this one." The instructor tossed it to him. "So, you've chosen body." He stated the requirement: collect 6 other bamboo stalks with the character for body on them. They must be identical to this one. You have 1 day. You pass if you return by this time tomorrow. Xue Hui was floored by the assignment. The instructor gestured. "The exit is the door to my right. You can use that same door to return here. Beyond that door lies a vast repository. Everything from classified scrolls to legendary treasures and artillery. Anything you find, you can claim. Now, go," the instructor urged. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Hui bolted through the door. The old man remained seated, unmoving. He watched the spot where Xue had vanished, the sound of his frantic footsteps echoing in the hall. As Xue Hui ran, his mind was already at work. There have to be others here receiving the same conditions. I need to get 6 stalks from them, which means it's no different than killing them. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Looming before him was a grand, sprawling estate. Xue Hui was in awe. He scanned his surroundings, thinking, "These magnificent estates. The longer I wander, the higher my chances of finding items that will give me an edge. However, it also increases the risk of exposing my position to others. If I want to secure what I need, I have to keep moving." With that, he quickly ducked behind a large boulder. Xue Hui hardened his resolve. "I will survive and grow stronger, no matter what it takes. Still, it's too quiet here. Am I the first one to arrive? I can't sense anyone else's presence at all." His eyes locked onto one of the estates, and a plan began to form. "All right, I need to get there as fast as I can, without being seen. And with that, Xue Hui took off. He moved like a blur. His focus was locked on the target estate. In just a few seconds, he had reached his destination. Xue Hui pressed himself against the wall, cautiously scanning the area around him. Seeing it was clear, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness, no one was around. But a split second later, panic flared in his eyes. A system alert appeared. An enemy has discovered your weakness. Xue Hui couldn't believe it. What is this? The system presented 3 options: confront, evade, or flee. He was reeling. Someone already found my weakness? These options are first for me. What am I supposed to do? I'm out of time. Only 2 seconds left. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Xue Hui chose to flee as the scene continued to unfold. In the blink of an eye, Xue Hui vanished, launching himself high into the air in a single instant. Xue Hui was stunned. It's happening again. My body is moving on its own. At the same time, a flash of light shot toward his back. Xue Hui glanced over his shoulder just in time to see a razor-sharp blade slice into his shoulder. A pained grunt escaped his lips. Xue Hui hit the ground hard as blood began to seep from his wound. His attacker landed gracefully behind him. What a shame, the man said with false regret. I should have finished you before you even knew I was there. The system displayed his status. Stamina at 680, and internal energy at 470. The man stared him down with a triumphant grin. Fear began to creep into Xue Hui's heart. His stats had taken a massive hit. As the 2 warriors faced off, the system showed his stamina was now cut in half. Xue Hui grew tense, his mind racing. I barely escaped death, but this is a serious wound. The man, nicknamed Mushroom Head, mocked him. Don't bother stalling for time. Xue Hui drew his blade. I was thinking the same thing. He quickly assessed the situation. I still don't know the true extent of his power, but I do know one thing. His internal energy is far lower than mine. That means he isn't someone I should be afraid of. I can take him. Mushroom Head crooked a finger, taunting him. Come on, then. In an instant, Xue Hui charged forward. His attack radiated a chilling aura. The frost principle of his martial art was pure cold energy, forcing Mushroom Head onto the defensive. Xue Hui's confidence surged. That's why his very breath turned to frost in the air. A violent shiver ran through Mushroom Head's body. What's happening to my body? The frost energy was slowing his opponent's movements. Finally, Xue Hui's blade sliced clean through Mushroom Head. The man's eyes bulged with disbelief as blood erupted from his mouth. And just like that, Xue Hui had taken down his foe. He thought to himself, I couldn't let that opportunity pass. Even though I haven't mastered it yet, my power is incredibly fast and strong. Checking his status window, he saw his internal energy and stamina had only dropped slightly. The loss seemed negligible compared to his overall state, but it also brought him one step closer to death's door, and he wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Just as he had expected, the man was carrying an identity token. But then, Xue Hui noticed something strange. Huh? A system notification appeared, healing item acquired. In his hand was a potent recovery elixir for his wounds. He grinned, jackpot. The scene shifts to a small house. Xue Hui finished bandaging his wound and let out a long, weary sigh. He checked his status board and saw his stamina was still slowly draining away. At least the bleeding had stopped, but a familiar fear began to creep back in. If I hadn't stopped it, I would be dead for sure. He clutched his shoulder, wanting to use the elixir, but knew he had to be cautious. If a more powerful master ambushed him now, even a healing potion wouldn't be enough to save him. I have to kill those bastards before I can get out of this world. He opened his inventory, his eyes scanning the list and stopping on herbal medicine. This should do the trick. He used the herbal medicine, feeling a soothing energy spread through him. Stamina +2. The bleeding has stopped. He smiled in relief. So that's how you use it. But just then, a sudden noise put him on high alert. He listened intently as the sounds grew closer. Someone's footsteps were approaching. Xue Hui quickly hid behind the door. He cautiously peeked out and his eyes widened. Could it be him? Tuo Hao. The Tai Huang sect has a total of 7 great houses: Earth, Sun, Moon, Fire, Water, Wood, and Metal, each preceded by the word black to form the house names. The man picked up a piece of broken armor. Tuo Hao is the leader of the Black Fire House and a sworn rival to the master of the Black Moon House. This guy was clearly no ordinary opponent. His skill level is far beyond my own. If I'm going to kill him, it has to be with a single, decisive blow. He thought back to the evaluation window from his last fight. Can I use it again? Watching Tuo Hao laugh to himself, Xue Hui remained deep in thought. But I don't know how to trigger it. And his guard is down right now. So why isn't the system prompt appearing? Will I ever get a better chance than this? Unaware, Tuo Hao admired the armor. Such a fine piece. A shame, he was enjoying it all alone. Huh. Xue Hui's urgency grew. I can't wait any longer. Even if I only manage to wound him, I can still get better gear. Suddenly, a system window flashed into view. Perfect opportunity. Weakness of the Black Firehouse Master has been detected. Xue Hui froze in shock. Three options appeared. Attack, use martial art, or use tool. He stared, bewildered. What in the world is this? I've never seen anything like this before. Once again, he hesitated. Which one should I choose? The countdown began. Only 3 seconds remaining. Xue Hui's eyes locked onto Tuo Hao. The system window flashed, attack selected. Time rewound 3 seconds. He had to pick the safest, most guaranteed option. Xue Hui's eyes widened. 3 seconds ago. Just then, Tuo Hao's voice echoed once more. Trying to keep something this good all to yourself. Xue Hui was already behind him, a knowing smirk on his face. A look of understanding dawned, so that's how it works. His footsteps hammered against the ground. In one fluid motion, he drew the sword at his side. His target, Tuo Hao. A resolute fire burned in Xue Hui's eyes. In that same instant, his blade plunged through Tuo Hao's abdomen. The man coughed up a spray of blood, his face a mask of agony. In a matter of moments, it was over. Xue Hui had taken down Tuo Hao. A triumphant laugh escaped his lips. Staring down at Tuo Hao's body, Xue Hui cheered under his breath. Yes. He then knelt, searching the corpse, and discovered 5 card fragments. He flinched, raising his hand. A flood of notifications appeared. New tools had been added to his system, along with a horde of collected items. His inventory was now organized into 3 tabs: potions, equipment, and weapons. Xue Hui nodded in approval, a look of delight on his face. This interface is much cleaner. There was a reason for this all-in-one inventory after all. Without hesitation, he used a healing potion. When the inventory window refreshed, a change was instantly visible. Xue Hui stretched his body. All right, he thought, the pain has vanished completely. His eyes fell on a piece of equipment, the Heavenly Grace Divine Armor. He wondered, can I equip this right now? The system instantly equipped it. Xue Hui gasped in amazement. It equipped in a flash. Is this armor designed to be invisible? This inventory system is incredible. But suddenly, a system warning blared. Enemy detected. 3 options appeared: engage, defend, or flee. A chill ran down Xue's spine. This is bad. I was so caught up in my victory, I let my guard down. How am I supposed to fight when I don't even know who the enemy is? It was far too careless. Even fleeing could lead to a fatal wound, just like before. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened with focus. He selected defend. The system would now reveal the enemy's location. Something was hurtling towards Xue Hui at incredible speed. Its target was locked on him. The system alert flashed. Enemy behind you. He whipped his head around, just in time to see an attack coming straight for him. The impact was immense, sending him flying backward. As the dust settled, Xue Hui was on one knee, struggling to stay up. He was already injured, coughing up blood from the force. His health had dropped to just 39. Dazed, Xue Hui slowly lifted his gaze. Just one hit. And I'm already like this? He's even faster than when I tried to run. No. His attack speed is on another level. That's right. The only advantage of defend was pinpointing his location. I'm lucky I had the Heavenly Grace Divine Armor equipped. The figure slowly stepped forward. You seem awfully relaxed. Not even drawing your weapon? Then, his eyes narrowed. Wait. Are you wearing armor? Staring at the man before him, Xue Hui knew. Compared to every opponent he had faced until now, this man was a true master. A system prompt identified him. Wu Ma, master of the Red Horse Manor. Despair washed over Xue Hui. He was facing an impossibly strong foe. Wu Ma advanced slowly towards Xue Hui. His stats, his health and mana, they were on a completely different level, far beyond Xi Ming and Tuo Hao. Even their combined strength couldn't touch this man. And what's more, Xue Hui noticed an icon above his head. He had an extra life. Xue Hui was baffled. Why does someone that powerful only have 1 extra life? Wu Ma scoffed. What are your eyes darting around for? You're dead either way. Hearing those words, Xue Hui's spirit sank. A profound sense of despair took hold. I struggled so hard in this life. It's so unfair. Wu Ma's face twisted in annoyance. What are you mumbling about? A bitter, sarcastic laugh escaped Xue Hui's lips. And now, it's all for nothing. I've lived and died, again and again, and I fought with everything I had just to survive. Xue Hui poured out his heart. I thought. I finally had a real chance, but to face a gap in power this massive, it's just too unfair. Wu Ma sneered at his outburst. Looks like facing death has finally made you snap. Xue Hui slowly drew his blade. That's right, I've gone mad. But even if I die, I'll go down fighting. He roared, his voice filled with righteous fury. I am mad, you blessed son of a bitch. And in a flash, he charged forward. Xue Hui leaped into the air, unleashing the white light demonic art. Wu Ma merely scoffed at the sight, casually raising his own blade to block the attack. Xue Hui poured all his strength into the downward slash. When suddenly, he realized something. He channeled frost energy into his blade, causing the point of impact to erupt in a brilliant light. A massive explosion followed instantly. One figure was blown backward by the force. In a stunning turn of events, it was Wu Ma. Xue Hui remained standing, his stance unbroken. He stared in shock at his opponent. The system showed Wu Ma's health and mana had finally taken a hit. Wu Ma growled in frustration. Just what is that martial art? But Xue Hui ignored him, his mind racing. Our blades only just clashed. This might actually be worth a shot. A glimmer of hope reignited his spirit. He recalled a technique. The Yin Light Demonic Art. It was a martial art that harnesses the power of extreme yin energy. It was the ultimate demonic art, one that only the absolute elite of his old unit could ever hope to master. It was a technique perfectly suited for women who naturally wield yin energy, not for yang energy users like men. However, its overwhelming power was so coveted that men and even demons sought to do so. They created derivative arts based on its principles. And I'm willing to bet, he thought, that this white light demonic art is one of them. My body isn't special. I don't have perfect meridians for ki to flow through effortlessly. And yet, I grasped this demonic art with terrifying ease. There's no logical explanation for it. Sensing his disadvantage, Oma grew frustrated. The system flashed, his internal energy dropped by 31, leaving only 910. My attack landed, but I was still in a terrible spot. Suddenly, Oma lunged forward, and I dodged with lightning speed. I matched his movements perfectly. His speed was incredible, but somehow I could read it all. We clashed in a brutal exchange, each of us desperately trying to counter the other's techniques. Oma suddenly disarmed me, then slammed a vicious kick into my gut. Stop playing these childish games. The blow sent me flying back. My health plummeted to just 19. Oma strode forward, sneering down at me. Your little tricks held out longer than I expected. A wave of despair washed over me. It's still not enough to beat him. But just then, a new system window appeared. Proficiency has increased. Mimicry now possible. My eyes widened in shock. A beginner's perk? What is this? My health and strength haven't recovered. But could this be a skill level up? My gaze sharpened, locking onto my opponent. I charged forward once more. Right now, I'll do whatever it takes. Every one of my techniques now carried a chilling aura. One of my strikes landed true. Even I was stunned. Am I really this much faster? My resolve hardened. If that's the case, I surged forward, catching Oma completely off guard. Once again, steel clashed against steel. But this time, I controlled the distance. Oma shouted in disbelief. What did you do? How is this possible? I said nothing, watching him silently. A crack appeared on Oma's sword. At that exact moment, the system chimed in. A perfect opportunity had arrived. Attack. Use skill or use item. A glimmer of hope ignited within me. It's here. Staring down my opponent, my confidence wavered. Can I really finish him with just a basic attack? I chose to use a skill. My only available option was the Fire Fist Demonic Art. The system displayed 3 techniques, but I couldn't select the White Light or Final Verdict arts, likely due to my low internal energy. Without hesitation, I thrust my palm toward Oma's chest. The sudden move left him stunned. Crimson Fire Palm. I roared, and a torrent of flames erupted from my hand, instantly engulfing Oma. At last, he was defeated. His body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. My own health and internal energy were critical. I collapsed to my knees, gasping for air. I couldn't believe it. I actually won. My health and energy were completely drained. That was too close. If not for that weakness window, I would have been the one to fall. I forced myself back to my feet. I need to get out of here. If another enemy shows up, I'm a dead man. My rewards, 2 elixirs and a secret manual. As dusk settled over the forest, I let out a heavy sigh. I found shelter at the base of a tree. After taking a recovery pill, I rested. Is it morning already? I've been hiding motionless in the forest all night. I had finally completed the test's requirement, collecting all 6 bamboo slips. I planned to save the items I got from Oma for my next life, but the soul-bound system refused. It was as if it wanted to erase any advantage I might carry over. The 2 elixirs were the Crimson Flesh Pill and the Azure Marrow Lotus. I thought carefully. At first, I was unsure, but I need a better long-term plan. If I use these elixirs now, then die and regress, it would be a complete waste. But there was one item not bound by that rule, an item with a permanent effect the secret manual. Skills I learn are permanently etched into my memory. Without a second thought, I used it. You have learned the stealth technique from the Art of Concealment scroll. The moment I chose to learn it, everything was downloaded into my mind, from the breathing methods to its practical application. This skill, combined with the weakness window that appeared when Oma died, will give me an unbelievable advantage. With new resolve, I stood up, ready to move on. As I walked, my thoughts raced. The more I considered it, the clearer it became. I have to use every bit of luck I get and not let a single opportunity slip by. If I can fully exploit these advantages, my dream of reaching the top might actually become a reality. Suddenly, a brilliant light blinded me. Xue Hui wondered, "What is this glow?" It felt strange, almost otherworldly. I reached out my hand to touch it. "Could this be another stroke of luck?" the system asked. "Would you like to save your progress?" "Yes. Please select a save file." I stared intently at the system window. Closing my eyes, I weighed my options. A moment later, the system displayed, "Save canceled." I stood there, motionless for a second. Then I walked toward the light. I have no regrets. I don't know if this chance will ever come again, or if this is the only one I'll ever get. But saving now feels like the wrong move. There are still too many treasures left to find, because I'll just have to come back for them in my next life. The bamboo slips clattered onto the table, and silence fell over the room. I stood perfectly still, watching him. The old master studied me with a pensive gaze. I calmly broke the silence. "Is there a problem, master?" His eyes flickered down to the request. "Choose the next one." I already knew which three I needed to pick. After all, I had to get them all eventually. So after a brief pause, I pointed to one of the slips. No need to overthink it. The master understood instantly, pointing toward the door behind him. "So, that is the path you've chosen." Xue Hui respectfully bowed his head in thanks. Then, he silently strode past the old man. A sense of unease began to creep in. Why isn't there a single soul here? Is no one here? Xue Hui wondered as he walked. Even if this isn't the main entrance, I should have run into someone by now. He descended into the deserted hallway. Not a single soul in sight. Finally, Xue Hui stood before a door in the cellar.
Whatever. As long as I pass this test, nothing else matters. His face was an emotionless, cold mask.
He slowly pushed the door ajar. What kind of test would it be this time? Peeking through the crack, Xue Hui heard a voice echo from within. "That damn bastard." So it was the examiner, lounging there with his arms crossed. A contemptuous sneer twisted his cranky face. Suddenly, Xue Hui's eyes shot wide open. A look of pure terror washed over him. The faint scent of bloodlust hung in the air. It was so intense, it made his stomach churn. This man possessed an unrivaled power. And, what was that? The examiner spat out a crude remark, clearly annoyed. "What are you looking at, you damn mutt?" Wary. Xue Hui immediately lowered his gaze. "I'm here to take the military examination." He approached and stood before the man. Facing the examiner, the tension was suffocating. "I'm here to." Seeing Xue Hui hesitate, the man cut him off. "If you spout that nonsense one more time." The examiner's insidious killing intent flared. "I will kill you." The sheer pressure of his bloodlust was stunning, overwhelming. Xue Hui's arm trembled with fear. What am I supposed to do? Is this also part of the test? He steeled himself and clenched his fists. If I can't even begin the examination, then I'll be disqualified on the spot. I have to do something. Xue Hui's eyes darted around the room, but there was nothing. It was completely bare. Isn't there anything that could give me a clue about the test? Strangely enough, in the middle of the empty room sat a single bowl. Inside was a small, white piece of paper. He was surprised. A note. Xue Hui cautiously glanced back at the examiner. He watched for a moment, a question forming in his mind. Doesn't he care what I'm doing? With that, Xue Hui picked up the paper to read it. A system window appeared. Question number 1. The mission prompt, assassination. His eyes widened in surprise. The system provided a clear path. Reading the text, Xue Hui was stunned. It even detailed the enemy's martial arts abilities. Then it posed the question. How will you proceed? He wondered. So this is the examination? The system window presented multiple choices. Xue Hui put a hand to his chin, contemplating. Why would they include an option to do nothing at all? A surprise attack felt too rash. But starting a conversation was risky. After a thorough analysis, he made his choice. Wait near the house and observe. Xue Hui smiled, satisfied. I'll wait until something happens. The safest method is always the best one. Seeing this, the examiner's lips curled into a wicked grin. His sudden voice made Xue Hui jump. Damn you. I'm sure I warned you. Xue Hui whipped around in a panic, but in that split second, the examiner's hand had already slashed across his neck. His skill was truly divine, Xue Hui was too stunned to even resist. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. Damn it. In that instant, the system turned back time, and Kunma appeared, his face an indifferent mask. Choose between three options. The world around them was colorless, just the two of them, separated by a floating panel. Xue Hui remained silent. Without a word, he thought, I'm back again. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk. Once more, he slowly opened his eyes. A system notification appeared. You have chosen to become Kun Ma's main combatant. Kun Ma praised him. A fine choice. Xue Hui thought to himself. The exact same choice as my past life. Kun Ma's expression was as cold as ice. Everything was identical to the last time. His tone, his gaze, and even his gestures. He watched thoughtfully as the man failed to mention the three paths scripture. Kun Ma then turned his back. He left Xue Hui completely alone. As Kun Ma departed, Xue Hui touched his neck, recalling the phantom pain of the attack. Xue Hui gritted his teeth in fury. I'm still far too weak, if I want to survive. He turned his attention to the information about his items. I need to be much more prepared. He suddenly glanced behind him. Just as he predicted, the items in his inventory box were still there. That means, if I steal something from Kun Ma's study and place it in my inventory. Xue Hui gazed around the magnificent room. Then it will carry over to my next life. His mind made up, he began to search the bookshelves. For the sake of my future self, I need to find something useful. His eyes landed on a wooden box, but Xue Hui quickly looked away, acting casual. A mirror reflected his troubled face. Counting the extra life I got from killing Wu Ma, I only have 2 lives left. Xue Hui knelt, furtively checking his surroundings. His movements were shrouded in secrecy. All right, I'm good. Let's get it together. He searched relentlessly, not even sparing the wardrobe. Over an hour passed. I've searched every nook and cranny, but I still haven't found anything useful. There has to be something. Distracted, Xue Hui absent-mindedly pulled back a curtain. This cabinet, it looks mysterious. He ran his hand over a crack in its surface. What is this fissure? Just then, a system window popped up. It identified an ultimate wind-type artifact, leaving Xue Hui utterly speechless. He couldn't believe his eyes. The system had located it. The fourfold demonic arts, a legendary technique passed down by the heavenly demon himself, containing immense power, and its ultimate level had just been bestowed upon him. Kun Ma! A surge of triumph washed over Xue Hui. He'd found it, one of the 4 ultimate magical arts. He raced down to the library's basement. After a moment, he stopped, gasping for breath. Xue Hui's face was lit with pure radiance. He had finally obtained the ultimate secret scroll, the 4 guardian magical arts of wind. Overjoyed, he clenched his fists tightly. Xue Hui ran a hand through his hair. This wasn't a dream. He had goosebumps all over. It was real. A feeling of absolute euphoria washed over him. He collapsed onto the floor, exhausted but grinning from ear to ear. Then, just as quickly, his smile vanished. He shot upright. The system window materialized, displaying his current stats. Xue Hui grimaced. My numbers are pathetic. This time, I have to get the Fei Long pill from Zhu Zun. He couldn't shake the memory of his master, and that near-death encounter. Now I understand why I died so helplessly in my past life. Playing it safe will get me nowhere. I have to take risks. His gaze went distant. With so many hidden treasures within the army's ranks, a single misstep could cost him his life. To even stand a chance against the masters, I have to get stronger, no matter the cost. He checked the information on the elixirs. 1 red skin flesh transformation, and 1 blue pear-marrow lotus. Xue Hui made a decision. He would consume them both. Right now, he took both elixirs at once. As their power activated, his physical constitution began to surge. Xue Hui felt an immense spiritual power flood his veins. His clothes ripped apart as his muscles expanded. This is beyond all my expectations. It wasn't just his stats on the screen. He could feel his entire body transforming. After absorbing the elixirs, his frame became powerful. His muscles were larger, denser. He felt incredibly solid. He'd even grown taller. A smug smile crept onto his face. Finally, after all this time, I've mastered the 4 guardian magical arts of wind, an ultimate power that could shatter a building with a single flick. Xue Hui sat, crossing his legs. He took a deep breath, letting the magic circulate. Time to test this new body. But before he could even move, a system notification flashed. Skill locked. He was stunned. Just like that, his chance to use the legendary art was gone. He gritted his teeth in frustration. The activation requirements were too high. Xue Hui ran a hand through his hair, annoyed. Looks like I can't use it yet. 30,000 health. And 50,000 internal energy. I've got a long way to go. He fell into deep thought. Still, with my current knowledge. I should be able to press this advantage. I can reach those numbers. I know I can. In his past life, Xue Hui endured brutal training. To survive what's coming, he'd need a special set of skills. The white light demonic art, and the great continent sword. A peerless sword art worthy of my power. His hand closed around the hilt of his sword. This was the greatest skill fortune had granted him. Xue Hui pointed the blade forward, his expression cold and resolute. I have to uncover its secrets. In a flash, the day of his military enlistment arrived. A formidable man appeared before him. My name is Yu Zun. Master Kun Ma sent me to escort you. He held out a precious elixir. This is an immortality pill. A single pill can grant you 10 years of internal energy. Xue Hui's eyes narrowed, just like my previous life. This is the exact same Ju Sun, and he's offering me the same divine medicine. After swallowing the pill, a system window appeared. His power stats had shot up. His martial arts level was upgraded instantly. Having received the precious item, Xue Hui bowed politely. Thank you, sir. He hid a contemptuous smirk. What an incredible change. Just a small boost to my internal energy, and I'm already past the beginner stage. With this, I'll be able to hold my own in the army. Ju Sun pointed into the distance. The barracks is over there. My job is done. I'm leaving now. Xue Hui watched him, his mind racing. Everything is happening exactly as it did before. He glanced at Ju Zun's retreating back. So, what's my move? A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, the system presented him with two choices. Xue Hui focused, calculating his options. Wait, the second option vanished. Is it because the green group sword is already in my inventory? The details for both were incredibly specific. There was only one path forward. He had to confront him about the Fei Long pill from Kun Ma. Ju Sun had only taken a few steps before he stopped. A cold voice cut through the air. Hand over the Fei Long pill. Ju Sun turned around, annoyed. What did you just say? The reason is simple. I haven't received it. What? Xue Hui's voice was firm. Master Kun Ma said he would give me an immortality pill and a Fei Long pill, one of each. So I'm asking you for it now. Ju Sun froze, completely caught off guard. He started scratching his head awkwardly. Oh, you haven't received it yet? Immediately, he shoved the pill forward, causing Xue Hui's eyes to lock onto it. My apologies. It might take a while, but I'll deliver it to you personally. Xue Hui stared at the elixir, brimming with spiritual power, just as I thought. He had it all along. He calmly took the pill from Ju Zun's hand. So you did have it. Thank you. Thanks. Ju Sun was left speechless. You. Xue Hui feigned an innocent look. Suddenly, a fist slammed into his stomach with brutal force. He had no time to defend and took the full blow. Xue Hui collapsed to the ground. Ju Sun furiously planted his boot on his chest. His expression was terrifying. He leaned in close, hissing into his ear. A worthless bug like you should just die right here. Xue Hui's face was bruised and battered. Ju Sun declared arrogantly, but if you do manage to survive, you'll die by my hand. In that moment, Ju Sun's face twisted like a vicious beast. He spat crudely, the saliva dripping down Xue Hui's cheek, but Xue Hui didn't fight back at all. Ju Sun stood up, a contemptuous smirk on his face, before casually walking away. Only then did Xue Hui consume the pill. He chewed and swallowed it. As Ju Sun's back grew smaller in the distance, a deep hatred was carved into his soul. If I can survive this. Xue Hui looked up, his eyes burning with rage. You will absolutely die by my hands. The system announced his stat increase after he took the elixir. All his martial arts and techniques had been enhanced. He swore he would repay today's humiliation. The system displayed Ju Sun's detailed information. His stats were overwhelmingly high. The system also provided a few other small details. The scene then shifts to the master's study. Many bamboo slips were still laid out on the table. Xue Hui made his decision. The master had told him to pick one. He seemed hesitant, but still reached out and took a slip. The master spoke. So, you've chosen request. He explained the rules. Gather 6 other bamboo slips with the character for request on them, just like this one. You have 1 day. If you complete the task by this time tomorrow, you pass. Xue Hui remained silent, his face grim. The master also said nothing. The room was eerily quiet as the two faced each other without a word. He felt incredibly wary. Did I do something wrong? The master's expression was dark. Xue Hui thought to himself, this is the Grand Master right in front of me. Normally, no one would dare speak to him like that. He quietly walked past, but the master ignored him. I guess I should just go. Suddenly, the master spoke. Xue Hui froze in place. He continued. A person's vision must always aim higher. He turned his head, a little confused. His expression darkened. There must be other people in the corpse. When did Xue Hui start having these doubts? However, the fact that I can't see them means they'll either arrive at a different time, or they'll enter from a different area. So who else is here? So many questions. He turned back with resolve. They're all fighting and trying to get stronger. The long row of buildings looks so simple. Xue Hui couldn't stop thinking. Does this mean the later someone arrives, the stronger they are? Not that it changes anything. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him. If I have to fight them anyway, I should try to do it as quickly as possible and gain an advantage by collecting more. The long path led Xue Hui to a misty area filled with green grass. I'm back. He was, admittedly, a little tense. Soon, this place will turn into a bloodbath. Xue Hui quickly hid behind a large rock. But this time will be different. In my past life, I was ambushed near that building. Knowing the danger ahead, he stared intently, on high alert. This time, I'll be the one setting the ambush. The majestic hall was eerily silent. Where is he? No matter how many times I circle this building, I can't find him. The longer I wait, the more likely I am to be ambushed. This is bad. Xue Hui had been searching the courtyard this whole time. He scanned his surroundings. All right, I'll lower my guard and draw him out. Suddenly, the system warned of a nearby enemy. Xue Hui's face broke into a grin. There you are. The system panel proposed attack, defend, or flee. He remembered his last failure. I chose to flee, and while I was retreating, someone slashed my back. It was probably because I hesitated, but it wasn't an unavoidable attack. Back then, Xue Hui had retaliated by cleanly taking the enemy's head. I don't think I'll have to block his attack. His level isn't that high, after all, but the me of today can easily defeat him. In the end, he chose attack just as Mushroom Head appeared. He wore a wicked grin. Xue Hui was completely stunned. He quickly backed away as something suddenly smashed through the wall. Mushroom Head leaped in to attack, fearless, but Xue Hui just scoffed. The massive explosion sent Mushroom Head tumbling to the ground. Seeing this, he smirked with satisfaction. That wasn't so hard. Xue Hui confidently swung his sword. Right now, his enemy was sprawled on the ground. That last blast scared him witless. There's a pretty big gap in our skills. Mushroom Head was utterly terrified. Xue Hui analyzed the situation. It's obvious from the way he's looking at me. He readied his fighting stance. The system highlighted the enemy's line of sight. Xue Hui smiled slyly, especially now that the weakness window had appeared. In the middle of the grassy field, Xue Hui and Mushroom Head faced off. He let out a calm, faint smile. This life is actually pretty interesting. It's not that I find joy in killing. On the contrary, Mushroom Head was panicking. The gap between us. The guy stared at him intensely. Xue Hui thought to himself, I can't believe I'm this excited by the difference in our skill levels. He smiled gently. I'm actually enjoying this. Xue Hui recalled the explosion from before. In this life, I can be him no matter what I choose. He still remembered that moment when his power had exploded to its absolute peak. I've already tried attack and martial arts. Let's see what this final option has in store for me. A treasure chest icon appears. Xue Hui selects Use Item, a choice he can only make once. The system displays a vast array of potions and equipment. This is his entire arsenal, so he can only pick one of the two categories. Xue Hui's eyes widen in surprise as he reads the details. The martial arts scroll is gone, leaving only the medicine and equipment tabs. I guess it only shows what's immediately useful, he thinks. With that, he decides equipment is his best bet. The category offers 3 different types. Xue Hui selects the short sword. Where will it appear? In his right hand. The scenario continues. The mushroom freak is completely stunned. Just then, the sword in his hand begins to glow with spiritual energy. A smile spreads across Xue Hui's face. I get it now. The arrogant mushroom freak brazenly charges forward to attack. He realizes this power will be incredibly useful, especially if his blade is ever lost or broken. But that's not a concern when a weakness window appears. Xue Hui's expression turns ice cold. He swings the blade with a furious roar. Die! In that instant, his blade effortlessly slices through the mushroom freak's gut. Too slow. The creature drops dead on the spot. After dealing with it, Xue Hui flicks the blood from his blade. As he loots the corpse, a thought crosses his mind. Using the item box wasn't that much more effective than simply choosing attack and rewinding 3 seconds ago. Although, in a truly dire situation, a special elixir could definitely restore a portion of his vitality. I'm sure I'll figure out how to use this option effectively over time. He then moves on to the next area. I wonder how many people are in this barracks. Standing before a large hall, he hesitates for a moment. What kind of treasures could be inside? Xue Hui leaps onto the rooftop. The bigger the building, the better the loot, he reasons. He moves with extreme caution. Thankfully, I can conceal my presence with this stealth art. but using it drains my internal energy. Xue Hui stealthily cracks open a door. Even though I'm much stronger now, it's all relative. I can't afford to be careless. He slips into the center of an empty room. Xue Hui scans his surroundings. I have to stay on high alert. Just inside, his hand brushes against a wooden box. Curious, he opens it. Xue Hui crosses his arms, unimpressed. No treasure. Not that I expected it to be this easy. Suddenly, a noise alerts him. He snaps his head towards the door. Someone's coming. Instantly, Xue Hui ducks behind a wall. He cautiously peeks around the corner. In the past, I never would have heard him from this distance. The stealth art must enhance my hearing to superhuman levels. Julian approaches step by step. Xue Hui watches him without blinking. The art of concealment is a technique designed to erase one's presence. But a key part of it is also detecting the presence of others. So it's no surprise it has this effect. Julian stops in front of the room and pushes the door. Xue Hui waits patiently. Let's see if I can trigger a weakness window just by observing him. He presses his ear against the door, listening intently. He's now waiting outside, listening for any sign of movement. He seems to be moving around, but with the door shut, I can't tell what he's doing. Standing here is too conspicuous. If I just wait out here in the open hallway, I could be ambushed at any moment. Should I make my move now? I have to avoid a worst-case scenario, like getting caught fighting him and someone else out here. After weighing his options, Xue Hui's face hardens as he reaches for the door. Time to go in. He boldly throws the door wide open. Julian is rummaging through a cabinet. I trust my own strength. The man snaps his head around, his face a mask of irritation. A system window appears. Julian, commander of the Divine Demon Sex Extermination Squad. All his stats are average. Seeing his chance, Xue Hui draws his sword and lunges forward. The blade aims true, but Julian manages to parry the strike. Xue Hui grits his teeth, determined to break through his defense, while the commander struggles to hold his ground. Just then, the man stumbles back from the force of the blow. Julian's health and internal energy plummet. As terrible luck would have it, he twists his ankle in the process. A look of pure shock crosses his face. Julian immediately collapses to the ground. This is my chance. Xue Hui roars. He surges forward to send his opponent straight to the underworld. Fresh blood spews from Julian's mouth. The devastating blow nearly depletes his remaining health and internal energy. With the fight settled, Xue Hui lets out a breath of relief. Now, Julian lies on the verge of death, but something feels off. What? Why isn't the weakness window appearing? The commander struggles to speak. Just kill me. Xue Hui falls into thought. I guess the weakness window doesn't appear for those who've lost their will to live. He closes his eyes. I suppose I should just end this. Just then, something in the cabinet catches Xue Hui's eye. It's a rather crude-looking arm guard. A stick of medicine? He wonders. He stares at it for a moment, before glancing down at the dying man. I'm curious. What were you searching for so desperately? Julian has already fallen unconscious. Did he pass out? Xue Hui presses the tip of his sword against the man's throat. Someone else could show up any second. I need to finish this. The system presents him with two options, kill or torture. Xue Hui froze. What's this? Suddenly, Julian's voice shattered the silence. Why didn't you just kill me? This didn't surprise him at all. So you're still conscious? Xue Hui thought to himself. Experience had taught him that in these situations, torture yielded far better results than a quick death. He stated bluntly, I'm sure you already know the answer. The man looked slightly flustered. What are you talking about? Xue Hui placed a hand on Julian's shoulder. It's time for some persuasion. A second later, he squeezed, channeling his inner energy and making the man howl in pure agony. His expression remained impassive. Bone separation. I've injected my internal energy into his body to amplify his neural receptors, and now I'll twist his bones to create the most exquisite pain imaginable. Xue Hui continued his work. Julian's screams filled the air. He stopped. Answer me. The man's head slumped as he hesitated. What answer could you possibly want from me? Xue Hui's face was a mask of cold indifference. I'm sure you know. At those words, fury ignited in Julian's eyes. You bastard. Xue Hui raised a threatening hand. Do you want another round? Finally, the man broke, reluctantly submitting. Fine. I have it. Xue Hui was puzzled. What? The man could barely form the words. I have it. He pressed again. I heard you the first time. What do you have? Exhausted, Julian gave his instructions. Lift my headband. He complied, pulling it up, and a system notification instantly confirmed his ownership of a treasure map. This precious item revealed the locations of every last treasure. Xue Hui clutched the paper, grinning. My luck is off the charts. At that moment, Julian began to beg. Please, just let me die in peace. Xue Hui gave a slight chuckle. That's the easy part. I can kill you in an instant by striking your death point. He held out his hand as the system presented two choices: kill or torture further. Xue Hai stared at the system window, bewildered. The man kept his eyes squeezed shut, waiting for the end. Xue Hai fell silent for a moment. This damn bastard. A look of utter disgust twisted his features, because he wasn't hiding just one secret. A soft sound echoed in the space as Xue Hui brushed off his hands. He read the system notification. Treasure map piece, 7 out of 7 acquired. Julian lay unconscious, blood pooling in his mouth. Xue Hui gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. This repulsive scumbag. Hiding things in his boots or underwear I could understand, but hiding something in his rear end is just crossing a line. Now all the pieces of the treasure map were assembled, but something felt wrong. Xue Hui held the paper and scanned his surroundings, his eyes locked onto something. He knelt down, his hand touching the object. If I'm right, there has to be a treasure inside this drawer. Then his gaze shifted back to the unconscious man. Ah, so there's nothing in here, even though there was supposed to be. This guy must have been tricked. Xue Hao stared intently, piecing it together. That means someone else has already taken it. They even left behind a single ration bar. As if to mock me, he sprang to his feet, his mind made up. I have to act fast. Before that person takes all the treasures. Xue Hui pried a tile loose from the floor. The system chimed. Receive manual for secret sound transmission. He remembered that reading a calligraphy manual takes a significant amount of time, making them almost useless in urgent situations like this one. Acquired invisibility, calligraphy, and secret sound transmission. Xue Hai closed his eyes as a powerful energy began to surge around him. Mastered secret sound transmission. He opened his eyes, ecstatic. I'm on a completely different level now. Xue Hai shoved a cabinet aside. The second treasure. Acquired manual for demonic iron poison. He picked it up, examining it. This time, it's a manual for poison crafting. I don't need this right now, but the system confirmed. Demonic iron poison learned. Xue Hui figured there was no harm in learning it anyway. Suddenly, the secret chamber began to tremble violently. He had slashed at the structure with his blade. Xue Hai focused his gaze downward. He spotted a pair of gauntlets and made a guess. They must have gone to great lengths to hide this in the ceiling. He grabbed them. The third treasure. A new item has been acquired. He raised an eyebrow at the notification. High grade? It's a treasure, obviously. But what does high grade even mean? This thing looks special. Should I try it on? Without hesitating, he equipped them. Martial arts proficiency has been enhanced. Xue Hui was stunned, in complete disbelief. He stared in awe at the item he'd received, the demonic war gauntlets.
Favored by the Elder. Awesome. The Elder. That must be referring to the old man who represents the various military factions.
More importantly, he's one of the most influential figures in the entire academy. Xue Hui clenched his fists, thrilled. I wonder if he's investing this heavily in all the new students, the ones who have to live ready to die at any moment. So far, I've secured a total of 3 treasures. He opened the map to scout, and someone else has already found one. I have to hurry before anyone else gets to the other treasures. With that, Xue Hui crumpled the paper in his hand. He left without a second thought. Time to get out of here. Treasures acquired, 3 out of 10. Xue Hui cautiously made his way down the stairs. Suddenly, a strange sound reached his ears. It was coming from the room across the hall. Xue Hui crept closer to take a look. Inside, 2 factions were about to clash. He immediately sized up the players. That one is Mu Qiong of the True Demon Sect's 7 Dragons squad. His stats are average at best, he roared. Why don't you get lost and fight someone as strong as you are? And next to him was Gamjia. Our teams are evenly matched, our stats nearly identical. The only way to beat you is with the legendary Twin Sword Harmony technique. On the other side was C, the Dragon Demon team, from the Red Demon sect. His stats were just as high, and his face was twisted in a mocking sneer. So, you're from the True Demon sect, huh? Don't you know their Twin Sword Harmony is a complete joke? The other one, Sha Yu, had even higher stats displayed. His voice was laced with menace. You're all about to die. One wrong move, and it's over for you. Xue Hui watched the tense standoff from the shadows. The True Demon sect and the Red Demon sect, 2 of the 4 great pillars supporting the entire demonic academy. The Divine School sect also worked for the Red Demon sect, serving as their powerful subordinates. Xue Hai, hidden from view, finally understood. This was why they were so much stronger than Jub Mi. Every single one of them was more powerful than Jub Mi, the leader of the Black Moon squad. And now, titans like these were facing off right in front of him. But the real problem was what caught Xue Hai's eye. Why did the treasure have to be right here? A cold sweat trickled down his back. What do I do now? My stats are much higher than theirs, but my position won't let me confront them directly. Xue Hui gritted his teeth in frustration. If they would just use a single technique, I could analyze their weaknesses, but I know they won't reveal their skills unless they're absolutely forced to. Xue Hui was trapped in a dilemma. I want to take them all down, but is there even a way? His eyes widened in alarm as the situation escalated faster than he predicted. They're fighting. And just like that, the battle erupted. Xue Hui's mind raced, planning his next move. A calculated strike is always better than a blind rush. He hesitated for a moment, but I can't just walk away from this. Remembering all the cruelty he witnessed, he steeled his resolve. If you don't take risks, you can never grow stronger. That's the lesson I learned after dying and coming back to life so many times. In the chaos of battle, Ganzi was the first to fall. As Xue Hui analyzed the situation, the system presented him with a series of options. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Xue Hui's mind was a storm of calculations, his teeth clenched. I just needed a little more time to think. I should wait until that guy, Gam, is defeated. But wait, what if he's defeated right this second? This is too complicated. Suddenly, he paused. Something strange was happening. Xue Hui pushed himself to think faster. I have no other choice. I have to pick something. Based on the current reality, he estimated that if he chose to use his martial arts, usually only one person would be defeated, but there are 4 opponents here. And the moment I use my inner energy, all of them will swarm my position instantly. His time was running out. Damn it all. To hell with it. Xue Hui made his choice, and the result was to get as close to the enemy as possible. But in that moment, his mind reeled in confusion. What the? For a split second, Xue Hui hesitated. It's making me choose one of these 4 options. Don't tell me selecting one will let me teleport there instantly. He tried to stay calm. If that's true, just thinking about it sends a shiver down my spine. Okay, think. Xue Hui felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, this isn't wasting any time, because time itself has stopped. First, Xia Yu is to the south of Gam. To the west is Gam's teammate, Muqian. He saw them as pieces on a chessboard. The eastern and northern sides of Gam were clear. It was far from Xia Yu and C, and a good distance from his teammate as well. Xue Hui made his decision. I have to eliminate as many variables as possible. Looking at the fighters, a plan formed in his mind. I have to kill 2 of them, one from each team at the exact same time. That will throw them into chaos. With only 1 member left on each team, they won't be able to attack me recklessly. Xue Hui closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, because one of them might just change their mind and attack the other instead. His eyes snapped open, his choice made. North, the system announced that the scenario would now continue. In less than a blink of an eye, Xue Hui was in the heart of the battle. The speed was staggering. Suddenly, I'm right next to Gam. In that single instant, Gam turned his head, but he was a fraction of a second too late. Xue Hui thrust his sword forward. It was already over. The blade plunged straight through his chest. A single, swift strike that completely reversed the flow of battle. Xia Yu froze, his body rigid with shock. Zitai's jaw dropped in disbelief. Even Wu Jing was paralyzed with horror. Ganzi's body went limp, the life fading from his eyes as he collapsed. A confident smirk spread across Xue Hui's face. I knew I had a good chance of winning this fight. No, I was certain of it. Everyone stared, completely dumbfounded. He figured that at some point, the luck the gods had bestowed upon me had exceeded all my expectations, and in their shock, their weaknesses were laid bare. He savored the moment. It gave me an unbelievable opening, a perfect opportunity. Xue Hui fell into a ready stance. He let out a low chuckle as the system posed a new question. What will you do next? Without hesitation, Xue Hui charged. You have selected Xia Yu of the Dragon Demon team. The man's face contorted in panic as he saw Xue Hui rushing toward him, unleashing his martial arts. An overwhelming demonic energy exploded around Xue Hui. His eyes glowed crimson as he aimed his sword, lunging straight for his target. A small sphere of fire condensed at the tip of his blade, then erupted forward, slamming into Xia Yu's chest and sending him flying. A one-hit kill. Model. A single strike changed the entire battlefield. Xia Yu coughed up blood in agony, his life extinguished. Xue Hui, still in his striking stance, stared at the aftermath. He couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of terrifying power was this? A system notification appeared. His internal energy had been cut in half. Xue Hui was stunned. He'd spent half his internal energy. But for that kind of power, it was a worthy trade. The Crown Prince charged from behind. Xue Hui tensed. He'd been too focused on the assassin's demise. Now, it was too late to dodge. The blade was inches away. Xue Hui gritted his teeth, bracing for the searing pain. But suddenly, his arm shot out, deflecting the sword. The demon wore gauntlet. A layer of armor materialized around his hand. The Crown Prince was in shock. How How did you block that? The prince's eyes widened in disbelief, as Xue Hui's hand clenched into a fist, ready to counterattack. He slammed his fist right into the prince's face. The devastating blow sent him flying backward, crashing right through the window. He hit the ground hard, the impact sending blood everywhere. He was dead. Xue Hui let out a breath of relief. His internal energy had only dropped by 200. Witnessing the entire scene, Wu Jing couldn't help but shudder. He muttered softly, "I think I've gathered all the bamboo slips I need." The moment the words left his lips, his gaze shifted. Without hesitation, Wu Jing raised his sword and prepared to lunge. But Xue Hui just smirked. The system was already flooding him with notifications about his opponent's injuries. In the end, Wu Jing fell before him. Xue Hui wiped the sweat from his brow. "It's over." The system displayed his collected loot. A grin spread across Xue Hui's face. "Look at all this." He gathered the bamboo slips. "All right, these 6 pieces should be enough to pass the test. I have no use for the spear or the crimson blood blade," he thought. "Might as well just toss them. But maybe I should check out these pills." The 9 Revolutions Heart Pill increased health by 300. The God Demon Saint Pill boosted internal energy by 270. Xue Hui felt a pang of disappointment. Is this all? I was hoping for something better. Then, his eyes landed on the 8 Desolations Divine Armor. What about this? A system prompt appeared. You have equipped the 8 Desolations Divine Armor. Instantly, a full suit of armor materialized around him. Xue Hui grinned, intrigued. This looks even cooler than the Silver Sky Armor. But I shouldn't get ahead of myself until I see the stats. His gaze fell upon a box on the shelf. All right, time to check the main prize. Xue Hui's curiosity was piqued. Wonder what's inside. But his expression quickly fell. Huh? You have obtained 1 dry ration bar. Xue Hui groaned. Seriously? Not again. He stared at the ration bar in his hand. This is weird. Why do I keep finding these things in treasure chests? He thought back to the other times it had happened. A slow realization began to dawn on him. A single ration bar where a treasure should have been. Either someone was leaving them on purpose, or... His eyes widened as a shocking possibility hit him. He was guessing these were items he had already collected in the past. Just then, a figure approached from behind. Without a word, the man raised his blade. As the blade swung down, Xue Hui reacted instantly, deflecting it with his gauntlet. The attacker immediately leaped back, creating distance. He cursed under his breath, "Damn my luck. I picked the wrong guy to mess with." Xue Hui's eyes widened in recognition. "You're?" It was Wu Ma, the man he defeated earlier. "How do you know who I am?" Wu Ma asked. Xue Hui glanced at the empty chest beside him. Now he was almost certain. "I think. I'm starting to understand why this chest was empty, and why I sometimes find nothing but a ration bar. If my theory is correct," he thought, "then the item that should have been here is the core ingredient for my growth in this life. The red-skinned flesh molder and the blue pear-drunken lotus should be here. In my past life, Wu Ma's health was 4,650, but now it's only 4,350. A drop of 300. Wu Ma's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Hey, how about a friendly spar?" he explained. "I just got here, so I don't have anything valuable on me. There's no point in killing me." Xue Hui gave a wry smile, so his suspicions were right on the money. "In my past life, I explored this area hours later than this. There's no way Wu Ma could have killed all 4 people who were here. After they fought each other, they would have ganged up on him." Shui's voice suddenly cut through the air, startling Wu Ma. "Let me ask you something," Xue Hui said. "Tell me, once you leave here, where are you headed? Wouldn't it be better if our paths never cross again?" Wu Ma lowered his head, intimidated. I'm heading to the Golden Roof. I figure things will be easier there." This confirmed everything for Xue Hui. "Just as I thought. That's where I met him in my past life." Xue Hui shook his head. "There's no reason for me to waste my energy killing you. However, I'm heading there too, so find another place to go." His gaze was a sharp warning. "Got it?" Wu Ma quickly turned to leave. "It won't be a problem. One more thing," Xue Hui added. Wu Ma asked hesitantly, "What is it now?" Xue Hui began to explain. "When do you think we'll start running into the real powerhouses? I'm asking because I haven't seen that many truly strong people around here." Wu Ma looked at him in disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me, right? I take it you came here without knowing anything." Xue Hui was confused by his response. Wu Ma's expression grew grim. "I'll admit, you're a strange one. But this is just for tonight. Once morning arrives, people on a completely different level will show up here. If you don't gather as many treasures as you possibly can, it'll be nearly impossible to survive." Hearing this, Xue Hui was lost in thought. Xue Hai wondered, what level are they on? Wu Ma turned to leave, but not before answering. around the rank of a commander-in-chief, a member of one of the halls, or a commander representing a major clan. A sliver of true fear crept into Xue Hui's heart. He departed, leaving Xue Hui to process this mountain of new information. He let out a sharp breath. A commander-in-chief from the 5 gates and 9 halls are all core members of the Demon Academy. They're masters who look down on the rest of us from a summit. No. That means masters of that caliber will be in the next group to arrive. If I want to survive this, I have to get even stronger. Let's move. The system displayed a long list of elixirs he had already consumed. Xue Hui moved out instantly, his stamina and health both restored. His eyes burned with determination as the scene shifted to a golden-roofed building. A loud crash echoed from within. Someone had already been defeated. Hiding behind a door, Xue Hui analyzed the situation. Just as I thought, this place is exactly like it was in my past life. He focused his gaze on Tuo Hao. All right, make your move. The system immediately flashed a new message. Perfect opportunity. Enemy's weakness has been found. A smirk played on Xue Hui's lips. You have chosen to approach the enemy's location. A moment later, Xue Hao teleported directly behind Tuo Hao. The man whipped around in utter shock. Xue Hui's voice was like ice. Stop what you're doing. Now. A wave of killing intent washed over the room. If I wanted you dead, you already would be. Tuo Hao froze as if he'd just seen a ghost. He instantly retracted his attack. Xue Hui's gaze shifted to the person on the floor. The Baoqian armor, just as I thought. Everything is repeating itself. Any item I fail to put in my inventory will reappear when I return. The man demanded, What do you want from me? Xue Hui glanced at his status window. Tuo Hao, minor injuries. Xue Hui paused in thought, then simply walked past him. He knelt and began to search the body. You have obtained the Baoqian armor. He smiled to himself. Nice. I got it back. Along with it were 2 bamboo slips. I collected these before, but I never found a use for them. Xue Hui turned around, holding the slips. You're one of Tai Huang's men, aren't you? Are you the leader of the Heian squad? Tuo Hao confirmed. Yes. With that, he tossed the 2 bamboo slips to him. Take these. Xue Hui's voice was cold and serious. Just answer my questions, and I'll let you keep them. Tuo Hao was wary of his words, but nodded. Ask. Xue Hui started with his first question. Do you know anything related to the 3 tests, speech, writing, and will? The man looked completely lost. You came all this way without knowing where you are? Xue Hui shared his own theory. Isn't this place just a simple testing ground? Tuo Hao was in disbelief. How can a master as skilled as you not know the details of this test? However, I understand why you chose the physical test first. He then made a proposition. If I tell you, will you guarantee my life? Xue Hui replied. If your answers are good enough, I will. Tuo Hao hesitated, unsettled by the lack of a firm promise, but in the end, he explained anyway. In the military, there is a specific order for taking these tests. If you don't follow that sequence, you cannot pass. Xue Hui repeated the word, a sequence. Yes, he confirmed. There are 4 tests. Physical, speech, writing, and will. I don't know the complete order, but I know for a fact that the physical test is supposed to be the final one. At those words, Xue Hui froze, then lost his cool, and grabbed Tuo Hao by the collar. What did you say? This is the final test? The man yelped. Yes. Xue Hui's world went silent. Then in my past life. What was that all about? That speech test I took after completing this physical one. What was it? Tuo Hao quickly explained. I only learned this after arriving. I heard the administrator who designed this place created special zones so that a single person could monopolize all the items. Understanding dawned on Xue Hui. I see. There are so many treasures here. But from the very beginning, I haven't run into anyone stronger than me. It's because they're all taking this test last. He ran a hand through his hair, frustrated, remembering Wu Ma's warning that stronger people would arrive tomorrow. Once tomorrow morning comes, challengers on a completely different level are going to flood this area. This place was designed so someone could use the treasures here to defeat opponents far more powerful than themselves. It's designed so that even the weakest martial artists can risk it all for a chance to fight back. This is the military's physical test. He clenched his fist. It's a slaughterhouse where the strong prey on the weak. After thinking it through, Xue Hui sighed. All right, I'll believe you for now. But shouldn't you be running away? Tuo Hao answered. That was my plan. If I couldn't get the items I wanted by midnight. You really came in here knowing absolutely nothing, didn't you? Thak Hao revealed that by morning, everyone who passed the 3 trials would arrive. If I can't find a way to fight back by then, I'm leaving. Just how powerful were they? Xue Hui wondered. Thak Hao continued. You could say they're the chosen ones from Tai Huang, recognized by the 5 sects and 9 palaces of the Demon Academy. The captain of the Black Gold Mysterious Wolves is coming here. Xue Hui felt a chill. The Mysterious Wolf was one of the elite masters representing the 7 factions of the Tai Huang sect. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. You have discovered a critical quest. Accept the mission to eliminate the Mysterious Wolf. Reward, 1 Flying Heaven Pill. Xue Hui was completely stunned. Why would a critical quest to assassinate the Mysterious Wolf suddenly pop up now? And what's more, the Flying Heaven Pill was the legendary Flying Dragon Pill he'd only heard stories about. Xue Hui was in awe. Holy crap, a full cycle boost to my blood and internal energy? There's nothing to even think about. No matter what, I have to complete this. The system flashed a series of notifications, activating the quest and materializing a status window. Next was Xue Hui's own status panel. His combat power was 30,000. He figured it was likely due to his increased mastery of the mind-reading art. And now his own status window had a brand new stat called combat power that had never been there before. His eyes narrowed, scanning intently. The Mysterious Wolf status window appeared, and his stats completely dwarfed Xue Hui's. It looks like his stats are a full 10,000 points higher than mine. With numbers this insane, could he really defeat someone so close to the peak? But even so, he refused to give up. If I can just use my luck attribute, I might just have a chance to take him down. Just then, Thak Hao spoke up. Do you have any other questions for me? Xue Hui pondered for a moment. He asked, do you know anything else about the upcoming tests? The man replied, I know that they're meant to be a final judgment. From what I've heard, they release a deadly poison after a set amount of time. If you succeed before the timer runs out, you pass. But if you fail, it's a permanent end for you. As for the speech test, rumor has it, someone will ask you a single question. If they don't like your answer, you die. A sense of dread washed over Xue Hui. Thak Hao continued, regarding the composition test, I'm not entirely sure, but they say you're given a book with questions. You have to write down your answers and submit it. That's everything I know. Are we finished here? Xue Hui nodded in agreement. Yes. The moment the word left his lips, Thak Hao leaped away. Then I'm leaving first. I need to grab as much treasure as I can. Xue Hui's expression darkened. Ju Sun. That son of a bitch. He gritted his teeth in frustration. He gave me 0 information, setting me up to fail. Xue Hui's eyes burned with resolve. I will survive this. I'll become stronger, and I will kill you, no matter what it takes. Sometime later, dusk began to settle. Xue Hui sat on a rooftop, cultivating. With the remaining time, he had torn the Golden Palace apart, searching for treasure. But his system inventory showed the only useful item he managed to find was a single grenade. There are still so many treasures left. But the monsters are almost here. For now, recovering my internal energy through cultivation is more important. Still, it would be great if I had a stronger energy art to speed up my recovery. The system showed his health and internal energy had risen. The sun finally dipped below the horizon. Dawn. He opened his eyes. Time to start moving. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. From the surrounding buildings, endless screams of agony echoed through the air. He froze. It's already started. Was I too focused on cultivating? I didn't even sense their approach. He cursed under his breath, furious at being caught in this situation. An instant later, he shot off the roof. I have to go. You have activated stealth. A towering wall blocked his path. Xue Hui vaulted over it with ease. He flew from rooftop to rooftop in a blur, then took cover behind a massive pillar. Xue Hui peered down below. A man burst out of a house in a complete panic, a deadly slash of blade energy right behind him. It slammed into the man's back, the sheer force of the impact launching him into the nearby water. A crimson stain instantly spread across the surface. Xue Hui watched his mouth agape in pure shock. He then spotted another person hiding behind a large rock. A swordsman was slowly approaching him. The hiding man trembled, whispering, "They're monsters. How can anyone win against people like them?" The attacker's blade rose high into the air as he prepared a devastating downward strike. The hiding man was oblivious, still muttering, "I'll just stay hidden here." But in the next second, the blade came down, splitting the man in two and shattering the giant boulder behind him. With the slaughter complete, the killer let out a savage laugh. It was Gao Yue, standing there with a look of absolute ecstasy. He spat at his victim, pathetic fools. From his hiding spot, Xue Hui tried not to make a sound, his face a mask of sheer terror. Damn it, this is nothing but a human hunt. On another side, a massive explosion sent debris flying as another victim was defeated and fell from the sky. They moved like phantoms of the dawn, blending into the quiet night air, which now reeked of blood. The figure standing above the chaos was the mysterious wolf. Xue Hui could only think, this is a one-sided massacre. The system pinged. Target, the mysterious wolf. At that same moment, Xue Hui felt an overwhelming pressure crash down upon him. From inside the buildings, the sounds of slaughter continued without end. Xue Hui wondered, how in the world can I survive this? He had to move fast. Model, getting inside is the only way to survive these assassins who kill without leaving a trace. Was my stealth skill the only reason I made it through my past life? No, it couldn't have been my skills alone. There must have been some other reason. He glanced inside the room. Someone's hand was clinging weakly to the wall. Xue Hui was standing right outside the scene of the fight. He asked, Why? Why would you do this? Inside, Tuo Hao was covered in wounds. Xue Hui couldn't help but wonder. He still hasn't left. It seems his greed for the treasure was just too powerful. The man across from him spoke up. Let's just say it was a momentary whim, shall we? That man was Shen Bai Lang. Xue Hui was confused. Why were members of the same sect fighting like this? Tuo Hao issued a warning. If the great Tai Huang finds out, he will hold you responsible for this. But Bai Lang just smirked. You really think so? What a pity. I've already come to an agreement with him. Tuo Hao couldn't believe his eyes. What? Bai Lang shook his head with a mocking grin. He told me I was free to eliminate anyone who was only hunting for treasure. Hearing this, Tuo Hao gritted his teeth in fury and screamed, You bastard. But a second later, his face twisted in shock as a devastating blow from Bai Lang slammed into his chest. The impact sent him flying backwards, spitting up fresh blood. Shen Bai Lang sneered, And you call yourself a team leader? Your skills are utterly pathetic. Xue Hui made a silent assessment. A one-hit kill. The gap in their power levels was just too massive. Shen Bai Lang began looting the body. Besides these rags, all he has is worthless junk. But I guess that's to be expected. From someone with his level of skill, Xue Hui thought from his hiding place. I've been observing them for a while now, but the weakness window hasn't appeared yet. Is there really no other way? Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right, his system inventory had a grenade. Xue Hui figured he could use it to create a distraction. It would create an opening for him. I have to act now, while he's focused on Tuo Hao. I might not get another chance. But the system notified him. Item pouch cannot be opened. He panicked. What? The enemy has detected your presence. You must escape his sphere of influence. Oh, damn it. Looking at Bai Lang's back, he deduced that the man had sensed his faint aura, even through his stealth skill. With that thought, Xue Hui quickly turned to run. I have to create some distance, but the sound of footsteps right behind him made him freeze. Shen Bai Lang had stepped outside. Xue Hui's heart pounded in absolute terror. Crap, he found me. But at that exact moment, the system displayed a new message. Perfect opportunity. Weakness detected. A ray of hope cut through his fear. What a relief. The system presented its options. Attack, use martial arts, or use item to approach the target. He considered his choices. Should I use a martial art? No, I'm too far away. I can't land a fatal blow. Xue Hui chose to approach the target. Let's go with that. An instant later, he appeared right beside Shen Bai Lang. The man sensed him and spun around, just as Xue Hui unleashed his attack. Too late, but Shen Bai Lang's sword flashed up, blocking the strike. Xue Hui was stunned. He blocked it instantly. Bai Lang leaped back, but he stumbled upon landing. The system displayed another perfect opportunity. Xue Hui was bewildered. Again? Is it because he's off balance? This time, Xue Hui chose to use his martial arts. He unleashed a blazing fire ascension technique. The powerful blow dealt 82 damage to his opponent. However, Xue Hui's own mana dropped significantly. Without hesitating, he charged forward again. This time, with the white light demonic art, their swords clashed repeatedly. Finally, he raised his blade high, then brought it crashing down with immense force. Xue Hui pressed down, locking their blades. Shen Bai Lang struggled to push back. Finally, Xue Hui kicked him away. Shen Bai Lang gritted his teeth against the pain from his wounds. His health bar had dropped again. Both fighters landed on their feet. Xue Hui was relentless. I can't give him a single opening. He activated the demonic war gauntlets, unleashing the sword gale technique with overwhelming force. Shen Bai Lang struggled to defend himself, but Xue Hui kept pushing. This isn't over yet. He combined the white light demonic art and sword gale, activating both skills at once. His glowing sword lunged forward. Shen Bai Lang quickly parried with his own blade, but he was still wounded. His health bar continued to fall. Xue Hui was floored. He even blocked that combo. For a third time, the system declared a perfect opportunity. Xue Hui was thrilled. I did it, but his joy vanished an instant later. A system warning flashed. The enemy has found your weakness. What is this? A perfect opportunity and a critical warning appeared at the same time. Two choice windows popped up. Xue Hui was torn. What should I do now? The remaining time ticked down, 8 seconds to choose. He thought to himself, if only I could turn back time by 3 seconds, that would have been enough to retreat in time. Just a few seconds, and I could have analyzed his attack patterns. But the real issue is my own weakness. I have no idea what either choice will lead to. Confront him, block, or run. What would happen next? With only 2 seconds left, Xue Hui's mind was in chaos. In the end, he chose to face him head-on. Time resumed its flow. Just as I thought, we've rewound 3 seconds into the past. This single moment presented both a golden opportunity and an immense risk. My weakness is exposed now. I have to stay on maximum alert and hold my attack. All right, how will you react? Shen Bailang's legs coiled like a spring before he exploded forward, his weapon held high. Xue Hui's eyes locked onto his enemy's every move. He's closing in. A brilliant crimson light suddenly flashed, and that same instant, a spray of hot blood erupted into the air. Shen Bailang's eyes widened in utter shock, followed by arcs of fresh crimson painting the air. A moment later, a bleeding gash appeared on Xue Hui's face as he reeled from the exchange. With a contemptuous sneer, Shen Bailang leveled his sword, his internal energy noticeably depleted. Xue Hui's mind was still catching up. Sword key. If I hadn't been prepared for that, I'd be dead. If I had gotten lucky, I might have killed him. But I never would have survived the aftermath. The best part is that Shen Bailang just burned a massive amount of his internal energy. Even if he tried to use sword key again, it would be a pale shadow of its former power. That means when it comes to health and energy, I now hold the advantage. Xue Hui settled into his fighting stance. Shen Bailang demanded, "Damn it, who the hell are you?" A nervous sweat dripped from Xue Hui's brow. Xue Hui shot back, "Who am I? I'm your daddy." His opponent's face twisted in fury. "Damn you, what did you just say? Are you a member of the Supreme Emperor sect?" He smirked. "You don't need to know." Then, in a flash, Xue Hui charged. They clashed violently, and Xue Hui's health and energy bars took a hit. But he relentlessly pressed his attack on Shen Bailang. He struck, and Shen Bailang parried. But the block still cost him health and energy. Xue Hui calculated his every move. Even though my health is higher, my internal energy is still far below his. If he lands just one clean hit, I'm in serious danger. But there's no more time for calculations. All I can do now is push forward. He roared, clashing with his foe as system notifications chimed nonstop. Defense failed. Your health has decreased. Attack successful. You have injured Shen Bailang. Evasion failed. Your health has decreased. Confrontation successful. You have injured Shen Bailang, or both sides have taken damage. Clash failed. Your health has decreased, or both sides have taken damage. They traded blows relentlessly until Xue Hui finally fell back. Now his health was only 1,354, and his internal energy was 622. Meanwhile, Shen Bailang had 994 health and 1,980 energy. Xue Hui analyzed the situation. The longer this drags on, the smaller the gap in our health becomes. If this keeps up, Shen Bailang simply watched him, waiting for his next move. Then he swung his blade, roaring, "How dare you get distracted?" Panicked, Xue Hui raised his sword to block, but to his surprise, Shen Bailang pulled his sword back. Xue Hui froze. He wasn't actually trying to strike me? A feint? He gritted his teeth, growling. "I'll strike first," he decided, thrusting his sword forward. But his opponent's form blurred and teleported away. Xue Hui was stunned. Shen Bailang smirked as a notification appeared. "Shen Bailang has found your weakness. What is your next move?" With that, time froze, his enemy's blade inches from his throat. 3 options appeared. Confront him, parry his attack, or flee. Panic set in. Damn it all. Xue Hui broke it down. All 3 choices depended on my distance from him and the skill he's using. Confronting him means getting dangerously close. When I'm the weaker opponent, that's a suicidal move. Parrying will create some distance between us. Considering our current positions and his attack, it seems like the most logical choice. If I choose to flee, dodging the attack itself would be easy. But the major drawback is turning my back on him. I could take a fatal blow. Sweat poured down Xue Hui's face as he made his decision. A notification chimed. "You have chosen to parry his attack. The scene will now resume." Xue Hui coughed, blood splattering onto the ground. The impact sent him flying. Defense system failure. Your health has decreased. He staggered back to his feet, his health at a critical 273, with 542 energy. Xue Hui gritted his teeth. That attack was faster than I ever imagined. Seeing Xue Hui's pathetic state, Shen Bailang chuckled. Xue Hui cursed inwardly. Damn it. Our health bars have completely flipped after that one hit. Laughter echoed from Shen Bailang as he mocked him. Can you feel it now? The absolute gap between us. I don't know how many items you've managed to scavenge in this place, but this is your limit. There is an insurmountable distance between you and me, between the one who was forsaken and me, the one who was chosen. Xue Hui pressed his lips together. He wasn't just bluffing. Shen Bailang's combat power was on a completely different level. On top of that, he was a formally trained warrior, and right now, he was carrying out a critical mission for the Supreme Emperor sect. And to make matters worse, he was the leader of the Black Gold Squad, one of the 6 units recommended for a major promotion. However, Leo lowered his gaze and muttered, "Cut the jokes. You think you're the only chosen one here." The man smiled faintly, a look of confusion on his face. He raised his sword and said calmly, "You're the one who doesn't belong here. It all ends now." The mysterious warrior, Shadow Wolf, lifted his sword with cold intent. "Die," he commanded. But Leo's expression remained unchanged. Only when the blade swung down did he finally open his eyes, dodging to the side to avoid the devastating strike. But the blade's energy zigzagged through the air, still hurtling toward Leo. His eyes shot open in disbelief. It was sword key. The attack still pierced his shoulder, sending blood flying. Leo stared at the blade lodged in his flesh. Shadow Wolf's voice cut through the pain. "I'm not finished with you yet." He struck again, right in the same wound. Leo cried out in agony as blood gushed relentlessly. A notification appeared, a reversal blow. Shadow Wolf has inflicted a fatal wound. Leo stumbled backward, his health now at a critical 30%. Shadow Wolf's footsteps closed in. He grinned triumphantly as Leo's vision began to blur. He was losing too much blood. His world was fading to black. Leo struggled to focus on his enemy's face, his strength completely drained. The footsteps grew louder, but his condition didn't improve. They were now less than a meter apart. Shadow Wolf mocked him. "For an abandoned nobody, you're not half bad. Pushing me this far, I'll give you credit for that." Leo remained silent. He thought to himself, if this is how it ends anyway. A spark ignited in Leo's eyes. "Then let's make a bet." He leaped into action so fast his opponent couldn't react. Smashing through the window behind him, Leo fell into the open air. As he was suspended in the void, he prayed, "If my gamble was right." Shadow Wolf screamed, "How dare you run away?" He lunged through the shattered window, aiming his sword down at the falling Leo. Leo thought desperately, "Please, just work." He grimaced as a notification flashed before his eyes. "Perfect opportunity. You have discovered the weakness of the Black Gold Captain, Shadow Wolf. What will you do next?" A wave of relief washed over him. "It's here." Time froze. 4 options appeared. Attack, use martial arts, use item, and close proximity. The weakness window. It doesn't matter what my situation is, for this window to appear, something special has to happen. And that window only appears when an enemy reveals a critical flaw. Just as I thought, he grinned. "If I attack him now, I'll die instantly. And I don't have the strength for it anyway," the system announced. Leo chose to heal instead of equipping an item. The choice was between a half-eaten dried healing herb and a golden elixir. I even considered using secondary weapons like grenades, but surviving long enough to win is the only thing that matters right now. You have used the golden elixir. Health is being restored, and bleeding has stopped. Leo's health shot up to 1055. Back in reality, Shadow Wolf was snarling as he lunged, but now Leo easily dodged and parried the attack. He smiled, landing perfectly on the ground. Shadow Wolf's eyes widened in shock. "How is this possible?" he demanded. "A moment ago, you were on the verge of death." Leo calmly replied, "I already told you. I'm one of the chosen ones, too." Under the clear sky, the sounds of battle erupted once more as they clashed relentlessly. Leo analyzed the fight. Shadow Wolf was unbelievably strong. Even now, at the very end, he was still resisting with killing intent. Shadow Wolf blocked a blow, cursing, "Damn you, you bastard." He tried to hold his ground, but a massive impact sent him reeling. He'd been hit. It was Leo's ultimate technique. A shadow of fear crossed his opponent's face. Leo declared, "It's time to bring down the curtain." He took his stance, sword ready, and delivered a fatal thrust straight into the man's chest. A critical hit notification rang out as Shadow Wolf coughed up blood. His health bar dropped to 0. He collapsed to the ground. Leo, drenched in sweat, was utterly exhausted. His own health and stamina were at a meager 243 and 242. He slumped to the floor, his body trembling as he let out a weak laugh. Objectively speaking, Shadow Wolf was much stronger than me. The only reason I won this fight was pure, dumb luck. A notification window chimed. "You have completed the mission. Your reward is 1 heavenly dragon pill." Leo's eyes went wide. The spirit pill materialized in his inventory. He stared at the screen, his face glowing with pure excitement. "This can't be real, can it?" "Oh my god, a heavenly dragon pill. An elixir that can increase stamina and internal energy by almost 10,000. It's worth more than a king's treasure." He wiped his forehead. I actually got a heavenly dragon pill. With this, I have no regrets in this life. I need to loot Shadow Wolf's items quickly and get out of here. But then, a voice spoke. Oh, it looks like Shadow Wolf has been killed. Leo whipped around, on high alert. Behind him stood a girl. She examined the body, analyzing. It looks like he was taken down by a surprise attack, or something like that. Impressive. I didn't think anyone had that kind of power. Leo opened his mouth to speak, but then thought better of it and stayed silent. The girl glanced at him, a question mark practically floating over her head. Leo asked, Are you a member of the Supreme Emperor Guild? She smiled like a blooming flower. You won't survive long in the course with that attitude, she said before leaping away. He watched her go, whispering, And yet, you still said I was the one who killed a master like Shadow Wolf. She glanced back over her shoulder. I hope you'll reconsider. For now, goodbye. I'm a very busy person. And with that, she walked away, leaving Leo in silence. He thought to himself, anyone watching would think he was an idiot, just staring blankly at that girl. But in reality, he was assessing the situation, trying to figure out what he was truly capable of. Just then, her status window materialized before his eyes. She was a young mistress from the Demon Academy. Her physical body was normal, but her stamina and internal energy were completely maxed out, and her combat power was a staggering 90,000. His mind reeled. Even after defeating the mysterious wolf, he couldn't even dream of chasing stats like those. Under the cloak of darkness, Xue Hui sat inside a cave, lost in thought. In his past life, he had hidden in this very spot before joining the army, but now, he had a second chance at life. Xue Hui stared at his dangerously low health and internal energy, deep in thought. Should I use the Heavenly Dragon pill now for a massive power boost, or should I save it for the future? If I take the pill, my power will soar far beyond the mysterious wolves. But then there are the others, the ones who will appear at dawn. If they attack me together, I'll never pass this test, and that means my next life will be an absolute hell. Forget passing. I wouldn't even have the power to capture the mysterious wolf. In the end, should I really bet everything on an uncertain future? Just then, a rabbit hopped out, staring at him intently. He stared back, his mind still racing. Come to think of it, how did I manage to pass the test last time? I already knew there were enemies hiding in the shadows, the very ones I was supposed to eliminate. After surviving here for a day, I just walked back to the army, and I wasn't punished at all. Xue Hui closed his eyes, then ran a hand through his hair in frustration. First, I need to store the Demonic Battle Gauntlet in my inventory. I'll figure out the rest later. This is the strongest weapon I got from the army. I have to guard it with my life. Xue Hui looked at the gauntlet. It wasn't a perfect match for a swordsman like him, but it had always come through in the most critical moments. As for the armor of the 8 emperors, it was already in tatters. No point in trying to store it. He called out, inventory, sword, spirit pill, but was met with a shocking silence. Huh? A wave of panic hit Xue Hui. Inventory? What's wrong with my inventory? He was baffled. Why won't it open? What is going on? Suddenly, a powerful strike sliced through the air. My fan Xue Hui threw himself backward, just in time. He gritted his teeth in anger. He recalled seeing a pair of feet slowly approaching. The attacker was Gao Yu, so there really was someone hiding here. A mocking voice cut through the air. Not bad. You're pretty quick for a little rat. The system displayed Gao Yue's status bar. A cold dread washed over Xue Hui. I'm finished. The inventory won't open because my life is in immediate danger. His stats are the same as the mysterious wolves. But in my current state, is this really the end for me? Gao Yue laughed, his voice dripping with provocation. What's wrong? Looking for a way to survive. With that, he raised his massive blade. An oppressive aura exploded from him. It doesn't matter. You're dead either way. Xue Hui's eyes locked onto his enemy as he finally drew his own sword. All right then. If I'm going to die, I'll die fighting. With that resolve, he charged forward, pouring all his strength into his blade. But something stopped him cold. A system warning flashed. Gao Yue has detected a fatal opening. How will you respond? The options appeared: direct confrontation, defend, or flee. Is the power gap between us really this massive? He thought in despair. He had planned to launch a test attack first, but the warning window appeared before he could even swing his sword. His hand trembled slightly. The only thing I can do now. You have chosen defend. Action in progress. Across from him, Gao Yue began to move. He took a single, slow step forward. And in an instant, he appeared before Xue Hui like a demon. Xue Hui's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Gao Yue drove a brutal kick straight into his gut. Xue Hui was hurled backward, but before he could recover, another attack was already on its way. He lashed out with another kick so fast Xue Hui couldn't react. The impact sent his entire body flying. Gao Yu's footsteps echoed as he slowly approached. He raised his foot over Xue Hui's back and stomped down with immense spiritual power. A system message popped up. Critical hit. You have been severely injured by Gao Yue. Remaining health, 8. Sheer terror was written all over Xue Hui's face. His entire body trembled, but his hands still twitched on the hilt of his sword. Noticing this, Gao Yue sneered, still not ready to give up. What can a piece of trash like you possibly do with that pathetic arrogance? He then crouched down, a cruel smile spreading across his face, and yanked Xue Hui's head up by his hair. Your only purpose is to be my loyal dog. And in that moment, Xue Hui finally understood. It didn't matter how many times he was reborn. As his thoughts spiraled, Gao Yue's voice drilled into his ears. If I want to step on you, I'll step on you. When I hit you, you take it. Am I just going to fade away and die? If I want to kill you, you will die. Why do I have to become stronger? Do you get it now? Why do I have to claw my way out of this hell? Because if I stop, I will die. I will be forced to live my life as their loyal dog. He bit down hard, a new determination burning in his eyes. I must get stronger. You have activated Lightning Sword. The blade in his hand erupted with brilliant light. For a few seconds, Gao Yue was completely frozen, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Then, Xue Hui slowly raised his blade, his gaze sharpening with killing intent. A devastating strike tore through the heart of the forest. Gao Yue's broadsword dragged across the ground before coming to a dead stop, next to a fresh splatter of blood. He coughed up blood from all over, a critical wound draining his life force. The impact of their clash sent dust and debris flying everywhere. Emerging from the smoke was Xue Hui, a confident smirk on his face. As the two faced off, a notification window appeared. Gao Yue had suffered a fatal blow. Stamina reduced by 3,170. Combat power dropped by 9,445. His face, drenched in blood, contorted with rage. What is this? A notification popped up. Stamina reduced by 4. He still couldn't grasp what was happening. Was this the power of the cannon blade? Xue Hui wiped the sweat from his brow and taunted him. You should have known your limits. I'm surprised your head is still attached. Gao Yue was seething with fury. How dare you? Deep down, Xue Hui felt a pang of regret. His stamina was bottoming out, making his sword swings lose their precision. With another provocative smile, Xue Hui slumped to the ground opposite his foe. There's no escaping from here. Gao Yu froze, hearing the ice in Xue Hui's voice. The others won't just let a wounded man like you go. You're already dead. You little brat. Hearing those words, Gao Yue ground his teeth and cursed. He ferociously hoisted his sword. His crimson eyes blazed with the desire to kill. Xue Hui met his gaze, still smiling. Is this the end? Even so, he let the sword in his hand fall limp. This life wasn't so bad. At least I got the heavenly dragon pill and the cannon blade. But why? Just then, a notification window appeared. A perfect opportunity. A weakness has been detected. He was stunned by its sudden appearance. At a time like this, another notification. He was so exhausted he couldn't even fight, let alone lift his sword. Staring at the prompt, he suddenly remembered. Wait a minute. When it comes to weapons, the system's voice chimed in. You have opened the item pouch. Which item will you use? Without hesitation, he chose the Thunderbolt ammo. Acknowledged. You have used Thunderbolt ammo. 1 second remaining. At that moment, Gao Yue, having lost all reason, charged at him. Xue Hui's eyes were razor-sharp, watching his opponent's every move. The bullet flew forward. Before Gao Yue could even swing his blade, it was already upon him. In the next instant, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, sending out a massive cloud of smoke. Gao Yue screamed in agony. The system immediately announced, a fatal blow has been dealt. Gao Yue is dead. Amidst the fire and smoke, Xue Hui struggled, his stamina dropping by 2. Xue Hui watched in shock as his enemy's body was blown to pieces. So brutal. His body was completely obliterated. Everything around him was scorched to ash, but he was untouched. A wave of relief washed over him. I won. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground. But with these injuries, I'll be dead soon anyway. He tried to drag his battered body forward. He gritted his teeth. I have to get Gao Yue's loot first. Stamina decreased by 1, he prayed. Please, let there be something useful. I can't die like this. His face twisted in pain. What a waste of that Thunderbolt ammo. Then a thought struck him. That's right, the red bean jelly. He took a bite and stored the rest. You've used red bean jelly. Your stamina has been restored. Stamina. 3. Increased by 2. He crawled forward with every ounce of strength he had. That's it, just a little further. But his stamina kept falling. Stamina, 1. decreased by 2. He pushed through the immense difficulty. Please, the system announced, acquired 5 golden wound ointments and 1 spirit blade, 1,000-year spirit herb, 1 blood ice stone pill, high-grade armor, a fragment from the contest, and an instruction sheet for the exam. With countless new items in his possession, he fell back in satisfaction. All right, he let out a long, tired breath, then his eyes shot open. He suddenly remembered the spirit sword pill. He strained to reach for the blade, a sense of panic rising within him. I have to get it back. And at that very moment, stamina, 0. -1. His final breath, Chapter 2. The 3 Lives of Kun Mo. Time rewinds. A system notification appears. Choose from the following 3 lives to become Kun Mo's key warrior, guardian warrior, or Kun Mo's secret warrior. You have chosen to become the key warrior. Kun Mo nodded. That's a good choice. Then he gestured. Well then, let's take a look at this. But Xue Hui suddenly spoke up. Master Kun Mo. His voice was hesitant. There is something. I have something I need to say. Kun Mo turned his head, looking back at Xue Hui with curiosity. Xue Hui continued. I happen to come across some new information, but it's a bit difficult to discuss. Kun Mo reassured him. You are already in the same boat as me. There's no need to worry. Just say it. Yes, sir. Xue Hui calculated that while it was risky, they needed to stay here. He struggled to find the words. If a disciple were lured into becoming a spy to monitor you, Master Kun Mo, what would be the best way to handle it upon discovery? Hearing this, Kun Mo turned his back. A spy, you say? Well, of course. The moment someone becomes a disciple of Tian Mo, they're bound to get swept up in unfortunate affairs, whether they like it or not. A disciple of Tian Mo, a warrior ranked in the top 100 of the demonic sect, yet he was a figure who never revealed his true influence. You could tell just by talking to him. The fact that he had endured until now meant he was likely navigating some invisible, internal war. Kun Ma pressed him further. You said your name was Xue Hui. Is that correct? Xue Hui nodded instantly. Yes, sir. Kun Ma turned away, his voice low and serious. If you find any leads on the spy during your enlistment, report directly to me. I'll be at the Liu Yuan Palace. Xue Hui froze. The Liu Yuan Palace? The name alone sent a chill down his spine. The Liu Yuan Palace was a sanctuary reserved only for the heavenly demons. No ordinary martial artist would ever be allowed near it. To approach without reason was a death sentence, swift and immediate. As his mind raced, Kun Ma's voice cut through. Of course. Xue Hui looked back, confusion etched on his face. A slight smile touched Kun Ma's lips. And it would be even better if you brought him to me alive. Hearing this, Xue Hui bowed deeply. Understood, he thought to himself. Capturing him would be ideal. Later, in the basement of the Tianyi Pavilion, Xue Hui sat with his arms crossed, his brow furrowed in deep thought. I only brought up the spy to get out of enlisting, he mused. In this life, I need to find a better path, a smarter way. Names of powerful figures flashed through his mind. Tempting treasures were still out there for the taking, but the guardians of those treasures were far too dangerous. After weighing his options, he made a decision. He would focus on capturing the spy, Ju Hun. He glanced at his system window. Stamina, 118. Combat power, 250. But his heart sank as he remembered a bitter truth. All the elixirs he consumed in his past life. Their effects were nullified when he died. Then, a memory surfaced. Cao Yue's treasures. Among them, a spirit blade, a unique weapon, and high-grade armor that could negate an attack completely. There was the blood ice stone platform, which boosted stamina and combat power, and the 1,000-year yin cypress heart, increasing both stats by over 3,000. He couldn't believe it. The 1,000-year yin cypress heart. There was still one left. His decision was made instantly. He would use it. A system notification immediately appeared. You have consumed the blood ice stone platform. You have consumed the 1,000-year yin cypress heart. Stat increase has far exceeded expectations. A formidable aura exploded from within him. Heavenly Dragon Pill has been consumed. Stamina and combat power have increased dramatically. His eyes blazed with light. A powerful gasp escaped his lips. It feels like my body has shattered its old limits. Countless meridians throughout his body were instantly cleared. The spiritual energy in his dantian surged, growing stronger than ever before. He could feel everything around him with stunning clarity. Had his senses become this sharp? The changes were undeniable. He could hear the footsteps on the floor above, the faint rustle of someone picking up an object, even the sound of a distant cough. The system announced again. Mind-reading proficiency has increased. Basic stage complete. New skills acquired. Lesser Yin Demon Art, Red Hand Demon Art, Red Heat Palm, and the ultimate skill, He drew his blade in a flash. He cracked his neck, glancing down at his new form, then scanned the room, left and right. His feet were already in motion, a blur of constant movement. A brilliant light pulsed from his body. He had activated the Great Cannon Sword technique. He charged forward, pouring all his strength into his blade. A massive wave of energy surged forth, launching the sword like a cannonball. A satisfied grin spread across his face. The Great Cannon Sword is as devastating as they say. Xue Hui's eyes burned with resolve. This life would be different. Xue Hui let out a breath. His battle preparations were complete. Then, a realization dawned on him. Perhaps that's why. I gained proficiency points just now. But how do I use this power? Suddenly, quiet footsteps approached from behind. A voice cut through the silence, making Xue Hui jump. Why are you holding a sword? The system flared to life again. An unknown party has intervened. Combat initiated. The force of it threw him into the air. Close call, he thought, as his spirit floated. Ju-hun stepped closer. Why are you holding that? To his shock, his physical body, his AI replied on its own. I am training. Xue Hui's soul, hovering above, was stunned. Huh? It can talk that well? Ju-hun said nothing, his expression darkening. He held out his hand, offering a single pill. Take it. Xue Hui was relieved by the lack of a bigger reaction. The man turned to leave, tossing an order over his shoulder. Follow me. His AI body popped the pill into its mouth. But as it chewed, it suddenly registered what it was eating. The AI's expression went cold. It made a demand. Give me the flying dragon pill you got from Manhwa 2. The words shocked Xue Hui, who was still floating above. He crossed his arms, thinking, I thought this AI could only fight. I never imagined it could negotiate and make judgments like this. Ju-hun stopped, turning his head with a deep frown. What did you just say? The AI's voice was ice. You must have been misinformed. Master Kunma's orders were clear. 1 flying dragon pill and 1 immortality pill. Xue Hui was thrilled. It's repeating my words perfectly. But a flicker of worry sparked within him. Last time I said that, I got a fist to the face. What's it going to do now? Just as the AI finished speaking, its eyes shot open in shock. Huh? In a blur of motion, the AI threw a devastating punch at Ju-hun, but he dodged the attack with incredible speed. Ju-hun's face twisted with rage as he lunged forward. What do you think you're be? Before he could finish, the AI struck again. He had no time to react. The AI landed a flurry of strikes with its blade. White like demon art, 6th form, sword like phantom model. Sweat dripped down Xue Hui's face. From his perch above, he watched with bated breath, wondering if I would be foolish enough to charge in like he once was. In an instant, Ju-hun seized the advantage, launching a brutal counterattack that forced I to stumble back a step. See. I told you not to rush him blindly. I already knew it was a bad idea, because I've made that mistake before. But then, I noticed something was off. Hold on. Since when did this AI fight with its left hand? A system notification flashed. Great sword skill activated. Without a second of hesitation, the AI's blade fell, and Ju-hun was bathed in a river of his own blood. He couldn't even fight back as he was sent flying backward. Watching from the sidelines, Xue Hui made a silent assessment. He switched from sword light to the great sword slash. That was impossibly fast. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stared, his eyes wide with awe. The techniques were linked so naturally, so flawlessly. The AI's combat judgment was even sharper than his own. He couldn't hide his amazement at this version. It was calculating every possible outcome. Its fighting prowess was just incredible. Ju-hun struggled to sit up, his body aching. He's a swordsman, he thought, trying to analyze the figure before him. And yet, he's not using any known sword styles. Are you really betting your life on a sword technique with absolutely no killing intent? What a bizarre kid. With a sinister look on his face, a dark aura began to radiate from him. What in the world are you planning? Xue Hui immediately tensed up. This guy's a monster. To be this calm even after having an arm severed. Ju-hun's blade began to glow with a brilliant crimson light. So what? He raised his sword. I'll just figure you out as we go. The AI's eyes narrowed, growing wary of his movements. A second later, the two were locked in a tense standoff. The sound of steel clashing echoed relentlessly. The AI suddenly lunged forward with a deadly thrust, and Ju-hun had no time to react. All he could do was stare wide-eyed as the AI unleashed its demonic fire fist. He barely managed to dodge the searing attack in time. Ju-hun gritted his teeth. Without pausing, he launched himself forward, preparing a powerful strike and roaring, "Take this." But the AI performed a flawless backflip, completely evading the attack. Its impossibly fast reaction left Ju-hun utterly stunned. With a sharp slash, the AI somersaulted behind Ju-hun, carving a deep gash into his shoulder on the way. It landed softly on the ground. Caught completely off guard by the strike, veins bulged on Juhan's forehead. Watching the two face off, Xue Hui could only click his tongue. Ah, what a maniac, he sighed, running a hand through his hair. His adaptability is off the charts, and his movements are insanely fast. How can anyone even achieve that level of skill? He watched Juhan's face turn red with fury and noted, this time, even a calm guy like him is getting flustered. Seeing this, he knew it was his win. A complete victory. But suddenly, the AI's sword began to crack and shatter. Xue Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? The sword in the AI's hand exploded into countless fragments. He clutched his head in panic. This is a disaster. The blade couldn't withstand the power of the greatsword's slash. Why now? At the most critical moment. Seeing his opportunity, Juhan flashed a cruel smile. What a shame, he taunted. Come to think of it, I believe Kunmo said he was giving you a sword too. Lucky for me, you haven't gotten it yet. Looks like today really is my lucky day. Trapped in a corner, Xue Hui panicked. Shouldn't it have retracted the blade and fought barehanded? The AI's face darkened as it spoke. Lucky. What kind of bull is that? Its words left both Juhan and Xue Hui completely shocked. Xue Hui stammered. What? Did I hear that right? An overwhelming, oppressive aura began pouring out of the AI. It spoke. From now on, listen closely. You cannot perceive my expression, my techniques, or my footwork. I have reached a higher plane, a realm you cannot possibly comprehend with your mortal eyes. Juhan was dumbfounded. What did you say? Without wasting another word, the AI stated simply, if you don't believe me, then come. Its eyes turned a blazing crimson, overflowing with killing intent. I'll crush your skull first. Even Xue Hui felt a seed of doubt. Is this thing really me? It feels like there's another personality inside my own body. By now, Juhan was consumed by rage, screaming curses at the top of his lungs. The room's furniture shattered as he vowed to catch his opponent. AI. Juhan was on the verge of madness. Stand still. Don't you dare run. He swung his sword wildly, but the AI easily dodged each strike. After retreating for a moment, it was finally cornered against a wall. Juhan stood before it, snarling. Your escape ends here. The AI just narrowed its eyes, saying nothing. Juhan charged forward with a ferocious roar. Now, die. He swung again, but the AI deftly leaped aside, evading the blow. The AI held up a small sphere in its hand. You psycho. Having fun? Then how about you eat this? It shoved the sphere right in Juhan's face. He panicked instantly. A lightning bolt grenade. A deafening explosion ripped through the area, shattering everything in its path. The AI was thrown back by the shockwave from the blast. Juhan sat, slumped on the ground, coughing violently as he propped himself up. Suddenly, a shuriken flew out from the smoke, speeding right towards him. Before he could even register it, the throwing star embedded itself deep in his chest. The AI walked over calmly. Nothing special. Xue Hui was stunned. Incredible. He actually beat that guy. Then, a thought struck him, and he cried out, but stop, if we don't use the medicine soon. Without the antidote for the iron blood toxin, he couldn't possibly survive. Ai's voice was cold. This is the price for defying me. Isn't that right? With agonizing effort, Juhan raised his hand. That bastard Xue Hui was running out of time. He had to get this man to Kunma. It was the only way to resolve this crisis. Before he could stop him, Ai made his move. Xue Hui screamed, don't. He lunged forward in a panic. Stop it, you absolute maniac. Just as the sword was about to fall, it froze in midair. A system window suddenly materialized, asking how to deal with Juhan. It presented only two options. Xue Hui let out a ragged breath of relief. Thank God. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his choice. The system confirmed his selection, incapacitate. Xue Hui was a little surprised. It's back. Hurry. The screen displayed using iron blood toxin. He shoved the antidote into Juhan's mouth. Swallow it. He had now obtained the soul-severing sword. Meanwhile, at the Liu Yuan Palace, Kunma held a teacup, his gaze fixed on the distance as he waited. He took a sip, asking, so, you've just returned? His masked subordinate reported urgently. There's been an incident, my lord. This was Kunma's most trusted confidant, Tian Kuang. Kunma's brow furrowed slightly. An incident? Tian Kuang replied with a respectful bow. Yes. While tracking our targets, several individuals discovered our presence. He was surprised. We left a trail. Beads of sweat formed on Tian Kuang's brow, but his voice was firm. Please rest assured. We used the bone-dissolving powder to erase all traces of their existence. Bone-dissolving powder was a lethal poison that disintegrated a body into a puddle of blood and marrow, leaving no flesh or bone intact. Kunma fell silent, taking another sip of tea. It was truly unbelievable that the elite masters of the Hidden Shadow Troop could have met such a grim fate. Tian Kuang added, "These were masters not found within the Tai Huang Pavilion." He nodded slowly. That must be it. To be clear, the Hidden Shadow Troop was one of the core intelligence units Kun Ma had personally nurtured. Every member was an absolute master of tracking and evasion, so for them to be captured was simply out of the question. And yet, this was the outcome. For warriors who had reached such a supreme level of mastery, this kind of failure should have been impossible. Tian Kuang seemed troubled. "My lord, the timing of this is unusual. Why would the Tai Huang Pavilion send men at this exact moment?" Kun Ma's answer was brutally simple. "Our intelligence was leaked, of course." Tian Kuang couldn't believe it. "Impossible. Didn't we take extra precautions to ensure secrecy this time?" A faint smirk touched Kun Ma's lips. "Ensure secrecy." He then began to explain the harsh reality to Tian Kuang. "Tian Kuang, how many people do you think are truly following me right now?" The subordinate faltered. "My lord, that is." Kun Ma stared at his own reflection in the tea. "The other TMO disciples. The number of them being bought off has been growing without us even realizing it. All of this is the bitter consequence of my own powers slowly fading away." A smile played on his lips, but his words were laced with sorrow. "I have failed all of you, forcing you to follow such a weak master." Hearing this, Tian Kuang immediately dropped to his knees. "Never, my lord. We, your humble servants, have never once doubted you, and we still believe that you will achieve the Grand Millennial Plan as you've always wished." Kun Ma let out a weary laugh. "The Grand Millennial Plan? I suppose I did paint such a grand picture once. The power and influence of the other Tianmo disciples, along with the corrupted elders and officials. Compared to Kun Ma's current standing, they were all overwhelmingly superior. Whispers had even begun to spread among the disciples that the grand elders of the main clan had already visited his rivals and pledged their allegiance. Suddenly, Kun Ma remembered something. He turned to his subordinate. "Ah, speaking of which, what of the boy who brought me that rather grim news?" Tian Kuang reported. "I've assigned a second-class warrior to follow him. The Martial Academy is holding its entrance exam today." He voiced his lingering anxiety. "My lord, I must admit I am concerned. What if the map that man gave us was false information?" Kun Ma simply hummed, then asked a question. "Tian Kuang, have you ever seen a man named Xue Hui in person?" He answered honestly. "I only know of him through your words, my lord." Kun Ma gazed out the window, his voice slow and deliberate. "I, on the other hand, have." He swirled the tea in his cup. "I did a little digging into his background. It turns out he has a very personal reason to despise the master of the Tai Huang Pavilion." Tian Kuang was confused. "What is it, my lord?" Kun Ma explained. He and his soldiers snuck into the pavilion master's study. They were apparently trying to steal a secret martial arts manual and were caught red-handed. Hearing this, Tian Kuang lost his composure. "Insolent fools. How dare those insignificant ants attempt such a thing?" Kun Ma chuckled. "It was madness, wasn't it?" His expression turned serious again. But after the pavilion master discovered this, he didn't deal with them immediately. "Now, why do you think that is?" Tian Kuang paused for a moment before replying honestly. "I do not know." Kun Ma pressed with another question. "And what of the soldiers who followed him? I heard they were all wiped out by the Mount Hua sect." The news struck the man like a physical blow, and he froze. My voice trembled slightly. "I heard rumors that our sect's third-rate warriors were attacked by the Mount Hua sect, but to think they were actually Xue Hui's subordinates." Tian Guang was suddenly struck by a thought. If that's true, then the secret talks mentioned in the map, does that mean the information is actually credible? He then proposed a chilling theory. Just suppose. What if all of this was orchestrated by the sect leader Tai Huang? Only squad leader Xue Hui survived, and he's the one who brought the map to you, Lord Kun Ma. Then, you sent the Shadow Squad to watch Tai Huang, and they were all wiped out, just as he planned. Kun Ma calmly took a sip of tea. It's still unclear whose side anyone is on, isn't it? Tian Guang didn't quite understand. "Sir." Kun Ma elaborated without wasting words. The map that Xue Hui delivered. It contains sect leader Tai Huang's own handwriting, detailing his secret meetings with the Orthodox faction. He set his cup down. "This is an act that could shatter the very discipline of our sect. Not something a low-level grunt could ever handle." After Zhang Huang went to the Tian Guan, it's more plausible that Tai Huang found out the map had been stolen. Tian Guang was still confused. He asked hesitantly, "My lord, why did you send that boy, Xue Hui, to the Martial Arts Academy? Isn't he just a useless tool now? Was it really necessary to give him a treasured sword and spirit medicine, and send him there on top of it all?" Kun Ma swirled the tea in his cup and answered softly, "I made him a promise. He begged me for a chance to become stronger." Tian Guang pressed on. But with that boy's current strength, passing the academy's test is impossible, isn't it? Kunma wasn't so sure. Perhaps it may seem impossible, but as long as he survives, seeing even a single bird flying in the sky can grant one a bit of vitality. A mysterious smile played on Kunma's lips. Through that child, you mean? Tian Guang fell into a thoughtful silence. Lord Kunma, he considered it himself. The immense pressure of being a disciple of the heavenly demon, where moving forward is as impossible as retreating. Maybe. What he saw in Xue Hui was a reflection of his own desperate struggle to break free. Xue Hui's words flashed through his mind. I want to become stronger. It was the exact echo of his own situation. Suddenly, a commotion from outside shattered the peace, putting both men on high alert. Kunma's good mood vanished. Uninvited guests have arrived. In the distance, 3 figures slowly approached. The cold-looking one was Yi Ling. The one with glasses and a sinister smile was Ma Hou. And the last man, whose face looked like a demon, was Sha Ma. Meanwhile, at the gate, Xue Hui arrived with a person slung over his shoulder, wrapped tightly in a sack. The person in the bag wouldn't stay still, squirming in protest. Annoyed, he threw a few punches into the sack. Be quiet. A voice suddenly called out. Who goes there? The gatekeeper, his face a grim mask, spoke with suspicion. Who are you? The system immediately displayed the man's info. Ban Gu, gatekeeper of Liu Yuan Palace. Physical strength, internal energy, and combat power are all considerably. Staring at the man, he couldn't hide his surprise. For a simple guard, his stats were incredibly high. Ban Gu was losing his patience. I asked, who are you? Xue Hui quickly replied, my name is Xue Hui. I'm here to see the 4th disciple. Ban Gu's reply was curt. What? Do you have an appointment? Flustered, Xue Hui rubbed his forehead. Yes, I believe so. The guard thought for a moment with a serious expression, then made a decision. Xue Hui, you said. I'll go ask. You wait right here. Xue Hui readily agreed. Yes, but then he froze. Ban Gu's voice turned dark and threatening. If you're lying, you'll pay with your life. Cold sweat dripped down Xue's back. Of course. A moment later, the guard returned and opened the gate. He called out to him. Hey, you can go in. Xue Hui moved instantly. Right, he answered, then hoisted the sack and walked straight inside. With steady feet, he strode into the Liu Yuan Palace. But partway there, he froze in his tracks, his body rigid with shock. I'm so dead. Standing before him were the same 3 people who had just entered. A system window appeared. Sha Ma, first disciple of the heavenly demon. His mind raced. Why is Sha Ma here? Seeing Ma Hu and Yi Ling as well only deepened his shock. The other disciples. They're all here. Kun Ma noticed him and demanded, what are you doing here? He was trapped in an impossible situation. What should I do? I was supposed to offer Juzun to Kun Ma. A terrible suspicion crept into his mind. What if the first disciple is the spy? Kun Ma's voice boomed with irritation. I asked you why you are here. Startled, Xue Hui stammered. Well, that is. Ma Hu leaned against his chair. What's the matter, 4th disciple? Who was that? Xue Hui was cornered. There was no way out. What do I do now? The system suddenly reappeared. He looked at the question and the choices it offered, his mind reeling in disbelief. What is this? The system presented him with 3 options. Option 1, the first disciple has brought a spy. Option 2, get out now if you don't want to die. The final option was, Yi Ling, you bitch. His jaw dropped as he read them. The choices. What is this? These options are completely insane. Back at the Liu Yuan Palace, 15 minutes before Xue Hui arrived, Kun Ma leisurely lifted his teacup, his eyes turning serious as he addressed the 3 figures. I trust you've all been well? He glanced over at his fellow disciples. Senior brother, the 2nd disciple Ma Hu, and the 3rd disciple Yi Ling. Then there was the 1st disciple, Sha Ma, a man with a notoriously short fuse. Ma Hu waved a hand dismissively. I'm doing just fine. And you, 4th brother? Everything good? Kun Ma forced a pleasant smile. Yes, senior brother, all is well, he replied, his smile vanishing as he assessed the man. The 2nd disciple, Ma Hu, might look kind and decent on the surface, but he was as venomous as a viper. Every single move he made was meticulously calculated. You could tell just by looking at the demonic cult's mysterious army, known as the Qi Jia Squad. Yi Ling's eyes shifted towards him. It's been a while, hasn't it? Kun Ma immediately answered, It's been too long since I've seen you, junior sister. He sized her up as well. The 3rd disciple, Yi Ling, appeared to be a pure and innocent beauty, but in reality, she was a she-devil, a master of cunning schemes and carnal temptation. In fact, she was so skilled in the art of manipulation that she had once seduced and swayed every guild in charge of training and assassination within the cult to her side. Her talent was so profound, she even earned the support of the legendary, reclusive masters of the hidden demon court. Looking at them, Kunma maintained his false smile, his eyes narrowed with vigilance. The strongest among all disciples of the heavenly demonic cult was the first senior brother, Sha, and his history was terrifyingly legendary. It's said that when he was 18, he sliced off the head of the Wudang sect's great expert, Master Hui Shan, right in front of all his followers. But that's not all. When he turned 30, he slaughtered 3 elders of the Diankang sect, 4 of their guardians, and 8 of their first-generation disciples, all in a so-called honorable duel. The tale of him stacking their severed heads into a tower to mock the orthodox sects became the most infamous story in the martial world of that era. And there's more. Now, at the age of 40, he had broken through the wall of the extreme demon state, reaching a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the greatest masters under heaven. After gauging their immense power, Kunma spoke with forced courtesy. "I trust you've been well, senior brother." He noticed something was off. Unlike usual, when Xiaoma would completely ignore him, today he could clearly feel the man's burning hostility. These were the figures he'd have to face while hunting down the supporters of the Imperial Grand Lord. Xiaoma snarled, "You arrogant bastard." Kunma's guard shot up. The most likely suspects were his senior brother's own subordinates. As he suspected, his senior brother was already aware of the whole situation, which explained his words. Just then, Bangu entered to report, "Sir, I have an urgent matter to announce." Kunma asked him what it was. Bangu stated that a man named Xue Hui had arrived, asking to see the 4th disciple. Was he surprised? After a moment's thought, he decided to let the man in. Turning back, he saw Xue Hui struggling through the door with a person slung over his shoulder. Kunma leaned back in his chair and demanded, "Why are you here?" The man's face darkened as he hesitated. "Well," Kunma's voice boomed, "I asked you, why are you here?" Mahu stepped in to mediate. "What's wrong, junior brother? Who's made you so angry?" After a moment of hesitation, Xue Hui finally decided to speak. "You ask who I am?" Then, like a thunderclap, he screamed in Kunma's face. "Who else could I be? Why the hell are you asking such a stupid question, you bastard?" He roared, leaving Mahu, Yiling, and even Kunma utterly stunned. Because he had foolishly chosen the final option from that damn system window, he was still trembling after he finished speaking. He just screamed it out. He instantly felt a pang of regret. Of all the insane choices, he had to pick the absolute worst one. But as he thought about it, his experience over the past few years told him something. Sometimes the worst path is actually the most optimal one. Once you're on the tiger's back, you have to keep riding. In this first gamble of a life he couldn't restart, he prayed this would be the right choice. He timidly glanced at Mahu's reaction and his heart leaped into his throat. "Did I choose wrong?" He panicked, stammering, I mean, that's what I meant." As his trembling voice trailed off, a sword blade suddenly lunged at him. The power behind the sword was terrifying. A deafening explosion shook everything around them. Staring at the blade now pressed against his throat, his face went pale with fear. Suddenly, another sword shot across, blocking the attack. It was Mahu, using his own sword to stop the enraged Yiling. "He insulted our 4th brother, so why are you the one attacking?" "Junior sister," she snapped, her temper flaring. "Get out of my way, senior brother. I can't stand the sight of this man." Mahu just smiled. "Now, how can I do that? If you kill 4th brother's subordinate, how can I just sit back and watch?" He glanced over at Shama. "Look at our first senior brother. He's on such a different level. He didn't even bother to acknowledge that man's insults." Hearing this, Yiling had no choice but to click her tongue. Obeying her senior brother, she withdrew her sword, coldly sheathing it before turning away in a huff. Watching Yiling's little tantrum, Xue Hui suddenly recognized her weapon. It was the Zijian, a spirit weapon known as the Self-Sword, which curved just like a snake. Xue Hui still couldn't shake off his terror. Forget about moving. During Yiling's attack just now, he couldn't even see a single thing before that blade was pressed against his throat. And Ma Ho was able to block an attack like that. Just how monstrously strong are these people? Can I even get out of here alive? Mahu let out a hearty laugh. "4th brother, your subordinate is quite interesting indeed. To look me right in the eye and spew such a torrent of curses." Kunmo broke into a cold sweat. "Forgive me, senior brother. I will handle him myself." Xue Hui's mind was still racing with questions. He glanced over at them. Ma Ho was still smiling, clearly enjoying the show. "Hey, didn't you hear a word I said? I already told you, no killing." He wondered. Maybe that guy wasn't so bad after all. Thinking back, if he hadn't defended me, I probably would have died several times over by now. He's definitely a strange one. But surely he can't be as vile as that Supreme Lord, right? Right before that demonic power appeared, the system suddenly chimed in again, granting 3 rewards for his previous choice. The first reward, insight into the disciples' personalities. The system offered 3 descriptions to choose from. Maho achieves his desires by any means necessary. He hides behind a harmless facade, using chaos to lure people to their deaths. Xue Hui was completely bewildered. What in the world is this? Mahu finally got back to the matter at hand. All right, you didn't just come here to curse someone out and leave. Why are you here? A chill ran down Xue Hui's spine. He'd seen that look somewhere before. It instantly reminded him of a gaze filled with twisted pleasure and thrilling excitement. Wasn't this the exact same look the Supreme Lord had? He was cornered. How could he possibly explain his way out of this? But staying silent wasn't an option. Losing Maho's interest right now would be suicide. Thinking fast, he dropped the heavy sack from his shoulder. I have captured the spy and brought him here, just as the 4th disciple instructed. Maho's curiosity was piqued. A spy. Kunmo paused for a moment, then asked, "Which spy are you talking about?" He opened the sack, revealing the battered figure inside. "Please, take a look at this." Upon recognizing the man, Kunmo was completely stunned. This man. Suddenly, Xue Hui grew alarmed when he saw Xiao Ma's reaction. Xiao Ma had reacted, and the system immediately displayed new information, again with 3 choices for him. Tyrannical. Kills any opponent who displeases him. Takes pleasure in the suffering of others. Xue Hui gritted his teeth in anger. This guy is completely insane. This sect may be a gathering of madmen, but I've never seen anyone so consumed by the thirst for murder. Ma Hu found this amusing and asked, "So he's a spy?" Junior sister Shen Wen, care to take a look? Yiling immediately shook her head in refusal. "I'm not interested." But he patiently insisted, "Just give it one try. He's a spy. We might even find out who he's connected to." She huffed, crossing her arms as she sat down. "Stop ordering me to do such troublesome things." The information panel updated again. Nada, impulsive and flamboyant, with no regard for others. She's an expert at manipulating people with her beauty. Xue Hui felt completely powerless. Is there not a single sane person in this sect? Returning to the subject, Kunmo interrogated him. "Why do you think this man is a spy?" Xue Hui answered without hesitation. "To ensure I failed the assessment at the martial hall, this man intentionally withheld the spiritual elixir and the treasured sword that the 4th disciple had granted me." Kunmo repeated the word, intentionally. Xue Hui continued his story. "Yes, but as you know, my situation was critical at the time, so I demanded that he give me the elixir and the sword, but I never expected him to beat me half to death." Xue Hui lowered his gaze. Afterwards, he said something. Kunmo asked him, "What did he say?" He recounted the words perfectly, not missing a single detail. "You'll never pass the assessment anyway, and even if you get lucky enough to pass, I'll just kill you myself." His mouth kept moving, as if in a trance, living so weakly, hiding and scurrying around like rats. Then he opened his eyes and delivered a shocking line. Just like the future of the 4th disciple, Kunmo, Xue Hui thought to himself. It was, of course, a complete lie, but seeing the way Kunmo's face twisted with rage, he knew he had been completely provoked. The information panel flashed once more. Kunmo, borderline personality disorder. If his social relationships or sense of self are threatened, he will exhibit self-destructive behavior. His unstable emotions automatically shift into a facade of weakness. Feeling abandoned by others will trigger unpredictable aggression. When suspicious, his first impulse is to kill the other person. He possesses a high degree of dependency, is blindly loyal, and paranoid. Seeing Kunmo clench his fists, Xue Hui also broke out in a sweat. "Did I hit a nerve?" A voice cut through the tension. "If that's the case." Maho sat down on the floor, resting his chin on his hand. "Do you know who this spy works for?" Xue Hui's heart pounded in his chest. He couldn't say it. He had no proof that the man was Xiao Ma's spy. Suddenly, the system announced the second reward, presenting the secret order in Ju Zun's possession. He looked toward Ju Zun. If he examined this new choice carefully, the answer was obvious. He deduced. 3 triangle symbols appeared at the beginning, along with +3, +2, and +1 icons. This was no ordinary reward. It was a reward tailored to each specific situation. He suddenly recalled that the ghost demon lord was in charge of the verbal exam. He was the one that he met in his previous life when Ju Sun dragged him into that cave. A spy for the 1st disciple, just like Ju Sun. The evidence was rock solid. He raised his hand and pointed directly at the unconscious Ju Sun. "The proof is on this man's body." Kunma's expression turned lethal in an instant, sending a wave of fear through him. Kunma gave the order, "Bring it here, now." In his hand was the evidence he spoke of, and he unfurled the spy's report. Xue Hui watched in tense silence. From behind, a curious Maho asked, "What's written on it?" Kunma paused for a moment before handing it over. "Senior brother, see for yourself." Maho leaned in, his eyes scanning the report intently. Xue Hui remained kneeling, not daring to speak. Suddenly, Sha Ma's voice cut through the silence. "That man is very strange." It was the first time he had entered the conversation. He analyzed the situation slowly, for a spy to allow his identity to be exposed so easily, especially while trying to fail a commoner like him during the martial arts hall's examination. And on top of it all, he's just a newcomer to the hall. Yet he claims to be a guard for the heavenly demon's heir, picking a fight with a mere applicant. A murderous aura radiated from his entire body. Isn't that just laughable? At his reaction, Xue Hui began to tremble, the blood draining from his face. This killing intent, I can't even lift my hand. Witnessing the presence of the man before him, he was utterly horrified. This was a deathly aura, the likes of which he had never experienced in his life. Facing such a monster, could he possibly survive? Suddenly, the system appeared, stunning him. The third reward. All of Xue Hui's abilities will be improved several times over. His health, stamina, and combat power were all boosted dramatically, and his martial arts skills were raised to the intermediate level. His remote sensing art now met the minimum conditions to train the 4 great demonic arts, and his special skill activation was now 4 to 5 times faster. His eyes lit up with joy. "What is this? This is amazing." Immediately, the system warned. "Sha Ma has found an opening. How will you respond?" Before him, Sha Ma charged forward with his sword drawn, but he couldn't react in time. "What?" He panicked. "Why so suddenly? What should I do?" Even though he was much stronger, he was no match for Sha Ma. The system presented 3 options: confront directly, defend, or flee. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "I can't die like this. This is my only choice. Please, let me live." In the end, he decided on the third option: flee. His eyes widened as the man unleashed his attack, a single strike with enough power to shatter everything around them. Against all odds, he evaded the blow. Xue Hui was shocked. "I dodged it." "No, it was more like I slipped past it, but I'm still injured." With his newly upgraded abilities, the heavenly demon armor had managed to withstand Sha Ma's technique. Sha Ma's face was a mask of pure fury as he raised his glowing red sword. He glared at him with eyes like daggers. Then, he rested the blade on his shoulder. "So, you're not just some ordinary brat. Having the guts to come here proves that much." Sha Ma began to walk toward him slowly. Xue Hui's panic rose as he realized his limbs were numb. He couldn't move at all. A deadly killing intent poured from his body. The confrontation was turning into a bloodbath. When his anger reached its peak, his gaze alone was enough to throw him into a panic, freezing his every move. He thought in despair, "Is this how it ends?" He could feel the cold sweat on his forehead as the monstrous figure closed in. Out of nowhere, Maho stepped forward, blocking the way. "Senior brother." Sha Ma shot him a cold look but said nothing. Maho offered a calming smile. "Please, stop, senior brother." After he spoke, both of them turned to look at Kun Ma. Kun Ma looked flustered, not daring to speak. Sha Ma glanced at him for a moment, then clicked his tongue, deciding to spare him as he sheathed his sword. Without a word, Sha Ma turned and walked away. Still terrified, Xue Hui watched his retreating back. He let out a sigh of relief, but when he glanced down at the ground, he was horrified to see Ju Hun's body, completely shattered in a pool of blood. He was speechless, his mouth hanging open in pure terror. Only then did he realize that Sha Ma's attack wasn't just aimed at him. It was also aimed at Ju Hun. Did Sha Ma intend to kill them both from the very beginning? He was a cruel monster, he thought with dread. But in contrast to his fear, Ma Ho was smiling brightly. He looked over at Kun Ma and said with an air of authority, "How interesting, junior brother." Then he jumped down the steps to encourage Xue Hui. "Keep it up." He then walked right past the stunned Xue Hui. Ailing quickly followed behind. "I'm coming too." As she left, she couldn't help but look back at him one more time. Then, with an arrogant toss of her chin, she turned away and scurried after Ma Ho. He looked over at the paper in Kun Ma's hand. Even if Sha Ma was involved, what on earth was written on it that made the others react that way? Kun Ma slowly walked past, and Xue Hui glanced over at him. Kun Ma turned his head and said, "Follow me." Even though he didn't understand, he still agreed. Yes. Xue Hui hurried to keep up with Kun Ma, wondering, where are we going? It probably wasn't to get food, but no matter what, the system suddenly appeared. Kun Ma, health, 950,000, stamina, 880,000, combat power, 1,050,000. Xue Hui could only wonder, is Kun Mo really this powerful? And what was that symbol? Kun Mo's voice shattered his train of thought. "We're here." He glanced around. "Where are we?" "This is a dead end." Kunmo's voice was pure ice. Before he could even react, Kunmo attacked. This is where I'll interrogate you. The system flashed a warning. An unidentified enemy has found an opening. Sheer terror washed over Xue Hui. What? What the hell is this? A direct counterattack erupted, a fierce whirlwind of killing intent rushed toward him. His vision was filled with a blinding light, and it surged closer and closer, leaving him speechless with shock. In the end, the light seemed to devour Xue Hui whole. Light streamed through a small window, revealing his body covered in wounds, both large and small. He had been taken to an unfamiliar room. Overwhelmed with confusion, he tried to move his body, but couldn't. He was tied up. The system display appeared. Based on his remaining health, his body was immobilized. He'd lost his hearing, had 6 major scrapes and 32 minor wounds. His health, stamina, and combat power had all dropped. Kunmo entered the room, his face dark. "So, you're awake?" Pained, Xue Hui demanded. "Why? Why are you treating me like this?" Kunmo's answer was obvious. "You should be the one who understands best, shouldn't you?" But he still couldn't grasp what was happening. "I don't understand what you're saying. What is it I'm supposed to understand?" He stared in shock at the paper Kunmo held out. "Is that a secret code?" Kunmo stood with his arms crossed. "If you're going to play dumb, I'll make it clear for you. All disciples of the Heavenly Demon know the code written in the pentagonal room of the 9th Hall. And according to my intel, that's a cipher from the Ghost-Eye Demon Lord." He placed a hand on Xue Hui's shoulder, and his next words were a bombshell. When translated, it means, "Punish the traitor." Xue Hui's mind raced. What does he mean? A traitor? And what is the Heavenly Night Pavilion? He screamed, trying to clear his name. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Isn't that the secret of the Red Demon sect?" Kunmo yanked his hair. A fine performance. Then he roared in his face, interrogating him. "What mission were you given? Who is the one pulling your strings?" Xue Hui choked. "I know who sent it." Suddenly, Kunmo unleashed a furious, bone-crushing blow, causing Xue Hui to scream in agony. When Kunmo let go, he collapsed. Kunmo sneered, "Have you ever once helped me out of kindness? When the Heavenly Emperor's men killed those subordinates of yours, you were the only one sent to the TNE house, and you gave me a document, or to be more precise, a map." Hearing this, Xue Hui fell silent. Kunmo pressed on. "You said you wanted to earn my favor, that you would become stronger. That's why I sent you to the martial arts hall, so you could grow powerful." Kunmo's rage was palpable. "But looking at you now, I see your skills far surpass everyone at the martial arts hall, which is how I figured it out." Xue Hui tensed up as Kunmo continued to expose him. "You had no intention of actually joining the martial arts hall. Your true purpose was to earn my trust and act as a spy." Kunmo glared at him. "Am I wrong?" Blood started to drip from his face, pattering onto the floor. Is there any way to solve this insane situation? He struggled to find the solution he knew was there. Does it really say to kill the traitor? Considering the disciples of the Heavenly Demon turned their backs on me after seeing that code, it must be true. He wrestled with the possibility. What if it was a code that the Ghost-Eye Demon Lord wanted to send to Kunmo, meant to deceive both him and the Heavenly Demon disciples, with the goal of framing me as a spy for the Heavenly Emperor? In short, Kunmo's faction must have sensed something strange and has been investigating to see who the Heavenly Emperor's spy is. So, the Ghost-Eye Demon Lord must have anticipated this and devised a plan. If his man, his son, got captured, he would plant the code, kill the traitor to mislead Kunmo. As he slowly pieced it together, he realized that once the Heavenly Demon's disciples read that code, to put it simply, he was absolutely certain he was being framed as the Heavenly Emperor's spy. They see me as a spy who got close to Kunmo, so my capturing soon was seen as nothing more than a cover. And as for how to deal with me, they've left that decision to Kunmo. Feeling powerless, he spoke up. "How can I prove to you that I'm not one of the Heavenly Emperor's people?" A look of disbelief crossed Kunmo's face. "What are you talking about?" Xue Hui argued. "All I have to do is prove I'm not on their side, right?" Kunmo was skeptical. "You're saying you can prove that?" Xue Hui's reply was firm. "That's right. As always, I already considered this situation. If things didn't go according to plan, I still had a way out. I already assumed I could be framed as the Heavenly Emperor's spy and prepared for every scenario to face Kunmo's interrogation." Kunmo challenged him. "Then let's hear it. This is the only answer to this impossible situation. I hope my guess is right." He felt a surge of joy. "I've always been lucky. I hope that holds true this time, too. The system will help me." He immediately called up his toolbox. This item is perfectly suited for the current situation. An item materialized in his hand as urgency took over. "I have to be decisive. Hesitate now, and Kunmar's suspicion will only grow, costing me this one chance." Xue Hui roared. "Then drive your sword through my heart." He was seizing this moment, forging his own path to survival. Taking the object, Kunmar's composure shattered. This. How did you get your hands on this? Holding the manual for the four great demonic arts, Kunmar was baffled. How is this possible? Seeing his opening, Xue Hui answered truthfully. This was on Juhun's body. Now think. If I were a spy, how could I possibly possess something like this? His voice was calm, but each word was a razor's edge, slicing away at Kunmar's pride, making it impossible for him to jump to conclusions. Just then, Xue Hui calmly pressed his attack. When exactly did you lose this martial arts manual? The blunt question cut through Kunmar's train of thought like a sword. He stood paralyzed, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. He couldn't admit the truth. The profound shame of losing such a vital treasure was a torment to his pride. His honor sealed his lips. Kunmar looked down at the book again, his gaze shifting from pure suspicion to cold analysis. He muttered under his breath, "The time it went missing does not align with your arrival." Seeing the tide finally turning, Xue Hui thought to himself, "Just as I predicted, the world has already changed. The moment I planted the martial arts manual and the toolbox, I altered the flow of destiny. The once fixed chain of events has become uncertain." But Kunmar had reached a different conclusion. However, the Tianxia Pavilion would never have the ability to betray me. He declared it with absolute certainty, but before the words could even settle in the air, Xue Hui cut in. Without the guidance of the Tianxia Pavilion, would this ever have been brought to light? Xue Hui insisted. If we make a move, do you truly believe our enemies will simply stand by and watch? His voice rang with the hardened conviction of a man who had stared death in the face countless times. Hearing this, a visibly shocked Kunmar demanded, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Xue Hui didn't hesitate. The mastermind always has contingency plans, for scenarios exactly like Juhun being killed or discovered. The one pulling the strings has undoubtedly prepared their next move. He added a grave warning. Expect them to retaliate the moment either situation occurs. You would do well to remember that. With that, Kunmar fell into a heavy silence, his eyes like deep pools as he asked with uncertainty, "Are you saying?" This was all a setup. To his surprise, Xue Hui calmly replied, "That is a theory worth considering." Those simple words plunged the entire room into an unnerving silence. The answer left Kunmar utterly bewildered. He growled, his voice low and threatening, "You always manage to confuse me." But Xue Hui stood his ground, explaining with every ounce of his being, "If I truly had ill intentions, why didn't I show the four great demonic arts to the other disciples moments ago?" The question once again left Kunmar speechless. He turned away without a word, his back rigid like a man swallowing a bitter contradiction. Xue Hui watched him go as 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Kunmar's position in the demonic academy was already precarious. If I were to reveal the secret of his demonic arts, his standing here would instantly crumble. A complete nobody possessing the secret technique his own master passed down. It's like a blade held permanently to his throat. But just then, Kunmar turned back. His voice was low. That answer. He paused for a beat, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I like it." Kunmar then sat, a spark of genuine interest in his eyes as he spoke. "But I have another question for you." The sudden query took Xue Hui by surprise, but he listened intently. Kunmar raised an eyebrow, back at the Crimson Garden Palace. "Why were your words so vulgar?" The unexpected question made Xue Hui stammer. "Ah, well, it may have been presumptuous of me, but I wanted to voice the emotions that you were holding back, Sir Kunmar." Kunmar looked puzzled by the answer. "My emotions?" Xue Hui gave a slight, confident nod. He began to explain. "One of them was a venomous snake, another a swindler, and the last was nothing but a bastard. How many times have you been forced to endure those abnormal people? The very thought of it enraged me," he finally concluded. "And in the end, when I saw you trembling as you stood beside him, I just couldn't hold back any longer." After hearing the full story, Kunmar fell silent. He lowered his gaze, his expression completely unreadable. Seeing no response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xue Hui's face. He bowed his head slightly and said, "Forgive me, I got carried away." But instead of the reprimand he expected, Kunmar suddenly burst into laughter. The sound echoed through the room, startling Xue Hui. Still laughing, Kunmar walked over and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. His grip was solid as he said, "Xue Hui, of all the explanations you have given me up to now." He paused, looking him dead in the eye. "That is the answer I like the most." In that very moment, Xue Hui's heart skipped a beat. He let out a silent sigh of relief, thinking, "I actually convinced him." But before the feeling of joy could fully set in, his eyelids grew impossibly heavy. It felt like he'd been drugged. As darkness flooded his vision, after what felt like an eternity, Xue Hui's eyes shot open. His breathing was ragged, cold sweat pouring down his face. He bolted upright, scanning his surroundings, confirming he was still alive. Where Where am I? Just then, a system window flashed before his eyes, announcing that his body had been completely healed. Thanks to rare elixirs, his blood and internal energy had surged, his strength was fully restored, and all his skills had been enhanced. He was stunned. Could it be that Kun-Ma fed him some legendary celestial pill? A wave of pure ecstasy washed over him. He reveled in the feeling, thinking his body was in peak condition. But his joy was cut short when a nearby mirror reflected a new notification. Only one life remained. A chill shot through his heart. He steeled himself with a grim reminder. By overcoming death, he had already become stronger than he was in his past life. But the future was the real problem. As the weakest of the four disciples, countless dangers lay in wait. He had to get more lives. He clenched his fist, his resolve hardening to grow stronger on the razor's edge between life and death. Immediately, the system opened the martial arts index. It listed all the techniques he possessed. A few had reached the intermediate level, while others were still at the entry stage. A new notice appeared, permanent martial art upgrade available. Using his comprehension points, he was floored. This thing could actually elevate his martial arts to an entirely new realm. Without a moment of hesitation, he chose the white light demonic art. The system instantly announced its evolution into the white hand demonic art. Xue Hui was in shock. What? He stared at his hands, now brimming with a power strong enough to face a swordsman barehanded. He'd heard it was a technique that even sword arts couldn't penetrate. Joy lit up his eyes as he thought to himself, if he used this right, it could become even more powerful than the art of the four great extreme demons. With that thought, he threw open the door. Even though the art of the four great extreme demons was known as the technique for heavenly demon disciples, no one from the demonic academy had ever made a name for themselves using it. Because of that, many believed it was unworthy of representing the sect. He quickly leaped through a window, landing barefoot on the ground outside. But the white hand demonic art was a different story. 20 years ago, a master of this art single-handedly slaughtered over 100 imperial guards. That person was the Fenche demoness, Tian Mei. Xue Hui couldn't wait any longer. Time to test this out. He gathered his power, clenching his fist. It was a dark art that used chilling energy, sending a shiver down the spine. Without holding back, he unleashed his full strength and slammed his fist into the ground. Xue Hui's eyes widened, utterly shocked by this immense power. He immediately threw a few more punches for good measure. After the test, Xue Hui couldn't help but marvel. He still hadn't fully mastered the white hand demonic art. Even without using his full stamina, the power was absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, the appearance of another person made him jump. You? It was none other than Kun-Ma. A look of suspicion crossed his face. Are you a disciple of Tian Mei? Xue Hui froze at his sudden appearance, cursing himself internally. Kun-Ma. I was so thrilled about getting the white hand demonic art that I completely let my guard down. Kun-Ma pressed him once more. Something about you has been strange from the very beginning. A normal person could never have captured Ju's son. Are you truly a disciple of Tian Mei? Xue Hui stood frozen, staring at Kun-Ma. The tense atmosphere made him wary. This man was known for his unstable, borderline personality. Right now, Kun-Ma didn't trust him at all, and it was just from seeing a tiny glimpse of his skill. His mind began racing, searching for an opening. I can sense a hint of admiration in his voice. Maybe I can use this. I don't know. Maybe I'll say, please, be my master. From this day forward, after weighing his options, he feigned a casual move, scratching his hair as he spoke. Well, it seems the secret's out. You are correct. I, Xue Hui, am a disciple of the great Tian Mei. Kun-Ma's tense expression vanished, replaced by a hearty laugh. So you were her disciple all along. My apologies. It's nothing. You probably wanted to keep it a secret, so it's understandable that you were suspicious. Xue Hui studied the man before him. His confident demeanor was completely different now. Kun-Ma quickly changed the subject. By the way, is your master still in seclusion? I'm still young, so I'm not familiar with many of the Academy's members. Even I wasn't aware of that. Tian Mei is in seclusion? Xue Hui chose his next words carefully. Yes, 10 years ago was the last time I saw my master. She said she was seeking a breakthrough and then departed. He feigned unease, scratching his head again. And since then, there has been no contact. Kun-Ma nodded in understanding. She was always famously aloof within the academy. You know how it is. Seeing that Kun-Ma harbored no suspicion, Xue Hui breathed a silent sigh of relief. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Kun-Ma continued, You're right. The Tianye Pavilion never meddles in external affairs. Therefore, from this day forward, you are my comrade. Kun-Ma then made an offer. I want you to join the Hidden Shadow Corps. This caught him completely by surprise. The Hidden Shadow Corps, looking on the bright side, the Hidden Shadow Corps was one of Kun-Ma's core elite forces. They handled surveillance and infiltration, taking on countless missions to eliminate enemies. The training was hellish, but it was also a chance to grow powerful, a chance to do so efficiently. Without a second thought, he bowed a full 90 degrees, his voice ringing with conviction. I will work with everything I have. Kunma smiled encouragingly. I'm counting on you. A system window flashed. Quest complete. Become Kunma's warrior. Reward, plus 3 lives. Looking at the system panel, Xue Hui was ecstatic. 3 more lives. Then another notification popped up. Simulated combat has been added to combat methods. You can now change your fighting style, for example, from turn-based to AI or simulation mode. However, turn-based mode could not be switched to AI. The higher the level, the greater the advantage. Information that defied logic continued to flash before him. The simulation was a one-time offer, with optimal calculations for the ultimate foe. If your current life is unsatisfactory, try a higher difficulty level. Xue Hui was baffled. Was this some kind of sick tutorial? Just then, Kunma turned to depart. I have matters to attend to. Stay here until I return. Xue Hui watched his master's retreating figure. Kunma was gone, but he remained frozen to the spot. He died and been reborn countless times. Through unexpected choices and sudden battles, his desire to grow stronger began to fade, worn down by the endless cycles of life and death. But he couldn't give up. This was the only place he could truly become powerful. Lost in his own thoughts, he clenched his fists, then looked toward the heavens. If he couldn't reach the absolute peak, there would be no escape from this hell. First, he had to train. Xue Hui sat under the sun, cultivating his power with each deliberate breath. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. Xue Hui, are you there? He leaped down from a high branch. Yes, Master Kunma. I was just doing some morning training. Kunma crossed his arms and commanded. Good. Come here. Confused, Xue obeyed, only to be startled by a figure emerging from behind his master. Instantly, the system displayed the newcomer's information. Hey Go, captain of the Phantom Shadow Brigade. Status: Peak. Xue Hui's eyes widened in shock. A combat power of 98 million. He couldn't even begin to comprehend that level of strength. Master. What is this? Kunma explained. To join the Phantom Shadow Brigade, you must be tested. However, you already meet the qualifications. Kunma slowly paced forward. But, to determine your proper rank, I need you to take a simple evaluation. Xue Hui hesitated, still not understanding. What kind of evaluation? Kunma gestured behind him. Your proctor is right there. A system window popped up instantly. Your rank will be determined by defeating He Gu, earning his acknowledgement, surprising him, or disappointing him. A steely voice rang out. Show me what you've got. Xue Hui's own status window appeared, looking pitifully simple in comparison. HP, 110,000. Internal energy, 110,000. Combat power, 400,000. But He Gu's stats were on another level entirely. HP, 4 million. Internal energy, 27 million. Combat power, 9,800,000. The power gap was an insurmountable wall staring him right in the face, but he didn't flinch. He stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination. Shall we begin? Faced with such unwavering resolve, Xue Hui solemnly selected his combat method, Sword Strike. A cold, mechanical voice echoed from the system. Turn-based combat initiated. The match begins now. But just then, a special notification flashed, catching him completely off guard. Perfect opportunity. You have discovered a weakness in He Gu. Hearing this, a wave of relief washed over him. All right, bring it on. I have a real chance now. But his confidence was short-lived as the system issued an unexpected restriction. The only available martial art is the White Hand Demonic Art. What? What about my 4 great supreme demonic arts? He cried out, stunned. Maybe it was because he was still a novice. Besides, he couldn't risk using those techniques in front of Master Kunma. For now, he had to set it aside. He would figure it out later. Right now, he had to attack. With no other choice, Xue Hui selected the White Hand Demonic Art for his opening move. The moment his choice was confirmed, he charged, unleashing demonic magic into the ground with all his might. With a roar, he rushed toward He Gu, his hand glowing with an icy aura. When he was just a few feet away, he unleashed the condensed power in his palm, preparing to strike down with everything he had. But He Gu didn't even react. He simply stood motionless. His gaze was almost bored as he watched the rising power, as if curious to see what this upstart was truly capable of. The instant his palms struck the earth, a world-shattering explosion of ice erupted, sending massive shards of frost shooting towards the heavens. The sound of cracking ice echoed through the entire area as a cold, white light consumed the battlefield. Xue Hui took a deep, satisfied breath. Ha! The White Hand Demonic Art is victorious, but his celebration was cut short. In the next moment, He Gu simply lifted an arm. With a casual flick, the colossal ice structures cracked like fragile glass and shattered into a million pieces. Shards of ice rained down like dust in the wind, rendering his all-out attack completely meaningless. The sight left him utterly speechless. His heart skipped a beat. He stared, dumbfounded. One of his most powerful techniques was shattered so effortlessly. The reality of the situation sent a tremor through his entire body. Once again, the system's cold voice rang out, "Perfect opportunity. You have discovered a weakness in Hago." He read the message and could only let out a bitter laugh. A wry, defeated smile crossed his face. A weakness? Against a monster of this caliber, any weakness was utterly meaningless. But that one hint kept echoing in his mind. Get closer. Engage head-on. If that was the only way, he would have to risk it all. Xue Hui unleashed the northern art. His form became a blur, circling behind his opponent in an instant before lunging forward like a raging tempest. He roared, "Then how about this?" Determination blazed in his eyes. The sword in his hand flared with light, ready to strike down. But just as the blade was about to connect, Hago caught it effortlessly between two slender fingers. The movement was almost casual. As if toying with him, he asked coldly, "Are you joking with me?" The sight left Xue Hui utterly stunned, frozen in place. Despair washed over him. My full power attack stopped with just two fingers? Is this real? While he was still reeling in shock, a hammer-like fist slammed into his face. The blow was too fast for the naked eye to see. His entire body was sent flying hundreds of meters. He tumbled across the ground like a rag doll, blood spraying through the air. He clutched his face in agony, not daring to scream, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Hago slowly stalked towards him. His voice was as cold as a blade. "You're a disciple of John Mo? How pathetic. This is hardly what I'd call power." He then turned to Kun Mo, who was observing from afar. He asked, "Master Kun Mo, why do you need someone this incompetent? What reason is there for him to join the hidden Shadow Corps? Surely you must have misjudged him." Kun Mo remained silent for a long moment. The tension in the air was suffocating. Finally, he spoke, his voice deep and firm. "It's not over yet." Hearing this, Haigu paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. At that very moment, a different system notification rang out. Xue Hui had switched to An's combat mode. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. A heavy, murderous aura erupted, forcing even Haigu to get serious. He muttered to himself, "So that's how it is. My provocations actually worked. This kid's skills aren't bad at all. He has the potential to grow even stronger. Now, show me your true power." The system chimed again. "An has joined the battle." The fight begins. He unleashed his power, focusing it all into the blade, and brought it crashing down. A brilliant blue light mixed with frigid frost exploded forth. Yet, Haigu stood calmly and parried the attack with ease. But suddenly, a small explosion erupted right beside him. The shockwave caught him off guard, and his entire body was instantly encased in thick ice, shattered, then frozen solid. After a moment, he roared, shattering the ice into fragments. A cold mist still clung to his body. Across from him, Xue Hui's eyes glowed crimson. His sword trembled, thirsting for blood. This time, he had used Sword Burst. His aura surged as he yelled, "How bold!" The two warriors charged at each other. Sword energy clashed, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. Though their power levels were dozens of times apart, the impersona within him fought on equal footing. The battle was pure, unrestrained chaos. Every single blow was a killing strike. Watching from within his own mind, Xue Hui was astonished. The power gap is massive. How is this possible? No one should be able to do this. But N simply sneered. "Chi." He turned and snapped. "Hey, you idiot. You expect me to fight with this insane disadvantage?" Xue Hui was taken aback. "Huh? Is he talking to me?" And growled. "Just stay hidden deep inside and watch. Do you know what you're missing? It's endless greed. Throw away that rotten, disciplined attitude. Tear your enemy into 1,000 pieces. Got it." Those words struck him like thunder. Xue Hui was speechless, unable to respond. But a new thought began to form in his mind. He's not wrong. Most of the powerful warriors from the great clans fight with that mindset. But for someone at the bottom like me, it's impossible. But I have to change. Seeing him stand still, Hagu stepped forward. His voice was low. "Have you given up already?" His eyes were filled with contempt. But inside, and let out an arrogant laugh. "Chi, either way, I can't beat you in this body." In his consciousness, Xue Hui cried out in surprise. "Huh? I don't get it." But in the next moment, An began to act. His entire body began to glow brightly. Blood spirit point, chi gate point, core gate point, every pressure point in his body activated at once. His blood surged and his energy boiled. Witnessing this, Xue Hui couldn't help but tremble. Wait a second. Isn't that the blood extraction technique? A forbidden art he only heard of, but never dared to try. And now it's happening inside my own body. He's burning my life force to stimulate my potential. Xue Hui tried to stop him. No, stop. Just then, the system unexpectedly gave him a choice. Intervene in the battle? Xue Hui immediately accepted, regaining control of his body. He breathed a sigh of relief. That bastard almost. Haigu praised him. Well done. But Xue Hui couldn't help but feel confused. I apologize. He then asked, could we have one more round, but Haigu refused. There's no need. I only came to gauge your abilities. Xue Hui immediately bowed deeply. I hope my performance was satisfactory. Haigu replied calmly. It was enough. I now understand your capabilities. Suddenly, Kunmo's voice echoed out. Continue. He commanded, show me everything. Use every last thing you have. Haigu signaled his agreement. If that's the case, this will be the last time. Xue Hui raised his sword. Thank you. He began to calculate carefully. No matter how well I fight, I can't move like I did. There's no way I can defeat Haigu on my own. I'll have to use the simulation. With that thought, he activated the combat simulation. The system immediately displayed a series of statistical analyses. It quickly compiled data on martial skills, footwork, and fist techniques. Xue Hui hesitated. It's ready. But how do I use it? Haigu was growing impatient. Hey, are you done fighting? Xue Hui snapped out of it. Just then, the system granted him a one-time video playback. A dark silhouette instantly materialized before his eyes. He was shocked. The shadow was darker and more menacing than before. Xue Hui then glanced at his opponent. Haigu had a shadow figure, too. As the simulation began, the dark forms rushed forward. In an instant, the silhouette split into a flurry of stances. Xue Hui's eyes widened in shock as the two shadows clashed. Haigu's shadow held a defensive stance, while Xue Hui's simulated self unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Xue Hui realized this must be a simulation of every possible attack he could make. But not a single blow ever touched Haigu's shadow. It blocked every single strike. What a monster. A surprise attack landed on its side. This time, Haigu's shadow couldn't react in time. Xue Hui watched intently. It worked. The system even provided a detailed analysis, and with that, he saw the path to victory. Xue Hui immediately leaped forward. Following the system's analysis, he aimed high, then struck low, moving right to slash low, then thrusting high and low in rapid succession. Haigu grew irritated. These simple attacks. Are you mocking me? Xue Hui immediately seized the opportunity. He's angry now. Next, Haigu would surely go for a thrust. Haigu pointed his sword straight at him. Don't push your luck. Xue Hui smiled. This was it. The shadow flickered right before Haigu's eyes, dodging his thrust and slashing low at the waist. The blade cut cleanly through. Xue Hui executed the final blow. White light demonic art, 6th form, white scale transformation. Haigu was completely enraged. You little brat. Xue Hui analyzed the situation again. After lulling the enemy with boring slashes and thrusts, the sudden shift from prey to predator catches them completely off guard. A gap created by their own carelessness. He couldn't help but feel thrilled. To think the simulation could analyze even this. But then, a crushing pressure suddenly washed over him. Haigu was glaring, radiating pure, killing intent as he raised his sword. Xue Hui quickly raised his hands. Wait a second. But Haigu didn't even hesitate. Just then, a hand shot out, grabbing his arm. Kunmo had stepped in to stop him. Only then did Haigu snap back to his senses. That's enough for today, Kunmo announced. He analyzed the scene. If you had attacked with that much power, Xue Hui would be dead. Haigu quickly bowed his head in apology. Forgive me. Kunmo waved it off. It's fine. Even I could see that Xue Hui was provoking you. He then glanced back. Xue Hui's skills are enough to be a vice captain, but he'll need time to adapt to our organization. Kunmo made a proposal. Let's make him a trainee first. We'll give him special training, and then appoint him as vice captain. What do you think? Haigu agreed. I think that's for the best, sir. Kunmo called out again. And you, Xue Hui? Xue Hui answered nervously. Yes. Kunmo smiled reassuringly. In the near future, you will be appointed as the vice captain. Xue Hui's voice became firm. Yes, sir. I will work hard. The sun was already high in the sky. In his room, Xue Hui was still cultivating to recover from his match with Haigu. For 4 days, his life had been nothing but training, eating, and sleeping. His stats had increased significantly by now. Xue Hui let out a long breath. He slowly opened his eyes, recalling the past. Hey, you stupid fool. Just hide in the Nine Springs and watch. Do you know what you're missing? It's endless greed. That was the A. I. It's advice for him. Insatiable greed. I used to be just like that. But looking at his reflection, he denied it. No. Ironically, every time my lifespan increases, my desperation fades. I lack the courage to overcome my fear. He said 3 years. Kumo said, if I can complete the Shadow Platoon's training and integrate well, he'll make me the vice captain. 3 years. In that time, I'll surpass that damned A. And reach a level even it can't comprehend. With that thought, he took out his bag. The system displayed a message. Would you like to save? Save. This notification window always appeared after completing a special quest or right before one began. It's showing up just as I was heading to bed. Is something about to happen? I should just save for now. 3 years of explosive growth. Based on past experience, the life log describes my current situation in great detail. So, 3 years of explosive growth must mean this is an incredible opportunity to level up. Xue Hui scratched his head. I should go outside first. My head is a mess right now. Time for a shower and some training. He put on his shirt, ready to head out. Suddenly, the system displayed a new message. Please select a schedule for September of Celestial Year 95. Xue Hui froze in astonishment. He wondered, what is this? Celestial Year 95 is, right now, 1 out of 36. I'm guessing this means 36 times. Come to think of it, the notification did say 3 years of explosive growth. And since it's a schedule for September, the mission will take place over the next month. If that's the case, I'll choose martial arts training first. What would you like to learn? Demonic arts, theory, insight, or guidance? Xue Hui thought for a moment. As a member of the Shadow Platoon, the first thing I have to learn is the signature demonic art of the Shadow Core. Just as I made my selection, the door to my room slid open. An old master stepped inside. You are Xue Hui? I answered cautiously. Yes. He continued. My name is Diba. I am your superior, and the training commander of the Shadow Corps. From now on, I will teach you our signature demonic art. Without another word, he turned to leave. Follow me. Yes, sir. I walked out behind him, but suddenly, something felt strange. System notification. You have learned the One Origin Annihilation Demonic Art introductory level. Daiba's eyes widened. How could you master the basics on the very first day? Your understanding of the One Origin Annihilation Demonic Art has deepened. Daiba was in disbelief. Impossible. Your speed of comprehension is unheard of. Your understanding of the One Origin Annihilation Demonic Art has deepened. I thought to myself, am I already strong enough to simulate sword aura? Your proficiency with the One Origin Annihilation Demonic Art has reached the early beginner stage. In the next instant, I was back in my room, completely stunned. I looked around, trying to process what had just happened. I had only left for a few seconds, yet my mind was suddenly flooded with a full month's worth of training memories. The system displayed the results of my 1-month training. All my stats had skyrocketed. A grin spread across my face. Am I dreaming right now? A martial arts index appeared, listing every technique I had learned. I turned my gaze toward the door and reached out to open it. The system prompted, please select your schedule for October of the 95th celestial year. It finally hit me. This was no dream. An entire month had passed in the blink of an eye, and all of that knowledge had been implanted directly into my brain. My mind now held a perfect map of the Xue Hall, the Shadow Corps training facility, including the layout of every single unit. But the most vivid memory was of the technique I'd learned. The One Origin Annihilation Demonic Art felt just like a normal demonic art at first. It generates internal energy by burning the user's life force, but its origin is completely different. It stems from the very source of life itself. This gives the One Origin Annihilation Demonic Art a form similar to an orthodox martial art, using One Origin Ki, a state where the 5 elements are in perfect harmony. So, while it may look like a normal technique, its foundation is anything but, even for a demonic art. That means, depending on how it's learned, it's actually superior. I can wield its power without being corrupted by its demonic influence. I couldn't believe my luck. This was an incredible turning point for my destiny. In my past life, I was completely self-taught, training all alone. But now, I'm receiving guidance from a grandmaster like Dai Ba. With his help, my power will grow at an explosive rate. I chose to continue my martial arts training. A thrill of excitement shot through me. Let's keep going. Displaying your training results. You have mastered the advanced level of the One Origin Annihilation Demonic Art. Seriously, the process was unbelievably fast. I'd grown this strong in just 3 months. I quickly rushed back to the door. Please select your schedule for December of the 95th celestial year. I stared at the system panel, my heart pounding with excitement. This is amazing. Becoming stronger feels incredible. Just how far can I go? 1 year. I'll master everything they have to teach me within 1 year. It seems the option to train the One Origin Annihilation. Demonic art has disappeared, likely because I've mastered it. Well then. Next up is understanding acupressure points, introductory level. Moments later, I had already mastered the advanced level. I was ecstatic. It only took 3 days to understand everything about acupoints. Next was the theory of tracking techniques. Beginner level. A flood of notifications confirmed I had mastered it instantly. I cheered out loud. In just 1 month, I've mastered both acupoints and tracking theory. My next training session. The system displayed the date, December 31st. I sighed in frustration. Only 1 day left. In times like these, I started stretching my joints. I need to practice the techniques I've learned and push my body. Just then, my eyes landed on a box on the table. This box. It reminded me of the treasure hunt exam from the academy. I opened it. There's nothing in here? I thought there'd at least be a nutrition pill. Do you wish to combine martial arts? A system window popped up, catching me completely by surprise. I read the text carefully. Combine martial arts? Curious, I accepted the prompt. The system displayed a new message. No martial arts manual detected. Please insert a manual. I scratched my head. A manual? Does that mean I need to put a physical book in here? My eyes scanned the room. Wait a second. They landed on a stack of blank books. Over there, I grabbed a brush and dipped it in ink. Thanks to this twist of fate, I still remember every martial art I ever learned. With a steady hand, I began writing them down. Time passed as I meticulously wrote out each manual. Finally, I set the brush down. The white light demonic art, the white hand demonic art, the One Origin Annihilation demonic art, the red hand demonic art, the extreme fire demonic art, and the 4 great extremes demonic art of wind. A total of 6 techniques. Now for the moment of truth. I gathered the stack of books and placed them in the box. System notification. The selected martial arts have conflicting properties. I gasped. Whoa, it's actually working. If their properties are different, then I'll just group them according to the 5 elements. The white light and white hand demonic arts. Both are demonic arts, and they both share the property of water. The white body weaving demonic art has been created. A glowing book materialized, hovering in the air. Triumph washed over me. You have obtained the white body weaving demonic art. Wait, the white hand demonic art. Isn't that the technique that allows a martial artist to block blades with their bare hands? But this white body demonic art lived up to its name, making a martial artist's body impervious to blades. Of course, in his current state, the effect wasn't fully pronounced. But even at the entry level, he could wield ice crystals with a force rivaling that of sword ki. Xue Hui clutched the martial arts manual. This technique was even stronger than the 4 great ultimate demons. All he had to do was master it, and his combat power would skyrocket. Let's try this one more time. The melting palm demonic art was finally complete. The fusion of the red hand and the ultimate fire demonic art was unusual. They had merged into a single fist technique. Even using less internal energy, he could feel a firepower that far surpassed anything he'd known before. It has been added to the system's martial arts index. Even though the other techniques didn't combine, he was more than satisfied. Sunlight streamed into the room, momentarily blinding Xue Hui. Notification windows from his life or death battle appeared, shining like beacons in the dark night. A smile crossed Xue Hui's face. The new year had arrived, and these notifications were lighting up his path forward. He resolved to try again. Xue Hui stood up and walked toward the door. Please select your schedule for the first month. Celestial Year 96. Xue Hui's face was filled with confidence. The system prompted again, what would you like to learn? The scene shifted to a vast courtyard at the Black Tortoise Hall. This was the training ground for the Hidden Shadow Corps, located within a mansion encircled by a range of mountains. At the Black Tortoise Hall training grounds, Xue Hui stood facing Di Ba. The system announced, starting today, you will receive guidance from the training commander. The man planted his sword into the ground. Only one stance remains. His status window appeared. Di Ba, training commander. Realm, transcendent peak. Di Ba spoke in a low voice. I heard Lord Kun Ma wants you to receive special training. But even the greatest geniuses of the Hidden Shadow Corps take 3 years to complete the basic course. You did it in just 4 months. Truly astounding. Receiving the compliment, he bowed his head in response. Thank you, sir. The commander continued, however, your current skills are of no use to Lord Kun Ma. Xue Hui was a little confused. Sir, what do you mean? Di Ba asked him a question in return. What do you think the true strategies of the Heavenly Demon's disciples are? Hearing this, he didn't know how to respond. I'm not entirely sure. It was then that the commander began to list them one by one. The first disciple, the Slaughter Demon, has a total of 4 ultimate demon-level masters, including himself. Next is the second disciple, the Demon Master, who has 2 ultimate demon masters. He also has countless other high-level demonic warriors by his side. The third disciple, the Calamity Spirit, also commands 2 ultimate demon masters, though I don't know how he managed to win them over. Even some reclusive masters who avoid worldly conflicts have shown their support for him. Ultimate Demon Masters, the system explained. A title for the Orthodox faction's king gods at the Transcendent Peak. Ultimate Demon Masters are also called Demon Gods, similar to the Orthodox faction's martial gods. The thought made him wonder. Had the 9 blights of Mount Hua from his past life ever reached that legendary realm? He couldn't help but ask, then what about Lord Kunma? Dibaz's tone was regretful. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a single ultimate demon master. This revelation was a shock. What? He asked with deep concern. Then how has he managed to survive until now? The commander spun the sword on his shoulder. Interesting, isn't it? It's all thanks to Lord Kunma's potential. He then asked a simple question. Have you ever heard of the Heavenly Slaughter Star? Upon hearing those words, his jaw dropped. Lord Kunma is a Heavenly Slaughter Star? An image of Kunma flashed in his mind. The Heavenly Slaughter Star is a being born with a divine talent for martial arts, a prodigy that might only appear once in 1,000 years. A Heavenly Slaughter Star can master any martial art, and even without training, they will naturally break through to the ultimate demon stage. He shivered at the thought, especially for a Heavenly Slaughter Star who learns demonic arts. It's said that no one in the world can stand in their way. He was silent for a moment before asking, but I've heard that those born as a Heavenly Slaughter Star don't live past the age of 60. The commander replied, casually spinning his sword. That's right. Most of them die, unable to overcome their own inner madness. He explained further. This is precisely why the heavenly demon accepted Lord Kunma as his 4th disciple. Lord Kunma is different from the others of his kind. Xue Hui asked anxiously, does that mean he could become the leader of the demonic cult? Daiba cut him off, denying the possibility. He stared at the blade in his hand. No matter how many coincidences occur, a Heavenly Slaughter Star is still a Heavenly Slaughter Star. The moment Lord Kunma forcefully unleashes all the energy in his body, his life will end instantly. The commander's face darkened, his voice dropping to a whisper. But that power will undoubtedly surpass even an ultimate demon master. Xue Hui gulped as he listened to his words. A single, final blaze of glory, already sealed by fate. He was destined to die after unleashing his full potential. And then it finally dawned on him. Now I understand. The symbol on Kunma's combat power rating. That symbol for infinite power. Diba planted his sword back into the ground. Do you understand now that your skills are utterly useless against Lord Kunmo? He answered, I understand. But Xue Hui was still troubled. If that's true, then what is the purpose of the Hidden Shadow Squad? The man explained, our goal is to create informational chaos. This pressure alone was enough to make Heavenly Demon disciples self-destruct. Then suddenly, he pressed the blade to the young man's shoulder. To face a battle with everything on the line, a life-or-death struggle against the other disciples. We will end this all in one decisive fight. With that, Daiba sheathed his sword. His strategy was simple. You cannot lose if there is no chance to win. A practical path, yet one still shackled by fate. There is no need for despair. No one truly knows how their life will unfold. He also added a warning. But first, if you wish to become the vice captain of the Hidden Shadow Corps, you are currently far, far from that level. Through my training, you will ascend to a higher plane of skill. Hearing this, the young man declared without hesitation, I will follow your command. His heart was resolute, his gaze firm. Now was not the time to worry about the future. Right now, I must grow stronger, no matter the cost. That is all that matters. A slight smile graced Diba's lips. Very well. Let the training begin. Overcome with eagerness, the boy couldn't help but raise his voice. Yes, sir. The system announced a quest, become a transcendent master. Time limit, 1 day. Horizontal / vertical / diagonal / high thrust, middle thrust, low thrust. It was only day 1, but the sheer number of tasks already left him stunned. Diba urged him forward. Begin. Time began to flow. Day 1, day 2. The master watched from the side, shouting, you can't even manage this. But unlike other training simulations, time here felt agonizingly real. From day 3 to day 6, the difficulty became immense. Damn it. How am I supposed to complete this in just 1 day? If a movement wasn't perfect, the counter wouldn't increase. Day 13, day 14. The struggle was endless. The target number remained unchanged. By day 16, he couldn't take it anymore. Damn it. Then on day 17, overwhelming joy washed over him. I did it. But his celebration was cut short as the system immediately issued a new quest. He screamed in pure rage, You've got to be kidding me. Time flew by, and soon it was day 29. The mission was finally complete. He let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. But before he could celebrate, a notification struck him like a bolt of lightning. Increase repetitions to 20,000 times. There was no reward for completing the 1-month training. He cursed under his breath, damn it. Meanwhile, in the management office of the Black Tortoise Pavilion, a man stood with his arms crossed before Dai Ba. As you've seen, sir, they are undoubtedly exceptional individuals, he reported. If I may be so bold, I predict that within half a year, at most, all of them will become transcendent masters. This man was the training committee member, Bai Quan. Dai Ba rested his chin on his hand and nodded in thought. They all received outstanding scores, he agreed. Yao Lin, Qi Song, and Long Zhen have long been famous, so their performance is to be expected. But Xiaoling's performance was beyond all expectations. Bai Quan noted that Xiaoling was a child with a unique way of thinking, one that eluded ordinary people. That is precisely why she passed the exams for both the Martial Academy and the main course. Hearing this, Dai Ba couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Master Kunmo's insight is truly profound. The instructor chimed in, I think so as well, sir. But Dai Ba had another question. Aside from them, is the candidate for vice captain of the Hidden Shadow Corps still lost in his meditation? Bai Quan nodded. Yes, sir. He has been training that way for 3 months now. He paused, thinking. With no other training. Bai Quan hesitated for a moment before replying, yes. He then offered his own opinion. This is just my personal view, but I am beginning to wonder if it's right to give him the position of vice captain. Dai Ba looked at him. And your reason is? The man's words tumbled out quickly. Hasn't he just been repeating the same exercise for months? Shouldn't he move on to other drills to prepare for various situations? Isn't that what you, Commander, have been trying to teach him? Dai Ba stroked his beard. It seems you have overlooked something. His voice was soft, yet carried immense weight. That boy isn't just repeating a single motion. With every single movement, he circulates his internal energy through a complete heavenly cycle. Bai Quan was stunned. What? He thought to himself. Circulating internal energy through a heavenly cycle. The technique of precisely channeling one's aura to the very tip of the blade. Unable to believe it, he asked again, his voice raised. Are you saying he reached that level in such a short time? Dai Ba gently smoothed the paper on the table. I don't know, but at least, not yet. Let's go and check on him ourselves. A short while later, they arrived at the place where Xue Hui was training. Though he didn't turn his head, he clearly sensed their approach. You've returned, master. Dai Ba crossed his arms, observing him. Have you completed the task I gave you? The young man kept his eyes closed. I have not. Hearing this, the master asked, and the reason? He opened his eyes. Because I was contemplating its meaning. Dai Ba was intrigued. And what are you thinking now? Xue Hui answered, whether or not a perfect movement can even exist. That is what I am pondering. Dai Ba pressed further. And have you found your answer? I have. He uttered the words softly. It is impossible. Hearing this, the old master grew curious. Then why did you claim to have found the answer? He replied. How do you make the impossible possible? Xue Hui placed his hands on his thighs. That is the question I've been meditating on, sir. Dai Ba understood in a flash. A way to turn the impossible into the possible. Xue Hui nodded. That's right. At last, a profound truth dawned on him. Perfection never existed in the first place. But if we expand our thinking, the concept of being wrong doesn't exist either. In the end, it all depends on how we interpret the answer. That in itself is a form of perfection. He looked to the heavens. A wrong answer can become the right one. Hearing these words, a shiver ran down Dai Ba's spine. He couldn't believe his ears. This boy just... I don't know if he's even aware of it. Dai Ba thought to himself. But this is the state of true enlightenment. The irony is, the closer we get to perfection, the further away we become. As Xue Hui stretched, he remained completely oblivious to his master's thoughts. It was an awakening that only martial artists who have opened their eyes to a new world can experience. This was the path to a higher realm. Dai Ba snapped back into a standard meditation stance. Hurry! Xue Hui turned his head. What is it? The old master just yelled again, hurry up. He placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him on. Think of the repetitive movements in your mind without stopping. Although he didn't understand, Xue Hui obeyed. He quickly did as he was told, as his master began channeling internal energy into him. As he witnessed the result, Dai Ba was utterly stunned. This boy. Instantly, a powerful aura exploded from Xue Hui's body. A beam of blue light shot from his head, as his energy swirled outwards like a raging vortex. The force was so powerful that even Dai Ba couldn't withstand it. A moment later, Xue Hui rose to his feet, his clothes torn to shreds that fluttered in the wind. His very appearance had changed. The system window flashed. His stats had increased dramatically. Vice Captain of the Hidden Shadow Squad. Realm Transcendent Peak. His HP, internal energy, and combat power had all surged. The system announced the result of his training. He was now a Transcendent Peak warrior. Xue Hui looked at the screen announcing he had opened his Ren and Du meridians, the Transcendent Peak realm. This feels a little strange. The system then informed him he had learned the Traceless Ghost Step, the mind-reading art, and the passive skill, Demonic Arts Catalog. The first principal demonic art, the White Body demonic art, and the Annihilation Fist demonic art. He collapsed backward onto the bed. This experience taught me the secret to becoming strong. It's not just about mastering a single ultimate martial art. This secret applies to many other aspects of life beyond combat. He thought deeply, his understanding of martial arts evolving. Training is important, but building a foundation on the basic knowledge of martial arts is what truly matters. Only by understanding the truth of martial arts will I reach an even higher level. By now, the sun was high in the sky. As usual, the system prompted him to choose his schedule for February. Accept a mission or complete his duties as a warrior. Pacing around, Xue Hui crossed his arms and considered his options. The choice to learn martial arts had disappeared, since he had learned everything. Next, I'll try to choose a mission. The system asked who he wanted to receive a mission from. There were 5 choices: Kunmo, Haegu, Diba, and the physician who treated Xue Hui, and the servant who serves his meals. He stroked his chin, feeling conflicted. Who would be the best choice? Should I try with Kunmo? The system displayed the selection for Kunmo. A message appeared from him. You have grown much stronger, but you are still lacking other things. You cannot accept this mission right now. Come back when you are capable enough. And with that, the system now only showed 4 targets to choose from. Xue Hui was shocked. What? I can't? If that was the case, he chose the second mission, from Haego, Captain of the Hidden Shadow Squad. But the result was no different. I heard you open your Ren and Du meridians. That's quite surprising. But the mission I can offer is not suitable for you. Come back in 1 year. He was at a loss. My goodness. There are only 3 options left. He scratched his head. If it's like this, I might as well try the last one, the servant who serves his daily meals. Just then, a knock came at his door. My lord, are you in your room? The person asked. May this humble one enter? Xue Hui paused for a moment before replying, Come in. The door opened gently, and the servant bowed respectfully. This humble one has something to report to you, my lord. I hope you can forgive this sudden intrusion. Xue Hui wondered, what is it? He recognized this man as a servant who waited on Elder Sima Baihun, named Lu Sen. He paused, realizing this was also the person who brought him his meals every day. This was his story. One day, Sima Baihun came to visit the vice sect leader's study. Since the vice sect leader had left, he decided to wait. By chance, Elder Sima found a book that hadn't been fully burned in the coal furnace. He hesitated at first, but finally decided to give the book to his trusted confidant who was waiting outside the door. The problem now is, Xue Hui was lost in thought. A trusted confidant, the confidant who took that book, has vanished. This means he's left the demonic cult's main base and fled into the central plains. Xue Hui crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. How did he slip past the eyes of the entire cult? What if he was assassinated? Or perhaps the vice cult leader disposed of him personally? Lu Sen replied truthfully. To this day, his body has never been found. And on top of that, the one who visited the study wasn't the confidant, but Elder Bai Hun himself, which significantly complicates the situation. Xue Hui's expression hardened. Elder Bai Hun is currently unable to make a move, in case the vice cult leader deliberately planted that book there just to drag him into this mess. Xue Hui listened, deep in thought. So this is a power struggle within the demonic cult, he questioned coldly. And why are you telling me any of this? Lu Sen broke into a cold sweat. If that confidant has truly fled the cult, someone needs to hunt him down and silence him. Lu Sen nervously scratched his head. I'm searching for a suitable person. Someone with no factional ties who can move freely. Xue Hui instantly understood Lu Sen's true motive, so that's why he came all this way. He propped his chin on his hand, thinking it sounded perfectly logical. But the truth is, they're just looking for an expendable pawn. Someone who won't make any waves if they die on the mission. I have no backing, so no one would avenge me. Able to move freely just means. His eyes turned deadly serious. The cult itself couldn't care less. Fine, that doesn't matter. He cut to the chase. If I capture him, is there a reward? Lu Sen was taken aback, stammering, Of course, sir. Elder Bai Hun has promised to repay this debt with a single favor whenever you choose to call on it. Xue Hui rubbed his neck, considering the offer. Not bad. A single favor from a powerful elder wasn't a bad price at all. A system window popped up. You have received a quest from the servant, Lu Sen. Quest: capture Elder Bai Hun's head disciple. Complete the quest by capturing the target within 1 month. Xue Hui's lips tightened, so he's the head disciple. Lu Sen called him a trusted subordinate, but it seems he's actually a highly regarded disciple. Stroking his chin, he thought, then capturing him alive is far better than simply killing him.
But if the book was about the secret art of disguise, then he must have the face-changing technique.
Xue Hui recalled hearing about it before. A secret art that allows the user to assume any face they desire. He thought such a thing was impossible, but since the reward also includes a secret map, it seems the technique is very real. He suddenly froze, his expression turning grim. Wait a minute. Elder Bai Hun's head disciple, Yin Wusun, stole a secret manual and fled to Qinghai. Yin Wusun thought for a moment, then asked Lu Sen, "This confidant you mentioned, is he Yu Mo?" Lu Sen didn't deny it. Yes, that's correct. Xue Hui put a hand to his forehead. Oh, hell. He gave a face-changing technique to Yu Mo. No wonder the bastard fled. Xue Hui shot a look at the servant. All right, I get it. Can I leave now? But Lu Sen still had more to say. Sir, there is one more thing you need to know. What is it? Lu Sen announced hesitantly. Elder Bai Hun said you will be accompanied by someone he has sent. He says this man knows Yin Wusun well, and traveling with him will make it easier to leave the cult's territory. Hearing this, Xue Hui's mood plummeted. He narrowed his eyes, his face turning to ice as he thought, he wants a watchdog to spy on me. Who is it? The system displayed information on the man before him. Shito. Carpenter. Realm. Peak master level. Unidentified developmental disorder. The towering, brawny man introduced himself with a booming voice. My name is Shito. After his introduction, he bowed his head deeply. I am in your care. Xue Hui's reply was short. Right. Xue Hui silently assessed him. This guy reached the peak master realm without any internal energy. Does he have a heavenly constitution or something? All right, Shito. How do we get out of here? The man, stiff as a board, answered in that same booming voice. I am working on the first defensive barrier at the cult's entrance. We can leave by reporting that we are going to select good timber. Xue Hui sighed in resignation. Fine, we'll do it your way. Just try to be quieter. A system notification appeared. Teleporting to the center of Qinghai, signing. In an instant, the two of them were warped to a new location, where a horse-drawn carriage was already waiting. Xue Hui had to admire the system's efficiency. This feature was incredibly convenient. The carriage rumbled down the dirt road. The quest was clear. Capture Yin Wuxin, who stole the secret manual. Within 1 month, Xue Hui sat in the carriage, opposite Shito.
So, you're saying that no matter what face that traitor Yumo is wearing, we can still capture him?
He answered mechanically, yes, sir. I've known him since we were children. Shito gritted his teeth in anger. Even if he has changed his appearance, his habits and the way he moves can't be disguised. That bastard must die. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. Every single day, he'd look at me and say, that someone as ugly and filthy as me could never find a woman, so big and strong, yet such a fragile heart. He started to cry. Being single isn't a crime. Just then, the carriage door opened. We've arrived. They stepped out and blended into the bustling, lively crowd. He gazed at the magnificent scene before him. How long has it been? His past came rushing back. Born to a family of butchers, he lost his parents at a young age. The darkest memories replayed in his mind. Did you steal my steamed bun, you miserable beggar? Someone grabbed his hair, yanking his head back with brutal force. I saw you staring at it this whole time. Then one day, while struggling to survive in that wretched world, someone found him. He was starving back then, nothing but skin and bones. A voice reached out to him. Do you want to learn martial arts? Lured by those words, he joined the demonic cult. Little did he know, he was stepping into a life far crueler than any butcher's. A faint smile touched his lips as the memory faded. Noticing his distraction, Shito called out, Captain Xue Hui. The young man wondered, what's on your mind, sir? Xue Hui played it off, stretching as he walked ahead. I'm just getting hungry, thinking about what to eat. Hearing that, his companion rubbed his own stomach. Ah, me too. How about we grab a bite at the Da Feng Inn? Xue Hui agreed. Let's go. And with that, the two made their way to the inn. But the moment they stepped inside, Xue Hui froze. Something was wrong. Shito also felt the tense atmosphere. A confrontation was clearly brewing. Inside, two rival groups looked ready to clash. One of them broke the silence. I knew this day would finally come. The other side shot back without missing a beat. I've been waiting for this. Say that again. I dare you. The two men lunged, grabbing each other by the collar. The West Heaven Gate is the #1 sword sect in this city. Neither man would give an inch, trading verbal blows. How dare you speak such nonsense in front of the young lady, Su Xin? Don't you know the 9 layers gate is the best around here? Shito took in the scene and understood. It was a clash between two rival sects. Xue Hui couldn't care less and turned away. Let's not get involved. They already have an audience. We're here to eat. A short while later, their table was laden with steaming, delicious food. Without a moment's hesitation, they both dug in. But suddenly, a voice caught Xue Hui's attention. Miss Zhou, should we perhaps intervene? Xue Hui continued eating, but his eyes and ears were wide open. If this situation creates any problems, another person with folded arms cut in. What problems could there be? Zhou Suxin spoke with unshakable confidence. These men are all talk. After a bit of grumbling, they'll just make empty threats about next time. They're just trying to show off in front of me. She scoffed. How pathetic. Shitu's loud voice suddenly drew Suxin's attention. This food is amazing, Captain Xue Hui. Xue Hui pointed his chopsticks at him. It's delicious, sure. But did you just scarf down 3 pieces at once? Shitu scratched his head, embarrassed. Oh, did I? Then, Xue Hui asked a question that made him freeze. By the way, we have money to pay for this, right? Hearing this, Shitu nearly choked on his food. About that, we use all our funds on the carriage. Xue Hui's expression immediately darkened. Shitu went pale and stammered. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Before he could finish, a throwing dagger flew straight at them. But Shitu, with lightning speed, casually snatched it out of the air with his chopsticks. He stood up, looking pleased with his simple yet impressive move. Then, he put on a show and yelled, Ah, help. My hand? I think it's broken. Shitu is dying. Watching his companion's ridiculous act, Xue Hui couldn't help but chuckle. Then, Shito violently hurled a chair towards the brawling groups, his face twisted into a menacing glare. Which one of you dogs did this? One of the men, terrified, tried to act tough. Who are you? Stay out of our business. But with a single stomp of his foot, Shitu made the 2 men shriek in terror. They were completely paralyzed by fear. Some of the others scrambled to escape. Shito's face grew dark. I'll ask one more time. Who threw it? The 2 men were trembling, denying everything. Not me. It wasn't me. Shito hoisted them both up by their collars, his voice booming. Then who was it? He growled, his voice low and threatening. Now you listen to me. You're paying for our meal. On top of that, you'll pay for disturbing the master I serve. Shito crossed his arms, his tone leaving no room for argument. But I won't be collecting today. Got it? Terrified, the 2 men nodded frantically. Yes, of course. Xue Hui walked over. That's enough. Let's go. The plan had worked perfectly. Shitu shot his captain a smug thumbs up, making him laugh. Suddenly, applause echoed through the inn, followed by a voice of praise. A truly magnificent display of martial skill. The speaker was Zhou Suxin, granddaughter of the master of the 10,000 Gold Mountain Villa. She smiled warmly. It's a pleasure to meet such skilled martial artists. Seeing her, Xue Hui was taken aback for a moment. 2 special commissions, he thought. This means I could receive a mission from her. I can't ignore this. Suxin gracefully approached him. It's been a long time since I've witnessed such skill. And to think you outclassed the local swordsman so easily, truly impressive. She too puffed out his chest. And who might you be? Suxin shifted her gaze to him. Forgive my belated introduction. Forgive my late introduction. She bowed her head gracefully. I am Zhou Suxin, granddaughter of the master of the 10,000 Gold Mountain Villa. She announced with a hint of pride. If I may be so bold, there isn't a soul around here who doesn't know my name. He slowly sized up the woman before him. They say even flowers grow jealous of her beauty. Xue Hui mused to himself. It's no wonder those 2 fools were so captivated by her. On top of that, she was the granddaughter of the villa's master, a man known as the wealthiest person in all of Qinghai. Behind him, Shito just scratched his head with a goofy grin. But Xue Hui believed this woman could sway the entire region with her name alone. After a moment's thought, he asked her directly, What brings the granddaughter of the 10,000 Gold Mountain Villa all the way out here? She hesitated for a moment. To be honest, whenever I encounter masters of your caliber, I find myself becoming quite intrigued. I'd also like to learn a bit of martial arts. Xue Hui cut her off bluntly. We're not the good people you think we are. A spark of interest flashed in Suxin's eyes. The more talented a person is, the more troubles seem to follow them. The corner of his lip curled into a smirk. She's got guts. She gestured thoughtfully. It seems you 2 are not from around here. Your clothes and your manner of speaking aren't like those from the Central Plains. Where are you from? Tibet. She hasn't even considered the demonic cult, Xue Hui thought. He gave a vague, smiling reply, something like that. Since fate brought us together today, could I perhaps ask you for a favor? Su Xin teased back immediately. Asking for favors upon our very first meeting? She laughed, agreeing easily. Very well. Let's hear what this matter of yours is. Steam rose from the teacups as the two sat across from each other. He got straight to the point. There's a scoundrel we need to capture. It would be much easier if you were willing to help us. We're unfamiliar with this region, but as the granddaughter of the villa's master, you must have access to a wealth of information. Could you help us by asking around? Su Xin took a sip of her tea. And what information do you have on this person? Xue Hui answered calmly. That demonic bastard is a master of disguise and is constantly on the move, so we don't know what he currently looks like. The only leads we have are that he's often with women, and he can use demonic arts. The hand holding her teacup trembled slightly. Xue Hui considered this. The Qinghai region was too remote to be considered part of the Central Plains, but it seemed their fear of the demonic cult was just as strong. He ignored her flicker of fear and continued. He's capable of concealing his demonic nature, so unless he reveals his true power, it's impossible to sense it. Su Xin pushed herself to her feet, her eyes filled with suspicion. Then, are you two also? He shook his head firmly. Absolutely not. There's no need to worry, he thought to himself, unless she's a supreme master who has reached the transcendent realm. That's because after reaching the peak of my power, I gained perfect control over every last trace of my demonic energy. There's no way she could discover my true identity. Likewise, Shito's strength is purely physical. He possesses no internal energy related to the demonic cult. She placed her cup down. All right, if I fulfill this request, she asked with a smile, what can you esteemed martial artists do for me? He returned a slight smile. Lady Zhou, I believe you're misunderstanding something. This is actually a proposition, not a request. Xue Hui laid out the scenario. A demon causing trouble in the region gets captured by a martial artist with ties to the 10,000 Gold Mountain Villa. He gave a friendly smile. Isn't that reward enough? I'm sorry, he thought to himself, but I can't afford to lose the upper hand in this negotiation. If she doesn't accept, we'll simply go elsewhere. But to his surprise, she agreed without any hesitation. I will help you. She agreed, he calculated. In that case, I can push for a little more. Xue Hui leaned in closer to her. Then, would you be so kind as to help us with two more things? Prepare a comfortable place for us to rest, and enough food to fill our bellies. Can you manage that? She was silent for a moment before speaking. Is that all? I'll provide generous living expenses, an information network for you to use at any time, and a map of the area. Su Xin was incredibly generous. I'll provide it all, unconditionally. He broke into a cold sweat. This woman was ambitious. She was definitely no ordinary lady, and in return, she stated her condition. After you've captured that demonic fiend, you will come to the 10,000 Gold Mountain Villa as my guest. That is my only condition. He thought it over. This probably has something to do with a mission of her own. In that case, there's no reason for me to refuse. After a brief discussion, it was settled. A deal was struck. Soon after, they arrived at Su Xin's residence. He looked around in awe. Impressive. Truly befitting the wealthiest family in Qinghai. A servant hurried over. Young lady Su Xin, the villa master is looking for you. She looked puzzled. Grandfather? What could it be about? The servant spoke timidly. He has brought your fiancé, young master Zheng, to the estate. Hearing this, she was in disbelief. But, I told grandfather I don't wish to marry yet. I must take my leave now. He simply nodded, watching in silence as she rushed away. Meanwhile, at the Golden Mountain Manor, an elder was speaking with his guest. It seemed Su Tam had just stepped out, and he was being incredibly courteous. My apologies for the delay. Young Master Zheng. This was none other than Zhou Huangji, the founder and lord of the Golden Mountain Manor, a man of immense wealth and influence. The young man across from him offered a humble smile. Not at all. I missed the young lady so dearly. I simply had to impose on you, Manor Lord. This man was Zhang Wuyan. Just then, Su Tam arrived. I should have come to greet the young master sooner. Huangji was surprised by her sudden appearance. She spoke bluntly. I didn't expect that you would arrive unannounced. He looked flustered. Please forgive my rudeness, young lady. My desire to see you was simply too great. Huangji waved a hand, playing peacemaker. That's enough. Young Master Zheng just completed a task I set for him. He simply returned with me by chance. Please, sit. Wu Yan awkwardly scratched his head, while Su Tam shot him a look of pure irritation. In the guest quarters of the Golden Mountain Manor, where Xue Hui and Shito were staying, the main character wondered to himself, how am I supposed to use this? The system window appeared before him. 4. Great Demonic Arts. Special trait, Wind God. Increases speed by 4 to 5 times. Xue Hui pursed his lips, deep in thought. I've been so focused on perfecting my movements. I've been neglecting other things lately. Neutral, and 4 to 5 times speed. What's that? Shito asked, unable to contain his curiosity. "Captain, what are you thinking about so intensely?" He replied flatly, "It's nothing important. Do you really find eavesdropping that entertaining?" But she too was already in full gossip mode. "Everyone outside is buzzing about young lady Zhou's fiancé. They're all talking about the Zheng family or something," he urged. A crowd's gathering to get a look at him. "Aren't you coming, Captain?" But Xue Hui couldn't care less about such matters. "Why would I go?" She too saw that coming. "I knew you'd say that. Still, they say he's from the Manhwa sect, but I bet he can't even fight." The moment those words left his mouth, Xue Hui froze. He demanded, his voice sharp, "Manhwa? You said he's from the Manhwa sect." The sudden intensity in his voice made Shi To jump. "Why, yes. That's what I heard, anyway." A dark memory, a face he tried to forget, flashed through his mind. Without another word, he stood and headed for the door. "Lead the way." She too, though confused, quickly complied. "Right." Xue Hui's expression was grim. "I have to see this man's face for myself." Su Tam sat beside her father, sipping tea. He spoke with a cheerful tone. "Well, Su Tam, allow me to formally introduce him to you." He looked at his daughter with affection, his words full of praise. "Young Master Zheng is the scion of a powerful family from the renowned Manhua sect. He is trustworthy, with a strong sense of justice. What's more, he's a celebrated martial artist in his own right." Her face remained a mask of indifference. "Truly, an impeccable man. However, from the rumors I heard, she exposed him without holding back. This master is anything but cautious and has botched numerous missions due to his own recklessness. Furthermore," Su Tam's eyes narrowed. "Rumor has it he has a ravenous appetite for women." Hearing this, Zhang Wuyan shifted uncomfortably. Huanji, however, remained unfazed. "Su Tam, it may seem unfortunate to you, but great heroes will always attract the attention of women. As long as he isn't cruel or depraved, it's not such a terrible flaw." Wuyan quickly tried to explain himself. "It seems that rumors born from my inexperience have caused you some distress, young lady. But I assure you, your worries are unfounded." He flashed a confident, reassuring smile. "I swear on my family's honor." She merely scoffed, and he dropped the subject. Wuyan quickly changed topics. "Speaking of which, are these people here to see me?" His eyes casually swept over the crowd, and then he suddenly froze. His gaze landed on Xue Hui, and the color drained from his face. But Huanji didn't seem to notice his guest's sudden change. "That's right. I heard sect leader Zheng's health is improving." Startled, Wuyan lost his focus, forcing a strained laugh. "Ah, yes, that's right. But the sect leader will likely need more time to recover fully." This response puzzled the old manor lord. "You wrote to me last month saying he'd be back on his feet soon." Wuyan's guilt was palpable as he averted his gaze. "Ah, yes. I did write that. In any case, everything will be fine." Wu Yan then hurriedly tried to excuse himself. "It seems my impulsive visit has made the young lady uncomfortable. I promise to make it up to you next time, but for now, I must take my leave." Huanji was taken aback. "Why so suddenly, young Master Zheng?" He scrambled for an excuse. "I just recalled an urgent matter I must attend to immediately." Xue Hui, who had been watching intently, finally spoke. "Hey, Shi To, is that man really from the Mount Hua sect?" Shi Tu confirmed. "Yes, that's what everyone's saying." Xue Hui then turned to him with another question. "You once told me that if you ever saw Yin Wuxin again, you'd recognize him anywhere, right?" At the mention of that name, Shi To's fists clenched. "Yes. How could I ever forget that bastard?" Xue Hui's eyes narrowed. "Is that so?" He mused aloud. "It seems the art of disguise truly does exist." Just then, a system notification popped up. Yin Wuxin, head disciple of Elder Bai, a soul at the absolute peak of its power. Xue Hui had a chilling suspicion that Zheng Wuyan was already dead, and his body was now a vessel for Yin Wuxin. He heard this guy was strong, but he never imagined his combat power would be 1.68 million. And what the hell is power amplification? What's the right move here? Xue Hui hesitated. His opponent's newfound power was concerning, but taking him down was still well within his abilities. He carefully weighed his options. He had two crucial missions to accept from Zhou Sujin. But if I unleash my demonic arts to fight, will the quest vanish? Just then, he realized his target had spotted him. It doesn't matter. I know who he is now. I'll just trail him and finish this. But his opponent was already on high alert. She too looked at him. "Captain, you suspect he's that guy, don't you?" Xue Hu was caught off guard. "Huh." She too insisted that wasn't Yin Wu Xin. "I can guarantee it, sir. I'd recognize him on sight, and this man is definitely not him." He was bewildered. "Shito." Just then, Wu Yan scanned the crowd. There are some rather impressive figures here. Sushin replied, "They are my guests." The man smirked. Guests? It's rare to see such talent gathered here in Qinghai. She couldn't help but wonder. Did young Master Zheng really think so highly of them? He then slowly approached. My meaning is a little different. Wu Yan now stood before Xue Hui and his companion. Esteemed martial artists, she too grinned honestly. You could say we're a bit special. They witnessed our martial arts and invited us both to the 10,000 Gold Mountain Manor. At those words, the man's aura flared, and his expression turned dangerous. Is that so? Xue Hui instantly knew he was trying to probe their power. He smirked inwardly, but it was no problem, as his internal energy arts contained not a single trace of demonic ki. Susin's patience snapped, and she yelled, "How disrespectful! What is with this malicious attitude toward my guests?" The man waved his hands in defense. "Please, miss, don't misunderstand. It was a simple greeting. I just wanted to see what they were made of." Wu Yan scratched his head. "I hope you gentlemen can forgive me." Shito didn't press the matter. "Don't worry about it." The man quickly excused himself. "If that's all, I shall take my leave." He then departed in a hurry, but Xue Hui's suspicion lingered. He glared at the man's back. "I don't like this bastard, one bit," he called out, exposing him. "Did you really think we wouldn't recognize you?" His initial plan was to follow and ambush him, but he had a change of heart. Xue Hui's lip curled into a smirk. "Just because you can mask your demonic aura and act like someone else, you think you can escape me? You should have hidden better. So well that no one would ever find you." The man feigned ignorance. "Pardon?" Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his blade and aimed it at the man's face. "But even then, you would still be caught by me." A system window flashed. Perfect opportunity. Weakness of Yin Wu Xin detected. The system alert then expanded. If you fail to capture Yin Wu Xin, you will be unable to learn the disguise art. If any member of the righteous faction is killed by Xue Hui, you cannot accept the quest from Zhou Su Xin. He scanned the system's warnings. A penalty would be incurred if Yin Wu Xin didn't use demonic arts, and the mission would fail if Shito died. Xue Hui was completely bewildered as he reviewed the alert. This mission had so many conditions. What a pain. Using his demonic arts seemed like a bad idea. The system presented 4 options, and he thought to himself, I can't just abandon the mission and its rewards. He made his choice. I'll just have to clear the conditions as I go. The system confirmed his selection. Approach your opponent. He instantly lunged forward, sword flashing. Xue Hui's eyes widened in shock, but just as the blade was about to connect, something invisible blocked it. The rebound sent him flying backward. Even so, the blow still landed, forcing a pained grunt from his opponent. He realized a defensive skill had repelled his blade just before it could pierce through. That strike should have caused a critical wound. The crowd erupted in panic. They're fighting. That man just attacked. Young Master Zheng, someone stop him, or the young master will be killed. A dangerous smile played on his lips. No problem at all. The system pinged again. Perfect opportunity. Weakness of Yin Wu Xin detected. The massive skill gap must be why the opportunity alert kept triggering. Their blades clashed in a furious exchange. The system notifications were relentless. Direct hit. Over 40,000 damage dealt. Over 30,000 damage dealt. Over 50,000 damage dealt to Yin Wu Xin. Beaten into a corner, the man threw up his hands in surrender. Stop. Stop. Please. Stop. Don't kill me. He casually rested the blade on his shoulder. I'm not going to kill you, but I do have many questions for you. The man looked confused. What? Suddenly, a squadron of guards charged toward them. Save young Master Zheng. Hurry. He's over there. They brandished their weapons, surrounding the two. Xue Hui found it annoying. The warriors of 10,000 Gold Mountain. This is such a pain, and I can't just kill them. A system notification popped up. The 10,000 Gold Mountain warriors have found a weakness in Xue Hui. The group quickly closed in on him. Xue Hui's patience wore thin. They immediately swarmed him, but he found their attacks laughably slow. He dodged every single strike without breaking a sweat. Xue Hui sighed, frustrated. This is only because I have no intention of fighting back. That's why these alerts kept popping up. And it was even more annoying because he couldn't just cut them all down. Besides, this entire distraction was allowing Yin Wu Xin to slip away. As he mulled this over, 3 warriors charged him at once. A wave of pure frustration washed over him. He slammed his fist into the ground, sending out a shockwave that blasted them away. This is getting really annoying. The system chimed. Simulated turn-based combat mode activated. A satisfied smirk crossed his face. Finally, the notifications are gone. Silence at last. Sterling rushed to his side, his face etched with worry. Captain, are you all right? It only just then occurred to him. He could have ordered Sterling to attack. Unlike him, Sterling had no special restrictions holding him back. He asked, a hint of dread in his voice. Was that Yin Wuxin? Xue Hui waved a dismissive hand, giving the order. Enough noise. Watch over these people, but don't kill them. Sterling immediately complied. Understood, Captain. With that settled, Xue Hui finally focused on the system window. All right, switching back to turn-based mode. A system notification popped up. Impossible. Once activated, you cannot revert. That made sense, he supposed. He realized it would be disastrous to keep switching combat styles on a whim. The chaos would be uncontrollable. The simulation mode hid all skill parameters from view. His eyes swept over the panicked crowd. The mission was clear: find him in this sea of people. Damn it, he'd already lost the trail. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from behind. He whipped his head around to see a corpse lying on the ground. Could this be the essence absorption technique? Xue Hui knew it instantly. He must have used his demonic arts to drain a victim's life force and heal himself. This was undoubtedly the work of Yin Wuxin. His eyes darted around frantically. Where is he hiding? The bastard was using a disguise art to change his face, and the status window was completely useless. Another horrified shriek erupted from the crowd. There's another body over here. Xue Hui watched, helpless, as more victims fell. He gritted his teeth in pure frustration. Then a voice yelled out, "Sir Warrior, he went that way. Over there. That woman." Xue Hui sprinted over instantly. "Where did you see him?" An old man pointed a trembling finger. "Right over there." "Where is he?" he demanded. Just then, the system flashed a command, "Jump." He froze. A silhouette? What did that mean? Confused but trusting his instincts, Xue Hui obeyed the system and leaped into the air. In that exact moment, the old man lunged, striking where he'd just been standing. He landed gracefully, his eyes locking onto his target. A snarl escaped his lips. "Yin Wuxin, you damn bastard." He never imagined the fiend could disguise himself as a frail old man. With his cover blown, Yin Wuxin moved with shocking speed, weaving through the crowd to escape. "You're not getting away." Xue Hui roared, giving chase. But it was no use. The villain had already vanished into the crowd and changed his face again. This was the absolute worst-case scenario. Another blood-curdling scream echoed through the square. "Damn it," Xue Hui cursed, racing towards the sound. He moved like a blur, appearing in an instant. He saw a woman clutching her child. "Did you see him?" She answered, terrified. He's gone." He grabbed her wrist to check her pulse. She wasn't Yin Wuxin. There was no trace of demonic energy. Her pulse confirmed it, no internal energy whatsoever. The woman looked at him, confused. "Sir, what are you doing?" He ignored her, his eyes scanning every shadow. "Yin Wuxin, where are you?" And just like before, the system flashed the same command. "Jump." A dark figure leaped again. But as Xue Hui prepared to jump, he was too late. A blindingly fast attack tore through the air, striking him. Pain flared as the blade found its mark. Clutching his wound, Xue stared in disbelief at the fresh corpse lying before him. "Wait, isn't that the woman who was behind me?" So where did the attack come from? His mind raced back to the child she was holding. It couldn't be. The child. Could his disguise art really be that powerful? That absolute monster? He winced, pressing a hand to his bleeding side. This couldn't go on. Suddenly, Huang Ji's voice boomed across the area. "Everyone, cease your attacks. Sit down where you are. Now," he commanded. "All warriors and civilians on Mount Wanjin." Huang Jie turned to his man with a grim expression. "Head guard, a demonic cultivator has appeared, correct?" The guard confirmed. "Yes, sir." The woman and child, their life essence was completely drained. He then faced his daughter, Su Xin. "He knows the enemy uses a disguise art. You said he was hunting a lust demon, didn't you?" She nodded. "Yes, father. He told me that when we first met." Xu Fu watched their exchange in silence. Hearing her confirmation, Huang Ji's urgency grew. "Where is young Master Zheng? Has anyone seen him?" The head guard reported grimly. "He vanished right after the battle began. I fear young Master Zheng has already." But before he could finish, a commotion erupted behind them. "Who are you?" "No, who are you?" Xue Hui strode towards the argument. "What's going on here?" And then he saw it. A sight that made him stop dead in his tracks. Standing before him were two identical versions of Sterling. And worse, each one was pointing at the other, accusing him of being an imposter. "Captain, he's the fake." "No, Captain, this imposter is the fake one." Su Xing gasped, her eyes wide with terror. "Sir Warrior, one of them must be the man you're hunting. If that's the case, young Master Zheng is likely already dead." Xue Hui revealed the horrifying truth. The demon I've been hunting was disguised as him all along. The color drained from Su Xin's face. The revelation left her speechless, paralyzed by fear. The two Sterlings were still at each other's throats, Captain, hurry. This bastard is trying to trick you with his cheap ploys. Captain, take him down now. Yin Wuxin was clearly no ordinary foe. Xue Hui thought to himself. Even in this chaos, he managed to perfectly replicate Sterling's clothes, and even his voice. It's no wonder Elder Bai Hun took him as a disciple. His disguise art is on a whole other level. Su Xin turned to him, her voice trembling. What? What do we do now? He had to figure out which one was his real subordinate, but Xue Hui's expression remained perfectly calm. There's no need to distinguish between them. His voice was heavy, utterly devoid of emotion. I believe you're misunderstanding something. It doesn't matter who you are. I only need to kill one person. He dropped his sword to the ground, a horrifying grin spreading across his face. I'll find you eventually, so you both better grit your teeth for me. Cold sweat beaded on Shito's forehead. But the taunt actually worked. Yin Wuxin quickly removed his mask. Everyone stared in absolute horror. The disguise technique. The man's face was changing. It was demonic. A monster wearing a human mask. Yin Wuxin rolled his shoulder. Is it a little off-center? He mused, a sly grin on his face. It doesn't really matter. He pulled out a whip covered in sharp barbs, his entire body radiating a violent aura. I have no intention of running this time. Things are going to be different. Xue Hui realized his demonic arts had grown stronger. He was stealing life essence to temporarily boost his own power, but Xue Hui looked completely unfazed, almost eager for a fight. He gave a slight wink just to provoke him. I don't have a problem with that. And just like that, he flew into a rage. You damn bastard. Yin Wuxin swung the barbed whip straight at him, but Xue Hui didn't even move. He simply stood there and let the whip slash across his body. Seeing Xue Hui get hit, Su Xin was utterly stunned. He struck him again and again, reveling in the violence. Die, die, die. Yet, Xue Hui still refused to fight back. She too watched with growing anxiety. Captain. He leaped forward, taking the next lash of the whip for him. You son of a bitch. Yin Wuxin's face twisted with pure evil as he laughed. Don't fall just yet. I haven't even started to get serious. After you're down, I'm going to tear you apart and flay you alive. Only then did Xue Hui raise a hand to his face. It's a little warm. His tone was dripping with contempt. Is this all you've got? The taunt sent Yin Wuxin into a screaming frenzy. A crimson power exploded from Yin Wuxin's body. The onlookers were shocked. That's demonic energy. Demonic energy poured out of him. Suddenly, a system window appeared. You have met all the requirements to resolve the mission. Now, capture Yin Wuxin. Xue Hui smirked to himself. Got you now, you damn pervert. In a flash, Xue Hui flew forward and grabbed his head. He raised his hand, winding up. Now, it's my turn, you bastard. He delivered a devastating slap across his face, then immediately switched hands for another. He beat him to a bloody pulp. Again, and again, and again. Yin Wuxin was powerless to resist. Stop it. But Xue Hui had no intention of letting him off. Your whining is useless. Now grit your teeth, because I'm about to shatter every bone in your face. Hearing this, the color drained from his face as he screamed in terror. But Xue Hui, he was enjoying himself immensely. Now then, let's begin. What followed were Yin Wuxin's blood-curdling screams of agony. A short while later, he was tied to a post, looking absolutely pathetic. Xue Hui walked over. How is he? Still got that fire in his eyes? She too wiped the sweat from his brow. He's an idiot. Even in this state, he's still making threats. Yin Wuxin spat right at Shito's feet. If I get out of this, you're the first one I'll kill. Shito just clicked his tongue. This bastard. The villain remained defiant. You brat, you'll never get anything from me. Trust me. I've been through this kind of thing many times before. Xue Hui watched as Shito tried to break him. Just a few hours earlier, Yin Wuxin had been ready to spill everything to avoid being tortured. But the moment he was ordered to write down the disguise technique, the look in his eyes completely changed. Shito punched him in the face repeatedly, but he probably thought he could handle such minor injuries. Thinking this, Xue Hui raised a hand to stop Shito. Is that so? You mean to say we're being too gentle? Even though the mission was complete, he'd only received 2 of the rewards. Xue Hui lifted his foot, ready to get to work. The only things left were one of the 4 secret maps of the sect leader. And its key. On the way here, I came up with a method that's extremely effective. Especially on a lust demon like you. Yin Wuxin sensed something was terribly wrong. What are you talking about? An unreadable smile played on Xue Hui's lips. First, let's see just how tough you really are. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a ruthless kick right between Yin Wuxin's legs, instantly wiping out any future generations he might have had. Yin Wuxin let out an unholy scream of pain. Xue Hui feigned an apology. My bad. I was aiming for both of them, but it looks like one got away. Sorry about that." Then he added a phrase that froze the man with fear. "But I won't miss this time. I promise." He began to raise his leg again. Yin Wuxin's face went white with terror. I'll write it. I'll write it all down. I'm going to become a eunuch." After being beaten so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him, he finally agreed to write. Xue Hui sat in a chair and warned him, "Make sure you write every single word correctly, with no mistakes." The man was so scared he was stuttering. I'm doing it as seriously as I can." Xue Hui's voice turned ice cold. "A man who goes around absorbing the life force of others has no right to play the victim." Yin Wuxin lowered his head. I didn't mean to. It was the only thing I was ever taught." His voice was filled with sorrow. I just wanted to start a new life. I didn't want to stay in the demonic sect and keep absorbing that thing. I want to live as young Master Zhang." Xue Hui shot him a piercing glare. "Don't be ridiculous. Do you really think someone who practices the soul siphon art could ever live a normal life among others?" He pressed on with his questioning. "Then why master the art of disguise and run away?" The man's hand froze, his brush hovering over the paper. What are you talking about?" Xue Hui narrowed his eyes. "The item you got from Elder Bai Hun." He pressed further. "You mean the shadow projection body art, right?" Then realization struck him. I see. By using the muscle meridian shift with the shadow projection body art, he could reshape his entire muscular structure at will. Yin Wuxin set down his brush. "I've written it all down." A system notification appeared. "You have learned the art of disguise and the shadow projection body art. The art of disguise allows you to alter your throat, which represents gender and voice. You can even grow your hair on command. The only things you can't change are your skeleton and the eyes that see the world." Shito pulled him up. "Get up." He was still lost in thought. "My bones can be molded using the shadow projection body art. With this secret technique, he could fool anyone." Just then, the system pinged again. "You have received a reward, a torn piece of the sect leader's map and a key to the secret chamber." He opened the door, his mind still racing with the implications. The sect leader's secret chamber. A place so heavily guarded, he never dared to dream of entering it. But with a body art that could let him slip through a fist-sized space, it was no longer impossible. As he stepped outside, he immediately noticed Su Xin, who had been waiting for him. "Are you finished?" He walked over to them. "Yes." Huang Ge, standing beside her, also spoke. "I don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, warrior, today would have been a complete disaster." He replied humbly, "There's no need for thanks. I just did my duty." But Su Xin had more to say. Warrior." Her eyes sparkled with hope. "Will you come visit us again?" He answered, "I will come again. I have my reasons, after all." Su Xin looked puzzled. "A reason?" He gave a vague reply, something like that. As he left, he turned back for one last word. "Until next time, Lady Su Xin." She watched him go, her heart fluttering. Yes. Afterwards, he returned to his residence to complete his assigned mission. The system announced that Bai Hun's favorability had reached its peak. He let out a sigh. It's done. His HP, internal energy, and combat power all increased by 10,000. The system displayed that 11 days of the mission had passed. You can act freely for the remaining 17 days. He thought to himself, there's still plenty of time. With this freedom, I'll master these new martial arts. He immediately began training everything, from the art of disguise to the shadow projection body art, from the white body demonic art and the swift fist demonic art to the 4 great extreme demonic winds. He sat, cultivating his energy. And just like that, 17 days vanished. His training finished, Xue Hui stood up, exhilarated. His greatest achievement was finally understanding the accelerated time within the 4 great extreme demonic winds. It was still hard to control it perfectly at will, but he couldn't contain his excitement over how much stronger he'd become. The system prompted him to choose a schedule for March, accept a mission, complete a mission, or wander around. He found it all very amusing. All right, let's begin again. The system displayed the mission providers, Kunmo, He Go, Diba, or the physician who treated Xue Hui. Without a second thought, he chose the physician. He was instantly teleported to Luo Mountain, the headquarters of the demonic cult, White Dream Palace. The sight left him baffled. What am I supposed to do here? On a mountain? So Luo Mountain is the demonic cult's main headquarters. White Dream Palace. What am I doing here? A system notification appeared. Receive mission from the Red Physician. A warning followed. The Red Physician is being pursued. Make contact with him at once. He glanced over and confirmed that someone was indeed being hunted. Xue Hui hid behind a tree, watching the White Blood Squad in pursuit. He stayed silent, not daring to make a move. Their determination was absolute. They had to capture him before he escaped White Dream Palace. Yes, sir. Immediately, He disguised himself, covered his face, and blended into their ranks. He followed close behind, his mind racing. I've infiltrated with the art of disguise, but now what? How can I help the Red Physician escape from these guys? His eyes locked onto the leader of the chase. The system displayed the man's information. Xue Guang, captain of the White Dream Palace's White Blood Squad. His combat power is highly unusual. The White Dream Palace is a key power base for the demonic cult's elite. Though his face was covered, the tension in his eyes was palpable. Even as a captain, he's nothing compared to Xue Hui. If it was just him, I could probably do something. With that thought, Xue Hui quickened his pace, closing in on the group ahead. After a while, they arrived at 3 cave entrances. A subordinate turned to Xue Guang. "Captain, what are your orders?" Even Xue Guang hesitated, but he finally decided. "Teams 1, 2, and 3, go left. 5 and 6, enter the cave. The rest of you, follow me up the mountain." "Understood," his men shouted in unison. Xue Hui thought, "I'm in Team 6. Suddenly, his eyes caught a figure darting into the cave. He smiled. "Perfect." He went into the cave. Xue Guang led the way inside with a torch. Partway in, he abruptly stopped. "Wait a second, there's a fork up ahead." He eyed the 2 paths for a moment, then gave another command. "Split into 2 teams and check both sides. If we hit another fork, send 2 men down that path. I'll wait here. This cave is a dead end anyway." Everyone spread out and searched meticulously. The underlings instantly obeyed the command. All the while, Xue Hui followed silently behind them, his mind already piecing together a plan. "Luckily, I chose the same path as the Cardinal Healer. Their numbers will continue to drop. I must seize this opportunity to take them all down." The Cardinal Healer gasped for breath, exhausted. He slumped against a large rock, staring helplessly at his own wounded leg. It wouldn't move, no matter how much he willed it to. A wave of guilt and regret washed over him. "Forgive me, Lord Kunmo. I wanted to offer you the purple dragon grass." But his lament was cut short by voices echoing from the passage. "He's over there. Get him." Resolve hardened in the Cardinal Healer's eyes. "It seems this is the end. But even if I die, I must destroy this herb." Without a moment's hesitation, he brought the purple dragon grass to his lips. But before he could act, his pursuers swarmed him. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." One of the thugs pressed a cold blade against the healer's neck. "From this moment on, if you so much as twitch, your head will roll. Destroying it will only grant you a more agonizing death." The man growled, his voice a low threat. "Now, gently place what's in your hand on the ground." But in the next instant, a shadow blurred behind the thug. With a sickening crack, Xue Hui snapped the man's neck. He casually brushed the dust from his hands. "Don't worry, I'm an ally." With that, he pulled down his mask, revealing his face. The Cardinal Healer's eyes widened in pure shock. "It's you, Xue Hui. Why are you here?" He answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Why, you ask? You're the one who always treats my wounds. Helping you is the most natural thing in the world." Xue Hui knelt beside him. "Now, tell me everything that happened." The Cardinal Healer held nothing back, laying out the entire desperate situation. This is where the tale began. Xue Guang, the captain of the White Blood Squad, had stumbled upon the purple dragon grass during a training mission. He knew reporting it would mean losing it, and he desperately wanted the legendary herb for himself. But if it was poisonous, or its yin-yang energy was too volatile, consuming it would be a death sentence. So, he gave it to the Cardinal Healer, Hong Wei-si, for a proper appraisal. But the Cardinal Healer fled with the purple dragon grass instead, knowing that by the law of the demonic cult, all such treasures belong to the main sect. That's why the captain of the White Blood Squad was hunting him to destroy any evidence of his greed. Xue Hui processed this, his gaze sharp. "Cardinal Healer, why did you steal it?" "Didn't you know this would happen?" The healer answered, his voice filled with sincere conviction. "This herb, it's an incredibly rare divine medicine, a treasure this precious. I had to offer it to Lord Kunmo, the master I serve." The healer's resolve was absolute, even if it meant betting his own life. Xue Hui paused for a beat, then gave a firm nod. "I understand. How can I help you?" Just then, a system window materialized before his eyes. Quest alert. The main sex healer, Hong Wei-si, is being pursued by the White Blood Squad. Objective: earn his trust. Reward: purple dragon grass. Xue Hui stared at the screen, his eyes wide with astonishment. This will attract the attention of the White Dream Palace's master. He's one of the most powerful figures in the entire sect. And if I interfere with his personal unit, the White Blood Squad, will he mark me as an enemy? A sudden sound from deeper in the cave snapped him to attention. Xue Hui immediately stood up, giving the Cardinal Healer a quick command. "Wait here for a moment." He pulled his mask back on. Disguise art. A man carrying a torch rounded the corner. "Is he in there?" The system window flickered back to life. Quest objective activated. If you do not display your power, the healer will not entrust the purple dragon grass to you. Warning: stronger opponents will appear if you delay. Xue Hui gestured deeper into the cave. I was about to head further in. Want to come along? The man shrugged. Sure, why not? The system immediately flashed another warning. Alert: if the healer dies, the mission will be a failure. Condition: do not reveal your true identity. Xue Hui let the torchbearer walk ahead of him. Suddenly, the man stopped and turned back. Hey, I just remembered. That guy who went in with you. He never finished his sentence. In a fluid motion, Xue Hui struck out, a single, precise blow ending the man's life. The cardinal healer stared at him, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Let's get out of here, Xue Hui urged. The healer quickly nodded. But a new voice cut through the silence. Do you really think it'll be that easy? The cavern was suddenly flooded with torchlight, leaving no shadow untouched, no secret hidden. At the mouth of the cave stood Xu Guang and his men, their murderous gazes locked onto the duo. The cardinal healer's face went pale with dread. Xue Hui, on the other hand, didn't even flinch. His expression remained one of absolute calm. Seeing the assembled squad, Xue Hui made his calculation. They have numbers, but it's not an impossible fight. A brutish thug stepped forward, demanding, "Who the hell are you?" Xue Hui's reply was sharp. "Who am I? Let's just say I'm not from the White Dream Palace." The man snarled, his patience wearing thin. "You've got a death wish, kid. Do you even understand the situation you're in? You really think you can escape from here alive?" Suddenly, the system provided a crucial piece of advice. To gain the healer's trust, you must demonstrate absolute and overwhelming power. Xue Hui knew exactly what that meant. He had to end this fight in a completely dominant fashion. The system flashed one last reminder. Warning: if the cardinal healer dies, the mission is a failure. Revealing my identity to the enemy is not an option. Moreover, I must use this disguise technique to conceal who I truly am. The only catch is, this secret art drains mental energy, not internal power. With a steady hand, Xue Hui slowly drew his blade. I can't use my full strength. Instead of a turn-based fight, I'll choose this. Simulated combat method. The system began a rapid analysis as a figure cloaked in dark aura appeared. When the scan was complete, its power surged directly into his mind. Xue Hui unleashed his third technique, the traceless ghost step, and instantly lunged forward. Without hesitation, he delivered a clean horizontal slash. Darting to the side, Xue Hui landed as light as a feather, then sent them to their graves with another flash of his sword. And this was the power of the white-body demonic art. The cardinal, seeing this, was frozen in pure terror. As they rushed in to counterattack Xue Hui, he activated his ice crystal armor, deflecting their blows. Xue Hui shot them a razor-sharp glare, then unleashed a wave of icy spiritual power that sent them flying. In the cardinal's eyes, he was an absolute master. I heard he's going to be the next vice-captain of the Shadow Legion. The cardinal was stunned. He thought the man just had powerful connections. He never expected his skills were this incredible. Soon, the simulation ended, and Xue Hui came to a complete stop. He ceased all movement. Xue Hui then pulled down his face covering. Honestly, every time I use this mode, I'm genuinely surprised. Just by following the system's guidance, I can take down any opponent with ease. Even if the disguise limits my full power, it's still incredibly satisfying to crush them. He turned to the stunned cardinal. We don't have time to be dazed. Let's go. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind them. Why hasn't Squad 6 reported out yet? Xue Hui felt something was terribly wrong. Damn it, they must have sensed something was off and started gathering. Taking on a whole mob is not a smart move. He hesitated. The biggest problem was the familiar voice of Captain Xu Guang. Xu Guang's combat strength could rival my own, and his unknown fighting chi technique is a dangerous wild card. The more Xue Hui thought, the more worried he became. Even if I miraculously take them all down, what happens then? The consequences would be severe. Suddenly, the cardinal sighed in resignation. It seems this is as far as we go, doesn't it? He said, his voice laced with despair. You know, I never should have tried to escape this place. The cardinal was utterly defeated. If no one knew, it would be over. But now, the members of the squad are dead. If I don't sacrifice myself, you'll be in grave danger. Sir Xue Hui, he replied. You won't know unless you try, Xue Hui stated bluntly. If we take all their heads, there won't be anyone left to talk. Just then, he revealed a critical piece of information. The ones who saw me escape. It wasn't just the White Blood Squad. Xue Hui fell into a heavy silence. The cardinal was right. If he killed everyone here, he would be in even deeper trouble. Xue Hui knew it wouldn't just affect him, but Kunma as well, and the cardinal knew it too. He suddenly held out a pouch of herbs. Take this. The cardinal was now placing all his trust in him. Please, Deliver this to Lord Kanma. Can you promise me that? Xue Hui was conflicted. I understand. But suddenly, the system flashed. Mission complete. You have received purple dragon grass and a torn map fragment to the cult leader's secret study. He was shocked. What? I thought this mission was a failure. Why is it complete? Xue Hui grew suspicious. Could it be that the mission was never about escorting the cardinal at all? The man's voice snapped him back. You have to get out of here, while I draw their attention. Xue Hui thought to himself. Looking back, the mission required me to build his trust. Then, the cardinal turned to leave. Please deliver this directly into Lord Kanma's hands. With that, he sprinted away, shouting, Over here, you bastards. The mob immediately pursued him. He's over there. Get him. Kill him. And just like that, Zhu Guang sent him on his way. All that remained was a pair of cracked glasses on the ground. Xue Hui turned and vanished from that place. As the sun blazed high in the sky, Xue Hui finally made it back to his room. He let out a long, weary sigh. It was a successful mission that left a bitter taste. Staring at the purple dragon grass in his hand, Xue Hui wondered, what am I supposed to do with this now? It was an item meant for Kunma, but now that the cardinal was dead, was it really necessary to deliver it? He thought silently. If no one knows the purple dragon grass exists, then no one would know if I just consumed it myself. Of course, there was a chance that news had already been sent via carrier pigeon. An idea struck Xue Hui, and he decided to check his system inventory. Notification. You have placed the purple dragon grass in your inventory. The moment he stored it, the system presented 3 options. Temporal storage. Xue Hui already had a plan. He would save it. This was just in case Kun Ma already knew about the purple dragon grass's existence. Even if things don't go as planned, I can still prepare ahead of time. Besides, I still have 4 lives left. The system also unlocked new features. Seeing that the item's state was saved, he popped it into his mouth. All right, let's do this. Xue Hui tried to chew and swallow the purple dragon grass. A system warning immediately appeared. The ultimate Yang mental art is required to absorb the purple dragon grass. Without it, the process will take 1 full year. It looks like I can't completely absorb this thing. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel his hopes sink. Wait, this doesn't explain the effects or the supreme Yang technique I need. Is my face burning up just a side effect? Right now, I can't tell if this is a blessing or a curse. Then, Xue Hui collapsed onto the bed, forced to wait for an entire year. Maybe I should try finding the supreme Yang technique myself. Just then, a system notification chimed. The master of the White Dream Palace, Shura, wants to see Xue Hui. He froze. Xue Hui shot up in bed, his eyes fixed on the door. Why do I suddenly have such a bad feeling? For him to come to my residence in person means he definitely found a trail from his underlings, but the system gave him no option to refuse. Xue Hui cursed under his breath. Damn it, looks like there's no avoiding this. The door to his room swung open on its own. The man stepped before him. Our first meeting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the master of the White Dream Palace. Sure. His cooperation level suddenly doubled. The 29th ranked leader on the palace master charts, and one of the 8 palaces, Shura of the demonic cult. He came all this way just to see me. Xue Hui broke the silence. To what do I owe this visit, sir? He didn't understand what cooperation times 2 meant, and worse, the man's power level was completely hidden. Shura's voice was calm. Why do you think I've come here? Xue Hui replied, completely flustered, I'm not sure. Shura took a deliberate step closer to him. If you don't know, then try to guess. He spoke in riddles. For a reason I suspect you are already well aware of. This was seriously bad. Under Shura's immense pressure, Xue Hui was terrified. A question so blunt, it was as if he somehow knew. He knew I was the one who stole the violet dragon herb. I used the purple shadow steps to escape, but I've also mastered other advanced anti-tracking techniques. I'm certain I left no trace behind. Shura's voice cut in, urging him on. Well, get on with it. Take a guess. He stammered. Suddenly, the system popped up, giving him 2 suggestions. The first, what is this old geezer even talking about? He's spouting a bunch of meaningless nonsense. Damn it, this old man is so annoying. The second option was even crazier. I'm the one who took the divine herb. Got a problem with that? Xue Hui was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell are these ridiculous options? He could never say something like that to this man's face. This was way too disrespectful, just like that time with Kun Ma. How could he possibly choose either one? Xue Hui's mind was in utter chaos. The worst option was always the only way forward. He gritted his teeth, but even so, this time, wasn't this a bit too extreme? I don't know. To hell with it. Then, Xue Hui recited the words from the system. What is this old geezer even talking about? You're spouting a whole lot of meaningless nonsense. Damn it, you're so annoying. After the words left his mouth, he braced for the man's inevitable fury. But Shure's expression didn't change. You certainly are bold. With that, he turned to leave. Xue Hui froze in place. It worked, but after just a few steps, Shure stopped. Sometimes, when I take a walk, the faces of my subordinates often turn red. That is usually a sign that they have consumed a divine herb, a side effect that occurs when their immunity to illusions causes dizziness. Xue Hui's blood ran cold. What? How did he? Shure sighed wistfully. It's all right. I know you. You want to hide it. We both know exactly which divine herb it is, don't we? Then he delivered the final, heart-stopping blow. And besides, your face is also very red. How are you feeling? In the next instant, Shure's hand shot forward. He clamped down hard on Xue Hui's throat. Caught completely by surprise, Xue Hui gasped for air. Shure's voice was a cold whisper. Hey, young man, if you think I won't kill you, then you are gravely mistaken. I do not make alliances with any disciples of the Tianmo. At this point, Xue Hui's eyes rolled back as darkness crept in, and then, with one decisive move, Shure struck. So killing you poses no problem at all. The force of the blow sent a spray of blood from his mouth. Seeing this, Shure looked even more thrilled. Xue Hui stared down at his own body in a daze. His eyelids felt impossibly heavy. The system's voice rang out. 3 return chances remaining for Chapter 38. Become Kunma's Key Warrior. First year of exponential growth, Xue Hui was sent back just a few moments into the past. He was disoriented at first, but as the memory of his death came rushing back, his confusion turned to pure rage. Xue Hui gritted his teeth. Damn it, the life I worked so hard for, lost in an instant. This cursed quest is nothing but trouble. Panic began to creep into his heart. He couldn't calm down. From the way the White Dream Palace master questioned him, he must have already known about the violet dragon herb. Xue Hui slammed his fist on his knee, making up his mind. Maybe I need to choose a different save point. I have to think this through carefully. Remembering the 2 choices, he considered them. The answer definitely wasn't the first one, which means it had to be the second. But Xue Hui still felt uneasy. He couldn't just ignore the other possibilities. What if I don't consume the violet dragon herb at all? He suddenly remembered the Red Doctor's words. Handing the violet dragon herb over to Kunma could also be the right choice. Luckily, in the last timeline, I saved my progress right after putting the herb in my inventory. I can still choose what to do with it. Xue Hui sighed, his mind a total mess. But what if I give it to Kunma, and it still doesn't solve the problem? This is so complicated. But now he knew one thing for certain. Even if the master of the White Dream Palace finds out Kunma has the divine herb, he won't just sit back and do nothing. No. Before all this, if Kunma was worried about clashing with the palace master, then he, and even the system, could abandon him. Just then, a notification popped up. The master of the White Dream Hall, Tu La, was summoning Xue Hui. Xue Hui remained outwardly calm. So, he's here. All he could do was play it by ear, assess the situation, and act accordingly. Enter. The man walked in, his presence overwhelming. Our first meeting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the master of the White Dream Hall, Tu La. Staring at the floating text, Xue Hui was baffled. That word, cooperation, it had to be a clue. I don't understand the mechanics, but this is definitely tied to the purple dragon grass. With his heart pounding, he spoke. You've come, master. The master replied nonchalantly. It seems you were expecting me. Xue Hui steeled his nerves. I have to try. There's something I must say. He began to carefully probe Tu La about the purple dragon grass's location. But even after hearing him out, the master's expression remained like ice. Xue Hui, meanwhile, was on high alert. After careful observation, he made his choice. He would give the purple dragon grass to the master of the White Dream Hall, not Kunma. Tu La asked calmly. Fine. Where is it? A knot of anxiety tightened in Xue Hui's stomach. He knew this path was fraught with peril. Trying to keep his voice steady, Xue Hui replied, But I can't tell you directly. Who knows, maybe this cooperation is my one chance to turn the tables. It was a gamble worth taking. His words sparked suspicion in the master's eyes. A crushing pressure, a powerful aura, slammed down on Xue Hui. You wish to bargain with me? Such a reckless youth, and why can't you simply tell me? Flustered, Xue Hui clenched his fists. The sheer force of the man's presence was suffocating, but I have to withstand it. To turn this situation to his advantage, he needed a combat method that could guarantee victory. He quickly played his card. Because Master Kunma also knows of its existence, this seemed to catch Tu La by surprise. Is that so? Master Kunma knows. Xue Hui stammered, Why, yes, my lord. The master's gaze pierced right through him, searching for any hint of a lie. Under that intense scrutiny, Xue Hui could only remain silent. Then, suddenly, Tula spoke. I agree. The words left Xue Hui utterly stunned. He continued, the purple dragon grass was ours from the beginning, was it not? I will handle him. Let us work together. But Xue Hui could hardly believe it. Did he really just say cooperate? Did I clear the condition? He quickly agreed. All right, I'll give it to you. Tula seemed pleased. Good. Where's the divine herb? Xue Hui then produced the purple dragon grass. It's right here. The master looked surprised. So you hid it within your robes. Thank you. With the herb in hand, Tula turned to leave. Take care. But a chilling premonition washed over Xue Hui. Wait, Xue Hui looked up. His eyes locked on the master. Something was terribly wrong. Seeing the text above his head was unchanged, he panicked. Why hasn't the notification disappeared? An icy chill shot down his spine. The master of the White Dream Hall had definitely said cooperate. If the condition was met, the text should be gone. Suddenly, Tula paused at the door. Ah, that's right. There's one more thing. He slowly turned back around. There's something else I must take. I forgot. Xue Hui asked with suspicion. What is it that you need, my lord? In an instant, Tula's face became a mask of chilling frost, the price for the lives of my subordinates. A system warning blared in his mind. The master of the White Dream Hall has discovered the player's weakness. Terror seized Xue Hui. This choice was wrong, too. His mind descended into pure chaos. What could he possibly do now? Am I just going to die here? His opponent was ranked 29 in the demonic cult. If there was a better way, any way at all, he had to find it. But it seemed impossible. The system began a countdown. 5. Xue Hui wavered. This man could probably kill him with a single blow, but he still had to make a choice. He forced himself to think. Wait, calm down. Why would the status window appear if death was certain? In my last life, I was completely helpless. And then, a realization dawned on him. The fact that the screen appeared at all meant there was still a path to survival, a hidden, daring option he hadn't seen. The countdown hit 2. Panic set in. I don't understand what's happening. The only thing he could think of was that one bastard. And in that instant, the system issued a command. Attack. A massive explosion rocked the room. Xue Hui leaped back just in time. Tula had just obliterated everything around him. Slowly, he pushed himself to his feet. The system activated AI combat mode. From a high vantage point, Xue Hui watched the scene unfold. You're the only one I can trust now, AI. He let out a frustrated sigh. Just then, the AI turned towards Xue Hui and roared. Hey, you son of a bitch. The outburst left Tula stunned. Xue Hui was just as shocked. AI. What is this lunatic doing? He nearly jumped out of his skin. The AI then calmly turned to face the master. As you are aware, the AI began. I was actually quite merciful regarding your subordinates' deaths. Tula narrowed his eyes. What did you just say? The AI stated bluntly. I mean, I could have annihilated them all. But I chose not to. Xue Hui couldn't believe what he was hearing. He's absolutely insane. But to provoke a monster like that, it must mean he has a chance to win, right? Because the AI had always surpassed his expectations. He placed all his faith in his other self. This time, I'm counting on you, AI. Without a moment's hesitation, he roared, Go, AI. The words had barely left his lips as he shot forward. But what the AI did next left Xue Hui completely frozen in shock. He just stared blankly. Huh. The person he saw was himself, fleeing for his life. He was scrambling, desperately trying to get away. But Asura wasn't about to let him escape. You truly are a madman. Then, with a single, devastating slash, he sent Kai to his death. The system announced 2 chances remaining. Kai found himself back in his room. He sank into despair. Damn it, I can't even beat him. Not even with that power. Kai collapsed onto the bed, completely drained. I guess I'll have to try a different save point. With only 2 lives left. He had to wonder if he was being too reckless and insane during his missions. A deep unease lingered in his heart. But even so, his ultimate decision would not change. Repeating everything after returning to the past was agonizing. Besides, he couldn't give up on a mission that had already cost him 2 lives. Kai knew exactly what this feeling was, his own greed. Staring at the violet dragon grass in his hand, he realized it was never meant to be his. Not only did he never expect the Lord of the White Dream Palace to find out, he also had no way to possibly persuade him. He had no choice but to go to Kunmo. It seemed the only option left was to give up the violet dragon grass and hand it over. Seeing him there, Kunmo was rather curious. Is something wrong? Kai steeled his resolve. This was the only way. He gave the violet dragon grass to Kunmo. He took it immediately. You're saying the Cardinal Doctor told you to give this to me? Kai replied, yes. He then explained the grim truth. Unfortunately, the Cardinal Doctor has. But Kunmo already knew of his fate. I understand. Sensing Kai's fear, he tried to comfort him. This will be a great help to me. I will never forget what you did today. Don't you worry. Even if the Lord of the White Dream Palace comes looking, he won't be able to act so recklessly. Kai could only trust Kunmo's words. Yes, thank you, my lord. As bright moonlight streamed into the room, Kai returned to his quarters. Why did I choose such a difficult path to solve what should have been a simple problem? Damn it, 2 of my precious lives. He reminded himself that through this mission, he had learned a valuable lesson. Never let your greed get the best of you. You can't just take everything you want simply because it's part of a mission. Danger will always be lurking nearby. You must always remain rational and level-headed. Kai let out a small sigh of relief. I have to be more careful from now on. Just then, a system notification appeared. The Lord of the White Dream Palace, Asura, wishes to see Kai. His blood ran cold. What? And he could not refuse the request. The door immediately burst open. He introduced himself just like the last time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Lord of the White Dream Palace, Asura. Kai asked with forced formality. What reason brings your lordship here? This is insane. Asura shot back a cold question. Why am I here, you ask? Kai stammered. I'm not sure, sir. It seemed Kunmo hadn't met with him yet. A cruel smirk appeared on his face. If you don't know, then why don't you take a guess? For some reason, I suspect you already know. Hearing those words, Kai began to panic. Wait a minute. This conversation is exactly like the one from the life before the last. This can't be happening. Asura urged him on, his voice filled with annoyance. Hurry up and guess. The system presented 2 choices, beginning a countdown from 9. Kai was terrified, completely unsure of what to choose. Does it really have to be this way? That bastard Kunmo. This is completely different from what he promised. His mind was in absolute chaos. Could it be that if I return to this save point, there's no way to get past this? Just because I touched that damned violet dragon grass, I'm now trapped in this inescapable hell. Kai let out a long, defeated sigh. Even though he already had 1 foot in the next life, he figured he might as well try a different option. All right, if you want to kill me, just kill me, damn it. Then he chose his response. I'm the one who took the divine herb. Is there a problem? Asura erupted in anger. You insolent brat. He gripped the hilt of his sword. I'll take that to mean you're asking me to kill you. Kai squeezed his eyes shut, accepting his fate. But suddenly, Kunmo's voice cut through the air, startling him. So, you were here. He slowly approached Kai's room. Asura stopped his attack. Seeing Kunmo appear, Kai couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Kai, offering a gentle smile. Kai could only watch as the 2 of them spoke to each other. As Kunmo and Asura talked for a long time, Kai could only remain silent despite his anxiety. When Asura looked his way, Kai was terrified. The Lord's face was heavy, his eyes grim. Left with no other choice, Asura turned and left, but Kai was still uneasy. Lord Kunmo, he spoke to reassure him. It's all right. The conversation went well, so you don't need to worry. As long as I'm here, he won't dare to do anything to you. Kai then remembered that he'd been so focused on Kunmo's appearance, he'd forgotten what kind of person he truly was. Kai bowed his head, his voice sincere. Thank you, my lord. He didn't know if it was because of the prestige of the heavenly demon's disciple, or if some kind of deal had been made between them. But whatever the reason, to protect him, he was willing to persuade the Lord of the White Dream Palace. Kunmo was quite pleased with his attitude. In any case, you did very well this time. Take this. Hearing that, Kai was a bit confused. And he received an item, the Azurite Enlightenment Sword. The very blade once used by the High Priest, the combat arts and the special soul-tracking aura sealed within his predecessor. Yue couldn't help but smile inwardly. This is incredible. The destructive power of every martial art I know has been amplified. Excitement surged through Yue as he gripped his sword. My combat power and skill have skyrocketed. And best of all, a brand new special ability has just unlocked. This was nothing short of a turning point in his destiny. Kun praised him for his courage, for helping the Red Doctor retrieve the Violet Dragon Herb. And you even managed to escape the White Dream Palace. You absolutely have the skills to possess this power. You've more than earned it. I expect great things from you. He placed his complete faith in him. Humbled by this trust, Yue quickly affirmed his commitment. I will do my best not to disappoint you, sir. With that, Kun turned and walked away. Very good. Keep it up. Yue watched his figure disappear, momentarily lost in thought. Then, he threw open the window and swiftly leaped from his room. A rush of excitement filled him as spiritual energy enveloped his body. This blade, the kind used by the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. I can feel the overwhelming demonic energy hidden deep within it. If I use Wind God, my best available technique, the speed of my 4 extremes wave art should increase by 4.5 times. Let's give it a try. His head tilted slightly, following the technique's instructions. Suddenly, Yue's eyes snapped open. He followed the rhythm, bringing the sword down before swinging it to the right. As his blade's velocity peaked, he successfully activated Wind God. A roaring whirlwind materialized out of thin air, blasting everything away. Yue stared in disbelief at the unbelievable scene before him. When the cyclone vanished, it left a deep crater in the ground. He burst into joyous laughter. This demon encounter sword is a truly magnificent weapon. As the sun rose over the lush green hills, Yue saw the system window again. He had a mission available. Complete the patrol warrior's quest. It's good to see you again. I thought this status window was gone for good. After that last incident, I'm not really in the mood for another quest. Besides, I want to master the Wind God technique completely, so this time, I'll just choose to train. The system then presented several locations for him to choose from. In an instant, he was transported to the backyard of the Black Tortoise Hall. Yue looked around curiously. So this is the rear courtyard. Since there are no obstacles here, no one can secretly spy on me. This is the perfect place to train. All right, let's begin. But when he saw the sheer number of training options still left, he buried his face in his hands with disappointment. Yue couldn't accept it. For the past 5 months, he'd swung his sword like a madman to practice Wind God. Yet, in the end, his success rate wasn't even 30%. He tried to find the reason why, but ultimately, he had made zero progress. So, where is the problem? The system offered a new schedule. Impart. A new option appeared. Impart? Who am I supposed to teach? The system prompted him to instruct the available squad leaders. Yue immediately thought of the squad leaders of the Shadow Corps. Kun once mentioned wanting to promote me to vice captain of the Shadow Corps. He said he'd recommend me after I became skilled enough and familiar with this place. Could today be the day? The system displayed a message. Speak with Shadow Corps Captain Black Dog. The man showed no surprise at all. So, that day has finally come? I heard you completed the vice captain training course. To think you finished it in just 1 year. I truly couldn't believe my own ears. This only strengthens my faith in Lord Kun's judgment. Now that you have the skills, as we discussed before, he stated frankly. As of today, I am appointing you vice captain of the Shadow Corps. Yue listened intently as Black Dog laid out his duties. The squad leaders in the Shadow Courts are all exceptional individuals. They were personally selected by Lord Kun himself. Your job is to command them. He then emphasized one crucial point. If you cannot control these people, you will have to give up your position. Understood? The words left him stunned, completely blindsided. The system then presented an option. Would you like to save? The question landed like a drop of water on a still lake. Yue's mind raced. Save. Based on past experience, this was a sign that something dangerous was about to happen. He was still hesitant. There's no real reason to save here. But I want to see what kind of description appears if I save this timeline. Yue chose to save. The chapter list in his status window grew. It just said Year 2. How bland. The system asked if he wanted to watch this episode. Reading this, Yue paused. After a moment of deep thought, he selected Accept. Before Yue's astonished eyes, the system activated Part 1, the squad leaders of the Shadow Corps. In a small, enclosed space, 3 people were already gathered. Yulin spoke up, his voice dripping with annoyance. That guy appointed to be the new vice captain is on his way. This man was Yulin, Squad 1's leader, at the peak realm of power. Qisong added, it seems the recruitment process was quite fast this time. He was the leader of Squad 2, also at the peak realm. Over on the side, Xiaoling revealed his secret. I thought the new commander would be chosen from within our ranks. Besides the vacant vice captain's seat, rumor has it that I have my own connections with Mr. Kun, you know. Hearing that, he was filled with doubt. How could she possibly know that? Xiaoling, the captain of Squad 4, a warrior at the absolute peak realm. She was the #1 prospect in the entire division, perched casually on the side. It takes one to know one, after all. Just then, someone else entered the room. It didn't matter if he had connections or not. The man declared that if the newcomer had power, they would follow him. But if he was just some weakling, they should kill him on the spot. This man was Long Zhen, the 3rd Squad's leader, and the most hot-headed of all the commanders. A system notification appeared. Tutorial phase complete. Commencing mission. Xue Hui was instantly teleported to the front of the room. He quickly scanned his surroundings. He was standing before the other squad members. Whatever. The system equipped him with the uniform of the Shadow Squad's vice commander. His clothes had changed. All right. It then asked if he wanted to wear a mask. Xue Hui was puzzled by this. A mask? That meant he needed to hide his face. Was this because of Xiao Ling? He first met her at the martial arts hall, but after several regressions, they met again at Tianrui Pass. He fondly recalled that moment. Back then, he was just a lowly scribe, a slave to his superiors. It was a bitter memory. She might recognize him. It was better to wear it. Xue Hui agreed to wear the mask and opened the door, stepping into the chamber. Seeing Xue Hui appear, Yao Lin immediately looked over. Qisong froze in place, and Long Zhen shot him an irritated glare. Even Xiao Ling watched with curiosity. When he saw that no one was moving, he realized. What is this? Time had stopped. The system issued a mission. Attempt to speak with the squad leaders. Xue Hui tried to move. It wanted him to talk to them, but time was frozen for everyone. How could he possibly move? As he walked towards Yao Lin, a system window popped up. Would you like to hear Yao Lin's inner thoughts? He accepted. The man's voice echoed in his mind. Ever since becoming a squad leader, I haven't been able to learn any suitable new martial arts. The missions we get are just simple patrols around the sect. Because we only do these menial jobs, the other squads all look down on us. And the vice commander and chief commanders can't teach us anything worthwhile. I want to learn techniques like the White Knight Eye or the Scattering Water Art. Xue Hui carefully considered this information. The White Knight Eye, a visual technique that grants the user perfect vision even in total darkness. He had learned it himself while training and tracking skills. At that moment, he remembered Diba's words. I see. I finally understand why the training commander taught me those specific skills. He probably wanted me to teach them to these squad leaders to build their trust. Xue Hui then glanced at the others. What about them? Qisong's inner thoughts appeared before him. I'm so bored and tired of these kinds of missions. I want more thrilling assignments that can make my heart pound. I don't care who gives them. I want to eliminate the strong enemies outside the sect, not rot away inside. I hope we get more special missions. If he can do that, I will gladly offer my life for him at any time. Meanwhile, Long Zhen was still fuming. Damn it, we always get stuck providing backup for the other squads. This new commander is probably just another privileged fool with connections. If he's another incompetent idiot, I won't let it slide. Hell, it might be better to join another disciple's faction than to be disrespected like this. Xue Hui wasn't surprised. So many complaints. He walked towards the last person, and finally stood before her. Would you like to hear the inner thoughts of Xiao Ling? He paused, hesitating for a moment. The system's prompt appeared again. Would you like to hear Xiao Ling's inner thoughts? Immediately, her inner voice reached him. What do I even gain by being in an organization like this? She sat there silently, but her feelings were clear. The outcome will never change. Hearing this, Xue Hui was deeply shaken. I have to find a way, or we're all going to die at the hands of Elder Tai Huang in 2 years. He remembered that old man, the Tai Huang sect master. Xiao Ling's thoughts continued. Does that person want to escape this hell as much as I do? Hearing this left Xue Hui speechless. He had no idea who she was talking about. That person. Who could she mean? Just then, the system interface appeared. You have listened to everyone's thoughts. Return to your original position. And just like that, time resumed. Everyone's attention was instantly focused on him. Stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Xue Hui felt a wave of anxiety. He forced himself to regain his composure. You must have already heard about me through the reports, he thought to himself. I don't feel any special sympathy for them just because I heard their thoughts. After all, I was in the same situation after struggling at the bottom of the demonic sect for 10 years. Xue Hui slowly walked towards them. However, I know nothing about any of you. To be honest, I don't care. I have no intention of commanding you or changing you. He had faced countless disgusting and unfair things from people like them. That's why I know exactly how to train them and make them obey. Me. Xue Hui spoke with an icy tone. Those who wish to follow me, stay. Those who don't, are free to leave right now. Hearing this, Long Jian roared in fury. Who the hell do you think you are, acting like that? But my sheer presence was enough to silence him. I shot him a warning glare. I'm not finished. Long Zhen struggled to contain his rage. Xue Hui made his decision. Let's do this. His next words shocked them all. Anyone who disagrees with what I just said, step forward. That single phrase made Qisong's expression turn serious. Yao Lin watched with keen anticipation. Xiao Ling, however, remained perfectly calm. Xue Hui gestured for them to come at him. All of you, at once. Enraged, Long Zhen charged forward. You arrogant bastard. System activated. Combat mode engaged. Target, Long Zhen. Weakness identified. What is your next move? A small smile played on my lips as I closed the distance. In an instant, Xue Hui teleported behind him, grabbing Long Zhen by the collar and violently throwing him aside. The move left the other three completely stunned, while Long Zhen gritted his teeth in pure fury. Xue Hui let out a sigh of disgust, his words dripping with sarcasm. Now I think I finally understand why the Violet Serpent and Violet Phantom squads always ignore us. Just think about it, he stated bluntly. When incompetent fools like you, who love to show off, call yourselves squad leaders, how pathetic do you think you look in their eyes? At that, all three of them charged, attacking Xue Hui simultaneously. I had already calculated the risks. Facing all four of them head-on would be dangerous, even for me. But taking them down one by one won't leave the right impression. Immediately, Xue Hui activated the combat simulation mode. I'll take you all down in one fell swoop. Xiaoling threw two hidden weapons, slashing at a 15-degree angle. I dodged them both with practiced ease. Then, with a flick of my blade, I sent the projectiles flying. They soared back towards their allies. One sliced into Yao Lin's arm, while the other plunged into Qi Song's chest. A footstep. A voice echoed in my head, a timely warning. Half a step back to the left, thrust your sword forward. Xue Hui followed the command instantly, his blade shooting out to block Long Zhen's surprise attack. A smug smirk crossed his face. He stared at Long Zhen's twisted expression. What's wrong? Pretty useful for someone who took a shortcut, huh? Fear was now visible on Yao Lin's face. Or did you think I won through sheer luck? Or perhaps, you're blaming yourselves for choosing the wrong path from the very beginning. Those words struck Qi Song with absolute terror. With an air of arrogance, Xue Hui declared, "Let me repeat myself for everyone.
Forget whatever you're thinking. Those who don't like it don't have to accept my training."
She continued to observe the situation from afar, while he turned and left as soon as his message was delivered. To be honest, I just want to finish this pointless drama and find a way to survive. Xue Hui paused at the door. But with all those eyes on me, I have to at least pretend I'm teaching them something. He spoke with a serious tone. Only those who are willing. Show up tomorrow. With that, Xue Hui slammed the door shut. He leaned against it, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. That was what I really thought. Back then, no matter how insanely Hui Mo trained, it was never enough to get stronger. If it weren't for the status window, I wouldn't be wasting my time like this. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed, shaking him. The squad leader's affinity has increased, plus 10 points. Xue Hui can only stare in confusion. Affinity? Now I have to find a way to raise this stat, too? Maybe doing this will help me complete the group mission with them. The system prompted. When everyone's affinity reaches 100%, the option to complete the mission with the squad leaders will be unlocked. As expected, warm sunlight began to fill the sky. Xue Hui returned to his room and removed his mask. He suddenly noticed something. Looking at the mask in his hand, was this design drawn on? Xue Hui carefully recalled the past. As always, the beginning was smooth. Then, I'd be surrounded by choices, but danger would inevitably find me again. This curse presents me with different twists of fate. It can turn a crisis into an opportunity, but it also has some bizarrely cruel developments. It can shatter a peaceful day with an unforeseen catastrophe. Right now, Xue Hui had only one thought. The best thing I can do in this situation is to get them on my side as quickly as possible and then complete the mission at top speed. He checked his attribute window again. Noticing Xiao Ling's curiosity, Xue Hui considered his options. I need to find a way. If I don't, all of us will die at the hands of the Tai Huang Pavilion Master in just 2 years. He thought back to Xiao Ling's words, stealing his resolve. I don't know why, but I have a feeling it's connected to the future. To prepare for the hardships to come, I must become stronger. Over the distant hills, the sun continued to shine brightly. A system announcement echoed through the building, shaking its very foundations. Today is the squad leader's training day. Xue Hui stopped in front of the door. Will they even show up? I already did everything I could yesterday. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. We were waiting for you. Xiao Ling told us she was really looking forward to it. Xue Hui gave a strained, unbelieving smile. Suddenly, he felt time itself blur. Xue Hui was all too familiar with the system's fast-forward function. He passed on the 1 yuan demon annihilation technique, and time began to fast-forward. A month flew by in an instant. Everyone's affinity had risen to the level of curiosity. A smile crept onto his face. Interesting. Let's keep this going. Inside the private room, the system offered several training options for the squad captains. The number of available locations had increased. Xue Hui was surprised. The count had just jumped to 5. He fell into deep thought. There had to be a reason. This wasn't a random event or some glitch. There was a clear purpose behind this change. He decided to test the newest location that had just appeared. The system transported him to the outskirts of the X1 Wu Hall. He found himself in a lush, green forest and scanned his surroundings with suspicion. Suddenly, Yao Lin's face peeked out. What are you doing here? Xue Hui's eyes narrowed. Leader, he called out, uncertainly. Yao Lin. Xue Hui answered calmly, I'm just taking a walk. Forget about me. What are you doing here? I was just getting some fresh air, he replied. Xue Hui pressed for a reason, but Yao Lin deftly avoided the question. If you'll excuse me, I should head back. I'm looking forward to today's training. Xue Hui guessed the reason for his distance. Is it because his affinity is still too low? The man treated him with respect, but it was clear he didn't want to say anything more. Still, one question lingered in his mind. Why was I sent to this exact spot? It couldn't be a random encounter. The hidden meaning behind each choice was never so simple. The system asked if he wanted to go to the squad captain's training room, the central training grounds, the building's rooftop, or the Xuanwu Hall's backyard. Xue Hu decided to check them all. The system moved him to the central training grounds, where he saw Qisong in the middle of a session. Qisong this time. Huh? The young man stopped and looked over. Leader, is something wrong? I'm just taking a walk, Xue Hui replied. Don't mind me. Continue with what you were doing. Qisong quickly found an excuse to leave. I usually train here before a session. I should probably go prepare for class now.
Something felt off to him. This whole situation was just strange. The system then moved him to the rooftop of the training building.
He materialized on the rooftop. In front of him stood Long Zhen. Xue Hui was stunned. This time, it's Long Zhen. Xue Hui was the first to speak. The weather is beautiful, isn't it? The man turned around, startled. Leader, why are you standing up here all alone, looking so troubled? Xue Hui asked curiously. Long Zhen hesitated. Well, the truth is. But he quickly brushed the issue aside. Never mind. I'll tell you some other time. Xue Hui wasn't disappointed. As expected. Another failure. He thought of the system panel. It had to be the effect of their affinity levels. With a score this low, getting them to open up was impossible. Now, only two options remained. Xue Hui was torn between the squad captain's training room and the final choice. If I choose the Xunwo Hall's backyard now, there's a high chance Xiaoling is waiting there for me. He paid closer attention to Xiaoling's stats. Unlike the other captains, her affinity had already changed from curiosity to interest. How would she react to seeing him? To be honest, he really wanted to see her. A warmth spread through Xue Hui's chest. That one sentence he spoke back then had truly changed his destiny. Let's escape this hellhole together. Now, they were commander and subordinate, but it didn't matter what their relationship was. As long as he could see her, that was enough. The system transported him to the Xuanwu Hall's backyard. He was bewildered. It was pitch black. This time was different. A blinding light suddenly burst before his eyes, and Xue Hui froze, feeling something was terribly wrong. Is it this bitch? He found himself floating in midair, completely confused. What is this? This state. It's just like when I use A2. Just then, Xue Hui's attention was caught by the sounds below. It seems I was right. A woman with a stunningly beautiful face. There's only one person like that in all of Xuanwu Hall. A panicked man screamed, Captain, it's this bitch. She attacked us first. But the woman showed absolutely no fear, which took him by surprise. One of the men continued to point his finger at Xiaoling. Squad Captain Jiang, it was this bitch. She laid her hands on us first. Jiang Shi strode forward, a vile smirk spreading across his face. I was already planning on teaching you a lesson. It seems now is the perfect time. I let you off before because you have a pretty face. But now you dare to touch a member of the Zixi squad? Have you forgotten your place? Yet his threats didn't seem to faze her in the slightest. From his high vantage point, Xue Hui listened to the man's arrogant speech. Let's see how long you can keep that up. He continued to watch the situation unfold. Jiang Shi ordered his men to surround her. Yes. Squad Captain Jiang, they responded. A disdainful smile played on her lips. Xiaoling's voice dripped with scorn. The great captain of the Zixi squad is this much of a coward. Then again, I should have guessed your pathetic nature from looking at your underlings. But her taunts failed to provoke him. Keep on barking. Today, I'm going to shut that arrogant mouth of yours for good. At that moment, Qingran slowly walked over. Jiang Shi stepped aside for the man, because Squad Captain Qingran would handle this himself. And right on cue, the system presented Xue Hui with several choices. Intervene in the fight, or continue to watch from the sidelines. Xue Hui froze, finding the situation unbelievable. He wondered what the best choice was. If his goal was to increase affinity, then helping was the obvious answer. But Xiaoling's gaze never wavered. Xue Hui decided to watch a little longer, to first test the limits of her skill. He chose to continue observing. Qingran lunged toward her, his hands reaching out to grab Xiaoling. Xue Hui was stunned. The man was a blur, and her reaction was far too slow, but she had already thrown a hidden weapon. Qingran simply swatted the weapon away. A mysterious smile played on her lips. Xiaoling launched another hidden weapon, but something seemed to snap. She looked surprised to see the control wire had been severed. Qinggran smirked victoriously. Xue Hui, however, was intrigued. This was getting interesting. Even though her first attack failed, the silver thread tied to the dart allowed her to strike a second time. Not bad at all. Then, Xiaoling gripped her sword and charged forward. The system interface appeared once again with new options. He was bewildered as time suddenly froze. It was happening again. For now, he chose to keep watching and witness her true fighting prowess. The two quickly put distance between them. Xiaoling held her sword steady before her, her expression firm. Xue Hui watched with growing excitement. That green aura. The first origin demonic art. Pretty fast, wasn't it? He was genuinely surprised. Her swordsmanship was better than he'd anticipated. Beyond her creative use of the blade, this flawless display was the result of someone who had perfected. But he could tell Qinggran wasn't fighting seriously, and something felt off. Her opponent was a squad leader from the Purple Serpent unit, yet he was already being pushed to the brink of exhaustion. Of course, Xiaoling's skill was undeniable, but for him to be driven back this easily just didn't make any sense. He didn't look like he was holding back or hiding his true strength. She confronted him fiercely. What is your goal? There's no way your skills are this pathetic. The system prompted him with another choice. Xue Hui fell silent. This same question kept appearing. Something was very wrong here. He observed the state of the men. What were they plotting? That squad leader, Qiang, wasn't even joining the fight, which was highly unusual. Xue Hui remained hesitant. If something went wrong, the interface would pop up again. He chose to continue observing. Qinggran suddenly unleashed a palm strike toward her. The attack sent Xiaoling flying. Watching this, Xue Hui's eyes widened in shock. She took the hit, quickly trying to steady herself. The man's grin grew more twisted and manic. All of Qinggran's stats were higher than hers. He reached out his hand, and Xue Hui couldn't believe his eyes. He glanced over at Jiang Shi, who wore a malicious grin, his own stats incredibly high. Xiaoling's power was so much lower than theirs. Could it be they were just toying with her this entire time? Her strength wasn't even half of what these guys possessed. Qinggran launched himself forward, raining a merciless barrage of blows down on her. Xiaoling was knocked back again and again. Suddenly, Qinggran closed the distance, unleashing yet another brutal assault. Seeing those moves, he realized it was based on power and strikes, looking more like a martial art than a demonic technique. His style focused on inflicting external damage, not internal injuries. Xue Hui gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, Xiaoling couldn't win. The system interface. Why wasn't it appearing? Show up, damn it. Show yourself, he raged internally. Qinggran landed a powerful slap across her face. His voice dripped with arrogance. You won't be standing for long. I've already blocked all of your internal energy, leaving only your pressure points. Xiaoling gasped for breath, exhausted. How? He continued. How could I do such a thing? Qinggran boasted proudly. There's a little something called the displacement grand art, a secret technique that allows me to alter the position of pressure points. To be blunt, we're on a different level from your support squad, who only know how to chase enemies from behind. She trembled, biting her lip hard. Xiaoling endured the pain and shot back a threat. If word of this gets out, you think the commander will let you off. But Qinggran wasn't concerned in the slightest. You were the one who attacked my subordinates first. Technically, we have the upper hand here. Besides, the commander is too busy to intervene in such trivial matters. As long as we don't kill you, we're fine. As Xue Hui was panicking, her voice cut through the chaos, quiet but clear. Captain. Hearing that, he froze. Xiaoling was still defiant. The captain of the Purple Spirit Squad will not forgive you. Qinggran just laughed with contempt. What? What did you just say? He asked mockingly. You mean that new guy that Lord Kunmo brought in recently? Qinggran smugly revealed a secret. Did you know he used to be a servant at the Sunlit Pavilion? At his words, she froze. He continued his taunts. Look, all the captains who've ever led your squad have been a bunch of useless fools. It was true then, and it's true now. They don't know a damn thing. Qinggran arrogantly patted her head. You're better off joining us. I'll give you. Before he could finish, Xiaoling spat right in his face. She declared with absolute conviction that even if she had to live in captivity, never to see the sky again for the rest of her life. Xiaoling sneered at him. I would never bow to the likes of you. Qinggran ground his teeth in fury. You damn brat. She refused to be broken. Fine. So the leader of the Phantom Shadow Guild won't interfere if you don't kill me, right? Thanks for the heads up. Xiaoling prepared to bite her tongue, her eyes blazing with defiance as she declared. For a moment, he actually felt a chill, but he showed no mercy as he stared her down. Go on, try it. But to her horror, Xiaoling couldn't move. Qinggran smirked. As expected of a squad leader, You're not just some ordinary girl. Lucky for me, I already sealed your pressure points. You almost gave me a real scare there. He wiped a tear from her face. Your body won't move, will it? Qing Ran's eyes lit up with a twisted excitement. Now then, how should I punish you? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from behind him. What the hell? Who's there? Xue Hui had already wiped out all his men. His footsteps were slow and deliberate as he approached. The system once again presented a choice. As Xue Hui emerged from the blinding light, Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief. This time, he chose to intervene in the fight. Seeing him, Xiaoling cried out, "Captain." As Xue Hui walked closer, Jiang Shi demanded, "And who the hell are you?" Xiaoling called his name again, her voice trembling. The captain looked at her, covered in wounds, and a strange feeling washed over him. Xue Hui could feel it, as if he could hear her voice, usually so full of confidence, now shaking with fear. Memories of the past flooded back, igniting a burning rage. This scene, the weak being trampled by the strong, was just like the day his own subordinates were mercilessly slaughtered. What the hell is a favorability score? This damned interface, with its nonsense about changing fate or some curse. Xue Hui bit down on his lip in fury, so hard that a trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. Are you messing with me? Damn it, Jiang Shi roared in frustration. Hey, who are you? Are you deaf? Xue Hui calmly wiped the blood from his lips. One of you will die here today. He delivered the news with chilling certainty. I'll spare the rest for no particular reason. I just think it'll be more fun if a few of you scumbags run back to tattle to your bosses. The man lunged forward, grabbing his collar in a rage. What the hell are you rambling about? The system displayed a turn-based combat mode. In that moment, Jiang Shi decided he wouldn't grant them a quick death. Receiving no answer, he threw a punch. Silence means death. A system warning flash. Jiang Shi has found Xue Hui's weakness. Xue Hui had only one thought: let the pain slowly sink into his enemy. He instantly launched a counterpunch. His opponent was too stunned to react as scorching flames from Xue Hui's fist suddenly engulfed him. Using the scorching demon fist art, Xue Hui set Jiang Shi ablaze. Every blow landed true. His health bar dropped by half, the flames continuing to sear his flesh. The system offered new combat options. Xue Hui chose attack and slammed another fist into the man's face. Jiang Shi was sent flying by the brutal impact. Now, his health bar was down to a quarter, but he still wasn't finished. Xue Hui grabbed him by the hair. Stay put. I'm not done beating you yet. A system alert flashed. Xing Ran has found Xue Hui's weakness. He was ambushing from behind. Xue Hui slowly turned to look, then chose defend. Using Jiang Shi's body as a human shield, the cold-blooded tactic left Xing Ran completely stunned. Xue Hui didn't forget to mock him. That's just cruel. How could you strike your own injured teammate like that? Xing Ran seethed with rage. You bastard. A system warning appeared. You have found Xing Ran's weakness. Xue Hui immediately dropped Jiang Shi's body. Xue Hui chose attack and instantly closed the distance, driving a devastating blow straight into Xing Ran's dantian. Xing Ran collapsed, writhing in pure agony. Xue Hui showed no mercy, his voice dripping with scorn. I've just destroyed your dantian. From now on, you'll never be able to use your internal energy again. I believe the term for that is becoming trash. The man could only tremble on the ground, his spirit broken, but his health bar was only halfway down. He lunged forward, screaming, "You damn dog." All he got for his effort was a devastating backhand across the face. Bruised and bleeding, Xing Ran could only watch as Xue Hui slammed the pommel of his sword into his skull. The blow sent him crashing to the ground. Still, Xing Ran refused to give up, trembling as he tried to crawl back to his feet. But there would be no escape. Good. Keep struggling. I had no intention of letting any of you off this easily. Then Xue Hui placed his hand on the man's head. He gripped it tightly, ready to begin the real torture. You pieces of filth will be carved up, bit, by my own two hands. And with that, the man's agonizing screams echoed everywhere. When it was over, Xue Hui let out a long breath. So refreshing. The man's health bar was now barely a sliver. Just then, Xiaoling struggled to her feet, Captain, but she couldn't find the words to say more. He caught the hesitation in her eyes and simply turned to leave. From now on, there are many things I'll have to teach all of you, so that you will never again be humiliated by scum like this. The training will be hell, but you must endure it. You will learn how to survive. She slowly followed behind him. Gathering all her strength, Xiaoling called out, Captain. She poured every ounce of courage into her next words. I really miss you. Her confession left Xue Hui completely baffled. What are you talking about? But Xiaoling remained silent, but she was silent, offering no explanation. Then, she simply strode right past him. Xiaoling bit her lip and rushed away, leaving him utterly confused by her actions. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Xiaoling's affinity had reached friendly, a development that left Xue Hui even more stunned. He stared in shock at her retreating back, just in time to catch her soft, gentle smile. A wave of happiness washed over Xue Hui himself. The system asked his next destination, and he stretched casually. All right, everything's good. Let's move. The system transported him to the training room for squad captains. Part 2. An introduction to the Violet Serpent Squad's leader. The scene shifted. Fu Ying had returned with 2 others. He reported the situation. I arrived too late. Captain, sir. Just as I was about to make my move, some masked man appeared out of nowhere. This was Fu Ying, the vice captain of the Violet Serpent Squad. The captain stepped closer and asked, "An outsider just showed up?" He replied nonchalantly, "In that case, this isn't your fault." This man was Wu Jun, the captain of the Violet Serpent Squad. High above, Xue Han looked down upon the captain and his second in command. He realized a terrifying truth. These men were all elite masters, and the ones who'd been beaten were likely squad leaders Kui and Jiang. Did this happen right after my battle? A look of utter disgust crossed the captain's face. The rest of them were absolutely pathetic. Your only mission was to threaten her a little and bring her back. Seeing their miserable state, Wu Jun seemed almost eager. On top of that, the sudden appearance of that stranger made it impossible for us to intervene. Xue Hui was floored when he heard the plan. They were planning to interfere from the very beginning. He realized this wasn't just about simple threats and bullying Xiaoling. They wanted to stage a rescue. But why? Fu Ying accepted all the blame. "It is my fault, my lord. I never imagined this useless bunch could be so foolish. If you just give me a chance to resolve this," Wu Jun cut him off. Enough. He had already devised a new plan. "Now we'll never convince the girl named Xiaoling to join our side. It's a pity to see such talent wasting away in that garbage squad." He then gave a new order. "In any case, make sure you don't leave any evidence behind." Hearing this, Fu Ying froze in disbelief. He tried to change his captain's mind. "Sir, perhaps we don't need to deal with the squad leaders by." But one look at the captain's murderous glare was all it took. "Understood," Fu Ying said, hoisting both men over his shoulders and heading for the door. Wu Jun muttered to himself, "A masked outsider, you say?" A look of keen anticipation crossed his face. "It seems I'll have to pay him a visit very soon." A dark premonition washed over Xue Hui, and suddenly, a jolt shot through his entire body. He understood immediately. Time was fast-forwarding again. Day 1. Day 3. Transmitting the One Origin demon-slaying technique. All missions for the month were completed. Xiaoling's affinity had shot up by a full 10%. The other squad leaders' affinity levels also increased, and then he was transported before a closed door. Xue Hui was baffled by the scene. "I'm standing in front of my own room. Why was I brought here?" Just then, the door creaked open slightly, and he knew something was wrong. The door was already ajar. Without hesitating, Xue Hui pushed it open and stepped inside, his eyes immediately locking onto a dark figure in the room. Xue Hui's voice was ice cold. "Who are you to barge into my room uninvited? What is your purpose here?" Wu Jun turned to face him. "I am a captain of the Violet Serpent Squad." At the same time, a system panel displayed his information. Fury points at 12%. "Why don't you take a guess?" "Oh, great captain of the Purple Soul Squad." Xue Hui remained calm as the man spoke, silently sizing up his opponent. "He's revealed his own identity, but I never said I was the captain of the Purple Soul Squad. It seems he already knows who I am." Xue Hui coolly began his deduction. "From the way you speak, I can guess 2 things." Wu Jun looked intrigued. First, Xue Hui gestured to his own mask. "This mask I'm wearing must be quite famous. Otherwise, you wouldn't have tracked me down. The other thing is that you want to form an alliance with me." Xue Hui offered a fake smile. Hearing this, the man burst out laughing. "Interesting. You're a very amusing man. I get that a lot," he replied casually. Only then did Wu Jun reveal his true purpose. "I'm mainly here because several important squad leaders from the Violet Serpent Squad were recently murdered." Xue Hui listened in silence. "Through our investigation, we've discovered that a subordinate from the Purple Soul Squad is connected to the incident." The captain continued, "Furthermore, it seems an acquaintance of that subordinate can't be cleared of suspicion either. So, I decided to pay a visit and ask if you might have any clues." Xue Hui knew he was being tested. This man knew everything but was playing dumb. Xue Hui swiftly changed the topic. "Before that, I have a question of my own," he asked with a serious tone. "This person you mentioned, was he wearing a mask?" Wu Jun calmly replied, "I'm not sure. Perhaps." At that moment, Xue Hui realized the very information his opponent thought he alone possessed. "I was the only one who knew his plan, and he would never expose it himself. So I began to plant seeds of discord, targeting those with treacherous hearts. I would use this knowledge against him. The secrets he thought were his alone were known not just to my spirit division. Even members of the Hidden Shadow Corps will eventually turn on him. Hearing this, Wu Jun fell into a deep silence. He knew he had to change that man's mind. Wu Jun came here believing he was the masked man, but his target's hesitation meant that even he wasn't entirely sure. The Shadow Syndicate, he questioned with suspicion. Who do you mean? I remained perfectly calm. There were always enemies lurking on the outside. That was more than enough to ignite the flames of doubt. Let his own paranoia do the work. This wasn't a real question. I just had to act as if I already knew the answer. My strategy was to make him believe the gaps in my knowledge were secrets he possessed. Having been in the Shadow Syndicate for so long, he was sure to pick a suspect himself. Now, let your mind wander and expose your own plans. But Wu Jun's mind jumped to an unexpected conclusion. You mean, the master of the Supreme Emperor Pavilion? He asked, shocked. What? I couldn't believe what he was saying. The Pavilion Master had no motive. What on earth was he thinking? I had to play along. I forced a slight smirk. I'm not entirely sure, but I know little about what he's been hiding. My words immediately grabbed Wu Jun's full attention. He mulled over for a long moment before finally speaking. Come to think of it, there are a lot of strange things, he mused. Someone with no faction in the Supreme Emperor Pavilion suddenly joins the Shadow Syndicate and becomes the captain of the Spirit Division. Then, Wu Jun added another point. Besides, your martial skill is far greater than your file suggests. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. In his mind, all of my division leaders were masters. Even if their skills weren't a match for yours, taking down both of them at once would be incredibly difficult. I realized he was setting a trap for me. This man was no fool. While trying to provoke him, he had skillfully turned the tables, forcing me onto the defensive. By getting me to admit I was stronger than his division leaders, he wanted me to confess to the crime myself. How ridiculous. My mind began to race. I had dealt with pathetic taunts like this back at the Supreme Emperor Pavilion. This barely even qualified as a provocation. I stepped forward with an air of indifference. That's right. I came from the Supreme Emperor Pavilion, but I had no connections and was treated as if I had no talent. Above all, I strode right past him, adding, with my level of skill, I couldn't have easily defeated those two. However, since you brought it up, let me add something. To be honest, you're pathetic. 2 of your division leaders are dead, and you can't even deal with the culprit. There are also rumors that they were pursuing Xiaoling, unable to control their beastly urges. Suddenly, I turned back to face him. Is that a common trait in the Death Chariot division? An oppressive aura of rage exploded from Wu Jun. What? Excuse me, but what did you just say? I couldn't let myself be pushed back by his pressure. Looking at his profile and his current attitude, my stats were still lower than his. But if I used every technique at my disposal, I was confident I could win in a battle of pure power. But if one of us is seriously injured or killed, the one who started it will bear all responsibility. I continued my provocations. Even with my combat abilities, I couldn't be the one to initiate the fight. Seeing you this angry, it seems I wasn't entirely wrong, was I? At this, Wu Jun could no longer contain his anger. You arrogant bastard. I remembered all the suffering Xiaoling had endured because of his men. Although our combat power was fairly balanced, his experience far surpassed my own. After all, my rise to power had been very recent. The best way to resolve this was through negotiation, not a physical fight. They always say a fish rots from the head down. So, captain of the Death Chariot division, I continued to incite him. Do you happen to share the same kind of mind as your underlings? What your men did to Xiaoling crossed a line. You bastard. Enraged, Wu Jun prepared to draw his sword to attack. You dog. Seeing his state, the system announced the opponent had activated Berserk mode. Combat power increased by 12%. He took the bait. I immediately chose the simulated combat method. Memories of my martial arts flooded my mind. Analysis complete. Begin movements. I entered a combat stance. I swiftly dodged Wu Jun's attack, stepping to the right, while using the second form of the demonic fist art, Fire Dragon Gate. Flames erupted in the palm of my hand, and then I unleashed the technique toward him. A brilliant stream of fire shot forward, but Wu Jun quickly dodged it. Next, I gripped my sword tightly and unleashed a decisive, razor-sharp slash. That sword strike shattered the window in the room and sent him staggering outside. The system announced I had successfully dealt damage to Wu Jun. He looked at the wound on his thigh in disbelief. How is this possible? His health bar dropped by a small fraction. I then stepped out of the room, choosing a turn-based combat style. Facing Wu Jun, I knew the reason I provoked him, even though I could have avoided a fight, was for Xiaoling. But a part of me was also curious about my own current strength. Wu Jun let out a resentful roar. How dare you? Wu Jun lunged forward in a blur, Steel met steel as he roared, "I will be the one to end you." Sparks flew as their blades clashed with furious speed. But suddenly, Wu Jun vanished, only to reappear, already in full retreat. The man circled him like a predator before Wu Jun unleashed a blazing crimson attack. But Xue Hui reacted in a flash, shattering the technique. From above, two sword strikes descended, but he swiftly neutralized every blow. Xue Hui gritted his teeth, struggling against the man's footwork. His movements were unnaturally fast and strange, and the hidden sword aura swirling around him made it impossible to concentrate. A system warning blared to life. Wu Jun had discovered his weakness. He froze for an instant, giving his opponent the only opening he needed. Damn it. Xue Hui threw himself aside, barely dodging the blade. Too fast. He twisted away again, narrowly avoiding a second strike. However, the relentless assault from above never stopped. In a moment of carelessness, Xue Hui took two deep slashes. His health bar plummeted by half, and his footing became unsteady. Seeing this, Wu Jun sneered, all that big talk for such little skill. He took a deep breath. He had to change his approach. Xue Hui enveloped his body in frost armor, combining the white Asura demonic art with the ice element armor. A smirk appeared on Wu Jun's face. Finally decided to get serious. Have you? Then I suppose I should, too. An intense aura erupted from him as Wu Jun pointed his sword forward. The real fight starts now, but he was still curious. We've come this far, so I have to ask. Why did you go out of your way to provoke me? After a long silence, Xue Hui answered, Everyone looks down on the undead squad. I'm here to teach them all a lesson. Wu Jun looked skeptical. You mean you're doing all this for those pathetic underlings? Think whatever you want, he replied, his battle stance hardening. From this moment on, if any of you dares to lay a hand on my subordinates, you will all die. His voice was deadly serious. Wu Jun shot into the air. Then let's see you try. Instantly, Xue Hui recognized his plan. It was the same old trick. He plunged his own sword straight into the ground. But this time was different. He unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy from his body, causing an explosion of frigid ice and snow. Faced with a forest of sharp ice spires, Wu Jun was trapped. Xue Hui saw his chance. Got you. He then unleashed a powerful sword strike toward his foe. A terrifying explosion rocked the arena, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Xue Hui braced himself against the shockwave. A system notification confirmed Wu Jun had inflicted massive damage on Xue Hui, but he, too, was struggling to stay on his feet. Just then, the system chimed again. Xue Hui has found Wu Jun's weakness. Warning. Wu Jun has found Xue Hui's weakness. He decided to use his martial art, White Asura Demonic Art, First Form, Glacial Moon, unleashing a devastating blow toward Wu Jun. But the technique instantly drained his health bar to 1/3. Wu Jun didn't escape a similar fate. Both fighters froze. He knew he couldn't last much longer. His stats were dropping rapidly, even if his damage output was high. But the gap in their stamina and internal energy was just too vast. His opponent was also drained, but his stats were still holding strong. I used to think that the most important thing for survival was combat power. Xue Hui finally realized his mistake. He had always prioritized improving his attack power, neglecting his stamina and internal energy. And now, he was paying the price. Wu Jun let out a triumphant, wicked laugh. You look a little tired. Are you having some trouble? He should have had a high chance of winning this fight, but his weakness in stamina and internal energy had all but destroyed that possibility. Then, his opponent channeled internal energy into his blade and charged forward. A wave of panic hit Xue Hui. This isn't good. Damn it. The two clashed in a fierce exchange. He was being overwhelmed. If this continues, there's only one option left. Wind God's speed at 4.5 times the normal rate. An absolute power that required no internal energy. A martial art that could turn the tables in an instant. Watching Wu Jun's relentless assault, he hesitated. The problem was its incredibly low success rate. If it was like his training sessions, the probability was a little over 50%, but he needed to create an opening to execute it perfectly. He parried blow after blow, desperately searching for that one chance. Gritting his teeth, Xue Hui decided to risk it all. He reversed his grip on his sword and, with all his might, threw it. As his opponent dodged, Xue Hui seized the opening. Now. He lunged forward, launching the Wind God's punch, but Wu Jun sidestepped it with ease. Seeing this, Xue Hui couldn't believe it. His opponent, however, yelled in alarm. What the hell are you doing? Damn you. In that single moment of distraction, he unleashed a final blast of ice that scored a direct hit. Xue Hui's health plummeted to just 3,200. His strength completely gone, he collapsed, gasping for breath. Wu Jun let out a long sigh of relief. You people from the undead squad always throw away your swords so disgracefully. Aren't you ashamed of your subordinates? He sheathed his sword, Then again, if you were capable of shame, you wouldn't be hiding behind that mask. It seems I'm facing a pathetic wretch, not even worth dirtying my blade for. There is a way to finish him for sure, but it would cause complications, and I don't want to use that method. Killing someone by mistake would be a huge pain. Wu Jun coldly turned to leave, but a sudden sound made him freeze in his tracks. Xue Hui's eyes darted over, just in time to see him get back on his feet. Wu Jun stared in disbelief, his shock turning to rage. Enough. What can a worthless cripple like you possibly do now? Ignoring him completely, Xue Hui activated his combat protocol. A synthetic voice took over. I. Engaging. Commencing battle. In an instant, Xue Hui's consciousness seemed to separate from his body. Seeing this, Wu Jun's hand went to his sword. If you refuse to give up, then I'll have no other choice. Out of respect for Lord Kun Mo, I won't kill you, but I will be taking one of your arms. Before he could finish, the I unleashed arcs of pure lightning. A swirling vortex erupted, pulling Wu Jun into its chaotic center. The lightning lifted him high into the air. Nearby, Xue Hui was just as stunned by the display. The I simply stated, "What is this insect?" Its gaze then shifted, locking onto Xue Hui with a piercing glare. Xue Hui flinched, at a loss for words. The I turned away in disgust. The system chimed, Artificial Intelligence Combat Protocol terminated. The sky returned to its original, peaceful state. A short while later, Wu Jun's eyes shot open as he finally snapped out of his stupor. Xue Hui was already beside him. "Are you awake?" Wu Jun asked in a daze. "Did I lose?" "Looks that way," Xue Hui replied calmly. Wu Jun's curiosity sparked. "That martial art you just used, was it one of the 4 great ultimate demonic arts?" "Something like that," Xue Hui answered. Wu Jun laughed at himself. "So you were hiding your true power all along." But Xue Hui corrected him. "I just got lucky. That was the I, not me." Wu Jun scowled. "Are you trying to console me?" "Think whatever you want," Xue Hui said with a shrug, then changed the subject. "All right, I want to hear more about the Supreme Pavilion Master." Wu Jun spoke cryptically. "Don't you know already?" Then he dropped a bombshell. "The men we sent to tail him recently. They've all been killed." Xue Hui was floored. "What, they're all dead? Has the war with the Supreme Pavilion Master already started?" Wu Jun warily explained the situation. "If you want to know the deeper secret, when we tried to investigate further, Lord Kun Mo himself ordered us to stop. For him to refuse to get his hands dirty despite our losses, it can only mean something extremely dangerous is going on." That's when the gravity of the situation hit Xue Hui. This was far more complicated than he thought. He recalled his meeting with Kun Mo. This had to be connected to him, since he was the one who gave the Lord the Pavilion Master's weakness. So, what was the Spirit Squad truly up against? Suddenly, Wu Jun spoke up. "A confession." Still lying on the ground, he continued, "My initial goal was to test you, to find out what kind of man you were. If you were useless, I would have just taken your subordinates. So I ordered my men to stir up trouble with your squad captain, Xiao Ling. I just never expected them to act so despicably." "I apologize for that," Wu Jun said nonchalantly. But Xue Hui had his doubts. Was that apology even sincere? Or was he trying to trick him into admitting he was the masked man from before? A strange sense of calm washed over him. To the very end, this man was still a cunning schemer. Xue Hui reflected on his life. This wasn't exactly a moment of glory for him, either. Wu Jun was surprised by his reaction. "Shouldn't you be pretending you have no idea what I'm talking about?" But then, Xue Hui did something that left him speechless. "Wu Jun, our enemies aren't here." Xue Hui removed his mask, revealing his true face. Wu Jun was stunned. Why? Why did you take it off? Why did I reveal my face? I never planned on hiding it forever. I just had a few unimportant reasons for wearing it." He smiled, looking down at the mask. He originally wore it for Xiao Ling, and also as a precaution against the Supreme Pavilion Master. This man didn't seem to be working for the Pavilion Master. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Wu Jun's interest level has increased to 50. Xue Hui blinked, confused. Looking at Wu Jun now, he seemed a bit more tolerable. This was a good sign, right? It was a bit suspicious that interest went up instead of favorability, but it didn't matter. A friendly relationship was a good thing, and with that, Xue Hui collapsed onto the thick grass. He stretched out comfortably. Man, that was exhausting. By morning, the Spirit Squad captains had all heard the news. Long Zhen burst into the room, out of breath. "Have you guys heard? Our captain defeated Captain Wu Jun." The 3 inside Xiao Ling, Qi Song, and Yao Lin were all in shock. Seeing their expressions, Long Zhen pressed on. "I always suspected our captain was on another level. Plus, when he spars with us, it feels like he's holding back his true power. Chi Song spoke up. If that rumor is true, it's astonishing. I never knew he was that skilled. Could he be the leader we've been waiting for all this time? Hearing this, Yao Lin nodded firmly. I always had a feeling he was no ordinary person. From now on, we have to follow the captain's lead more seriously. As the three of them whispered, Xiao Ling stood in a corner, lost in deep thought. Suddenly, she spoke up. If it's our captain, he might actually be able to do it. The others turned. Huh? Do what? She quickly shook her head. It's nothing. A new notification appeared. Favorability with the Spirit Squad captains has increased. The notification sound woke Xue Hui. He glanced at the message, thinking. I only defeated one other squad captain, and yet their favorability skyrocketed. Lying back down, his mind kept racing. Why can't I move my body? Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. Ah, you're awake, brother. A gleaming bald head appeared in his vision. The man grinned ear to ear. I saw your door was busted this morning, so I went ahead and fixed it for you. Xue Hui replied. Shito, thank you. But he added a warning. Next time, give me a heads up before you show up. You scared me so bad. I thought the sun was rising in the west. She too just stared at him, confused. Huh? Xue Hui quickly brushed it off. It's nothing. Sunlight finally began to stream in. He swung his legs over the bed, finally able to move. Now that he was past this hurdle, all he had to do was keep moving forward. A faint smile touched his lips. It was time to start a new day. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Select schedule for November, Heavenly Year 96. The options were training, accepting missions, completing warrior tasks, or simply walking around. Xue Hui gripped his sword, muttering to himself. I was planning to take it easy and just run a few warrior tasks, but after that victory against Wu Jun, my subordinate's favorability has shot through the roof. He stared at the system prompt, a new plan forming. I need to raise their favorability as high as I can, right now. The screen updated with a new prompt. Train the squad, leaders of the Death Spirit Division. Where would you like to go? The squad leader's study hall. Seeing this, he screamed internally. What? This time, there were no other choices. Looks like the system can be unpredictable. He remembered 4 months ago, when the system ordered him to the training hall to pass on his techniques to the division captains. In November, he taught them the signature technique of the Shadow Grace Guild, the primordial demon annihilation art. By December, the squad leader's mastery of the art had significantly deepened. In January, he pushed himself relentlessly for the battle against Xiao Ling. Then in February, this month's objective has been completed. The favorability of the Death Spirit Division squad leaders has increased. He sat before the glowing screen, lost in thought for a long time. He let out a soft sigh. I've been grinding this training for 4 straight months. Yet their favorability is capped at 80. Am I missing some kind of hidden condition? The system chimed again. Please select a schedule for November, year 96. Train. Accept missions. Complete warrior tasks. Or walk around. Train the squad, leaders of the Death Spirit Division. Complete the mission. After a moment of thought, he yelled out loud. What the hell? How is this suddenly connected to my favorability being stuck at 80? A realization struck him. Accepting missions and warrior tasks have nothing to do with the squad leaders, so that leaves walk around. The answer has to be hidden in that option. The system prompted again. Where would you like to go? The 4th disciples study in the Black Tortoise courtyard. He smirked. Just as I thought. Let's go there. The system announced, teleporting to the resting area of the Death Spirit Division captains. There, beneath a massive, ancient tree, a lone figure was training fiercely with his sword. He stood back, watching Chi Song for a long while. The boy was so focused, he had no idea Xue Hui was observing him, completely lost in his passionate training. He pushed himself to the limit, sweat drenching his clothes, yet he refused to stop. Watching him, Xue Hui fell into deep thought before dropping silently to the ground. But he accidentally snapped a dry twig, making a sharp crack. The sound broke Chi Song's concentration, who spun around. Oh, Captain, when did you get here? Xue Hui replied coolly, just now. Chi Song's face lit up with a brilliant smile. That's amazing. I couldn't sense your presence at all. Hearing that, Xue Hui thought to himself. Maybe because his favorability went up, the way he speaks to me has completely changed. The young man continued. Captain, can I ask you something? Xue Hui nodded. What is it? Chi Song hesitated for a moment before speaking. Well, I heard a rumor that you weren't always this powerful. Xue Hui's expression flickered with surprise. Seeing this, Chi Song pressed on. How did you get so strong, so incredibly fast? Suddenly, a system panel appeared with his choices. 1. desperation. 2. Through hard work and courage. And 3. It was probably just luck. He stared at the system's suggestions, a bit baffled. None of them felt right. He sighed. Unlike before, there were no troll answers. Each choice was actually plausible. He pictured Chi Song's earnest face again. This isn't a casual question. My answer will definitely impact his favorability. He looked the boy straight in the eye, realizing the hidden meaning behind the choice was the most important part. If that's the case, to truly convince him, I have to tell him my own story. The system locked in his choice, desperation. Hearing the word, Chi Song's eyes widened. You mean, because you were desperate? Xue Hui's face grew dark. Exactly. Where is your hometown? Chi Song looked down, his voice quiet. My hometown, I don't really remember it. Xue Hui let out a faint sigh. I'm the same as you. It was a very long time ago, and it's not a past I like to remember. But the one thing that's been burned into my mind, even now, is the sound of my people screaming, and the sickening stench of fresh blood. Chi Song remained silent. Xue Hui continued, his voice low. When you slaughter cattle and pigs, their squeals pierce right through your ears. Every animal has its own distinct cry, but the feeling of their terror. It's all transmitted directly into the butcher's hands. A memory flashed through his mind, him, holding a knife over a struggling cow. The animal's desperate screams echoed with pain. He continued, It's strange. I never got used to those sounds, and the lingering stench of fresh blood was unbearable. His own childhood desperation came rushing back. He smirked, thinking to himself, I wonder if that despair can be the fuel you need to become stronger. But this is my answer, Chi Tong. As he spoke, he caught a stray leaf drifting by. The butcher's village reeked of it. Honestly, the smell of blood is foul, but there's something far worse. Chi Tong replied, the stench of waste and urine. Xue Hui looked at him, confused. The man continued, I was once a butcher, too. I see, Xue Hui said. He gestured toward a nearby chair. Sit. Chi Tong bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Xue Hui continued his story. When I was young, my stomach growled more often than I blinked. Did you ever touch the meat stored in the back of the warehouse? A wide grin spread across Chi Tong's face. Yes, sir. Usually during the winter. Xue Hui nodded. A knife can't cut frozen meat, so I had to use an axe. He laughed heartily. Exactly. Meat would fly everywhere. I'd just chew on the frozen pieces until they thawed. Xue Hui laughed along with him. I remember that well. And yet, everyone always said butchers had it easy. While everyone else was surviving on roots and bark, we butchers never had to worry about starving. Seeing Chi Tong's cheerful smile, Xue Hui thought, this is different from the life-or-death path I walked as a child, a much more relatable struggle. Especially for someone who came from the same world. Xue Hui spoke again. I was once desperate, and that feeling has never truly left me. Chi Tong asked, then why didn't you receive martial arts training? Back at the Great Emperor Pavilion? From what I've heard, the rumors said you struggled there. To this, Xue Hui answered simply, because I lacked sufficient demonic energy. Chi Tong's face filled with shock. What? But your control over demonic energy is incredible. Why would they say that? Before he could finish, Xue Hui cut in. Surprising, isn't it? Most of those who lack demonic energy are doomed to a life of manual labor. I risked everything to escape the Great Emperor Pavilion Lord, just for a chance to grow stronger. Chi Tong's eyes widened. The Pavilion Lord himself, Xue Hui smirked. You only get one life, right? I got lucky. I found his weakness, and that's how I met the demonic master. Kunma. A look of pure admiration washed over Chi Tong's face. Incredible. Your desperation pushed you to do the impossible. That courage to gamble your very life on your dream. It's what's kept you alive all this time. Xue Hui chuckled. If that's how you choose to see it. Chi Tong grinned back, his loyalty solidified. A system window flashed before his eyes. You have successfully persuaded Chi Tong. Chi Tong's affinity has reached its maximum level. Xue Hui was taken aback. The system continued. From now on, Chi Tong's affinity will not decrease due to special events. Chi Tong spoke up. Captain, if there's anything you're curious about, please ask me. Xue Hui gave him a questioning look. Another system prompt appeared. Available intel. 1. The future of warriors who lack demonic energy. 2. The current relationship between the Great Emperor Pavilion and the Hidden Shadow. He scanned the options, realizing, I can get all this information right here. I can learn everything. It doesn't matter which one I pick first. Chi Tong's expression turned grim. The future for those who lack demonic energy is... He paused for a moment before continuing. In a single word, hell. There's only one truth in this world. If you're weak, you die. That's why our martial hall is generally weaker than the other factions in the demonic cult. Xue Hui remained silent, absorbing the harsh reality. The next topic appeared in the system window. The current relationship between the Great Emperor Pavilion and the Hidden Shadow Core. Qitong began to explain. The Hidden Shadow Core is responsible for monitoring the Great Emperor Pavilion. But recently, all 6 squad leaders of the Violet Soul Unit vanished without a trace. To hide their identities, they likely used the bone transformation art. But if they were forced to use that technique, it means they were deliberately targeted by our enemies. Xue Hui shot him a sharp glance but said nothing. Qitong pressed on. The Pavilion Lord. He definitely knew he was being watched, and it wouldn't be hard for him to guess who was doing it. His face twisted with anger as he spoke. As a result, the entire Hidden Shadow Core is now in danger, and Master Kun Ma's position has become much weaker. The burden on our shoulders has grown heavier. A chilling thought crossed Xue Hui's mind. That map I gave them. It caused all this. Future missions are going to be incredibly difficult. The final topic appeared. System query, weapon acquisition. Qitong continued, weapons are obviously vital in a fight. There are certain items that aren't just for you, Captain, but can also be used by squad leaders like myself. When a warrior finds a weapon that suits them, their combat power increases dramatically. Depending on the user and their mastery of the weapon, a warrior's entire fighting style can change. Images of powerful weapons flashed in Xue Hui's mind. Qitong continued, Captain, if you can help the squad leaders find suitable weapons, our future missions will become much easier. Before Xue Hui could reply, Qitong added, there are several ways to acquire them, through special request missions or as rewards from certain activities. And, of course, if you have the coin, you can always buy one, though the price is steep. He nodded thoughtfully. Useful information. Thank you. Don't mention it, the young man replied. A system window appeared. Information transfer from Qitong complete. With that, Qitong rose to his feet. I believe that's all for today. I have other matters to attend to. The main character simply gave a slight nod. As the young man's figure receded, he mused. What Qitong said. It won't just be useful. No, it's going to change the future itself. No matter what comes next. He crossed his arms, lost in thought. There was so much to consider. Lost in his thoughts, the sound of footsteps broke the silence. He opened his eyes, and they widened in shock. This wasn't where he was a moment ago. Instead, a massive, arched gateway stood before him. He moved forward, almost in a trance. What is this place? Where am I? Hold on. He saw himself walking, his face a blank mask. His mind fixated on where Qitong had gone. This was Qitong's perspective. From out of nowhere, a figure approached, their voice cutting through the air. You there? At the sound, Qitong stopped in his tracks and turned. His own soul was now sharing this body. The man continued, I have a question for you. Suddenly, a system prompt materialized. Grand Master Sima Gui of the Taewang Pavilion. His gaze was glacial, sharp enough to kill. The system message continued to scroll. You have a choice. Fight or wait a moment. Why is he here? He wondered, his mind racing. Seeing the two options, he grit his teeth. You want me to fight that monster right now? That's not a fight, that's suicide. His expression tightened as the gears in his head turned. I've always pushed myself to the absolute limit. I've stared death in the face and survived. I've never backed down from a chance to grow stronger. I've honed my skills through countless battles. But against the Grand Master of the Taewang Pavilion, he's the final wall I must overcome. The image of that cruel, twisted face flashed in his mind. He muttered the name under his breath. His power is on a level beyond my comprehension. A cold sweat trickled down his back. So why in the world is he here? This is the territory of the Hidden Shadow Brigade. Our brigade has no connection to the Taewang Pavilion. A man like him doesn't just show up without a purpose. I need more information. Xue Hui made his choice. Wait a moment. He immediately lowered his head in a respectful bow. What brings the esteemed Grand Master to a place like this? I have business here, the old man replied flatly. After a heavy silence, he spoke again. Do you know the captain of the Death Spirit Squad? A bolt of panic shot through him. Why is the Grand Master looking for me? He was in Qitong's body, but his soul was Xue Hui. He frantically thought, none of the choices I've made in this new life should have anything to do with the Grand Master. I transferred to the Tianri Guang archives, specifically to avoid a mission from the Grand Master in the first place. There, I dealt with Kun Ma. Could it be because I killed that librarian? Through his borrowed mouth, Qitong spoke. So you're looking for our captain, sir. Hearing this, the old man sneered. He's your captain? Then tell me where I can find him. Qitong hesitated. Well, Xue Hui's mind raced. I only just met Qitong. The distance between us is too close. If he finds out my location, he'll be on me in an instant. As he watched through Chi-Tong's eyes, he wondered, what do I do now? If Chi-Tong doesn't answer, he's in grave danger. After a tense silence, Chi-Tong finally spoke. My apologies, this lowly one is not certain. Xue Hui was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Chi-Tong quickly bowed his head. The captain of the Death Spirit Squad was only recently appointed. He continued, explaining. This humble one is not yet familiar with him. So. Sima Gui stroked his beard. Is that so? With that, the Grand Master turned to leave, but he only took a few steps before stopping. Tell me. Sima Gui's voice was low and menacing. Normally, when asked such a question, shouldn't you offer to help me find him? The Grand Master's face darkened into a terrifying scowl. Chi-Tong began to tremble. Ah, yes. He closed the distance in a single step. This place. His hand cracked across Chi-Tong's face, is filled with nothing but ill-mannered trash. Blood sprayed from Chi-Tong's mouth, but he didn't dare retaliate, only bowing his head. This lowly one is deeply sorry, Grand Master. Sorry. The Grand Master snarled back. Chi-Tong looked up, his expression full of confusion. Before he could speak, the old man continued. If you truly want to apologize, he held out his open palm. Then show me your sincerity. At that moment, a flood of memories from his past life washed over Xue Hui. He grit his teeth, rage burning within him. This bastard. The system prompt reappeared. Your choice? Fight, or wait a moment. The memory of the Grand Master's sneering face filled his vision. He's still using that same disgusting trick to humiliate people. I want to charge in and kill him right now. But damn it, but if I do nothing, Chi-Tong will pay the price. He may be the Grand Master, but Chi-Tong and I are both members of the Hidden Shadow Brigade, and Chi-Tong is my subordinate. But the demonic cult has always lived by one rule, dog eat dog. I have to find a way to justify refusing this outrageous demand. Despite the blow, Chi-Tong remained bowed in perfect submission. Xue Hui reasoned. The absolute worst-case scenario probably won't happen. I'll wait just a little longer. The system confirmed his choice. Wait a moment. It was then that Chi-Tong spoke up. Why would you do this to your humble servant? Sima Gui replied, bewildered. What are you talking about? Chi-Tong bowed even lower. I am a member of the Hidden Shadow Group, and the one I serve is Lord Kunmo. If my actions displease you, my lord, feel free to report me. But if Lord Kunmo learns you're pressuring me for the captain's location, he will not let it slide. Hearing this, the old man's face darkened, but he said nothing. Well done, Zane thought. A faint smile touched Rex's lips. A flawless defense. The perfect response for a member of the Shadow Syndicate. But the old lord just laughed. Show yourself, he commanded. Zane's face filled with confusion as a blur of long hair swept past the old man. Hekby had appeared behind him, awaiting her orders. Hekby moved like a phantom, retrieving the sword from the ground. She knelt and presented it reverently to Lord Sima. Without a word, he drew the blade. What is he planning to do? Zane wondered. Before the thought could even finish, the old man plunged the sword straight into Hekby's own shoulder, spraying blood into the air. She staggered to her feet as he spoke. Now then. Before he could finish, Hekby turned her icy gaze on Rex. An overwhelming wave of killing intent washed over him, a danger he could feel in his bones. The old man handed the bloody sword to Hekby. Kill him, he commanded. In a flash, she stood directly in front of Rex. A system window appeared. Hekby, personal guard of the Grand Master. Power level, supreme peak. Fear washed over Rex's face. He scrambled backward, drawing his own sword. The Grand Master's personal guard. Zane thought grimly. That monster. Staring at the old man's cruel, twisted expression, Zane's thoughts raced. He's framing Rex for injuring his own subordinate as an excuse to kill him. This bastard has lost all shred of humanity. Zane knew this wasn't about Rex refusing a request or some petty act of disrespect. He gritted his teeth. He wants to kill Rex simply because he can. He enjoys tormenting others. He loves to watch them suffer. Hekby advanced without a sound. In the blink of an eye, her blade pierced clean through Rex's right shoulder. He cried out in agony, stumbling backward. But she was on him in an instant, giving him no room to breathe. Now face to face, Hekby drove her sword through his other shoulder, her expression as blank as stone. Damn it, Zane thought, Rex is completely outmatched. The power gap between them is just too immense. She could kill Rex with a single blow, but she held back. Rex's eyes were already bloodshot from the pain. She's just inflicting more wounds, letting him bleed out, Zane realized. She wants him to break on his own. In Zane's eyes, Hekby was a predator toying with her prey. This isn't a fight. It's a one-sided hunt. Just as she moved in for the final blow, Lord Sima shouted, "Enough." At his command, she instantly froze and turned to face him. The old lord then asked Rex, do you know? Rex had no idea what the old man was scheming. That captain of the Phantom Squad you're so loyal to you'd rather die is, in fact, a man who throws his own subordinates away. Rex didn't respond. The old man continued, that Zane you admire was nothing but a low-ranking grunt in the Grand Master's Legion. Rex's confusion was plain to see. He couldn't understand the point of this story. Without waiting for a reply, the Lord went on. He was in charge of the Peregrine Squad, a pathetic unit with almost no members. The old Lord recalled the 3 members under Zane's command. He spoke again. Do you know how he reacted to his mission? He sensed danger, so he passed it off to his underlings and conspired with the 4th disciple. The Lord's face grew dark. In the end, all of his subordinates died. He succeeded and became the Phantom Squad's captain as a reward. Hearing this, Rex's expression finally began to change. Seeing this, the Lord pressed his advantage. A piece of scum who got promoted by stepping on corpses. So, do you still want to follow a captain like that? Zane, trapped in Rex's body, heard everything clearly. He gritted his teeth. You bastard. You know everything. He looked towards Lord Sima and muttered to himself. When Lord Kunmo began sending people to monitor the Grand Master's pavilion, he must have realized his map was missing. The old man had no intention of stopping. Oh my, those wounds look terrible. If you don't treat them, you'll die. I don't have much time, so I'll make this brief. He stared directly into Rex's eyes and growled, where is that bastard captain of the Phantom Squad hiding? Where is his sanctuary? At his words, Rex's expression went cold. He lowered his head, silent, as if pondering his options. Inside, Zane felt a surge of panic. After a moment, Rex lifted his head. This humble one remembers now. A wide grin spread across the old man's face. Oh, is that so? Where? Rex stammered. Boom. The old man lost his patience and leaned in close, muttering. What is it? Speak up. He brought his face right up to Rex's. Rex opened his mouth and spat directly in the old man's face. Surprised, he sneered. That's your answer. As saliva dripped down the Lord's cheek, Rex spoke with confidence. For your information, I used to be a butcher. I've lived a life that a nobleman like you wouldn't even grant an animal. Rex lifted his sword. And that's why I respect my captain. He's just like me. In fact, some days his life was even harder. Though his hands trembled, his voice remained firm. To think someone like him is now even stronger than me. How incredible, right? The old master's face twisted with fury, but Chiton remained completely unfazed. He continued speaking. Would a noble like yourself ever understand? Chitong's hand trembled on his sword's hilt. Captain. A faint smile touched Chitong's lips. What you said was perfect. That word you used. Despair. It has a nice ring to it. With those words, he collapsed to the ground, his grip on the sword never loosening. At that moment, Xue Hui's soul, inhabiting Chitong's body, was greeted by a system notification. A choice appeared before him. Attempt to fight or wait a little longer. This time, Xue Hui fell into a deep contemplation. He realized he'd been running away, avoiding the hard choices this entire time, all because he didn't want to die. But even fear has its limits. Musing on this, he muttered to himself, there's a limit to how much of a coward you can be, just for the sake of surviving. I keep pushing my own men to the front lines. A fire ignited within him. A scoundrel like me, blessed with 2 lives. He slammed his choice down. Attempt to fight. In an instant, his soul was pulled back into his physical body. He now stood directly behind the old master, his face hidden by a mask. The master had no idea he was there. Xue Hui stared at him with ice in his eyes, thinking, Damn you, Supreme Pavilion Master. Xue Hui drew his blade, ready to strike. Suddenly, a system window appeared. Intervention. He was stunned, unsure of what was happening. Another prompt flashed before him. Attempt to fight. Xue Hui immediately selected it. Once selected, a new message appeared, startling him. Warning. More than 2 hostile targets detected. The system prompted Xue Hui again. You may select 1 target to attack. Who will it be? Supreme Pavilion Master or Heibi? So, I get to choose my target, Xue Hui thought. He began to calculate his odds. If this is my only chance to strike, Xue Hui made his decision and chose Heibi. Instantly, a column of light appeared directly above him, slowly descending toward his position. He watched in astonishment as the system announced, intervention. At the same time, similar lights appeared over Sima Gui and Heibi, catching them completely by surprise. The light descended like a vortex, crashing to the ground and enveloping them both. The 2 were swallowed by the whirlwind, completely dazed and confused. Back with Xue Hui, the light began to envelop him as well. Xue Hui waited with grim determination. The system flashed again. Perfect opportunity. You have found Heibi's weakness. How will you proceed? A new set of choices appeared. Select a martial art to use. 1. Origin Demon Annihilation Art, Mastered. White Body Demon Cultivation Art, Intermediate. Rebellious Fist Demon Art, Intermediate. 4. Great Extremes Demon Art, Novice. Which one of these is my best option? He wondered. Just then, the other two materialized on either side of him. He instantly drew his sword, assuming a battle stance. Xue Hui's mind raced, calculating his next move. There's no need for fist arts when I'm armed. In terms of pure destructive power, the 4 Great Extremes Demon Art is the strongest, but I'm still just a novice with it. And the White Body Demon Cultivation Art is only at the intermediate level. He poured his energy into the blade and made his choice. In that case, I'll use my most reliable technique. Xue Hui's decision was made. 1. Origin Demon Annihilation Art, Mastered. He immediately unleashed its 9th form, Illusory Phantom Flying Sword, straight at He Bai. She was taken by surprise. A massive explosion erupted, and a notification appeared. Successful hit. The blast sent He Bai flying backwards. Damage dealt, 15 million. Her health plummeted to just 3.5 million. After unleashing the attack, Xue Hui quickly assessed the damage. It landed a clean hit. And since the Supreme Pavilion Master had already wounded her, her health was already down by 2 million before I even started. The system prompt reappeared. Perfect opportunity. You have found Heibi's weakness. How will you proceed? He had to press his advantage. Xue Hui chose use martial art. The familiar prompt returned. Which martial art will you use? This time, only 2 options remained. 1. Origin Demon Annihilation Art, Mastered, and White Body Demon Cultivation Art, Intermediate. Only 2 choices this time, he noted. It seems the options change based on the situation. His final decision, White Body Demon Cultivation Art, Intermediate. And the technique he unleashed was the first form of the art, Glacial River Moon. A wave of chilling energy shot toward He Bai. All she could do was throw up a desperate defense, with no opening to counterattack. The system chimed. Successful hit. Special effect. Freeze activated. Heibi's movement speed has been reduced by 20%. Her health dropped by another 400,000, down to 3.1 million. And once again, the system flashed. Perfect opportunity. You have found He Bai's weakness. How will you proceed? Xue Hui's Spirit Sword. Excellent. I just need to keep this pressure up. But then, a different notification shattered his confidence. Warning, the Supreme Pavilion Master has found your weakness. How will you proceed? A chill ran down Xue Hui's spine. He turned to see Sima Gui, glaring at him with pure killing intent. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead. A choice of fate. Is this the end? He's still far away, and he hasn't moved an inch. But the system prompt still appeared. The old master was staring him down, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Xue Hui looked back at Sima Gui and thought, he truly is a master of the transcendent demon realm, but I absolutely cannot let this chance to attack slip away. A system notification flashed. Combat simulation active. Analyzing Xue Hui's martial arts and techniques. Analysis complete. Target selection initiated. 2 choices appeared. The Supreme Emperor Pavilion Master and He Bai. Without hesitation, Xue Hui chose He Bai. His choice was made, but fear still gripped him. The system processed his decision, calculating 3 distinct methods of attack. Option 1, attack He Bai and sustain 0 damage. Option 2, strike He Bai with a powerful blow and receive 30% damage in return. Option 3, unleash an ultimate attack on He Bai and suffer 90% catastrophic damage. He stared at the options. The choice was already clear. From the moment he decided to enter this fight, his true target had never changed. Xue Hui's path was set. He would attack He Bai. He selected the final, most dangerous option, a devastating blow for 90% damage. Suddenly, a status window appeared over her head, lives remaining, +4. I will kill He Bai, he vowed, no matter the cost. The system responded instantly. Simulation sequence initiated. Xue Hui began to channel his maximum power, but from behind, Sima Gui lunged at him. Xue Hui instantly spun around to face the threat. The system's guide appeared. Turn right immediately. Raise sword to shoulder height. A notification followed. Movement speed increased by 500%. Just as Simo Gui prepared to charge, Xue Hui calmly turned his body. The old demon focused his energy, ready to strike him down. Simo Gui lunged forward, radiating pure killing intent. The system's next instruction was insane. The moment the Pavilion Master's fiery palm demon art strikes you, activate the lesser origin art within your 1 origin demon vanquishing art. Xue Hui steeled himself to absorb the full force of the blow. The pain was so excruciating, tears streamed from his eyes. The next guide appeared. Assume the duration of one full breath is 100 units. On the fourth unit of inhalation, pivot your body and sword halfway. He had no idea what that meant specifically, but he guessed he had to break down his breath into 10 parts. The guide continued. Then, use the one origin demon vanquishing art to focus the heat from the pavilion master's attack into a single point, and at the exact moment of the pivot. As Xue Hui absorbed the blow and followed the guide, his face twisted in agony. The final instruction, swing your sword to the side. He unleashed the technique. 4 ounces moves 1,000 pounds. The attack redirected the devastating force straight toward Hei Bai. Flames erupted, engulfing her completely. When the fire subsided, nothing remained of her. Xue Hui stood in disbelief. He remembered an old story from the Tianxiang restaurant, a tale about a legendary sword art, a technique that could seize an opponent's power and turn it against them. The legend said that if you mastered the basic sword forms first, you could wield any bladed weapon to perform. 4 ounces moves 1,000 pounds. He stared at the empty space, utterly speechless. The principle of using the weak to overcome the strong. A perfect counter that turns an enemy's power into their own destruction. A system window appeared, simulation complete. But before Xue Hui could even savor the victory, Simo Gui lunged, his hand clamping around Xue's throat. "You miserable insect," the old demon snarled as he squeezed. He glared at Xue Hui, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. As he was being choked, the flames from Simo Gui's hand began to melt his mask. But Simo Gui's fury only intensified when Xue Hui suddenly started to smile. "You," the demon roared, enraged. Xue Hui just chuckled. "What's the matter? Are you confused?" He continued to taunt him. "But what can you really do? Nothing. This is reality. The reality is, you could only stand by and watch your subordinate die." The words hit like a physical blow. "So, if you think about it that way, the one who truly abandoned her was you." Simo Gui's rage boiled over. "You damn stray." The demon tightened his grip, flames flaring hotter. But Xue Hui's smile never faded. He glanced at the fallen body on the ground, his eyes filled with a flicker of pity. A system window appeared. 5 lives remaining. Now loading. Heavenly Realm, Year 96, Chapter 45. Objective: max out the favorability of all squad leaders. In an instant, Xue Hui was transported back to his room. He sat there, completely stunned. He began to process the events that had just unfolded. The searing heat of the fiery palm demon art, spreading through his entire body, the agony was unbearable. I've never experienced pain like that before, not since his journey back in time began. But a sense of relief washed over him. In the end, against all odds, the gambit had worked, and I actually managed to take down Hei Bai. He looked at his reflection and let out a long breath. But how can I possibly defeat that monster? A beast with over 30 million combat power in a single strike. If I keep getting stronger, maybe one day I'll stand a chance. But for now, the gap in our power is just too vast. He covered his face, overwhelmed with frustration. This isn't the time to fight that bastard head-on. I can't afford to throw my life away. Still, he thought, at least I killed Hei Bai. And seeing the look of pure rage on the pavilion master's face, that alone was half the revenge I craved. For now, I need to figure out how to get out of this situation. Xue Hui's mind began racing. First objective, get Song to safety. The pavilion master is sure to show up. Once I've maxed out my subordinate's trust levels, then, the moment he arrives, I'll get Song out of there. But a sudden thought stopped him cold. Wait a second, my sword. He frantically looked around the room. I forgot to store it in my inventory. It's not here. He collapsed onto the bed in despair. That divine sword. The holy weapon that boosts all my stats. Is there any way I can get it back? Could he really get another sword just like it? But then, Xue Hui's panic vanished. Wait a second. He shot straight up from the bed. A thought pierced through his confusion. Could the sword be at the very place he lost it? After all, he never found it on his own. That blade was a personal gift from Kunmo. He had wielded it right up until his final moment, against the Supreme Lord. Xue Hui's mind began to race. If the laws of causality haven't been altered, then the sword must be at the exact spot where he died. He made his decision. He had to find Qitong and confirm his theory. Just then, a system notification appeared. Please select your schedule. For March, Celestial Year 9719, Day 36. Another option popped up. Stroll around the Spirit Death Squad captain's quarters. Deep in the forest, a man was screaming his lungs out. When Xue Hui suddenly appeared behind him, the man spun around, completely startled. Whoa, Captain, when did you get here? Xue Hui calmly replied, just now. The man's eyes widened in alarm. That's incredible. I couldn't sense your presence at all. Hearing this, Xue Hui just offered a faint smile. His mind drifted back to the past. He remembered this man's absolute loyalty. Right up to the very end. It was the first time he'd ever received such unwavering devotion from a subordinate. In that moment, Xue Hui made a silent vow. This time, he would ensure this man survived. "Oh, right," the subordinate suddenly exclaimed. "Captain, please don't get the wrong idea." But then, he presented a familiar blade. "Is this your sword?" "It sounds crazy, but I think you might have dropped it here." A grin spread across Xue Hui's face. Just as I predicted, he took the blade and confirmed. "Actually, this is what I came for." The man's jaw dropped. "Oh, is that so?" Xue Hui's theory was solidifying. "Unless causality itself is broken, my possessions will always appear where I fall." Suddenly, the subordinate looked flustered. Captain, can I ask you something?" Xue Hui gave a solemn nod and said, "Speak your mind." A flood of system notifications appeared. "You have successfully persuaded Qitong. Qitong's affinity has reached its maximum. Affinity with second squad captain, Qitong, 100 out of 100. Trust increased by 20 points." The next message declared that affinity had reached its highest level. From now on, unless a special event occurs, Qitong's affinity will not decrease. You can now assign direct missions to Qitong. And the final notification read, "Information from Qitong has been exhausted." Xue Hui broke the silence first. Qitong returned to the study hall. His subordinate blinked, confused. "Sir, the study hall, do we have a new lesson?" Xue Hui placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "It's for a different reason," he stated. "Don't ask questions. Just go there immediately. Only for today." "Yes, sir." Qitong replied without hesitation. And with that, he vanished. Watching him go, Xue Hui smirked. He has his doubts. But with maxed out affinity and trust, he won't dare disobey my command. Xue Hui's expression hardened. "All right, time to move." In a flash, he leaped into the treetops. Instantly, his eyes locked onto the figure of Sima Gui. Xue Hui glared down at the old schemer. "He's already here. Search all you want. The thing you're looking for will never appear here. Fool." His thoughts were cut short by another system prompt. "Where would you like to go?" "The Heavenly Demon's fourth disciple's study. The Black Tortoise Pavilion's rear garden." Seeing the options, Xue Hui froze, then sat down with a heavy sigh. "Looking at this screen, it seems I've cleared the stage." He wondered, so, where to now? The Black Tortoise Pavilion's garden feels more promising. It has a higher chance of triggering a quest than the study. So, Xue Hui made his choice. In an instant, the world shifted around him. Xue Hui looked around, dazed. This was the Black Tortoise Pavilion. A sudden noise snapped his attention to the side. Someone was sprinting below at a godlike speed. Taking a closer look, Xue Hui recognized him. It was Long Zhen, running as if a demon was on his tail. He wondered, who in the world is chasing him? Then he saw it. That familiar, long, dark hair. That all-too-familiar weapon. It could only be one person. He Bi was hunting him. Xue Hui was completely stunned. He Bi? Doubt flooded his mind. Why? And why Long Zhen? Just then, another figure emerged from the building. Sima Gui. Xue Hui understood instantly. The Supreme Lord is involved. A new prompt appeared. Do you wish to intervene, help, or observe? Xue Hui glanced at the system window and chose to help, moving closer. Below, Long Zhen was still running for his life. Panic consumed him. Why is she trying to kill me? What did I even do wrong? I have to run. I'm no match for her. From behind, a deadly attack shot toward him. But a single thought screamed through his terror. Damn it. Why did I run to the Black Tortoise Pavilion? There's no training today. So none of the shadow assassins are around. Long Zhen ducked, narrowly dodging the blow. Frustration twisted his face. That much sword aura, even from this distance. Something was terribly wrong. It felt like she could kill him at any moment. But she wasn't. She was toying with him. Like a predator hunting its prey. Out of nowhere, Xue Hui materialized right behind him. Long Zhen froze, stunned. A hand clamped over his mouth before he could shout, "Shh." He introduced himself as the captain of the Spirit Death Squad. Long Zhen tried to speak. "Captain, why are you?" But Xue Hui kept his mouth covered. "I'll explain later. We need to move, now." Without another word, he grabbed Long Zhen's collar and vanished into the shadows. Moments later, the sound of gasping echoed from a nearby building. Two figures were hiding in the narrow space between the structures. Long Zhen was puzzled. "Captain, what's happening?" Xue Hui urged. "There's no time to explain. She'll find us soon enough." "You know who it is?" Xue Hai confirmed. He Bi, the personal guard of the Tai Huang Pavilion Master. Those words sent a jolt through Long Zhen. He understood the threat immediately. The Tai Huang Pavilion Master. Then, Xue Hui nodded grimly as he began taking off his coat. Yes, Long Zhen was baffled. Captain, what are you doing? Xue Hui commanded. You, take off your clothes too. He handed his own coat to Long Zhen. We'll swap clothes. I'll be the target. Long Zhen was stunned, wondering why he felt so embarrassed. Yes, sir. Xue Hui calculated silently. The pavilion master asked for my location right after meeting Qi Tong. But since I sent Qi Tong away, he's targeting Long Zhen instead. No matter the reason, that bastard is definitely after me. He's threatening the squad leaders of the Death Spirit team to find me, all while trying to stay off Kun Mo's radar. He's probably trying to erase all traces of that map. Long Zhen asked doubtfully, will this even work? Captain, we don't look anything alike. We should just fight them instead. Xue Hui pointed out the risk. And what if the pavilion master himself shows up? If that happens, we're both dead for sure. With that, he transformed into Long Zhen's likeness. Don't worry about our appearances. Xue Hui removed his mask, then gave Long Zhen a thumbs up. His subordinate's jaw dropped in awe. That's so cool. Where did you learn a skill like that? Xue Hui answered vaguely. I just happened to pick it up. Long Zhen blamed himself. I'm sorry, Captain. I haven't been any help. But his captain denied it. Don't say that. I'm your captain. I'm the one who leads you all. A smile spread across Long Zhen's face. Thank you, Captain. You have won the affection of Long Zhen. Long Zhen's affinity has increased to its maximum level. You can now assign tasks directly to Long Zhen. You can obtain the following information from Long Zhen. The reason he went to the Xuan Wu Hall's rear court. You can update the combat simulation method. Xue Hui wondered. An update? He immediately accepted the prompt. Simulation has been updated to level 2. Level 2 simulation can generate more effective options depending on how it is used. If you state a request, the system will simulate a path toward that goal. Beyond fighting, it can now simulate escape routes or attacks on specific points based on the situation. Xue Hui was intrigued. It changes based on the circumstances and shows me the most effective path. Perfect. With that thought, he reminded Long Zhen, all right, you understand the plan. Now go and get out of here carefully. The man straightened up, his expression serious. Yes, sir. With that, Xue Hui leaped onto the rooftops. In the distance, he saw Heibi racing toward him. She spotted me. Let's begin. Combat simulation method, level 2. How would you like to simulate? Xue Hui paused. Huh. Why isn't the selection window appearing? Then he remembered. It said he had to speak his request. Realizing this, he immediately gave the order. Show me how to escape from Heibi. Analyzing. Analysis complete. The captain's position was marked by a glowing line as the entire world around him shifted. A red arrow materialized, pointing the way forward. Xue Hui guessed. So, I just have to follow this? He decided to trust it. He took off, moving swiftly along the guided path. The arrow pointed straight ahead, then suddenly whipped around. Xue Hui followed its direction, leaping down. Below him, the panel for the Traceless Ghost God steps appeared. Fourth form, Void Flash. He planted his foot, gathered his power, and shot forward like a blur. Traceless Ghost God steps. Third form, Unfettered Path. The arrow zigzagged across the rooftops. Xue Hui followed every turn perfectly, before landing precisely inside a circle drawn by the arrow. You have arrived at the target location. Xue Hui was panting, completely exhausted. Just then, someone approached from behind. What the? Who's this? A voice demanded. Who are you? State your name. Xue Hui kept his back turned, not facing them. The figure waited silently for his response. On the other side, Heibi had finally caught up. Seeing her standing majestically on the rooftop, Xue Hui felt a surge of fear. But in a flash, Heibi's figure vanished from sight. Seeing this, Xue Hui let out a sigh of relief. Phew. But the person behind him had lost their patience, shouting, Hey, didn't you hear me? Are you looking to die? A mocking smile crossed his lips as he replied, I really don't want to fight you again. It's been a while. Wu Jun. In that instant, he transformed back to his original appearance. The man finally recognized the captain of the Death Spirit team. Xue Hui grinned. I have you to thank for my survival, my friend. Wu Jun was utterly confused. As he stood there, Xue Hui's smile remained, but his image began to blur and fade away. The scene shifts to the Tai Huang Pavilion, where Sima Gui looks shocked. We lost him. You, the one who has never failed before. But the master quickly forgave the mistake. I suppose it isn't easy to capture him while avoiding attention from everyone else. Finally, Sima Gui relented. Very well. If that's the case, we will simply have to use another method. On the other side, Xue Hui was still speaking with Wu Jun when suddenly, the system interface manifested. Where would you like to go? The residence of the heavenly demon's fourth disciple. Xue Hui let out a sigh of relief. It seemed this time, things would be all right. He wondered to himself. So is this the last one? Is this the final choice? At the private estate of the heavenly demon's fourth disciple, 4 days have passed. And now, two figures are gasping for breath. It's Xiao Ling and Yao Lin, but they're not alone. They're completely surrounded by menacing strangers. Watching from the shadows, Xue Hui wondered, who are these people? The system identified one as Zhao Qua, a warrior at the Absolute Peak realm, and the other as Yang Ji, also at the Absolute Peak. A system notification flashed. The Tai Huang Jichu, 10 elite assassins who carry out the secret orders of the Tai Huang Pavilion Master. Xue Hui's blood ran cold. The Tai Huang Jichu, an organization that's supposed to be a myth, he thought in terror. What are they doing here? Yao Lin, losing his composure, roared, "Who the hell are you people? Where did you crawl from? Do you have any idea where you are?" An assassin in black stepped forward, his voice chilling. "That doesn't concern you. Just answer our question." Before Yao Lin could retort, the assassin pressed on. "Where is the current captain of the spirit squad?" Yao Lin was taken aback. "What?" From his hiding spot, Xue Hui gritted his teeth. "So, I'm their target. That damn Tai Huang Pavilion Master. He's as persistent as a leech." Hearing the question, Yao Lin shot back. "Damn it. How the hell would we know?" The assassin's voice dripped with menace. "It seems words alone won't get through to you." Yao Lin clenched his jaw, whispering to Xiao Ling, "Damn it, when Lord Kunmo suddenly summoned us, I thought he was going to teach us a new technique or something." Xiao Ling replied grimly, "This was their plan from the start. We never received the order directly from him, did we?" Just then, the 10 assassins surged forward, attacking them both in a blur of motion. Yao Lin's reflexes were lightning fast, his blade clashing against steel to parry the strike. Xiao Ling was just as quick, her sword a silver flash as she dodged and weaved through the assault. High above, Xue Hui watched in agony. His face was etched with worry as sweat beaded on his brow. He clenched his fists. Just the two of them. They don't stand a chance. A system window appeared before him. Choose your course of action. Option 1. Intervene. Option 2. Wait and observe. He frantically weighed his options. What's the right move here? Their goal is to find me. They probably won't kill Xiao Ling and Yao Lin. But, he thought, I can't let what happened to Qisong happen again. His expression hardened with resolve. I can't just wait here any longer. His mind made up, he slammed his choice. Intervene. In that instant, he materialized on a high branch, completely unnoticed. After a moment of observation, he launched himself downward like a hawk. They heard the whistle of air but couldn't pinpoint the source. By the time they looked up, he was already upon them, giving them no time to react. A new system notification appeared. Combat Simulation. Level 2. Activated. Specify simulation parameters. He roared his command. Show me how to annihilate the entire Tai Huang Jichu. The system began processing, analyzing. Analysis complete. The system displayed the optimal path. Result: sustained 60% damage. In exchange, all Tai Huang Jichu members will be critically wounded. Executing simulation. He slammed into the ground with devastating force, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. 60% damage, he thought, fighting a wave of nausea. The nearest assassin stared wide-eyed, completely baffled. Before the man could even process the threat, a blade was already at his neck. Still, Xue Hui thought to wipe them all out. I have to follow the simulation's path perfectly. As the thought crossed his mind, an assassin's head flew from his shoulders. Another charged him, screaming, "Who are you?" Xue Hui calmly raised his blade, preparing the next move in the sequence, a single, perfect swing. And another assassin fell, but the others showed no fear, pressing the attack. One of them cried out in confusion, "What the? His movements, they're so slow." Xue Hui roared the technique's name, Traceless Ghost Step. Then he vanished, his blade cutting down his foes. An attack came from his blind spot, too fast to dodge. I overextended on that last move. I can't avoid this. I'll have to trade a blow for a kill. He raised his sword to meet the incoming strike. Suddenly, the assassin's eyes turned bloodshot with killing intent. Xue Hui bellowed, Primordial Demon Annihilation Art, 9th form. Flying Shadow Sword. As the assassin flew in, Xue Hui's blade bit deep into his flesh. But at the same instant, the enemy's sword tore into his side and blood exploded from the wound. Pain seared through him. So this is what 60% damage feels like. The wounded assassin struggled to his feet, glaring at him with pure hatred. The simulation isn't over, he thought. I have to finish this. Just then, Yao Lin recognized him through the chaos. "Huh? Captain?" Xue Hui shot him a sharp glance, signaling him to be quiet. Yao Lin nodded frantically. "Yes, sir." Xue Hui thought, "My identity must remain a secret." Then, a dreaded message flashed from the system. "Simulation failed. Movement deviation detected." The assassin spun around, his sword swinging for a final blow. "Damn it, I messed up." Xue Hui desperately threw himself back to dodge, but the blade stopped just inches from his throat. The assassin's body began to glow, and in the next instant, he exploded into a shower of ash. Xue Hui cried out as the searing heat washed over him. He was completely bewildered. An explosion. Where did that come from? His thoughts were cut short by a voice filled with utter disdain, shocking him to the core. "Ha! What a bunch of fools. Daring to attack the Phantom Shadow Group." Just then, Sima Gui slowly approached them. As the old man drew near, he spat, "Truly a pack of worthless scum." Of course, Xue Hu recognized him immediately, the elder of the Tai Huang Pavilion. Yao Lin was just as stunned. "Why are you here, elder?" Sima Gui didn't answer. Instead, he raised his hand and with a sudden snap of his fingers, two more massive explosions erupted in the distance. Xue Hu instantly understood Sima Gui's intentions. Was this bastard obliterating all evidence of those masked assailants? He couldn't let anyone discover they were his subordinates. A wave of disgust washed over Xue Hui. He'd always known the elder of the Tai Huang Pavilion was a scoundrel, but to see him kill his own men like swatting flies, he was a depraved madman. And yet, the elder put on a facade of deep concern. My, that was dangerous. "Is everyone all right?" Sima Gui's gaze suddenly landed on him. The old man acknowledged Xue Hui's abilities. "From what I observed, your skills are quite impressive. Whose subordinate are you?" Sima Gui stroked his beard, trying to place the familiar aura. "Have we met somewhere before?" The elder then made a bold demand. "Could you remove your mask? Consider it a greeting to the one who just saved your life." Sima Gui stood there, a shameless smile plastered on his face as he waited. Xiao Ling, however, was growing worried for him. The elder's patience was wearing thin. "Why don't you answer?" Xue Hu was now caught between a rock and a hard place. "Damn it, what should I do?" he thought. "I can't think of a way to refuse him. I need to divert his attention. Or maybe I can run. No. Escaping from this monster is impossible. And even if I could, what would happen to Xiao Ling and Yao Lin?" At that very moment, another voice praised him. "You've come quite a long way." The speaker was none other than Kun Mo. Xue Hu was shocked to see him here. "Sir Kun Mo." Sima Gu was forced to turn his head to see who had arrived. He quickly offered a greeting. "So you were here." Xue Hu felt an immense wave of gratitude for Kun Mo's timing. Thank the heavens. Suddenly, another system notification appeared. Part 3. The Mind of the Tai Huang Pavilion Elder. This all felt too sudden for him. Time passed, and soon he and Sima Gui were seated at a table for tea. Thin wisps of steam still rose from the freshly poured cups. Kun Mo picked up his and spoke first. "A battle broke out in front of my residence. He wanted to know what had just transpired. Could you tell me what happened?" The elder gave a brief account. "Ha, it was nothing much. I suspect a few rats were hiding within the Phantom Shadow Group, so I merely helped you clean up a bit." Naturally, Kun Mo didn't believe him so easily. "Is that so?" Sima Gui replied calmly. "Yes, it was quite the coincidence." Kun Mo didn't press further. "I see." But then Kun Mo pointed out a suspicious detail. "You said it's quite a coincidence. You also requested a private meeting with me elsewhere, and yet an incident like this occurs at the exact time we were to meet." The old man remained perfectly calm in his reply. Kun Mo smiled faintly. "I need to investigate this thoroughly. By some coincidence, everything seems to be connected. I must find out who those bastards were and why they caused trouble right at my doorstep." Kun Mo's eyes turned sharp as daggers, but all the evidence has already been destroyed. Hearing this, Sima Gui didn't reply. He just laughed loudly. "Perhaps in my haste to help the members of the Phantom Shadow Group, I wasn't paying close enough attention. Although they defeated the intruders, those scum might have still been alive. I thought they might try something desperate before dying, so I acted a bit roughly." Kun Mo repeated his words. "Acted a bit roughly, you say?" The elder confirmed, "Yes. As you know, Sir Kun Mo, the Tai Huang Pavilion has been infiltrated by spies lately, so I've become a bit sensitive. If today's events have made you uncomfortable, I beg your forgiveness, my lord." As he spoke, he gazed at his own reflection in his cup of tea. Kun Mo reassured him, "Don't worry about it. Between us, why should we fuss over such things? But that reminds me. Why did you ask to meet me privately today? Lord Sha Mo has a few words he asked me to deliver to you." At that name, Kun Mo paused for a beat, his eyes filled with contemplation as he asked, "What is it?" Sima Gui presented a scroll. I dare not speak it aloud, so I have written everything here. The scroll contained a warning. Withdraw from everything you are doing now. After reading it, Kunmo rolled the scroll shut and asked in a low voice, "Did our eldest brother truly say these words?" Simagui replied nonchalantly, "I only wrote what I heard." Kunmo's voice grew softer. "Is that right?" A second later, the scroll tapped against the middle of Simagui's forehead before falling onto the table. Kunmo gave a grave warning. "Then if this is my answer, what will the elder of the Tai Huang Pavilion do about it?" Hearing this, Simagui's face immediately darkened. He sat there in a grim silence, saying nothing. Kunmo lifted his teacup, his voice laced with mockery. "What's wrong? Feeling angry? Should I just go mad and flip this entire table? Don't tell me you haven't considered it. This man's martial arts aren't so strong as to be invincible or even close to it." The elder sat there in deafening silence. Kunma just smiled. "It's all right. Just be honest." The elder stared at his own reflection in the tea, at his slender frame and his mediocre martial prowess. "Why is a bastard weaker than me causing all this chaos? Let's be real. Isn't that what you're thinking right now?" Simagyu thought to himself. Kunma is the weakest of all the heavenly demon's disciples. The elder narrowed his eyes. Aside from his unique heavenly slayer constitution, he was completely outclassed by the other disciples. Judging solely by the power Kunma displayed openly, he should have been easy prey for Elder Tai Huang. And yet, the elder couldn't begin to understand. Why on earth was he acting with such insolent arrogance? After a moment, Sima Gi replied with false deference. "How could someone like me dare to offend you, esteemed disciple? This old man is simply carrying out his orders." Kunma questioned him, not entirely convinced. "Really?" The elder clasped his hands in a formal gesture. "Yes, it's the truth. This is a matter between the disciples of the revered heavenly demon. How could I possibly dare to interfere?" He pushed himself up from his seat. "It would be improper for an old man like me to voice a personal opinion in this situation. My lord." Sima Gui bowed his head slightly. "The reply you've entrusted me with. I will arrange it carefully and deliver it to Lord Satma." Just as the elder was about to turn away, Kunma's voice stopped him cold. "Have you found what was lost?" The question made the elder freeze. Kunma pressed on. "Isn't that why you really came to me? To find out just how much a bastard like me truly knows." Hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Sima Gui's forehead. He feigned ignorance. I don't understand what you mean, my lord." Kunma cut him off instantly. "You shouldn't understand." The words dripped with menace. "Because the moment you do, you will be the first one to die." The elder was completely stunned by the threat. Meanwhile, Kunma calmly continued to enjoy his tea. "Elder Tai Huang, do you know why I haven't submitted that evidence to the main sect yet? A blade is sharpest while it's still in its sheath, not after it's been swung. That's why." Sima Gui stammered, unable to form a coherent word. "Lord Kunma." The younger man's patience snapped. "Are you a complete idiot?" His face twisted into a demonic snarl as his voice turned threatening. "Watch your manners and how you conduct yourself, if you don't want an early grave." The elder fell silent, not daring to speak. He stood, turned, and prepared to leave, but his heart burned with the bitter humiliation. All the while, Kunma sipped his tea, completely unconcerned with the world. Elsewhere, Xue Hui's eyes shot open as he woke with a jolt. The moment he opened his eyes, Yaolin rushed over, overjoyed. "Captain, you're awake." But Xue Hui was still trying to understand. "What happened?" Yaolin quickly explained. "You suddenly collapsed, so we moved you to the medical wing." Xue Hui was taken aback. "Collapsed?" "Ah." Yaolin nodded. "Yes, the wound was quite deep, but the physician said your treatment went smoothly, so there shouldn't be any problems." Xue Hui then realized he must have passed out right when he started observing the tense conversation between Kunma and Elder Tai Huang. Suddenly, the system interface flashed before his eyes, announcing that Yao Lin and Xiao Ling's affinity for him had risen. First Squad Captain Yao Lin, 100 out of 100. Third Squad Captain Xiao Ling, 90 out of 100. He was shocked by their level of trust. His first thought was for them. "Are you two all right?" Yao Lin answered immediately. "We are fine, sir. Luckily, none of our wounds were serious." Xiao Ling spoke with deep gratitude. "If you had been any later, Captain, we would probably be the ones lying here right now." Xue Hui looked at them wordlessly. Yao Lin's voice was firm. "And for the record, we didn't remove your mask, sir. We swear it on our lives." The mention of the mask brought him back to the present. "Ah, thank you." And Yao Lin. "Yes, Captain." He made his request. "Could you leave me alone with her for a moment?" Though he was curious, Yao Lin simply agreed. Of course. With some effort, Xue Hui pushed himself into a sitting position to face Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling asked immediately, "What is it you wanted to discuss with me?" "Right." He bowed his head and removed his mask. Her eyes flew open. completely stunned by the revelation. He ran a hand through his hair and let out a long sigh. Xiaoling stared at the familiar face, a face she had seen before. "So, it was you." He responded with a calm ease. "Yeah. I figured you might have guessed a while ago. The servant from the Tianri Guan." "That foolish boy." She was flustered. "Then why are you here now?" Her surprise was expected. "You must be very confused, right?" He glanced at the mask in his hand as he began to explain. "But somehow, by a stroke of luck, I discovered Elder Tai Huang's weakness, and because of that, I managed to catch Lord Kunma's eye. After that, I was taught martial arts and was assigned to this place." But she cut straight through his story, asking, "What is it you're planning?" He had anticipated this. Hard to believe, isn't it? He thought. The man who was once a low-class fighter is now the leader of a special unit. He answered her without a shred of hesitation. "Planning something? Well, if I didn't have a plan, I wouldn't be here, would I? I wouldn't have been chosen by the weakest of the disciples, the Fourth Lord. And I certainly wouldn't have joined his weakest unit, the Spirit Squad." Xiaoling paused, processing his words. If there's a good reason for all of that, then the story changes. A slight smile touched his lips. "Then why don't you tell me what that reason is?" he asked, watching her expression with piercing intensity. He guessed she couldn't possibly understand. Her reason for being here, when she already possessed everything needed to become stronger. Xue Hui's eyes narrowed slightly. "I have my reasons for being here." Xiaoling questioned him. "And what would those be?" "To become overwhelmingly strong." His eyes blazed with conviction as he revealed a powerful truth. "Someone once told me to get stronger, to become powerful enough so we could escape this hell together." She looked back, utterly confused. "What do you mean?" He planted his hands on his knees. "I will endure this hell, with every fiber of my being, right alongside you and the squad leaders." His voice was firm. "I will fight to survive with every last one of you." Hearing his vow, she fell silent, her expression unreadable. Just then, the system window flashed to life once more. Xiaoling's favorability had increased. She sat on the bed, clutching her head. "To be honest, it's a little hard to believe anything you're saying. I was sure you had some kind of dark, ulterior motive. Let me just sit for a second." He nodded in understanding. "Yeah, I get it." But inside, he was thinking, is this still not enough to earn her trust? She wasn't about to let him off the hook. She pressed on. "Why did you even come here? With your skills, you could have gone to a much safer, better place than this. At this rate, the fate of the sudden death squad is already sealed, but you chose to come here anyway. You must have some kind of master plan, right?" Xiaoling's questions were relentless, like a powerful ally, or intel on someone who could join your side, something like that. He felt completely powerless, unable to answer a single one of her theories. The truth was, he jumped into this hell with nothing but his bare hands, trusting only that strange blue interface. A powerful ally? A master plan? He had nothing of the sort. He rubbed his hands together, feeling cornered. "That's because, well, Before he could finish, the door was suddenly thrown open. "Captain, Lord Kunma is here." The two of them on the bed stared in shock. He quickly moved to greet the guest. "My lord, you've arrived." Kunma nodded. "Yes, I heard the situation was incredibly dangerous." He bowed his head in apology. "Forcing you to witness this subordinate's weakness. I sincerely apologize, my lord." Kunma just laughed, clapping him on the shoulder. No. If things had gone according to the Tai Huang leader's plan, he never would have sent those masters. You did an excellent job." He then opened his palm, revealing 2 pills. "Take these." A system notification popped up. "You have received a jade marrow pill, derived from ginseng. It greatly increases HP and internal energy, and even comes with market effects." He held out both hands to accept the gift. "This will aid in treating your internal injuries, and it has several other uses." Kunma didn't hold back his praise. "You have worked hard." He bowed his head in response. "Thank you, my lord." Just as he finished his thanks, another person burst through the door from outside. Elder Bai Hun rushed in, looking frantic. "Xue Hui, where are you injured? Is it serious?" He was confused by this man's identity. "Who are you, and why are you looking for me?" But Kunma immediately recognized Elder Bai Hun. Xue Hui was even more stunned to see the person behind the elder. "Yin Wu Xin." Kunma addressed the man. "Elder Bai Hun, why have you come all this way?" But ignoring Kunma's question, the elder rushed forward and grabbed his hand. "You are Xue Hui?" He was a bit flustered. "Yes, that's right." The old man's face broke into a joyous grin. "Is that so? This old man has made a late introduction." His voice was filled with deep gratitude. "You helped me immensely in dealing with my worthless disciple. And yet, I still haven't had the chance to thank you in person. I've been quite busy lately, so please forgive me." Bai Hun looked him over with concern. "Let's see here. There are a few external wounds, but with proper treatment, There shouldn't be any problems. You have a sturdy body. He scratched his head. Yes, sir. I'm quite fortunate. Suddenly, the elder stopped, as if just remembering, and turned back, bowing deeply to Kun Ma. I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. Lord Kun Ma, please forgive my disrespectful behavior. Kun Ma seemed unbothered. It's quite all right, Elder Bai Hun. However, if you would be so kind, could you explain what exactly is going on? Hearing this, the elder paused for a moment. Oh, that. Bai Hun gave a quick summary. Some time ago, Xue Hui assisted me with a matter related to my terrible student, and since it's a bit of a private affair, forgive me for not being able to share the details. He finished with another respectful bow to Kun Ma. In short, thanks to Xue Hui, I found that wretched disciple of mine. For that, I must also thank you, Lord Kun Ma. Kun Ma seemed flustered, waving his hands. Not at all. If it's a matter concerning Elder Bai Hun, I will always offer my full support. Kun Ma couldn't hide the smile spreading across his face. For my humble subordinate to have been of use to you is a great honor for me. Bai Hun let out a hearty laugh. Humble? What are you talking about? My lord, you have a truly exceptional subordinate here. You are being far too modest. It seems this old man now understands why the great heavenly demon chose Lord Kun Ma as his disciple. Kun Ma asked again, is that so? Xue Hui watched the two, thinking to himself, praise coming from an elder. He's trying to act calm, but he's definitely overjoyed right now. The two men laughed cheerfully. Bai Hun was one of the most important high-ranking members of the demonic sect. Even among the other elders, he was regarded as a man of great patience and immense inner strength. Until now, the elders had only ever shown recognition or interest in the other three disciples, but they had never paid Kun Ma any mind. He must have desperately craved this outcome. Something still felt off, though. For Elder Bai Hun to suddenly appear at the hidden shadow core and praise one of his subordinates, this was no simple visit. Bai Hun offered a knowing smile. Lord Kun Mo, I hear you've been facing quite a few difficulties lately. Kun Mo saw no point in hiding it. Ah, yes, that is indeed the case. Bai Hun didn't mince words. If you have any missions that are proving too difficult to resolve, just inform me. If this old man is capable, I will certainly help you. Kun Mo was suspicious. What exactly do you mean by that? The elder looked at him, his eyes twinkling. You may take my words, literally. Xue Hui quietly analyzed the situation. Elder Bai Hun was someone who, to this day, had never chosen a faction. He was known as the neutral party. He felt a surge of doubt. Was this man truly offering Kun Mo unconditional support? Had Kun Mo already secured the backing of the first elder? A system window flashed into existence. Zhao Ling's affinity has reached the level of trust. The sudden notification caught him completely by surprise. From now on, Xiao Ling's affinity would not decrease. It was now possible to assign tasks directly to her. You can now establish a training schedule for Yao Lin, Qisong, Long Jin, and Xiao Ling. Noticing her stare, he offered a weak smile and a thumbs up. Their skills and their very livelihoods depended solely on him. Elder Bai Hun bid his farewell. Well then, I shall take my leave, Lord Kun Mo. Kun Mo clasped his hands behind his back. The elder suddenly paused. Ah, I almost forgot. He turned back to Xue Hui. Team leader, Xue Hui, would this shameless old man be able to ask a favor of you? He pulled Yin Wuxin forward by the collar. Would you be willing to take my disciple, Yin Wuxin, as your subordinate? He was slightly taken aback. A system notification appeared. Do you wish to accept Yin Wuxin as your subordinate? He hesitated, unsure of what to choose. The system displayed more information. Realm, absolute peak, HP, internal energy, and combat power have substantially increased. He thought to himself, wow, his stats have grown this much in just a year. The first time I met Yin Wuxin, he only had about 400,000 HP and 1 million in combat power. He carefully considered his options. Accepting the offer seemed highly beneficial. Elder Bai Hun was known as a man who always repays his debts. If he granted the elder a favor now, the future returns would be immense. Besides, Yin Wuxin's abilities could be quite useful in many situations. He immediately chose to accept. Bai Hun's face lit up with satisfaction. My thanks. With team leader Xue Hui in charge, I'm sure you can handle this troublesome brat. Please, be as strict as you need to be. In stark contrast to the elder, Yin Wuxin looked absolutely miserable. But Bai Hun wasn't finished. I would also like to give you a gift. Is there anything you particularly desire? The system displayed 4 choices. The elder wishes to give you a gift. What would you like to receive? He stroked his chin, feeling conflicted. Which one was the best option? They were all incredibly tempting. He was completely at a loss for what to choose. He could ignore the weapon, since he already had the Hui sword. His HP and internal energy were a bit low for his combat power, so the divine elixir sounded like a great choice. But boots had never appeared as an option before. And as a gift from Elder Bai Hun, they were sure to be no ordinary item. He figured if their value was equal to the elixir, it was a risk worth taking. Let's decide on that. Who knew when another chance like this would come? Without hesitation, he chose the boots. The moment he did, Bai Hun presented them. Excellent, excellent. I suspected you would choose this, so I brought them with me. A system notification appeared. You have received the sea-treading boots, crafted from the hide of a mythical beast. Effect negates requirements for special skills. His eyes widened in shock. It can negate the requirements for special skills. At last, the elder departed, but not without a final word. I have great expectations for your future. Team leader Xue Hui. Yes, elder, he replied. Yin Wuxin cautiously stepped forward. I look forward to being in your care, Lord Kunmo. Kunmo turned to him. There is no need for that. You come recommended by Elder Bai Hun, so feel at ease. He then smiled warmly at Xue Hui. Xue Hui, there is something I must tell you. Kunmo's praise came from the bottom of his heart. Don't pay any mind to those other matters. You have done incredibly well. Even in places where I could not see. I am truly proud of you. Hearing this, Xue Hui said nothing. Instead, a genuine smile spread across his face as he bowed his head deeply in thanks. The system appeared once again. Time passes. 24 days of rest in the hidden Shadow Course Infirmary. Days 7, 8, and 9. HP and internal energy recovering. Day 25, HP and internal energy are fully restored. Sweat covered his brow as he collapsed in exhaustion. It's finally over. What a truly terrifying ordeal. He put both hands behind his head. I need a break. Ha! And then, a sudden thought made him bolt upright. The god wing and the sea-splitting halberd would have to wait. He held the brilliant green orb, mesmerized. This jade marrow pill was quite a treasure up close. Why wait? He decided to use it immediately. After consuming 2 jade marrow pills, his HP and internal energy surged. He was more than satisfied. Finally, he had broken the 1 million mark. Next, he equipped the new boots. Remove requirement limit from his special skill. Which part to remove? So, this was how it worked. He thought to himself, every time I use the Fengshen technique, I either fail or stall out halfway through. If I could just get rid of the most troublesome part, I wouldn't have to overthink it. He decided to remove the special movements of the 4 great demon lords. Leaning on his thighs, he let out a triumphant laugh. Perfect. This is so much easier now. Unable to wait another second, he burst out the door, eager to test his new power. Stepping out onto the grass, he took a deep, centering breath. His eyes, burning with intense focus, watched as his body moved 4 to 5 times faster than before. He unleashed a strike into the empty air, the Feng Shen fist, and felt a deep satisfaction at the immense destructive force of that single blow. So this is what it feels like as a fist technique? A truly dangerous strike. He grinned, clenching his hand tightly. The Feng Shen sword is sharper and more powerful, but the Feng Shen fist can generate wind pressure over a much wider area. If I can master both without any restrictions and adapt to every situation, I could definitely take down much stronger enemies. He shook out his leg. Just removing one part made it countless times easier to use. These shoes are truly a life-changing treasure. He put his hands on his hips, dreaming of the bright future ahead. Now, I just need to keep increasing my combat power and developing my skills. The day I can finally defeat the Supreme Emperor isn't far off. But then, a sudden sense of unease washed over him. Wait, why do I suddenly feel so anxious? These new abilities and destiny-altering treasures have undoubtedly made me stronger. But why is it that the further I go, the more empty I feel? This anxiety feels like I've forgotten something vital. He was lost in a somber thought. Is everything really going to be okay? He walked slowly across the deserted field. I have no master, and no one to guide my path. He stared at the crater and wreckage left behind by his single punch. All I have in front of me is this harsh reality. He asked himself, am I fighting for something more than just mere survival? Can I avoid becoming a monster like that bastard? He remembered him. The man who always pulled off the impossible. He defeated enemies who were said to be unbeatable. Watching him fight against those overwhelming odds, I had to ask myself, what kind of hellish training must one endure to become that powerful? How can I ever possess that level of combat strength? What is his true identity? He sat down under a tree. For now, just chasing these fleeting chances to change my fate is more than enough to handle. At this moment, this is the absolute peak of my power. The moonlight cast long shadows over the landscape. I don't even know when death or failure will finally come for me. I'll just have to live with this anxiety and focus on the present. He lifted his head, gazing at the night sky. I'll strengthen my subordinates' abilities. And whether it's divine medicine or priceless treasures, I must get stronger, no matter the cost. I have to push even further. He pondered, will I ever be able to see it? The things that are currently beyond my vision? As he was lost in thought, a voice cut through the silence. What kind of insane training are you up to now? Xue Hui was completely stunned. Wu Jun, what are you doing here? The man adjusted the hat on his head. I came to visit you. Are you feeling better? Xue Hui rubbed his neck. Oh, the wound's completely healed. Thanks. I can't believe you came all this way when you're so busy. Wu Jun just laughed. Even if I'm busy, I have to visit a fellow comrade. We're both walking the same path, after all. Xue Hui couldn't deny it. You're right. The man took off his hat and sat beside him. I heard those intruders who broke in were servants of the Supreme Emperor. Is that true? Xue Hui lowered his gaze. I can't really deny it. The man cleared his throat. Last time, all the Hidden Shadow Guild members assigned to monitor the Supreme Emperor were completely wiped out. I'd wager no one in the Hidden Shadow Guild has a good opinion of him. Wu Jun turned to look at his friend. The truth is, we've already drawn a line in the sand. If the entire Hidden Shadow Guild joined forces, taking that bastard out wouldn't be so difficult. The real problem is the people surrounding him. Xue Hui was surprised. The people around him, you know who I'm talking about. The other guild masters who are on his side. The memory finally clicked. Ah. The two didn't talk for much longer before Wu Jun said his farewells. Well, I'm heading out. Seeing that you're all right is enough for me. Xue Hui stood up as well. Thanks for coming. He watched his friend's back disappear into the distance, then rubbed his neck in frustration. The 5 great guild masters. There are so many bastards who get under my skin. He turned to leave. I'll save my progress here and then figure things out. Survival comes first. As for this mess of splintered wood, I'll just have Shi Tu clean it up. The system window appeared. Would you like to save? Save complete. He sat on his bed, crossing his arms in deep thought. What is the Supreme Emperor's game plan? He began to analyze the situation. The Supreme Emperor was humiliated by Kun Ma. He's not the type to let that go so easily. Xue Hui closed his eyes and lay down on the bed. In any case, there's nothing I can do about it right now. I'll just focus on what's within my power. And with that, he fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. A new day dawned, with the sun already high in the sky. The system presented new options: complete mission with squad captains, arrange schedule for subordinates, accept mission, complete warrior's mission. He was taken aback. Huh? The choices have changed. He quickly realized that the training and walk-around options were gone. They're gone, replaced by 2 new entries. Should I check them out? He decided to select complete mission with squad captains. The system immediately flashed a warning. If you accept a mission from Kun Ma, your remaining 17 months of time will be completely consumed. Xue Hui froze. What was this? 2 options appeared before him. Do you wish to proceed? His brow beaded with sweat. The main storyline. He panicked. Wait a minute. His fingers flew to the decline button. He let out a sharp sigh of relief. That was way too close. Just out of sheer curiosity, I almost threw away a year and a half of progress just to test that one option. He thought carefully. The main storyline must signal the end of my training. I need to maximize the time I have left. Let's see what else I can do. He selected Manage Subordinate Schedule. The system presented 4 options: self-training, private instruction, search for personal equipment, and attack target. Stroking his chin, he considered his choices. 4 different command types. To complete the mission Kunmo gave me, I need to raise my subordinates' individual strength. There was a mountain of work ahead, but he was confident there should be enough time to tackle all of this at once. He assigned his subordinates to self-training. Time flew by, and the results from 7 months of training and instruction were outstanding. The system displayed their progress. This was the very foundation of their growth, with the exception of Yin Wuxin. That guy never seemed interested in his assigned tasks. Yin Wuxin was already at the peak realm. His raw power wasn't the point. His other stats were more than enough to make him useful. What was truly surprising was the search mission. The hunt for personal equipment was a massive success. Xiaoling joyfully held up a new pair of gauntlets. Captain, I found some amazing gear. I'm sure this will help in our next mission. A system window appeared. Heavenly armor gauntlets acquired. Combat power increased by 15%. I finally got what I've always wanted. This is incredible. System. Dark Cloud. Axe acquired. Combat power increased by 18%. Qisong nodded, satisfied with the new weapon in his hands. This gear will be extremely useful. Qianling shield and ghost blade acquired. Combat power increased by 22%. Yao Lin was just as thrilled as the others. I'm so happy. I can't believe I ran into a master smith from the Yang family. It was pure luck. I never dreamed I'd ever own a spear of this quality. System. Divine Thunder Spear acquired. Combat power increased by a staggering 44%. Xue Hui watched them, amazed. The The entire team's combat power had skyrocketed just from finding the right weapons. It seemed that was all they were missing. Of course. That troublemaker Yin Wuxin was also beaming, his face glowing with excitement. Captain, this last month has been a blast. This might not look like much to you, but I managed to acquire some critical intel on several very prominent figures. The system window popped up. Yin Wuxin has acquired the contact information of the most famous beauties in the Sichuan region. He looked incredibly smug. This stuff isn't easy to come by, you know. Only I could pull this off, I swear. Yin Wuxin leaned in conspiratorially towards Xue Hui. If you want to get in touch with any of these ladies, Captain, just say the word. I'll set it all up. A dark shadow fell over Xue Hui's face. Yin Wuxin, but he remained completely oblivious. When it came to this stuff, he was sharp. Oh, you're concerned about what they look like? Say no more. Of course, I've already prepared for that. Behold, their portraits. Beneath a perfectly clear, cloudless sky, a new system prompt appeared. Please select the schedule for the 12th month. Xue Hui stared at the notice, lost in thought. So much time had passed. I probably have about 9 months left before this entire program ends. After that, I won't be able to use this place. Or save my progress. He narrowed his eyes, his resolve hardening. I have to focus on developing my skills in the time I have left. He selected the third option, accept mission. The system displayed 3 portraits. Who do you wish to receive a mission from? Kunmo, Hegu, Diba. He stroked his chin, his mind flashing back to the mission from the red-clothed doctor that had cost him 2 lives. Sure, he'd obtained the sacred blade, the sword of solemn courtesy, but the price he paid was far too steep. This time, I need to be perfectly prepared. He made his decision, selecting Diba. The system immediately followed up with 2 more options. Do you wish to bring your subordinates? Accompany, go alone. For him, there was no choice to make. Isn't this the very reason? I've been training my subordinates all this time. Without a second thought, he chose accompany. Let's move out. Diba leaned forward, his hands flat on the table. You've arrived just in time. There's something I need to discuss with you. Xue Hui replied respectfully. Yes, sir. Please speak freely. The man cut straight to the point. Do you know where the Hidden Shadow Group gets its funding? Xue Hui paused for a moment. No, sir, I do not. Diba began to explain. It comes from 3 primary sources. The largest of these is our supply management branch, the Gold Hall in Sichuan. The bulk of our operating funds flows from that very location. Diba's tone grew serious as he revealed the situation. However, due to a recent incident, that branch is now in trouble. At first, I didn't think it was a major issue, so I refrained from reporting it to Lord Kunmo. He locked eyes with Xue Hui. But the situation has become far more complicated than I anticipated. He mentioned a name. We have an operative. A man named Jin Mochang. This man funnels money to the Hidden Shadow Group through loan sharking and real estate. But recently, someone has been threatening him, demanding he pay a protection fee. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he had to ask, who is it? An image of the man appeared in Diba's mind. The investigation revealed a name, Bai Liangxin, master of the Azure Dragon sect. He was the most infamous figure in the region these days, and for good reason. It's not every day a young man commands over 3 million disciples. Xue Hui asked his master, what are my orders? Diba turned towards the door. I'll give you 2 months. His first command was clear. Contact Jin Mochang. Find out what's happening, and see if this can be resolved through negotiation. We can tolerate paying fees in some territories, but if their demands are too high, our options become limited. Xue Hui was slightly confused. Our options become limited? What do you mean? The master's face turned grim, his aura chilling. We eliminate them all. Silently, a cold sweat ran down his back as he nodded. Understood. His master added a final warning. I trust you, but be careful. Your opponent's martial arts are no simple matter. He's rumored to be one of the future pillars of the martial world, one of the 7 dragons. Diba's voice was firm. Remember that. Xue Hui bowed his head. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a system window popped up, startling him. Time flew by. He traveled to the largest inn in Sichuan. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed, and he was now sitting with his subordinates. One of his men had been gathering intel on Jin Mochang. The system suggested contacting the notorious loan shark. Yao Lin held up a scroll. Captain, fortunately, Jin Mochang has a branch right here in this area. From what I've gathered, he's usually at his headquarters. We should be able to meet him there. He then unrolled a drawing. This is a portrait of the man. Qisong offered his own perspective. According to intel from the Hidden Shadow Group, most members contacted Jin Mochang using a secret code. I believe that method is far better than a direct meeting. Xue Hui considered it. A secret code? That sounds promising. It's certainly better than running all over the place trying to find him. But Long Zhen had another idea. I think we should still confront Master Jin directly. While Jin Mochang is part of the main clan, he also takes orders from the Hidden Shadow group. Perhaps we don't need to overcomplicate things. Xue Hui stared thoughtfully into his teacup. The opinions from Yao Lin and Long Zhen weren't bad. But in this case, Qisong's idea was the most fitting. Even though we belong to the same organization, suddenly appearing and demanding why he hasn't paid his dues doesn't exactly seem proper. He took a sip of tea, his mind still racing. Isn't using the official channels the most basic form of etiquette? Another voice spoke up. I see things a bit differently. This time, it was Xiaoling who interjected. The training commander told us to contact him first. But we must also prepare for unexpected circumstances. Xiaoling proposed a frightening possibility. For instance, what if Jin Mochang is colluding with the orthodox sects? Wouldn't we be walking into a trap? Her words struck him like a bolt of lightning. He now realized he hadn't suspected a thing because he assumed they were on the same side. It was incredible how she immediately saw the piece he was missing. He couldn't help but give her a genuine, appreciative smile. What's more, Xiaoling had a precognition skill. It seemed from now on, he needed to listen to her opinions very carefully. She really was more impressive than he first thought. Seeing his team gathered together, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It was a good thing he brought all of them along. They weren't just gathering information, their different perspectives were invaluable. Suddenly, he noticed someone was missing. Wait a minute, didn't Yin Wuxin come with us? At his words, Xiaoling glanced around, bewildered. It turned out he was at a nearby table, smiling brightly while shamelessly flirting with some girls. Is he serious right now? Xue Hui was speechless. Wuxin paid their table no mind at all. He was completely absorbed in his own fun. What an ambitious young master. Qisong, looking annoyed, began to stand up. I'll go drag him back. Xue Hui raised a hand to stop him. No, wait. He analyzed the situation calmly. Yin Wuxin may be eccentric, but he isn't simple. And he definitely isn't a fool. If he boldly chose to flirt with them instead of joining our meeting, there must be a reason. Just then, Yin Wuxin finished his chat and waved goodbye to the girls. Seeing him return, Xue Hui asked, Finish with your talk? As he reached the table, Wuxin dropped his playful act, letting out a weary sigh. I'm back, Captain. Xue Hui cut straight to the chase. All right, so what did you find out? A smirk played on his lips. Everything. He flopped down onto a chair and began to recount everything he had overheard. I'd gathered intel on Kim Mak-jung's usual whereabouts, the people he met with, and even his recent hobbies. Furthermore, my informant revealed more details about that Bak Ryang Cheon fellow. Seol Hugh gave a nod, signaling him to continue. Time passed. The next day, according to my source, Bak Ryang Cheon was a disciple who left Mount Hua to start his own sect, now 38 years old. He was also a newly risen master in the Sichuan region, hailing from Yunnan, and once made a living as a scholar, earning him the title the Crimson Heart Scholar. His eyes scanned the report intently. Damn Chu, he mused, joined the legendary Huishan sect at 20 to learn their martial arts. At 32, he left the mountain to forge his own path. This man was definitely impressive. Everyone agreed his techniques were flawless, likely because he was both a scholar and a warrior. Rumor had it he only left after defeating one of the sect's direct disciples. This guy's power was no joke. Setting the paper down, he turned to face his subordinates. For the last 5 days, his only order was to gather intelligence. Only by fully grasping Jin Mochang's current situation could they make their move with precision. Yao Lin had investigated Jin Mochang's assets. Xue Hui immediately questioned him. So the Hidden Shadow Guild's funds began shrinking the day Bai Liang Tian started demanding territory fees. Is that true? Yao Lin confirmed instantly. Yes, sir. Bai Liang Tian wanted 200 silver taels a month from Jin Mochang, and a contract had already been signed. Xue Hui fell silent, analyzing. 200 silver taels was half the tribute owed to the Hidden Shadow Guild each month. So that was the reason Jin Mochang had cut his payments from 400 taels. If that was the case, the problem wasn't Jin Mochang, but Bai Liang Tian. He had ordered Qisong to investigate Bai Liang Tian's base, the Blue Dragon Gate. He turned to him now. What about the Blue Dragon Gate? In a worst-case scenario, they would have to eliminate Bai Liang Tian. They needed to know the sect's layout and manpower. Qisong crossed his arms, reporting seriously. Yes, Captain. Of the 322 members of the Blue Dragon Gate, roughly 200 are disciples. 120 are warriors, and the other 30 are seasoned veterans. Xue Hui pressed, and their skill level, his subordinate handed him a stack of maps. Besides the 5 or 6 instructors, the others are nothing to worry about. And here. This is the architectural blueprint of the Blue Dragon Gate's headquarters. He then turned his attention to Long Zhen. Long Zhen, are there any problems with Jin Mo Chang's businesses? He reported the intelligence he had gathered. No issues, sir. All of them are thriving. I confirmed that on top of their loan sharking and rentals, they've also acquired several new shops. Xue Hui had tasked Long Zhen to investigate all the businesses Jin Mo Chang was running or planning. Understanding the scale of his operations was key to mapping the flow of his money. Long Zhen revealed he is far wealthier now than he was in the past. Something clicked for Xue Hui. This could be the real issue. The Hidden Shadow Guild had completely underestimated the scale and power of Jin Mo Chang's wealth. He went down the line, addressing each person in turn, this time Xiaoling. What about Jin Mo Chang's residence? He had given Xiaoling the mission of tracking Jin Mo Chang's whereabouts just in case they needed to persuade him. Xiaoling replied with a calm expression, nothing seems out of place, but there is one thing I'm not sure about. He raised an eyebrow. What is it? She crossed her arms and reported, as of 2 months ago, his exact residence has become a complete mystery. His eyes darted back to the report, locking onto the key detail. You're saying his residence is suspicious? Xiaoling nodded, revealing what she had learned. Yes. Normally, merchants like him never leave their own territory, but lately he's been leaving headquarters constantly while also rescheduling all his meetings. I also discovered his entire personal guard has been replaced. Hearing this, Xue Hui grew pensive, then turned to question Wu Xin. Yin Wu Xin, are there any of Bai Liang Tian's relationships that we need to be aware of? He answered immediately, yes, sir. Xue Hui had ordered Yin Wu Xin to investigate Bai Liang Tian's network because his associates could be the biggest problem. As he asked for more, one thought echoed in his mind. Where are they from? Protecting Jin Mo Chang and thus ensuring their source of funds was the Hidden Shadow Guild's primary mission. Yin Wu Xin bowed his head. From the Huishan sect, sir. Xue Hui wasn't entirely surprised. After all, he was a former disciple of Huishan. Wasn't it obvious? But Wu Xin didn't think so. Not exactly. Usually, a disciple who goes independent severs ties with their former sect, but Bai Liang Tian still maintains regular contact with people in Huashan, including the former elder, Zhu Chongming. The moment he heard that name, Xue Hui froze in place. A simple road disciple connected to a Huashan elder, he snapped his head toward Qisong. Qisong, have you informed Jin Mo Chang? He replied without missing a beat, it's already done. All we have to do is go there directly. Satisfied, Xue Hui grabbed his sword and rose to his feet. Excellent. He strode ahead, his subordinates following close behind, their faces grim. Let's move out. At the Sichuan branch of the demonic cult, even though Xia Luo was away, the cult still had countless chapters spread across the central plains. A woman came out to greet Xue Hui's party. You must be here to see Lord Jin Mo Chang. But she only allowed him to proceed. Only the captain may enter. The other members will please wait on the first floor. Xue Hui followed the woman at a steady pace. Beyond organizing and managing funds, we also need a source for information and personal supplies. In truth, however, the main reason these branches exist is to serve as safe houses for our members when they're being hunted by the orthodox sects. A moment later, they pushed open the door and stepped into the room. Kim Mak-jung wiped away his sweat, turning with a broad smile. You've arrived. Xue Hui approached and offered a handshake. Xue Hui, captain of the Death Spirit Squad, Hidden Shadow Group. Kim Mak-jung chuckled in return. I was told to expect you. It's a pleasure, I'm Kim Mak-jung. Xue Hui's attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere. Information on the mysterious man appeared before him. Tang Qianzhang, Taiwang Pavilion. Rank 3, Realm, Superlative Peak. He observed the man's ice-cold expression with a hint of his own surprise. The man from Taiwang Pavilion immediately made the introduction. This is my personal guard. Tang Qianzhang also bowed his head. I am Tang Qianzhang. A storm of confusion now raged inside Xue Hui. What in the world was this situation? Why was a warrior from the Taiwang Pavilion at a branch managing the Hidden Shadow Group's funds? Was this the Pavilion Master's retaliation after being insulted by Kun Ma? If Kim Mak-jung knew about this and was still colluding with him, then this was an absolute act of betrayal. He watched Kim Mak-jung's face intently. If it was true, then when did he first contact the Taiwang Pavilion's master? Xue Hui suddenly noticed the text floating above the man's head. Seal-breaking scroll. 1. Right above Kim Mak-jung's name. Could that be the method to break the seal on the Sword of Late Enlightenment that I'm looking for? Kim Mak-jung quickly invited him to sit. Please, have a seat. Xue Hui gave a curt reply. Thank you. He was still trying to calm his racing heart. Easy now. I can't let my emotions show here. The man poured Xue Hui a cup of tea. Kim Mak-jung then broke the silence. You've come at the perfect time. I was just about to send a request to the main branch. Xue Hui grew curious. A request, the man continued. Perhaps you've already heard. For the past few months, this branch has been unable to deliver its full quota of funds to the hidden shadow group. Kim Mak-jung got to the heart of the matter. You see, the other sects in the area are constantly putting pressure on us. Xue Hui understood immediately. You're referring to the Blue Dragon Gate. Kim Mak-jung confirmed it. That's right. He began to tell the story. I believe it was about 2 years ago. I met the master of the Blue Dragon Gate while I was buying a vacant martial hall nearby. I'm not clear on the process, but in just a few years, the sect he founded has grown at an explosive rate. Xue Hui listened while leisurely sipping his tea, perhaps because of the rumors that he is an excellent teacher. The skills of the rich young masters and ladies who trained under him improved dramatically. As Kim Mak-jung spoke, he began to sweat even more profusely. After that, everyone from local gangs to warrior families and merchant groups, anyone who needed to learn martial arts flocked to the Blue Dragon Gate. Recently, its fame has even spread to distant martial arts circles. Xue Hui got the picture. They have a lot of disciples. Then, is that why the Blue Dragon Gate needs so much money? The man shared his suspicion. I believe that is the biggest reason. Kim Mak-jung moved on to their current predicament. The more mouths they have to feed, the more protectors the sect requires. As his territory grows, he seems to be targeting our branch offices, our shops, our high-interest loan contracts, and our properties. He's even going after the protection fees from the merchant guilds. Xue Hui offered a suggestion. Have you tried to negotiate? He had tried, but to no avail. Of course, but considering his attitude, I doubt we could ever reach an agreement. Kim Mak-jung voiced his frustration. How can you call it a treaty when he demands more money than we even earn? Not only that, if we give in just once, he will surely take advantage of us in the future. He had come to a realization. Money is like a demonic world. The moment you show weakness, others will swarm in and tear you to pieces. Kim Mak-jung then mentioned his earlier request. So we requested help from the hidden shadow group, but the response was to simply wait for a while. Because a few problems have arisen within the hidden shadow group, Xue Hui knew exactly what problem that was. It must be about the incident with the Taehuan Pavilion's master. The man continued his tale. I couldn't just sit back and do nothing, so I sent another request to headquarters. Fortunately, the Red Demon Academy came to our aid. As the situation became more serious, they sent a guard to my side. I need to ensure my own survival, you see. Xue Hui then confronted Tang Cheonjiang directly. You, over there. What is your position in the Red Demon Academy? But Kim Mak-jung quickly answered for him. Oh, he's from the 5 pavilions. I heard he doesn't have a special rank, so don't worry. As long as the silver is right, he said he'll leave as soon as the job is done. The man immediately wanted to know his mission. So, what is it you want me to do? In the next moment, the mission details appeared. Objective: eliminate the Azure Dragon Sect Master by Liangxian. Leave no witnesses. Upon success, you will be provided with funds, crafting, and the means to acquire high-grade equipment. Additional rewards include a seal-breaking scroll and a map to the sect's secret archives. After assigning the mission, Jin Mochen remained utterly unfazed. In situations like this, the best solution is simple. If a problem arises, just eliminate it. Isn't that right? But Xue Hui's brow furrowed with doubt. Wouldn't an act like that be the same as cutting off their own escape route? After all, he was still a member of the Mount Hua sect. The man confidently produced a gold coin. Don't worry, I've already bribed an acquaintance of mine. Even in the orthodox sects, there are always those with a keen sense for the way the world works. He simply sipped his tea with a faint, cold smile. I paid for it with coin, so there won't be any problems. As expected, greedy bastards like that are everywhere. Of course, Xue Hui couldn't bring himself to trust Jin Mochen. Are you treating me like a fool? Kill one person at the right time and it's all over. How can you expect me to believe that so easily? The man just kept smiling as he confirmed it again. This is my request, Captain. A wave of unease washed over Xue Hui. Jin Mochen was definitely plotting something. Even so, Xue Hui agreed, despite knowing this scheme reeked of deception and was filled with traps. But I have no choice but to see it through. After all, things are already in motion. I understand. I accept your request. Hearing this, Jin Mochen let out a cheerful laugh. Excellent, excellent. You're an easy man to talk to. He immediately provided more intel. The weekly schedule for the Master of the Blue Dragon Gate, information on his guards. It was all meticulously recorded. Jin Mochen added one last instruction. Return here after the mission is complete. Xue Hui was still hesitant, but in the end, he had to accept. 4 days later, during the hour of the pig, between 9 and 11 at night, they arrived at the Blue Dragon Gate. Xue Hui's team was hidden on the rooftops, observing, as he peered over the edge to survey the situation. First, according to their intelligence, 2 guards were in the watchtower by the rear gate's outer wall. 2 more were at the far corner, and another 2 were posted at the main entrance, their power levels all hovering around 10,000. Xue Hui recalled the intel Jin Mochen had given him. Jin Mochen had chosen this specific hour for the assassination, just before the Blue Dragon Master, Baek Ryang Chiun, retired for the night. The reason was a piece of classified intel. Right before he sleeps, Baek Ryang Chiun enters a deep meditation to circulate his internal energy. But Xue Hui was deeply worried. Everyone knew the most difficult time to ambush a martial artist was precisely when they were in meditation. The plan sounds almost too perfect. And that's exactly why I have such a bad feeling about this. Xue Hui found another suspicious point. If the man even knew the exact time of Baek Ryang Chiun's meditation, why didn't he just send that monster, Sang Chanjiang, to handle it? Suddenly, Chi Song's voice broke the silence. Captain, what are you staring at so intently? Xue Hui hesitated, wondering if he should reveal his doubts. If he spoke carelessly, it would only sow discord among his subordinates. If they make a mistake because of it, we're finished. For now, I'll keep quiet and focus on the mission. Xue Hui turned his head and gave a vague reply. It's nothing. Just thinking about the plan. Seeing this, the young man didn't press further. But inside, Xue Hui was completely on edge. What kind of trap is waiting for us up ahead? Knowing it's a trap but having to walk into it anyway. This kind of situation could drive a man insane. Xue Hui glanced at the moon, knowing the time was near. It's almost time. He turned to his subordinates. Everyone, stay sharp. With that, Xue Hui set the plan into motion. From this moment, we begin the assassination of Baek Ryang Chiun. He raised his arm, preparing to give the signal, then swept it down. Go. His subordinates instantly leaped into action, heading straight for the guard posts. First, Xiaoling took down a sentry in a flash. Immediately after, Chi Song eliminated another one nearby. At the same time, Long Jian struck down a guard with a single blow, while Yin Muzhen decisively finished off another. Finally, Yao Lin's spear took out the last 2 guards in one swift motion. Only after the perimeter was clear did Xue Hui descend. The team quickly regrouped around him, standing silently, awaiting their next order. A satisfied smile touched Xue Hui's lips as he observed their progress. I didn't even have to lift a finger. The division leaders have gotten so much stronger. Xue Hui swiftly pushed open the gate, leading them deeper inside. According to my calculations, we have about 7.5 minutes to infiltrate Baek Ryang Chiun's residence. Suddenly, a system window flashed before his eyes. Do you wish to proceed with the infiltration? Immediately after, a timer appeared. You have 300 seconds. Failure to infiltrate within the time limit will result in death. Xue Hui stared at the system in disbelief. What the hell is this? Where did this come from? 300 seconds was far less time than he had anticipated. A moment later, the system announced, the countdown begins now. Xue Hui hadn't even formulated a proper plan yet. Damn it. He didn't move, his mind racing. Crossing such a wide, open space under the watch of countless guards, and he had to infiltrate the residence of Baek Ryang Chiun, all within this insane time limit. Xue Hui needed a new strategy. The normal approach is impossible now. He glared at the number ticking down. 294 seconds. And cursed under his breath. Damn it all. Without another thought, Xue Hui launched himself onto the roof. Xue Hui paused, assessing the chaos before him. He was pinned down for now. Damn it. There were far too many of them. A direct charge was suicide. No matter how fast he was, they'd swarm him in an instant. Xue Hui racked his brain for a solution. A way to slip past their surveillance and reach his objective. One of his men watched him, completely baffled. What's gotten into the captain? Is he admiring a pretty girl or something? But she paid no mind, her gaze fixed and sharp. Xue Hui had no choice but to use his special skill. It was the only way. The system interface flared to life. Level 2, Combat Simulation. How would you like to simulate? He gave the command without a shred of hesitation. Show me the fastest route and time needed to evade every enemy's line of sight, and get me to buy Liang Xian's residence, please. But the system returned an error. Simulation unavailable. Xue Hui's heart sank. He was completely stuck. Damn it all. Why was the simulation offline now? The system prompted him with a new objective. Insufficient data. Please move to a higher vantage point to begin data collection. Xue Hui cursed under his breath. Damn it. His eyes scanned the compound, searching for a position. A place where he could see the entire Azure Dragon Gate. In a flash, Xue Hui spotted a tower in the distance. He had to move now. The clock was ticking, with only 251 seconds left. Let's move. Xue Hui sent a telepathic message to his subordinates. The squad leaders heard his voice echo directly in their minds. Xue Hui quickly announced, we're changing the plan. He immediately started assigning new roles. Xiaoling, Take out the 3 guards under that awning. His team members gave a silent nod of understanding. As they fixed their sights on the targets, Xue Hui issued his next command. The rest of you, you're with me. Xiaoling was already in motion, drawing hidden weapons from her sleeves. In the blink of an eye, all 3 guards were dead. 199 seconds remaining. As he coiled to spring forward, he offered a silent praise. Well done, Xiaoling. Xue Hui then launched himself across the rooftops, soaring toward the distant tower. Mid-air, he spotted 2 more sentries. Xue Hui gave a sharp hand signal to Yao Lin. In a split second, Yao Lin had taken both of their heads. The others followed close behind their captain, never missing a step. 153 seconds left. Xue Hui flew across the rooftops, his pace growing more desperate with every stride. Suddenly, Xue Hui noticed a new threat below. An entire squad of guards grouping together. He frowned. They had to be stopped. Xue Hui ordered the others to eliminate them. Long Jin made the first move, followed by Qi Song's deadly barrage of slashes, and finally, Yin Wuxin finished off the last of them. With his team clearing the way, he sprinted past without breaking stride. Only 93 seconds left. Xue Hui pushed himself to the absolute limit, racing for the tower. He was so close now. Xue Hui leaped across 2 more buildings before landing silently on the tower's ledge. The clock ticked down. 77 seconds. He quickly calculated his position. This height should be enough. The view from here would have to work. The system immediately began its work. Data collection complete. Analyzing, Xue Hui had finally overcome the first hurdle. There it is. A moment later, the system generated a complete simulation of the Azure Dragon Gate, highlighting the perfect route. The shortest path to Bai Liangshan's residence appeared. Time to target, 55 seconds. Enemies will be present along the route. All targets must be eliminated via close-quarters combat. Attack window, 76 seconds. Time limit, 55 seconds. Please proceed. Xue Hui bolted instantly, following the system's guide. The arrow suddenly pointed straight down. Without a second thought, he leaped off the tower. 2 guards heard the landing and spun around. Xue Hui was shocked to see them. Damn it. But before he could even move, a dark shadow flashed past him. The phantom demonstrated the fastest way to deal with the problem. Xue Hui seized the moment while they were still stunned and lunged forward. He only managed to kill one, as the other recovered just in time. Not stopping for a second, Xue Hui closed the remaining distance instantly. He saw an opening and slammed his weapon into the guard's head. He forced the guard to the ground and raised his blade high. With cold eyes, he sent the man to the afterlife. After the kill, Xue Hui gasped for breath. Suddenly, the system interface flashed again. Time limit increased by 5 seconds. The mission parameters had been updated. Attack window, 68 seconds. New time limit, 60 seconds. A fresh wave of anxiety washed over him. Damn it. While his attack window was shrinking, the time limit to complete the mission was actually increasing. This was insane. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling landed beside Yao Lin. She immediately demanded to know their leader's whereabouts. Where is the captain? He could only guess. It looks like he's moving on his own. Xiao Ling was stunned. What? But what about the plan? Yao Lin could only shrug. I'm not sure. Just then, Qi Song appeared beside them. He must have his reasons. If he's deviating from the original plan, then we just have to trust him. He offered his own theory. For example, maybe the captain found a faster and safer path, but then a new voice appeared, questioning everything. Then why wouldn't he tell us? And in that moment, a dreadful realization dawned on them. Long Jin still couldn't understand. The captain is powerful, but isn't it better to move as a group than go alone? Yin Wuxin offered a possible explanation. Maybe he saw Bai Liangshan make an unexpected move or something similar. Do you really think the captain doesn't know it's better to move as a team? Even we know that. He continued to speculate. Assassination missions are always filled with unexpected variables, aren't they? Bai Liangshan could have suddenly returned with a glass of wine in hand. Perhaps he saw the target move differently than planned, or something like that. I suppose so. But Long Zhen still wanted answers. Even then, the captain should have notified us first. Yin Wuxin yawned, completely unconcerned. Just trust him. That's all that matters. He glanced at the others, reminding them, trust in our captain, and that was that. The others fell silent, seeming to understand. The scene shifts elsewhere in the Azure Dragon sect, where Xue Hui was still running at full speed. His pace grew more desperate with each passing moment. Meanwhile, the infiltration timer counted down. 24 seconds remained. Xue Hui launched himself from the rooftop, landing hard before a massive iron gate. His target was so close, just beyond this barrier. Suddenly, the gate creaked open, and someone started walking out. He saw the guards' uniforms, and his heart hammered in his chest. Damn it, I was too careless. I thought I was already there. It's too late to run now. I'm right in front of Bai Liangxin's residence, and those are probably his elite bodyguards. Xue Hui glanced at the timer. Only 15 seconds left. That means a master-level fighter is likely here. There's no time to deal with all of them. He had to come up with a solution. Right now. What do I do? The simulation system wasn't appearing at this critical moment. It seems it wants me to solve this myself. Then, an idea flashed in Xue Hui's mind. That's right. I can still use that technique. The two guards stepped through the gate, coming face to face with him. All they saw was a strange man. Hey, what are you doing behind the gate? What's with this pile of clothes? Xue had used a disguise art to misdirect them. There was an intruder over there. The two guards hurriedly went to check. What? They didn't see anything unusual. Hey, where did you say he was? Xue Hui had already dropped the disguise, revealing his true face. The moment one guard turned back, a flash of cold steel ended him. The other guard was still staring blankly, unable to react. Xue Hui instantly spun around, raising his sword high and aiming straight for the man. Xue Hui's blade sliced down, sending blood flying. After finishing the job, he let out a sigh of relief. It was then he noticed the timer, 4 seconds remaining. He quickly vaulted over the roof, getting inside with 3 seconds left. The clock ticked down. 2 seconds. Then 1. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared. You have successfully infiltrated. Reward, the third eye has been added. Xue Hui happily sat down to rest. Finally, it's done. He then grew curious about the reward. What is the third eye? Before Xue Hui could check, the situation changed. Inside Bai Liangxin's residence, he hid on the roof and activated his concealment skill. Xue Hui peered down to observe the situation. Bai Liangxin was casually walking inside. Xue Hui recognized him instantly, but as he began his analysis, the system suddenly took over. Analysis complete. Time, 212 seconds. It continued by issuing a new mission. In 212 seconds, the warriors will discover the intruder. Xue Hui must defeat Bai Liangxin within 212 seconds. Xue Hui now understood the system's calculation. Now I get it. So that's why the time limit was only 300 seconds. He also realized the plan had a flaw because Bai Liangxin had returned to his residence faster than expected. And along the way, the bodies of the warriors that my subordinates and I were forced to kill would be found. Which means, the time until the others discover those bodies is exactly 212 seconds. Xue Hui immediately drew his sword, ready for battle. No more wasting time. I need to strike now. Suddenly, the system proposed a combat method that surprised him. Combat mode, turn-based. What kind of combat power was this? Bai Liangxin was still focusing his internal energy. At the same time, his and Xue Hui's power levels appeared. Bai Liangxin's combat power, 12.2 million. Xue Hui's combat power, 5.1 million. He still couldn't believe it. Over 10 million. His power was less than half of his targets. And yet, the system announced, mission has been activated. It also provided a reference and a warning. Be careful not to create a large disturbance. Be careful when using martial arts with large movements. You must finish within the specified time. Before Bai Liangxin dies, Xue Hui and his subordinates must still be alive. If the battle with Bai Liangxin is witnessed, the mission will fail. The timer was already at 202 seconds. The system flagged the perfect opportunity, presenting several attack strategies. But which one should he choose? His current power level made a direct confrontation with Bai Liangxin nearly impossible. Xue Hui was still weighing his options. An idea sparked in his mind, but it was a massive gamble. Still, he was tempted to test the I suggestion. Xue Hui shook his head, dismissing the thought. No, if the power gap was too wide, even the I would be useless. Hadn't he learned that lesson the hard way? Ultimately, this plan was incredibly risky, and there was no guarantee my target would even take the bait. I decided to gamble it all on an all-or-nothing martial arts technique. I was out of options. It was time to act. Xue Hui selected 4 different arts and leaped down. If I used too much internal energy, the room itself could collapse, creating a massive disturbance. This sword technique's effectiveness depends entirely on the opponent's reaction. I'll lead with the primordial demon-slaying art. That's my choice. Xue Hui aimed straight for Bai Liangxin's head, but the man sensed the attack instantly. The blade only managed to slice across his shoulder. Xue Hui swiftly spun around to continue the assault. He paused for a fraction of a second, gauging Bai Liangxin's response. Xue Hui noticed his target's stats were dropping. I was aiming for his head, but his reflexes are insanely fast. It was a shame he couldn't end it in a single strike, but he knew for certain Bai Liangxin couldn't last much longer. His combat power had plummeted. He must be suffering from internal injuries after being ambushed during his cultivation. Or worse, a full-blown cultivation deviation. Just then, The system detected the perfect opportunity. Weakness of Bai Liangxian has been found. A flicker of triumph sparked in Xue Hui. Good. I watched his face carefully. A cultivation deviation seems highly likely. He was putting up a strong front, but his internal energy must be in absolute chaos. Xue Hui pressed his advantage, striking again with the primordial demon-slaying art. The blade stabbed deep into Bai Liangxian's shoulder, causing his stats to plummet once more. This confirmed my theory. A single sword strike made him cough up blood. He's definitely wounded internally. I just need to keep this up. But he wasn't about to just stand there and die. He launched a fierce counterattack. You! In a flash, Xue Hui was knocked back. I had to admit, his swordsmanship was brilliant and elegant. Each strike was sharp, precise, and clean. It was like watching a master perform a sword dance. Of course, Xue Hui knew the origins of the Hua Shan sect's sword arts all too well. Suddenly, his opponent spoke. Who are you? Who sent you? The question caught him completely off guard. Bai Liangxian saw that Xue Hui wasn't lowering his guard. Fine. You don't want to talk, is that it? In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward. I met the attack without flinching, but Bai Liangxian's relentless assault kept overwhelming me. As they fought, he made a silent assessment. His attacks are too sharp. Blocking them will waste precious time, but I don't dare risk a counter. At a glance, it looked like he was just flashy, desperately fending me off. But even with his injuries, Xue Hui struggled to parry the blows. Each of his sword paths and intended targets was terrifyingly precise. The way he chained his techniques together was astounding. Bai Liangxian's frenzied assault caused both their health bars to drop. Just who do you think you are? The longer the fight dragged on, the worse my position became. Damn it, my time is almost up, and there's still no clear winner. But I can't just charge in recklessly, and I can't unleash my full internal energy without causing a commotion. Damn it, too many restrictions. Xue Hui suddenly relaxed his sword grip. I thought this would work since he was suffering from a cultivation deviation. It seems this is the only way left. Seeing him lower his guard, Bai Liangxian was stunned. What are you doing? Giving up? Xue Hui gave him a taunting gesture. Not a chance. The insult sent his opponent into a rage. You insolent brat. A system warning suddenly appeared, presenting three choices. Bai Liangxian has found Xue's weakness. How will you respond? Confront, defend, or flee? Xue Hui chose to confront the enraged Bai Liangxian head-on. He couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying. The powerful sword strike left a deep gash on his shoulder. He's too fast. I can't even think about anything else. Just avoiding his attacks is taking everything I've got. Focus. Just one more time. Bai Liangxian continued his onslaught, triggering another system warning. Again, he chose to confront him. A horizontal slash cut across Xue Hui, sending a spray of red into the air. He stumbled backward as his health bar dropped into the red zone. Though badly wounded, Xue Hui refused to give up. Damn it, another failure. But my luck seems to be holding out better than the first time. Bai Liangxian still had no idea what he was planning. What are you trying to do? What the hell are you scheming? Xue Hui pushed himself to his feet, preparing for the decisive blow. I don't have the time or stamina to take another hit. This has to be the final move. Failure means death. The system alerts kept flashing, but he continued his taunts. As expected, his opponent couldn't restrain himself. Bai Liangxian poured all his remaining strength into a single, roaring strike. You're that eager to die. He immediately aimed for Xue Hui's neck. But I was only focused on one single thing. Even with a blade at his throat, Xue Hui stood perfectly still, waiting for the moment his enemy tried to take his head. And at that critical instant, he ducked. Xue Hui had seized his chance to counterattack. Now! He planted his hand firmly on Bai Liangxian's chest. A moment later, a brilliant light erupted from the point of contact. Xue Hui unleashed the divine wind palm, striking deep into his opponent's core. The blow landed, and Bai Liangxian screamed in agony, finally collapsing to the ground, defeated. He glanced down at his own hand, deep in thought. The wind, God's palm. If he could unleash a storm inside Bai Liangxian's chest, he wouldn't have to worry about destroying the room or making a sound. It was his first time using it like this, and thankfully, it had worked. Time seemed to freeze in that single second. Only then did it hit Xue Hui. Wait, was Bai Liangxian's health bar finally down to 0? Just then, the system chimed in. Mission complete. He let out a sigh of relief, but suddenly, a voice called from outside. Captain, Shaoling's group is here. Did you take him down? Xue Hui's first concern was for them. Is everyone okay? But she repeated her question. Are you all right, Captain? He scratched his head. Yeah, I'm fine. Let's get out of here first. But just then, the system flashed an emergency notification. An additional mission had been updated. At the same time, another voice echoed from the hallway. So there really is an intruder in here? Huh. The man outside issued a threat. Come on out. We know you're there. The place is surrounded, so don't even think about running. Yao Lin looked to Xue Hui for his decision. Captain. He was completely baffled. How did this happen? I took down the target within the time limit. So why are we cornered? With no other choice, Xue Hui opened the door and stepped out. Guards were waiting right outside. The assassin. What about the sect master? Just then, a familiar figure stepped forward. We meet again. Xue Hui's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the man. The status window for Sang Tianchang popped up. Of course, Xue Hui knew Sang Tianchang. He couldn't stop a curse from escaping his lips. You bastard. Qi Song was just as stunned. Captain, what's he doing here? Suddenly, another person approached. Are these the ones? Xue Hui's jaw nearly hit the floor. The newcomer had long hair and wore a floral shirt, so these are the scoundrels who dared to break in. His status window appeared as well. Li Quming, disciple of Qiu Chanming. Power level, 12 million. Xue Hui's mind raced. Qiu Chanming's disciple. Li Quming walked over to inspect them. These are the ones, the thugs who broke into the Kang Long sect master's study. Xue Hui stared at his info panel, his mind connecting the dots. Sang Tianchang, and a disciple of Qiu Chanming. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fall into place. He suddenly recalled Jin Mochong's words from before. Don't worry, I've already bribed an acquaintance. Even in the righteous factions, there are always those who are sensitive to the ways of the world. Xue Hui began putting it all together. The mastermind behind this assassination, it had to be Sang Tianchang. And Qiu Chanming's disciple must be the man Jin Mochong bribed. Considering the relationship between the Taiwan Pavilion Master and Qiu Chanming, their connection was anything but ordinary. At that moment, Li Quming roared out an accusation. What did you do to the Kang Long sect master, Bai Liangshan? But Sang Tianchang suddenly cut him off. I told you, didn't I? The moment I saw them threatening old master Jin Mochong, I knew something was suspicious. He immediately declared their motive. In the end, they only came here for money. Hearing this, Xue Hui's shock deepened. Threatening? He's painting us as assassins who strong-armed Jin Mochong and then murdered Bai Liangshan. Li Quming roared in fury. How dare you murder the sect master? I won't let you get away with this. Guards. What are you waiting for? Surround them, now. At his command, the guards swarmed in. Yes, sir. In an instant, they were completely surrounded. Xue Hui glanced back at Sang Tianchang. Now, everything made sense. Sang Tianchang was the one who proposed the assassination. Xue Hui noticed his subtle smirk and pieced it together. Then, he shows up here, deliberately brings up Jin Mochong, and manipulates the entire situation. The reason? He wants to prove he has no connection to this incident or to Bai Liangshan's death. This way, someone from the Huashan sect, like Li Quming, can righteously take over the Kang Long sect. Xue Hui turned his gaze to Li Quming, a disciple of the Huashan sect, using his connections within the faction. He's seizing both the moral high ground and the material benefits, all under the guise of revenge. Sang Tianchang maintained his righteous facade. You won't escape. Xue Hui cursed him internally. I knew there'd be a trap, but I never expected Sang Tianchang to backstab me like this. That son of a bitch. Just then, the system issued a new mission. Event triggered. The Sang Tianchang betrayal. Objective. Eliminate Sang Tianchang. Success reward. Power level increase, and the Blood Hand demonic art. Li Quming chimed in with a shout. You rats have nowhere to run. The system immediately triggered another quest. Event triggered. The Li Quming obstruction. Objective. Eliminate Li Quming. Reward. Plum Blossom, Sword Art. Xue Hui's eyes hardened. Running was no longer an option. At first, I considered escaping with my subordinates, but in my current state, it'd be impossible to protect them and survive. He resolved to stay behind and make the ultimate sacrifice. If death was inevitable, he would drag at least one of them down with him. Qi Tong's voice suddenly cut through the tension. Captain, what are our orders? Kai turned, his eyes scanning over his men. Without hesitation, he gave the command. Get out of here. Now. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. What? Deep down, Xue Hui didn't want them to stay. He refused to use his subordinates as stepping stones, especially when he was determined to walk the path of death alone. He turned away decisively. You don't need to die like dogs, he declared. When I give the signal, all of you run. But Yao Lin wasn't about to obey. Captain, what are you talking about? He's right, we should stay. We fight together. Longjin added, gripping his axe with conviction. Exactly. What kind of subordinates abandon their leader to clear a path for them? I've been waiting for this moment, Xiaoling chimed in, refusing to retreat. A chance to fight alongside you. Captain, I won't abandon you and run away. Her eyes burned with unshakable resolve. Let's show them the true power of the spirit squad. Their loyalty began to sway Xue Hui's heart. Yin Wuxin suddenly sighed. If I knew it would come to this, I would have spent more time with those ladies yesterday. Captain, those girls were quite pretty. Xue Hui shot back at him. Yin Wuxin clicked his tongue. I just want to live a normal life, but I guess that's not in the cards, is it? We've come this far, Captain. Let's see this through to the very end together. A warmth suddenly spread through Xue Hui's chest. They had followed him into this deadly situation, yet their unwavering faith was truly moving. He turned his head, preparing to face the enemy. Never again, he made a silent vow. After today, if they still followed him, he would never let his squad leaders fall into such danger ever again. His eyes were filled with absolute determination. For their sake, he had to become stronger. Just then, a system notification appeared. Your subordinates have joined the battle. For turn-based combat, commands must be issued for subordinates. The battle modes were focused attack, to concentrate all power on a single target. Individual assault, where they would protect themselves and attack targets based on their own judgment. The other two modes were support attack, assisting Xue Hui, and focused defense, protecting Xue Hui at all costs. And finally, free command, allowing him to issue any order he wished. Xue Hui hesitated, weighing his options. So, he could even choose attack patterns for his squad in turn-based mode. If escape was impossible, then this was the most effective choice. He immediately selected focused attack. The system presented two primary targets, Zhang Tianchang and Li Quming. Xue Hui decided to face Zhang Tianchang alone. I'll take Zhang Tianchang. For his subordinates, he designated Li Quming as their target. Instantly, they all dispersed to attack. Understood, they roared, aiming for their target's head. Li Quming simply stood still, glancing up with contempt as the sounds of a ferocious battle erupted. A part of the burden lifted from Xue's shoulders. Now, he turned to the guards surrounding him. Let's begin. It had already detected the perfect opportunity, a weakness in the Kanglong sect warriors. Xue Hui decided to use a healing item, the Golden Soar Elixir. After using it, his health bar only recovered a small amount. It seemed the Golden Soar Elixir was losing its effectiveness. From now on, he wouldn't rely on it. That left one final option in the window. Xue Hui began channeling his power as the system prompted. Approach the opponent to your east. He moved instantly, his speed boosted by 4.5 times. In a flash, Xue Hui unleashed an incredibly powerful sword strike forward. The three guards saw him but couldn't react in time. Xue Hui gave them a cold glare before unleashing his devastating skill, the Wind God Sword. The guards, of course, couldn't withstand the blow and were sent to meet their maker. The other guards were frozen in fear, not daring to attack. The system once again detected a perfect opportunity. Xue Hui seized the chance and lunged forward. He used the Wind God's sword again, sweeping them all away. Even Xue Hui had to admit how terrifying this skill was. Optimized by the soul of Elder Bai, the combination of turn-based combat and the four great demonic arts was truly a fearsome power. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. Zhang Tianchang has found your weakness. How will you respond? Xue Hui already anticipated this move. There he is, he thought. I knew he'd target me. He stood his ground, calmly waiting, noting that his opponent's skills were inferior to Li Quming's. Li Quming probably wouldn't appreciate help from someone weaker than him. Xue Hui had completely read Zhang Tianchang's mind. He likely assumed Li Quming could handle the squad leaders on his own. Xue Hui saw right through his scheme. Not only that, but to curry favor with the Kanglong sect warriors, Zhang Tianchang would definitely aim for him. Xue Hui didn't hesitate to face him. I'm not afraid. Though his opponent's combat power was higher, his fight with Bai Liangshan proved that a gap this size was manageable. Besides, I have a secret technique I want to test. He then chose to defend, bracing for Zhang Tianchang's attack. The blow left Xue Hui with only a minor injury, draining a bit of his internal energy. He was beginning to understand how the system truly worked. So this is what the status window meant. Model. A defensive move, Xue Hui activated his glacial armor over the wound. With this armor, his internal energy, not his stamina, would be consumed to nullify the damage. His opponent was baffled by the sight. Meanwhile, Xue Hui kept his eyes locked on Tang Tianchang. He seemed shocked that his sword chi didn't pierce through, but was completely redirected instead. Xue Hui suddenly threw out an unrelated question. Hey, if you're number 3 in the Supreme Sovereign Pavilion, just how powerful are you? Tang Tianchang feigned ignorance. What? Xue Hui pressed him. Don't play dumb. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Tang Tianchang finally decided to talk. The great master of the Supreme Sovereign Pavilion said you were an extremely dangerous man. A murderous aura exploded from his glare. And he was right. I can't let a bastard like you live. Xue Hui just smirked. You think I'd fall for such a cheap trick? Xue Hui began to explain his reasoning, as Tang Tianchang stood there, completely baffled. If so, you're dead wrong. I was just testing you to see what kind of trap you'd laid. Xue Hui's expression turned serious, and thanks to that, I found the puppet master behind you, and the connection between Jin Mochang and the Kanglong sect master. He raised his blade, aiming it directly at him. But what's truly surprising is the incredible truth I uncovered. Xue Hui exposed the mastermind directly. Seeing a disciple of Jiu Chongming appear here proves this is a joint operation between the Pavilion Master and Jiu Chongming, isn't it? Tang Tianchang was stunned into silence, unable to deny it. What? What did you just say? Before he could process the shock, Xue Hui was already upon him. Moving at blinding speed, he prepared to strike at 4.5 times his normal velocity. He unleashed the Wind God's sword technique against Tang Tianchang. Landing the blow, Xue Hui felt a rush of relief. Got him. But Tang Tianchang managed to evade the full force of the attack. Even so, he was seriously wounded. Xue Hui paused his assault, observing his foe. The plan was to use the Wind God's sword for the killing blow after I provoked him, but it wasn't strong enough to finish him. Tang Tianchang finally raised his own weapon. I don't know how you obtained that power, but fine. I'll admit it. White steam suddenly began to rise from his body. You're far more than the Pavilion Master described. I admit, I underestimated you. Seeing this transformation, Xue Hui couldn't hide his surprise. So, Tang Tianchang was finally getting serious. Now, I'll show you the courtesy you deserve for that display. Xue Hui instantly recognized the technique. The Blood Hand demonic art. His foe issued a chilling challenge. Shall we begin again? Tang Tianchang pointed his sword at Xue Hui, his challenge clear. Xue Hui's mind raced, recalling the details of the art. The Blood Hand demonic art, one of the ultimate yang techniques of the demonic sect. It's a martial art based entirely on the fire element. Xue Hui himself had practiced a variation of it. The two techniques I learned from the Pavilion Master before. The Red Hand demonic art and the Extreme Fire art both originate from this Blood Hand demonic art. In the blink of an eye, Tang Tianchang vanished. The next moment, a blade was inches from his face. Xue Hui desperately leaped back to evade, but his enemy relentlessly pressed the attack. Xue Hui had no choice but to parry with his sword. He struggled to hold his ground. Damn it, my glacial armor's ice attribute is a polar opposite to his fire. It can't block the full impact. Even though our techniques are opposed, in terms of quality, the Blood Hand demonic art is superior. That was Xue Hui's assessment. This disparity is probably due to our difference in raw power, or perhaps our level of mastery over our respective arts. Tang Tianchang's assault was relentless. His own stats had barely dropped, but Xue Hui's internal energy was plummeting. The numbers told the whole story. Gaining the upper hand, his opponent grew arrogant. Just as I thought, this forced Xue Hui to be even more cautious. And so far, we've only been clashing with our internal energy. If I take a direct hit, I'll lose a massive amount of energy and be at a huge disadvantage. He was backed into a corner. What should I do? Do I have to use the AI? Now? I was saving it for my fight against Li Quming. Tang Tianchang clicked his tongue in disdain. Is this the full extent of you bastards from the Phantom Brigade? Xue Hui hesitated, but if he couldn't defeat this man, he couldn't get to his subordinates. The taunts continued. Someone like you has a clear limit. You're just trash who's never even learned the orthodox arts of the demonic sect. Tang Tianchang raised his sword, full of contempt. You're nothing more than a backwater reject. Still, Xue Hui remained silent. Then, Xue Hui suddenly spoke. Are you done barking? This time, his foe wasn't easily provoked. Still got a sharp tongue, I see. Xue Hui covered his face, a strange laugh escaping him. Just my tongue? Tang Tianchang was completely lost. What are you laughing at? Suddenly, Xue Hui gave an order. Shut your mouth. That finally got under Tang Tianchang's skin. Just then, the AI took control. I said, shut your mouth, you dead man walking. This is my combat protocol. AI. His opponent roared in disbelief. What the hell did you just say? From within his own consciousness, Xue Hui gave control. It's all up to you. The AI began its lecture. Listen up, you. Simply learning martial arts is useless. You'll never escape this system that way. It then revealed the true path to mastering combat. It's not about relying on the system. Start from the fundamentals. The AI elaborated further. You must grasp the essence of the art. Understand the very principles that govern it. Don't just mimic the form. You have to feel the history, the philosophy, the life and soul embedded in every single technique. You must comprehend it all. Xue Hui listened, completely baffled. What are you even saying? Suddenly, Xue Hui sensed danger. An enraged Tang Tianchang was closing in on the AI, but it remained focused on its lecture. Listen closely. This is the source of all strength and weakness in combat. Master this, and you will unlock far greater power. Xue Hui screamed a warning. Look out. The blade was inches from the AI's head, but with a single, fluid motion, it cleaved the man in two. For instance, the AI used the kill as a demonstration. You'll be able to do this. Tang Tianchang's bisected corpse flew past, carried by its own momentum. The AI stood completely unfazed. It was ready to conclude its lesson. Burn my words into your very soul. It warned him with grave intensity. Never let the system control you. Xue Hui snapped back to reality as a system window appeared. Combat power has increased. You have acquired the reward, Blood Hand Demon Art. But the AI's words still echoed in his mind, a confusing puzzle. Don't let the system control me? Could you be a little less cryptic? Xue Hui's gaze shifted to Tang Tianchang's remains, a skill powerful enough to slice a man in half with a single strike. Does that mean, if I understand the true essence of martial arts, I could do what the AI just did? As he mulled over the AI's cryptic lesson, he finally noticed the remaining guards. A confident smirk spread across his face. They were frozen in fear. To them, he was now a terrifying specter of death. But then, a doubt crept into Xue Hui's mind. Normally, I get two choices, incapacitate or kill. But this time, Tang Tianchang was killed instantly. No choice was offered. He glanced at his reflection, questioning everything. Is it because this is a special event? Either way, it's a chance to boost my power and learn the Blood Hand Demon Art. There's no reason to hesitate. A sudden realization snapped him out of it. Why am I just standing here? He spun around, needing to get to his men. Hurry! I have to get to my squad. A short while later, near Li Mingqiu's battle, Xue Hui was sprinting toward the sounds of combat. Please hold on. He knew it was a long shot, but he clung to hope. Just a little longer, even with all five of them fighting together. They stood no chance against an opponent as powerful as Li Mingqiu. Xue Hui froze in his tracks. Something was terribly wrong. He skidded to a halt before two bodies lying in pools of their own blood. A wave of shock washed over him. He recognized them instantly. It was his men, Shisong and Long Zhen. At that same moment, Yao Lin was sent flying back, landing right near Xue Hui. His eyes widened when he saw his comrade's missing arm. Li Mingqiu's gaze shifted to the newcomer. So, you finally arrived. A contemptuous sneer spread across his face, sooner than I expected. Li Mingqiu deliberately taunted him about his fallen men. Your subordinates are pathetically weak. I barely had to try. Nearby, Yin Wuxin clutched a wound on his neck. Xiaoling was bleeding from one eye, but Li Mingqiu just kept mocking them. Ah, this has been so much fun. I was just getting started picking them off one by one. Yao Lin, despite losing an arm, gritted his teeth and held his ground. To Li Mingqiu, Tang Tianchang was just a pawn. Someone like him was nothing more than a disposable sacrifice. I knew you'd come here after you dealt with him. Xue Hui remained silent, letting him gloat. Don't you agree? Yao Lin spoke up, his voice filled with shame. I'm sorry, Captain. We weren't strong enough. But Xue Hui cut him off immediately. No, this is my fault. Agony twisted inside Xue Hui's heart. How could I not have seen this coming? That after taking out Tang Tianchang and regrouping, that some of my team would die, crushing regret for his own command washed over him. And yet, I still gave him the order. He cursed himself. All for this stupid event, all for my own selfish gain. His fists clenched, trembling with self-loathing. It was my fault. I failed all of you. Xue Hui was forced to confront the man he was becoming. I'm always calculating, weighing the lives gained against the paths I could take with every choice. He had lost his way. This cold calculus was eroding his humanity. If he could weigh life and death so easily, what did his subordinate's sacrifice even mean? Li Mingqiu's words echoed in his head. A disposable sacrifice, just like he said. But I promise you, I swear it, in the next life, I will never abandon you like this again. Li Mingqiu cut him off sharply. What a moving eulogy. Are you finished now? He shifted into a ready stance. Because if you are, let's begin. But Xue Hui didn't move. Standing before Li Mingqiu, he had finally woken up. Kai knew the difference in their power all too well. His opponent's combat strength was more than double his own. Plus, the battle with Lord Tang had drained him of stamina and internal energy. The enemy lunged forward, launching the first attack. Kai struggled just to parry the blows. With his internal injuries acting up, his simulation skills and AI assist were completely depleted. He knew he was on his own now. He had to defeat this monster with his own two hands. Kai fought with extreme caution. Meanwhile, Li Chu's assault was relentless. He knew that dragging this out was a losing game. There was no winning this through normal means. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Kai gambled everything and charged. He unleashed a powerful skill, but the man dodged it effortlessly. The Storm God's blade. Li Qiu just sneered with contempt. Did you really think I'd just stand here and take that? He immediately countered, sending Kai flying backward. But when Li Qiu saw the Frostfang armor, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Kai had already summoned the icy armor to cover his upper body. The man smirked, a mocking compliment in his voice. As expected of the demon clan, you have some unique little tricks. But Kai could barely hold on. The Frostfang armor might have saved him from a fatal wound, but his internal energy was now completely gone. If I get hit like that one more time, it's over. Li Qiu prepared to strike again. This is getting interesting. Keep struggling for me. At this point, Kai had no trump cards left. Even his most effective attack, the Storm God technique, had been shut down before it could even begin. Li Qiu unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes, giving Kai no room to breathe. He couldn't even complete the motions for his techniques. As he attacked, Li Qiu confessed, I have to say, I'm a little disappointed. I was worried, hearing you were the one who killed Bai Liang. Of course, he didn't believe it was a matter of skill. It was obvious you just hid in the shadows and used some cheap assassination tricks. In the blink of an eye, Kai was sent flying once again. He was beaten so badly, he couldn't even get back on his feet. In his current state, he couldn't predict Li Qiu's sword path at all. He couldn't sense a single thing. He could only watch helplessly as the man approached, his mind completely blank, with no strategy left to win. Li Qiu glanced down coldly. Are you done? Kai was gravely wounded, his entire body trembling. Shaking, he pointed his sword up in one last act of defiance, but the man didn't attack. He simply waited. Finally, Kai's sword dropped to the ground. Li Qiu watched him give up and sighed. You're quitting already? How boring. All hope had vanished from Kai's eyes. Without wasting another moment, the man raised his sword to deliver the final blow. I guess this is where it ends. The blade swung down, stopping just inches from his head. Suddenly, something slammed into Li Qiu's hand, forcing him to look away. Several throwing darts had landed right in front of Kai. It was Ling. She had saved him. Li Qiu was slightly surprised to be hit. Kai's head snapped in the same direction. Ling. She reached into her clothes, pulling out more hidden weapons. Ling aimed straight for his head and let them fly, but Li Qiu deflected them with ease. All of a sudden, Yin wrapped his arms around the man from behind. He struggled to hold Li Qiu tight. I finally got you. Annoyed, he tried to shake off these irritating flies. But then, Li Qiu's eyes darted to the side. Yin suddenly screamed a signal. Now, Yao. Kill him. It was a trap. Yao had been waiting in position the entire time. He unleashed an absolutely devastating strike on the restrained man. After the attack, Yao stood perfectly still, waiting. Is he dead? As the smoke cleared, only Yin was left standing there. Yao was about to call out to him, but then Yin suddenly collapsed. At the same time, a severed head rolled to a stop at Yao's feet. He stared in absolute disbelieving horror. Li Qiu only had a minor wound on his neck. I turned my back on you, useless insects, for 1 second. And this is how you repay me. Seeing this, Yao didn't dare let his guard down. He suddenly declared, all right. This time, Ling will be ready to fight too. Li Qiu's voice was filled with rage. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Yao suddenly stood in front of Kai, shielding him. Captain, you have to run. We'll buy you some time here. Ling stood beside him, her resolve just as firm. We don't know how long we can last, but we'll give it everything we've got. Seeing their sacrifice, Kai was completely speechless. They both had absolute faith in him. Captain, please, find a bigger world and keep moving forward. Meanwhile, Li Qiu stalked toward them, his killing intent overflowing. They braced for battle, then charged in together to attack first. Kai remained seated on the ground, lost in a daze. Why? Why are you doing this? Ling launched the first assault. He knew one thing for sure. This battle will end when you die. Li Qiu's counterattack was even more ferocious. Kai couldn't understand why they would throw their lives away like this. In a single, horrifying instant, Li Qiu cut her down. Kai could only sit there, his thoughts echoing in his mind. You're all so different from me. Li Qiu then turned towards Yao, but he couldn't save them. Everyone only has one life. Yao Lin lunged forward to attack, but his spear was instantly sliced in two. And just like that, Yao Lin was effortlessly cut down. Even Xue Hui couldn't understand it. Why? He wondered. Why are you all willing to go this far? With the small fry dealt with, Li Qiuming strode over. The real problem was finally taken care of. He then made a bizarre confession. You know, fighting you bastards from the demonic cult, I actually felt a pang of jealousy. Li Qiuming smirked, his eyes glinting. Those who embrace demonic power tend to be fiercely loyal to their leader. I envy that. When the time is right, you can simply use a few and discard the rest, can't you? Xue Hui remained silent, his face unreadable. The taunts continued, dripping with venom. Still, it's a bit pathetic, don't you think? Why is the great captain cowering in fear? After all this, why did you even bother to struggle? Li Quming asked, kicking him square in the face. Was it worth it? As his thoughts drifted, Xue Hui remembered his subordinates, who burned their very life force down to the last second. He compared their sacrifice to his own cowardice. A man who wouldn't even risk one of his 4 lives to fight back. Sprawled on the ground, Xue Hui reflected on his life, a constant battle for mere survival. He recalled the entire grueling journey. He had always fought tooth and nail, clawing his way back from death's door, refusing to fall into the abyss of despair. Lying there, he couldn't understand. At what point did everything become so twisted and hopeless? He had always been so cautious, so meticulous. His one rule was to never waste a single life, and even if I lost one, I would just live more carefully in the next. Suddenly, Li Quming grabbed him by the hair, yanking him up. "Do you know why I want to kill you?" he asked, answering himself. "It's because of that look in your eyes. That pathetic, hopeless gaze is thrilling. It brings me so much joy." Then, a voice from the past echoed in his mind. "Don't let the system control you. What if the system isn't a tool to change your fate, but a cup of poison?" Xue Hui shoved his hand away. Is drinking it down the right choice? He had to avoid that despair at all costs. Li Quming just scoffed. Why even bother struggling? After all, you're all just disposable pawns, used and then thrown away by the masterminds who want to change the world. Li Quming's voice was like ice. Remember that. And now, you can die in peace. He mumbled the words back to himself. Struggling? Yes, I am struggling. In that moment, something inside Xue Hui finally clicked. This means I refuse to be a tool discarded by the system. That voice echoed in his head once more. Don't let the system control you. A slow, determined smile spread across Xue Hui's face. It means, I have to at least try to fight back, just once. How far can I stray from the destiny the system has laid out for me? How much can I truly resist it? His opponent, of course, was clueless. What the hell are you rambling on about? But Xue Hui had found his answer. I've figured it out, a way to defeat you. If I bet this one life. Li Quming had heard enough. Silence. He thrust his blade straight through Chue's chest. Just die. Excruciating pain ripped through his body. If he couldn't find a path to victory, Xue Hui gripped the blade, piercing his own torso. Then I just have to create one myself. Li Quming wanted to end this now. It's over. But Xue Hui wasn't done yet. He saw his enemy's hands slowly start to rise. Unleashing a burst of 4.5 times his normal speed, Xue Hui slammed his palm onto Li Quming's face. I won't be controlled any longer. In the next instant, Xue Hui's hand blazed with light. He unleashed the divine wind palm to end it all. A blood-curdling scream tore from Li Quming's throat. Xue Hui held firm as the system announced his reward. Plum Blossom Sword Art. He collapsed to the ground, his health bar blinking at a critical 4 points. I won. Then, he remembered one last task. Right. Before dying, he stored the Enlightenment Sword and Xiao Hai's leg into his secure inventory. With that done, Xue Hui lay back, waiting for the end. As his health dropped to 1, his breathing grew shallow. When it hit 0, his world faded to black. The system presented a choice. You have 4 opportunities. Start over, or return to a save point. He chose to return to a save point. Xue Hui selected the data from the Heavenly Realm, Chapter 59. He became a martial officer, 9 months before recruiting Yin Wusun. His cautious nature had paid off. Thank heavens, I always save my progress before bed. A moment later, Xue Hui was sitting up on his bed. But the memory of his subordinate's sacrifice was branded onto his soul. The image of his squad being slaughtered flashed before his eyes, a massacre that happened right in front of him. Xue Hui gazed out the window, sighing heavily at his own ugly selfishness, at how he'd only thought of himself and did nothing. A small bit of relief sparked within him. By returning to this point, they should all still be alive. But why does my chest feel so heavy? With this strange longing. Xue Hui forced himself up. Let's go. There is much to prepare. He turned to leave. Am I sure? Just then, a system notification flashed. You have learned Blood Hand Demonic Art and Plum Blossom Sword Art. The skills remained, but a question haunted Xue Hui. Should I lead my men into danger again? He continued forward, his steps slow and deliberate. A new resolve hardened within him. To become stronger, this time had to be different. But Xue Hui was determined to try again. I will challenge them once more. He began his preparations in the dead of night. Xue Hui quickly jotted something down. A brilliant idea had just sparked in his mind, a critical task that could only be done in the martial arts fusion chamber. It's just a theory, he thought, but it's something I have to try. Xue Hui decided to experiment with the blood hand demonic art and the fire core demonic art. From wielding demonic energy to controlling life force, these two techniques were incredibly powerful. Fusing them could create something legendary. A system window promptly appeared. Do you wish to fuse these two martial arts? Without a moment's hesitation, he selected accept. Immediately, the system initiated the fusion. A new power was forged. The blazing soul demonic art has been created. Xue Hui could only accept the outcome. Damn it. I was hoping for something truly insane. He never imagined it would be the ultimate demonic art of the Tai Huang clan master himself. He began to learn the technique at once. His hands began to burn with a fiery red glow. The blazing soul demonic art. System notification. Acquisition successful. You've learned the blazing soul demonic art. A spectral image flooded Xue Hui's vision. The various forms of the art flowed directly into his consciousness. There were flames of supreme purity known as essence flames, but one particular type of fire captured his undivided attention. Among them, the violet flame was the most difficult to control. It burned like a fire from the underworld, as if you were witnessing a blaze from another dimension. Xue Hui came to a conclusion. This incredible energy could only be unleashed after mastering the blazing soul demonic art to its absolute limit. At the same time, it made him realize just how terrifying the Tai Huang clan master truly was. He opened his status window and saw his combat power had increased significantly. Acquiring the blazing soul demonic art, on top of the bonus from killing Tang, Fi and Truong and Lai Kaomin, had undeniably made him much stronger. But compared to the true masters, I'm still worlds apart. Still, Xue Hui harbored a deep-seated doubt. He knew that a simple combat power stat couldn't reflect a person's true potential. He had started questioning the system since that day. He looked up at the sky and sighed. Kunma's power was only around 1 million, and the leader of the Black Dog Shadow unit wasn't even over 10 million. Xue Hui sensed there was a deeper mystery. I have a gut feeling, he thought. These numbers aren't telling the whole story. He turned away, setting the issue aside for now. After all, Li Kaomin had also seemed far stronger than his power level had indicated. Whatever, I'll figure it out eventually. First, I've mastered a new secret art. Next, suddenly, Xue Hui's attention was drawn outside. A moment later, he was at Vo Tam's door. He called out, "Are you in there?" It was Vo Tam. He stumbled out, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "Captain, what is it?" Xue Hui quickly handed him a manual. "Take this." At first, Vo Tam didn't recognize what it was. This is. But as realization hit him, he cried out in shock. "Captain, is this what I think it is?" Xue Hui simply nodded. "Yes." The pristine-bodied demonic art and the blazing soul demonic art, and Vo Tam was completely floored. "Why are you giving me such priceless treasures?" Xue Hui clapped him on the shoulder. "I have to be away for a while." He gave an order. "Make copies of these and distribute them to all the squad leaders of the Xiling unit, including yourself. These secret arts would be a massive boost to their power." And Vo Tam understood perfectly. "Yes, sir." Xue Hui placed immense value on his subordinates. To survive the future confrontation with the Tai Huang clan master, nurturing his team's growth was absolutely essential. His task complete, he turned to depart. "I'll be back to check on your progress when I return, so don't you dare slack off." Curiosity got the better of him. "Where are you going, Captain?" But Xue Hui remained mysterious. "I'll tell you when I get back." And Vo Tam didn't push any further. Understood. Time passed, and the next morning arrived. He was reviewing a schedule provided by the system. His options were complete missions with his squads, manage his subordinates' schedules, accept new quests, or operate solo as a warrior. Xue Hui needed to choose carefully. This time, he resolved, I must walk a different path than before. Besides, there was one choice that would let him complete his objective, without reporting to the training commander. After a moment, he decided he would operate as a solo warrior. This time, I'm taking the fight to them first. The system immediately presented 3 regions of operation: Qinghai, Gansu, Sichuan. Xue Hui chose Sichuan. Teleport to Chengdu, the Sichuan capital. In the blink of an eye, the world shifted around him. You have arrived at your destination. Xue Hui made a quick plan. First, find an inn and get a meal. Then, gather information. But suddenly, his attention was drawn elsewhere. He noticed strange words floating above a young woman's head. It read, "Friendly force." What the? He was stunned by the unfamiliar notification. A friendly force? Just then, a man walked up beside him. "Looking for someone special, good sir?" A broker asked with a sly smile. This humble servant can help you find anyone your heart desires. The man's gaze was fixed on his sword. That's a fine-looking blade. Looks quite expensive. Xue Hui didn't understand what he was implying. Fine who? The broker stared at him, completely baffled. My lord. He then pointed toward the pleasure house just down the street. Is this your first time here, sir? Just then, he noticed a man laughing and carrying on with one of the courtesans. Elsewhere, a few other women were enjoying a smoke. The situation finally dawned on Xue Hui. He pointed toward the lady from before. You there, do you know who that woman is? The broker followed Xue Hui's gaze, and recognition sparked in his eyes. Ah, you mean her. If you're interested in that lady, you'll be waiting a long time. And even if you do, she's already booked solid. Xue Hui still didn't quite understand. The broker patiently explained, You see, sir, that woman doesn't entertain guests out here. The broker's meaning became clear, and Xue Hui could guess what he was implying. The man then changed the subject. By the way, my lord, is there any particular drink you'd like? Xue Hui gave a short reply. Anything will do. He then walked over to where the woman was sitting. Xue Hui casually took the seat across from her. She was the first to speak. What is it? Do you have business with me? He immediately denied it. No, I just wanted to sit here. A faint smile touched her lips. Is that so? You're an interesting man. Suddenly, he wanted to know more. I have something I'd like to ask you. She instantly shut him down. I'm sorry, but I have to go now. Just then, two large men appeared behind Xue Hui. The woman stood up, leaving behind a name card. If you're truly interested, come find me here. He picked it up and read the inscription. Mingqin Pavilion, Room 15. A name card? With that, she left with the two men. Farewell. The burly one shot Xue Hui a menacing glare. Our hero, however, seemed completely unfazed by the threat. Seeing this, the man grunted and turned to leave. At that moment, the broker returned with the drinks. This is our best-selling wine, sir. Xue Hui finally remembered the man was there. Ah, thank you. He took a quick sip to try it. But suddenly, Xue Hui felt something was terribly wrong. Huh? The broker immediately feigned concern. Is there a problem, sir? Xue Hui's head started to spin. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. The broker's lips curled into a wicked smirk. Xue Hui clicked his tongue, realizing the wine was drugged. But he couldn't fight it. His eyes closed, and he fell into unconsciousness. Sometime later, a voice cut through the darkness, rousing Xue Hui. Wake up! Get up! Seeing he was still out, the man delivered a vicious slap. The broker loomed over him with a threat. Are you awake now? Or do you want another taste of my fist? That's when Xue Hui realized he was tied up tight. He looked straight at his captor. You drugged the wine? The broker didn't even bother to deny it. That's right. My job is to strip newcomers like you clean. Xue Hui just sighed, his attention already elsewhere. To think I get backstabbed by a fool like you. I really need to reevaluate myself. The broker's face twisted with rage. What? A fool? Looks like you haven't had enough yet, have you? Just then, another person entered the room. Oh, is someone awake? The newcomer introduced himself with a smug grin. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Nobody. The name's Ig Singer. A system window appeared. 42nd head of the Mingqin Pavilion. Combat power, 980. Xue Hui wasn't impressed. Pathetic. The man cleared his throat, his voice dripping with menace. I'm going to ask you a few things. Answer me honestly, and in return, I'll let you live. Xinger's eyes first fell on Xue Hui's sword. This blade looks quite fine. Where did you get it? When he received no answer, he leaned in closer. Why are you talking? Hey, didn't I just promise to spare you if you told me the truth? Xue Hui suddenly asked a question of his own. Is the Mingqin Pavilion the organization behind that place I was just in? Xinger was taken aback for a moment. What? Xue Hui replied calmly, just curious. A strange smile spread across Singer's face. This bastard. He's a real weirdo. Xinger stared down at Xue Hui. Do you not understand your current situation? Of course, he knew perfectly well. I'm tied up. The man continued his interrogation. Exactly. And do you know what that means? But far from being worried, Xue Hui looked almost pleased. Of course, I do. And that's why I'm so happy. A genuine smile lit up his face. This is going even more smoothly than I predicted. I was just looking for an excuse to visit the Mingqin Pavilion. Assuming your identity to get there will be much more convenient. Singer was completely baffled. This bastard. What the hell is he rambling about? Losing his patience, he turned and gave an order. Damn it, this is giving me a headache. Forget it. Just make sure you leave him breathing. His two subordinates acknowledged the command. Yes, boss. Then they closed in on Xue Hui, ready to strike. He met their approach with a cryptic smile. Have you two ever heard of the shadow body art? The two thugs just stared blankly, utterly confused. In a flash, Xue Hui shattered the ropes that bound him. He smiled, signaling that the real fun was about to begin. Both men lunged at him at once, but Xue Hui was a blur of motion, slamming his fist into one of their faces. He instantly pivoted. The other thug was met with an equally powerful blow. Before the broker could even process what was happening, Xue Hui was already rushing toward him. In a heartbeat, his hand was wrapped around the broker's throat. His forward momentum carried them both across the room. Then, he stopped on a dime, hurling the man directly at Xing'er. Hearing the commotion, Xing'er barely had time to turn. Ha! But before he could see anything clearly, the broker crashed into him, sending them both tumbling to the ground. Though dazed, he struggled to sit back up. Xue Hui slammed his foot down right next to Xingni's head. He cracked his knuckles, loosening his hands. Now then, a deceptively friendly smile spread across Xue Hui's face. How about we have a little chat? The man broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile. Yes, of course, my lord. Meanwhile, in a lavish tavern in Chengdu, Sichuan, a lone figure was slowly making their way inside. It was none other than Xingni. So this was the infamous Ming Qin Pavilion, but this wasn't the real Xingni. It was Xue Hui, using a flawless disguise technique, flashing back to the room from before. The bruised and battered man was spilling everything he knew. We specialize in shaking down troublemakers, or any newcomers who wander into the red light district alone. All the money we make goes straight to the master of the Ming Qin Pavilion. We just get a small cut for our troubles. The real Xingni had also reported on the Ming Qin Pavilion's influence. Its master, Shang Ji, was the undisputed ruler of this entire red light district. He commands a force of about 200 men. Hearing this, Xue Hui fell silent, calculating his next move. Back in the present, Xue Hui was still weighing his options. Suddenly, someone emerged to greet him. Xingni, you finally made it. How was business today? Xue Hui gave a short, non-committal reply. It was decent. A man named Kong Yi nudged him forward. See, I told you this area was a gold mine. All the outsiders stop here first. Oh, and the master is in. You should hurry upstairs. Xue Hui immediately made his way over. Got it. But then, the man added a warning. Hey, Xingni, be careful. The master is in a foul mood today. This piqued Xue Hui's curiosity. What's wrong? Kong Yi began to explain. What else could it be? It's because of the Shanglong sect's recent moves. Old Master Jin Mochong is trying to negotiate. But it seems the talks aren't going well. Our side can't even risk an open conflict. That name sparked a memory for Xue Hui. Right, this was the red light district near Chengdu. And the man in charge here was Jin Mochong, then isn't his backer. Our very own demonic cult. Just then, their attention was drawn to the young woman from earlier. The higher-ups will sort it all out anyway. But Xue Hui had a question. That woman over there. The man quickly filled him in. Her. She's new. I heard her father sold her to the Xue Wu sect to cover his gambling debts. The master spent a fortune buying her from the exchange. Xue Hui understood immediately. The Xue Wu sect, a guild formed by the lowest dregs of society. I can guess what the friendly force status above her head means now. But there are still pieces that don't fit. If that's true, what's her connection to the Xue Wu sect? No, more importantly, how will they affect my plans? Xue Hui turned back to Kong Ye, probing for information. Is the master on the third floor? Kong Ye confirmed it. Xue Hui then asked something else. Does he have any guests with him? The man looked confused by the question. Why do you ask? Xue Hui gave a vague response. Just a hunch. Better to be prepared. A moment later, Xue Hui entered the chambers of the Ming Qin Pavilion's master. The man at the desk turned his head as he approached. Xingni, you've arrived. A status window materialized before Xue Hui's eyes. Boss of Chengdu's third red light district. Combat power, 110,000. Xue Hui feigned deference, bowing his head. Master. Shang Zi gestured impatiently. Show me the spoils. What did you manage to acquire this time? He presented a captured sword. This humble servant found a rather fine piece. The man's eyes lit up with greed as he examined the blade. Ooh, this looks exquisite. Just then, Xue Hui's gaze shifted to the bruised young woman kneeling on the floor. Shang Ji glanced back at her with contempt. This wench? I planned on killing her anyway. Wasted a fortune on her. And can you believe she had the gall to steal from me? He sneered, slowly unsheathing a sword. At first, I was going to let it slide. Shang Zi continued nonchalantly. But then I discovered she used that money to hire an assassin. Do you know why she'd do such a thing? A vile, shameless grin spread across his face. Because I killed her father. The cunning little snake only got close to me for revenge. Xue Hui remained silent, listening intently. Suddenly, Shang Zi turned to him. You kill her. The command was cold and absolute. Use this sword. I want to test its edge. Xue Hui glanced at the woman. Her eyes burned with defiant, untamable fire. Seeing Xue Hui's hesitation, Shang Zi's voice sharpened. What is it? Xue Hui said nothing, but he reached out and took the sword. He slowly advanced toward the condemned woman. As commanded, Xue Hui raised the blade high, but before he struck, he spoke to her, his voice a low lecture. You should understand how reckless you've been. To waste your one and only life on this, it's pure folly. The woman spat back without fear. In the eyes of beasts like you, perhaps it is. Her resolve was unshakable, but I am not a heartless monster who can simply ignore my father's unjust death. Even as a weak woman, the sword of my hatred will never lose its edge. Xue Hui's voice was cold as ice. You've sealed your own fate, but her conviction didn't waver for an instant. I have no regrets. My only regret, she bit her lip, her voice filled with frustration, is that I was caught before I could finish my work. She was utterly without remorse. Even if I could turn back time, I would do it all again. At that, a small, knowing smile touched Xue Hui's lips. I like the fire in your eyes. In her, Xue Hui saw a reflection of himself, charging forward, knowing the risks were insurmountable. That unyielding spirit was just like his own, long ago. Victor's patience snapped. Hey, what are you doing? Just kill her already. But the assassin changed the subject. How much did you pay to hire her? For avenging your father, the price must have been steep. Damien glanced away, uninterested. Whatever, we can talk about that later. After all, I'm not the type who demands payment up front. He suddenly dropped his disguise technique. But the situation was unique. The girl was so stunned she could only stare at Damien. He had decided to handle this himself, so I guess I'll have to take care of this whole mess. The muscle-bound thugs immediately recognized a stranger. Who's that? He's not Hannah. Damien calmly addressed them. You pieces of trash. You all heard the story, didn't you? He then prepared for battle. Jason. Good. Let's do this. Shall we begin? Damien stood casually, waiting for them to charge. Or do you want to go first? He didn't even consider them a threat. This pathetic crew was so useless that even with their intense killing intent, Damien just stood there waiting for their attack. It wasn't even enough to trigger his turn-based ability. He furrowed his brow, looking serious. Something felt off about how things had changed. Damien then unleashed a divine palm strike, wiping out the lackeys in front of him. After the attack, he let out a sigh. All right, warm-up's over. Damien turned back to the young woman. Now, start counting. He smiled confidently and explained, I'm guessing by the time you're done, everyone but one person will be taken care of. She didn't fully understand Damien's words, but the girl decided to trust him anyway. The thug was still shouting, full of bluster. What the hell are you guys doing? There's only one of him. Damien calmly provoked him. You're not planning on joining in? Are you scared? Done with the delays, he took his stance. If not, let's begin. Damien instantly dashed toward Victor. Actually, there are a few things I've wanted to try. He then used his Plum Blossom sword style to eliminate the rest of the henchmen. Damien felt enough time had passed. That should be about 10 seconds, right? He advanced again, making Victor tremble in fear. What's wrong? Damien pressed the sword against the man's neck. You think this is sharp enough? Victor immediately dropped to his knees, begging. Please, spare this lowly one. I was blind not to recognize your greatness. I'll do anything to live. Just take the woman and go. I swear I'll keep my mouth shut. He continued to plead for his life. No. I'll forget everything that happened here. If I die, I promise you, people will come after you. Of course, I'm sure no one could defeat you, milord. But it would still be a hassle for you, wouldn't it? I'm begging you. The assassin remained silent, considering it. Damien had to admit he had a point. If he killed the boss of the Red Light District, his guild and its allies, or even some other powerful group, would surely hunt him down. And if that continued, he could find himself in the kind of trouble the man described. But then he noticed the young woman walking over. But you know what? Damien reminded him of her hatred. This girl wants you dead. Her eyes were burning with pure rage. Victor still tried to argue. Of course she does. But think about it. If it wasn't me, someone else would have killed her father. Damien agreed with him. It wasn't impossible. If the old man kept gambling, even if it wasn't Victor, some other thug would have sent him to the afterlife. Damien then turned toward her. Wasn't it her father's fault for getting into gambling in the first place? I'll ask the lady herself. Suddenly, the system warned him of Victor's sneak attack. He just turned and clicked his tongue. Just as Damien faced him, he was engulfed in an explosion. Victor laughed maniacally after his attack. How'd you like that bomb? You idiot, who do you think you are? But Damien was still standing, which terrified the man. Luckily, he'd managed to block the blast with ice, taking only 1 point of damage. He immediately struck Victor down. What a complete fool. After finishing him off, Damien ignored the bloody corpse on the ground. The young woman watched her target die. She finally closed her eyes, a heavy burden lifted, and bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you so much, Master Warrior." She then realized she had no way to pay him. "I don't have any money right now. They took everything I had." But Damien wasn't concerned about that. "Forget about the money. I need you to tell me something." The girl was ready to answer. "What would you like to know?" He answered right away. "The place where you used to live." Damien smiled, trying to appear friendly. The lower 5 gates was now based in an inn. Damien and the young woman went inside to talk. He suddenly arranged 2 chopsticks across the top of a bowl. "So this is the secret sign, used to communicate with high-ranking members of the lower 5 gates." She immediately confirmed it. "Yes." Damien quietly observed the girl. He had already learned some information about her. Her name was Helena. Because of her father's gambling debts, she was sold to a tavern at 16. But word was, because of her exceptional beauty, she had managed to pay off all her debts before she even turned 18. Xue Hui's thoughts returned to Halan's story. She had been investigating why her father started gambling, why he borrowed so much money, and the brutal truth of his death. Halan discovered that Thuong Truk was the one behind it all. He knew she was the puppet master behind it all. That's why she made her move, getting close to him. After seducing Shang Ji and stealing his heart, Lan planned to hire a legendary assassin for the final blow. But there was one thing she never could have predicted. "I never imagined he would fail." Xue Hui demanded to know how it all went wrong. "You mean the assassin you hired was killed by Shang Ji?" But Lan revealed another target was in play. No, the true target was the district's enforcer, the lone shark bleeding everyone dry. A name Xue Hui knew all too well, Jin Mo Chang. "And I still intended to deal with Shang Ji," she added. "I was going to kill him right after." The horrifying memory flashed through Lan's mind. The assassin was a legend, a man who had never known failure. But one day, his mutilated body was discovered, tossed into the street like common refuse. Xue had to admit, her judgment and strategy had been sound. Still, Xue Hui began to reconsider the whole situation. Simply taking out a red light district boss wouldn't solve the root of the problem. The hierarchy in the world of shadows is ruthlessly strict. If you eliminate someone of Shang-Chi's standing, the hounds of the underworld would inevitably catch the scent and descend. He recalled Shang-Chi's words and came to a final conclusion. No, I'll forget everything that happened here. The only way was to cut the head off the snake. First, eliminate the master above Shang-Chi, and then take out Shang-Chi himself. That was the only path to a true victory. Xue Hui knew the assassin had made a fatal error. The real problem wasn't the pawn, but the player above him. The problem was always Jin Mo Chang. It seemed the famed killer failed to do his homework on the masters and elite forces from the Hanma Academy. He completely underestimated the forces protecting Jin Mo Chang. He walked into the assassination blind to his enemy's true power and ultimately paid for it with his life. Xue Hui pressed for more details. "Did you hire the assassin through the Xue Wu sect?" She confirmed it without a moment's hesitation. "Yes." From this, Xue Hui deduced she held a high position there. But Lan just offered a cryptic smile. "It's a world built entirely on betrayal, though some might call that its unique romance." Her curiosity was piqued, and she had to ask, "So why do you wish to meet a branch master of the Xue Wu sect?" "From what I know, they never get involved personally, unless the matter truly captures their interest. Getting an audience with them is nearly impossible." He just smiled, a hint of mystery in his eyes. "You don't need to worry about that. They will be the ones seeking a meeting with me." Lan was completely baffled, but Xue Hui only offered a small clue.
"There are certain people in this world who leave no traces when you investigate their past. I happen to be one of those people."
And just like that, a system notification appeared. The friendly faction, Xue Wu sect, has been activated. Suddenly, a hand rested gently on his shoulder. An old man was there to guide Xue Hui. "Follow me." Lan recognized him and started to rise, but he stopped her with a sharp command. "You will remain here." Lan had no choice but to obey. "Yes, sir." The old man turned back to his task. "All right, let us go." Xue Hui gave the man a quick, assessing glance. A short while later, deep within the Xue Wu sect's headquarters, Xue Hui was finally closing in on his objective. "The real reason I saved Lan was to get to this place. If I ally with an intelligence network like the Xue Wu sect, I can get a precise grasp of the entire board and see things quickly from a neutral perspective." He still had so many unanswered questions that needed answers. When did Tang Tian Chang, a subordinate of the Tai Huang Pavilion Master, begin protecting Jin Mo Chang? And what was the timeline of their military buildup? These were powerful enemies he had yet to face. Xue Hui needed intel on the web of connections between them all. There was Li Shuming of the Huishan sect, and even the mysterious Shanglong sect that Jin Mo Chong had mentioned before. I need to understand the entire landscape clearly. That's why I came to Sichuan as a lone warrior. With that thought, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. To preemptively deal with anyone who might obstruct my mission in the future, I will eliminate them all, one by one. A look of absolute resolve hardened Shui's eyes as he entered. Someone was already waiting for him inside. It was none other than Ru Yuhei, the branch master of the Xue Hui sect. The young man greeted him with a cheerful smile. "So, you finally arrived." Xue Hui was taken aback. He had expected the powerful branch master to be a much older man. Ru Yuhei's smile widened. "I understand. My age tends to surprise everyone." He then gestured for Xue Hui to take a seat. "Come, please sit." But before Xue Hui could even move, Ru Yuhei posed a sharp question. "You're not from these parts, are you?" Xue Hui paused, not answering directly. "And what makes you say that?" The young master simply chuckled. "Because even with our vast resources, we couldn't dig up a single thing about you. The only piece of information we managed to find is that you arrived via a carriage on the main road," Ro Yuhei explained. "That means you're an outsider, from a different region entirely. Our intelligence network is somewhat limited in that regard. In cases like this, we have to change our investigation methods." Xue Hui listened in silence, letting the man continue his tale. "Instead of focusing on a target's origins, we shift our focus to their actions after arriving in our territory." Xue Hui remained unimpressed. "And what were your results?" The master began to recount his impressive findings. "We know you dismantled Shang Zi's gang in the Red Light District. On the surface, it was to rescue He Lan, but your true objective was to get a meeting with us. Am I wrong?" Ru Yuhei finished with a knowing smile. "That is our conclusion." He maintained his friendly demeanor. "Now, depending on what you ask, I might be able to deduce where you truly come from." Xue Hui couldn't help but show his surprise. "Oh, so you think you have me all figured out already?" As expected of the branch master, who controls all information in this region. With that, So Hai cut right to the chase. "Do you know anything about a man named Tang Tian Chang, who is always by Jin Mo Chong's side?" The question left Nu and Gak Ha completely stunned. Xue Hui had anticipated this. His reaction was exactly as predicted. In the Central Plains, the name Demonic Cult carries immense weight. Nu and Gak Ha's mind raced, trying to figure out Xue Hui's identity. "Could you be?" Xue Hui didn't deny it. "Whatever you're thinking," he said, "is likely the truth." The man was clearly in shock. Xue Hui read his psychological state perfectly. It wasn't just because he was facing a member of the demonic cult. It was because he was asking about Tang Tian Chang, one member of the cult asking about another. In other words, he must have realized this was connected to an internal conflict within the demonic cult itself. Xue Hui decided to address it directly. "You seem quite shaken." He could see the gears turning in the man's head. "You're probably thinking that getting involved could drag you into our internal power struggle. But with great risk comes great reward. At the very least, Jin Mo Chong will be on our side." Nu Nak Ha was at a loss for words. Xue Hui knew he was weighing his options. Whether he wanted it or not, he was already caught in the crossfire of the demonic cult. Depending on which side he chose, his fate would be sealed. Suddenly, Nu Gak Ha laughed. "Fortune always seems to find me. May I ask you something?" Xue Hui was more than willing to listen. "Please, feel free." Nu Ngak Ha asked him directly. "How much do you know?" Xue Hui immediately understood his intent. "How much do I know?" he thought. It was a question to test his position within the demonic cult. So Xue Hui revealed a highly classified piece of intel. The next answer would determine whether Nu Nak Ha would side with him. "Let's see. I know that a disciple of Gu Yongmyong, Li Gumyong, is cooperating with Tang Tian Chang." The revelation sent another shockwave through Nu and Gak Ha. "What?" Suspicion flared in his eyes. "Who in the world are you?" Xue Hui knew just how heavy that answer was. Mentioning Elder Gu Yongmyong of the Manhwa sect was like declaring he was a player to be taken very seriously. Outwardly, Xue Hui's answer was brief. "Just consider me the hunter, and Gu Yongmyong and Li Gumyong the prey. Their plot to seize the Blue Dragon Gate, and their connection to Tang Tian Chang. I'm here to confirm it all." He then pressed Nu Nak Ha for a decision. "So, what is your answer?" Xue Hui had made his offer to cooperate. "Will you stand with me?" The first person he needed to win over was the branch master of the lower 5 gates sitting right before him. Meanwhile, in another location, someone entered a room. Jin Mo Chong asked anxiously, "How did it go?" Tang Tian Chang began his report. "I returned to discuss just that. We've reached a tentative agreement. We'll hand over 5 administrative zones to them. He added with a hint of regret. Is that so? So we continue to lose our regional fees to the Blue Dragon Gate. Tang Tianchang remained calm, reassuring him. Don't be too upset. Now is not the time for war. They won't last long. Jin Moshang sighed warily. I know, but when will our support arrive? It's been a while since I contacted the main sect. Tang Tianchang didn't seem worried. Just hold on. Once the Hidden Shadow Troop arrives, everything will be resolved easily. That was all Jin Mochang could hope for. Yes, let's hope so. But then, another matter came to his mind. By the way, did you hear about yesterday's incident? He shared his own theory. At first glance, it doesn't look like the work of the Blue Dragon Gate. Jin Mochang sat bolt upright in surprise. So it was truly a Mount Hua martial artist? Didn't you say the cause of death was Mount Hua's sword technique? But Tang Tianchang had discovered something else. That's a point to consider. However, during my investigation, I found the culprit is not from the Central Plains. Jin Mochang understood his meaning. So he's from an outside power. Tang Tianchang confirmed his suspicion. It's highly likely. Tang Tianchang couldn't make sense of it. More importantly, some nameless warrior caused all this chaos just to save a single girl. That's the part I truly don't understand. He then offered a confident assurance. Don't worry. As a precaution, I've had his residence put under surveillance. Jin Mochang was somewhat surprised to hear this. A sinister smile crept across Tang Tianchang's face. Right now, the Heavenly Hand Guard I dispatched are already on their way to take his head. At that very moment, the assassins arrived at the hotel where Xue Hui was staying. A man stepped out to greet them. My lord, you've arrived. The leader demanded immediately. Where is he? The informant pointed towards Xue Hui and Ha Lan. The group slowly closed in. Of course, Xue Hui was well aware of their approach. As they surrounded him, the leader checked his sketch in his hand. He smiled with grim satisfaction. It's both of them. His men drew their weapons, ready for battle. The leader gave his men a command. Don't kill the man. The master ordered him taken alive. Yes, sir. They roared in unison. It was then that Xue Hui finally spoke. Did Tang Tianchang send you? The leader froze, his eyes wide with shock. Ha Lan whispered worriedly. Can we win? No? He remained completely calm. They're not that difficult to handle. Based on my assessment. Xue Hui's face twisted into a sneer. Their combat strength is pathetic. Those words instantly enraged the man. He gave the order to attack, to finish him, but he just kept that casual smile on his face. Xue Hui effortlessly sent a few guards flying as a warning, then finally rose to meet the challenge. Xue Hui continued his interrogation. You're from the Red Demon Institute, aren't you? The man was still completely dazed. What? He already knew his identity. How could he be so surprised? The Heaven's Hand Guard, directly under the Red Demon Institute. Thiet Ta Hao. Thiet Ta Hao was rendered speechless. Xue Hui even revealed their mission. Weren't you ordered by the Grand Master to come here with Tang Thian Truong? Don't misunderstand, I'm from the Hua Sun sect, he tried to explain. You think I would believe that? He didn't even care. Believe what you want. After all, you're not leaving this place alive. Meanwhile, at a certain building, a lone figure walked slowly through the rainy night. He stopped right where the massacre had taken place. A guard suddenly spotted him approaching. The guard waved his hand dismissively. Are you a customer? Go somewhere else. This area is now off limits. It was Tang Thian Truong, who met the guard's rudeness with a threat. Do you have a death wish? The guard pretended he heard nothing. Just then, someone else emerged from inside. Lord Tang Thian Truong. This man is Hoang Da, an intelligence agent for the Golden Emperor Merchant Guild, led by Kim Mak Trung. The old man bowed respectfully and asked, You've arrived, sir? Hoang Da then whispered to the guard. He is the master's personal guard. You better watch your behavior. The guard immediately bowed his head in apology. My deepest apologies. I did not recognize you, my lord. Tang Thian Truong wanted to go inside. May I see the scene? The old man, of course, had no objections. Yes, of course, sir. Hoang Da immediately gave the order. Move aside, light the torches all around. The two guards understood at once. Yes, my lord. They quickly lit torches by the door, then helped illuminate the room filled with corpses. Even Tang Thian Truong was stunned by the gruesome sight. Who did this? His eyes suddenly fell on a familiar corpse. Thiet Ta Hao. Tang Thian Truong knelt down to observe the body. He died on his knees, which means his will to fight had been completely shattered. A mix of shock and fear washed over him. What kind of master could so easily crush a man like him? Tang Thian Truong touched the corpse, beginning his examination. Moreover, the fatal wound curved like the petal of a flower. He instantly recognized this kind of technique. This is, without a doubt, the Plum Blossom Sword. The 24th form, the 24 strokes of the plum blossom sword. The old man approached to ask, "Have you discovered anything from the body, sir?" Tang Thien Truong simply replied. Then he explained in more detail. The process of examining wounds on a body that did not die of natural causes is called an inquest. You can easily deduce the opponent's sword style by carefully observing the cut, unless the corpse was burned, of course. Huang Dao wanted to get to the point. "So, you know what martial art the killer used?" Fang Tian Truong's answer was brief. "The plum blossom sword art." The old man was horrified. "Do you mean the culprit is from one of the 9 great sects?" He was certain of his deduction. "Yes, but I'm not sure which faction." Tang Thien Truong immediately demanded to see Lai Komin. Where is Lai Komin now? Elsewhere, Nguyen Gak Ha was looking at Tuyet Hai, thoroughly impressed, luring out and killing Tang Tien Truong's men, then leaving behind traces of the plum blossom sword art. "Hey, you truly are a formidable man." He suddenly brought up Ha Lan. "What about Ha Lan?" Sipping his tea, he replied, "With her revenge complete, she is free. She will now walk her own path." Nguyen Gak Ha understood. "I see." Xue Hui then changed the subject. "From now on, how do you think Tang Thien Truong will react?" He could already predict the man's next move. He'll arrange a meeting with Lai Kauman soon. Nguyen Gak Ha knew exactly what his next move would be. All of his subordinates are dead, and the bodies carry the mark of the plum blossom sword art. He will definitely seek out that man, Lai. Xue Hui offered a theory. He might suspect Lai Kauman, but he was immediately shut down. He will investigate every possibility, but it won't be easy for him to suspect a long-term partner. Nguyen Gak Ha's thoughts turned to Bak Luong Thien. Most of the suspicion will naturally fall upon the master of the Blue Dragon Gate, Bak Luong Thien. Tuyet Hoi understood his meaning, so without even lifting a finger, we can eliminate the Blue Dragon Gate master. Nguyen Gak Ha wasn't so sure about that. He won't make a move based on pride alone. Tuyet Hoi considered another possibility. What if Tang Thien Truong tries to provoke Bak Luong Thien? He also knew the Gate Master's personality. The Master of the Blue Dragon Gate isn't likely to fall for such a simple trap. Therefore, we need a more foolproof plan. Tuyet Hui fell into deep thought. A more foolproof plan, you say? It's time to set a trap for Bak Luong Thien. His eyes suddenly darted to the side. Suddenly, Xue Hui relaxed his body. "By the way, there's something I don't quite understand." Ru Yuhei was suddenly bewildered. "What is it?" He cut straight to the point. "By now, you must realize who I am. You already know, don't you? Aren't you from the Hidden Mold, the Shadow Faction?" Xue Hui confirmed it. "That's right." He then hinted at the dire consequences of this path. "Surely you understand what it means to ally yourself with someone like me." Ru Yu fell silent, lost in thought. The answer came to him in an instant. "It means I'll be dragged into the demonic sect's internal power struggles." Ru Yuhei admitted it bluntly. "My eye for judging character is quite sharp. The clashes within the demonic sect. When hostility is involved, it's always about power." That only made Xue Hui more confused. "Then why would you, a man who knows nothing of our sect's inner workings, willingly dive into these muddy waters?" He exposed Xue Hui's earlier intentions. "During our negotiation, you fully intended to kill me. So wasn't this alliance just a way to save my own skin?" Ru Yuhei conceded the point. "It's almost insulting that you're suddenly so concerned for me after all that." He then posed a question to Xue Hu. "Do you know the average lifespan of a branch chief from the lower 5 gates?" Xue Hui answered immediately. "At least over 40. Ru Yuhei cut him off sharply. 19. Xue Hui was stunned. "What?" He elaborated with cold precision. "To be exact, between 18 and 19 years old. Most die around that age." Ru Yuhei stated it as a simple fact. The more experience you have, the faster you die. Age doesn't matter. There was even a time when the position of lower 5 gates chief changed 5 times in a single year. He had long accepted a brutal truth. Those without martial skill are seen as inferior and never truly respected. No matter who you are or what scheme causes your death, you're discarded once your usefulness ends. That is the lower 5 gates, a cesspool for the world's most wretched souls. Ru Yuhei rose to his feet casually. "So don't worry about what I said earlier. Sooner or later, I'm going to be killed anyway. Whether it's on the road, by a poisoned drink, or for any other reason." He suddenly bent down and picked up a small twig. "As a branch chief, I at least get to decide where and when I die. But there's something else I wish to decide." He suddenly pointed the twig directly at Xue Hui. "The one who will orchestrate my death will be you." Ru Yuhei continued his monologue. "And if you ask me why, I have a rather interesting theory. You're from the demonic sect, yet you know the Mount Hua sect's techniques. You learn demonic arts, but you haven't succumbed to their corruption. Xue Hui listened intently. Furthermore, despite being from the demonic sect, your very first mission in the martial world was to save a member of the lower 5 gates. He left the decision to Xue Hui. So this time, I'll ask you, how many more years do you think I have left? Ru Yuhei added nonchalantly, I'm just curious. On this, Xue Hui had no answer. Who could possibly know? But Xue Hui answered with unwavering confidence. As long as I am alive, you will not die because of a mistake I make, because I will stop any threat before it even materializes. Ru Yu have found himself confused. How can you be so certain? Xue Hui stretched and reaffirmed his claim. I'm not just certain. What I told you is the absolute truth. Xue Hui was confident in his chances. Because I have more lives than anyone else. Ru Yuhei stared blankly for a moment, then broke into a cheerful laugh. Well, that's just perfect then. Ru Yuhei turned his head aside. Shall we get started now? See that group passing by over there? Xue Hui saw the men walking down the road. Ru Yuhei, of course, knew exactly who they were. Yes, disciples of the Kanglong sect. They're all elite vanguards trained by the sect itself. Ru Yuhei still remembered Xue Hui's words. Didn't you say it was time to deceive Bai Liangxian? He then took out a mask. This is a human skin mask of Zhang Tianchang I made, but Xue Hui didn't need it. Ru Yuhei was still completely lost. Xue Hui suddenly removed his scarf, and in an instant used a disguise technique to become Zhang Tianchang. Meanwhile, inside a nearby tavern, several warriors from the Kanglong sect were laughing and talking. I heard this place is famous in the region. Their mapo tofu is incredible, but one of them seemed worried. But this is Jin Mochong's territory. Won't eating here cause some kind of misunderstanding? A man named He Hong wasn't worried at all. What are you talking about? Another, Guan Sangshang, was incredibly arrogant. Ever since we arrived, haven't the number of thugs decreased? Many still haven't realized that the master of this area has changed. It's because we've been too merciful with those idiots. He cracked a vicious smile. We need to carve a lasting impression into their skulls. Guan Sangshang immediately roared. Hey, get over here and take our order. The waiter scurried over. Yes, my lord, what can I get for you? His order left the waiter speechless. Bring us everything delicious on your menu. Guan Sangshang suddenly got angry and grabbed the waiter by his collar. Are you deaf? Bring us every specialty this place has to offer. Do you have any idea who we are? The terrified waiter couldn't understand. My lord, why are you doing this? Guan Sangshang only tightened his grip. Thanks to you, I've completely lost my appetite. How do you plan to compensate me for that? Suddenly, Xue Hui, sitting at a nearby table, scoffed. No matter where I go, I run into scum like this. After his insult, he simply smiled. Guan Sangshang suddenly recognized the face. Huh? Who is this guy? Wait a second. Xue Hui immediately admitted it. That's right. I serve Master Jin Mochong as his personal guard, Tang Tianchang. He was instantly questioned. Are you following us? He didn't even bother to deny it. And what if I am? Guan Sangshang's voice turned icy. You want to fight? Do you have any idea what that means? It means war. But Xue Hui couldn't care less. War, you say? He then made them an offer. All right, how about this? Each of you hands over 400 gold pieces, right now. The man couldn't believe his ears. What? Xue Hui's smirk was a clear threat. In return, I'll let you leave this place alive. Guan Sangshang was incredulous. You're insane. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. An assassin was lunging at him from behind. The attacker swung his blade down, roaring, Die, you arrogant mutt. But Xue Hui dodged with a flash of movement. The attacker only caught a glimpse before a powerful counterpunch sent him flying. The other patrons fled in a panic. They're fighting. Run. Guan Sangshang was absolutely enraged. But Xue Hui just continued to taunt him. What's wrong? Come on. The air crackled with the sound of violent clashes. Xue Hui blurred into motion, darting forward. With a fluid grace, his sword sliced across the necks of 2 opponents. Blood sprayed everywhere. After dealing with 2 of them so easily, Xue Hui charged toward the man standing in the distance. His hand began to glow with a powerful energy. Unleashing the blood hand demonic art, he grabbed the man's head, causing him to scream in agony. He watched with satisfaction as his opponent collapsed, unable to bear the pain. But then, a system notification flashed. Warning, Guan Sangshang has found your weakness. Xue Hui's weakness. The 2 men charging toward him were the elite vanguard of the Kanglong Gate, He Hong and Guan Sangshang. Surprise flickered across Xue Hui's face. Their combat power was rising. He decided to face them head-on, taking the offensive. A suit of primal ice armor instantly encased his body. He grabbed both He Hong and Guan Sangshang by the head. His eyes were perfectly calm, with a hint of satisfaction as he looked at them. The blood hand demonic art erupted with power, causing both men to let out blood-curdling screams. After a moment, he dropped them to the ground. Xue Hui couldn't help but wonder why their combat power had suddenly spiked, right in the middle of a battle, no less. Normally, a plus sign appears next to the power level, which he always checks before attacking, but this time was completely different. His gaze shifted downward. Perhaps it was because they were using a martial art from a righteous sect. The techniques these two used were the ultimate killing moves of the Plum Blossom sword art. Unlike him, who could learn any martial art in an instant, they needed years of practice to truly understand their skills. A look of concern crossed his face. Because of that, the way they applied and understood their techniques was on a completely different level. Xue Hui remembered something. Don't let the system control you. That warning from the AI meant that changing fate, he scratched his head, wasn't always a good thing for him. He shouldn't just blindly accept these changes. There were still too many unknown factors at play. Xue Hui reflected. Regardless, the mission to leave traces of the blood hand demonic art while disguised as Tang Tianchang was complete. Now, after the Kanglong Gate Master discovers the bodies of his subordinates, he'll try to eliminate Tang Tianchang himself. He calculated his next move. The next step of the plan was to kill the most troublesome person in this operation, Li Quming. Elsewhere, Li Quming was approaching a small house. He gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. The real Tang Tianchang saw him and spoke. "So you've come?" Li Quming sounded annoyed. "I've told you countless times, we need to avoid meetings like this." But the man simply replied calmly, "My apologies for calling you here so suddenly, but there is something I need to confirm." He smirked and asked, "What is it you need to confirm?" Tang Tianchang quickly got to the point. "My subordinates are dead. Every single one who followed me." Li Quming seemed completely indifferent, so the man continued, "After I examined the cause of death, I found traces of a special sword art on their bodies." Li Quming's curiosity was piqued. What was it? The Plum Blossom sword art. As soon as he heard those words, Li Quming's face froze in shock. His mind raced with possibilities. If they were killed by the Plum Blossom sword art, did that mean the killer was from the Kanglong Gate? But did they even have an expert of that level? Aside from the Kanglong Gate Master, none of their other masters were even worth mentioning. Tang Tianchang then said, "That's why I wanted to ask you. No one knows the Plum Blossom sword art better than you." Hearing this, Li Quming was silent for a moment. Then a slow smirk spread across his face. "What is this?" He took a step forward. "How ridiculous. What are you trying to imply?" His finger flicked the brim of Tang Tianchang's hat up as his voice turned menacing. "Are you suspecting me?" The man quickly tried to defend himself. "No, that's not it at all. Please don't misunderstand. I called you here because I thought you might know something." Li Quming scoffed. "You've lost all your men, so I suppose it's natural for you to jump to conclusions. But this has absolutely nothing to do with me." He then added, "I haven't been out recently, and my brothers haven't been active in this area. Why don't you try asking the Xue Wu clan? That bunch of trash is an expert at digging up that kind of dirt." Zhang Tianchang appeared hesitant. "Even so, I still believe you know the most about those who use the Plum Blossom sword art." Li Quming interrupted him. "I know all about them, and I am one of them, am I not?" The man leaned back. "Li Quming." He unexpectedly called out to Zhang Tianchang. Li Quming's arm shot out. "Let me give you a piece of advice. When a problem arises, can't you solve it yourself?" He growled, "Stop forcing someone who's resting to run around like your errand boy." Zhang Tianchang faltered. Li Quming continued, "And above all else," he pushed the man's hat down. "You should know your place. From the very beginning, you had no right to summon me here. Do you understand? Everything has its limits." Li Quming whispered into Zhang Tianchang's ear. "If you keep crossing the line without knowing your position, you'll soon be following your subordinates to the grave." Finally, he waved his hand dismissively and turned away. "Act accordingly." At that moment, Li Quming couldn't help but complain. He seemed completely oblivious to the murderous look on Zhang Tianchang's face behind him. Outside, the sound of curses rang out. "That audacious bastard!" Li Quming seethed with anger. "After working together a few times, he's already trying to climb over my head. How dare you suspect me? The only thing he needs to do is obey, not be so careless and indecisive. At this rate, we can no longer cooperate with him." He scowled. "I need to discuss this with my master," Li Quming muttered as he walked. "And if his underlings were wiped out by the Kanglong clan, just how weak were they? If I report this to my master, he might just send someone stronger." It was then he realized with a shock that someone was standing before him. "Who are you?" Xue Hui spoke calmly. "Li Quming, disciple of Jiu Chengming. I don't know which disciple you are, but I heard you're working with Zhang Tianchang." Hearing this, he was startled. "How do you?" Xue Hui remained perfectly calm. when someone from the demonic cult arrives. Your mission is to cooperate with Zhang Ti and Chang to eliminate them. The reward is the entire Kang Long clan. Li Quming listened to him in complete silence. He gently touched the pommel of his sword and sighed. My luck is truly strange today. Li Quming's gaze was fixed ahead, as if annoyed by flies buzzing around his ears. In a flash, his sword was drawn, slashing straight towards Xue Hui. Li Quming's face darkened in surprise. He dodged. The hat on Xue Hui's head was sliced open. Li Quming quickly recognized him and chuckled softly. So, it was you, he smirked. The one who killed Zhang Tianchang's men. Xue Hui smiled back. That's right, it was me. On one side was Li Quming, disciple of Zhu Chongming, with HP and internal energy over 4 million, and a combat power of 12 million. On the other was Xue Hui, captain of the Phantom Spirit Squad, with HP and internal energy of only 1.2 million, and a combat power of nearly 8 million. Xue Hui sized up his opponent, knowing there was one thing he needed to verify in this battle. Li Quming's combat power seemed to increase mid-fight, just like the Kang Long clan martial artists I faced before. He pondered for a moment. I'll likely face even more dangerous situations in the future. I need to figure out when and why this combat power fluctuates. Without warning, Li Quming charged forward. As Xue Hui parried the blow, his mind raced. Figuring this out would be a massive advantage. I've been thinking about what he said. He once warned me to learn martial arts the right way, not through the system. Start from that foundation. He meant, don't let the system control you. Xue Hui considered it deeply. Learn martial arts the right way. That means I have to learn and feel it through countless real battles. A triumphant glint appeared in Li Quming's eyes. Xue Hui struggled to defend himself. Watching his opponent roar, he finally realized something. The increase in combat power comes from true martial enlightenment. A faint smile appeared on Xue Hui's face. Exactly. He analyzed further, especially with the plum blossom sword art. In my judgment, this power shift only happens with the orthodox sect's techniques. It's most likely due to their unique training methods. Unlike the demonic cult, which focuses on developing internal energy, most orthodox sect warriors concentrate on honing their spirit and physical strength. Thinking back, I remember my own combat power increasing once. It was with a white light demonic art, wasn't it? After a few real fights, once I became familiar with the moves, my proficiency level for the art jumped a stage. So that's why my combat power surged. It seems this phenomenon depends on the very essence of martial arts and the way I train. In short, for all the techniques I'm still unfamiliar with, if I can master them completely, my combat power is sure to see a massive improvement. Looking at the system's list of martial arts, Xue Hui thought to himself about the skills he had yet to learn. This recent power I've acquired, it's the one. He mused, thinking of the fire spirit demon art. I've never truly unleashed it in a real battle before. Suddenly, Li Quming's voice echoed from a distance. Hey, you got your head stuck in the clouds or something, he snapped. This is no time to be grinning. What are you so crazy about? Xue Hui replied with chilling calm. My head's just fine. In fact, it's sharper than ever. He suddenly raised his sword high. Then again, maybe I really am insane. Just the thought of getting stronger. It's enough to drive me mad with joy. The clear sky bathed the mountainside in light. In that instant, a terrifying flame erupted, threatening to incinerate everything. Li Quming staggered back from the force of the blow. His face contorted as he let out a pained hiss, but Xue Hui was already airborne, swinging his sword down again. Steel crashed against steel. Li Quming struggled to block the attack, his face a mask of pure strain as sweat poured down. But Xue Hui was the complete opposite, facing him with an unnerving calm. He powerfully parried, sending Li Quming flying through the air. The man coughed violently as Xue Hui casually walked toward him. Li Quming was in utter disbelief. What the hell? Just who are you? That flame wasn't any simple sacred fire. A smirk finally touched Xue Hui's lips. The fire spirit demon art. He aimed his blade at his foe, introducing the ultimate Yang demonic art, capable of burning a man to ashes in an instant. Xue Hui's energy bar plummeted, and a wave of frustration hit him. Damn it. Steadying himself, Xue raised his sword and thought. I only used the fire spirit demon art for a moment, and it already consumed half of my internal energy. His arm trembled uncontrollably. To master this power, I had to take a huge risk. But every single move of this demonic art devours a massive amount of my energy. From across the clearing, Li Quming spoke. The fire spirit demon art is truly an amazing technique. However, a martial art like that must drain your energy immensely. You'll be exhausted soon enough. Caught red-handed, Xue Hui remained silent, offering only a faint smile. Li Quming was confused. What's so funny? He then said softly, I wonder if you've ever heard this saying, the most dangerous man is the one with nothing left to lose. A flicker of shock crossed Li Qiming's face. What? Xue Hui thought to himself. I already bet everything on this from the very beginning. Then he roared aloud, that man is me, you bastard. So let's see this through to the very end. Xue Hui slammed his sword into the ground, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. In an instant, flames erupted from the earth, spreading in every direction. Li Qiming watched this scene unfold, his face pale with horror. What are you planning to do? A dangerous glint appeared in Xue Hui's eyes as he unleashed the blazing flame art. A ferocious inferno immediately erupted, engulfing Li Qiming's entire body. Trapped within a sea of fire, he struggled to get out a single word, you. Then, the flames consumed his entire figure, leaving only blood-curdling screams echoing through the air. The inferno even began to swallow the entire forest. Everything was scorched to ash, with only Xue Hui left standing. His face was etched with fatigue, his internal energy nearly depleted. Xue Hui made a quick calculation. Only 5,000 internal energy left. The next move will be my last. Suddenly, a curse echoed from the flames ahead. Son of a bitch. Emerging from the inferno, Li Qiming was somehow still standing, cursing his opponent. Xue Hui could only curse inwardly. Damn it. Without enough internal energy, I can't unleash the true power of my techniques. And he's still not down. It's over. I don't have the energy to continue this fight. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. Proficiency with the fire spirit demon art has increased. Your combat power has risen. It was like being thrown a lifeline. I've been waiting for this, but it's a little too late. The energy I have left isn't enough to turn the tables. Abruptly, the system announced. Special skill of the fire spirit demon art has been activated. Maximum output, chi accumulation. Xue Hui was completely baffled. What is this? Chi accumulation. Gather power. His entire body was enveloped in a torrent of energy as his combat power skyrocketed. Though he found it hard to believe, a wide, joyful grin quickly spread across Xue Hui's face. Li Qiming witnessed this with utter shock. What kind of trick are you trying to pull now? Wait a second. He vaguely realized something was terribly wrong. Li Qiming couldn't help but wonder, shouldn't his internal energy be completely empty by now? So why is there such a powerful aura swirling around him? He was startled by his own conclusion. That guy. Don't tell me he's absorbing internal energy right now. How is that even possible? Without another thought, Li Qiming charged forward, yelling, "Don't even think about it." He instantly unleashed an attack. You think I just stand by and let you power up? But Xue Hui effortlessly countered with a different technique. The white-body demon refinement art. Li Qiming was caught completely off guard. Xue Hui thrust his sword straight at him. Li Qiming's face was a mask of pure shock, while Xue Hui just smirked. Too late, you bastard. In a flash, his blade pierced straight through Li Qiming's body, who could only scream in agony. Xue Hui watched impassively as his opponent collapsed. The battle between the two had finally reached its conclusion. Li Qiming struggled to speak. Spare me. You and I have no history, no grudge. Why would you attack and kill someone you just met? Hearing those words, Xue Hui fell silent for a moment. His next words left his opponent utterly stunned. Go on. Beg some more. Xue Hui stared down with cold indifference. Beg me like a dog, and maybe, just maybe, I'll spare you. Li Qiming's face went rigid, completely unable to process what was happening. Finally, he forced himself to bow his head. The desperate words spilled from his lips. Please, let me live. If you spare me, I'll live quietly. I will never show off my power again. I swear I will never step out of line. Li Qiming clasped his hands together. I will live in the shadows. Please, just let me live. Witnessing this scene, Xue Hui felt a strange sense of detachment, a disconnect born from this twist of fate. The man who murdered him in his past life was now desperately begging for his own. Depending on one's preparation, the outcome can be entirely different. But did this victory make him feel any better? No, not at all. Watching this coward grovel before him, all Xue Hui felt was the unsettling certainty that this kind of tragedy would just happen again. He knelt down, whispering to Li Qiming, "You know, you are a strange one. I never imagined you'd cling to life this pathetically." The man gave a faint, wretched smile. That is just how people are. To me, it is better to live in filth than to die. Xue Hui's lips twisted into a smirk as he cut in. Exactly. You are absolutely right. But you know what? His eyes blazed with killing intent. You were a bastard who did not deserve to live in the first place. He revealed the truth from that very moment, the moment you brutally slaughtered my men in my past life. Li Qiming was lost. What? Your men? Xue Hui paid him no mind. And now, Seeing you cower before the straw makes it even more impossible for me to forgive you. Li Qiuming could not take it anymore. What the hell are you talking about? But his words were cut short. Xue Hui ignored his pathetic cries. I made a promise to my fallen comrades. His sword rose, gleaming in the light, that if I survived, I would hunt you down and kill you. His gaze locked onto Li Qiuming and nothing else. So, die quietly. It was done. Xue Hui stood up calmly and let out a long sigh. He glanced at the crimson pool spreading across the ground. It is over, Xue Hui thought to himself. Truthfully, I was lucky. I am not sure if he was afraid of my flame demon art, but Li Qiuming never even used the full power of his plum blossom sword style. If we had fought a proper battle, things could have gotten very dangerous. Once again, I won thanks to my ability to change fate, but I cannot rely on it forever. These twists of destiny will not always save me. Besides, my proficiency in martial arts and my own growth will stagnate. The stronger my opponents become, the more this ability will hold me back. Still, altering destiny has helped me immensely. My stats are constantly rising, and I have already recovered half of my inner energy in an instant. It is just a shame that my flame demon art is only at the beginner level, so my inner energy has stopped increasing for now. He began to dispose of Li Qiuming's body, thinking to himself that it did not matter anyway. Xue Hui simply dragged the corpse into a patch of tall grass. With everything settled, he sighed. My combat power has surpassed 10 million, and I even gained the chi absorption ability. A look of satisfaction crossed Xue Hui's face. With this, I can take down most of the masters in the martial world. He started walking again. All right, time to continue. The image of Tang Tianchang appeared in his mind. There is still one final piece needed to complete my plan. The scene shifts to the demonic cult's Sichuan branch. 2 men were cut down in a spray of red. They collapsed to the ground, clearing a path for another to enter. Leading the assault was none other than Bai Liangxian. His face was a mask of grim determination, his eyes as cold as ice. Tang Tianchang was completely bewildered. Bai Liangxian, what in the world are you doing? The man scowled back. That is my question for you. Did you really think you would get away with killing my subordinate? Tang Tianchang retorted. I have no idea what you are talking about. Do you think you can just barge in here and get away with it? Do you know who I am? Bai Liangxian cut him off abruptly. You mean the demonic cult? The man froze, stunned into silence. Bai Liangxian's expression darkened. Either way, you are going to die by our hands sooner or later. The righteous faction has never let a single demonic cult bastard escape our sight. The only reason you are still alive is because we have not had the time to deal with you. As for revenge, that is impossible, unless you declare all-out war on the righteous sects. You rotten cultists will never show your faces. The man could only listen in silence. Bai Liangxian continued. At most, your death will just be written off as an accident. Tang Tianchang realized this man knew far too much about the demonic cult. He quickly spoke up. You have got it all wrong. Bai Liangxian could not believe his ears. He asked again, what? Tang Tianchang shouted, the one who killed your subordinate. But suddenly, a new voice cut through the air. Who was it? Just then, a guard was thrown through the doorway, collapsing to the floor. All eyes turned as if figures slowly stepped inside. This place is quite a mess. Xue Hui scanned the room, a smirk on his face. More lively than I expected. His underlings moved to strike, but Bai Liangxian raised a hand to stop them. Wait, don't be rash. A thought raced through his mind. To have made it this far, he must have crushed all the fighters at the entrance. Bai Liangxian knew at a glance that this man was a master. He demanded, who in the hell are you? Xue Hui stepped forward without a care. I don't think thugs who came here to cause trouble have any right to ask that question. Bai Liangxian was stunned. What? By then, Xue Hui was standing directly in front of Tang Tianchang, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. The man was utterly shocked. Demonic arts. Are you reinforcements from the demonic cult? Xue Hui replied softly, something like that. Tang Tianchang burst out laughing. What a relief. He pointed at Bai Liangxian. For your information, he's with the Kanglong sect. These bastards snuck in and attacked us in the dead of night. Xue Hui suddenly asked, is that so? Tang Tianchang couldn't hide his confusion, but he still replied, it is. Xu Xiu simply stared at him in dead silence. Tang Tianchang had to break the tension. What is it? Do you have another question? A smirk finally touched Xue Hui's lips. No. In the blink of an eye, his blade flashed through the air, slicing clean across Tang Tianchang's neck. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as his head tumbled from his shoulders. Bai Liangxian stood frozen in absolute shock. Xue Hui then casually kicked the head toward him. His gaze was dark. Weren't you the one who came to take his head? Ignoring the man's horror, Xue Hui began to negotiate. You wanted the Jin Huang Merchant Guild to pay you 400 Ryo a month, correct? 200 Rio. And we end this right here. Bai Liangxin was baffled. But, you're his clansman. Xue Hui asked with chilling indifference, does it really matter whether or not I'm a member of the demonic cult? Bai Liangxian insisted, to me, it certainly matters a great deal. Xue Hui's eyes narrowed. If I said I wasn't, would you believe me? He shot back, what proof do you have? Xue Hui's hand gripped his sword. He drew the blade just an inch, and a cold light flashed, silencing you permanently. At those words, Bai Liangxian's face went pale. Then, Xue Hui suddenly raised a hand and casually scratched his head. Hey, don't look so serious. The world is full of enemies even when they aren't standing right in front of you. Spies, assassins, and traitors are always lurking in the shadows. Enemies who will target me. Xue Hui stated with certainty. And you, the man could only stammer. Who are you? Then Bai Liangxin fell silent, sweat pouring down his face. Finally, Bai Liangxin turned and ordered a full retreat. Witnessing this, a faint, knowing smile graced Xue Hui's lips. A short while later, a cup of hot tea was being poured. Jin Machong spoke first. Why have you graced our humble establishment with your presence? Xue Hui casually removed his hat. I heard you were requesting additional aid from the main sect. The man sighed heavily. You have truly arrived at a critical time, my lord. Xue Hui reminded him, you heard what just happened. It seems the negotiations are concluded. I expect you to deliver the required payment to the sect, more specifically, to the Hidden Shadow Group. Jin Machong smiled. Of course, my lord. He then chose his words carefully. Lord Demon Vessel, even though you've settled this, do you believe they will let it go so easily? Xue Hui stated plainly. For their own reasons, that is their only option. Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. He recalled his words to Bai Liangxin. Enemies who will target me. And you. This was no mere guess. Xue Hui thought to himself, in my past life, I personally witnessed the ambition of Tang Tianchang and Li Kuiming to seize the Kanglong sect. I'm guessing even Bai Liangxin couldn't have missed the blatant signs of their conspiracy. Their move to pressure the territories of the Jin Huang Merchant Guild must have been part of that very plot. His gaze then fell upon Jin Mochang. And at that moment, text appeared above the man's head. Unsealing manual, +1. The man looked bewildered. Is something wrong? Is there something I can help you with? Xue Hui hinted. By any chance, are you holding a book on unsealing techniques? Jin Machang looked puzzled. Sir, what is that? Xue Hui wondered. Did I ask the wrong way? He fell silent, lost in his calculations. Finally, Xue Hui presented his sword. There is a seal placed on this blade. Do you know how to release it? The moment Jin Mochang saw it, his eyes went wide with shock. This sword. It can't be one of the 4 great demonic swords. The sword of the morning moon. Xue Hui was stunned. What? The 4 great demonic swords. He continued, legend says the heavenly demon passed these treasured blades to his disciples, along with the 4 great demonic arts. 4 swords, each one reflecting the traits of those 4 warriors. The 4 great demonic swords. Xue Hui hesitated. This is. Jin Machang confirmed it again. There's no mistake. The gem on the hilt is a special ore capable of absorbing demonic energy. Xue Hui was perplexed. Demonic energy? Yes, the man explained. The gem can store demonic power for a short time, and if you channel enough energy into Xue Hui pressed on. So, how do I break the seal? Jin Mochang stood up and bowed. Please wait just a moment, my lord. He returned with a book. I present this to you. It is a comprehensive manual on the theory of weaponry. Xue Hui took it into his hands. His face was an open book of curiosity. Kim Mak-jung continued. This tome details the principles of earth, water, fire, and wind through numerology and the Bagua cosmology. More importantly, it clearly documents the nature of the 4 great demonic swords. Xue Hui exclaimed, For real? The man replied, Yes, my lord. I was a blacksmith myself until I turned 40. Just then, the system announced Xue Hui had fully comprehended the theory of weaponry. The seal was released. His understanding of the Earth Sword evolved, becoming the Stormbringer Demon's Sword. He stared at the blade in awe, realizing he could now unleash the Supreme Wind Sword technique. Kim Mak-jung suddenly broke the silence. If you haven't found a place to stay, my lord, may I be so bold as to recommend one? Xue Hui replied softly, There's no need. I've already completed everything I set out to do. A system prompt asked if he wished to return to headquarters. Xue Hui turned to Kim Mak-jung. It's time I returned to my sect. Then, he hit accept. Once he arrived, the system prompted him to save his progress. Xue Hui selected Save Slot 3, Celestial Realm, Year 97, Chapter 59. He had successfully become a key warrior, earning the trust of the division captains. 9 months after taking in Yumu Sim, he let out a long, heavy sigh. Xue Hui's pace quickened. It's time to put an end to this. The system prompted him to set his schedule for the 12th month of Celestial Year 97. He chose Accept Mission. The mission board displayed three names, Kunma, Hyukgae, and Diba. The system asked him to choose his quest giver. Xue Hui's choice was Dai Ba, the training commander of the Hidden Shadow Corps. The system then asked if he wanted to bring his subordinates. Xue Hui paused for a moment, then chose to go alone. He arrived in no time. Dai Ba greeted him. You're just in time. There's something I need to discuss with you. Xue Hui replied, Yes, sir. Please give me my mission. The commander's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the object in Xue Hui's hand. What? You? A flicker of worry crossed Xue Hui's face, confused by the reaction. Dai Ba then asked softly, Have you already completed the mission? Hearing those words, Xue Hui finally let out a sigh of relief. A system notification appeared. You have completed Kim Mak-jung's quest. Later, back in his quarters, Xue Hui eagerly read the reward notification. Reward, 3,000 gold. You can now craft or purchase desired equipment. Reward, 1/4 of the Sect's secret archive map. The Sect's secret archive map is now 3/4 complete. Finally, a notification for completing Dai Ba's request appeared, granting an appropriate reward. The 3,000 gold was converted into spendable currency in his inventory. He could now use it to purchase weapons from the shop. As soon as he thought of the shop, the system interface appeared, showing his 3,000 gold balance. And the face that appeared on the screen was Kim Mak-jung's. A message popped up from him. Welcome, my lord. Our merchant group has many fine wares. What can I get for you today? A list of weapons materialized before him, showcasing the willow leaf saber, the moon glaive, the ancient sword, the hook spear, and the ghost arrow. All priced at 600 gold. Xue Hui smiled. The shop sells things I can actually afford. He considered his options carefully. All of these are rare weapons, hard to find anywhere else, but they're still pricey. What if something even better becomes available later? I'll hold off for now. And with that, Xue Hui closed the shop window. Kim Mak-jung sent a final message. Understood. Please call on me anytime. I'll be waiting. Xue Hui was just starting to relax. When a new notification popped up, Xue Hui may now act freely for the remaining 28 days. He thought to himself it was a bonus reward for completing Kim Mak-jung's mission ahead of schedule. So much for taking a break. Even with his free time, I need to test the newly unsealed Stormbringer Demon Sword. The thought of being idle made him restless. His stamina, internal energy, and combat power had all reached respectable levels. But I know combat power isn't just a fixed number. The enemies I face from now on will only get stronger. With that resolve, he began to train his swordsmanship relentlessly. But as he trained, he came to a frustrating realization. At my current level, I can barely increase my combat power through simple training alone. The reason is that my growth doesn't stem from true martial enlightenment, but from grinding proficiency levels and consuming all sorts of rare elixirs. It's hard to find a breakthrough or see the next path for my development, since I've always relied on the change fate function to get stronger. The system displayed the skill tree for the Stormbringer Demon Sword as Xue Hui practiced his swings. To break through this wall, I'll have to use the change fate function again. He then unleashed a powerful blast, the Supreme Wind Sword technique. As he landed after the move, a bitter thought crossed his mind. Ironically, I realized that true mastery of the martial arts is difficult for me now. Xue Hui winced, a sharp pain shooting through him. His health and energy bars were plummeting. He glanced at the sword in his hand. Just one skill ate up half my stamina and internal energy, he thought. It seems this ultimate move is best used to disrupt the enemy's rhythm or to force them into making a mistake. This technique is truly a double-edged sword. He sighed. For now, the most important thing is to get more real combat experience. A new fire of determination burned in Xue Hui's eyes. His gaze drifted into the distance as he fell deep into thought. He felt lost. If only he had a master. Would things be different? Time passed, and soon Xue Hui had to choose his schedule for February of the 98th celestial year, completing tasks with his squad leaders. There was a mission from Kun Ma, scheduling tasks for his subordinates and acting freely as a martial artist. He thought to himself, training alone is highly inefficient now, whereas fighting a strong enemy will help me grow. He chose to complete missions with the squad leaders and the task from Kun Ma. He still had some free time, so he decided to act as a free agent while he could. The system flashed a warning. If he accepted these tasks, all his time would be consumed and he would proceed to the main storyline. He thought, this will be incredibly useful for preparing countermeasures in the future. Let's do it. Information on Xue Hui's subordinates began to appear. First was Yao Lin, leader of the first Ghost Squad at the Peak Realm. Qisong, leader of the second Ghost Squad at the Peak Realm. Long Zhen, leader of the third Ghost Squad, Peak Realm. and Xiao Ling, leader of the 4th Ghost Squad, also at the Peak Realm. Yin Wuxing, Xue Hui's first disciple, had also reached the Peak Realm. Glancing over the list, Xue Hui silently assessed them. It seemed their combat power had improved greatly thanks to their training. Just then, the system asked if he wanted to equip them. Xue Hui was surprised, realizing he could give them weapons from the shop this way. He then selected Decline. The system immediately announced the shift to the main storyline, and the scene changed to Kunma's study in the Hidden Shadow Group. The white-haired old man spoke up. "My lord, this is Elder Lu Zhengguan, the 100th ranked master in the demonic cult." Lu Zhengguan reported, "Ma Tailong is still missing." The elder elaborated, "We lost contact with him about 2 months ago, ever since he began tailing the Grand Lord Tai Huang." Kunma hesitated. "Is that so?" He covered his face and asked, "Elder Lu, who could possibly be involved in this?" "Ma Tailong is one of the 7 emissaries, a core pillar of my strength. Grand Lord Tai Huang would have a hard time subduing him alone." Hearing this, Lu Zhengguan offered his perspective. "This old one has a theory. The one who helped him was most likely the Huashan sect." Kunma asked in shock, "Huashan?" Lu Zhengguan affirmed, "Yes, my lord. Besides investigating Grand Lord Tai Huang recently, wasn't Ma Tailong also searching around the desolate mountain region? Rumor has it there's a secret branch of the Huashan sect there. I suspect that's where the trouble started." Kunma listened, pondering in silence. The elder suddenly spoke, "My lord." Kunma turned in surprise. Ma Tailong's life is obviously important, but this subordinate believes it's best we withdraw from these murky waters. Kunma roared in anger. "We've already come this far. Have you lost your mind?" Elder Lu Zhengguan replied calmly, "My lord, this Lu understands why Grand Lord Tai Huang is involved with the Huashan sect, and the entire truth of the matter has come to light. But if we dive any deeper, it will be incredibly dangerous." Kunma listened silently as the elder spoke. "Ma Tailong is a master who has touched the superb demonic realm. If he's gone missing," Lu Zhengguan emphasized, "it means a legendary figure from the Huashan sect has made a move. Therefore, we cannot rule out the possibility that this matter has already reached the ears of Grand Lord Tai Huang. But if that were the case, Grand Lord Tai Huang should have stormed this place by now." Kunma had to agree. "Elder Lu is right. My elder brother, Shama, is the mastermind behind everything. And right now, for me, he is still a formidable opponent. If he knew I was watching his every move, a man like him would have definitely charged straight here." Finally, Kunma sighed. "I understand your concerns, Elder Lu. My current actions could lead to a great disaster." He spoke softly. "If the truth that my brother is colluding with the righteous faction leaks from my lips, the path I've chosen will be the end of me." Suddenly, Kunma's eyes hardened with determination. "But I cannot retreat any further. How long must I live in fear, trapped between the wars of my brothers and sisters, unable to even fight back? All I could do was watch their struggle for power from the sidelines, and hope they would take pity and spare my life." Hearing these words, Lu Zhengguan could only remain silent. Kunma turned away. "The Huashan sect provides my brother with money and weapons, and in return, he throws them members of the demonic cult to serve as combat experience for their disciples. As a member of the demonic cult, this is something I can never accept. So, the plan is to intercept the shipment from the Huashan sect, use it as proof, and set a trap. And the trap? An image of a certain man flashed in his mind. It seems I'll have to use my second brother, Ma Hu." Lu Zhengguan couldn't hide his shock at these words. This plan wasn't bad at all. The demonic sect is currently in a delicate balance, with Sao Ma and Ma Hu constantly clashing. If we leak this information to Ma Hu, we can make them tear each other apart. While they're clashing, our odds of success skyrocket. The elder advised, "My lord, please select your most skilled trackers. The supplies you spoke of must be at the Royal Mountain. We need operatives who are not only skilled, but also decisive." Kunma answered, "I've already prepared a few candidates." As if he already knew, Lu Zhengguo spoke the name softly. "The Hidden Shadow Group," he affirmed. "Precisely." The elder then advised, "As a precaution, please dispatch the Iron Army to support them. This mission absolutely cannot fail. And if they're captured alive by the enemy, we need a contingency plan." Kunma glanced back. "I agree. A failsafe is necessary." Without a moment's hesitation, he called for Tian Guang. The man appeared in an instant. "Yes, sir." Kunma gave the order with cold indifference. "Bring Captain Du Ling to me." Meanwhile, Xue Hui stood frozen, listening to the system's voice as it revealed new information before the main quest began. A new combat mode has been added. When selecting a non-manual combat style, the effect will last for 15 minutes before disappearing. The cooldown is half a day, and saving is disabled during use. However, Special save points may occasionally appear. Main storyline initiated. Hearing the update, he couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. Just then, a voice called from behind the door. Enter. Xue Hui's gaze lifted as he stepped across the threshold. With each calm, deliberate step, he repeated a mantra in his head, focus. Facing the man before him, Kunma, Xue Hui steeled himself. This is where it truly begins. Kunma greeted him with a knowing smile. So, you've come? I've been hearing reports about you. Your martial skills have improved significantly. Rumor has it your subordinates are fiercely loyal as well. Xue Hui bowed his head slightly. It is all thanks to Lord Kunma's benevolence. I am eternally grateful for the day you saved me. He stated calmly. I appreciate the sentiment. The reason I've summoned you today is much like the last. I have a mission that I wish to entrust to you. Xue Hui's expression remained perfectly neutral. Yes, sir. I will follow any command. Kunma's tone grew serious. This mission will require you to put your life on the line, so do not feel pressured. If you do not wish to accept, you are free to decline. But Xue Hui's voice was unyielding. I need no pity. I have spent this time training to grow stronger. A fire of determination burned in his eyes. If it is your command, then no matter the task, I will see it done. A hint of relief washed over Kunma's face. Thank you. He continued. Your objective is to investigate the Royal Mountain. We suspect it's a secret base for a branch of the Mount Hua sect. Xue Hui repeated the name, his mind racing. The Royal Mountain? What do you mean by that? Kunma nodded. You've seen it before, on the secret map from the Tai Huang Pavilion Master. The memory flashed in his mind, sharp and painful. How could I possibly forget? I've already died there twice, Kunma explained. One of my men, Ma Tai Long, went missing while investigating that very mountain. Frankly, his status is unknown. We can't confirm if he's dead or if he's been captured. He gave the order. Go and assess the situation. Try to avoid combat at all costs, even if you encounter the enemy. The goal of this mission is reconnaissance only. Xue Hui quickly bowed his head. Understood. His gaze then drifted down to the sword at his hip. Xue Hui finally broke the silence. Lord Kunma, may I ask you a question? He presented his blade. This sword, is it not a treasured blade? Kunma looked at it, his expression thoughtful. A treasured blade, yes, it is. Xue Hui couldn't hide his confusion. Why would you give something so precious to a mere subordinate? Kunma's voice sharpened. Are you questioning my motive for gifting it to you? He immediately backtracked. No, of course not. This subordinate simply. Suddenly, the man called his name. Xue Hui. Kunma asked softly, do you know what I am? Xue Hui didn't understand the meaning behind his question. Kunma pressed on. Surely you've heard about the condition of my body? And then, another's words echoed in Xue Hui's memory. Have you ever heard of the Heavenly Slaughter Star? Kunma read his expression instantly. From your reaction, I see you already know. I never made a secret of it. Yes, I am the Heavenly Slaughter Star. His fist clenched tightly at his side. So, don't ask me such a foolish question. Do you think a Heavenly Slaughter Star needs a fine weapon? The Heavenly Slaughter Star, a being fated to one day be consumed by demonic energy and descend into madness. Legends say he could slaughter anyone in his path without effort. For such a being, a normal sword or even a divine weapon is meaningless. Instead, if those around me knew what I was, they would become fearful and do everything in their power to obstruct my path. At this, Kunma's voice lowered. I wasn't going to ask, but I know you can wield the 4 great demonic arts. That is why I believe this sword is better suited for you. In the future, use this blade well and become my strength. Xue Hui simply stared at him, saying nothing. After a long moment, he bowed deeply. When may this subordinate depart? Kunma replied, leave at once. Only the echo of his reply, yes, sir, remained. The scene shifts to a desolate forest, where a figure is seen swaggering through the trees. Just when I was finally getting some rest, I get summoned. Yin Wuzhin grumbled in annoyance. Hey, buddy, mind telling me what's going on? The other man simply led him forward. Model. The man gestured to a straw hut and said, they're all in there. Yin Wuxin, utterly confused, raised a hand to call out, hey. But the guide simply turned his back. You may enter, he said, before walking away. All Yin Wuxin could do was scratch his head. As he pushed the door open, he mumbled to himself, where's the justice in this? A sharp voice shot back from inside. What are you complaining about now? Xue Hui sat there, arms crossed. Keeping well, Yin Wuxin. A grin instantly spread across his face. His eyes scanned the room. The entire team was gathered. Long Zhen grumbled, you're finally here. Get a move on. Yin Wuxin shot back. Unlike some rugged folk, I have to prepare myself. They bickered like always, but their words quickly gave way to cheerful laughter. Witnessing this, Xue Hui felt a strange warmth rise within him. Was this the feeling of having more precious things to protect? His subordinates might not remember every battle, but they were the ones who had risked their lives for him, time and again. How could he ever forget their loyalty? These were people who worried about their captain's safety, even as they faced death themselves. Xue Hui's voice cut through the noise. You've grown much stronger. Yin Wuxin puffed up his chest proudly. Isn't that because I'm a natural talent? Xue Hui quickly brought the mood back to business. I'm sure you've all guessed we've been assigned a new mission. Qi Song couldn't help but ask, what kind of mission requires you to summon the entire squad so urgently? Xue Hui explained the situation. 2 months ago, a warrior from our sect vanished. It's impossible to confirm if he's alive or dead. Our objective is to discover his fate. Xiaoling considered it. 2 months? He's most likely dead. Long Jian looked utterly bored. Are they sending us on another trivial errand? Yao Lin grew curious. Is that the only order from above? If it's a simple search party, why not just send our underlings? Xue Hui finally spoke. No, this one won't disappoint you. Hearing that, everyone's expressions shifted. A mission that won't disappoint me. Where did this man disappear? Xue Hui's answer was blunt. The Hua Shen sect. Shock rippled through the entire room. Qi Song let out a low whistle. It feels like every unresolved mission we've ever had has been leading up to this moment. I thought we were just stumbling around without a purpose. Who knew it would lead to something this incredible? Yao Lin's eyes gleamed. I'm looking forward to this. Xiaoling then asked, so, are we departing immediately? Not yet, Xue Hui answered. Someone is coming to provide us with intelligence for this mission. Just then, his senses sharpened. Tian Guang had appeared at the door without a sound. He quietly asked them, are you ready? Xue Hui was stunned. His combat senses were wide open, yet he couldn't detect his approach. The internal energy radiating from this man. He was a supreme master. Xue Hui collected himself and replied, as you can see, we've concluded our discussion. Concluded? Tian Guang asked. His eyes swept over everyone in the room with cold indifference. He clicked his tongue. You intend to complete this mission at this level? The team stared back calmly. After a tense moment, Tian Guang handed a scroll to Xue Hui. Take it. This is the portrait of Ma Tailong and the information he relayed before he disappeared. Inside the scroll was the man's likeness. Just as Tian Guang turned, he tossed a small vial to Xue Hui. I almost forgot. His words sent a chill down his spine. I don't need to tell you what this is, do I? Tian Guang's warning was a soft whisper. Regardless, I wish you success on this mission, so as not to bring dishonor to Lord Kunmo. Xue Hui simply stared at him in silence. When the man was finally gone, the whole team turned their gaze to the empty doorway. Xue Hui knew. He's pretending to leave, but he'll be watching and monitoring us. Yin Wuxin grumbled. What a charming personality. By the way, Captain, what is this? Xue Hui's reply was grim. It's bone-melting powder. The name sent a jolt of panic through him. What? Xue Hui reminded them. This mission will likely be a threat to our very lives. If we find ourselves in a critical situation, we must use the bone-melting powder to erase our existence. This mission allows for no traces to be left behind. A heavy silence fell upon the group, but Xue Hui's gaze was resolute. All right, we have our intel. Now, let's move out. Sometime later, on the way to their destination at Mount Huangjia, the designated resting point, the team sat gathered around a campfire. The air was filled with cheerful laughter. There's no way you can shrink your hand to the size of a baby's. Of course it's possible. Long Zhen pointed a finger. Prove it. If you can do it, I'll give you a share of my pay. Yin Wuxin laughed loudly. Everyone heard that, right? Open your eyes and watch carefully. He then activated his shadow submergence body art, and his hand instantly shrank. Yao Lin gasped. It's real. The kid actually shrunk. Yin Wuxin grinned smugly. I told you so, didn't I? Now, hand over the money. Long Zhen quickly backpedaled. No, I was just joking. There's been a misunderstanding between us. Yin Wuxin's face twisted in anger. A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? What? Just give me the money. Sitting off to the side, Xiaoling watched them bicker and just shook her head in exasperation. Such idiots. Xue Hui let out a small smile. Everyone seemed so on edge just a moment ago. It seems my worries were for nothing. All right. Captain Long Zhen wisely stopped himself. My apologies. We were getting a little too relaxed. Xue Hui didn't seem to mind. All right, relax. If you get too tense, your bodies will just lock up. Tu Yet Hai announced. By the way, my friends, I have a favor to ask of you all. Qi Song asked, what is it? A faint smirk appeared on Xue Hui's lips. Do you remember when we first met? It's been a while since I last saw what you're truly capable of. Everyone was stunned by his declaration. Right here, right now. Show me everything you've got. Xue Hui's gaze was as sharp as a blade. However, anyone who can't even leave a single scratch on my body will be dropped from this mission. Xue Hui had to admit he was constantly thinking of ways to get stronger in a short amount of time. Experience had shown that the closer you dance with death, the more your power skyrockets. That rule didn't just apply to him, but to his subordinates too. Shisong hesitated. Captain, I don't think I should be the one to say this, but thanks to the rewards you gave us, we've all changed completely since last time. I can now control my heat energy with ease, he continued. Even Yao Lin, who specializes in yang martial arts, has broken through his limits twice. Long Zhen and Xiao Ling chose extreme yin demonic arts, and their transformation has been unbelievable. Shisong added, that fool Yin Wu Xin has improved too. Not that he'd admit it. Hey, who are you calling a fool? He boasted. Plus, unlike before, there are 5 of us now. And we've all found weapons that feel like extensions of our own bodies. Xue Hui suddenly cut him off. Why are you beating around the bush? Shisong was taken aback. Huh, he stated coolly. Just admit that you're scared. After all, isn't this situation exactly like when I first arrived? Xue Hui reminded them of the past. You all did nothing but ridicule me, yet you couldn't even touch the collar of my robes. His voice dripped with disdain. What I mean is, you people are utterly shameless. The fire crackled, echoing the rising tension. Long Zhen couldn't hold back. Captain, aren't you going a little too far? Xue Hui shot back. It's exactly why that masked man we met today looked down on us. He asked what we could possibly do at our pathetic level. Those words made Long Zhen freeze. Why? Because he's stronger than all of you. He seethed, jumping to his feet. I know you're trying to provoke us, but if you're that confident, then let's do it. Yao Lin added, I'm in too. Yin Wu Xin tried to be the voice of reason. There's no need for this, everyone calm down. But Long Zhen just cracked his knuckles with a smirk. Weren't you just bragging about your skills? Why are you scared now? Yin Wu Xin was speechless. What kind of twisted logic is that? He could only let out a long sigh. Fine, whatever. Let's do it. What a pain. Xiao Ling, ever the calm one, spoke up. Captain, what are you planning? Xue Hui replied coolly. Xiao Ling, I don't think I need to explain anything further. His gaze shifted to her. Aren't you the weakest one in this group? At his sharp words, Xiao Ling's entire body went stiff. A frosty aura began to radiate from Xue Hui's feet. Let me give you all a warning. He was activating his white body demonic art. If you think I'm the same man I was before, you're going to get hurt. Instantly, a wide circle of ice spread out from his feet, separating him from the others. He beckoned them with a taunting finger. Come on. I'll put you in your place all over again. Xue Hui thought to himself. Provoking them isn't just about raising their combat power. It's also a chance for me to adapt to a new way of fighting. This is a pure, instinctual brawl. Just like how I fought before I received the fate-altering system. I wonder how much of my true power I can draw out in this state. Hidden daggers, spears, swords, and fists. These deadly weapons could end my life if I let my guard down for a single second. He calmly gazed at them, calculating. Now, who's going to move first? Suddenly, a voice broke Xue Hui's concentration. Captain. Yin Wu Xin called out, wiggling his arm with a playful smile. Hey, Captain, can you do this? At that exact moment, Xue Hui's eyes caught a flash of movement as Xiao Ling charged forward. He instantly recognized her style. A ranged attack. 2 sharp projectiles flew toward him, but Xue Hui leaned back, dodging them by a hair. He glanced at where the daggers hit, a short breath escaping his lips. The ice-cold look on Xiao Ling's face actually took him by surprise. She's serious, huh? In the next instant, another figure burst forward, a gleaming sword thrusting right at his face. Xue Hui spun, parrying the blow with his own sword. The ferocious attacker was none other than Yao Lin. From behind him, Long Zhen and Qi Song flew in at lightning speed, but Xue Hui's expression remained calm. They were both far too slow. His blade effortlessly parried their every strike, sending them flying. Seeing this, Yao Lin roared and thrust his spear forward. But a pathetic move like that was nothing to him. Xue Hui smirked, a condescending look on his face. I can see your every move. Xiao Ling seized the opportunity, attacking from his flank. But in a flash, her sword was shattered, forcing her into a desperate retreat. That's enough. Xue Hui noted calmly. Xiao Ling, don't you realize close quarters combat is a huge disadvantage for you? But from behind, Xiao Ling had already appeared. The person in front of Xue Hui was actually Yin Wuxin. She was sobbing. My sword. He cried out in shock, Yin Wuxin. Xue Hui then swiftly dodged the barrage of weapons Xiao Ling launched at him. He retreated to steady himself. The others quickly gathered, standing together against Xue Hui. He looked at them with a completely different expression than before. This is surprising, Xue Hui thought. This kind of free-form combat, it feels so much more comfortable. While part of it is my skill gap with the squad leaders, using turn-based AI and simulations, though useful, never captured this sense of urgency and danger. This is actually pretty fun. In the end, Xue Hui decided to provoke them again. Honestly, is it really that hard to just touch my collar? Song's determination reached its peak. It seems I'll have to forget you're my captain for a moment. He and Yao Lin unleashed the blazing soul technique. Xiaoling declared, I will treat you as my mortal enemy. She and Longzhen activated the pale body art. Even Yun Wuxian, her eyes still tear-stained, radiated a fierce fighting spirit, the enemy who shattered my sword. Xue Hui was incredibly pleased with their transformation. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. In a flash, he launched himself off the ground. From high above, Xue Hui called down to them. Come on. He calmly challenged them. Show me everything you've got. Song roared. Don't regret this. Captain Longzhen's aura exploded. If you die, it won't be our fault. Yin Wuxian held onto her grudge. Pay for my sword, Captain. A combined wave of energy flew at him, forcing Xue Hui to leap back. He smirked. This one's got some real power. Then, Xue Hui drew his sword and unleashed the hurricane blade technique. He struck once. Feeling dizzy, a short while later, Song snapped awake, his eyes wide. Xue Hui sat calmly beside a campfire. You're awake? He asked, confused. What happened? Xue Hui scratched his head. You all got hit by my attack. Even though I controlled the power, I'm surprised at how effective it was. Sorry about that. It's a good thing none of you are seriously hurt. The hurricane blade nullifies all enemy attacks within a 10-meter radius. While it's not fatal enough to cause internal injuries, I've realized this technique not only harms the enemy, but also causes them to lose consciousness for a moment. Longzhen, now awake, groaned, I'm so dizzy. Meanwhile, Yin Wuxian was still groggy and half asleep. Song could only say with awe, Captain, you're so strong. We've learned another valuable lesson. Xue Hui acknowledged them. You've also far surpassed my expectations. All of your grueling training has been properly rewarded. The team needs to recover its lost stamina, so we'll stay here for one extra day before moving on. One last thing. I believe this was a good experience for all of you. However, the enemies you're about to face will be stronger than any opponent you've ever known. So, if you want to survive, you must strengthen your resolve, Xue Hui emphasized, and unlock more of your potential than this. Understood, they shouted in unison. Later, the team arrived at the Royal Mountain to strategize. They found no traces at all. Finding a missing person was never easy, and searching the entire mountain was impossible. Xue Hui thought to himself, no matter how skilled a tracker is, if you don't even know the location where they went missing, finding them in this wilderness is just a guessing game. He pondered. Not only that, but 2 months have passed. Any traces left behind would be long gone. Xiaoling spoke up. Captain, didn't you mention a secret base here? I don't think we can easily find any clues, even if we search the whole mountain. Wouldn't it be better to focus on that place? Song agreed. I had the same thought. Xue Hui didn't react, only giving an order. The team will wait here for a moment. They quietly acknowledged him. In an instant, he vanished. Xue Hui burst through the canopy, leaping onto a high cliff and sprinting up its face. Yin Wuxian couldn't help but ask, what is he doing? As Xue Hui climbed higher, his mind raced. I've been observing this area since yesterday, and I've been wondering if it's truly possible to find Ma Tailong through normal means. His gaze hardened. The conclusion was obvious. Finding the secret base in the Royal Mountain, mentioned in the classified documents, is the fastest method I can think of. But there's still one thing to consider. Besides my team, didn't our side send others to find Ma Tailong during this time? This is a mission to find one of the 7 messengers. They definitely sent other teams to check the intel to some extent, but even then, they found nothing. As a result, they had to contact a skilled tracking group like the Phantom Shadow Troop. Sitting high on the cliff, Xue Hui looked out. There's one thing I want to try. I just don't know if it's even possible. Model. System notification. Level 2 combat simulation method activated. He thought to himself, finding Ma Tailong shouldn't be too hard now. When the system asked what to simulate, Xue Hui commanded Kun Mo's subordinate, Ma Tailong, show me his last known route in this area. He mused that, based on his experience, the most reliable way to find someone was through simulation. And now that the system was level 2, its calculation range was significantly wider. But his request wasn't just asking the simulation to scan everyone in the world, it also had to rewind time itself. He figured the request was a long shot, but before he could second-guess himself, the system displayed, analyzing. The sight sent a jolt of shock through him. It's working. If it were impossible, it wouldn't even try to analyze. And just as he hoped, the result appeared. A red arrow materialized, tracing a path across the terrain. Xue Hui immediately leaped down to follow it. A stunned Long Zhen called out, "Captain, did you find something?" Xue Hui replied quickly, "I know his last location before he vanished." Long Zhen was in disbelief. "What? But how?" Without slowing down, Xue Hui ordered, "Keep up. I'll explain on the way." The red arrow pointed down toward a specific location. This was their destination. Yin Wuxin asked curiously, "Captain, is this really the place?" Xue Hui instantly signaled for his silence. They all activated their stealth skills. Below, two men were in the middle of a conversation. "Hey, anything new today?" "Not sure." "He hasn't said much." Shitong whispered, "Should we take them down?" Xue Hui immediately stopped him. "No, stay put for now." He thought, if enemies are at our destination, the best approach is to infiltrate using a disguise. "First, I'll gather intel." That's the plan. His combat style was now set to calculated. The level of access he'd gain depended on the identity of the person he disguised himself as. The stronger the target, the easier it would be to get information. Xue Hui scanned the two men below. He needed to pick the perfect target, the strongest one in the group. Suddenly, he noticed someone walking behind the two guards. It was the Taoist Ming Jiang, the top disciple of the Huaitian sect. He was the manager of the Manhwa area, a martial artist at the peak realm. Xue Hui knew instantly, that's him. From his perch above, he calculated the risk. It was dangerous with his comrades nearby, but this was the perfect chance to disguise himself as a high-ranking member. He could start gathering intel immediately. His combat style switched to freestyle. Xue Hui coiled his muscles. "I need to end this in a single blow." Locking onto his target, he shot downward in a straight line. Xue Hui activated his skill, boosting his speed by 4.5 times and slammed his palm directly into the man's back. The divine wind palm strike made the Taoist cry out in agony. Xue Hui swiftly clamped a hand over his mouth. Once the situation was under control, he finally let out a breath. In moments, he had swapped clothes, disguising himself as the Taoist. Then, Xue Hui continued walking as if nothing had happened. He had now fully activated his disguise art, completing the transformation. A shocked Yin Wuxin whispered, "Did you guys see that?" They all looked on in awe, watching their captain eliminate a target without a single soul noticing. Is something like that even possible? You just saw it with your own eyes. All right, we should get moving too. Following the two guards, Xue Hui observed his surroundings. From the outside, this place looked like an ordinary estate, but in reality, it was a massive training facility capable of holding dozens of people. He focused on staying calm to avoid blowing his cover. A sense of unease grew within Xue Hui. A secret headquarters located in the complete opposite direction of what the intel suggested. No wonder the previous search parties missed it. Ma Tailong must have found this place after a long search, and likely met his end here. One of the men up ahead grumbled, "I can't wait to finish this training and climb Royal Mountain to kill those damn demonic cult bastards. I'm feeling pretty confident." His words made Xue stop in his tracks. "What did he just say?" The other man scoffed. "You think that's possible at your current level? Buddy, you got a long way to go." The first man boasted, "I heard a lot of the demonic cultivators are even weaker than me." A dark thought crossed Xue Hui's mind. How long has the Supreme Elder been working with these people? If members of the demonic cult are now being mocked by trash like this, then they can't be the bloodthirsty, demon-crazed warriors of old. Most of them must have been dragged here from the Central Plains. Those who wandered the new sect without a faction. Those deemed unfit for the demonic path. Or those who dared to defy a certain person's orders. They all shared the same fate, to die on Royal Mountain. Xue Hui's expression turned grim. The people being slaughtered by this group were just like him in his past life. Considered useless. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. "You rotten bastards." Just then, one of them turned around. He asked, "Brother Mingjiang, why are you so quiet?" Xue Hui coughed a few times and replied, "I think I'm coming down with a cold. I don't feel too well, and my voice is a bit hoarse." He carefully chose his next words. "Oh, and speaking of those rotten demonic cultivators, I heard a demonic intruder infiltrated this place. Do any of you know about it?" The disciples searched their memories. A demonic cultivator? They had no idea. Xue Hui feigned indifference. "Is that so?" One of them suggested, "Perhaps Elder Jiu Wen would know something. He's the most knowledgeable elder in our sect." He nodded as if he understood. Of course. But inside, Xue Hui's mind was racing with calculations. Continuing his act, he said, "I feel unwell. I think I caught a cold. Could you help me back to the Manhwa estate?" Though surprised, they quickly agreed. Yes, of course. Xue Hui made sure to thank them. "My thanks." He then carefully asked, "By the way, where is Elder Jiu Wen right now?" The disciple looked puzzled. Elder Ji Wen? He pointed toward the towering building. As always, he should be in the Jiao Yun Hall, right? The scene shifts to the Manhwa Hall. As a disciple helped him inside, Xue Hui's mind was in overdrive. First, I need to figure out what this Ming Jiang's duties are. The disciple spoke softly. We've arrived. Xue Hui gave a simple reply. Thank you. The disciple was kind. Don't mention it. Get some rest, brother. As Xue Hui opened the door, he thought, I need to start gathering information. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Would you like to save your progress? Xue Hui froze on the spot. A wave of confusion washed over him. Why is it asking me to save now? Is something in this room? Moments ticked by as Xue Hui stood motionless, unable to decide. The system timed out, assuming he chose not to save. Before him stood rows of packed bookshelves. He reasoned to himself, I didn't save because my last checkpoint isn't that far back. Even if I die here, I'm confident I can make it back to this point. Xue Hui scanned the room. Is this place filled with nothing but secret technique scrolls? He calmly stepped forward. Besides, I've already used up all my simulation chances. But what Xue Hui failed to notice was a figure standing in the corner of the room, watching him. The man finally spoke, a low murmur filling the air. How interesting. The old man stepped out from the shadows. You've concealed your presence, but I can still sense a trace of demonic energy leaking out. Why would a member of the demonic cult sneak into this place? Despite Xue Hui's sudden appearance, the man's voice was eerily calm. Who are you? Xue Hui couldn't hide his utter shock. Zhu Lian calmly assessed the situation. From the looks of it, my disciple, Ming Jiang, is already dead. So, what is your reason for infiltrating this place? Tension instantly coiled in Xue Hui's gut. He was trapped. What was he supposed to do now? Fight or flee? Xue Hui cursed inwardly. Damn it. Not being able to see his stats is a huge disadvantage. If he could see through my identity as a demonic cultivator, he must be an absolute master. And yet, Zhu Lian just stood there, watching him with a faint smile. Xue Hui grew even more cautious. The pressure he felt from instinct alone was immense, and he could see the man's eyes blazing with internal energy. Is this what the righteous sects call a righteous heart? He knew he was completely cornered. Up until now, I've always relied on stats to fight. What do I do? It was as if Zhu Lian could read his mind. Your expression tells me your mind is working furiously, isn't it? Hearing those words, Xue Hui's blood ran cold. The old man suddenly clenched his fist. Just in case you're thinking of running, I'll help you dismiss that thought. In the next instant, a massive surge of energy swept through the room. Xue Hui was stunned. What the hell is this? The door slammed shut behind him. Zhu Lian explained calmly, that is a formation array. This room has been sealed by it. You don't possess the power to break it. The elder pressed his hand against a bookshelf. And now, you can neither escape nor call for help. Eerie black energy began to seep from the floor, and in a flash, the very space within the room began to warp and expand. Everything happened in an instant, giving Xue Hui no time to react. It was only then that he realized this entire place was an unknown defensive formation. He had walked right into a trap. Zhu Lian spoke again. Much more spacious now. Now we have plenty of room, and just so you know, I'm the one who created this very array. The elder's true intentions were finally laid bare. Therefore, the only way to break it is to kill me. He then asked, So, have your worries subsided at all? Xue Hui's mind raced. If I can't defeat this man, forget finding Mo Tai Long. I won't even make it out of here alive. He retorted defiantly. You sound quite confident in your abilities. But if this place is sealed off, that means you can't call for help either. But before he could finish his sentence, the elder let out a mocking laugh. This old man needs reinforcements to deal with a single intruder like you? Xue Hui was left speechless by his sheer arrogance. Then, Zhu Lian made a sudden proposal. Seeing as only one of us will leave this room alive, why don't we have a little chat before we begin? We'll ask each other one question at a time. You answer your way, and I'll answer mine. Let's be completely honest. Xue Hui was suspicious. And why would I agree to that? The elder reasoned, You surely have your reasons for infiltrating this place. Zhu Lian spoke nonchalantly, and I have things I wish to learn from you. In the end, we're both curious. If you win, you learn everything you want to know. The terms are favorable for both of us, aren't they? Xue Hui considered the offer carefully. This could actually be a good thing. I need to extract some information from him, too, he decided. All right, let's do it. After a moment's thought, he agreed. Do as you say. Zhu Lian let out a satisfied laugh. Then allow me to introduce myself. This old man is called Zhu Lian. What is your name? Xue Hui paused, then decisively dropped his disguise. Xue, my name is Xue Hui. Zhu Lian looked him over with contempt. Xue Hui. A fine name for a rotten demon. So, Why did you sneak in here? Xue Hui answered cautiously, I'm looking for someone. This piqued the old man's curiosity. Someone? Who? He cut straight to the point. What do you know of Mo Tai Long? The moment he heard that name, Zhu Lian flinched. Xue Hui sheathed his sword and stepped forward. He's from the demonic cult, and I believe he went missing somewhere around here. Zhu Lian's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Could that man truly be Mo Tai Long? Xue Hui's voice grew urgent. Do you know where he is? The old man thought for a moment. It seems a man was captured and brought back here recently. Because an ordinary person couldn't handle that fiend, the great elder himself is personally guarding him. Xue Hui pressed on. Where is he now? But Zhu Lian simply reminded him, I told you. One question and one answer at a time. He suddenly closed the distance between them. Now, it's my turn. Zhu Lian posed his question. Which disciple subordinate are you? Xue Hui was momentarily stunned. What? Zhu Lian repeated himself, enunciating every word. The one you serve. I'm asking which disciple it is. The air grew heavy. This was a dangerous question. The old man just smirked victoriously. Xue Hui thought to himself. From that question, it's clear this man is deeply involved in the demonic cult's internal power struggles. Finally, Xue Hui accepted his fate. It's come to this. There's no need for me to hide it any longer. The fourth disciple, Lord Kunmo. Then, he stated it plainly. I know that Lord Tai Huang of our divine cult and Elder Zhu Yuming of your sect are conducting a secret transaction. Zhu Lian's expression instantly turned grim. Xue Hui pressed his advantage. My turn. What is the ultimate purpose behind their deals? Zhu Lian's voice was laced with irritation. Looking at you, you're not just some simple newcomer, are you? With those words, the old man suddenly broke their pact. My apologies, but question time is over. Xue Hui was shocked. What? Zhu Lian drew his sword without hesitation. I don't think I can afford to tell you any more. He lunged forward with a single command. Now, die. Xue Hui's eyes widened in alarm as Zhu Lian unleashed a countless flurry of slashes. The old man's movements were demonically fast, his attacks brutally decisive. Xue Hui was instantly knocked backward. He grit his teeth, forcing himself up. Though he'd expected it, a chilling killing intent radiated from the man before him. This guy was undoubtedly a master far beyond his level, but still, Xue Hui smiled. Even so, his will to fight burned brighter than ever. After growing so much in such a short time, his martial arts had hit a plateau. Perhaps a true life or death battle was what he needed to break through. Fear was a distant memory. His mind was consumed by a single thought. Kill this man and get out of here alive. He was definitely going insane. A frigid frost spread from his feet. This wasn't an opponent he could face head-on. Xue Hui immediately unleashed his technique. White body, Ashura art, fifth form, sword of revelation. Zhu Lian swung his blade to parry. You dare. The tip of his sword shot forward, but Zhu Lian was now on high alert. Determination blazed in Xue Hui's eyes. Even if it's just one strike, I'll make you pay. And then, the Wind God's sword technique summoned a powerful vortex. Zhu Lian was blown back, crying out in pain. But he managed to get back on his feet. You, Xue Hui cursed in frustration. Damn it, did it fail? Just before the attack landed, his opponent had leaped back to lessen the impact. Suddenly, the system announced, White body Ashura art has leveled up. A triumphant smirk crossed Xue Hui's face. So it wasn't a complete failure after all. Zhu Lian now stepped forward, demanding through clenched teeth, What in the world is your body? How can you use both lightning and ice arts at the same time? Xue Hui replied nonchalantly, Probably because I've done a lot of things just to survive. Zhu Lian sized him up. You're a strange one. Xue Hui didn't deny it. Strange? Yes, I am very strange. His confidence returned. But from now on, I'm about to get a whole lot stranger. Zhu Lian was baffled. What? Xue Hui calculated his options. He knew he couldn't win a direct fight, and considering the benefits he'd just gained, he continued, Because I'm about to call my martial arts master. Let's end this here. The color drained from Zhu Lian's face. Let me apologize in advance. That madman is a little hard to control. Xue Hui declared with absolute arrogance. Let's see you experience what a true lunatic is like. It was time for the AI to take the stage. Immediately after, a familiar voice echoed. Oh, has the main storyline begun already? In that instant, Xue Hui's consciousness left his body. The AI even waved hello. Long time no see. Xue Hui was internally shocked. He thought he'd get an earful, but instead he got a friendly greeting. His eyes scanned the room. The layout here. It strongly resembled the Heart Demon's illusionary array. His gaze quickly fell upon Kui Liam. A smirk appeared on his face. As I thought, you summoned me here to deal with this dying old ghost from the Huashan sect. Zhu Lian froze in disbelief. What? I casually continued. That decrepit old fool is using a formation from our sacred cult. No matter how many times I see this, I can never get used to it. Xue Hui thought to himself, he truly knows so much more than I do. Just who in the world is this guy? I then pulled up the system window. All right, let's check your information first. You've learned energy accumulation, at least. But your vitality and internal energy are as pathetic as a moron's. The screen clearly displayed Xue Hui's stats. I burst out laughing. Your combat power is 12 million? You moron. How did you even reach this level without the help of vitality and internal energy? Then, he answered his own question. I see now. The bigger the idiot, the more you use your body instead of your brain, plus a healthy dose of dumb luck. That must be why you have such good-looking stats. Xue Hui could only reflect in silence. His way of speaking was still insufferable, but unlike before, he wasn't just intentionally insulting me anymore. It felt like he was actually evaluating everything I'd achieved so far. But the very next second, his shouting rang out again. There you go again, you absolute moron. I suddenly screamed in his face. If you've already started the main storyline, the least you could do is raise your vitality and internal energy. And for the love of God, why haven't you completed all the quests? You haven't even learned Super Peng Shin yet. Watching I clutch his head in defeat, Xue Hui couldn't help but feel bewildered. I thought he wouldn't yell this time, but I guess a leopard never changes its spots. And what is Super Peng Shin? Stealing things from the wind god? I shot him a warning glare. Hey, you want to die right now? I've told you before, if even an early-stage boss gives you this much trouble, then stop mindlessly pumping points into your life stat. Are you trying to just struggle along until you die of old age? Xue Hui gritted his teeth in frustration. You damn bastard. What did you say? I sneered back. The simple-minded kid who only knows how to raise his combat power is learning to get angry now, is he? Hey, I'm telling you this because I can see your future clearly. Haven't I already told you that before? He reminded him in a cold voice. After the system has squeezed you dry, you'll just be thrown away. Xue Hui could only fall silent. Xue Lian finally spoke up then. Hey, who are you talking to? Xue Hui immediately warned him. Look in front of you. He's trying to talk to you. I scoffed with disdain. Does he really think he's something special? This guy can be dealt with in a few linked skills. Xue Lian's face instantly darkened. You wretched bastard. Xue Hui was confused. Linlin linked skills, I quickly explained. It means combination skills, got it? Xue Lian charged forward in a flash. Hey, he's coming. I just smirked. Are you wetting your pants already, you coward? Immediately after, he leaped gracefully into the air. I dove down from above. Watch closely and learn. You moron! With a single blow, Super Wind Sword. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed in a raging whirlwind. I landed gracefully, his eyes filled with triumph. It's not over yet. And then, he unleashed another Super Wind Sword. Xue Lian was repeatedly thrown back. I leaped towards the old man. And now, for another round of the White Star Demonic Art, Ascendant Transformation. Xue Lian was getting thrashed like a child, while Xue Hui watched with his jaw on the floor. I suddenly clicked his tongue in annoyance. Xue Hui noticed it too. Xue Lian could still move. I reminded him, look, this is an opponent that you should be able to defeat in an instant, but the reason he can still stand is because of your lack of internal energy. That's why you can't kill him in a single blow. The longer this drags on, the more troublesome this guy will become. Xue Hui was stunned. What? I immediately used a special skill from the Fire Spirit Demonic Art. But don't worry, I've never lost before. I'm only saying this because it's annoying me. It was then that Xue Lian finally started to panic. Who in the hell are you? I replied with a boastful grin. You don't need to know. Just hurry and rush at me. I'll squash you like a bug again and again. Or should I come to you? The taunt pushed Xue Lian's anger to its breaking point. The old man charged forward in a blind rage. I calmly raised his sword. He perfectly parried the old man's attack. Xue Hui focused his full attention on the fight. This guy, is on a completely different level from me. His footwork, to put it simply, was incredibly efficient, focusing on thrusts and slashes. He used the least amount of movement possible, making his sword techniques brutally effective. Furthermore, the martial stances he used with just his basic swordsmanship. Xue Lian roared again. I remained completely unfazed. Keep it up and you'll die. Xue Hui realized it made his attacks many times more powerful than normal. In a flash, I unleashed another blow. Fire Spirit Demonic Art. Xue Hui had to admit that this was a fundamental difference in their foundation. I said casually, Hey Xue Lian, just accept your death. The old man was suspicious. You know me? I replied with indifference. Not really. You're not exactly someone worth remembering. are you? Jiu Lian was still defiant. For a demonic cultist like you, to dare trample upon my pride, the old man suddenly raised a hand to his forehead. I've decided. Even if I die, I'm taking you down with me. Julian grinned with grim satisfaction. This is the only way I'll be able to face Ming Jiang in the great beyond. I quickly realized his plan, preparing to use the secret inherited art of the Mount Hua sect. Unlucky for you. You really think I don't know how to counter that move? In your current state, you won't be able to use it. But then, he seemed to remember something. I forgot. Xue Hui was confused. What is it? I scratched his head awkwardly. Well, there's a time limit. A wave of panic washed over Xue Hui. Wait, what are you saying? A voice urgently warned. To let you know, he's striking his own vital points to burn away his life force. A wave of panic washed over Xue Hui. Damn it, this is a huge problem. If he uses his martial arts, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand it. You son of a bitch, what am I supposed to do now? He appeared to think it over, but in the end, all he said was, my apologies. Xue Hui froze solid, and in the next instant, he was forced back into his body. Across from him, Jiu Lian let out a cold breath, his body radiating a thick, suffocating, killing intent. Well then, shall we begin again? Xue Hui frantically waved his hands. Or maybe we could talk for a bit. His mind was descending into chaos. Damn it, damn it, damn it, I can't win. I need to get my precious sword and the Zhen Xiao Hai into my inventory. Crap, you can't open your inventory during combat. The moment he looked up, Jiu Lian was already right in front of him. The old man brought his sword down with absolute fury. Go die, you piece of trash. Only a single thought remained in Xue Hui's mind. Ugh, that bastard. A moment later, he let out a helpless sigh as the system announced he had 3 chances remaining. 3 options appeared before Xue Hui. Before I died, I thought there was only one choice. He carefully calculated his next move. The Storm God, Demon Blade, and the Zhen Xiao Hai. I can't leave those 2 behind and return to the past. If I go back to my save point, they'll fall right into Julian's hands, and getting them back will be nearly impossible. That means there's only one option left. He decisively chose to continue. I've never chosen this option before. Xue Hui remembered trying to select it when he was killed by Zhu Chongming. Back then, the system said I couldn't continue no matter what I did, but this time is different. He reviewed the conditions based on the system's best physical state. Not only that, all of his combat abilities were restored. Immediately after, Julian's stats also appeared. Xue Hui couldn't help but feel a chill. His combat power is insane. At this rate, even if I fight seriously, I don't stand a chance. The system then announced that he would receive 1 guaranteed hit, either an attack or a self-movement. Xue Hui wondered to himself, can I really land a perfect strike on my opponent? Continuing didn't just revive him in peak condition. It also granted him an opportunity to strike his opponent. He quickly made his decision. A martial art technique was probably his best bet, and the best one he currently had was the one he had just increased his mastery of. He placed all his faith in this single technique, the advanced white purity demon art. Xue Hui was instantly resurrected. Jiu Lian couldn't hide his utter astonishment. Xue Hui simply smirked. We meet again. Xue Hui immediately activated the advanced white purity demon art. A chilling frost radiated from his body as he unleashed the attack with deadly seriousness. A look of pure terror washed over Julian's face. The following attack was the White Frost Cataclysm, a strike cloaked in biting frost that grazed past the old man. Even as he was frozen solid, Julian's mouth hung open in shock, and his entire body slowly began to shatter. Xue Hui exhaled a breath of cold air, turning his head to look at his handiwork. He marveled at how terrifying the power of the high-level white purity demon art truly was. On top of that, this was the first time he'd ever chosen the continue option. Suddenly, the entire room began to transform. Xue Hui observed his surroundings and noted, it seems the room is returning to normal. After all, the person who set up this formation is dead. Time to get out of here. The scene shifts, and Xue Hui returns to his residence. Hearing the door open, Yao Lin looked over, and 3 figures immediately rushed to him. Captain, you're back. Did you run into any trouble? He replied. I'm fine. What's the status of everyone's investigation? Yao Lin reported that it was complete. Qi San then handed him a hand-drawn map of the area and explained their findings. At each corner of the manor, we found 4 structures that look like private pavilions. Our initial assessment suggests this is where the elder-level figures reside, but because time was short, the team hasn't been able to investigate what they look like yet. Yao Lin added. In addition, the Mount Hua members consist of 10 first-generation disciples and about 100 second- and third-generation disciples. We suspect they're in contact with someone, because strange figures often appear on the path leading to the manor. After listening, he spoke. Of course. The Manhwa disciples have completed their training rotation and will be swapped out for other disciples. He then asked his subordinates which building was the most likely place they were holding Mo Long Tai. Chi Song replied, "It's likely the residential area in the northeast. That area is the most heavily guarded." But looking at the size of the compound, Xue Hui didn't think they were just holding him for interrogation. They had to have another purpose. Chi Song spoke up, "We should also consider the possibility that they've dug tunnels underneath. But that's all just speculation. If we want to know for sure, the whole team will have to go inside." With a serious expression, Xue Hui emphasized his point. The situation inside the compound is indeed important, but everyone also needs to survey the terrain of the surrounding area. He also reminded everyone that this mission wasn't just to find Mo Long Tai. They also needed to retreat safely after getting the information they needed. All of his subordinates replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Then, Xue Hui did a quick headcount of his people, and seeing that a member was missing, he asked those present where he was. He learned that Yin Wuxin had gone to check on a few things and would be a little late. Just as he finished speaking, the door suddenly swung open. The group's guards shot up instantly. As Xiaoling moved to attack the stranger, the man cried out in a panic, "Wait, it's me. It's me, Yin Wuxin." The team let out a collective sigh of relief. Yin Wuxin had changed his face so late, he nearly gotten himself killed. He was nearly attacked for his troubles. He shot back that his handsome face was almost skewered when his own teammate threatened him with a weapon. When Xue Hui asked for the results of his scouting, he confirmed he'd found their target, a private villa to the northeast. But Chitong immediately questioned the accuracy of his intel. "Can we trust it? Where did you get this information?" To which Yin Wuxin simply replied, "I went inside and checked for myself." However, he warned his captain of a major complication, adding that a formation had been placed around the compound. But when Long Jin asked what kind of formation it was, he had no idea. Just then, Xue Hui spoke up. "Yin Wuxin has a point. It's highly likely they'd use a formation to hide someone like Mo Tailong." Long Jin added that this would be no ordinary array. He worried if they could even break it, but Xue Hui reassured everyone not to be concerned, "Because I know someone who is an expert in this field." Long Jin's face was a mask of confusion at Xue Hui's words. He addressed the group. "There are a few things that still bother me. I want to hear everyone's opinion." Xiaoling was the first to respond. "What is it, Captain?" Xue Hui continued, "Right now, Mo Tailong is a hostage of the Hoshan sect. So why hasn't word of this reached the #1 assassin, Xiamo? Could it be that this just happened and the news simply hasn't traveled to him yet?" "No, that explanation is too simple." Xiaoling argued his theory was flawed, because instead of a trade, the people at that villa intended betrayal from the very beginning. Xue Hui thought to himself, why hadn't he considered that possibility? If that was true, it would mean Xiamo was staying silent on purpose, despite already knowing. Yin Wuxin's voice cut through Xue Hui's train of thought. But don't the 9 great sects value their honor more than their own lives? Would they really do something like that? Yao Lin immediately jumped in. But that's the problem. Too much pride can become a poison. Besides, in terms of skill, Huishan isn't even considered the #1 sword sect. They're constantly being compared to giants like Wudang or Shaolin. Hearing this, Long Zhen chimed in, "Even so, for them to cooperate with our divine cult, the very people they brand as the ultimate evil, sounds almost unbelievable." And Yu Lin added that the equation changes if it's not the entire sect, but just a single faction within it. Even if their ideals are worlds apart, for the good of their sect, there will always be those willing to turn a blind eye. Xue Hui mused internally. They call us the great evil. Yet a relationship that is both adversarial and symbiotic between our divine cult and the 9 great sects actually makes more sense. He realized the theories his subordinates were putting forth held a lot of weight. Furthermore, Huashan gains valuable combat experience for its disciples from this, but it's clearly a fragile alliance. An arrangement this simple means either side could betray the other at any given moment. Xue Hui considered that if his subordinate's theory was correct, then there must be even bigger deals happening between the two sides. He recalled his fight with Zhu Lian. Someone had mentioned a formation of the sacred cult. In other words, their sacred arts were being traded like commodities. The more he thought, the more tangled his mind became. He needed a clear answer, and he needed it now. As night fell, the 6 of them moved like shadows, infiltrating the private villa. Their first obstacle, 5 guards on patrol. Xue Hui observed that this place didn't seem suitable for a high-ranking elder. If one was truly here, they wouldn't have slipped in so easily. Suddenly, Yin Wuxin whispered, Captain, there's no need to fight." As it turned out, he had already discovered a secret passage. He explained, "My former master was a genius with automated mechanisms. I picked up a thing or two from him." Xue Hui's mind raced. A device that runs on mechanics, not some kind of sorcery. To find such a rare automated device here, It seems they really are hiding Mo Taelong in this place. He ordered the others to stand guard and take down anyone who approached. He and Yin Wuxin would descend into the cellar alone. He also told Yin Wuxin to draw him a diagram of the mechanism when they returned, so he could use it if needed in the future. Stepping into the cellar, they were met with a blank, white wall. Xue Hui wondered, "Is this another automated device?" Yin Wuxin replied, "This looks more like a formation." He explained to Xue Hui that formations come in many different types. Some can warp space or make an enemy lose their way. Others can create powerful illusions. It wouldn't be wrong to call them supernatural phenomena, and this one appears to be an illusionary maze. Your eyes see a blocked path, but in reality, it's wide open. Hearing this, Xue Hui told Yin Wuxin to step back. He then stepped up to the wall, using his battle simulation system to analyze it. When he asked how to break the formation, the system warned of a potential failure. Xue Hui approached with extreme caution. He had to place his hands on designated points along the surface. He needed to channel his internal energy, but was stumped by a mathematical sequence. He slowly realized each position required a different amount of power. Carefully, Xue Hui reached out and touched the wall. "Let's give this a try." That single act caused the illusionary maze to shatter. He stood in silence. Yin Wuxin stared in disbelief. "Captain, how is this possible?" But Xue Hui looked on in horror, as if he just witnessed a ghost. Before him was the broken form of Ma Taelong. Xue Hui could only gasp at the man's condition. He looked absolutely devastated. He stammered, "So, this is Ma Taelong? Is he even alive? These wounds are horrific." Xue Hui hesitated. "He's breathing, at least. It's faint, but I can hear it." Just then, Yao Lin sprinted toward them in a panic. Yin Wuxin turned, alarmed. "What's wrong?" Yao Lin reported breathlessly. "The warning signal. It just went off. Flares are going up everywhere. The bastards from the Huashan sect are converging on our position." A cold dread washed over Xue Hui. Damn it. Did breaking the formation trigger the entire sect's barrier? Yao Lin pleaded, "Captain, we have to move now." Yin Wuxin joined in. "He's right, Captain. Let's go." But Xue Hui remained unnervingly calm. "Hold on. Just a moment." A choice from the system made Xue freeze. Take him. Or leave him behind? He was stunned. The first major choice of this new reality. A choice that will decide my future. What kind of consequences would follow each path? Which one is the right move? Xue Hui's mind raced. If I bring Ma Taelong with me, I can earn Kun Mo's absolute trust. He shut his eyes, ignoring the desperate calls from his men. "Captain, hurry, Captain." Doubt crept in. But in his state, can I really get him back in one piece? Not if we're ambushed on the way out. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it. I've already come this far and broken their formation. Leaving him now would feel like a total defeat. His decision was made. With a swift strike, he shattered the chains binding Ma Taelong. The man's body slumped forward, falling against him. Hoisting Ma Taelong onto his shoulder, he ordered, "Let's move." They rushed for the exit, only to find their path blocked by the Huashan sect. Qisong cried out in despair. "Captain, we're completely surrounded by those Huashan dogs. There's no way out." Xiaoling declared, "We'll try to punch a hole through them." Long Zhou added urgently, "Use the window to escape." Xue Hui's heart sank. Were we one step too late? Just then, Ma Taelong rasped, "There is a secret passage." "What?" Xue Hui asked, confused. Ma Taelong explained, "Back at the formation, there's a hidden switch." Yin Wuxin asked cautiously, "Are you certain?" The man nodded weakly. "Even in my delirium, I heard the clear sound of massive gears turning." Xue Hui was still doubtful, his gaze lost in thought. After a moment's hesitation, he made his choice. He announced, "There's a secret path below. I'll go down first to check it. If you can create an opening to break free, follow me." "Understood." His team responded in unison. Xue Hui moved quickly, turning back to Ma Taelong. "Where is this passage?" Ma Taelong pointed. "The statue I was chained to. From the outside, it just looks like a solid wall. But if you press the right spot, a hidden exit will appear." Yin Wuxin stepped forward. "If it's a mechanism, allow me." He walked up to the wall, pressing his ear against the cold stone. Suddenly, his eyes shot open as a section began to move. "I've found it," Xue Hui thought to himself. So it's true. A hidden mechanism inside the formation's core. But why would they build it like this? Yin Wuxin urged, "Captain, we must go." Xue Hui nodded. "Right." Their footsteps echoed down the passage, lit by the eerie glow of luminous pearls. As they moved, Xue Hui pondered. "I was wondering about the reason for this design, and now, I think I'm starting to understand." He reasoned this must be a secondary route, made for their own private use. The sheer number of luminous pearls proved it was meant for frequent travel. That means the formation I destroyed was nothing but a trap for intruders. Xue Hui put the pieces together. If an outsider breaks the formation, it sends a signal across the entire estate. That's the whole purpose of the design. Meanwhile, they use this secret passage to conduct their business, leaving any intruders who don't know about it. Xue Hai's eyes burned with cold fury. Completely trapped and at the mercy of the Huishan sect, those cunning bastards. Ma Tailong's voice was weak. Did Lord Kunmo send you? Xue Hai replied, That's right. Lord Kunmo has been searching for you, fraught with worry. A shadow of grief crossed the man's face. I am a disgrace to my lord. Ma Tailong asked, What unit do you belong to? The Hidden Shadow Corps. Xue Hui answered, Spirit Squad. Ma Tailong looked at him sharply. The Hidden Shadow. The reconnaissance unit? Correct, Xue Hai confirmed. Ma Tailong's expression grew grim. In that case, you should leave me behind. Xue Hui was taken aback. What are you talking about? Suddenly, Yin Wuxin called out, Captain, the path is blocked ahead. I think this must be the exit. As they emerged from the passage, Ma Tailong spoke with utter despair. With your skills, you'll never break through their defenses. I'm telling you, escape is impossible from here. A chill ran down Xue's spine. What did you say? He demanded again, panicked. What are you talking about? Nearby, Zhu Wen took a slow sip of tea. You see, I told you they would come this way. Zhu Yang stroked his beard. It appears your prediction was correct. They must have come through the main entrance. Could all of our traps have failed? The color drained from Xue Hai's face. The old man stared directly at him, a cold smile on his lips. Tian Wenzi, he was one of the best, even in the Central Plains. His plan should have been flawless. The elder wondered, could their secret have been leaked? Zhu Wen set his teacup down. How would I know? Let's do this before the other elders catch up to us. The old man sneered. Or perhaps we should just add them to our list of achievements. Ma Tailong whispered, See, I was right. Escape is nearly impossible. A moment later, everyone had gathered. Long Zhen spoke up. Captain, why are we stopping here? His face went pale when he saw Zhu Zhen and Zhu Yang. Song turned. This is the southwest courtyard. Captain, if we can just get out of here, we can escape completely. Xue Hui wondered, is running away really impossible? All right, here's the plan. His voice sharpened with warning. Don't mess with me. I haven't even gotten serious yet. You all take Ma Tailong and leave first. We'll regroup at the designated location. The subordinate asked anxiously. Captain, what about you? Xue Hui considered it. According to those two old men, most of the Mount Hua sect's forces had thankfully run towards the main gate. He snapped, Get out of here now. If you hesitate any longer, this place will be surrounded too. Xiaoling's expression grew somber. Xue Hai calculated that even if they surrounded the estate from all sides, there was still a valley below, a place where they couldn't easily give chase. So if we leave quickly, we can avoid being tracked. Ma Tailong looked up. Zhu Yang Fei chuckled. This group is interesting. They see us standing right here, yet they're busy discussing how to shake their pursuers. Zhu Wen clicked his tongue. They must be overconfident. Which one do you want? The elder made his choice. I'll take the 3 over there, plus the one who looks like the captain. He feigned disappointment. How unlucky for me. Then I'll handle the 3 in the back. Xue Hai slowly drew his sword. Go. Get out of here as fast as you can. The 2 elders' forms became distorted and menacing. There was only one way out for him now. He had to defeat the 2 Mount Hua bastards standing before him. He took a deep breath. Please, help me one more time. I awakened once again. Zhu Wen and Zhu Yang charged forward with fury. You damn, pathetic brat. Both elders attacked at once. In a flash, I leaped into the air to evade. Hovering above them, I expertly unleashed 2 super wind sword strikes. The old master gritted his teeth, struggling against the force. Zhu Yang wasn't faring any better. With a single move, he had pushed them both back. Xue Hai let out a small laugh of relief as his consciousness shifted to a third-person view. As expected of I, Xue Hui marveled. Even though they both used the same technique, the difference in power was immense. He glanced at his comrades. Furthermore, despite the powerful inner energy being released, his own subordinates were completely unharmed. Xue Hui shuddered in awe. Does the attack not affect allies? Maybe it's a hidden effect of the super wind sword. The more he saw, the more impressive it was. I suddenly muttered, Oh, come on, you incompetent fools. Is that all you've got? Xue Hui was a little startled. As the 2 elders struggled to their feet to fight again, he unleashed another super wind sword slash. Shut up and stay down. I need to talk for a moment. I called out to Xue Hui. Hey, you dumb kid. He stated bluntly, you just lost 5 of your subordinates because of your idiotic decision. Xue Hai didn't understand. What do you mean? I lost my men? I confirmed it. For your choice to have succeeded, your subordinates' combat power needed to be over 6 million. They needed at least that much to break through and gather at the rendezvous point. Xue Hui raised an eyebrow, completely baffled. How would you know that? No. At our current level, that should have been totally possible. I cut him off sharply. This is exactly why I called you an idiot. You fool. Panic began to set in for Xue Hui. I added, and as for these bastards here, you needed to eliminate them first. Xue Hui was stunned. Eliminate them, he explained calmly. Yes. It's a good thing you already took care of Zhu Lian, or he would have joined them too. Xue Hui gritted his teeth. So that was the real way to clear this mission. Looking at the two elders before him, Xue Hui realized he should have avoided being detected by the Mount Hua sex forces. He should have investigated more thoroughly before starting the mission. But in reality, he had been far too hasty. I calculated. If you die here, you'll only have 2 lives left. And with the poor choices you keep making, you'll be down to 1 life soon enough. That means you're nothing but a fool who struggled this much, on the easiest of the 3 possible paths. Hearing this harsh critique, he could only remain silent. I clutched his head and sighed, pointing a finger straight at Xue Hui. When are you ever going to get smart? What do you think these lives you're stuck with are? I was furious. Aren't your subordinates dying right now because of your own stupidity? Through it all, he remained silent. There was nothing he could say. He could only meet that contemptuous gaze with shame. Despair crashed over Hui. It wasn't that he hadn't tried hard enough, but this man's words rendered all his struggles utterly meaningless. He bit his lip, refusing to accept it. No matter the reason, he was still standing. You're sending your men to their graves, aren't you? Who advised you? So make your choice. Because even if I don't kill them here, your followers won't make it out alive. Only you, Ma Tai Long, will survive, protected by the very lives of your men. He challenged him, his voice booming. Are you going to keep going? Or will you let those treasures you have, like the right of the swift sword and the true sea piercer, just sit in your inventory? Hui stammered, unable to answer. Suddenly, he gasped. The 2 old men were already on their feet, lunging toward them. Panic seized him. Hey, look out, in front of you. But I responded with chilling calm. I said, I'm talking right now. Do you not understand me, or are you just that eager to die? Suddenly, 2 hidden weapons shot through the air, intercepting the elder's attack. He was stunned, completely caught off guard. Ling rushed to his side, her voice filled with worry. Captain, are you all right? Ai's eyes widened in disbelief. Ling, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. She pleaded, I'm sorry for disobeying orders, Captain, but I couldn't just leave you behind. Hui was deeply moved. Ling. Elder Bai charged forward, consumed by rage. You wench. Get out of my way. I clicked his tongue and shot forward to protect her. He sent the old man flying with a single punch just as Zhen lunged for a sneak attack. Ling moved in a flash to parry the blow. Captain. But the old man was too powerful. She was completely outmatched. Ling was struck down right before Ai's very eyes. He couldn't save her. A horrified scream tore from Hui. Ling. Blinded by rage, Ai swung his blade, slashing both elders. The 2 old men just sneered, triumphant. Her blood pooled around his feet. Ai ground his teeth, his entire being trembling with fury. Rage consumed him. You bastards. The system warned that Ai had entered an agitated state. Immense power erupted from his body, while the system's warnings repeated, as if glitching out. The final alert ceased as A unleashed a terrifying pressure that threw everyone back. When the inferno of his rage finally subsided, he had broken through to the super demon realm. Ai's level had increased to level 2. He was speechless. Super demon. He broke through to a new martial realm. However, because it was a forced breakthrough, the duration dropped from 900 seconds to a mere 300. Hui tensed up. Greater power comes with greater restrictions. Zhen just scoffed. It seems you're pulling another cheap trick. I'll split you in 2, just like that whence you failed to protect. From his third-person perspective, Hui could only curse helplessly. That son of a bitch. But Ai was unnervingly calm. He moved like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Ai had Zhen by the face. No one even had time to react. Zhen was slammed violently into the wall. His head must have been made of stone, because it punched a hole right through the solid structure behind him. Both Hui and Elder Bai stared in absolute shock. Through the settling dust, the old man was completely unresponsive. Ai's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. What was that you were barking just now? Please, continue. But all Zhen could do was let out a pathetic groan. The old man struggled weakly, but I paid him no mind. No answer. Looks like you're about to pass out. Then, I ruthlessly smashed Jian's head into the ground. Wake up! An inhuman scream of agony ripped from the elder's throat. Elder Bai charged forward desperately, trying to save his brother. But with a single hand, I caught the blade effortlessly. Utter terror filled Elder Bai's eyes. Ai's gaze was ice. Wait your turn. I'll deal with you soon enough. He sent the elder flying into a corner with a casual blow. Zhen began to crawl forward, battered and broken. You bastard, the old man threatened. Do you think you can walk away from this after? But I didn't let him finish. He brought his fist down, crushing the elder's skull. He struck again and again, a merciless barrage meant only to unleash his fury. Hui could only watch, stunned into silence. After his rage was spent, I slowly rose. Elder Bai's face was pale with terror. What kind of monster are you? Catching my blade with your bare hands? That's projected internal energy, like the Grand Elder of the Iron Fist clan. A cold dread washed over him. Who could possibly know such a technique? Just who are you? I didn't even bother to answer. Even if I told you, what could an insect like you possibly do about it? Humiliation and fear warred within Elder Bai. His pride had been utterly shattered. He swung his sword in a wild, desperate frenzy, but I blocked every strike with ease. I used the moment as a lesson. Hey, you idiot. When you master the Asura flame art, you will attain a special skill. Hui was completely lost. Suddenly, motes of white light began to envelop the elder's body. Asura's thermal burst. I began the demonstration for him. This is a formless flame. Someone at this old fool's level can neither block nor resist it. Agonized screams began to echo. By the time the elder realized what was happening, it was too late. He could only watch as his own body dissolved in the ethereal fire. I calmly narrated the process, and then it detonated. The entire structure was obliterated in a flash of light. He continued his lesson, completely unfazed. This is the ultimate expression of the Asura flame art. It's the second special ability you gain after mastering the secret art of chi accumulation. Do whatever it takes to reach full mastery. I stated with conviction. At the very least, with this technique, you'll never lose to trash like them again. He then turned his attention back to Zhen, who was barely clinging to life. And one more thing, the old man no longer had any fight left in him. To I, Zhen was now nothing more than a teaching aid. What I'm about to show you is the Super God Ascension. The resulting explosion decimated a huge section of the fortified structure. Some saw the Jiu Yang Zhen as a mere training tool. What I'm about to show you is far more interesting. Behold, the Divine Wind God. Xue Hui was stunned. The Divine Wind God, the entity explained, your combat power isn't the requirement. Your stamina and internal energy must reach a certain level. But as he spoke, the old man charged forward. You must learn this technique, no matter the cost. It's the only way. A bolt of lightning crashed from the heavens, striking his blade. Xue Hui was blown away, staggering back instinctively. Even Jiu Yang Zhen couldn't hide his terror as immense power enveloped the sword. This is your only path to survival, he declared. He unleashed the Divine Wind God upon the elder. Jiu Yang Zhen was instantly disintegrated into dust, his gut-wrenching scream echoing for a split second before he was completely incinerated. The vortex of power subsided, revealing that the very ground in the blast radius had been shredded. He rested the sword on his shoulder. You'll master this after your 4 supreme demonic arts reach the intermediate level. Learn the 2 things I told you. They will be invaluable if you ever face a major crisis in the future. He checked the system. Time remaining, 99 seconds. He clicked his tongue. Tsh, time is running out. Suddenly, he said, all right, one last thing to do. It's time to see if my words held true. Xue Hui was confused. What do you mean? The entity replied coldly, I told you before, the consequences of your choices. He urged him to witness it with his own eyes, then blurred into motion. The warriors blocking the path could only watch in terror as he zipped past them, their desperate attacks failing to even graze him. Xue Hui was speechless. That speed is insane. The Manhwa masters can't even touch a single hair on his head. He glanced down, realizing that in a mere instant, the entity had reached the highest vantage point. His cold voice echoed, look closely. See what your incompetence has done to your subordinates. He quickly spotted Chi Song. You see that? One of your men is dead over there. Yao Lin is nearby, and not far from him, another has fallen. Pain flashed in Xue Hui's heart. Chi Song, Yao Lin. The entity glanced at his expression. It seems I don't need to point out any more, do I? He questioned him relentlessly. If your subordinates' combat power had been over 6 million before this mission, those Mount Ho bastards could never have caught up to your nimble death squad members. Do you finally understand your mistake? Xue Hui didn't argue. He agreed. That's true. For the first-generation disciples. But what about the elders? They wouldn't just stand by. The entity roared in his face. You fool. Did you even look around you? None of these guys are true Mount Hua elders. Most of them are on the same level as that Jew lion you just fought. They were all just shoved into this secret base. The system clock was still ticking. 31 seconds remaining. Xue Hui asked, "But why?" The entity sighed. "I don't have time for this. Go ask Ma Tai Long yourself. What's more important now is..." He revealed that tonight, the subordinates of the demonic cult's second disciple will raid this place. Xue Hui was shocked. "What?" he replied. Ma Tai Long let himself get captured on purpose to find this secret base, and he passed that information to the second disciple instead of the fourth. He knew everything in advance. That's why those bastards are coming to attack. A shiver ran down Xue Hui's spine. What the hell? Why? The entity continued. Like I said, you can find out later. And one more thing. With only 19 seconds left, he stated bluntly, I got a little carried away and used up all of your potential. I even tapped into your innate true chi. So, when we switch back, you're going to die. The color drained from Xue Hui's face. What? But the entity remained eerily calm. Don't worry. As an act of mercy, I'll put your shoes and that precious sword into your inventory. Before he could finish, he added, something like that. That whole you dying thing made me feel a bit bad, so I told you everything. Also, my own level has increased, which means you won't be able to summon me for a while. He let out a condescending smirk. Of course, once you become a transcendent demon, you can call me again. You can at least manage that, right? The final 2 seconds arrived. He began to fade. Just so you know. Now, farewell. Xue Hui was forced back into his body as the system coldly announced, stamina has reached rock bottom, forcibly returning Xue Hui to the last save point. He opened his eyes in a familiar room. After completing the Jin Mo Chang quest, Xue Hui sighed. Thanks to that guy, I'm completely exhausted. He collapsed onto the bed. He felt a strange emptiness. Just moments ago, he was in a life-or-death battle. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The moon is so bright tonight, but the peace and quiet feels so bizarre. Xue Hui sat up, recalling the mission. This must be the night I returned. After clearing the warrior quest related to Jin Mo Chang, reselecting the option won't be too difficult for me. He clasped his hands together. At least until now, I've always cleared every mission, fighting with everything I have just to survive day by day. The system suddenly announced, skill proficiency has increased. Xue Hui was surprised. The martial arts I used during that life-or-death battle. He confirmed his stamina and internal energy hadn't returned, but his combat power had risen thanks to the enlightenment process. The information window displayed his new stats. Xue Hui sat on the windowsill. I think my original combat power was 12 million. These stats will revert to how they were before the timeline. I told me to die after completing Jin Mo Chang's quest. But as I think about it, who exactly is this I? It's as if he knows my future. Not just the special martial arts I'd obtain. He seems to know every coming event in terrifying detail, and that just makes me even more curious. Xue Hui wondered, could he have experienced all this before, just like me? If not, could he be the one who created this system? The one behind the choices that keep appearing before my eyes? He reached out, touching the screen in front of him. If even that's not it, then is he someone fighting against these choices of fate? Or maybe it's a curse, just like he said. Xue Hui's brow furrowed. And then, with a sudden burst of rage, he slammed his fist into the screen. Just as I thought, the system won't allow me to contact I. Xue Hui seethed. I really can't summon him. He once told me I couldn't call for him until I reached the super demon level. It was then that a realization struck him. Wait a second. Now that I think about it, at this point in time, the rules for freestyle combat haven't even been introduced yet. Xue Hui pondered. I don't know why, but this destiny-altering system won't let me go back to how I was before. I have to remember Ai's warning. His words echoed in his mind. Remember to strengthen your physical conditioning and internal energy, and complete other people's quests. Asura's scorching kick and super wind god. Xue Hui seriously considered how to accomplish the things I had emphasized. He steeled his resolve. First, I need to completely change my training methods. With that, Xue Hui leaped into the courtyard. In my past life, I only ever focused on pure combat power. But I specifically stressed the importance of physical conditioning and internal energy. Why? This has to be related to the 3 treasures: essence, chi, and spirit. He confirmed his theory. The body, the spirit, whether it's the demonic cult or the orthodox sects, all martial arts are built on these fundamentals. Xue Hui ran a hand through his hair. The damn problem is, I have no idea how to train them, even though I understand it in my head. I've always wished for a master who could guide me in times like this. Thinking it over and over, there's only one thing that could possibly know the answer. That was his final conclusion. He made up his mind. I might as well give it a try. It'll definitely make me much stronger. Xue Hui decided to enter the simulated combat mode. He spoke with determination. Show me the way to strengthen my physical conditioning and internal energy. The screen flickered, beginning its analysis. Xue Hui waited, his mind racing. This is the only thing that can give me an answer right now. What kind of method is it going to suggest? A mechanical ding echoed, followed by a line of text that made his heart clench. The system enthusiastically recommended a special training plan, guaranteed to improve the player's physical stats and internal energy within 6 months. Xue Hui raised an eyebrow. A special training plan? A long list of daily quests appeared. He felt a sense of disbelief. What the hell? These are just normal exercises. Will I really get stronger with a method like this? But Xue Hui quickly shut down his doubts. No, don't question it. He made his decision. The simulation has never been wrong. No matter what, I'll try it first. The very next morning, as the sun began to rise, Xue Hui opened the system and began selecting his schedule. A new fire burned within him. All right, let's start over. Xue Hui carefully considered his path. I've done this once before, so I'll finish it quickly. And just as expected, he easily swept through the familiar rewards. Xue Hui noted that the money and the map to the sect's secret library from the previous toolbox were not given to him this time. Still, his stats had increased dramatically. He smiled to himself. Good, everything's going well so far. Now, for the thing I skipped last time. Jin Mo Chong appeared. You've arrived, sir. Our merchant group has many fine goods. What would you like to purchase? He opened the weapons tab. There were a total of 5 items, perfectly suited for his 5 teammates, and their total value was the exact amount of money Xue Hui had. Exactly 3,000 taels. He decided instantly. I'll buy them all. The system confirmed the transaction. Xue Hui's actions had an immediate effect. His team's combat power skyrocketed. He then recalled Ai's words. If your subordinate's combat power exceeds 6 million before this mission, those damn bastards from the Mount Hua sect won't be able to catch up to the members of your death squad. Not with their movement techniques. Xue Hui's eyes hardened with resolve. Before the main storyline begins, I will make sure every one of my subordinates surpasses 6 million. He closed Jin Mo Chong's interface. Call me anytime, I will be waiting. The system notified Xue Hui that he had 28 days of free activity remaining. A glint appeared in his eyes. All right, the next thing to do. Xue Hui chose a high, treacherous mountain as their destination. Yin Wuxin panted heavily, leaning on his staff as he climbed. Captain, where are we going? Is this some important business? And why did we have to carry all this food? Xue Hui called back. We're almost there, just hanging a little longer. The man grumbled. Fine, but at least tell us what this is all about. Xue Hui thought to himself. This is Datong Mountain. A cold wind blows from the west all year. At its foot is Qinghai Lake, and its altitude is high enough to make a person dizzy. During the last days of January, I completely scoured the Qinghai region, and after choosing the warrior's quest for February, the reason I brought my subordinates to this exact place is because they had finally reached the summit. Heavy packs slammed onto the ground. Vane sighed in awe. This view is amazing. But Long Zhen was quick to remind him, hey, you think this is a vacation? Chi Song, ever relaxed, just wave it off. Ignore him. You know he's got a few screws loose, right? He had to admit it with a click of his tongue. Yeah, that's true. Vane shot back, enraged. What did you say? I heard that. Yao Lin stepped in to mediate. All right, quiet down. The captain is speaking. Everyone focus. First, Xue Hui praised them. You all did well to make it this far. Then he dropped the bombshell. Starting today, our training begins here. Long Zhen was stunned. What? Did you just say? Training? Chi Song was just as confused. Captain, you're going to train with us? As everyone stared in disbelief, Xue Hui continued. That's right. He gave them his word. Over the next 6 months, this regimen will strengthen your bodies and your internal energy. But Xue Hui warned them the intensity would be hellish. He then challenged them. I hope you can all keep up. Inwardly, Xue Hui thought, this is the place. He opened the system interface, his heart filled with hope. Xue Hui was determined to forge a better future, to seize the permanent stats offered in the main storyline. It was early morning on Great Tong Mountain. Streams trickled, and the birds had just begun to stir. Xue Hui was already seated beneath the waterfall. He followed the training plan to the letter, especially the one that guaranteed to improve his physique and inner power within 6 months. Xue Hui reviewed his daily mission objectives. He thought to himself that he chose Great Tong Mountain because it was the perfect training ground. Among all the places outside the demonic cult's influence, this land was the most treacherous and rugged. Furthermore, the mountain was so dizzyingly high that there was no better place to cultivate his energy. Xue Hui knew everyone was exhausted. The repetitive training process was pure agony. Many members had already collapsed in the first few days, and he was no exception. Even he was showing signs of his internal energy being completely depleted. What must his subordinates be thinking? Even so, the entire team struggled to follow Xue Hui's lead. He forced himself to maintain his breathing, but even then, he couldn't allow himself to stop. Xue Hui pushed himself to the limit. He had to complete the training the simulation designed for him to get stronger and to survive. Right now, he was circulating his internal energy under the waterfall for 4 hours straight. Xue Hui recited the principle in his mind. The foundation of martial arts is building the physical strength to protect one's internal power. Once the internal and external are harmonized, the body relaxes, the spirit clears, and the influence of the demonic nature on a warrior diminishes. Or more accurately, if one could reach the pinnacle of this fundamental state, a martial artist could completely overcome their demonic nature. This very detail was written in the introduction to the 4 great demonic arts. It was truly worthy of being the martial art for a disciple of the heavenly demon. The 4 great demonic arts are controlled by one's demonic nature. Most other demonic arts were created to control the members of the cult. And so, for someone like him, who was deemed incompatible with that demonic nature, to possess this secret manual, he understood just how fortunate he was. He used to despise this part of his own nature. Normally, all demonic arts unlock a warrior's hidden potential by making them indulge in their demonic nature. That's why demonic warriors could grow stronger, faster, in a much shorter time than warriors of the orthodox sects. Xue Hui recalled the past. Only when a warrior was completely controlled by their demonic nature, they would lose a part of their sanity, among other side effects. At the same time, they become dependent on the demonic nature flowing from the strong, and for that reason, he, someone who didn't fit that condition, was cast aside because he was useless everywhere he went. Perhaps that's why he worked so well with Kun Mo. He once recounted with a hint of sadness, "In the end, I was just a pawn pushed into the middle of a power struggle." He realized Kun Mo also lacked an overwhelming amount of demonic nature. With that thought, Xue Hui finished his meditation. The reason he was taught the one origin demonic art, the signature technique of the Shadow Squad, was also for this reason. It didn't rely too heavily on demonic nature. He let out an exhausted sigh. Suddenly, someone brought a robe for Xue Hui. He was surprised to see it was Xiaoling. "How long have you been waiting here?" he asked. "Thank you," she replied. "Not too long," Xue Hui asked as he got dressed. "How are the others?" Xiaoling reported. "They're doing their best to keep up with you, Captain, but they are all exhausted and drained. Because of how difficult the training is, everyone is too worn out to even stand. Damn it, is this even meant for humans? Why do we have to do this?" Hearing their complaints, he seemed rather pleased. "Is that so?" Xue Hui asked with concern. "Xiaoling, are you okay?" It was clear she had something she wanted to say. She hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "Why, Captain, you're incredibly sharp, and you train as if there's no tomorrow. But in the end, we are all demonic soldiers. We are just tools who follow the orders of others." She questioned him. "Naturally, our lives are used according to our abilities, and then we will be thrown away if we are no longer useful. Are you trying to deny that reality?" Captain Xiaoling wanted to know what was truly going through his mind. Xue Hui didn't deny it. "You're right. That is indeed our status within the demonic cult. Then why did you decide on this kind of training? I've never heard of or seen anything like it, not to mention bringing your subordinates along. What benefit do you think this will provide?" As she finished her question, he finished tying his hair. Xue Hui confessed. "To be honest, I'm not sure either." Of course, she couldn't accept such a half-hearted answer. "Captain," but he just silently turned his back to Xiaoling. A cold sweat ran down her back as she tried to read the man before her. "Captain, you're hiding too much." Xiaoling pleaded. "If that's what you truly think, then please, let's stop here. In the battle between disciples of the heavenly demon, we should live by our own strength and die by it, loyal until death." She was trying to protect herself. "Don't try to teach us more than what is absolutely necessary." Xiaoling knew that was their life, their purpose in the divine cult. But Xue Hui suddenly spoke up. "Never again," he declared. "I don't want to take orders from anyone, ever again." She was stunned. "Sir?" He looked down at his reflection in the water. "I don't want to be responsible for others, and I don't want to have to save anyone anymore. The revenge I seek, I don't want to be tied to it any longer." But Xue Hui gave a bitter laugh. "That's not as easy as I thought." He knew his own position well. For him, just surviving was an immense struggle. Xiaoling understood. There was only one person in the entire cult who answered to no one. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Xue Hui spoke. "That is what I will aim for." He confessed, "I am determined to achieve it. Not just to become stronger, but to become a figure of true power and renown." She was momentarily stunned. "Captain, don't tell me you're—" Xue Hui assured her. "Don't worry. Even if I fail, everyone's lives will change. At the very least, I will make that a reality. He continued. I know you're angry, and I know you doubt me. Xue Hui understood the powerlessness of the weak better than anyone. But I hope, he sincerely asked, that the entire team can trust me and follow in my footsteps. Time passed quickly. That night, Xue Hui trained alone. He was getting impatient. It had been 9 days since the training began. There's something I need to confirm. An idea suddenly sparked during his practice. System, await simulation command. Xue Hui wondered, just how much has this hellish training helped my team so far, and what benefits will it bring in the future? He gave the command. Let me fight the Tai Huang Pavilion Master. The system acted instantly, analyzing and simulating the legendary master. Xue Hui waited. This was the man who had carved an unforgettable hell into his memory. A familiar face appeared, and he couldn't hide his hatred. You bastard. How much closer have I gotten to him? The system began reporting errors. The stats could not be fully reproduced. Even so, the old man's stats were terrifying. Xue Hui understood. The system couldn't accurately simulate the Tai Huang Pavilion Master's power yet. Whatever. The fact that these numbers aren't even his full strength is enough to give me goosebumps. Then, the system quickly displayed his own information. Xue Hui thought to himself, for a second, I wondered if the simulation was working. But damn it, the stats are brutally accurate. His depleted stamina and internal energy from the grueling training were clearly displayed. A countdown began. The battle was about to start. All right, time to focus. Even though neither side was at their peak condition, this was a chance to test his abilities against the enemy through simulation. Xue Hui was tense, gripping his sword tightly. As soon as the system announced the start, he immediately leaped high into the air. For his first move, Xue Hui decided to just try a full-power slash. He decisively aimed straight for Master Sai Ma's head. White body, demonic arts. The old master didn't even bother to dodge. The attack landed squarely on him. Xue Hui felt a flash of joy connected, but the master took no damage at all and sent him flying back. Xue Hui was in shock, but before his expression could even change, Master Si Ma was already face-to-face with him. The Tai Huang Pavilion Master's combat power suddenly surged to an insane level. He easily tore Xue Hui's body to shreds. Master Si Ma hadn't even broken a sweat, and just like that, he was dead. Xue Hui lost consciousness for a moment as the system immediately stopped the simulation, pulling him back. Xue Hui gasped for air. The gap was too massive. He was still so far behind the Tai Huang Pavilion Master. A cold sweat drenched him. Why did his combat power suddenly double? No. From the start, what was the point of making decisions based on stats alone? Xue Hui collapsed onto the grass, exhausted. And here I was, thinking I'd gotten a lot stronger lately. After climbing over one great wall, I've just found another towering mountain, he muttered. Hey, simulation. Can I really get stronger just by continuing this simple training? Xue Hui let out another weary sigh. There was nothing else he could do. After thinking it through, he could only trust the process and follow it. The next morning, he began a light warm-up. Good. My body feels fine. It was still too early to face the Tai Huang Pavilion Master. Xue Hui thought about who else to simulate. In that case, to properly evaluate my training, I should probably. Who should I choose as an opponent? After reviewing the foes he faced in the main story, he made his choice. Let's fight the master of the Mount Hua sect, Xue Lian. I decided. He is the most suitable target. A familiar silhouette quickly appeared. Its stats perfectly simulated this time. Hui thought to himself, of course, I know I can't touch him at my current level, but isn't it better to set him as my ultimate goal? The system counted down from 5. He was ready to see just how much stronger his training had made him. All right, let's do this. The battle began, the clash of steel echoing through the forest. Hui was now fighting Xue Lian. He was clearly on the losing end. The system constantly warned of his declining stamina as he struggled just to defend himself. Hui pushed himself to the absolute limit. He's so strong. Just as I predicted. Xue Lian surpasses me in every way. He leaped back to dodge a strike. We fought once before, so I thought I could handle this. Seizing the momentary advantage, Hui decisively swung his blade. He unleashed a devastating ultimate wind sword technique. Hui roared with power, thinking, of course, I won that time, but that was only thanks to the AI's intervention. The destructive power was immense, yet Xue Lian dodged it with ease. The two temporarily separated, creating distance. Hui was tense. Even using the combo the AI ran. A single moment of my own hesitation can change everything, but he refused to give up. I'm not done yet. Hui charged forward with all his might, unleashing the fire demon art. He triggered 3 horrifying explosions in a row. as the system warned of his rapidly depleting internal energy. Hui thought to himself, I'm too weak. His internal energy was completely gone. So, how did it go? Huey waited for the thick smoke and dust to clear. That single attack used all his internal energy. Unbelievably, Jiu Lian was still standing after the assault. Damn it, he's still completely unfazed. The master shot forward like an arrow. Hui had no time to react, and just as the blade reached his neck, it suddenly stopped. Jiu Lian vanished as the system's allotted time had expired. Huey breathed a sigh of relief. So there's a time limit. He collapsed to the ground, the gap in his stamina and internal energy now painfully obvious. Hui looked up at the sky. There's still a long road ahead. 3 months had passed. He continued his grueling training, but his stamina and internal energy seemed to have hit a wall. Now, after finishing his physical training, he still had plenty of time. He dedicated all of it to meditation. As time went on, he grew more anxious, even beginning to doubt if his training had any meaning at all. Of course, Hui was often tempted to ask the system for help. Feeling stuck, he considered searching for answers through the simulation. When he asked how much stronger he could get with daily training, it replied that it all depends on what Huey does. When asked if there was a way to significantly boost stamina and internal energy, the system suggested trying special training. Next, what was the chance his stamina and internal energy wouldn't improve much with this method? Once again, the answer was, it depends on what you do. Hui concluded that the answers he received were hopelessly vague. What is perfect energy circulation? What is perfect Chi emission? And what exactly is this perfect path the AI mentioned? Suddenly, someone approached. Big brother. Hearing the familiar voice, he turned. Huey asked, Chi-song, what is it? The boy was hesitant. Sorry to disturb your meditation. I just have something I wanted to ask. Chi-song explained. Maybe it's because of my mood lately, but I feel a strange energy flowing from this sword up my wrist. Huey was surprised. From the sword? The boy confirmed, yes. Chi-song was quite worried, so he thought maybe his big brother would know something. Hui held out his hand. Let me see it. He tried channeling his own ki into it, but he couldn't feel anything special. The boy looked confused. You can't? Hui examined the sword more closely. Wait a minute. He activated his alternate combat mode. In his normal state, he couldn't see abilities clearly, but if he checked it this way, it revealed some surprising information. This is a special ability. Huey asked again, Chi-song, this strange energy you mentioned, was it a burning heat? The boy was shocked. How did you know? Hui let out a small, relieved laugh. Stand back a little. A system window appeared. Activation instructions. Hui fell into position and followed them. Instantly, a scorching hot energy flared to life. Chi-song immediately cried out, Big brother, that's it. Hui himself was stunned. He had only followed half the steps, and flames were already clinging to the sword. Hui thought to himself. Chi-song must have been moving his body during training and accidentally matched the requirements. He matched some of the movements in the ancient sword's special skills list. Chi-song must have seen those flames, too. He decided to try again for real. The scorching energy erupted once more, as Huey unleashed a terrifyingly powerful explosion. The boy's jaw dropped as he watched in a stupor, never imagining the power would be so immense. It felt like many packs of explosives being compressed, and then detonated all at once. No, it was even stronger than that, perhaps closer to the heat of a massive bomb. Chi-song was ecstatic. Big brother, how in the world did you do that? Hui silently judged its power. In terms of pure force, it was on par with the God of Wind technique. The sword's aura wasn't wide, but a direct hit carried enough power to obliterate any lesser master. He called out, Chi-tong. Xue Hui, please, continued, now, follow the movements I'm about to show you. A short time later, a large section of the forest lay scorched. This time, he had succeeded. To think it held this much destructive force without even channeling internal energy. He warned him, this is a divine weapon. Treat it with care. Chi-tong was overcome with gratitude. Really? He immediately bowed deeply and respectfully. Thank you, my leader. I will strive to become even stronger. A thought suddenly struck Xue Hui. Wait a minute. If all the weapons from that merchant are like this, then it's possible the weapons my other subordinates have are also divine artifacts. Observing him more closely, he noticed something else. Xue Hui suddenly asked, by the way, Chi-tong, your physical condition seems completely different than before. He checked the man's status. When did his stamina and internal energy increase by this much? Before coming here, his stamina was only around 3 million, and his internal energy was less than 2 million. The young warrior looked at Xue Hui with eyes full of admiration. It's all thanks to you, leader. Xue Hui didn't understand. Chi-tong continued. For the past few months, I've finally broken through a wall I couldn't overcome. He spoke honestly, My stamina and internal energy have grown immensely, circulating my ki. This training has helped me more than words can say. When I perform the lesser heavenly orbit with my body completely depleted, the acupoints of the 8 extraordinary meridians open up more freely, giving me a brand new experience. Qitong bowed respectfully. This is the result of my effort to follow the path you forged, leader. Thank you, leader. Xue Hui thought to himself, completely baffled. The path that I forged?
No, I've never experienced anything like that. The only time I felt something similar was temporarily, with the help of a spirit elixir.
I've never achieved anything like that on my own. He suddenly asked. Are the other subordinates having similar results? He replied, yes, I believe Yao Lin is having a similar experience to mine. Qitong added, Xiao Ling and Yang Zhen are also showing the same signs. They will likely achieve a breakthrough soon. As for the weapons, there's been no progress. Xue Hui was pleased. I see. He waved his hand dismissively. I understand. You may go. He left immediately. Yes. Leader. I'll take my leave. Qitong looked overjoyed, clutching his divine and strange weapon. The moment he was gone, Xue Hui's gaze fell. Basic training. A wave of sadness washed over him. Is this the price I pay for being unable to grow stronger through normal methods? He told himself. My body can't achieve results because my foundation is just too weak. The only time I achieved a breakthrough through true cultivation, not combat, was when I mastered the primordial demon art, the very training I always doubted and found strange. Xue Hui clenched his fist, has become the key to my subordinate's growth. In other words, if I can just fill in the missing pieces, I can definitely achieve a breakthrough as well. And so, his resolve was reignited. Let's try this one more time. Xue Hui shot up the long, steep slope. Yin Muxin was left speechless. What was that? How is this even possible? Xiaoling bit her lip, her expression tense. The 4th month of training time, I pushed myself with an extreme intensity. I had no other choice. Because my combat power is so erratically high, my stamina and internal energy don't deplete as much as I'd expect, no matter how hard I train. So, I climbed the mountain again and again, using excessive amounts of my martial arts to forcefully drain my internal energy. All of this was for the sake of the breathing technique. Based on Qitong's case, I believe that generating qi and focusing on recovery when my body is completely empty is a highly effective cultivation method. At the same time, I also practice drawing a straight line on a boulder every day. In a state of total exhaustion, this action seems utterly pointless. However, I felt it was essential. I wanted to understand the true meaning of perfection. What is a perfect path? In the end, isn't the definition of a straight line something I decide for myself? Isn't that right? Martial arts must be the same. As I contemplated this while training, I suddenly witnessed a strange phenomenon. On the days when my stamina was at its lowest and my internal energy was nearly gone, the line I drew looked even straighter. Xue Hui was puzzled. Why would something like this happen? At first, I dismissed it as an illusion. But as time went on, I realized the line grew more perfect when I didn't even have the strength left to hold my sword. And then I knew it wasn't an illusion. Because when the mind is empty and the body is devoid of strength, the results achieved are optimal. That thought led to an idea. What if I circulated my ki with my mind in that state, and I completely changed my usual way of performing the lesser heavenly orbit? The 4th gate of the Changmai meridian extends from the Dantian. I conceived of a way to pierce it using an incredibly gentle force. To reach the supreme demon realm, I must complete the greater heavenly orbit. The greater heavenly orbit can only be activated and completed by piercing the Changmai, the meridian that connects the Ren and Du meridians. If I can break through this point, the power of my 8 extraordinary meridians will surge. Just opening 1 or 2 more acupoints would be enough to absorb the very energy of heaven and earth. As it is written in the 4 great demonic arts, this realm is commonly known as the transcendent state, model, the demon realm. To reach it, I must open the Baihui point, the nexus of the small and large heavenly circulations. This vital point lies at the crown of my head, the very center of my energy flow. I've tried to pierce this point before, gently, weakly. There was no guarantee of success. It was based solely on my own understanding, my own enlightenment. He steeled his resolve. This time, that enlightenment shattered the gate at the crown of his head, and as the energy reached the Huiyan point at his core, it erupted with devastating force. System alert, Xue has reached the peak of the superlative apex realm. He was overjoyed. Finally, I'd broken through the wall. He was ecstatic, but then, confusion hit him. Wait a minute. Why the peak of the superlative apex? And not the super demon realm? Am I missing something? The system suddenly prompted him, asking how he wanted to display his achievement. It presented several options that made Xue Hui's eyes go wide. Humble confidence? What is this? I don't really get it. But it sounds good, right? So he chose, confidently release your aura. A sudden surge of power ripped his clothes to shreds. Xue Hui let out a confident laugh. I release my aura from my dantian. It's so hot, it incinerated my clothes. Not only that, my body has been completely transformed by this martial advancement. Suddenly, he heard the rustling of grass nearby. Xue Hui turned towards the sound, only to see Xiaoling appear. Big brother. Her face was bright red. He was just as startled. Xiaoling. Meanwhile, at the crack of dawn, someone else was being woken up. A sleepy Yin Wuxin asked, "Hey, Yao Lin, what did you want to show me?" Yao Lin stood in the clearing. "Just wait," he boasted. "I'm about to show you the power of a divine weapon. The soul-seizing demonic sutra," he warned. "Try not to let your jaw hit the floor." Yin Wuxin just looked on, completely clueless. Yao Lin unleashed a flurry of powerful thrusts. A barrage of potent energy blasts shot out from his spearhead. Yin Wuxin was impressed. "That's some powerful internal energy." But Yao Ling smirked. "That's not all. It's not over yet." All 6 energy streams suddenly pivoted at a sharp angle. A shocked Yin Wuxin shot into the sky to dodge, and as Yao Lin slammed his spear into the ground, the blasts rained down from above. Yin Wuxin panicked. What is this? Isn't that flight?" Flight is the realm beyond simply releasing internal energy. It's the art of manipulating that energy at will. Yao Lin explained, "It's not true flight, but I can control the energy's path." He continued, "Not long ago, after I had a breakthrough, Big Brother taught me about this weapon's hidden power. Qisong had also been taught, and Yin Wuxin was stunned. What? You're saying the weapon he gave us has a hidden power like that?" Not to be outdone, Yin Wuxin declared, "I have to go ask Big Brother to teach me, too." Yao Lin stopped him. "Forget it. Big Brother said not to bother him unless we achieve a breakthrough first. That's why Long Zhen has been training day and night." Yin Wuxin raised an eyebrow. "So that's why he's been training like a madman." Yao Lin warned, "If you want to unlock the power of your divine weapon, you'd better start climbing that mountain. If you can't show progress through your own training, begging Big Brother 100 times will be useless." The notoriously lazy Yin Wuxin felt a fire light under him. He declared, "Just you wait. I'll definitely grow stronger and master my divine weapon's power." The other 2 just grunted noncommittally. Qisong smiled, satisfied. "Looks like he's finally fired up." Yao Lin agreed. "Yeah." He looked around. "But wait, where's Xiao Ling?" She was currently caught in a rather awkward situation. Xiao Ling's face was flushed. Big Brother. You're." Just then, that damned system window popped up again. Choose one of 4 dialogue options. Xue Hui was beyond stressed. What is this? Why are all these choices so weird? The first 3 options are clearly the words of a total pervert. He hesitated, with no other choice. The 4th option seemed the safest, but so far, the worst-sounding choice had always yielded the best results. Xue Hui's mind raced. If I picked the worst option here, could it possibly lead to the best outcome? But he shook his head. No. No matter what, I just can't bring myself to choose that one. As expected, Xue Hui chose option 4. "My training was a success. Do you have anything I can use to cover up?" "Hand it over." Xiaoling was startled. Without hesitation, she began taking off her outer robe. He was taken aback, a faint blush creeping onto his face. Xiaoling handed the garment to Xue Hui. "Ah, here." He took it. "Thanks." But the system wasn't done with him yet. Another 3 choices appeared. Xue Hui was about to lose his mind. How in the world did I end up in this situation? Damn it. He picked the safe option, trying to deflect with a joke. "To be honest, I didn't want to cover up, but I guess I have to." She shyly turned her head away. "It's not like there's anything worth looking at anyway." Xu Hu forced a smile. Xiao Ling's eyesight must be getting bad. He quickly changed the subject. "We can talk about that later." "What brought you here?" Xiao Ling replied. "My training. It bore fruit." "So?" He turned to look at her. "I don't even need to ask. The internal energy surging within you. Lin, it's clear you've become much stronger." Tuit Hui praised her. "Good. It seems you're finally ready. I will now pass the technique on to you. The power of the divine weapon." She shouted with fierce determination, "I'm ready." The system then guided her through activating the special skill of the Ghost Lotus Airing. He held the hidden weapon aloft. Watch closely. Then, with a powerful spin, Tuit Hui unleashed it, and a distant boulder instantly exploded into dust. Lin was stunned. "Just now. You didn't even throw it. That was pure internal energy taking flight." She was speechless as Tuit Hui explained, "That's right. I never threw the weapon at all. My internal energy simply took its shape and projected itself outward. And what's more, it's not just incredibly fast. It also has considerable range, along with the power to explode on impact. He handed the weapon back to her. This divine weapon isn't something you can master in just 1 or 2 tries. I'll be staying here for at least 1 month, so you must practice until it becomes second nature. Tiulin was practically buzzing with excitement. Thank you, big brother. Then, she brought up the promise they had made. An expectant look filled Tiulin's face. So, when are we going to do it? Yet Howie looked completely lost. At the end of the month, she tried to hide her crushing disappointment. You don't remember? It's fine. As Tiuling walked away, she added, if you remember later, just let me know. Her face was full of regret. I will always be waiting for you. Tuat Hai stood frozen, watching her figure disappear into the distance. He scratched his head in frustration. What was she talking about? The promise we made? Suddenly, a memory fragment flashed in Tuat Hai's mind. Was it when she asked, before the day of your choice arrives, will you grant me one passionate night? Or was it when she said, let's escape this hell together? Tuat Hui speculated. Are these events that happened back at the Tianri gate? His head throbbed. So which of the 2 promises was she talking about? It felt like everything ended on a cliffhanger, like other outcomes were possible. A wave of regret hit Tuat Hui. I knew it. In the previous choices, I should have picked the worst or the second worst option. I chose the best option to avoid the absolute worst outcome. I really thought that by doing so, I could escape the danger unscathed. He ran his hands through his hair. Damn it. Even though I knew the answer, why did I make that same choice? You absolute idiot. Tuat Hui let out a long sigh. In any case, it's too late for regrets now. If I want to know the truth, the only way is to die and return to this very moment. He sighed again. These sudden choices that appear are always beyond my prediction. I can only be angry at myself for being so shamelessly manipulated by it. A system notification informed Tuat Hai he had learned 2 new skills without realizing it. I've reached the pinnacle of the transcendent realm. He muttered warily. It gives, and then it takes away. His status window appeared, and he noticed something odd. Combat. Power isn't displayed. Does it need time to measure, or is it simply immeasurable now? And this skill, Art of the Extreme Ice Calamity. What is this? I've never seen it before. Tuat Hui checked the instructions. The system told him to apply his blood to both eyes. He was skeptical. Apply blood to my eyes? I can't even imagine what that does, but I'll give it a try. So, he made a cut on the back of his hand and, following the instructions, smeared the blood over his eyes. A surge of internal energy rose within Tuat Hai, but he didn't feel anything strange. Nothing seemed to happen at all. But then, Tuat Hai noticed the blood dripping from his hand seemed to fall in slow motion. He was stunned. What is this? It was as if time itself had been fractured into individual frames of a film, grinding to an impossibly slow crawl. After what felt like ages, a single drop of blood from Tuat Hui's hand finally hit the ground. He was in awe. Unbelievable. This is the power to bind time itself. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. The effect lasted for about 5 breaths. He finally understood. This ability locked the flow of time for the world, while granting him a concentrated period of awareness. Within this incredibly slow-moving stream of time, he could still move freely. Tuat Hai was amazed. This time, I've obtained something truly phenomenal. A thought came to him. I'm suddenly curious. Now that I've broken through another wall and reached the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, Tuat Hui was eager to try a simulated battle. Just how much stronger have I become? He decided his opponent would be Master Ku Diem of the Hue Shan sect. Let's see. Tuat Hai calmly faced his opponent. He could immediately tell. He was completely different than he was before. Is it because I've reached the transcendent realm that my senses, like hearing and touch, have become so much sharper? He focused his awareness. From the faintest tremor to the most powerful shockwave, he could perceive it all, in perfect detail. Tuat Hui's perception took in everything. From the songs of distant birds to the crawling of the smallest insects, even the invisible sound of the wind, every single distinct sound was isolated and transmitted, awakening his heightened sense of hearing. He relaxed his body, and it's not just that. The feeling of the ground under my feet, the clothes on my skin, my own breath, even the breathing of Taoist Master Zhu Yan across from me, was crystal clear. Time slowed to a crawl. Despite witnessing the immense power of Taoist Master Zhu Yan, Xue Hui remained completely unfazed. He felt no sense of dread whatsoever. The moment the system signaled the battle's start, Zhu Yan shot forward like a bullet. The match begins. A smirk played on Xue Hui's lips, certain of his victory. The moment the signal was given, Zhu Yan charged forward. Xue Hui dodged with effortless grace, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. What is this? The old man's relentless assault was completely useless. He couldn't land a single blow on Xue Hui. Has Jiu Yan gotten slower? He launched a gentle counter, pushing Jiu Yan back with ease. The old man gritted his teeth, struggling to defend. Xue Hui could hardly believe it. He's so weak. Our martial arts realms aren't even that far apart. So what's the real difference? He analyzed Jiu Yan's realm. Initial godhood, a standard level. What the righteous sects call godhood, the demonic cult calls initial demon. Xue Hui considered his own current power level. He figured he was somewhere between the peak of transcendent and initial demon. He muttered, so our levels are roughly the same. Then the massive gap in physical strength and internal energy must be creating this overwhelming difference. Yes, that has to be it. Time for a little provocation. Go on, use your plum blossom sword art. Attack me with everything you've got. That's the only way this will be interesting. Insulted, Jiu Yan flew into a rage. What? He unleashed the most refined techniques of his sword style. You damn bastard. But he still couldn't land a hit. Xue Hui analyzed the style. The plum blossom sword art is based on the opponent's movements. It's a form that predicts paths of attack and retreat, focusing so much on elegance, flair, and sharpness that it neglects actually taking the opponent's life. Elder Ma was only able to graze his cheek because of its built-in escape route. Xue Hui realized the movements of the plum blossom sword art are replaying in my mind, making it effortless to dodge. Jiu Yan gasped for breath. He was exhausted and filled with despair. Xue Hui taunted, is that regret on your face because your attacks won't land? Go on, struggle a little more. This is just starting to get fun. The old man charged with pure killing intent. You arrogant brat. But Xue Hui simply took some of his own blood and smeared it over his eye. System activated, extreme ice art. Instantly, time slowed to a crawl and Jiu Yan froze in midair. A victor's smile spread across Xue Hui's face. He took a single step, swung his sword with chilling grace, and aimed directly for the weak point. With one clean strike, Gu Jiu Yan was sliced in two. His heavy sword clattered to the ground as time snapped back to normal. System confirmation. You are victorious. The old man's afterimage vanished. Xue Hui let out a breath. I've gotten much stronger, stronger than before. My physical strength and internal energy have increased tenfold. This outcome was inevitable, Xue Hui affirmed. But this is still only a partial awakening. I feel it for two reasons. He opened his status window to check. First, my stats. My combat power is verifiably higher, but to reach the initial demon realm, I need at least 3 million. Xue Hui recalled the face of Simo Gui, because the minimum power confirmed by Patriarch Tai Huang was 3 million. I still have a long way to go. Later that afternoon, Xue Hui pondered alone. The second reason is my energy circulation. Why didn't I reach the initial demon realm and instead stopped at the limit of the transcendent god stage? He sat by a tree. Even though I've opened my Ren and Du meridians, and even the Chong meridian, I still can't achieve the grand heavenly circulation. Xue Hui sighed with exhaustion. The Baihui point on my crown is only halfway open. He steeled his resolve. I have to find a path of my own. Xue Hui stood at a crossroads. Even though I possess 4 incredibly powerful demonic arts, they've now become an obstacle to my growth. There are too many paths before me. I don't know which one to take. He looked down at his own calloused hands. So in the end, all I can do is train my body, cultivate my inner energy, and temper my spirit, and continue on the righteous path. Xue Hui clenched his fist. At times like these, I wonder if I had a master. Would you guide me right now? Watching the sunset, he felt a wave of nostalgia. For some reason, I really miss someone today. The next morning, after the sun had risen high, Yin Wuxin called out, Brothers, gather round. Xiaoling rubbed her eyes, frowning. What's all this noise? So early in the morning? Yao Lin greeted her cheerfully. You're awake, she scowled. What's going on? He gave a wry smile and pointed at the others. Yin Wuxin and Long Zhou were grinning ear to ear. He boasted with pride, we've finally obtained the power of the divine weapons. Xiaoling was confused. Then just show them off. Why call me over too? Qisong explained. We wanted to ask the captain to judge which of our divine weapons is superior. Yao Lin shrugged. This isn't the first time they've done this. She sighed at their childish game. Long Zhou stepped back. All right, you go first. Yin Wuxin eagerly agreed. Fine. He gave a nasty, smug smirk. Has everyone heard of the phantom step technique? Yin Wuxin began to explain as he drew his sword. It's a legendary footwork that's only possible once you reach the initial demon realm. The speed is so immense, it tricks people into seeing one person become two which is how it got its name. He looked incredibly proud. Now, why am I telling you this? Because the ability of my divine weapon is to create 4 phantom steps, Yin Wu Xin announced. And that's not all. When I swing my blade at a target, 4 phantoms strike from 4 different directions to annihilate my enemy. The 2 of them were stunned. For real? Is that even possible? He pointed his sword to the sky. Now, watch this. The divine weapons of your abilities are a world apart from mine. Yin Wuxin began to activate the skill of his willow leaf saber. Sudden evil. For some bizarre reason, he started doing squats, shouting with each movement. Sudden evil. Sudden evil. No one had a clue what was happening. Ignoring the strange looks aimed his way, Yin Wuxin continued his chant. The others just stared, completely bewildered. What is this? Finally, the ridiculous performance ended. He dashed forward, unleashing his ultimate technique, the pervasive evil excavation secret. Just as the intro described, 4 versions of Yin Wuxin appeared, striking from all 4 directions. Everyone's jaws dropped in admiration. He smirked with satisfaction. So, what do you think of my divine weapon's power? Qi Song had to admit it was impressive. But then Longjin stepped onto the stage. That's not all. My weapon is even more formidable. Now, watch closely. He also began a series of strange, theatrical moves before activating the skill of his moon's saber. Moonlit flight, he yelled, shaking it up and down. Xiaoling looked annoyed. Does he really have to make all that noise? Besides, Yaoling guessed, all those earlier movements seemed totally unnecessary. I think our leader is just messing with us. Longzhen lowered his head, then snapped it back up. Ascend. But this time was different. In a flash, he was gone. He leaped over his opponent's head, using the height to strike down from above. In an instant, it was as if he had teleported. Yaolin gasped. He vanished. Qisong pointed to the sky. No, he's up there. That height, it's unbelievable. The 2 of them stared up at the heavens. Is he walking on air? It's more than that. It's practically instantaneous movement. Everyone was torn. Both of them were extraordinary. It was impossible to say who was superior. Longjin smiled and asked, how was that? Yin Wuxin extended a hand. Brilliant. It seemed they had reached an understanding. You too. Qisong felt awkward. He knew their leader was just playing around with those weird moves. Should I tell them? Xiaoling frowned. Just leave it. We can tell them when they're on the verge of death. Suddenly, the ground rumbled with the sound of crashing rock. Yao Lin jumped. What was that? A landslide. She looked toward the mountain. No, not a landslide. That spot. Xiaoling realized it was where their leader was. Xue Hui stood at the foot of the mountain, taking a deep breath. He was practicing the Asura-violent sun art. He charged forward and swung his sword as instructed, and the air around him sizzled as if set ablaze. Xue Hui unleashed a devastating blast that completely shattered the mountain before him, the very cause of the tremor everyone felt. He felt a rush of excitement. So this is the Asura-violent sun art. Xue Hui examined it carefully. Unlike a normal fire, this flame continued to burn even as the explosion rocked the earth. Once again, he was awestruck by the sheer power of Tai Huang Jiao Zhu, the one who mastered the fire calamity demonic art and reached the super demon realm. A shiver ran down his spine. Even more incredible, this wasn't the strongest technique of the art. There was another level above it, the Hell's extermination art. This demonic art was said to possess a power that did not exist in the natural world. Xue Hai was filled with anticipation. A fire art that no mortal could withstand. Legend said it could only be used upon reaching the extreme demon realm. What would it be like to achieve that state? He continued his training. Now, it's time to test Super Wind God. Someone has already demonstrated this technique, so I have a good idea of its power. Just like the original Wind God technique, the conditions to use it are a bit complex, but that shouldn't be a problem. Xue Hui took a few steps, feeling the boots he received from Elder Bai Hun. Thanks to them, his required stats were finally high enough. Alright. Without these, I couldn't even attempt Super Wind God, since I still don't fully understand what it means to be neutral. After some thought, Xue Hui realized. In other words, if I lose these boots, moving forward will become incredibly difficult. He pondered. This doesn't just apply to me, but to the lives of my subordinates as well. The rule that a weapon I carry upon regressing will drop at my death location seems to apply to my subordinates in the same way. Xue Hui recalled the memory. When I told Longjin about this ability and asked about his previous weapon, he just stared at me blankly. Huh. What? What are you talking about? He had absolutely no memory of it. He tightened his grip on his sword. If I die first, I'll never know where my subordinates lost their weapons because I won't know what they did in their past lives. Xue Hui set his sword aside. My life, this ability grants me godlike power, but the more I rely on it, the more I stand to lose. This sword has the effect of doubling the power of Super Wind God. First, I should test the technique's inherent strength. He thought to himself, the curse and the opportunity that have fallen upon me. Sometimes they seem to create simple situations, but they're actually designed with incredible complexity, as if it's all part of someone's grand design. Xue Hui threw a punch imbued with super wind god. Its power was nearly on par with using a sword, which would be incredibly useful in a crisis. He remembered the one who guided him. Xue Hui to admit, you were right. The sheer force of this technique was something only a handful of supreme demonic masters could fully unleash. The 5 of them rushed over, their faces etched with concern. Elder brother, what happened? He calmly reassured them, it's nothing. I was just practicing a little. Xue Hui smiled, oh, is that so? It seems you've all gotten much stronger. I can tell with just a glance. He then made a decision. At this level, I believe we can finally return to the main sect. Xue Hui began to walk, thinking to himself that once time truly began to flow again, leaving this place would be no easy task. He moved with caution, aware of the footsteps shadowing him, knowing his subordinates' powers would be severely weakened. This time, I must fight as if it's my last, and give it everything I've got. As if on cue, the system asked if Xue Hui wanted to return to the main sect. A confident smirk spread across his face. Perfect timing. Xue Hui led his followers forward. Time to go back. In the blink of an eye, he was back in his familiar room. After 6 months of hellish training, Xue Hui was utterly exhausted. The system asked if he wanted to save his progress. Xue Hui decisively chose not to. He collapsed onto his bed. There's no need to save. This regression will be the last time I walk this path. If I'm forced to return again, it'll be to a point much sooner than this. Xue Hui sighed. I have no desire to go through that training hell ever again. A new day dawned. The moment he awoke, the system presented him with new options. Xue Hui steeled his resolve. Only 2 months left. I have to finish what I started. It offered him 2 choices. Gon, Ma, and the Black Dog. Difficult missions take more time, sometimes lasting over a month. Xue Hui calculated his options. Considering the rewards, this path seems like the best bet. He decided to follow Gon Ma. The system asked if he wanted to transport with his subordinates, and he chose to go with them. The scene shifted instantly, and the friendly face of Gon Ma appeared before him in a flash. Ah, you've arrived, he said. Don't mind the crowd, I'm gathering my subordinates. Gon Ma explained, I'm organizing a small martial arts tournament to boost morale and foster some unity. It's a chance for everyone to gauge each other's strength, and a place to mend those cat and dog relationships. Gon Ma smoothly swept back his long hair. Plus, if anyone's been overlooked because of their rank, this is their chance to earn massive rewards and strengthen their inner power. He then asked, so, do you want to participate? The system gave him 2 choices, join or observe. Xue Hui thought to himself, there's absolutely no reason to refuse. This is one of Gon Ma's missions, which means a reward is guaranteed. He chose to participate with his subordinates. Gon Ma beamed. Excellent choice. I'll let you know once the match schedule is set. Xue Hui was taken aback. A match schedule? The scenery changed again. The roar of a crowd echoed from the grand stage, overwhelming him slightly. Across the way, he spotted a few familiar faces, with another squad right beside them. Xue Hui was amazed. The entire Hidden Shadow Corps is gathered here. Yu Moonshim whispered, Captain, do you see them? He pointed. That's the legendary 7 assassins, Gon Ma's personal guard. Yangjin looked confused. But if they're the 7 assassins, shouldn't there be 7 of them? Why is one missing? He didn't know either. Maybe one's on a mission. For sure. Not just anyone gets to wear those pure black uniforms. Xue Hui's brow furrowed. I know they're the 7 assassins. And he knew exactly who was missing from that empty spot. Xue Hui recalled the face of Ma Tae-ryong. In this timeline, he was captured as a prisoner of war during a mission, which is why he isn't here now. So Ling spoke up. So does that mean they are the 4 grand vassals? Behind Gon Ma, 4 figures sat waiting, looking extremely intrigued. She gossiped, I heard that among them is a warrior at the Supreme Demon level. Yang Jin chimed in. No way, they're all at the Super Demon level. Yorim added, normally, yes, but there are rumors they conceal their true strength. He raised a question. If the rumor about Gon Ma having a Supreme Demon Master is true, what would that even mean? So Ling was shocked. Where did you hear something like that? Yorim replied, well, I heard it from. Suddenly, Zhao Song asked Yu Moon Shim, isn't that man your former master? He looked stunned. What? Yang Jin recognized him. Whoa, you're right. Elder Yu Chong Guan is here too. He was quite surprised. I heard he knew Captain Xue Hui. I never expected him to support the 4th disciple, Gon Ma. Yu Moon Shim scoffed. That old geezer won't be much help. Yang Jin was hesitant. Huh? How can you talk about your former master like that? Yung Shim insisted. It's true. That old man is so eccentric, he'll be useless. Despite his defiant attitude, the other four all thought, that's not really for you to decide. Soling commented. Still, having 5 elders on his side isn't bad. Jeoksong was shocked. Not bad? I heard there are over 30 elders at the main sect. She explained, no, Akryong, the third disciple, also only has 5 elders supporting him. Besides, Gonma only had 3 elders who publicly backed him before. Soling revealed that Gonma had managed to persuade 2 more to join his side. An instructor stepped onto the stage. He announced loudly, I welcome all of you, loyal followers of Gonma, the 4th disciple of the divine cult. The instructor's voice boomed. Due to your demanding duties, many of you, despite serving under Gonma, have never met. Today is an opportunity for you to get acquainted and build the bonds of brotherhood. He gave a brief reason for the gathering. However, if we just met up to eat and drink, this would be nothing more than a gathering of common thugs. This wasn't a test from the divine cult. This was a stage to prove one's true worth. The instructor called out, if you have confidence in your skills, step forward. His speech made it clear that everyone was welcome. All who had trained hard, now is your chance. And of course, a tournament meant rewards. Anyone who displayed outstanding skill and gained recognition here would receive a grand prize from Kunma himself. The powerful figure watched from the highest seat, looking down on them all. The instructor promised a fair fight, disciple against disciple, captain against captain. Opponents would be matched by skill level. Each person would only have 1 match. You were expected to give it your all. Even pushing your opponent to the brink of death was permitted. I will intervene to prevent any permanent tragedies. Just as the speech ended, Xue Hui felt a surge of readiness. The time for the skill evaluation had finally begun. The instructor declared, all right then, let the evaluation begin. His voice echoed across the platform, calling to the squad members. Some were eager, others were filled with fear. The call was for everyone. Step into the arena. The system's log scrolled endlessly. For Xue Hui, it felt as though time itself was speeding up. The results were already in. And the system displayed the crowd's reaction. Most were either disappointed or completely uninterested in the tournament. He felt a knot of tension in his stomach. I've trained the vice captains personally, but I never had the chance to meet the regular squad members. As a result, the vice captain's abilities had skyrocketed, but the strength of the ordinary members had stagnated. Looking at the situation, Xue Hui thought to himself, perhaps I need to train the regular members directly, not just the vice captains. The instructor's voice boomed again. All right, next up is the match between vice captains. Who has the confidence to step forward first? Xue Hui looked up. A fight between the vice captains already? A figure emerged from the crowd. I will go first. It was Hong Ji. His combat power was impressive. Xue Hui was surprised. Huh? I haven't even switched to the official mode yet, but I can already see his stats. The crowd roared with excitement. It's the vice captain of the 4 Emperors' first squad. It's Lord Hong Ji. Go kill them all. He was clearly a vice captain in name, but his power was already on par with a full-fledged captain. He's probably as strong as I was before my reincarnation. Xue Hui saw the man's expression harden. He was no less of a threat than Wu Jun. It seemed Wu Jun had also recognized his opponent's immense strength. The instructor called out, the first participant for the vice captain's match is Hong Ji, vice captain of the 4 Emperors' first squad. Does anyone dare to challenge him? A selection window appeared, forcing Xue Hui to choose a fighter. Xue Hui considered his options. Choosing someone with higher combat power seems logical, but my experience tells me that's not the whole story. He knew for a fact that combat power was just a number, unless the gap was overwhelmingly massive. Otherwise, the one with superior stamina and internal energy would win. In that case, among my subordinates, the first one who broke through his own mental barriers, Xue Hui made his choice. Qi Song. Leave it to me. Suddenly, the system prompted him. Spectate the match. He looked at his subordinate, deep in thought. Spectate. Xue Hui selected yes. A hidden quest had been activated. The conditions were simple. The system displayed the rewards and penalties. He was confused. Golden belt? What is this? What do these 4 slots mean? In the arena, Qi Song and Hong Ji faced off. Hong Ji immediately sneered at his opponent with contempt. My opponent is just some vice captain, one of those cowards who only knows how to hide behind others. It's pathetic, wasting my only duel on a small fry like you. You're only good at sneaking around. Qi Song calmly replied, that's nothing new. I've been mocked and ridiculed my entire life. He drew his sword. But after this fight, everything will change. With a look of disbelief and baseless fury, Hong Ji clicked his tongue. You're just a brat who knows nothing, trying to act tough. Qi Song shook his head. We'll see who knows nothing. You've already judged me without a fight, just like a vice-captain of the 4 emperors. No wonder your entire squad is so pathetic. The taunt hit its mark. He was easily provoked. You bastard. The instructor's voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Both of you are ready. He quickly started the match. Then, begin. Hongji lunged forward instantly. To everyone's surprise, Qisong just started shaking his head back and forth. Xue Hui was startled. Is he planning to use that technique? He's mastered it to that extent already. At a glance, it looked like Hongji had the upper hand. Hongji relentlessly pressured his opponent. Meanwhile, Qisong seemed to be struggling. Hongji landed a powerful slash across Qisong's body, sending him flying. Qisong gritted his teeth, a look of helplessness on his face. But Xue Hui knew. He had judged the situation too quickly. His opponent was just making meaningless head movements in front of him. Against such a foe, Hongji couldn't afford to miss this opening. Hongji unleashed a vicious thrust, aiming straight for the heart with deadly intent. But Qisong skillfully parried every blow before landing safely. Just before Hongji could deliver the finishing blow, Qisong's expression changed completely. He smirked, as if this was his plan all along. Qisong had been waiting for the perfect moment. Blazing heat explosions soared. Hongji's eyes bulged as he was engulfed by a violent explosion. Yin Muxin gasped in shock. What? What was that? How can he use that technique? Xue Hui was also stunned. That kid, Qisong. He planned this from the very beginning. A thrill of excitement ran through Xue Hui. He intentionally created an opening to lure his opponent in, then leaped into the air. Hongji had taken significant damage. He quickly created some distance. It hit him. His opponent thought an aerial battle would be the best way to use his high-heat muscle blade. Qitong's eyes blazed with confidence as he spoke, stunning the entire crowd. Hong Xin could only grit his teeth in fury. Qitong decided it was time to end this. But just then, the instructor intervened. That's enough, he declared. The winner is the vice-captain, Qitong. The system also registered his victory, extracting the reactions from the field. Everyone was buzzing about Qitong's incredible talent. Yao Lin praised him. Excellent work. Yin Muxin was absolutely thrilled. Finally, a worthy rival for me. Long Zhen celebrated. I knew you had it in you. Even Xue Hui silently acknowledged. You've grown so much stronger, Qitong. You must choose the next combatant. All right, for the second match between vice-captains. Who's stepping up this time? Xue Hui looked at Qitong, knowing his subordinate's power had soared. I can trust them now, he thought. No need to overthink it. The second match goes to Yao Lin. I'll handle that guy myself. Next up is Long Zhen, he announced. I've been waiting for this moment. This time, he didn't even bother to watch the match. The results were exactly as he predicted. Both Yao Lin and Long Zhen claimed victory. Xue Hui monitored the field's reaction. Based on the crowd's chatter, it seemed Yao Lin used his warmth fiend art to win. Long Zhen, however, was a bit more reserved, with Kunmo offering only a brief comment. Xue Hui wondered. Besides Kunmo, no one else is reacting to Long Zhen. Was his performance not noteworthy? The instructor boomed. All right, let's continue. Only 2 choices remain. Will it be Xiaoling this time? For this match alone, Xue Hui chose to observe. Let's see just how much she has grown. Her opponent was a man named Xue Hui. The man immediately started running his mouth. Oh, my opponent is a woman? Not bad. Instead of a dump like the vice-captain's team, why not join mine? A truly disgusting smirk spread across Xue Hui's face. Come on, I'll treat you well. Xiaoling's expression remained like ice. Yao Lin seethed at his words. What the hell is that bastard saying? Even Xue Hui, watching from the side, had to restrain himself. She growled, her voice low. Disgusting. He raised an eyebrow in mock surprise. What did you say? Xiaoling made her contempt perfectly clear. You stink. Can you shut your mouth? Xue Hui exploded with rage. You damn brat. I was going to go easy on you, but it seems that's not an option anymore. She was unfazed. Don't worry. After this match, you will. The instructor called out, Begin. Xiaoling instantly closed the distance to her opponent. She was fierce and decisive. Fear me. The man could only scramble away like a dog with its tail between its legs, cold sweat pouring down his back. The crowd roared with support. That's it. Go on. Kill him. You can do it, Xiaoling. In a matter of moments, she sent his sword flying from his grasp. The instructor stepped in. The match is over. Xiaoling's face showed no surprise at the outcome. Yin Wuxin burst out laughing. What a shame. She should have finished that scum. Yao Lin was ecstatic. Great job. You've gotten so much stronger, haven't you? She simply remarked that her opponent was too weak. Xue Hui praised her. Well done. Xiaoling bowed her head to accept the compliment, a happy smile finally gracing her lips. He felt a sense of relief seeing his teammates' growth. Only one person left. It's finally Yin Wuxin's turn. Xue Hui chose not to watch this one. Yin Wuxin had also become much stronger, but the result was completely unexpected. Yin Wuxin had lost. He stared in disbelief, unable to understand why. Qi Tong and Yao Lin looked exasperated. That idiot. Why did he pull that thing out in the middle of a fight? I knew you'd do something like this. He just couldn't process how a loss was possible. The opponent's combat power was a mere 2 million. Looking at the situation in the arena, Xue Hui still couldn't figure it out. There was no way he should have lost in that scenario. Just then, the system appeared, offering to help him find the reason for the failure. Xue Hui immediately started the review. A video replay quickly flashed on screen, showing Yin Wuxin acting like a complete clown. His bizarre antics left his opponent speechless. The opponent just stood there, completely baffled. Xue Hui finally understood. Yin Wuxin had tried to use the power of a divine weapon, but was stopped. Seeing his strange movements when the opponent attacked, the instructor must have assumed he was unable to fight, ending the match on the spot. Yin Wuxin desperately pleaded with the instructor. I can still fight. Seriously. I'm not incapacitated. Xue Hui silently learned a lesson. That ridiculous frog pose, meant as a joke, had led to this disastrous result. This is my fault, he thought. I'm sorry, Yin Wuxin. The man was still trying to explain. It's true. I'm telling you. But there was no miracle for Yin Wuxin. The instructor moved on. Next up are the captain-level matches. Who will step into the arena? The event was finally reaching its climax. The captains themselves were the last to take the stage. Xue Hui had been ready for a long time. The system informed him that Xu Yuan wouldn't fight, having already... The system suddenly gave him 2 additional choices besides fighting. I thought entering the fight was a given, but it turns out it's an option. Xue Hui was getting used to these strange twists. I think I get the gist of it. As always, the system wants to push this situation to the absolute extreme. He made his choice. All right, then. Let's ride this wave and see where it goes. Xue Hui selected the option to provoke his opponent as he walked onto the stage. The instructor could tell with a single glance that he was no ordinary fighter. Xue Hui's opponent was slowly approaching, and the system identified him as Huo Chun. With the stats on full display, he let his attitude show. Xue Hui shrugged mockingly. You want me to fight this nobody? The man was shocked. How dare you speak with such disrespect? The challenger shot back. Am I getting on your nerves? Then come on. The old man glanced over at Xue Hui, lost in thought. The instructor looked at Huo Chun and had to agree. The kid really did look weak. Fine. I'll give you a stronger opponent. Huo Chun was left stunned as the instructor walked right past him, stuttering in disbelief. Hey, you. The instructor is calling you to the fighting stage. The man responded with a stern, understood, leaving Xue Hui just as confused. Huh. Why the change? Da Yuan's stats were clearly on another level compared to Huo Chun's. The loser clicked his tongue as he stepped down, while the newcomer offered a polite bow. A flicker of recognition crossed Yin Wuxin's face. Could that guy be? Xiaoling immediately asked, You know him. He answered, See that skinny old man sitting in the elder's chair? That fighter is his direct disciple. Yin Wuxin explained. After joining the Kunmo faction, it seems the old master brought his student along, just like the others did. She worried. Just how strong is he? He replied, He's pretty famous among the elder's disciples back at the main headquarters. Yin Wuxin knew the details well. There's a place they call the Sparring Society where disciples gather to exchange techniques and train. Out of the 50 members, I remember he ranked 10th. Xiaoling was astonished. 10th place among the elder's disciples? Wouldn't that make him a champion in the Hidden Shadow Troop? She grew worried about the fight. He could only agree. This is definitely going to be difficult. Xiaoling sank into thought before asking, Yin Wuxin, what was your rank? Yin Wuxin just gave a bitter smile. Me? I don't have one. I was kicked out. The instructor turned back to Xue Hui. Are you ready yet? The young man stared at the selection screen before him. I thought this was supposed to be over. It's still not finished? Xue Hui had figured out the pattern. Even if a choice made the situation worse, this type of question never led to the absolute worst ending. Overcome the crisis, and the situation becomes more favorable. He provoked his opponent again. 3 moves. Xue Hui suddenly declared, I'll finish this within 3 moves. Both the instructor and Da Yuan were completely stunned. The instructor let out a sharp laugh. Now this has my full attention. I just heard something very interesting. The Ziling captain here says he will defeat Si Huang Da Yuan, a disciple of the elders, within 3 breaths. With just a few arrogant words, all eyes were now fixed on them. Even the great Kunmo couldn't look away. The instructor burst into a hearty laugh. Excellent. In that case, if you don't finish this in 3 breaths, the Ziling captain loses by default. However, If Captain Si Huang loses, you must take full responsibility for your boastful words. Xue Hui felt a thrill of excitement. No problem. I'm confident in these conditions. But the system immediately presented another series of choices. He was startled. Again, Xue Hui grit his teeth, annoyed. This system definitely gets a kick out of seeing me in a tight spot. In the past, I might have just played along with this monster's games. But things are different now. He steeled his resolve. After these impossible choices, the reward would be even greater. Higher risk means a higher reward. He couldn't pass this up. Xue Hui slammed the tip of his sword into the floor, provoking him again. One move. He was the very picture of arrogance and conceit. On second thought, this is better. 3 moves seems a little boring, doesn't it? Da Yuan was about to lose his composure. This arrogant bastard. Xue Hui maintained his haughty expression. That is, until the system announced that the reward for winning would be a special event. He was genuinely surprised. A special event? The instructor clapped enthusiastically. Let me repeat. The Zealing captain says 3 moves is too long. He will end this in a single move. He spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. 1 move. Just a single move. What an audacious young man. His opponent's patience had finally run out. I'm going to tear that mouth of yours apart. Xue Hui remained completely unfazed. Such terrifying killing intent, it was impressive. But he had faced down countless powerful foes. This level of intimidation had no effect on him. All right, time to switch to combat simulation mode. But Xue Hui suddenly paused, stopping to think. If I use that power on such a mediocre opponent, I'll only become more dependent on it later. Xue Hui made up his mind. Except in special cases, I want to fight with my own judgment. He already had a counter-strategy. To take him down in one move, there's only one way. Xue Hui sliced the back of his hand. Time seal technique, extreme ice art. The instructor gave the signal. Now, begin. He had calculated everything. Victory or defeat would be decided in a single offensive and defensive exchange. Da Yuan sneered. Why are you just standing there? What's wrong? You talked about killing me, but now that it's time to fight, are you scared? The man had already regained his calm, a warrior tempered by harsh training. Xue Hui finally spoke. I am the captain of the Ziling, a unit that specializes in assassination. And because of that, we are always looked down upon by the other captains. He smeared the blood across his eyes. But that changes now, because I am here to prove our worth. Da Yuan was on guard. What are you doing? Xue Hui began to explain. This is a little, but he was cut off. I have no interest in watching. Da Yuan's eyes flew open as a fierce aura exploded around him. Xue Hui was shocked. This is battle aura. The instructor's face revealed nothing at all. Oh, this guy is using the blood diamond demonic art, a technique perfected through countless lives, allowing its user to wield power far exceeding their own limits. It's incredibly difficult to master, and one of the highest level demonic arts known to the Blood Path sect. Its essence is to see an opponent's every move. The man scoffed. 1 move? You'll be lucky just to survive this. Da Yuan laughed like a man possessed. Then let's begin. Xue Hui tightened his grip on his sword, steeling his resolve. Both sides were poised for battle. The instructor's voice boomed, begin. And in an instant, both warriors gripped their weapons. Xue Hui lowered his center of gravity and lunged forward. Da Yuan just sneered, how foolish. Daring to attack first while channeling the blood diamond demonic art. In my view, his pupils glowed a terrifying crimson as he stepped on the exact red tiles Da Yuan had already foreseen. Every move you make has already been seen, he declared with absolute confidence. The blood path reveals the way of your opponent. You've chosen the worst possible move. But then, suddenly, Da Yuan's vision went blank. He realized with a jolt of shock, what? The blood path's predictions were slower than Captain Ziling's actual movements. Da Yuan couldn't believe his eyes. He had surpassed the limits of what the blood path could even follow. While he was still reeling, Xue Hui had already closed the distance. How could he be that fast? He threw a powerful punch, and Da Yuan took the full, devastating impact. He let out a groan of agony. The blow sent Da Yuan flying completely off the stage. The instructor's face drained of color, and the entire team shuddered in shock. Only Kun Mo wore a satisfied smirk. He muttered under his breath. That was too close for comfort. Xue Hui let out a sigh of relief. He nearly killed the man. Da Yuan lay sprawled on the ground, his breathing ragged. The instructor confirmed he wasn't dead. I assessed him. Even though I didn't channel my internal energy, he must have suffered significant internal damage. The instructor was stunned. To be this strong without using internal energy, Xue Hui wiped away some blood, thinking to himself. The extreme ice art is still incredibly difficult to control. Even though I tried to pull back my strength at the last second, I never expected to send him flying that far. He told himself, while everything around me moves in slow motion, I can still move at normal speed, completely unaffected. So I just sped up my run a little, and my punch became faster too. Xue Hui tried to recall, but what speed was I even running at? The sensation was so hard to grasp. The instructor suddenly asked, "Who is your master?" He stared blankly. "What?" The instructor stated firmly. "You must have a master, because you've already reached the transcendent demonic realm." Xue Hui was floored. Transcendent demonic. Me? The entire arena erupted in a frenzy as the elders began to discuss the outcome with great excitement. One of the 7 killing blades analyzed the fight with admiration, while the 4 gentlemen watched every single development without blinking. He was bewildered. It seems things are heading in a very unexpected direction. I haven't even reached the transcendent demonic realm yet. The man looked over the scene once more, then made his decision. It seems no further evaluation is necessary. Xue Hui noticed someone standing beside Kun Mo. The man was staring at him with a piercing, curious gaze. The instructor announced loudly, "For this sparring match, Captain Ziling is the victor." Everyone cheered, but Yin Wuxin was the most ecstatic of all. "That's our Captain Ziling. My master is the absolute best." The system registered his victory. Suddenly, one of the 7 killing blades approached Xue Hui and asked, "Care for a match against me?" A screen popped up, announcing a side event. It detailed the rewards and penalties for the fight. He was stunned. "Join the 7 killing blades if I win." Xue Hui's eyes widened. This was just like the path of fate that Kun Mo had offered him before. In other words, the road ahead was about to change completely. He reconsidered. No, perhaps this is the true path to becoming one of Kun Mo's chosen core members. The 7 killing blades were handpicked by Kun Mo himself, the elite vanguard tasked with carrying out the most critical missions with deadly speed. Xue Hui was intrigued. If the path of the 7 killing blades opens up, it means I'll be one step closer to joining Kun Mo's inner circle. But he suddenly paused. If I join the 7 killing blades, Xue Hui began to worry. What will happen to my subordinates? Can I even bring them with me? Looking at the 5 familiar faces, he wondered, and even if I can, Xue Hui couldn't forget the mistakes of his previous life. In those harsh, unforgiving missions that demanded superhuman abilities, can I fulfill my duties as a captain this time? And will I be forced to repeat those same tragic experiences? Shimen Gui spoke up. What? You don't want to? His words snapped him back to the present. Xue Hui checked his stats. He's even stronger than sect leader Tai Huang. This will definitely be a difficult battle. The system was only asking for his opinion, not forcing a choice. If it's just an offer, I don't have to decide right away. This is a fight that isn't about winning or losing, he thought to himself. First, let's test the waters. Xue Hui replied, I accept. He figured there was no reason to refuse a chance to fight an opponent who might be even stronger than sect leader Tai Huang. The man suddenly said, 3 moves. Xue Hui was a bit surprised. Shimen Gui declared, I will grant you a 3-move advantage. He immediately seized the opportunity. Seal. The aura of a true master. There's no reason for me to refuse this challenge. Xue Hui drew his blade. My thanks. He resolved silently. I'll make you regret that confidence. Xue Hui took his stance. Here I come. He lunged forward in a blur. Let's see what happens when I go all out just once. The first sword art he chose was the Lesser Divine Demon art, Minor River East. Before his opponent could even react, Xue Hui closed the distance. He took full advantage of the opening Shimen Gui had given him. A massive explosion erupted from the Great Luo explosive fire art. Xue Hui's relentless assault sent his opponent staggering, unable to find his footing. He immediately unleashed his next technique. The Ju Feng technique billowed with power, and Shimen Gui's face went pale. This was the might of the 4 great ultimate demons. Xue Hui thrust forward, focusing all his attacks on him. The final sword art was Feng Huan Yu. When it was over, Shimen Go was down for the count. He appeared to be completely unconscious. Xue Hui let out a sigh of relief. It's over. But suddenly, Shimen Jue shot back up. That's right. His eyes burned with red-hot fury. You've won. The body lying on the ground below him flickered and vanished completely. A shiver of dread ran down his spine. Body replacement technique. Xue Hui scrambled back to create distance, but in a flash, Shimen Gui was gone. He struck with a decisive, powerful blow. Before Xue Hui could react, the attack had already landed. Shimen Gui showed no mercy. He was a master, after all. Xiaoling and Yin Wuxin cried out in alarm. Captain, Captain. No matter how you look at it, that move was going too far. But this time, it was Shimen Gui who was left stunned. Xue Hui sneered at him. It's not over yet. You're not the only one who possesses that technique. If you have the body replacement art, a faint blue aura enveloped Xue Hui's body. Then I have the Peerless Wind Sword. A ferocious whirlwind descended as his speed exploded, allowing him to land swiftly on the ground. Xue Hui prepared to unleash his final blow. There was still one, even greater technique left. He decisively unleashed the super wind god. 5 tornadoes ripped into Xue Hui's body. He screamed in agony as victory fell into Xue's grasp. Xue Hui swung his sword in a mighty arc, creating a colossal cyclone that shot straight into the sky. Every witness stared with their jaws agape in pure shock. Even Kunmo couldn't hide his astonishment. The main character's sword radiated a terrifying, overwhelming power. His opponent was utterly incapable of fighting back, torn apart by the gale force winds. Simon-Gui used every last ounce of his strength to break free. Xue Hui was surprisingly calm as he watched his foe land safely. Simon-Gui glared at him, his eyes filled with pure hatred. Xue Hui thought to himself, so he managed to escape. Xue Hui confirmed his thoughts. But through that last exchange, I've realized something. That 7 Killings member, Simon-Gui, is truly powerful. But if I were to use my fated opportunity right now, defeating him wouldn't be difficult at all. He told himself, if I can do it, then of course someone else can too. But based on his reactions during the main storyline, Xue Hui speculated. It seems he didn't choose the 7 Killings at this turning point. Who is this bastard? He glanced over at his own party. I thought he was just an empty braggart, but it turns out you also know how to choose your comrades. Xue Hui felt a surge of renewed strength. Right now, he's like my guide. That man chose a path other than the 7 Killings. And if that path doesn't make it impossible to become a core warrior, then I have one less thing to worry about at this juncture. A figure secretly approached Kunmo. Lord Kunmo. He was the leader of the 7 Killings, Yu Yang Lun, who reported with extreme caution. His strength far exceeds what a mere captain of the Hidden Shadow Group should possess. He added, I heard he is a disciple of Tianmi Li. Yu Yang Lun was shocked. Tianmi Li, the Grandmaster of insidious demonic arts, hailed as an ultimate demonic expert. Kunmo confirmed, yes, that's the one. The peerless master, Tianmi Li. An image of a glacial, supreme demoness appeared in his mind. She ranks among the top 10 masters of our sect. In fact, she is an existence considered to be without equal. The man was horrified, unable to believe it. How is that possible? That person has appeared in the martial world again. But Kunmo had a different theory. It doesn't seem that way. In any case, the reason that kid was able to become so strong so quickly is because he received her direct teachings. Whatever the truth was, he now looked at Xue Hui in a much more positive light. I never expected him to mature so brilliantly. The elders of the demonic sect were also quite the gossips. They quickly began to whisper amongst themselves. I just overheard something. They say that kid is Tianmi Li's disciple. Is that true? Really? Their discussion grew animated. If it's Tianmi Li, then I can understand the ice techniques that kid was using. But what about the demonic arts that look like they belong to the 4 great ultimate demons? Everyone eagerly began to speculate. Wasn't it passed down by the Grand Master? Did Lord Kunmo teach him the demonic arts gifted by the great heavenly demon? Haven't the 7 Killings and the 4 Lord Stars already mastered those arts? After a long round of guessing, the elders began to acknowledge Xue Hui. That makes sense. If that boy is Tianmi Li's disciple, then he's worthy of Lord Kunmo's decision. The battle was still raging on. Zimin-Jui glared menacingly. Is that confidence or hesitation? Why aren't you continuing your attack? Why are you just standing there? Xue Hui remained silent. His opponent suddenly pointed his sword, making a declaration. Forget it. Whatever the case, there was only one chance, and it just passed. You have no more opportunities now. Xue Hui smirked defiantly. We'll just have to see about that. A vein pulsed on Simon-Gui's temple as he snarled, You arrogant whelp! Cursing under his breath, he suddenly launched his sword strike. Before Xue Hui could even react, a sharp sting seared across his right cheek. Simon-Gui unleashed a searing barrage of energy projectiles, forcing Xue Hui to dodge desperately. He was stunned. Are these sword bullets? In a flash, his opponent closed the distance. Simon-Gui had completely flipped the script, forcing Xue Hui to quickly readjust his stance, but he was completely outmatched by his opponent's speed. Simon-Gui appeared behind him, knocking him away before vanishing in the blink of an eye. It was as if he were surrounded by dozens of Simon-Guis. This was the ghost shadow movement technique. Xue Hui was overwhelmed. He's too fast. He moves like a phantom, making it impossible to track his aura. Just following him with my eyes is a struggle. Gritting his teeth, Xue Hui wiped the fresh wound on his face. This is the only way. The system confirmed the use of extreme ice art. At last, Xue Hui could keep up with Simon-Gui's blinding speed. Even so, his opponent's sword strikes were still too fast. Xue Hui shifted his center of gravity, swinging his blade at the perfect moment, aiming straight for Simon-Gui's heart. But suddenly, Xue Hui froze. Wait a second. Can I really kill him here? But there was no time to hesitate. The deadly blade was already descending. Xue Hui leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. He panted, exhausted. Simon Gui looked genuinely surprised. Wiping sweat from his chin, Xue Hui cursed, "Damn it." I hesitated for just a moment, and he already caught up. On top of that, compared to when I fought that elder's disciple, the duration of my extreme ice art has been cut in half. He ground his teeth in frustration. Is there a penalty for using it consecutively? Though Xue Hui was nearing his limit, it was clear Simon Gui was not. He activated his ghost shadow movement once more, and Xue Hui stood frozen in despair. What do I do? Using the extreme ice art again so soon is impossible if I can't track his aura. Xue Hui hardened his resolve. The only thing I can do now is predict his every move. He waited for the right moment. It was a massive risk, but it wasn't impossible to see the path of his attacks. If I can pinpoint his target, I can intercept his path and stop him in his tracks. Xue Hui focused, expanding his sensory range. As Simon Gui closed the distance, he remained perfectly still. Sharper. My senses need to be even sharper. Simon Gui launched his decisive attack. In that instant, Xue Hui swung his sword. Now! A cold, heavy clang of metal echoed through the arena. His opponent was utterly shocked. He blocked it. A confident smile spread across his face. Hey, looks like you stopped moving. Xue Hui instantly activated a 25 times speed boost. Super Wind God. Simon Gui was now locked in his attack range. He desperately rolled to the side to evade the assault. But the moment he sat up, the flames were already at his feet. Giving him no chance to recover, Xue Hui charged forward to deliver the final blow. It's not over yet. Asura Burst Technique. This time, Simon Gui had no escape. He took the full force of the explosive attack. When the dust settled, the arena floor was torn apart by flames. Simon Gui lay motionless on the ground. Yao Lin was in disbelief. How terrifying. That seventh assassin. Yin Wuxin was equally stunned. What was that demonic art? He coughed, struggling to push himself up. Xue Hui was also out of strength. He's still alive. It seems he was knocked out of the ring while blocking the attack. At least this won't affect my reward. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Still, I have to admit, he's insanely strong. To think he could withstand a barrage of high-level demonic arts like that. Kunmo's voice rang out. Stop the match. He stepped between the two of them. That's enough. Xue Hui was surprised. Lord Kunmo. With genuine praise, Kunmo continued, There's no need to go on. An outstanding performance. You are the winner of this bout. Amidst the roar of the crowd, he declared the victor to be Spirit Squad Captain Xue Hui. Ouyang Lungjia helped his teammate up. Are you all right? Simon Gui was still in a daze. I'm fine. His friend reassured him. Don't say that. That kid was just too powerful. Kunmo approached Xue Hui. I already thought you were a rare talent, but I never imagined you could defeat one of the 7 assassins. Xue Hui immediately bowed respectfully. Thank you, my lord. It is all thanks to your grace, Lord Kunmo. Xue Hui sincerely showed his reverence for his master. This display greatly pleased Kunmo. This kid really knows his place. Suddenly, he called out, Hey, Xue Hui. Kunmo explained. The reason I came here was to ask you something. Xue Hui looked on, completely bewildered. He mentioned the fire-based demonic art you just used. Kunmo interrogated him. Where did you learn such a technique? Xue Hui remained silent. He had already anticipated this confrontation. Given Kunmo's position, it was inevitable. You said that as Tian Mei's disciple, my ice art was understandable. But my demonic flame art was something else entirely. It's because I can control both the ultimate yin and the ultimate yang, he thought, trying to deflect the question. Xue Hui replied, There are some fire-related manuals stored within Tianri. Wait, Kunma's memory sparked. Are you talking about those techniques? His eyes narrowed, filled with suspicion. I certainly gave the order to place modified demonic arts, based on the Blood Hand, inside the Heavenly Sun Palace, but I saw the fire art you used with my own eyes. Kunma was certain of it, and he wouldn't let this go. Your technique is on a completely different level. A cold sweat broke out on Xue Hui's back. It seemed he couldn't fool this man. He quickly began his explanation. Even if they are low-level demonic arts, their effectiveness can be amplified depending on the cultivation method, especially for arts of extreme yang and extreme yin, whose training methods are surprisingly similar. Xue Hui chose his words carefully. Lord Kunma must know the saying, when something reaches its peak, it reverses. Extreme yang and extreme yin may be opposites, but the way they are trained and wielded is remarkably alike. He fell silent, as if deep in thought. But Kunma was not easily fooled. I'm not so sure. From what I know, These two core methods are fundamentally incompatible. He pressed the issue further. If life energy rises, yang energy will flourish, and yin energy will be annihilated. But if death energy rises, yang energy is destroyed, allowing yin energy to thrive. What I want to know is this. Kunma interrogated. Different energy arts require different mind arts. How did you overcome that conflict? Xue Hui took a sharp, tense breath. Kunma was digging deep. As I know it, the core methods for yin-based ice arts and yang-based fire arts should repel each other. When life energy surges, the yang aura flourishes and the yin is extinguished. When death energy surges, the yang aura is extinguished and the yin flourishes. He demanded an answer. What I'm asking is this. The breathing methods are different, so the mind arts must also be different. How did you resolve that contradiction? Cold sweat dripped down Xue Hui's face. Kunma repeated his command. Answer me. He swallowed hard, trying to calm his racing heart, but Xue Hui was prepared. From the moment I mastered the scorching demonic art, I knew this day would come. I was ready for this question. The system, ever efficient in its analysis and simulations, had already prepared the perfect answer for him. Xue Hui recited it perfectly. After my master reached the absolute pinnacle of the crushing hand demonic art, he soon found himself facing an impassable wall. That wall was higher and stronger than any he had ever encountered before, so much so that he dared not even dream of surpassing it. He continued, his expression unchanging as he spun the tale. I have gone too far, but you, Xue Hui, have not yet built a solid foundation. Therefore, do not be lazy. Train in both the ice and fire arts, compare the two attributes, and seek the harmony of yin and yang. His gaze was so intense, it compelled belief from all who saw it. Only then will you see a much wider world. Xue Hui bowed his head with the utmost reverence. He really said that. Kunma pondered for a moment, then sighed in admiration. Truly astonishing. My own thoughts have never reached such a profound level. Kunma was utterly convinced. Indeed, only a true grandmaster could possess such foresight. Mere mortals, like us, can never comprehend the vision of a phoenix soaring through the heavens. He finally relented. Very well. He then called out to Xue Hui again. Kunma made his offer. Do you wish to join the 7 kills? The system appeared with 3 options: accept, defer, or refuse. He stated with confidence, I believe you are worthy. But Xue Hui had already rehearsed for this exact scenario. It's here. He took a deep breath. There was no need to think. The answer to this question was already set in stone. Xue Hui refused. I am sorry. I deeply appreciate your offer, my lord, but I do not believe I am qualified. He knew the truth. Although I won the last battle, my true martial skill is still a far cry from the 7 kills. I only gained an advantage thanks to a fortunate encounter with a special technique. Xue Hui believed that if he became a core member, his weakness would be exposed sooner or later. I still have much to learn and master. Both my subordinates and I need to become much stronger. My current position as the Spirit Squad captain is more suitable for that purpose. Kunma knelt on one knee, bringing himself eye level with Xue Hui. You truly never cease to amaze me. To be offered a position in the 7 kills and to refuse without a moment's hesitation. Why? He questioned. Not just anyone can join our ranks. Do you honestly believe you lack the ability to join us? Or if that's not it? Kunma's sharp eyes saw the truth. Is it because of your current subordinates? He seemed pleased by the reaction. It seems my guess was correct. What a remarkable sight. Kunma easily read Xue Hui's mind. I have heard that you always cherish and teach your vice captains as if they were your own disciples. If you were to join the 7 kills, you worry about their fate. Below the stage, his 5 subordinates were still celebrating their captain's victory. This man truly understood him. Fine. In that case, let me make you another offer. How about you and your subordinates protect me directly? A major turning point. I was already planning to increase my personal guard. What a coincidence. This should ease your concerns, shouldn't it? He rejoiced internally. Yes, I was right. Xue Hui had succeeded. The initial reason I used both ice and fire was worth the risk. I unleashed the Wenmo art in this battle because I believed if I showed power that rivaled or even surpassed the 7 kills, then when I refused your first offer, you would be forced to make another. He knew that Kunma was desperate for talented warriors. This tournament wasn't just for the elders and the 7 kills. The 4-star lords, Kunma's most powerful hidden warriors, were also watching. If I revealed my true potential here, I knew you would be compelled to offer me a position worthy of my skills. My judgment was flawless. The position of a guardian warrior, Xue Hui calculated, was the second path Kunma had offered him in this life. No one knows their numbers or their true missions, only that they serve as protectors. He saw being close to his subordinates as a bonus, but if he accepted this role, he had no idea what his duties would actually entail. As Xue Hui weighed his options, Kunma's brow furrowed slightly. Why don't you answer? Are you not satisfied with this condition? He was stunned. Could he actually continue this conversation without making a choice? If that was the case, Xue Hui dodged the question. May I have a little more time to think? This is a massive offer. I must be careful. He thought to himself, I can't make a rash decision. Not while the main storyline on this path remains unfinished. Xue Hui swallowed nervously. Based on what he said, there must be something incredibly valuable for me to discover in the main storyline. Kun Ma let out a small laugh, conceding the point. You're right, he took the blame. This offer must be overwhelming. I was too hasty. Kun Ma casually set the deadline. All right, I'll give you a few days. Make your decision by then. Xue Hui bowed his head. Thank you, my lord. Instantly, the system delivered his reward, and the scene shifted in a blur. Over the next 20 days, Xue Hui recovered from his injuries, distributing the reward elixirs among his subordinates. Fueled by the rare resources, everyone dedicated themselves to training. Yin Wuxin, in particular, seemed almost excessively enthusiastic. He returned to the familiar quiet of his room. Xue Hui let out a sigh of relief. He'd managed to end things on a good note this time. He sank into contemplation, but Kunma's words echoed in his mind. All right, I'll give you a few days. Make your decision by then. Xue Hui considered the title Guardian Warrior. Choosing this would completely alter the course of his life. He would gain more of Kunma's trust. His status and rewards would be on another level. He was certain that he, that person, had walked this very path before. Xue Hui clearly remembered being told to master the divine wind step and the Asura's explosive art before entering the main storyline. He grimaced, recalling that man's almost insane fervor. And if he had mastered those two arts, he would have undoubtedly stood out in Kunma's tournament, just like what was happening now. For all he knew, that man had been offered a position even higher than a guardian warrior. But in the end, the position wasn't what mattered. Xue Hui ran a hand through his hair in frustration. In the past, that person hadn't blamed him for his clash with the Manhwa sect. Considering his brutally direct personality, it made no sense. Xue Hui realized that guy was truly strange. Why was he so suspicious? From what I've seen, that person knows so much. Not just about the life paths I've chosen, but also, it's like he can predict the futures I haven't even selected yet. All of his critiques and nagging, it must have come from his own experience. That's the only way he could say those things. Xue Hui questioned everything. So why didn't that man say a single thing about this path? Was it because even he never saw this coming? He tried to run through the possibilities. Was it because he himself was never one of the 7 kills or a guardian warrior? No, impossible. Xue Hui was resolute. He was absolutely certain that continuing on the current path was better than any alternative. I have to find the reason for his certainty. He decisively walked the path he had chosen. What could make him so sure? It couldn't be because the mission difficulty would increase with a new position. Whether as one of the 7 kills or a guardian warrior, he would just receive more training to cover his weaknesses. Xue Hui was convinced it had to be a more fundamental reason. As he stared into the night sky, he realized the core reason why staying on his current path was better could only be found within the main storyline. A hazy face materialized in his mind's eye. That's right, there's still him. Xue Hui shot up, breaking into a cold sweat. I completely forgot. If that man's certainty is real, then there's one person who comes to mind. He felt a jolt of excitement. Ma Tai Long. If Ma Tai Long becomes my subordinate, then it's all possible. He still needed to figure a few things out, but if that man's certainty truly exists, and if a powerful bond is destined to form between me and Ma Tai Long, then it all falls into place. But what did that even mean? Xue Hui wondered. The second strongest warrior among the 7 kills, becoming someone incredibly important to me, no matter what. It sounded absurd, but without a special reason like that, nothing else could explain it. He mumbled to himself, that person's certainty. Xue Hui racked his brain. For him to be so sure that my current choice is better, it must mean that Ma Tai Long is destined to become my subordinate. Whether he's an ally or just support, either way, he has to be useful to me. He sighed. In the end, sticking to the main path was the only right choice. Through every choice I've made, one truth has become clear. Taking the easy, winding path leads only to ruin. If I'm not strong enough to bear the weight, receiving too much will only bring me disaster. I've already paid a heavy price for the power I've gained. Now, with time on my side, the path I must walk is set in stone. I still have until morning. It's the perfect time to inspect my rewards, starting with the Golden Imperial Belt. It has a truly unique design. He tried it on. So this is how it's worn. It's more comfortable than I imagined. Suddenly, the system displayed 4 empty slots, demanding he place elixirs inside. It explained that items in the belt could be used instantly in battle. Xue Hui's eyes lit up. Could this be an item that lets me use potions from my inventory with ease? Let's give it a try. He took out the Antarctic refining pill and the lifeless holy water, so I just placed them in these slots. Their names instantly appeared in the item grid. Xue Hui chuckled. Another incredibly useful treasure. He began to strategize. The next step is to prepare for the worst-case scenario, like dying with a full inventory of priceless artifacts. I'll store all my treasures in the dimensional inventory and save my progress. The current timeline has been marked. The next day, Heavenly Year 98, the final day of the 7th month, Jin Wanzhong was enthusiastically hawking his wares. Xue Hui had just woken up. Why did he appear so suddenly this early in the morning? 4 types of elixirs were on display. He glanced over them. A quick calculation revealed that buying them all would use up the exact 5,000 G he'd won from the tournament. It was too perfect of a coincidence. The feeling of being set up by the system was a little unsettling. But regardless, it was better to buy them all. The system confirmed the new items. Xue Hui had to admit the rookie wine he bought last time was incredibly effective. The moment the transaction was complete, Jin Wanzhong vanished without a trace. Xue Hui stretched his arms. Xue Hui muttered to himself, "My training period is finally over. Let's go." He double-checked his inventory one last time and began the new day. Sorting through his quests, Xue Hui selected the mission from Haigo and decided to join his subordinate. The scenery warped in an instant. Haigu was already standing right before him. "I've heard the news," he said with a tone of approval. "You defeated one of the 7 killings at the Kunma Sex tournament. Truly astounding. You surpassed everyone in the Hidden Shadow group." Xue Hui replied, "No, I still have a long way to go." Haigu laughed. Such modesty. His demeanor instantly shifted. "Now for the main reason I summoned you. The Jilu Society has run into a major problem, and they sent a distress signal to us." Xue Hui was slightly surprised. "The Jilu Society?" Haigu pressed on, "Yes. Do you know who they are?" Xue Hui answered, "As far as I know, they're the sex organization for researching various demonic arts. But they take their orders from the Jia division, which is under the other faction's control, right? So why us?" he asked. "We sent a request to the Jia division as well, but the situation seems critical. They said the Hidden Shadow group was the closest unit available. They asked for our support if possible. You know the Jilu Society creates Jiangshi and the Soulless, correct? Normally, Jiangshi are made from corpses, while the Soulless are created from mindless madmen," Haigo explained in detail. "It seems there was a catastrophic failure in their experiments. They reported that some Soulless created from living humans have started disobeying orders. The ones with the strongest survival instincts among the madmen have gone completely berserk." A chill ran down Xue Hui's spine. "At first, they thought it was just a minor production error, but it's much worse than that," he stated grimly. "The problem is, these berserk creations aren't just influencing others soulless, they're affecting the Jiangshi as well." Xue Hui's expression turned serious. "So, what are our orders?" Haigo commanded, "Prioritize eliminating the uncontrollable madmen." He added a word of caution. Since they were only first-rate masters when they were alive, they probably aren't overwhelmingly powerful. If it proves too dangerous, just buy time. The Jia division will arrive to clean up the mess. Xue Hui nodded in understanding. "In short, our mission is to destroy the rebelling Soulless and Jiangshi." He bowed his head to accept the order. "Understood." Haigu gave him the location. "Good. The facility is located just behind the Hidden Shadow Group's headquarters." Xue Hui confirmed the mission. "Right." In a flash, the system transported him to the location. Yin Wusun called out, "Captain, I think this is the place." Xue Hui was momentarily startled. 2 people were waiting by the gate. The entire squad approached them. Liu Dai spoke first. "Who are you people?" Xue Hui replied, "We're from the Hidden Shadow Group. We're here to provide support." A glimmer of hope appeared in the man's eyes. Liu Dai expressed his sincere gratitude. "Oh, thank the heavens. We sent emergency requests all over the sect, but we haven't heard back from anyone else." The young girl beside him, Song Hua, looked worried. "But there are only 5 of you?" Xue Hui confirmed her fears. "That's right." Liu Dai's hopeful expression froze. "Oh." Xue Hui noticed the change. "What's wrong?" Liu Dai clutched his head in despair. "The situation has become far more dire than we imagined. The soulless, they're screaming, about to break free at any moment. We're using the 9-severing ghost illusion formation to hold them back, but it won't last much longer." Yan Lin was stunned. The 9-severing ghost illusion formation. Isn't that a supreme level array powerful enough to bind even a white-headed Qiangmo? And you're telling me you can't hold out much longer? Song Hua confirmed it. The soulless ones, former berserkers, were unleashing their internal energy. It felt like a powerful aura, and they were wielding an endless, dark demonic energy. The air instantly turned deathly cold. Yin Wuxin shouted, "Doesn't that mean they've reached the level of absolute masters?" But Liu Dai disagreed. "From what I can see, it's not quite that level. It's more like a specialized energy, similar to a supreme sword aura." Xue Hui considered this. Even if it was a supreme sword aura and not a true master's energy, that was still the absolute pinnacle of power. And worse, they're soulless ones. His body tensed, their stamina is limitless, and during their creation, they were imbued with countless forbidden arts. It's impossible to gauge the depths of their power. The old man added, "Even one being wielding a supreme sword aura is a massive threat, and we're facing 8 of those soulless demons inside." Xue Hui weighed the grim reality. 8 soulless ones. This is far worse than what He Go reported. He knew all too well. Typically, the forbidden arts used to create Jiangshi and soulless ones involve potent poisons and human blood. Creatures born from such rituals absorb the life essence of humans and unleash the most wicked demonic powers imaginable. This was exactly why. In the power struggle between the heavenly demon queen's disciples, they prioritized absorbing dark sects like the Kikia squad. As Xu Hu's mind raced with worry, strange characters suddenly materialized above Song Hua's head. Startled, he looked up to read them. The little girl stared back, confused, while the words "Mission, Round 2" hovered over her. A jolt went through him. I know exactly what Round 2 means. Those same words had appeared during the last simulation, and the benefits had been enormous. It was a game changer. But Xue Hui was confused. How do I accept it? The mission is already underway. Why is another one popping up? Yin Wuxin stepped forward, reassuring Liu Dai. "Do not worry, old master. We will give our all to stop them." His forwardness was surprising. Yin Wuxin introduced himself proudly. "I am Yin Wuxin, a special disciple under Spirit Squad Captain Xue Hui." Yin Wuxin boasted. "He is the strongest master from the Hidden Shadow Guild. Before reinforcements arrive, we alone are enough to hold them back." Liu Dai's face lit up with relief. "Ah, is that right? Then we are in your debt." The situation felt a little awkward. Accept. A system notification appeared. Simulation mission upgraded to Round 2. It then detailed the effects of the Round 2 upgrade. The old man gestured. "Then please, follow me." Yin Wuxin called out, "Captain, let's move." Xue Hui followed them. Right. The entire team ventured towards a lone building deep within the forest. The place radiated a chilling, unnatural aura. Several sorcerers were chanting nearby, ringing bells and muttering arcane words. Their faces were etched with strain. From inside the building came a storm of savage roars and brutal impacts. Whatever was in there had a human form, but it was certainly not human anymore. Yin Wuxin said doubtfully, "Captain, it sounds like that place is about to fall apart." Qisong stepped forward. "Is this your first time facing Jiangxi?" Xiao Ling answered, "I've seen them a few times, but never this savage." Yan Lin added, "This is the first time I've witnessed them in their true state." "Same here." A nervous murmur spread through the team. Xue Hui forced himself to stay calm and analyze the situation. Something's not right. It's just a wooden building. An assault this brutal should have leveled it ages ago. But it only trembles with each roar. No matter how hard they strike, it refuses to shatter or fall. To think forbidden arts could achieve such a thing. Liu Dai pleaded urgently, "Honorable warriors, I fear we cannot contain them for much longer. Our sorcerers are using every last bit of their strength, but they are about to break." Xue Hui asked, "How powerful are they?" "Exactly." But his real question was about their intelligence. Normally, mindless corpses only possess overwhelming physical strength. They have no true consciousness. "You are correct," he confirmed. "That is normally the case." But a cold sweat beaded on Liu Dai's brow. However, uncontrollable Jiangxi and those with a will of their own are 2 entirely different beasts. He explained that the soulless ones rampaging inside are unlike any created before. The forbidden art used to create them wasn't the standard ritual. It was a new, enhanced form of sorcery. A new, enhanced art. Xu Hui guessed something had gone horribly wrong. He asked bluntly, "What did you do to them?" Liu Dai hesitated, his face tight with fear, before confessing the truth. They were created for one purpose, an insatiable will to grow stronger. We cultivated them to be self-sufficient, absorbing life essence and stealing internal energy, so they could be unleashed upon our enemies. Xue Hui ran a hand through his hair in frustration. But instead of attacking our enemies, they're causing a catastrophe right here, within our own sect. He quickly put the pieces together. If the old man's words were true, these Jiangxi would grow stronger with every opponent they devoured. They were monsters that could steal life essence and absorb their victims' internal energy. Xue Hu thought grimly. If even one of them gets out, The devastation they could wreak upon the sect is unimaginable. If we can't overpower them right from the start, this will become a disaster. Xiaoling's voice was laced with worry. Captain, what's our next move? After a moment's thought, Xue Hui gave the order. Everyone, stay sharp and prepare for battle. I'll be the one to breach the barrier first. If anything charges out, form pairs and take them down together. He then called out to Yin Wusen. The man answered, yes. Xue Hui commanded, you're our backup. Keep an eye on everything. If anyone slips past the main group, you will eliminate them. With the plan set, he yelled, all right, let's move. The 5 of them shouted in unison, right. They quickly fanned out into position. Xue Hui charged straight for the building. All right, my turn. He activated the simulation system. Let's begin, he declared, drawing his sword. System, first priority. Find the Berserk Soul Eaters among them. And just like that, Xue Hui's vision shifted. Let me see this horror with my own eyes. The sight inside was absolutely chilling. A notification appeared. Analysis complete. High-threat targets were marked in red, while lower-level threats glowed blue. He tensed up. There are way more than I expected. All right then. System. Switch combat modes. A new interface appeared, displaying the combat protocols. Against the Jiangshi, Xue Hui would use a turn-based strategy. The system provided a detailed breakdown, revealing all of their strengths and weaknesses. Likewise, a full data profile on the Soul Eaters appeared. He was actually a little surprised. Maybe the system is being this thorough because it's my first time encountering them. The system had also identified their leader. Xue Hui stared intently at the target. His aura was completely different from the others. He reviewed the data carefully. That's their captain, the Kunlun sect, so they've been bringing in outsiders too. The other Soul Eaters' combat power ranged from 5 million to 9 million. Meanwhile, the Jiangshi was just a mindless beast, roaring in madness. A dark thought crossed his mind. Xue Hui's gaze hardened. Is that an outer disciple of the Tai Huang Pavilion? He bit his lip hard. This is sickening. A wave of empathy washed over him. This Jiangshi was once an outer disciple of the Tai Huang Pavilion. Just like I was. He didn't truly belong to any great sect. Looking at its mindless rage, Xue Hui's heart ached. He was just a follower, taking orders and moving when told. It seems after he died, they turned him into a Jiangshi to guard this place. He clicked his tongue in disgust. Used by the cult in both life and death. If not for a twist of fate, that could have been me. An old man collapsed from exhaustion, screaming. In that instant, a massive hole tore through the barrier. Song Hui cried out in panic. The formation. Xue Hui instantly shot forward, aiming straight for the building now exposed by the breach. He smashed through the ceiling to make his entrance. His sudden arrival sent a chilling silence through the room. His target, the Soul Eater captain, Jing Xin. A bizarre smirk played on the captain's lips. Xue Hui's eyes narrowed. You think this is funny? Without hesitation, he brought his sword down. Insolent bastard. Fierce flames erupted from the blade, but Jing Xin didn't even try to move, just sitting there with that same empty smile. The Asura burst technique incinerated him on the spot. The explosion blew the entire structure apart. Once the dust settled, he raised an eyebrow. I thought you were something special, smiling like that. Turns out you were just an empty shell. Instantly, 2 more Soul Eaters swarmed him. Calmly, he plunged his sword into the floor. The sound of cold steel ringing through the air. A vicious torrent of fire swept across the ground. Inferno, heaven, art. Xue Hui had just destroyed the very building his team was fighting to protect. It was a desperate move to contain the Jiangshi and Soul Eaters. Seeing the destruction, Song Hua and Liu Dai were absolutely horrified. The creatures inside seized the opportunity to escape. Hordes of monsters now charged the group. They'd broken through. Yao Lin and Long Zhen immediately jumped in to help, but the horde was overwhelming. For every person they saved, another was targeted. They're over here, too. A hideous Jiangshi lunged at the old man, who froze in terror, but his comrades were quick to provide cover. Qi Song dispatched it with ease. The rest of the team stood their ground, unfazed by the threat. High above, Xiaoling took to the sky. She used her altitude to rain down attacks with deadly precision. Liu Dai watched the scene unfold, completely astonished. There, fine. He was stunned. Are these truly the lowest-ranking members of the Hidden Shadow Corps? Song Hua's eyes went wide with disbelief. It seemed Liu Dai's information on the Hidden Shadow Corps was completely off. He let out a relieved laugh. These Jiangshi from the sub-branch. They're at least on par with the masters from the cult's main headquarters. I would have considered it a success if it took 2 or 3 of them just to handle a single Jiangshi. A new resolve formed in Liu Dai's mind. If we make it through this, I must make a formal recommendation. The young woman looked at him, confused. A recommendation for what? He stammered, trying to be discreet. Oh, you know, just some things. Meanwhile, Xue Hui effortlessly eliminated another Soul Eater. He scanned the room. 5 Soul Eaters down. Good. My team is handling the Jiangshi that broke through. Now for the rest of them. Just then, another one charged straight at him. He smirked. Perfect. Saved me the trouble of finding you. Bulging tumors began pulsing all over its body, ready to detonate. Xue Hui quickly backed away. Right. This one's skill set includes self-destruction. A system alert flashed. The Soul Eater has identified an opening. It then presented him with 2 options. Xue Hui let out a breath of relief. Thank heavens for this turn-based mode. I had more time to think. But the choices were different now. The decision was finally mine to make. He smirked. In that case, I've got the perfect solution. Obviously, Xue Hui chose to decide for himself by blowing the entire building sky high. A violent gale erupted, tearing toward the heavens. A massive vortex swallowed everything in its path. He activated his peerless wind blade, entering a state of temporary invincibility. Xue Hui let out a breath, landing softly on the shattered roof tiles below. He scanned the area. Only 2 remained. Where did they go? Suddenly, a Soul Eater shot past Xue Hui like a bullet. He had locked onto his target. Xue Hui dove down in hot pursuit. He couldn't let them escape. The creature was moving at an impossible, blinding speed. He tensed up. Damn it, he's fast. Just then, the situation took an unexpected turn. Yin Wuxin, brimming with excitement, stepped onto the battlefield. With supreme confidence, he drew his sword. Finally, my turn to shine. But when Xue Hui saw his face, his blood ran cold. Yin Wuxin, he screamed out. No, Yin Wuxin, get out of there. But it was too late. The Soul Eater had already entered the kill zone. The system flashed in his vision. This Soul Eater's combat power was 9 million, while Yin Wuxin's was a mere 4,555,000. He tried to warn him again, you're no match for that thing. The Soul Eater brought its fist down with devastating force. Yin Wuxin's face went pale with terror. He was frozen to the spot, completely powerless to dodge the fist hurtling toward him. He reached out. Yin Wuxin. Xue Hui gritted his teeth. Damn it, I won't make it. Suddenly, the system alerted him that Yin Wuxin's life was in critical danger. Before he could react, his consciousness was forcefully transferred. Xue Hui's perspective shifted. He was now inside Yin Wuxin's body. The system presented 2 options. Decide for yourself or entrust to the system. Xue Hui was stunned. What the? Did I just possess Yin Wuxin's body? What kind of sorcery is this? A wave of relief washed over him. But one thing was certain. He could control Yin Wuxin's body using a level 2 skill. Xue Hui recalled the description. When a subordinate is in mortal danger, temporarily merge with their body. He could even use his own skills through the subordinate's body. He finally understood. So that's what it meant. A confident smile spread across Xue Hui's face. Before, the rules only let me alter events or rewind time when I was the one in danger. But things are different now. Without hesitation, he chose to decide for himself. Time resumed its flow as the Soul Eater's fist descended. The creature recoiled, sensing something was wrong. Xue Hui had manifested an ice barrier to block the attack. The impact sent him flying backward. Xue Hui calculated quickly. That's all the time I needed to buy. In the next instant, he returned to his own body and charged forward. Xue Hui easily overpowered the creature. This ends now. He let out a sigh of relief. Yin Wuxin, back in control, looked around in a daze and called out to his captain. He was completely bewildered. Huh. It's over already? What just happened? Xue Hui chuckled. It seemed Yin Wuxin had no memory of the event. He spoke up. No time to explain. There's still one left. Xiaoling's voice called out, Captain. She was already in hot pursuit of the final target. I found the last one. It's over here. Xue Hui gave the order. Xiaoling, use your divine armament ability to pin it down from a distance. First, immobilize it, and I'll deliver the final blow. She immediately complied. Xiaoling took aim from afar, but suddenly, someone appeared, blocking her shot. She froze, unsure of what to do. The newcomer had effortlessly grabbed the Soul Eater with a single hand. Ignoring its piercing screams, the man held fast. The Soul Eater's body began to twist and change. Xue Hui was baffled. Who is that guy? Grotesque tumors erupted all over the creature's body as its screams intensified. He shouted a warning. Hey, get back. It's going to self-destruct. The man was engulfed in the massive explosion. Yao Lin stared in disbelief. What? Who was that just now? Qitong was just as confused. Is he dead? Xiaoling remained on high alert. No. He's still alive. As the dust began to settle, a face slowly became visible. Yin Wuxin's eyes widened in recognition. Ah, it's him. Xue Hui turned to him. You know who that is? He nodded. Yes, that's him. Yin Wuxin revealed the name. The Blood Rain Sword God, Liu Ba. But the name meant nothing to Xue Hui. Who? He asked. Yin Wuzin began to explain. The right hand, second disciple of the Demon Lord, and commander of the Blood Fiend Corps. A martial master of the extreme demon rank. Yin Wuxin confirmed he was an extreme demon expert. The others called out in concern, Sir, are you all right? Liu Ba just waved his hand. I'm fine. Yin Wuxin continued his explanation. Every member of the Blood Fiend Corps is a top-tier master. Their captains are all on the verge of reaching the Super Demon realm. Some even whisper that one has reached the peak of the Super Demon realm. He was a fountain of useful information, and the one who leads them all is the Blood Rain Sword God, and that is Liu Ba. He's a renowned extreme demon master, ranked 14th on the Intersex official leaderboard. Xue Hui was surprised. Is that so? Yin Wuzin, how do you know all of this? Yin Wuxin gave an awkward laugh. I just like to stay informed on current events. Just then, Liu Ba approached to greet them. Oh, so you've all arrived. Liu Ba bowed his head slightly. My apologies. I tried to get here as quickly as possible, but I was still delayed. It's shameful. Liu Ba looked around. No matter. Instant teleportation is an unnatural art. Casualties are almost unavoidable. He asked about the situation. What is the extent of the damage? Someone replied, thankfully, it's not too bad, since you arrived before us, and I have to stop things from getting worse. Liu Da mentioned Xue Hui, impressed that someone so young could possess such otherworldly martial skill. Truly astonishing. Liu Ba's gaze locked onto him as he admitted, I witnessed it myself. Such incredible power. Liu Ba approached them, his narrow eyes completely unreadable, hiding his true intentions. Xue Hui was so tense he couldn't speak. Liu Ba broke the crushing silence with a slight smile. What's your name? He swallowed hard. Plus 15 life points. That was the highest number he'd ever seen. Xue Hui answered cautiously. Xue Hui. He thought to himself, the turn is over, and it switched to free mode. Too bad I couldn't test his abilities. Liu Ba asked directly, Xue Hui, which side are you on? After a moment of hesitation, Xue Hui replied, I'm a soul captain. Liu Ba looked slightly surprised. A soul captain? You mean from the Hidden Shadow Guild? Xue Hui confirmed, that's right. Liu Ba's eyes widened, as if trying to see him more clearly. I've never heard of the Hidden Shadow Guild having a master of your caliber. Xue Hui flinched internally. He's deliberately sizing me up, so he mirrored Liu Ba's own fake smile. Some places are overrated, while others are severely underestimated. Liu Ba's icy confirmation came. That makes sense. His expression didn't change. But back in that warehouse, telling the Jiangshi from the Soul Eaters wasn't easy. How did you know what to do? Xue Hui was torn. He couldn't reveal his secret ability, so he had to lie. He put on a brilliant smile. I never tried to tell them apart. I just targeted the ones that looked most dangerous and happened to get lucky. But Liu Ba was unpredictable. With your level of power, I suppose you wouldn't need to. His laugh carried a strange, unnerving pressure. Xue Hui thought, this guy is impossible to deal with. Suddenly, Liu Ba spoke up. Xue Hui. Liu Ba made a shocking offer. Are you interested in joining my side? The system immediately forced a choice upon him. He acknowledged Xue Hui's strength. I admire those with power, especially someone with both power and audacity like you. A system notification warned that switching factions would completely alter the main storyline. Xue Hui was stunned. What? Become a subordinate of Mo Shu? He never imagined he could switch sides like this. He hesitated. His curiosity piqued. He wanted to know what two life paths Mo Shu would offer, but Mo Shu was already a powerhouse. If I join him now, what role could I even play? Remembering Mo Shu's face, Xue Hui shuddered. Besides, how could I ever trust my life to someone I've always seen as the enemy? Liu Ba was incredibly perceptive. I know what you're worried about. I have no intention of just dragging you away by force. We will follow proper procedure. Lord Mo Shu will pay Lord Kun Mo a worthy price. He even hit Xue Hui's weak spot. And if you wish, I will take your subordinates as well. Xue Hui felt like a pawn in his game as Liu Ba waited calmly for an answer. So, do you agree? Everyone on the team held their breath, waiting for Xue Hui's decision. He chose to refuse the recruitment. Liu Ba was surprised. Why? Xue Hui replied, because I'm certain this is the better choice. Liu Ba didn't understand. A better choice? Xue Hui explained, yes. Because someone has already walked this path before, and they showed me the way. Liu Ba was baffled. You've walked this path before, but Xue Hui had no intention of elaborating. That's right. Liu Ba suddenly laughed. You really are an interesting man with an interesting answer. I don't get it, but fine. I won't force you. Liu Ba then turned to Liu Da. Well, everything's settled. We'll be taking our leave now. The old man confirmed. Ah, all right. Liu Ba added, contact me if you need anything. Then he turned his gaze back to Xue Hui. Well then, young man. His smile seemed much less fake now. Until we meet again. In the blink of an eye, his entire team vanished without a trace. Yin Wuxin's eyes went wide. What kind of movement technique was that? But Xue Hui was still lost in thought over the offer. Even though I refuse, I have no idea if it was the right decision. Xue Hui ran his hands through his hair in frustration, feeling like a fisherman who had just lost the catch of a lifetime. I can't help but wonder how differently things would have played out if I had accepted. Could there have been a better path? Humans are so greedy. Just then, Liu Da approached him humbly. Ah, Soul Captain, I have something I'd like to discuss. Xue Hui was surprised. Of course, please speak freely. The old man began. This may be sudden, but I have a great favor to ask of you. Xue Hui was confused. A favor? As he spoke, Liu Da gently pushed Song Hua forward. Yes, this child. He then looked at Xue Hui and asked, could you please take him in? Xue Hui's eyes shot open in shock. He was completely floored. What do you mean? Why are you suddenly asking me to adopt a child? The man explained. As you can see, the boy is still very young. His stamina and martial arts can't compare to the other disciples. Liu Da tried to persuade him. But this child possesses the highest spiritual power in the entire Ji Si squad. The old man dropped a bombshell on him. The girl had managed to stop the horde of Jiangxi and Soul Eaters at the warehouse, all thanks to a magic formation she created herself. Xue Hui was floored. A child, barely over 10 years old, could weave such a powerful array. Song Hua stood quietly beside Liu Dai, a true prodigy who had inherited the very essence of their art. Liu Dai spoke with pride. With the arts of the Kili Sidai sect flowing through her, once she's a little older, she is destined to become the most powerful sorcerer in our entire order. He confirmed that she'd already mastered various forbidden arts and possessed a rare, innate talent for bizarre transformation techniques. If you take her under your wing, she will undoubtedly become your most powerful ally. Xue Hui fell into a long, deep silence. Xue Hui's brow furrowed. I don't understand why you're making this offer. If she is such an exceptional talent, shouldn't the Kili Sidai sect keep her and train her themselves? Why ask me, a man with zero connection to the mystic arts, to take her in? The little girl finally spoke, her voice small. This might sound strange, but Captain, I can feel it. I sense that my destiny lies with you. Song Hua's gaze was incredibly sincere, but Xue Hui was lost. Destiny, the girl affirmed with absolute certainty. Yes. Song Hua gave examples, like how he flatly rejected the Blood Kill Guild's invitation, and how his subordinates followed him with unwavering loyalty. The girl insisted. Plus, my formation today worked almost too well, and just as it was about to shatter, at the most critical moment. You were the one who arrived just in time, Captain. I refuse to believe any of this is a coincidence. Once again, Xue Hui was lost in thought. Liu Dai gently patted Song Hua's head and said, Captain, the arts of our order, whether grand or small, are all acts of defying heaven itself. We walk a path against the natural order, reviving the dead and suppressing the will of others. At that moment, she just looked like an ordinary, innocent child. The old man gave a wry smile, but for that very reason. Once we've set our minds on a path, we will see it through to the very end. If we must pay the price for defying the heavens, we will at least walk the path we choose for ourselves. Xue Hui seemed to have been persuaded by his words. Just then, a system choice window appeared. He let out a troubled sigh. Is this the difference in mindset between a martial artist and a sorcerer? What should I do? Qisong voiced his opinion. Just accept. Captain. A sorcerer is an indispensable part of any team. Yao Lin agreed. I'm with him. Not to mention the effectiveness of their forbidden arts, they're incredibly powerful in large-scale battles. Xiaoling whispered. Besides, Captain, the Kili Sidai sect is fundamentally aligned with the corrupted demons. Regardless of this child's own power, just by taking her in, we can forge a connection with her entire organization. This could be a powerful strategic alliance. It seemed everyone agreed that Song Hua would be a perfect addition to their ranks. The little girl also looked up at him, her eyes filled with hope. Xue Hui finally relented. All right, I get it. Song Hua's face lit up with pure joy as the system transferred her to the Hidden Shadow Guild. She bowed deeply and said, Then, I'll be in your care. The system displayed Song Hua's detailed combat stats. He welcomed the girl with a nod. All right. From now on, let's look out for each other. The scene suddenly shifted. A firm hand clapped Xue Hui on the shoulder. Excellent work. It was Black Dog, and he was full of praise. Sect leader Liu Dai of Keeley had nothing but glowing reviews for you. You truly are a treasure to the Hidden Shadow Guild. Xue Hui realized the mission was a complete success. He said excitedly, "You've brought great honor to the Hidden Shadow Guild this time. I'm giving you 2 gifts that I personally treasure." Black Dog handed Xue Hui an ancient-looking tome. "Take this. It's the Demonic Cicada Chronicles. It's not one of our sect's demonic manuals. Instead, it's a journal kept by an outside martial artist who observed our order from afar for a very long time. It was discovered in the 7 Rainbows secret vault, an incredibly precious text." Xue Hui was stunned. An outside martial artist? So someone who wasn't even a disciple wrote a book about our order? Exactly, Black Dog confirmed. And what's more, it's a completely objective account. That's what makes it so rare. The higher the realm you reach, he explained, the more crucial it becomes to see yourself from a different perspective. I was tempted to keep it for myself, but I'm giving it to you instead. I have a feeling that you're definitely going to need this. Xue Hui was deeply grateful. "Thank you, sir." Black Dog added, "And there's one more gift. This is the 10,000-year yin-yang fruit." His tone grew serious. "At your level, you're bound to experience your demonic nature trying to take over. Of course, I trust you can overcome it on your own. But just in case, keep this with you. A time will come when you need it." Xue Hui thought to himself, "That seems a little unnecessary. I'm not really compatible with demonic energy, so I doubt I'll need it. Still, it can't hurt to hold on to it." Xue Hui bowed his head. "Thank you, sir." As Black Dog turned to leave, he said, "All right. I believe no matter what dangers you face in the future, you will overcome them. Farewell." The space warped, and Xue Hui found himself back in his familiar room. A system notification popped up. Today was the final day of the Destiny event, and it had quickly delivered Xue Hui's rewards. He wondered, so what's the deal with this Demonic Cicada Chronicles? Xue Hui curiously flipped through the pages, certain it was an extraordinary item. Huh? This is supposed to be a learnable item, isn't it? It's not automatically downloading into my head like the other skill books. He flopped onto his bed with a groan. What a pain. Looks like I'll actually have to read this one myself. This might be the last quiet night I'll have for a while, so I should probably skim through this quickly. The contents of the Demonic Cicada Chronicles, as he scanned them, were as follows. The system revealed this was a special reward. The book contained the records of 12 martial artists, detailing the agonizing trials of their cultivation. It held their deepest thoughts on how to surpass their limits and the very values they fought to uphold. Only their aliases were listed. Their true names were hidden, as were the specific demonic arts they practiced, which made perfect sense. If the names of current cult members or famous masters of the past were written here, and one of them was a master of the extreme demon state, this book would be a blueprint for their secrets. Besides, even a single phrase of enlightenment from a legendary master was considered a priceless treasure. The writings were abstract, but references to fire arts and ice arts proved the author was a master of an incredibly high realm. But the most striking entry came from the only one deemed unsuited for the demonic path, a man who called himself Nothingness, the final martial artist of the 12. He questioned the endless slaughter, wondering why he had to kill innocent people who had nothing to do with him. The crushing guilt from being unable to defy orders piled up, until finally, he succumbed to his inner demons and descended into madness. It was a chronicle of self-loathing from a man judged unfit for the very power he wielded. Coy pondered this as he walked outside. If you couldn't adapt to the demonic nature, survival in the divine cult was impossible. He needed to clear his head. Without demonic arts, he'd never get stronger. But using them was a sure path to insanity. He was trapped in an impossible dilemma. Coy sighed. His own situation was terrifyingly similar to that man's. That's why the man's writing resonated so deeply. The only solution he could see was to become an extreme demon. He began training with frantic energy, blurring through the forest. Leaping to a high branch, Xue Hui unleashed his demonic ki. He had to reach a state where he could control it completely. He ran under the moonlight, focusing his mind, seeking absolute self-mastery. If he could predict the movements of the world reflected around him, could he finally reach the realm of the extreme demon? The world meant everything under the heavens, reading the flow of all things to move forward. Xue Hui sighed. It was all too vast and abstract. Then he remembered another passage. Count the leaves on the trees. He caught a few small leaves. A man named Hu Mayong had sat in a forest and asked himself, just how many leaves are in this entire forest? Xue Hui knew the answer was a number no human could count. It was essentially infinite. He gazed into the distance. According to the book, Hu Mayong's forest was a vast sea of trees, stretching for hundreds of miles. The man must have known it was impossible, so why try to count the leaves? Xue Hui guessed it was a path to enlightenment. He, too, had asked himself what perfection meant in his own training. When faced with an insurmountable wall, searching for a way forward, Both Humaying and nothingness had created a breakthrough more than anything. He felt lost. How was he supposed to advance? He had no master to guide him, no one to give him answers. Then a thought struck him. There was one place he could ask. Right on cue, the system window appeared. He asked with a sliver of hope, "Is there a way for me to reach the extreme demon state?" The system immediately began its analysis. Xue Hui swallowed nervously, his heart pounding. But the system found no answer. He ran his hands through his hair in frustration. "Even you don't have the answer?" A blinding light hit him. The sun was rising. Xue Hui looked up. "Have I been up all night? I should get ready." A short while later, fully dressed and prepared, Xue Hui was ready to move. Suddenly, Jin Manchung appeared, blocking his path. Xue Hui was startled. "It's him again." The merchant announced, "Ah, I have incredible news. Rumors of miraculous treasures hidden across the lands. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. For the right price, I can acquire them for you." Jin Manchung presented a list of items with astronomical prices. A cold sweat ran down his back. The cost was so high, he couldn't even fathom it. Even if he wanted them, there was no way. So Xue Hui dismissed him, and the merchant left, muttering, "What a shame. If you miss this chance, will another ever come?" Xue Hui scratched his head, conflicted. The man had a point. Once I enter the main storyline, I'll never see Jin Manchung again. These were clearly legendary artifacts, the best of the best. This was a chance to get divine weapons that would never be repeated. He walked towards the door. "I have a feeling that when I hit a wall I can't break in the future, I'll end up regretting this moment." Xue Hui stopped in his tracks. Based on his experience, this monstrous system never creates something without a reason. He steeled his resolve. Worrying now was pointless. His only goal in this life is to reach a higher peak. Xue Hui stepped outside. "First, I have to save Ma Tae-ryong. After that, a future that even I can't predict will unfold." Just then, the system asked if he wanted to proceed to the main storyline. He made his choice without hesitation. "All right, let's do this." System confirmed. The main scenario is now active. At Royal Mountain, the situation remained largely the same, even after the main plot began. Ma Tai-long, one of the Elite 7 assassins, has vanished. Our mission is to track him down. Strangely, even after scouring the intel, I found no record of our Spirit Chaser squad being dispatched to Royal Mountain, despite our unmatched tracking skills. If anything has changed, it's our squad's status, which has improved since the tournament and Song Huang's involvement. Chi Tong suddenly approached the young girl. The little sorceress, Song Hua, replied politely. Yes, he was clearly curious. "I hear you're skilled in the mystic arts. So, what exactly can you do?" The girl flinched. No, I feel like I should introduce myself properly. Chi Tong's directness had Song Hua completely flustered. "The arts I can perform are..." Xiaoling gently ruffled the girl's hair. "It's all right," she said softly. "No one here is going to judge you." Xiaoling gave Song Hua an encouraging smile. "Just take your time." The girl instantly regained her composure. "Right," Song Hua confirmed. "I can perform about 40 types of arts, and I specialize in 3 of them." She began to list them. First is the acceleration art. Song Hua jogged in place to demonstrate. The elders say it makes the body move much faster. It lets you strike twice in the time it takes to land one. I can cast it on myself, or I can grant it to someone else. Chi Tong was impressed. "Whoa, that's incredibly useful." Yin Wu Xin leaned in, curious. "What else?" The girl replied. "As you warriors know, the corpse manipulation art." His face immediately darkened. Song Hua explained, "I can summon the dead and control them. I can even force them into a berserk state. And the number of corpses I can command at once is 50. Yin Wuxin was stunned. 50? That many? Could you control them to the same degree as those ghouls and soul eaters we found locked in the warehouse? She promised. Yes. If the conditions are right, I can make them even stronger than last time. He asked with excitement. The third type. What about the third type? Song Hua was a little overwhelmed by his intense enthusiasm. The final one is. She uttered a single phrase. Spatial teleportation. Yin Wuxin was lost. Spatial what? Chi Tong looked just as confused. Do you mean the ground shrinking technique? Song Hua answered. It's a little different from the ground shrinking technique. The girl clarified, ground shrinking is a supreme art. My current level isn't nearly high enough to perform it. Song Hua tried to put it simply. Instead, it's more like instantly moving from one fixed location to another, but he still couldn't wrap his head around it. What did I just hear? Is that even possible? The girl confirmed it. Yes. Xue Hui considered the implications. Spatial teleportation. Unbelievably useful. Yan Lin spoke up. Captain. He was carefully probing for information. May I ask our destination? Or does the captain have another prediction? He folded the map, lost in thought. Yan Lin's confusion was understandable, and Xue Hui knew it. Normally, a search for a missing person begins at their last known location, and you need to determine their skill level and the mission they were undertaking. He stepped forward. All right, let me explain. But we skipped all of those steps and have just been moving nonstop, Xue Hui thought. Without knowing the situation, it's only natural to have questions. He raised his voice. All right, everyone, listen carefully. Xue Hui commanded. According to the intel we've gathered, a short distance down from here is a secret branch of the Mount Hoa sect. From now on, you have 1 day. You will thoroughly scout the terrain from where we are standing to our next destination. Everyone was stunned. Huh. What was that? He understood their reaction. I know it sounds strange, but the situation is too complicated to explain clearly right now. Xue Hui was rushed. I will explain the details later. Time is critical, so prioritize mapping the terrain as we move. Pay special attention to any temporary trails. He called Song Hua aside. You're with me. Confused, she still followed his order. Yes, sir. Xue Hui gave the order. All right, everyone move out. They roared in unison. Sir. He shot off down the mountain path, with Song Hua right behind him. Xue Hui calculated. Ma Tai Long isn't at the secret branch that Tai Jun Cheng told his men about. The simulation of the past showed he's being held at a different secret branch. Even knowing that, Tai Jun Cheng still ordered his men to scout this terrain. There has to be another reason. The evening of the 3rd day after arriving at Royal Mountain, that's the same time Tai Jun Cheng rescued Ma Tai Long in the previous timeline. Someone once said, tonight, the followers of Mo Shu, the sect leader's second disciple, will attack this place. Ma Tai Long had leaked the Mount Hua sect's information to Mo Shu. He was certain, because of that, they will come here to attack. Therefore, we must begin our preparations from here, he concluded. Xue Hui calculated, there are 2 days left until Mo Shu attacks the secret branch. In the time remaining, we must secure an escape route. He analyzed the secret Mount Hua sect branch that Tai Jun Cheng had designated, and the secret branch of the Mount Hua sect that was found through the past life simulation. That's it. We must memorize every path connecting these 2 locations. The Mount Hua sect will be concentrating their forces there, and if Mo Shu's followers attack the Mount Hua sect in 2 days, then the very area my team is scouting right now will become the primary target, the battlefield. Hai saw his chance. If they could rescue Ma Tai Long while Mo Shu's forces clashed with the Mount Hua sect, their odds of returning alive would skyrocket. Lost in his thoughts, he almost forgot about Song Hua. Hui praised her. You actually managed to keep up with me? She grinned with delight. I've been training my stamina since I was a child. He figured it out. You must have used a speed art, right? My forced march makes even seasoned captains struggle. That technique seemed incredibly useful. Hui stopped at the edge of a high cliff. He took a moment to catch his breath. Song Hua wondered, where are we? Hui told her, Song Hua, this is where we'll use your spatial movement. Can you do it? The girl declared, yes, I can do it. But first, allow me to explain my spatial movement. Song Hua said she needed a full day to prepare the ritual. The travel distance couldn't exceed 100 miles. Plus, it used so much spiritual power that after one use, she would be exhausted for 1 or 2 days. He considered the 100-mile limit, deciding to check the numbers. Hui asked the system to calculate the distance from here to the Mount Hua sect's secret branch. The girl looked at her captain expectantly. The system began its analysis. It reported the distance was 31.4 kilometers. From the entrance of the secret branch to their current position, the distance was about 80 miles. Hui nodded. The distance wasn't an issue. He gave the order. The destination is roughly 80 miles away. Begin the ritual immediately, the girl confirmed. Yes, that distance is manageable. But Song Hua looked a little lost. But Captain, can I ask you something? She was curious. Why do you need my spatial movement for you and the vice captains? Aren't you all powerful enough to do anything without my help? Hui was slightly taken aback, then smiled. The enemy is incredibly strong. Song Hua still didn't understand. Hui said, I don't have time to explain everything. Simply put, we are about to invade enemy territory, he continued. And that enemy is the Mount Hua sect, one of the 9 great sects that rivals our own. Not only are their martial arts superior, but we will be completely and utterly outnumbered. Hui was certain that if they went in alone, it would be a suicide mission. The girl was stunned by the revelation. Song Hua was a quick thinker. Forgive my bluntness, but why would you accept such a mission? With this level of danger, shouldn't there be other support teams? He thought to himself. If I explain the details, she'll just ask how I know. Hui answered vaguely, there are complicated reasons. He thought, this started as a simple search mission, but now it's different. The priority now is to get Ma Tai Long out, so we need your spatial movement to escape. Just as Mo Zhu and Qin Gong's forces were making their move, the girl mumbled to herself, "So this is a mission we have to do." Even knowing we could die, Hui didn't hear her clearly, but Song Hua had already found her resolve. "I understand." The girl stood strong. "The captain has trusted me with his life. I, Song Hua, will absolutely repay that trust." Song Hua suddenly threw open her bag, sending dozens of golden papers flying. They stuck fast to the rocks, forming a perfect arc on the ground. She bit her finger, drawing blood. He was shocked by her intensity. Song Hua used her blood to write on the golden talisman, and a surge of energy flowed into it. Hui was concerned. "Do you really need to go that far?" She explained, because I'm still inexperienced. My art requires a medium to connect to the caster." Song Hua stated, "Nothing is better than blood, because blood is life itself." He broke into a cold sweat at her serious attitude. She continued, "And if what you said is true, Captain," Song Hua said excitedly, "then my life is on the line as well, isn't it? For me to survive, this art absolutely must succeed." Hui was confused. "Your life?" The girl said nonchalantly, "We're infiltrating enemy territory. Of course I have to go with you. How could you use a spatial movement art without the caster?" The realization stunned him. Hui confirmed. "You're right," he told himself. "Looking back, I put a massive burden on this child and I'm dragging her into a place where we could all die." Hui felt a little uneasy. "Song Hua, can I ask you something?" As Song Hua sketched the symbols, she answered, "Yes, Captain, ask me anything." He asked her directly, "I know we spoke about it before, but I still don't completely understand why you decided to follow me." This time, it was the girl's turn to be surprised. Hui had assumed that, for practical reasons, Captain Tai had accepted Song Hua because of her promise to connect them with the Kailas unit, the sect's most powerful team of sorcerers in the future. But thinking about it now, it seemed he had made a serious mistake. He looked at Song Hua, who was staring up at him with wide, innocent eyes. Song Hua was still just a child. Xue Hui knew this was a mistake. He couldn't understand why this child chose to follow him, but dragging someone so innocent into the dangers ahead felt completely wrong. The girl replied, "It may sound strange, but to me, Captain, you are the one chosen by destiny." That was an answer he never saw coming. Was this destiny? Song Hoa clutched the talisman in her hand. "But you already knew I was a shaman, that I often divine the future." The young girl reminisced. "The truth is, on the day the Jiangshi and the Soul Eaters rose up, I had already foreseen it all. It was in my divination." Xue Hui listened intently. "Is that so?" Song Hoa's body tensed. And then, she revealed a terrifying truth. "I was fated to die that day." He couldn't believe it. Impossible. "If you foresaw it, you could have reported the Jiangshi uprising and escaped." Song Hoa didn't deny it. "Perhaps. But would the elders have ever listened to me?" She knew exactly how they saw her. Even with a prophecy, they would have dismissed it as the ramblings of a child. Back then, Song Hoa stood at death's very door. "My fate, my fortune." After reading it all, I was certain I would die that day. It was an inescapable death. She had already accepted her end. If she failed to stop the rebellion in the armory, she would fall to the Jiangshi. And if she fled, she'd be executed for gross negligence of the sect's sacred weapons. There was no way out. Song Hoa had lost all hope, but then the captain appeared. She revealed he had never once appeared in her divinations. Song Hoa believed the lifeline he offered her that day was a thread of fate itself. "And that," Song Hoa declared, "is why I have no other choice but to follow you." She confessed, "Captain, the truth is, ever since I joined the Soul Reaper squad, my divinations no longer show my death." There wasn't a trace of deceit in Song Hoa's eyes. "It's all thanks to you, Captain. You showed me that one can choose their own path, that you can change a future set in stone. That is why I must follow you." Xue Hui had finally received the answer he was searching for. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. "So you could live." A weight lifted from his shoulders. "So that's what this was all about. Then tell me, what does your divination say about our current mission? Can you see how it will unfold?" Song Hoa hesitated. "Yes, I've already performed a reading." But she already knew the captain wanted more than just to rescue Ma Tailong, one of the 7 deadly assassins. "You also want to make him your subordinate, don't you?" A shiver of pure shock ran down his spine. He wondered to himself, how could she possibly know? Everyone knows we're hunting for the missing Ma Tailong, but the Huishin sect is known for destroying the demonic cult on sight, so there's no guarantee he's even still alive. Even I would have assumed he was dead, had I not met Ma Tailong in my previous life. So Xue Hui pressed her. "Why would you think that?" He was suspicious. "I only made that decision recently." "On what basis could this child make such a deduction?" She replied, "The fact that you gave me coordinates for a spatial rift proves you've already found him, or at least a solid lead." Furthermore, you keep asking why I follow you, and you specifically asked about the divination results for this mission. Song Hoa's intelligence was astounding. In a normal conversation, it would all seem natural, but if you assume the captain has a hidden motive, you can deduce his true intentions. Xue Hui took a sharp breath. This girl, he shivered, is an absolute genius. Based on a few simple sentences, she had formed multiple hypotheses and perfectly deduced the questioner's hidden agenda. Xue Hui knew her extraordinary divination played a part, but to peer so deeply into a person's heart was a talent not just anyone could possess. As she prepared her talismans, she spoke. Captain, the 7 deadly assassins are the core warriors of the Kunma. Their loyalty is absolute. Song Hoa analyzed the situation. To make such a person your subordinate, the first condition is that their loyalty must be broken. He agreed. That's right. Of course, Xue Hui already knew that. It was obvious. Someone so loyal to the Kunma, how could they ever sincerely serve another master? But he wasn't ready to give up. That just means if that one condition is met, recruiting him isn't entirely impossible. She then asked, and how do you plan to control a master who has reached the transcendent demonic realm? Song Hoa placed a talisman on a nearby tree. Subordinates follow a leader for many reasons, but in my opinion, the most important is that you can help them achieve the ideals they pursue. Xue Hui considered her words. A leader you can build a future with, and one worth dying for. Yes, that's it, exactly. He sighed with regret. Then isn't it impossible? At the very least, my martial arts would have to be on a whole other level, right? He thought again. Then again, at least by Ma Tailong's standards, raw martial skill isn't the only thing that matters. Xue Hui was confused by Song Hoa's sudden question. Forgive my bluntness, but is the Kunma's martial power really so supreme? He was utterly stunned. She said, in my case, I follow you, Captain, because you saved me from my fated death. By choosing to survive, it means I can now see a future and achieve so much more. Xue Hui's eyes were filled with unwavering trust. The future, the hope for tomorrow. Captain, you are the one who brought that to me. That is why I follow you. He finally understood. To make someone follow you with their whole heart, you must show them a vision of the future. Xue Hui spoke earnestly. Thank you for your advice. It was very helpful. He stood up. You said you needed some time for the ritual, correct? The young girl confirmed. Yes. Where are you going, sir? Xue Hui stretched his body lightly. I'm going to clear our escape route. There are a few people who need to be dealt with first. He then shot off towards the residential area. Xue headed straight for a familiar building, easily taking down the guards posted around it. Using a disguise art, Xue Hui transformed into one of the fallen guards. Continuing his plan, he quickly approached the target room. He activated his stealth technique for added secrecy. I can feel a presence from inside. Xue Hui recalled the memories from his previous infiltration. There are 2 rooms protected by formation arrays, he was certain. One is where they're holding Ma Tai Long, and the other is near the secret passage they used to move him. This place wasn't the first room. It was the second. He could never forget. The reason he chose this place as his target was because of the memories of escaping with Ma Tai Long in his past life. The main reason our escape was blocked. Wasn't it because of those 2 old men? This was the result from the simulation he ran before coming. Xue Hui used the system on the evening of the 3rd day to rescue Ma Tai Long from the Manhwa sect's secret branch. Show me the targets that must be eliminated first. The system. Target 1. Elder Jiu Ye. He is the first to discover the broken formation array imprisoning Ma Tai Long. He can be eliminated after lunch on the 2nd day. Target 2. Master Jiu Yang. He guards the secret passage I will use to escape with Ma Tai Long. He can be eliminated after the morning of the 2nd day. Target 3. Taoist Jiu Wen. He is the one who will respond to Master Jiu Yang's call for aid. He can be eliminated after the evening of the 2nd day. He selected his objective. First, I will eliminate Master Jiu Yang. The system asked again if Xue Hui wanted to create a save point. He was resolute. The situation is just like it was before I broke into Jiu Yan's room. If I was worried about being killed by these scumbags, I wouldn't have stepped in here in the first place. And so Xue Hui decisively chose not to save and entered the room. The old man didn't even bother to turn around. Jiu Yang fiddled with his collection of items as he asked, "What is it?" Xue Hui slowly closed the distance. "You won't even look at me? You must think I'm one of the Mount Hua sect's lackeys." He stared at that hateful face. Master Jiu Yang. The image of him killing Xiao Ling flashed in his mind. Xue Hui almost lost control of his rage as Jiu Yang finally turned around. "Why don't you answer? I asked what you want," he replied. "I've come to collect a debt." Master Jiu Yang. The old man's brow furrowed in confusion. "What are you talking about? A debt? Who are you? I don't recall ever meeting you." Xue Hui dispelled his disguise art. "You may not remember, but I do." He thought to himself, In the past, I was a coward who hid behind others. Because I was weak, I could only pray for someone else to kill you. But things are different now. Xue Hui drew his sword. I'm here to repay the debt from last time. In full. Jiu Yang immediately recognized the foul stench. You're one of the demonic cult's dogs. He reacted instantly, slapping a mechanism on the wall. The room suddenly transformed. The decorations vanished, but he faced the change calmly. A formation array, similar to the one Jiu Yang used. Jiu Yang spoke up. It seems you have a lot you want to say to me. He drew his own sword. How did you get in here, and what is your purpose? Fine. Let's just keep things simple. After all, this space is created by a formation. Unless the caster dies or dispels it himself, it's impossible to break. Xue Hui remarked, the flawless heart demon array is truly useful. Jiu Yang was shocked. What? He spoke with a cold calm. No sound can escape from here, and no one knows what's happening inside. But then, Xue Hui grinned with confidence. So, who does that really benefit? Jiu Yang gripped his sword, seething with rage as he charged forward. He carefully observed the situation, swinging his blade only when necessary, easily shattering Jiu Yang's offensive. The old man was stunned. In the next moment, Xue Hui's blade was upon him. Jiu Yang hastily retreated to create some distance. His guard was now fully raised. You brat. It seems you have some skill. However, you've made a fatal mistake. I was just being careless a moment ago. He provoked him bluntly. You talk too much. A cold sweat broke out on Jiu Yang's brow. What did you say? Xue Hui let out a mocking sneer. Old men always run their mouths. Tell me, can you still get it up in the morning? It's a shame you talk so much. The old man instantly flew into a rage. You damn bastard. I'm still full of vigor, you little punk. Jiu Yang lunged forward, his movements completely out of control. He screamed, die. But his attack was full of openings, which he easily dodged. Xue Hui landed calmly, taunting him again. You're getting too worked up. Be careful you don't trip and fall. Jiu Yang was wary. You're all talk. Your martial arts are nothing special. With a skill level like that, Song Hua sneered. You actually dare to trespass in here? Xue Hui just stared back blankly. Huh, look closer. You don't recognize me? This is getting serious. The old man tightened his grip on his sword. What nonsense are you spouting? Xue Hui shrugged. Normally, I grant a senior martial artist the first 3 moves, but I've already given you far more than that. Humiliation flared across Jiu Yang Zhen's face. You brat, how dare you speak such drivel? Xue Hui lightly cut his own hand. You'll see soon enough. He skillfully smeared blood over his eyes. You'll learn whether my words are drivel or not. Jiu Yang Zhen was brimming with confidence. How absurd, he scoffed. A mere nobody like you thinks you can actually defeat me? After smearing the blood, Xue Hui flashed a victorious grin. He stared straight ahead, his voice filled with certainty. Of course, the old man ground his teeth in rage. You arrogant fool. Jiu Yang Zhen lunged forward, his movements full of openings. Xue Hui immediately activated his extreme ice palm. Time seemed to crawl to a halt, but the old man took a roundabout path instead of attacking head-on. He was surprised. You're not charging in? I thought you were provoked, but it seems you're more cautious than I expected. Xue Hui decided to charge straight forward instead. Fine. If you won't come to me, then I'll go to you. But to his shock, the old man's body vanished into thin air. The divine phasing technique. Jiu Yang Zhen reappeared a step back, completely unharmed. Xue Hui clicked his tongue. So you use a unique movement art. Just as expected from a member of the Manhwa sect, you still have a few tricks up your sleeve. He quickly adjusted his stance. But it's not that dangerous. Don't take another step. His next thrust sent the old man flying. But just before Jiu Yang Zhen could hit the ground, Xue Hui closed the distance once again. I'm not done yet. A fierce gale began to envelop his sword. Xue Hui unleashed his ultimate technique, the Divine Wind God. Unexpectedly, the old man dodged again, escaping with his life. Xue Hui realized. Was that the same movement technique from before? Jiu Yang Zhen grit his teeth, the tension rising. But Xue Hui had already figured out his opponent's pattern. It won't work on me again. Using the spirit-locking demonic art, he froze the old man's legs solid. He was completely immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Hui dashed forward. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Got you. Panic was written all over Jiu Yang Zhen's face. He struggled against the ice binding him, but Xue Hui just stated coldly, it's too late. Then, Xue Hui unleashed the Asura's Inferno, engulfing Jiu Yang Zhen's body in flames. The old man's agonizing screams filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Jiu Yang Zhen was reduced to nothing but dust. Xue Hui hadn't even broken a sweat taking him down. The surrounding scenery shifted. Xue Hui realized the room had returned to normal. Looks like it's finally over, he thought. He suddenly noticed something else. Well then, I'll be on my way. On a nearby table was a dazzling pile of gold and silver coins. Xue Hui regretfully touched the treasure. This will be impossible to carry. Then, an idea struck him. Wait a minute. What if I put it in my inventory? Let's give it a shot. The system notified him that all precious decorations could be converted into gold, making them storable. Xue Hui was genuinely surprised. For real? He immediately commanded the system to make the conversion. In total, he received 6,400 gold. Xue Hui was a bit perplexed. It's not even 10,000, he reasoned with himself. Actually, this is still a huge amount of money. It probably seems small because I remember the massive numbers from Jin Wanzhong's fortune. Xue recalled items priced in the millions. Those legendary weapons. Could I ever afford them? Maybe not even in this lifetime. He quickly sheathed his sword. First, I need to get out of here. I have a lot more to do. His next target, Julian. He stealthily approached the man's mansion. Using his concealment technique, Xue Hui slipped deep inside and placed his hand on the door handle. Just like before, the system prompted him to save his progress. Xue Hui remained calm. This place is the same. He decisively chose not to save and stepped inside. Bookshelves packed with scrolls filled the room. The sound of steady footsteps echoed. Soon, Xue Hui spotted a familiar face. He spoke first. Hey, I know you're there. Julian was startled. Xue Hui called out, Come on out, Julian. The old man's voice rang out. If you know who I am, you must be no ordinary person. Who are you? Xue Hui cut straight to the chase. Who I am doesn't matter. I came here to kill you. Julian grew wary. I can sense a demonic aura. You're from the demonic cult. Why would someone from the demonic cult come here? Xue Hui made a proposal. Before we get to that, let's ask each other a question. He laid out his terms. You ask me one. I ask you one. We both answer honestly. Xue Hui thought to himself. I'll ask the very same question you asked me in the past. The old man agreed. Interesting. Julian intended to go first. I was thinking the same thing. All right, I'll ask first. But Xue Hui cut him off. No, I'll go first. The old man's brow furrowed in displeasure. Xue Hui just acted nonchalant. If you don't want to answer, that's fine by me. Julian reluctantly accepted. Very well. What is it you want to ask? Xue Hui got right to it. Old man, why did you collaborate with the Grand Disciple? Xue Hui dismissed any flimsy excuses about gaining combat experience, claiming the Mount Hua sect would provide supplies for wiping out the demonic cult. Nobody is going to believe that lie. Julian was stunned into silence for a moment before bursting into laughter. After a long pause, he gave a startling answer. The number one sword sect. Xue Hui was taken aback. The number one sword sect. Julian confirmed it. That's right. I don't care about merit. I want to surpass the Grand Disciple himself, to become the greatest under heaven. The old man confessed. But to be branded eternally second best is a truly soul-crushing feeling for a warrior. Why must we stand by and watch the Mount Hua sect's glory fade into nothing? Xue Hui's silence was a bitter admission. He knew that the title of the world's number one sword sect was a prize coveted by every prestigious clan. Xue Hui understood this, but knew it was no simple feat. All martial arts under heaven may originate from Shaolin, because they are the strongest and oldest of the 9 great sects, but Shaolin has no thirst for power. Besides, they are a Buddhist sect, so we can turn a blind eye. But then there is Wudang, a fellow Taoist sect and masters of the blade. Wudang's history is even shorter than Mount Hua's, yet their power is undeniable. Whenever their Tai Chi clashes with the demonic arts, our plum blossom sword is always forced to bow its head. Julian gave a bitter smile. Some say the Mount Hua sect can never be number one, unless heavenly lightning strikes Wudang Mountain itself. The old man explained, So, what if heavenly lightning really did strike? If that happened, we wouldn't have to face Wudang directly. And if our own strength isn't enough, we can simply borrow power from them. Xue Hui's eyebrow twitched. Are you referring to the demonic sect? Julian confirmed. That's right. You may not know it, but the grand plan is already in motion. Numerous small and mid-sized sects across the Central Plains have been annihilated, and our Mount Hua sect is backing them. Xue Hui understood the hostile, symbiotic relationship. The old man pressed on. Are you satisfied with that answer? Now it's my turn. Why have you come here? Xue Hui replied. I'm looking for someone. Mate Ryong. Julian pondered. Mate Ryong, you say? Could that be the man who was recently captured? Xue Hui continued his interrogation. Where is Taoist Ju Wen? The old man froze. What did you just say? A smirk played on Xue Hui's lips. That's right. I already knew where Mate Ryong was. I just needed to confirm your honesty. Now, answer me. Where is Taoist Jiu Wen? Jiu Lian was cornered, rendered speechless for a moment. Finally, he answered, to the north. Among 3 thatched houses, he's in the one without an eave. Are you satisfied now? Then it's my turn to ask. But Xue Hui cut him off. No, that's enough for today. Jiu Lian was stunned. What? But before he could even react, Xue Hui had already smeared blood over his eyes. I'm sorry, but this is as far as your answers go. Xue Hui unleashes ice art, extreme palm. You've done the same to others in the past. He shot forward like an apparition. And in a single, chilling instant, Julian's head was severed from his body. Let's end this here. He defeated the old man without breaking a sweat. You understand, don't you? Late that night, in a vast estate, a man was found with a sword through his skull, killed on the spot. Xue Hui's assassination was a success. He let out a long breath. That makes the 3rd one. The last target has been eliminated. He sheathed his sword and departed. The primary threats have been dealt with. And by now, my subordinates should have finished their reconnaissance. I should complete my own survey of the terrain and head back. His team observed carefully. So, it's connected like this? Spread before them was a detailed map. Before the captain left to handle his own affairs, he told us about the secret branch where Ma Tairiang is being held. There are a total of 3 intersections with Manhwa's hidden network. Qisong pointed. When the external forces move in, they'll clash with us at this point. So Ryong wondered aloud. How does the captain know all of this? And will reinforcements truly arrive as we expect? Yo Rim guessed. If he were only planning an escape route, he wouldn't have investigated this broadly. Perhaps the captain expects reinforcements to come from our direction. She fell into thought. He asked, what is it? Is something wrong? So Ryong suddenly revealed. As far as I know, our Phantom Spirit squad has no other support teams assigned. Yo Rim tensed up slightly. So, you're saying, there are no reinforcements. She considered it. Most likely, the ones coming to help may not necessarily be our allies. He couldn't grasp her meaning. If not our allies, then who would help us? So Ryong frowned. About that, Yo Rim suddenly realized. Ah, the captain is here. Xue Hui approached with a smile. It looks like you finished the survey. All points confirmed. Yes, sir. He pulled out an item. Good. We can rest for a moment. First, let's look at this. Xue Hui showed them a new map, even more detailed than the last. Yu Musim was astounded. Huh? This place is? Xue Hui confirmed. That's right. This is a terrain map of the secret branch, where Mate Ryong is being held. The man was in shock, and the captain completed this in just one day? Xue Hui waved off the details. It wasn't too difficult. For now, look here. He pointed to an isolated hut. Based on my earlier investigation, I believe Mate Ryong is in there. So Ryong had a question. Is he just imprisoned in a room? Xue Hui shook his head. No. There's a formation mechanism that leads to a deeper location. We just need to activate it. She fell silent, her tense expression giving her away. He then pointed to another block. And here is another formation. From where I rescue Ma Tairiang, there is a secret underground passage. That passage is connected to this building. Song Hua listened intently. Captain, does that mean we will? Xue Hui confirmed. Yes, we will perform the spatial teleportation here. The young girl focused, committing her mission to memory. He asked Song Hua, how much time do you need? She estimated at least half a quarter hour, as a cross-dimensional art like this required careful preparation. Furthermore, while I prepare the teleportation art, the unique aura of our sect will spread out. She explained that a renowned sect like the Huashan sect would undoubtedly sense the disturbance. Xue Hui understood immediately. She's right, and if the outer formation was broken earlier, the Huashan sect members inside would have already noticed. Tension gripped Song Hua and the entire team. Right. He clutched the map tightly. It's all right. We can do this. Xue Hui rallied his team's spirit. We've grown much stronger from our training. We just need to hold out for half a quarter hour until Song Hua's teleportation art is complete. In that final moment, we fight with everything we have, he demanded. Understood. The entire team roared back. Understood. A flicker of sorrow passed through Xue Hui's distant gaze. Then, everyone get some rest. Prepare for tomorrow. They followed his orders without question. Time passed in a flash. The following night, at a secret Huashan sect branch, Xue Hui's team stealthily approached their target. He heard movement drawing near. A group of guards strolled past, chatting casually. Just like in the past, 5 of them were on patrol. Xue Hui raised a hand, signaling them to halt. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he gave the next command. Everyone understood instantly, darting through the area with silent speed. Xue Hui moved like a shadow. We don't need to fight them here, but once the inner formation breaks, they'll attack anyway. Taking them out first wouldn't hurt. His hand found the mechanism. A secret chamber slid open before them. Xue Hui's voice was firm. Let's go. The group quickly descended the stairs. Yin Wuxing looked around, confused. Captain, this is a dead end. Xue Hui corrected him. No, this is a formation. Xue Hui activated his level 2 combat simulation to analyze the barrier. Show me how to break the formation before me. The system quickly highlighted the key points and the precise amount of internal energy required. He carefully followed its instructions, and the wall began to tremble. The bewildering labyrinth wall formation had been dispelled. A man appeared, bound, kneeling, and covered in wounds. The system asked if Xue Hui would take him or leave him behind. Song Hui recognized the man. It's Ma Tai Long. Of course, he chose to take him. Xue Hui shattered the chains and supported the unconscious Ma Tai Long. It's done. But their presence had already been detected. The sound of frantic footsteps echoed from above. He ordered, "We need to retreat. Now, let's move." Xue Hui took the lead. "It seems they've found us. Move faster." He searched for another secret passage. Another path opened up. "It should be somewhere around here. Follow me." Outside in the courtyard, a single brick shifted. The team successfully brought Ma Tai Long back to the surface. He commanded, "This is the spot. Song Hua, prepare the spatial teleportation." She nodded. "Right." Song Hua skillfully began casting the formation. Xue Hui entered his combat stance. 5 minutes until the formation is complete. Sudden, frantic movements erupted from the underground chamber and the surrounding buildings. They were completely surrounded by enemy martial artists. He aimed his sword at the enemy. "Hold your ground. They're all berserk, and there are far too many of them." Xue Hui charged forward. "You all handle that side. This side is mine." He decisively unleashed his sword technique. A single blast of Asura's explosive art wiped out a huge wave of martial artists, but as soon as one group fell, another took its place. Xue Hui faced them calmly. "Don't be so eager. It's not your turn yet." He thought to himself, "I've realized something through countless battles. Asura's explosive art, plus the extreme demonic charm art, and the wind's striking posture. I can combine my special skills with my existing martial arts." The soul-shattering destructive power tore through several of the enemy's largest buildings. Now they didn't even need to take the long way around. Xue Hui clicked his tongue. There are too many. He calculated the situation. But thanks to my overwhelming martial power, they don't dare to attack recklessly. Let's see just how strong they really are. Xue Hui used his system to scan the area. Its capabilities were significantly enhanced at level 2. It wasn't just my line of sight anymore. I could see areas hidden by the hill, as if I was watching from a third-person perspective. He confirmed it. Just as I thought, the power of these frontline attackers isn't high. The truly dangerous ones. 3 familiar faces with terrifying power levels in the millions appeared in Xue Hui's mind. They were the same ones who gave him so much trouble last time. Each one was a formidable foe, the real threats hiding in the shadows. And that wasn't all. On the rooftop, True Master Jiu Wen watched everything unfold. Xue Hui thought, that one. He must be their leader. All we can do is hope they don't attack. Someone's leading them. Eldest disciple to the front line. Everyone else, fall back. A quick scan revealed their power levels averaged between 2 and 3 million. Xue Hui's hand tightened on his sword. He asked, Song Hua, how much time is left? The girl answered immediately, we have 4 minutes. Xue Hui commanded, Yao Lin, you take the front. He looked shocked. Huh? But what about you, Captain? Xue Hui replied, it seems I need to go out and draw their attention. Yao Lin grew worried. Isn't that incredibly dangerous? Some of them look like elders. Don't worry, Xue Hui declared. Just let me know when our time is almost up. He called out to Long Zhen. Yes, Captain. Long Zhen answered immediately. Could I borrow your blade for a moment? Without a second thought, Long Zhen handed it over. Of course. Xue Hui accepted the weapon. My thanks. Just then, Ma Tailong regained consciousness, demanding, Hey, what in the world are you thinking? He couldn't understand it. Instead of fleeing, this man intended to face a massive horde of enemies all by himself. With a grim smile, he sliced a shallow cut into his hand. This whole situation is a free-for-all, he mused. I must look like a complete madman. But right now, Xue Hui stated with conviction, this is our only path to survival. Ma Tailong was utterly bewildered. Wiping the blood over his eyes, he said, I'll see you on the other side. With that, Xue Hui activated his glacial art and charged headfirst into the enemy horde. A fearsome war cry erupted from his lungs as he unleashed the divine wind sword technique. Come on, Xue Hui roared. Bring it on, you bastards. A vortex of razor-sharp wind tore through the battlefield with overwhelming force. Xue Hui effortlessly carved a path through the martial artists blocking his way. Again and again, he unleashed the Godspeed Tempest, sweeping aside all who stood before him. He dispatched them with ease, without breaking a single drop of sweat. Old Man Bai charged forward in a rage. So, you finally arrived? Xue Hui had been waiting. He unleashed the swift demon art. The attack instantly froze Old Man Bai's feet to the ground. As the elder stood paralyzed, Xue Hui seized the opening and lunged forward. He moved with such blistering speed, the old man couldn't even react. This was his chance to finally settle their score. I've been waiting for you. He unleashed Asura's wrath, incinerating Old Man Bai's body to ash. At the same time, Yao Lin was also easily breaking through the enemy lines. The other martial artists were no match for him. He's on another level, Captain, Yao Lin marveled. Xue Hui's silhouette was a deadly dance amidst the flames. He was truly a magnificent warrior. Xiaoling watched in awe, as if her captain possessed an endless well of internal energy. Yao Lin added, to think their leader was defeated so easily. Ma Tailong, completely astonished, finally spoke up. Who in the world is he? Why would someone that powerful be working for a man like Kunmo? At that, Yin Wuxin boasted proudly. He is the captain of our Wraith squad. Ma Tailong was floored. The Wraith squad's captain. You really expect me to believe that? Believe what you want, he said warily. But look over there, it seems he's about to get involved. An old man glared down from above, radiating pure killing intent. Xue Hui watched him cautiously, gritting his teeth. It was a confrontation he couldn't avoid. Suddenly, an attacker launched a sneak assault, screaming, How dare you trespass here? What you dogs from the demonic cult want? Xue Hui dodged the attack with ease. The demonic cult, he scoffed with a smirk. What a bunch of hypocrites. Aren't you the ones who colluded with them in the first place? His opponent seemed completely clueless. What are you talking about? Once again, he drew blood and smeared it across his eyes. I don't have time to chat. Xue Hui activated his ultimate ice art. Come on. Let our blades do the talking. The martial artist was enraged. You arrogant fool. But his life was about to be cut short. Xue Hui surged forward, thrusting his sword directly into the man's stomach. It was clear the martial artist never even saw it coming. Activating the Godspeed Tempest, a swirling vortex of wind erupted around them. The man's body was torn to shreds as he screamed in agony. He finished the job quickly and decisively, then moved on. Xue Hui advanced to face his next opponent, Zhu Wen, a man of equal strength. The clash of steel echoed through the air in a fierce duel. He shouted down, Song Hua, how much time is left? The girl replied, It's almost ready. Good, Xue Hui commanded. When time is up, count down from 10. I'll make my move the second you hit one. Zhu Wen's eyes narrowed. It seems you're plotting something. It's useless. None of you are leaving here alive. The elder glared. If I don't kill you now, you'll become a major threat to our Mount Hua sect. Xue Hui completely agreed. I was thinking the exact same thing. Xue Hui weighed his options. My original plan was to fight briefly and retreat, but if we're exhausted during our escape, there's no guarantee we won't run into you again. He declared with absolute confidence. So, I'll take this chance to end you all right here. Enraged, Zhu Wen unleashed a furious barrage of sword techniques. You bastard! With a powerful thrust, he finally managed to push Xue Hui back. Xue Hui struggled to parry the blows. Suddenly, the martial artist from before charged in with a roar. Xue Hui was shocked. You're still alive? Caught in a deadly pincer attack, he leaped high into the air to evade. But waiting for him below was the gleaming tip of Zhu Wen's sword. Fear flashed across his face. Damn it! The old man unleashed a lethal technique, aiming to run him through. But then, Zhu Wen realized something was wrong. Xue Hui's body blurred, becoming a mere afterimage. It was the special effect of his peerless wind sword, a technique granting a brief moment of total invincibility. Seizing the opening, Xue Hui unleashed the Tempest Blade, tearing through both of his assailants. As they collapsed, he finally took a breath. Just then, Song Hua's warning rang out, Captain, I'm starting the countdown. Time was up. Xue Hui began his retreat. A pity, he said. I wanted to finish you right here. The old man struggled to his feet. Where do you think you're going? The girl's count reached 8. Xue Hui wiped blood over his eyes one last time. I regret it, too, but I'll be sure to kill you next time. Zhu Wen didn't dare pursue him. Activating his ultimate ice art, Xue Hui raced down to rejoin his team. So far, the plan was a success. But suddenly, a presence appeared behind him. A bizarre flash of light erupted. The old man refused to yield. You think you can just leave? Xue Hui had no choice but to halt his escape and face the swordsman's wrath. He gripped his sword, his knuckles white. This was too dangerous. He couldn't let this monster reach his team. Xue had to make a choice, and fast. Shaoling screamed, 5 seconds, Captain. Hurry. Unleashing the Asura art Yan Gong, a massive explosion rocked the battlefield, stopping Xue Wen in his tracks. But the old master had already stolen too much of their time. 4 seconds. Captain, move it. Xue Wen was relentless, like a blood-crazed hound. He lunged forward, cutting Xue Hui off from his comrades. A twisted, insane roar tore from his throat. He was determined not to let them escape. Going somewhere, panic flashed across the team's faces, but in this life-or-death moment, their captain remained impossibly calm. Xue Hui let out a cold smirk. Do you have any idea how many times I've stared death in the face? I'll kill you. Xue Wen bellowed, lunging again. But Xue Hui was already gone, using his moonlit step technique to vanish from sight. Song Hui's voice was strained. Captain. 1 second left. Just in time, Xue Hui rejoined his team. I know, he replied, his voice steady. Xue Wen was driven mad with fury. His enraged screams echoed through the air, but Xue Hui had already landed safely right in the center of the teleportation array. Xue Wen's grasp was mere inches away. Xue Hui offered a polite, almost mocking smile. Farewell. And then, a blinding light consumed him. The array activated, whisking them all back to the mountain. Every single member of the team was safe and sound. Did we actually do it? Yin Wuxian's face lit up with pure joy. Captain, we did it. Yao Lin let out a shaky breath of relief. I can't believe. We actually pulled it off. Xue Hui pulled down his mask. He was exhausted down to his bones, but a satisfied grin spread across his face as he celebrated with his team. With the battle finally over, Yao Lin turned to their youngest junior with awe. I still can't believe we managed to do that. Are you some kind of genius? He asked. Song Hui just sniffed dismissively. I told you I could do it. The moment the words left her lips, all the color drained from her face. She had pushed far beyond her limits. Song Hua collapsed, completely spent. Panic shot through the group. Xiaoling immediately checked her condition. Her breathing, it's unstable, she reported grimly. Captain. Song Hua forced the words out, trying to reassure them. I'm fine. I just need a little rest. But Xue clicked his tongue, a deep unease washing over him. Fine. That's impossible, Xiaoling declared. After using a technique of that magnitude, she needs to rest. Now. Xue Hui nodded in agreement. Then that's what we'll do. As he turned, his eyes landed on Ma Tai Long. He quickly approached the man. My apologies for the late introduction. I am Xue Hui, captain of the Hidden Shadow Guild's Ghost Squad. How are you holding up? Xue Hui asked. The man seemed disoriented. Who are you people? Patiently, Xue Hui repeated himself. Like I said, we are from the Hidden Shadow Guild. Ma Tai Long stared in utter disbelief. The Hidden Shadow Guild. Is this powerful? And you expect me to believe that? Xue Hui's reply was detached. Whether you believe it or not is your choice. We are merely following the orders of Lord Kun Mo. Specifically, you were reported missing. Our orders were to investigate. The man froze, completely stunned by the revelation. Xue Hui continued, Fortunately, we managed to rescue you. Now, would you mind telling us what happened here? How did a master of your caliber get captured by the Mount Hua sect? But Ma Tai Long's lips remained sealed. He clearly had no intention of talking. After a moment of silence, Xue Hui spoke again. It seems you're not willing to speak. I understand. A man who stared death in the face deep in enemy territory. It would be strange for him to speak freely the moment he was rescued. But Xue hadn't given up. He tried a different approach. Why didn't you send a distress signal to Lord Kun Mo? Why seek help from Mo Shu's second disciple instead? Still, the man refused to answer. Just then, Long Jin spoke up. Captain, forgive my interruption, but why would someone like Qi Shazi seek help from Mo Shu? Perhaps you're mistaken about something, Captain. Suddenly, Ma Tai Long's weak voice cut in. How? Did you know that? Xue Hui seized the opportunity. You tell us your reasons first, then I will tell you what I know. The man hesitated for a moment before speaking. I had hoped Lord Kun Mo wouldn't make the dangerous choice. Xue Hui's curiosity was piqued. A dangerous choice? Ma Tai Long explained, his voice low and calm. That's right. In the place where I was imprisoned, there is a master whom we cannot possibly defeat. A name immediately sprang into Xue Hui's mind. Qiu Zongming. Right. Ma Tai Long flinched as if struck by lightning. His voice rose in alarm. You. Who in the world are you? How do you know so much about this? Xue Hui's expression was unreadable. I have told you multiple times, we are the Hidden Shadow Guild, but something still didn't add up. It's strange, though. If what you say is true, you were certain Mo Shu's second disciple would come for you, not Lord Kun Mo. Why is that? Ma Tai Long's voice was laced with defeat. I was never certain of anything, and I never asked to be rescued in the first place. I merely informed Mo Shu that a secret branch of the Manhwa sect was located here. At that moment, Xiaoling's eyes widened in realization. So, you let yourself be captured on purpose to weaken the second disciple's forces. Long Zhen stared, completely shocked by the implication. He had to ask, Xiaoling, what did you just say? Weaken the second disciple's forces? What does that even mean? She began her analysis calmly. If Mo Shu learned about the Mount Hua sect's secret branch, knowing his insatiable thirst for power, they're guaranteed to attack on sight, and if you provoke them with the Mount Hua sect, they'll prepare even more thoroughly. Old Ma was stunned into silence. Xue Hui stroked his chin thoughtfully. No matter how strong Ma Ho's forces were, if he had to face the Mount Hua sect fully prepared for a surprise attack, he would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. And once Ma Ho's forces are weakened, the eldest disciple who has tolerated the second disciple for so long will finally make his move. This would preserve the Kunma sect's strength while pitting the first and second disciples against each other. Besides, revealing the existence of the Mount Hua sect was just a secondary benefit. With this realization, Xue Hui confronted Ma Tailong directly. Is that the reason? Why didn't you ask the Kunma sect for help? Because you stood to gain everything without lifting a finger. Just then, other members of the Tu-Lin squad chimed in. But the second disciple isn't foolish enough to miss that. He's brilliant. If I were the second disciple, I wouldn't care, because the Mount Hua sect is a force too massive to ignore. Zhen Long wholeheartedly agreed. I think so too. The second disciple is surely focused on weakening the eldest disciple. Yin Wuxin raised a question. Why isn't the third disciple getting involved? Qisong immediately turned to question him. Hey, have you not been listening to a single word we've been saying? Wuxin was a little flustered. Huh? Why? Did I say something wrong? In response, he was met with the piercing glares of everyone around him. Later, inside the tent, Xiaoling was checking Song Hua's temperature. Outside, the men sat around a campfire, sharing their thoughts. Only Xue Hui stood apart, leaning against a tree, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Ma Tailong approached, his wounds carefully bandaged. Xue Hui asked with concern, How is your condition? Old Tailong ignored the pleasantry and cut to the chase. Hey, you still haven't answered my question. How did you know I had asked the second disciple for help? He gave a vague, evasive answer. Someone who can see the future told me. Old Ma's curiosity was instantly piqued. See the future? Who is he? Xue Hui answered softly. You wouldn't know him even if I told you. I don't know much about him myself. The old man looked suspicious, so Xue Hui quickly clarified. Don't misunderstand. I'm telling you the truth. Ma Tailong shot back. You don't know who he is? And yet you believe him completely? Are you serious? At the time, I had no other choice. I wasn't strong enough to overcome that situation on my own. His body tensed, his eyes darting downwards to avoid being read. Ma Tailong roared. What in the world are you talking about? Startled, Xue Hui glanced at the old man, then spoke softly again. I have a gift for you. He was stunned. A gift? Placing a hand on his belt, Xue Hui spoke humbly. I've never tried this, but I think I can do it. Xue Hui activated his golden belt. 10,000-year pure heaven pill. A single orb emerged from it. The system asked who he wanted to use it on. Ma Tailong. Instantly, the orb activated, using the 10,000-year pure heaven pill from the fourth storage slot. After 2 seconds, the pill was absorbed by Ma Tailong. The old man was bewildered. What did you just do? I didn't even eat it. Xue Hui replied nonchalantly. It's one of my abilities. I can administer spirit medicine instantly, without the need for meditation to circulate its energy. I was actually saving it for a dangerous situation. But I believe you need it more. Your strength will be more crucial than mine in the coming battles. You may not trust me yet, but please believe this one thing. We came here to help you. He stood tall, looking Ma Tailong dead in the eye. The old man said nothing, but his expression was one of silent agreement. Elsewhere, in the team's main tent, Yin Wuxin was performing tricks for Song Hua. How did you do that? He grinned, showing off. It requires a special kind of training, and of course, a superior intellect. The little girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. I want to learn that amazing martial art too. Wuxin put on a serious face. Forget it. At your current level, you could never learn this. It's not a child's game. Song Hue's mood instantly sank. Realizing he'd gone too far, Wuxin tried to console her. But who am I? I'm the man who makes the impossible possible. Just then, Xue Hui entered and called out to Xiaoling. I need to speak with you for a moment. She followed him outside. He got straight to the point. About your background, can I ask something? I have a feeling you can see the future, just like Song Hua. She hesitated slightly. You too? It was clear from Xiaoling's status window, which listed foresight as a special skill. At first, I thought it was just that simple, but after meeting Song Hua, I finally understood. It's probably the same for me. Xiaoling admitted, his head bowed. Yes, just like Song Hua. Let me ask one more time, just to be sure. You can see the future, just like Song Hua? She confirmed it. Her power was identical. Song Xiaoling then pressed on. Is that all you wanted to know? No. He replied without hesitation. If you truly resemble Song Hua, can you answer a question for me honestly? He cut straight to the heart of the matter. What do you think will happen on this mission? Will any of us make it out of this alive? She wrapped her arms around herself, trembling. I don't know, she replied softly, but I feel it in my bones. Something terrible is coming. I just don't know what. Xue Hui already had his own answer. He nodded slowly. I see. I know that was a difficult question to answer. Thank you for telling me. He stepped closer, placing a comforting hand on his teammate's shoulder. Go get some rest. Xiaoling looked dazed, only managing a faint reply before walking away. The moment she was gone, he activated the simulation system. Show me the safest route to retreat to the main sect from here. The system responded instantly. Select a path, and I will provide the details. It presented 3 options, but the condition for every single one was the death of Song Hua. The condition left him completely stunned. What the hell is this? Outside, the sun had already begun to rise. Ma Tai Long was stretching his limbs, slowly assessing his condition. He could feel it clearly. My dantian was severely damaged, but now, it's completely healed. Old Ma recalled Xue Hui's words from the previous night. It's one of my abilities. I can absorb spiritual elixirs instantly without needing to circulate my energy. The more he thought about it, the deeper his curiosity grew. Just what did you do? Even after seeing it with my own eyes, I can't comprehend it. Then, Ma Tai Long spotted Xue Hui standing by the same tree as last night. The young man's words echoed in his mind. Perhaps you still don't trust me, but believe me on this. We came here to help you. Could he really be trusted? His name was Xue Hui, wasn't it? To think, someone like him was the captain of the Netherworld squad of the Hidden Shadow Group. Even without knowing the full story, the man was clearly capable, and his actions were exactly what any subordinate of Kun Mo should be doing.
Yes, in this situation. What other choice do I have but to trust him?
Perhaps I'm only wary because his abilities are so extraordinary. But now, what could he be thinking about with such a grave expression? He watched the young man, his mind filled with questions. Meanwhile, Xue Hui was replaying the system's retreat conditions from the night before. He silently recalled his own command. Show me the safest path back to the main sect. And he remembered the simulation's answer. The death of Song Hua. That was the absolute condition for every option. Now that he thought about it, who was it that never mentioned Song Hua in his previous life? Could it be that Song Hua never existed on the path that person took? Just then, Chi Song rushed over. Captain, forces from the Huashan sect are surrounding us. Yao Lin and Long Zhen were right behind him with more urgent news. Their numbers have already surpassed 100. Long Zhen calmly elaborated. It looks like they've gathered forces from their secret branches and nearby affiliates. There's another group in black gathering on the other side. I suspect they're the forces of the second disciple, Ma Hu. The other team members were stunned into silence. Xu Hui's mind raced. Just as A Yi predicted, Ma Hu's forces have arrived, and it looks like they're about to clash with the Hoshan sect. He finally spoke, breaking the tense silence. I want to hear your thoughts. What's our next move? Long Zhen offered his opinion first. Shouldn't we just stay put? This location is well concealed. Chi Song immediately disagreed. I'm against that. Battles this large tend to break into smaller skirmishes after the initial clash. When that happens, stray fighters could end up right here. Yin Wuxin asked frantically. So we have to move right now. Yao Lin answered calmly. Not yet. Right now, both sides are on high alert. Our only chance to slip away is when they're fully engaged in battle. Wu Jin pressed, and when will that be? Yao Lin was at a loss. I don't know, but we'll know when it happens. It's going to be loud. Xiao Ling, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke up. Moving isn't necessarily our best option. She slowly began to explain her reasoning. If either the Hueshan sect or the second disciples' forces gain a clear advantage, their guard will be even higher, and they won't let us slip away. Wu Xin grew even more anxious. So what are we supposed to do? Another team member replied, the captain will decide. Xue Hui finally spoke again. his voice cutting through the tension. Song Hua. Yes, Captain? He asked a peculiar question. Can sorcerers sense each other's location from a distance? The young girl answered honestly. No, they can't. He muttered cryptically. So that's the reason. For the simulation's answer, he recalled the information from the simulation's first path. The Jiya squad will be searching for Song Hua. The second disciple, Ma Hu, forbids sorcerers from joining Kunmo's faction. The Jiya squad will act independently, and they will follow me until I return to the main sect. Engaging them is foolish. Hand Song Hua over to them. She will be returned safely to her sect under their protection. Negotiation is impossible until Song Hua's safety is guaranteed, and we must erase all traces of spatial movement. His thoughts clear, he turned to Song Hua. Song Hua, your use of high-level sorcery means that other practitioners can detect our presence. Understanding dawned on Yin Wuxin's face. Wait a minute, the second disciple's forces include the Jiya squad, right? Song Hua quickly confirmed. Yes. Xue Hui fell silent. While Song Hua was a rare talent from the Jili Sea Academy, the Jiya squad were the true masters of their sex techniques and sorcery. If even a few of them were present, they could undoubtedly pinpoint our location. Just then, Ma Tai Long's voice cut in, firm and urgent. We need to move, now, he stated. If we stay here, a clash with the second disciple's forces and the Hoshin sect is inevitable, or even the strength of a grand disciple. Song Hua asked, her voice laced with fear. Captain, so where are we going? He considered for a moment, then answered, We're heading to the secret branch. A spark of interest flashed in his eyes. It seems we need to stir things up a little. Not long after, the spirit team arrived at the secret branch. Everyone was in awe, mixed with a hint of unease. There wasn't a soul in sight, and all the lights were out. The most dangerous place was also the safest. Xue Hui issued a cautious reminder. I infiltrated this place and caused a disturbance a day ago, so the Mount Hua sect's forces have scattered everywhere to hunt us down. Most of their underlings have already left. He led everyone to an empty room and stopped. This is it. Xue Hui commanded. Now, give me your weapons. Someone spoke up in confusion, but he cut them off with a stern look. Hurry up. They all handed over their weapons for him to store in his inventory. In a flash, the pile of weapons vanished. Yin Wuxin gasped in pure shock. Captain, what did you just do? It's like all the divine weapons just disappeared into thin air. Once it was done, a simulation panel with 3 choices appeared before Xue Hui. He frowned at the difficult options. I have to keep the first option as a backup plan. The third option, too. It holds too many valuable divine weapons. I need to save them for the future. In that case, the answer is the second option. Celestial Year 98, First Escape Mission, Attempt 1. Then, he suddenly made the divine weapons reappear. I'm returning your sacred arms to you now. I know it's confusing, but I'll explain when the time is right. As he spoke, his gaze swept over them with unwavering resolve. Chi Song hesitated before speaking. Captain, what are we going to do next? He unfolded a map and pointed. First, we'll go here and assess the situation. Yin Wuxin was taken by surprise. Huh? We're not retreating? That's right. Ma Tailong immediately interjected. I don't think that's a good idea. The old man warned carefully, don't celebrate just because Ma Hu's men might win. They aren't our allies. They could betray us at any moment. Xue Hui nodded in agreement. Besides, the danger could come from an entirely different direction. His words were too cryptic for Ma Tailong to grasp. What are you talking about? He folded the map tightly, his voice as steady as ever. The situation will not play out according to our wishes. Can I ask you for a favor? Xue Hui turned to Ma Tailong, his expression heavy. The old man replied at once, Speak. He said in a grave tone, I predict that a very powerful enemy will appear before us soon, or perhaps even right now. Ma Tailong was curious. Who is he? Xue Hui looked him straight in the eyes and answered, You'll recognize him the moment you see him. That's why I need to ask you for this favor. Xue Hui made his request. Convince him to join us. He is an enemy we cannot possibly fight against. Old Ma's expression turned grim. Xue Hui tried to reassure him, I know it's hard to believe, but just this once, can you stand on my side? Then he turned and spoke to Song Hua. Song Hua, you can't use your spatial movement anymore, can you? The girl answered quietly, yes, for at least a month. Xue Hui looked at Song Hua with sympathy. I understand, you used a great deal of your spiritual power. You said you could use an acceleration art, right? The girl replied obediently, Yes, I can, he said. I'll need you to use it for me later. Yes, sir. Then he asked again, There's one more thing I need to ask you. In the past, how did you contact the other divisions? Song Hua was confused. Contact them? He clarified his question. I mean, When I was fighting the Jiangxi, what method did you use to communicate? Song Hua explained without hesitation. I used fireflies. By using a spell and a catalyst, I can tame them. I can make them create a light in the sky that only mages can see. When that happens, anyone nearby will know that something is wrong. He nodded. I see. If I give the signal, can you light it up? Song Hua stood ready and quickly agreed. Yes, sir. A bright smile of relief spread across Xue Hui's face. Thank you. All right then. You can come out now. He stared into empty space, calling out to someone. The door behind them creaked open. Tai Juncheng stepped in, his face dark as a thundercloud as he ordered, Xue Hui, hand that child over to me. Both Xiao Ling and Yin Wuxin were frozen in shock. You're Tai Juncheng. What? How did you know to follow us here? Ma Tailong stood like a statue, while Xue Hui's eyes blazed with killing intent. Their opponent wasn't interested in conversation. Didn't you hear me? Hand over the child now. Don't waste any more of my time. Terrified by his presence, Song Hua trembled and hid behind Xue Hui. He remained perfectly calm, probing his enemy. May I ask the reason? The man sneered coldly. A reason? Fine. The reason is that I'm going to enlighten you on the current situation. The second disciple, Ma Hu, has already dispatched 4 teams here. The Blood Fiend Legion and the Vanguard team are leading the charge, and the Blood Emperor's banner is providing support. On top of that, the 8th King, Tai Maxiong, and the Jijia team are also on their way. They have arrived. That should be enough for you to understand how seriously the second disciple is taking this matter. He laid out the grim reality, his voice tense, his face twisted with grim calculation. That's at least 30% of Ma Hu's total forces. With forces of this magnitude, the outcome is already decided. The Huashan sect will fight with everything they have, Tai Juncheng stated, but in the end, they will be forced to retreat, suffering devastating losses. And with the Huashan sect cornered from every angle, the Jia squad has undoubtedly caught the scent of blood. Yin Wuxin entered the conversation. They would never allow a sorcerer of her power to fall into Kunmo's hands. Juncheng agreed. They'll hunt you down and eliminate you. The number of mages who can cast spatial teleportation alone can be counted on one hand. Do you not understand her strategic value? Yin Wuxin's gaze fell upon Song Hua, who was trembling, trying to hide herself in fear. Xue Hui paused. He's right. The mission to rescue Ma Tailong should have been a complete failure. But because of her spatial teleportation, we escaped without a single casualty. If we could use that for surprise attacks, it would become a devastating weapon, able to instantly deploy a key figure or even an entire army. Song Hua's very existence is a trump card, one that could change the entire course of this war in an instant. In that moment, everyone understood Song Hua's true importance. Tai Juncheng asked with grave seriousness, Do you understand now? So, hand the child over to me. I will negotiate with them and ensure your safe return to the sect. The air grew heavy with silence. Not a single person spoke. Song Hua's tear-filled eyes only heightened the crushing tension. Suddenly, Xue Hui broke the silence. What were your exact orders? He stepped forward, speaking for his entire team as he faced Tai Juncheng. The man grew wary. What are you trying to say? Xue Hui's voice was like steel, sharp and probing. Did Kunmo personally order you to hand Song Hua over to the Mohu forces? Rage flashed across Juncheng's face, his brow furrowing deeply. He stomped his foot, roaring. Hey, Xue Hui, what orders I received are none of your concern. Xue Hui shot back. No, this is precisely my concern. What? Xue Hui stood firm before his comrades, a pillar of responsibility. I may seem insignificant to others, but I am the one responsible for them. Song Hua is undeniably under my command. Hearing this, the young girl couldn't contain her emotions, crying even harder with gratitude. He calmly projected the aura of a true leader. To abandon one of my own to save my own skin when danger appears. Is that what a captain does? In contrast, Tai Juncheng showed nothing but utter contempt. It seems you've all come here to die. Do you really believe your pathetic skills can stand against the Jia squad? You seem awfully confident. Xue Hui sighed. I don't know, but if you're so concerned, then you should help us. After all, didn't Kun Mo give you that order as well? No matter what happens, bring the Soul Squad captain, Xue Hui, back safely. Every single word matched the mission Tai Juncheng had been given. He was completely stunned by the revelation. Juncheng stammered, What are you saying? How could you possibly know that? The truth is, I witnessed that conversation from a third-person view when I entered the main story. The situation was unfolding just as it had before, but there was one small detail I had overlooked. Kun Mo had ordered Tai Juncheng to be prepared in case the enemy discovered them. If things went south, he was to bring the Soul Squad captain back. Not destroy all evidence, but bring me back. Juncheng's eyes narrowed, searching for an answer. So that's the source of your confidence? I don't know how you found out, but my hands are tied. Kunmo ordered me to bring you back safely. As he spoke, he drew his blade, its edge gleaming menacingly. His eyes glinted with killing intent, aimed squarely at Xue Hui. But he never said I couldn't touch you. Get out of my way. A blade then sliced through the air right past his face. Xue Hui reacted instantly, leaping back and drawing his own sword to parry. Tai Junsheng also threatened, if you get in my way again, I'll take your arm. Facing such overwhelming pressure, Xue Hui could only grit his teeth and defend himself. Tai Junsheng unleashed a decisive strike, but his own blade couldn't withstand the force, shattering into 1,000 pieces. Still unyielding, he lunged forward, ready to settle things with close-quarters combat. But just then, Ma Tailong charged in, breaking up the fight. He growled, "That's enough, you look pathetic." At his words, Tai Junsheng finally let go. He scowled. 7 killings, Ma Tailong. I heard you were captured, but you seem to be in one piece. Tailong calmly replied, my Danchin was crippled, but the Soul Squad captain healed me. The other man was stunned. Healed you? Is there truly such a divine elixir? Yes, a medicine that can instantly repair a shattered Danchin. I have no idea where he obtained it. He spoke with clear admiration. Xue Hui is an incredibly capable person. Tai Junsheng stalked forward, his face a mask of disgust. You have some nerve. 7 killings, daring to interfere with my business. Ma Tailong replied calmly, I'm not interfering, I'm stopping you. Tai Junsheng, excessive loyalty can become a deadly poison. He pressed the man with a sharp question. Is it really necessary to shatter the spirit of a young man that Kunmo himself has taken an interest in? Xue Hui, if he becomes useless because of this and Lord Kunmo is disappointed, will you take responsibility for that? Ma Tailong waited, hanging on Tai Junsheng's every potential word, but all he got was a sharp click of the tongue and a heavy silence. Tailong pressed him further, his voice dripping with menace. And another thing, you damn punk. Since when did you have the right to use that tone with me? Don't push your luck. Tai Junsheng, visibly shaken, stumbled back a few steps. A smirk of satisfaction crossed Xue Hui's face. Heh, so Ma Tailong's standing has grown this powerful. I knew he'd be an asset, but I never imagined he'd have the guts to stand up to Tai Junsheng himself, and he didn't even flinch. Come to think of it, their mastery of martial arts is nearly on the same level. Ma Tailong is striving to break through the super demon realm into the legendary extreme demon state, and Tai Junsheng hasn't reached that peak either. Finally, Junsheng backed down, sheathing his sword with a sharp click. Chi, fine. I get it. If you're so eager to be annihilated, then have it your way. But from this moment on, don't expect any help from me. You're on your own now. He spat the words out, his voice thick with resentment, before vanishing with a teleportation art. Only then could everyone breathe again. Yin Wuxin let out a long sigh. That was terrifying. Xiao Ling gently stroked little Song Hua's hair, trying to soothe her. Xue Hui, collecting himself, turned and addressed the group. Let's move out. They traveled relentlessly until dusk finally forced them to a halt. Xue Hui gave the order. We'll rest here for a bit. We'll take turns standing watch. Yin Wuxin, Song Hua, and Xiao Ling. You 3 get some rest first. The remaining members fanned out, taking up their guard posts. Xue Hui approached Tailong, offering him a water flask. Thank you. The older man took it with a gruff nod. Humph. I sided with you, but I still think it was a fool's choice. Team Jia is only after one thing, that little girl. He took a long drink before continuing. Tailong laid out his thoughts. I know this is a difficult decision, but you can't keep running from it forever. If you're not careful, you could spark a war between the second disciple and the Kun demon. He paused, noticing the distant look in the young man's eyes. What's on your mind? Xue Hui's reply was quiet. If you look around our sect, you'll see them. Wanderers who don't belong to any squad. They're the ones deemed incompatible with the demonic path. Or those who passed the trials but were found lacking in talent. The Tai Huang Pavilion has people like that, too. Ma Tailong, failing to see the point, pressed him. And, so what? A shadow crossed Xue Hui's face. Some of them were sent out on someone's orders and died for nothing. I never knew why. A look of suspicion dawned on old Ma's face. Don't tell me. Xue Hui's confirmation was swift. That's right. I was their squad leader at the time, a leader who didn't even have the courage to retrieve his own men's bodies. Just a pathetic, useless coward. He let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. It happens all the time. People get abandoned for no good reason. And only those with power have any chance of fighting back. That's the lesson those at the top drilled into me. His fists clenched tightly. It's only recently that I've started to see the truth. I've never protected anyone. Not a single soul. All my life, I've been terrified of dying. blindly following orders from above. Xue Hui's voice was filled with self-loathing for the coward he used to be. I'm so tired of living that way. I refuse to accept a life where I have to abandon others just to survive. With every word, his resolve hardened. I won't live like that anymore. I want to live my own life. That's all. But just then, his teammates rushed back with urgent news. Qi Song, Long Zhen, and Yao Lin all rushed back, their faces grim. Captain, it looks like Team Jia has caught up to us. He gave a sharp command. Song Hua, send the signal, now. The little girl immediately began chanting an incantation, a spell to command the forest's fireflies. Using the Hong Yan true art, every firefly in the woods answered her call, assembling before scattering in 100 different directions. The moment the spell was complete, figures emerged from the shadows. Team Jia. They swarmed in like ants, completely surrounding the purple spirit squad. Their leader stepped forward, her voice a chilling whisper. May I ask, who is the captain here? The color drained from Xue Hui's face. He was face to face with the captain of Team Jia herself. Xue Hui's mind raced. I expected them to show up, but the purple spirit squad are experts in tracking and evasion. We shouldn't have left a single trace. We even threw them off our trail 2 or 3 times. How did they find us so fast? Just then, the enemy captain's voice cut through his thoughts. I asked, who is the captain? Taking a deep breath, Xue Hui stepped forward. I am. She glided towards him. Is that so? With a deliberate motion, she removed her mask. Her question was deceptively polite. Are you the one who gave us the information about the Huaishan sect? He answered without hesitation. No, that wasn't me. But the person you're looking for is here. A flicker of anticipation crossed the captain's face. Xue Hui turned and gestured. It's him. She walked towards Ma Tailong and gave a slight bow. On behalf of my entire team, I offer you our sincerest thanks. Your assistance has been invaluable to us. Xue Hui let out a silent breath of relief. The atmosphere. It's better than I expected. If this keeps up, we might be able to talk our way out of this. But Zhu Zhang's intentions were far deeper than he imagined. She cut straight to the point. Her venomous gaze shot towards Song Hua. She must be the one up there. At the mention of the 4 great clans' child, Song Hua trembled and clung to Xiao Ling. Xue Hui instantly stepped forward, shielding the others. And why, he probed, is that any of your concern? Her expression turned grave. This is a matter of great importance, she declared. Zhu Zhang's gaze remained locked on Song Hua as she issued her demand. Hand the child over to us, she insisted. He narrowed his eyes, his mind racing, just as he predicted. They feigned politeness, but their tone was laced with arrogance, as if his compliance was a foregone conclusion. He clicked his tongue in irritation. Still, he maintained a veneer of civility. I fail to see why that's necessary. Song Hua was invaluable to our mission, he stated firmly. She is a member of the Spirit Squad. Would you hand over one of your own comrades just because a stranger demanded it? Xue Hui's counter-argument hit its mark. Zhu Zhang was momentarily stunned into silence. He pressed his advantage. It seems you're hiding something from us. A cold smile touched his lips. I hope I'm mistaken. Am I? You plan to eliminate this child, don't you? Their silence was all the confirmation he needed. Finally, Zhu Zhang spoke. If she were just any other sorcerer who helped us, we would have let this go. However, the arts she wields are of an exceptionally high level. This child will become a major obstacle to the second disciple's grand plan. She massaged her temples, feigning exasperation. But Xue Hui wasn't buying it. An obstacle? Aren't Lord Kunmo and the second disciple, Mo Hu, from the same sect? Since when has eliminating a fellow disciple become a matter of course? Zhu Zhang's reply was chillingly blunt. The girl herself is innocent, but her talent is a treasure that invites disaster. Her eyes narrowed with unshakable resolve. We have no ties to you. Give us the child. But he refused to yield, his voice dropping to an icy tone. Zhu Zhang's patience finally snapped. A look of utter disgust twisted her face. So, you've chosen to do this the hard way. In an instant, her eyes blazed with killing intent. Her voice was a low, dangerous threat. Do you have any idea what it means to oppose us? Cautiously, he activated his system to analyze his foe. The scan revealed Zhu Zhang's stats were decent, but nothing extraordinary. She wasn't the real threat. But then, a second status window appeared. It was for her ghost soul, and its power level was astronomical. He froze, a cold dread washing over him. What? Why were there 2 separate power levels? The ghost soul's power was 29,990,000. As his mind reeled, he glanced at the woman who wielded this terrifying power. A level like that was nearly at the pinnacle of demonic might, and that didn't even account for its hidden attributes. Most members of Team Jia were like this. Their true strength was monstrous. If their weakest member had a power level of 7 million, then besides myself and Ma Tai Long, no one on our team could stand against them. These were on a completely different level from the souls we fought during the Four Departed Squad incident. He quickly used his system to pull up more data on Team Jia's ghost souls. Team Jia specialized in forbidden arts. Their primary role was support, protecting allies from the rear and debuffing enemies. But in situations where they had no allies, they deployed their ghost souls. Each sorcerer was bonded to a single soul to maximize its focused power. They used an array of spells to bolster their ghost souls, transforming them into vanguards far stronger and more resilient than any normal warrior. He scrolled further, reading about their ranking system, from the 3rd beast to the 10th beast, and their critical weaknesses. The ghost soul ranks began at 3rd beast and went up to a maximum of 10th beast. A 9th beast was equivalent to the power of a supreme demon, and a 10th beast was said to rival the power of a demon god. The ghost soul's only weak point was its head. They would move relentlessly until their heads were completely destroyed. They could even take over an opponent's body, making it their own. Xue Hui couldn't hide his curiosity and asked directly, "That power you're hiding, is it a ghost soul?" A small, knowing smile graced her lips. Interesting," she mused. "I don't know how you found out, but you are correct." As she spoke, she threw back her cloak, summoning her ghost soul. A lifeless husk tumbled to the ground, then began to grotesquely expand. Its limbs stretched into humanoid form. The ghost soul let out a deafening roar, its oppressive aura overwhelming. A violent gale erupted around them. But it didn't stop at just one. More and more ghost souls clawed their way into existence. Zhu Zhang's smile widened with smug satisfaction. "Do you see now?" she taunted. "Your resistance is utterly pointless." He gritted his teeth, his mind racing to find a way out of this nightmare. Behind him, Song Hua grew frantic with worry. She squeezed her eyes shut, steeling her resolve. Taking a step forward, she spoke with newfound courage. "You have to leave me behind. There's no way we can win this fight." Song Hua revealed everything she knew. "It's not just the ghost souls. They have sorcerers providing support from the rear. My sacrifice is all they need." He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Such words of sacrifice from a mere child. But Song Hua continued, her voice unwavering. "It wasn't for long. But I was so happy to be with all of you. You don't have to die for my sake. Good luck, Captain." As her words faded, he gently placed a hand on her head. "Song Hua," he asked softly, "the future you foresaw, was it one that defies destiny or one that follows its natural course?" He posed the question mostly to himself, knowing there was no time for an answer, as Song Hua was still reeling from the pressure. "If your vision was true, then this path I walk is the natural one. Is it not?" He slammed his foot forward, taking a firm stance. "And if this is the path of destiny," he declared, his voice ringing with conviction, "then overcoming this trial is also part of that destiny." With renewed resolve, he strode forward to face the horde, but not before glancing back, giving Song Hua a look that promised he would protect her. "Isn't this what we're supposed to do?" The little girl's eyes filled with tears of emotion. Captain Xue Hui readied himself, entering his combat stance. "And can you use the acceleration spell on me now?" she asked. "Right now?" The girl looked back, completely bewildered. "That's right." The acceleration spell instantly activated. He instructed Song Hua to cast it on everyone, including herself, to kick off the fight. Just then, the simulation presented him with a few skills. "Which special ability would you like to choose?" Super Wind God, Asura's Explosive Art, Extreme Frost Art, and Peerless Wind Sword. Xue Hui was overjoyed. By taking off his shoes and putting them back on, he could change his skill's activation requirement. The special skill will be erased. With that done, he first selected the Extreme Frost Art to enter the battle. Seeing no movement from him, the demon sorceress finally spoke. "Are you finished saying your goodbyes? I don't know what you're up to, but hand over that child to us immediately." He shot back with defiance. "I refuse." She seemed to expect that, letting out a long, mocking sigh. "It seems you're all looking down on us. Fine. It's better to crush those who might become a threat to the second disciple. All right, demonic spirits, begin." She pointed a finger toward the spirit squad, issuing her command. Her minions charged forward in an instant. The squad members' basic strength was completely overwhelmed, unable to fend them off. Their only hope rested on Xue Hui. He smirked with confidence. "Don't worry. I saw this coming." Xue Hui activated the Extreme Frost Art to battle the grotesque demons. After a moment, the system's scan returned a full analysis. A total of 24 targets. The demonic spirit's weaknesses have been found. "What is your command?" He relaxed his body and answered. "Decide the attack on all 24 demonic spirits yourself." He was leaving it all up to the system. The damn design of this system couldn't even protect a child like Song Hua. He had to personally authorize the attack on all 24 demons. He swung his sword and roared, "I will give it my all. I will be the one to change it." In the silence of the forest, Xue Hui unleashed a devastating blow. The explosive art incinerated the entire area. The demonic spirits were all impaled through the head, instantly annihilated. His system notifications blew up, confirming each demonic spirit he had eliminated. He fell back, taking a deep breath to recover his strength while using the acceleration spell. With a refined sword path and lightning-fast agility, Xue Hui proceeded to wipe out the remaining demon puppets. The system continuously displayed detailed information about their combat abilities and injury levels. He could feel the difficulty rising. The extreme frost art wore off. His final blow missed its mark. Worse, it had ended much sooner than its normal duration. He muttered to himself, was it because the acceleration spell increased the speed, causing it to consume more energy? Or maybe it was from attacking multiple targets with level 2 Thunder Force. No matter. Immediately, Xue Hui activated a new state. Qi Condensation, level 2. Spread your legs. Following the system's guidance, he glanced at Ma Tai Long reassuringly, don't worry. Then he turned his focus back to developing his new power. Following the information provided by the system, he had a realization. This skill also gets upgraded as he levels up. Seeing him like this, Tai Long couldn't help but judge. You truly are a strange one. However, the situation hadn't changed much. Look. He gestured toward the corpses of the demonic spirits scattered across the ground. The shattered fragments of their severed bodies began to stir. Slowly, they started piecing themselves back together. What? Those wounds? They've already regenerated? Xue Hui exclaimed in shock. Ma Tai Long calmly explained, destroying a demonic spirit doesn't mean it's over. The Jia squad can resurrect fallen spirits into Jiangxi. Although their intelligence and mobility decrease, their bodies become tougher and much faster. Just as he finished speaking, the zombies had all been revived. Witnessing this horrifying resurrection, the old man continued sharing what he knew with Xue Hui. Your martial arts may be powerful, but with the Jia squad providing support, these demonic spirits are effectively immortal. They will revive no matter how many times you cut them down. Then he pointed to a figure among the sorcerers. Look there. Do you see that man? His gaze followed Ma's finger. The Jia squad was divided into 3 teams, each with its own captain. That man is Yue Shi, the captain's personal guard. His strength is likely on par with mine, if not greater. He listened intently to every word Ma Tai Long said. A seed of doubt began to grow in Xue Hui's mind, but it didn't end there. Old Ma continued, and that's not all. Their most terrifying attacks haven't even begun yet. You haven't forgotten, have you? He stared intently at the Jia squad, emphasizing they are not martial artists, they are sorcerers. Moreover, they are masters of the dark arts, experts in forbidden magic that can drive a person insane, or render them completely powerless. Ma Tai Long then turned to him, his voice laced with concern. Have you ever been attacked with forbidden magic before? When he heard the answer was no, he continued to explain everything he knew. The first time you're hit by a curse, no matter who you are, it becomes nearly impossible to maintain your sanity. Tai Long's brow furrowed as he described the true danger. And if you fall, you know what happens next. That is why I told you, there's a very real chance that we will all die here. Standing nearby, Ding overheard their entire conversation. She was stunned. To think that Ghost commanded such a powerful subordinate, she immediately questioned her own guard. What kind of sorcery did he just use? What kind of movement technique was that? She hesitated for a moment. In my opinion, that was no mere movement technique. He theorized it was a special body art, one that grants instantaneous, lightning-fast speed for a brief moment. But he stressed a critical weakness. He can't use it continuously. If he could, all these ghosts would already be wiped out. Then, the guard reassured his captain with a dismissive tone. Do not worry, they only have 7 kills Ma, Tai Long, and some nameless martial artist. That guy calls himself the captain of the Death Spirit team. I will handle Ma Tai Long personally. Let the 5 remaining ghosts, our 8 members, and the resurrected zombies deal with the Death Spirit captain. Yue Shi boldly laid out his strategy. Zhu Zhang asked uncertainly, will that truly be enough? He replied with absolute confidence. Our forces are more than sufficient. After all, our strength lies not in martial arts, but in sorcery. Zhu Zhang accepted her guard's plan and began issuing orders to her subordinates. Then let's unleash a wide area spell before we advance. But Yue Shi swiftly stopped her. That's not necessary. They won't be able to resist. With a flick of his sleeve, he moved to attack Ma Tai Long. I leave the rest to you. Zhu Zhang's group also sprang into action. Let's begin. The entire mechanic corps unleashed their power, initiating the battle with a massive spell. Under the pressure, an invisible force assaulted the minds of the Death Spirit team. Songhua immediately shouted a warning to everyone. This is a dark art that attacks the spirit. If it hits you, it will either drive you mad or force you to take your own life. But don't panic. It seems to be just an illusion. Yin Wuxin was in disbelief. A wide area dark art. How are they capable of this? Ma Long was already on high alert. So, it's finally begun. Against dark magic of this level, only you and I stand a chance. Xue Hui gritted his teeth, frustrated by their disadvantage. Just then, Yue Shi appeared before them, his voice dripping with arrogance. It's been a long time. 7 kills Ma Long. Ma calmly faced him. Indeed. Has it already been 10 years? The man replied without hesitation. Yes, you must have been living in seclusion all this time. But you know, with your power level, you should understand the situation you are in after rejecting our offer. Yue Shi's voice was a clear threat, trying to intimidate his opponent. Even for you, the great 7 kills, the outcome is already decided. So why must you interfere? Ma Long answered dismissively. What outcome is decided? The only thing that is clear is that I am not the man I used to be. Yue Shi's annoyance was plain to see. Perhaps what you say isn't entirely wrong. But his eyes blazed red with hatred. Yue Shi shot forward to attack Ma Long, a smirk playing on his lips. Then let me be the one to test that claim. The two were evenly matched, but the member of the Mechanic Corps couldn't resist a taunt. Let's see the true power of 7 kills Ma Long. With intense focus, Ma gathered all his strength. He then unleashed a powerful swing of his sword, sending his foe flying. Caught off guard by the counterattack, the man grew even more enraged. Tisk, you're certainly dangerous at close range. He then leaped back, probing with a sinister grin. But what about from a distance? As he spoke, Yue Shi's sword tip glowed with sorcery and lunged forward. It was useless against Ma Long. Too slow. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed the Fist Sutra with a single punch into the air. The force shot straight through to Yue Shi's abdomen. Struck by the immense power, he was thrown backward, crying out in pain. However, just a second later, he had already recovered, landing calmly and safely on his feet. Yue Shi even seemed impressed, offering a compliment. How interesting. I never thought you could use the Fist Sutra from that range. Suddenly, Ma Long spoke. The game ends here. He asked calmly. That last attack normally should have caused severe internal injuries, and yet you are completely unharmed. Did you use the indestructible diamond body technique? Long's words were few, but they hit the mark. The man just chuckled in response. Do not be so dramatic. His eyes glowed red, his voice filled with mockery. You have not gotten serious yet, either. Have you? Do you think I don't know how you earned the name Black Spear Demon Soul? He exposed Ma Long with every word, and then his questions became more pointed. Tell me. I'm genuinely curious. What could possibly compel a man as cautious as you to create this situation? There must be a reason for someone like 7 kills Ma Long to make this choice. Under the weight of his words, Ma remained silent. Yue Shi pressed his advantage, his questions growing more rapid. Do you truly believe in what he has accomplished? To reach such heights at his age, frankly, I don't buy it. The man started to muse aloud. It's true his achievements are remarkable for his age, but it is not entirely unbelievable. Among the disciples of the great elders, there are some outstanding talents. If you look at the bigger picture, many have achieved as much. It was only then that Ma Long finally revealed his decision. That's true. But among the countless souls in this world, how many would dare to make that same choice?
In a situation this hopeless, he chose to fight. I may not have known him long, but my instincts tell me everything.
As he spoke, Ma Long raised his sword and charged toward Yue Shi. Their fierce battle reignited in an instant. Tai Long finished his thought, a flicker of conviction in his eyes. He believed there was still a path to victory, even if he couldn't see it yet. Yue Shi was stunned for a second, arguing in the middle of a death match. This man was proving himself to be nothing but a fool. Look around you. Where is this so-called chance? The old warrior calmly replied, then let us watch and see how he finds it. Meanwhile, Xue Hui was locked in a desperate struggle against a swarm of demonic spirits. The pressure from Team Jia's dark arts was immense. A skull-splitting agony pulsed through his head. Damn it, my mind is reeling. Is this the curse's effect? One of the spirits stepped forward, letting out a guttural roar, a clear challenge to Xue Hui. Here it comes. A demonic spirit with a power level of 29.9 to 9. As the beast lunged, he quickly activated his absolute ice technique. The system chimed in. The weakness of demonic spirit 12 has been identified. What is your command? Decide manually, or allow a system override. Xue Hui selected the first option, decide manually. He planned to use his enhanced agility to battle the demonic puppet, but his body betrayed him, lurching forward. Agony shot through every nerve. What the? I tried to dash forward, but my legs My body isn't obeying my commands, and the demon was still closing in. In the heat of the moment, he realized his absolute ice had expired. Xue Hui struggled with everything he had, desperately trying to reactivate the skill. The system's message flashed again. Weakness of Demonic Spirit 12 identified. What is your command? Decide manually, or allow a system override. He was trapped, agonizing over the choice. Damn it, what am I supposed to do? In that critical moment, it hit him. When I try to raise my arm, my leg kicks out. When I try to stand, my body rolls. The curse is scrambling my movements. My body won't move the way I want it to. This is what Ma Long meant when he said I'd struggle facing this for the first time. What a vicious curse. But if I can figure out the pattern, understand how my body reacts to the spell, maybe I can turn this around. The system's countdown timer continued to tick away. He stared helplessly at the glowing blue panel, but inside, Xue Hui's resolve was calm and clear. Should I just let the system take over? But if I rely on it now, my growth as a warrior will end here. Hardships are meant to be overcome on your own. Isn't that what they all say? A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. The timer was almost at 0. I can't let the system control me. I considered using the simulation ability, but I have other plans for that power. This isn't the time to use my ultimate skill. Besides, when has anything ever been easy? With renewed determination, he made his choice. Decide manually. Xue Hui's spirit surged back to life. He gripped his sword, ready for another round. Let's give this a shot. First, while the curse is still active, I have to master this new way of moving. It started poorly, as the demon's speed quickly overwhelmed him, and it landed a devastating blow that sent him flying. Seizing the opening, the creature lunged again for another attack. This time, he managed to block it. Just then, another system notification popped up. Demonic Spirit 12 has identified Xue Hui's weakness. What is your command? Decide manually or system override. Xue Hui's choice remained unshaken. He would do this himself. He held a defensive stance, then used his strength to leap backward, creating a safe distance from the demon. A small smile formed on Xue Hui's lips. He looked down at his own hands, feeling the flow of his power. Good. I'm starting to get the hang of it. With that, he glanced over at his comrades. Their fighting spirit was high as they battled the remaining demons. Xiao Ling, Yao Lin, you broke free from the curse. That's right. Thankfully, even though we were struggling. With Song Hua's help, Xiao Ling and Yao Lin broke free from the spell. On top of that, with the divine weapons and techniques I gave them, my subordinates have gained enough battle experience to hold their own for a while. Yes, we can do this. Xue Hui centered himself, stealing his resolve. He began his counterattack with everything he had. He swung his blade in a decisive arc right at the demonic puppet. The creature parried the blow, so he swung again. Nearby, Miao Yi commented to Jue Zhang. Their resistance is surprisingly fierce. Ma Long and Yue Shi are both masters who have reached a transcendent level. This fight won't be over anytime soon. Another officer added, furthermore, the captain of the Spirit Slayer squad is adapting to the curse, and his 2 subordinates have already broken free thanks to that little mage. They're holding off all the undead by themselves, but Zhu Zhang seemed completely unfazed. Is that so? I thought this would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It appears I may have underestimated them. A hint of impatience flickered across her face. If this drags on any longer, things could get complicated. I'll be reprimanded if I take any losses against a minor squad like the Hidden Shadow Guild. Miao Yi quickly asked, My lady, what are your orders? Jue Zhang sighed. It seems I'll have to step in myself. More magic, now. A headache pulsed in her temples. She had to end this fast. Time to unleash the demon's wail. All units of the Ziling squad. Use the demon's cry to sow terror and despair. Paralyze them where they stand. Combine it with hallucinations. Twist their sight and sound until they break. He won't be able to withstand this. Zhu Zhang's patience was wearing thin. Looking at him now, he seemed on the verge of collapse. Yet he refused to fall. I've seen enough of this pathetic defiance. End him, once and for all. Make sure he never gets back up again. A murderous glint flashed in her eyes. She commanded the entire Jia squad. More illusions. Intensify the demon's wail. Every member poured their energy into the spell, amplifying its power. Even Xue Hui began to falter. What now? What else are they planning? He had just barely adapted to their attacks. But suddenly, his body began moving strangely. What's happening? His hands started to tremble uncontrollably. My body. It's not obeying my commands. The color drained from Xue Hui's face. He gritted his teeth, fighting for control. Damn it. Just one more piece. I just need to find one more piece of the puzzle. The ghostly figures began to blur and multiply. Appearing all around Xue Hui, he was bewildered. What fresh hell is this? Their numbers were increasing. Were they clones or just more illusions? How long will this curse last? A wave of despair washed over him. Strange emotions flooded his mind, a crushing mental assault. A spectral phantom lunged forward, sending him flying. Xue Hui. He was once again plunged into despair. Is this how it ends? Must I wait for another chance? But then, something clicked. Ha! Xue Hui glanced down at his feet, and a triumphant grin spread across his face. I've found it. I've finally figured it out, you bastards. It was the big toe on my left foot. Then, he began to twist his neck, testing his movement. In that moment, Xue Hui rose to his feet, a taunting smirk on his face. Having fun, are we? As he spoke, he activated the Golden 7 Liang armor. Skill activated, Grand Mystery Essence Transformation. The third slot skill. Restores all HP and recovers internal energy to normal. His body was completely refreshed. Xue Hui roared out a challenge. Now, it's my turn, you sons of bitches. He swung his sword to the sky, roaring, Asura. Raging blast. His flaming blade descended, annihilating the demonic puppets. The phantoms surrounding the Ziling squad vanished, their casters forced to refocus their power. But even as Xue Hui fought, the agonizing sound of the demon's wail persisted. What is that noise? It sounds like they're up to something else. This is insane. Make it stop. Song Hua screamed in a panic, frustrated by the enemy's endless tricks. What now? Damn it, I just figured out how to move through their dark arts. Yaolin was trapped between confusion and despair. Is this it? He thought grimly. Just then, the Asura raging blast from Xue Hui finally landed. A thunderous explosion shook the very heavens. From within the billowing smoke, he emerged unscathed, stunning everyone present. Even Captain Yu Shi, locked in combat with Ma Tai Long, was shocked. What? But old Ma was overjoyed. He knew he'd put his faith in the right man. A flicker of fear ran through the Jiya squad. Yu Shi immediately fell back to Zhu Zhang's position to assess the damage. For the first time, Ma Tai Long had a moment to breathe. He looked towards Xue Hui, his eyes filled with hope. All right, Xue Hui. Show me the answer that you found. As for Xue Hui, a system window popped into view. Level 2 Combat Simulation Method. What would you like to simulate? Xue Hui considered it. There was a reason he hadn't used the simulation until this very moment. In my experience, simulations are wildly inaccurate when it comes to predicting the future, but it's a completely different story. When analyzing past events or finding a counter to a present situation, it provides the solution, an unbelievably optimal solution that yields incredible results. That's why I waited patiently until the situation was at its absolute worst, or until I had the perfect chance to turn the tables. A smile touched his lips as he murmured to the system, "Show me their greatest weakness." Analyzing. The system began its calculations. After a few moments, it found the answer. The information flashed before his eyes. Target: the female captain of the Jiya squad, Nu Lin. Full name: Zhu Zhang. One of the 3 captains of the Jiya squad. Threatening her will force the Jiya spellcasters to cease their attack. Based on her spiritual power, she is one of the 3 most powerful mages in their ranks. If you eliminate her, the enemy's formation will crumble. However, be warned. Doing so will incur the wrath of the second disciple, Mo Shu. Keep this in mind. I have my answer. As he processed the system's message, Yue Shi launched a sneak attack from behind, but Xue Hui's reflexes were faster. He dodged it with ease. But the captain didn't give up, lunging with another strike. The blow slammed against the Golden 7 Liang armor, leaving Xue Hui completely unharmed. Xue Hui's voice dripped with mockery. Did you rush over here so frantically because you thought your precious master was in danger? He then unleashed his peerless wind sword. 1,000 slashes, a tempest of steel, flew toward Yue Shi. You damn dog. He followed it with the Asura raging blast. A single thrust that pierced through the captain's side. There was no time to react. In that split second, he teleported directly to Zhu Zhang. Xue Hui pressed the cold steel of his blade against her throat. His command was ice. Dispel the curse. Now, dispel the technique, now. Her 2 subordinates stood frozen with worry, but they dared not make a reckless move. Captain Zhu Zhang, stop this. His voice remained cold as he repeated the command, dispel the dark arts. To ensure her own survival, Mao Yi immediately barked orders to the mages behind her. Captain Zhu Zhang has been captured. Dispel the technique right now. As for the members of the Death Spirit Squad, a sense of calm returned to them all. I can move again. Me too. Yin Wuxin was puzzled. What in the world is going on? Yao Lin offered his own assessment. The captain has captured the enemy's leader. Qisong and Long Zhen still couldn't believe it. So what happens next? Does this mean we've won? Yao Lin answered with composure. If we eliminate their leader, we can achieve victory. But if we do that… Before he could finish, Xiaoling interrupted. Would destroying her squad really be a good thing for the demon army? Back with Xue Zhang, she continued to hurl insults at Xue Hui. You are incredibly reckless. Do you have any idea what it means to point your sword at us? Have you no shame? He asked. But he didn't waver for a second, meeting her gaze as an equal. I'm genuinely curious, he said. Huh. How can you people be so shameless after bringing this defeat upon yourselves? She scowled, firing back. And is threatening me like this not a shameful act? You can just kill me. Why bother with threats? He shot her down with a cold retort. What a twisted argument. You are the ones who started this war. You were the ones who threatened to kill my subordinates and demanded I hand her over. And when I refused, you tried to slaughter us all. His rage grew with every word. And now, after I risk my life to subdue you, you claim that I'm the one making threats. He gripped his blade tighter and continued. I'll ask you again. As a captain, do you feel no shame? If I were in your position, I wouldn't dare show my face. Yet you still have the audacity to threaten me. You people are truly without honor. But she remained defiant. You are arrogant. But your little performance ends right here. He never saw this sudden reversal coming. What? Scores of elite soldiers appeared, completely surrounding him. Zhu Zhang's voice dripped with smug satisfaction. Yes, surely you've heard of them. The great masters who have reached the super demon realm within our forces, the 8 Iron Demon Kings. They stared silently at Xue Hui. One of them finally spoke. What the hell is going on here? I was wondering why the recon team hadn't returned. So they were captured by a bunch of nobodies. Zhu Zhang lowered her head slightly in response. My apologies. Seeing this, Xue Hui clicked his tongue in annoyance. Song Hua asked who they were. Yao Lin was the one to explain. The 8 Iron Demon Kings are masters who have reached the super demon realm under the second disciple. Every single one of them is on par with, or perhaps even stronger than, Ma Tai Long. He continued with a heavy sigh. Now we're done for. I wonder what the captain is going to do. Meanwhile, Ma Tai Long remained perfectly silent. At that moment, Zhu Zhang spoke again. Do you understand now why I called you reckless? She took a step forward and continued, her voice hauntingly calm. No matter what you try, you will not leave this place alive. It was then that Xue Hui spoke up. You think I didn't know they were coming? She let out a sneer. Still putting on a confident act? You really think you can escape this? But he simply turned his head and declared with the cryptic tone, we'll have to wait until the very end to know for sure. My allies are about to arrive as well. The others stared in disbelief. What? Is that guy planning to fight us? One of the Demon Kings drew his sword and added, it seems we just need to kill him to settle this. His eyes glared as he announced, I'll handle him. Xiaoling cried out in terror, Captain. The Demon King was still puzzled. Why don't you draw your sword? Hearing the question, Xue Hui slowly answered, because I don't need to. The demon swung his blade down without hesitation. I don't know what you're talking about, but it doesn't matter. Whether you draw your sword or not, your fate is death. Xue Hui dodged the blow with ease. A plume of smoke erupted as the ground was torn apart. Someone had blocked the attack. The Demon King was stunned. The captain of the Blood Fiends, Liu Bo, stood there in silence. Meanwhile, Xue Hui let out a sigh of relief. I thought I was a dead man. Just then, Liu Bo spoke. I was wondering why the 4 great clans sent a distress signal from this location. He glanced back slightly. So it was you, Xue Hui. Xue Hui bowed respectfully and said, It has been a while, Lord Liu Bo. Xiaoling couldn't hide her shock. What is the captain of the Blood Fiends doing here? Song Hua slowly explained. The captain ordered me to release a firefly signal. I didn't know who he was trying to call. The Demon King dropped to his knees, bowing his head in submission. Captain of the Blood Fiends, please forgive our disrespect. Liu Bo replied courteously. It's fine. My apologies for getting in your way. The demon quickly replied, Not at all, sir. Xue Hui watched in awe from behind. Even the mighty 8 Kings Iron Demon Bear would show this man deference. That was the kind of presence Liu Ba commanded. The Blood Rain Sword God, Liu Ba. The right-hand man of the second disciple and one of the world's most powerful supreme demon masters. The Blood Demon Cult. Ranked 14th among all factions in the demonic sect, with forces numbering in the tens, perhaps even hundreds of thousands. The other members bowed low. You've arrived, Captain of the Blood Slaughter Division. Greetings, Lord Liu Ba. His presence alone was terrifying, an overwhelming pressure that filled the air. Liu Ba waved them off impatiently. Everyone, rise. I didn't come here for formalities. He then turned his sharp gaze on me. Xue Hui, why did you summon me with Lord Qi Lisi's signal? And why are you clashing with our own people here? I answered with a solemn tone. It's complicated. My mind flashed back to the past, when he had voiced his deep regret for being unable to resolve Lord Qi Lissy's troubles himself. The Liu Ba from that memory had bowed his head. Forgive me. I came as fast as I could, but I was too late. I am truly sorry, and I knew then. Liu Ba is a man who honors his debts and keeps his word. I plan to leverage the debt of gratitude he owes Lord Qi Lisi. That's the real reason I had Song Hua use the signal flare to call for him. My eyes narrowed as I finalized my plan. His arrival is my final gambit, the one that will guarantee my survival and that of my people. I played ignorant, feigning confusion. I wish I knew. Why did they provoke this fight? Hearing this, Liu Ba's gaze sharpened. They? Who? The Ji Ya division? Why would they attack you? Zhu Zhang stammered, stepping forward. Lord Liu Ba, may I be permitted to speak? He gave a curt nod. Speak. She began her explanation slowly. We, the Ji Ya division, detected a powerful surge of sorcery. It came from an unexpected location during our patrol. We went to investigate and found them there. Liu Ba cut straight to the point, and Zhu Zhang continued. Among them was an incredibly powerful sorcerer. She hesitated before explaining. We believe that our faction possessing such a sorcerer would be a disadvantage to the second disciple's plans, so we demanded they hand over the sorcerer. But they refused. That is what led to this conflict. Liu Ba fell silent, processing her words. Is that so? He spoke again. All right. I have one question. Zhu Zhang clasped her hands. Please, command me. Liu Ba's next question was pointed. The power of that child, that young sorcerer who looked to be about 10 years old, was it truly that great? His words stunned her. What? Liu Ba's eyes narrowed into a glare. Was he so powerful that you had to eliminate him on the spot, lest he become a future threat? So powerful that 3 entire squads from the Ji Ya division had to be mobilized? Zhu Zhang faltered. As she did, my mind was already calculating. She has no good answer. If she says yes, it admits the Ji Ya division felt threatened by a mere child. That would be a great blow to their reputation. After a moment, she finally spoke. The path of sorcery is unpredictable. As the old saying goes, a prodigy seen after 3 days must be looked upon with new eyes. If that child is allowed to mature in the future, Liu Ba cut her off, his voice like steel. So you admit, at this very moment, he is not a threat to the Ji Ya division. Is that correct? Zhu Zhang was speechless. Well, that is. Liu Ba turned away in disgust. How utterly disappointing. For someone of your rank, Zhu Zhang, to be so shameless. I have no idea how great that child's potential truly is. He turned her own words back on her. But as you yourself said, Captain Zhu Zhang, no one can predict the future. By your logic, if we were to spare that child here, could you guarantee he would never become a threat to Lord Mo Hu in the future? Zhu Zhang could only remain silent. He pressed harder. What can you, in your capacity as captain of the Ji Ya division, make such a guarantee? Zhu Zhang pressed her lips into a thin line, unable to answer. But Liu Ba wasn't finished. Absolutely ridiculous. When we find someone with immense potential, our duty is to nurture them, not destroy them. We should be focused on recruitment, not elimination. No matter how intense the succession battle becomes, actions like yours reveal nothing but pathetic short-sightedness. You're willing to cut down outsiders just to hoard the master's favor for yourselves. His verbal assault was relentless. Liu Ba pressed on. Furthermore, you intended to kill Ma Tailong, the very man who gave us valuable intel and helped us earn great merit. A thought struck me with the force of a blow. So Liu Ba was the one who received the intel from Ma Tailong. He stated it as an undeniable fact. You plan to silence him permanently to cover your tracks. But if word of this ever got out, it would only tarnish the second disciple's reputation. Zhu Zhang finally found her voice, trying to argue back. But Lord Liu Ba, they crossed the line too. They destroyed most of our ghost souls. More than half of them are lost forever. This is a devastating blow to our forces. But he just snarled in response. Do you still not understand? Liu Ba's voice boomed. Those losses are a direct result of your own foolish actions. Your duty was to escort the informant back safely. Who gave you the authority to provoke a battle? He roared right in her face. Zhu Zhang, by what right did you do this? You have single-handedly weakened the demon cult's forces. This failure is your responsibility. You are shameless, and you have no eye for talent. Zhu Zhang was completely terrified by his fury. Liu Ba's voice dropped to a low growl. Do you finally understand now? If they hadn't summoned me, not just the specters, but your entire Ji Ya team would have been wiped out. Are your members somehow stronger than phantoms? Of course not. So tell me, how does a warrior who can destroy phantoms fail to kill a sorcerer far weaker than them? His eyes blazed with fury as he declared, Speak another foolish word like that, and I will personally rip that mouth from your face. And subordinate whispered a warning to her. Lady Zhu Zhang, say no more. The situation is incredibly tense. Zhu Zhang glanced to the side, and seeing Xue's smug grin, only fueled her seething rage. A murmur went through the crowd. It's true. Liu Ba is rarely this furious. We should get out of here before we're caught in the crossfire. One man dared to step forward. Bloodblade Captain, if it's all right, we'll take our leave now. Liu Ba's approval was swift. Then go. The man nodded, and his group quickly departed. He finally spoke again. Zhu Zhang, you will be reprimanded when you return to the sect. Remember that. Zhu Zhang pressed her lips together, silent. Liu Ba pressed her. Do you have any complaints? She stammered out a reply. No, I understand. He let out a breath at last. I will take them back to the sect. You are all dismissed. She answered obediently. Yes. Then we will be on our way. Our apologies for troubling you, my lord. As she passed, she shot Xue Hui a venomous glare before turning away. The other members let out a collective sigh of relief, but Xue Hui was deep in thought. According to my calculations, we were guaranteed to lose. He began to analyze the situation. We should have all died here. I'm realizing the best choice doesn't always lead to the best result. Sometimes, even when you make the worst possible choice, you can still find a sliver of hope. His gaze drifted toward Liu Ba. In truth, the only reason we resolved this situation was pure luck, Xue Hui concluded. But a good result is a good result. But unexpectedly, a voice cut through the air. Xue Hui looked over, his curiosity piqued. Liu Ba's tone was low as he suggested, let's take a walk. I have something I want to discuss with you. Xue Hui simply nodded in agreement. All right. As dusk began to settle, Xue Hui spoke up. For this, I owe you a great debt. He bowed his head, adding emphasis. Thank you, Lord Liu Ba. I will definitely repay you in the future. The man asked slowly, and how will you repay me? Xue Hui was momentarily confused. Huh? Liu Ba repeated slowly. How? Do you intend to repay me? He was stunned for a moment. I thought he would let this go. What could he possibly want from me? A single word was uttered. You. A smirk played on Liu Ba's lips as he declared, Xue Hui, I want you. Those words put him on high alert. So this wasn't about saving face for Ma Tailong. Liu Ba explained slowly. Of course not. Did you think I would punish an ally and defend you for no reason? I am a greedy man. Xue Hui's brow furrowed as he questioned. And if I refuse? The man didn't hide his dark intentions. You will die, or I will make sure you wish you had. He even added another layer to his threat. I will kill your subordinates. Xue Hui fell into deep thought, observing, this man is incredibly troublesome. He replied slowly, no, you won't do that. Not if I haven't misjudged you. Liu Ba seemed slightly interested. Is that so? And how exactly do you see me? Xue Hui stated honestly, I see you as a man of principle. The man just laughed. If I were a man of principle, I would have killed you all. This is an era where disciples are fighting for power. Xue Hui continued his explanation. Seeing your belief that debts must be repaid, I believe you value your personal code more than power. Liu Ba remained silent as Xue Hui continued. And the way you act shows you're aiming for a much bigger future, not just short-term gains. To me, that just sounds like you're telling me what I want to hear. A hearty laugh then burst from him. He scratched his nose as he replied, just a captain of the Phantom Squad from the Hidden Shadow Group, a complete nobody who has now refused me twice. You're incredibly audacious, yet you also know how to flatter. Strangely enough, I don't find it unpleasant. Xue Hui let out a quiet sigh of relief. Liu Ba then spoke up. However, I am not a patient man. He shot a glance at Xue Hui. But your astonishing rate of growth has soothed my impatience. The main sect is not far from here. With your level of strength, you shouldn't need an escort. Until we meet again. Captain of the Phantom Squad. Xue Hui's eyes widened in amazement. He's truly persistent. He has no intention of giving up. And then he spoke, then I'll be on my way. In an instant, Liu Ba vanished. I couldn't even sense his movement. Is this the speed of a supreme demon master compared to him? I'm still leagues behind. I have a long road ahead of me. Let's head back. Inside Kun Mo's office, a voice gave a detailed report. Ma Tailong provided information to the second disciple to sow chaos among the enemy, and after rescuing Ma Tailong, they used Song Hua's magic to escape through a spatial portal. Afterward, my subordinate gave the order to hand Song Hua over to the second disciple to avoid trouble, but Xue Hui refused to engage the Mecha A team, pushing the situation to a critical point. But luckily, Liu Ba intervened and settled everything. Kun Ma seemed unfazed. Is that so? A lot had happened, but his fingers just tapped lightly on the desk before he finally asked, Xue Hui knows Liu Ba. Since when was he acquainted with my second disciple's right-hand man? Shi Juncheng continued his report. The spirit squad once assisted Curious Dai. Perhaps they crossed paths then. Kunma murmured thoughtfully, I see. If that's the case, good. He then suddenly proposed, Master, it seems we must reprimand Xue Hui. This puzzled Kunma. Why? Shi Juncheng explained, the spirit squad's captain, Xue Hui, made a reckless choice. If not for a stroke of luck, he wouldn't have survived. Kunma pressed him. And what reckless choice was that? He elaborated. If he had just handed over the sorcerer child, Song Hua, everything would have been resolved peacefully. He then began to criticize Xue Hui, but he chose to invite danger upon himself. If we don't warn him now, he'll cause even greater disasters in the future. Kunma simply stated, Indeed. He then added, they threatened to kill his men and demanded he surrender the child, and yet he refused to back down. Is that correct? Shi Juncheng flinched, hastily correcting himself. That wasn't my intention. Kunma's voice was low. Shi Juncheng. The man immediately dropped to one knee. Yes, master. At that moment, Kunma rose, pacing as he spoke. Is the path we walk paved with roses? His words were heavy with meaning. Or is it a path of thorns? Kunma continued. The answer wasn't simple. Yes, it is a path of thorns. Who among us could possibly deny that? A faint smirk played on his lips. You will all face countless situations like this in the future. He began to pace again as he spoke. Difficult missions, impossible missions, and missions that will demand your very lives. In those moments, when luck runs out, what will you rely on? I want you to do whatever it takes to survive. Kunma's voice softened, even if it means disobeying a direct order. This is what I have truly believed for a long time. Shi Juncheng's eyes went wide. Master. But Kunma simply let out a chuckle. How amusing. This is a first, isn't it? One of my subordinates has defeated the forces of another. Shi Juncheng could only mutter, yes. Kunma then called his name again, Shi Juncheng. His voice was quiet, but firm. Summon, Xue Hui. Elsewhere, Xue Hui felt a jolt of apprehension. He mumbled to himself, summons. To Kunma, something about this feels off. Suddenly, a system window appeared, asking if he wanted to save his progress. Xue Hui paused. For better or worse, my gut tells me a prompt like this means a major event is about to unfold. He quickly made his choice. I should definitely save, just in case. The system prompted him again. Where would you like to save?
Celestial year, 95, 98. Xue Hui calculated silently. I have to keep the first save slot as a backup.
Even if I reverted to that point, I wouldn't get the 3 life choices from Kunma again. The critical map is no longer in the Tai Huang Pavilion Lord's office. He continued to assess his options. This save slot is no good either, because that's where I obtained divine artifacts I'd struggle to find again. That leaves only the second option. Celestial year 98, the last day of July. With his decision made, the office doors swung open. Kunma looked up as he entered. You're here, he said, continuing his thoughts. I've heard the full report from Shi Juncheng. You've been through a lot. Xue Hui lowered his head in response. It was nothing. I was merely concerned I invited danger through my own selfishness. At this, Kunma added, sometimes, missions will put you in impossible situations. Normally, I expect absolute loyalty to the mission's objective. But that is not always the correct path. Depending on the circumstances, you must act as you did. Xue Hui gave a slight nod. Thank you, my lord. I will be more careful not to create such risks again. But then, a question was posed. So, have you given it some thought? Xue Hui was confused. Huh? Kunma clarified again. You rascal. I asked if you wanted to become my personal guard. He chuckled, remarking, You've forgotten completely. It seems the idea didn't appeal to you. Xue Hui startled, quickly protesting. How could that be possible? Kunma continued to smile. No matter, this time, I will give you a reward befitting your accomplishments. From this day forward, I hereby appoint you, Xue Hui, and all those under your command, he declared, his words light yet heavy with meaning. As my secret informants. Xue Hui's jaw dropped. This wasn't an offer. It was an official appointment. A hand suddenly rested on Xue Hui's shoulder. Kunma spoke again. From now on, all information you acquire is top secret, and you will be assigned special duties, he explained. The people who assist you, the missions you undertake, everything is about to change. He finished cheerfully. Congratulations. Let's do our best together. A system notification chimed. Congratulations. You have become Kunma's secret informant. Xue Hui's smile froze on his face. The notification continued. Difficulty has increased. One combat mode has been deleted. He thought in stunned silence. What the hell is this? A system panel materialized before him. Select one of three. Tier 2 Simulation. Deleting combat mode. A cold sweat ran down Xue Hui's back. These are the systems that have carried me through life or death struggles. Not just once, but twice. Think this through. If I abandon the turn-based system, I'll be blind to my opponent's power stats. He fell deep into thought. In that mode, I can't plan my battles ahead of time, and accessing my inventory during combat would be impossible. He weighed his options again. Luckily, I have the 7-star pill, so my reliance on the inventory is already much lower. And upgrading the turn-based mode to level 2 gave me the critical ability to save my subordinates when they're in danger. He calculated the trade-offs. I also wouldn't be able to attack multiple enemies at once, but at my current stage, that's not as crucial as it used to be. The system's question flashed before him. Do you wish to delete level 2 turn-based combat mode? This will cause the opponent's information display to disappear. Xue Hui was cornered. That disappears too? He grit his teeth, his brow furrowed in frustration. The cruelty of this difficulty spike was all too real. I'll keep the turn-based mode, for now. He quickly scanned the other choices. So, between the two remaining modes, the level 2 AI simulation, while not all-powerful, is incredibly versatile, especially when analyzing past events or current situations. It always provided the most optimal solutions and answers. Xue Hui continued to ponder. The problem is its weakness in predicting the future. But thinking about it, that makes perfect sense. My own impulsive actions. It can't possibly calculate variables like that. In the end, do I have to choose between the past and present? Or the future? He pressed a hand to his eyes, exhausted from the mental gymnastics. Is the simulation for the past and present, while the AI is for the future? But the AI can't help me right now. Not until I reach the Transcendent Master Realm. A conclusion finally clicked into place. That means, besides my inventory, I'd lose almost every other ability. The notification window was still there. Do you wish to delete level 2 simulation combat mode? This will make it impossible to know situational information in advance. He scratched his head and cried out in frustration. I don't want to delete any of them, but he let out a heavy sigh. If I want to get stronger. Xue Hui's eyes opened, staring intently at the ground. The choices were level 2 turn-based, level 2 AI, and level 2 simulation. I have no other option. A look of pure determination washed over his face. Just then, Kunmo's voice cut through the silence. Regarding the Heavenly Mandate Order, you will be its Order Master. The Vice Master will be chosen by you. The rest will be members of the Heavenly Mandate Order with a rank equivalent to the 7 Killing Blades. A Vice Master is equivalent to a level 1 Guardian. Kunmo added a reminder. Note that high-level martial arts alone do not make someone a secret agent. One must possess cold, calculating judgment, and at times, the decisiveness to make sacrifices. Most agents operate alone or in pairs, but based on your achievements and abilities, I am permitting you to operate as a full unit. Of course, your subordinates will have to undergo special training. Xue Hui bowed his head slightly in response. Thank you, Master. He contemplated this new role, the Heavenly Mandate Order, taking commands directly from Kunmo, and killing without hesitation when necessary. The very nature of his missions was about to change. Kunmo spoke again. Xue Hui, from this day forward, you will hold the highest rank within this sect. I will pass down all of my martial arts and knowledge to you. Then, he made an unexpected proposal. And, would you be willing to take Ma Tai Long as your subordinate? Xue Hui paused, asking cautiously. What? Take Ma Tai Long? The answer came immediately. Yes. Typically, agents work in pairs and must have reached the Transcendent Master Realm. In the Heavenly Mandate Order, only you, Xue Hui, possess the required strength. It seems we need one more person. Internally, Xue Hui was calculating. I still haven't reached the Transcendent Master Realm. It seems everyone is mistaken because of the special skills I've used. Outwardly, he replied with respect. I would be honored if Ma Tai Long became my subordinate. At this, Kunmo spoke up. Very well. However, this is not my decision to make alone. I will meet with Ma Tai Long and make the final decision. Xue Hui bowed his head again. Thank you, Master. With that, the Master turned to leave. Now then, I will arrange lodging for you. Shibai will guide you. Go and rest there. From behind, Xue Hui replied, Yes, Master. They were led to a grand residence. Yin Wuxin gasped in awe. We're going to live here? Qisong added, I never expected such an amazing place in such a remote location. Xiaoling suddenly remarked, someone could probably die here and no one would ever know. Hearing this, Yin Wu Xin immediately scolded her. Hey, don't say such unlucky things. She threw open a door, revealing a room packed to the ceiling. Look, the storeroom is full of herbs and weapons. A startled voice cried out, What? Don't touch them. Those are mine. Xue Hui watched silently from the side, while Yao Lin's brow was deeply furrowed. The question finally came. Captain, have we really become secret agents? Xue Hui turned to him. What? You don't believe it. He explained his thoughts. To be honest, yes. We're still not strong enough to carry out the Master's secret missions. Xue Hui offered a word of assurance. Don't worry. Someone will come to train you all. He then explained carefully. And when Master Kunmo said that high martial skill alone isn't enough to be an agent, he was probably thinking of Song. They listened intently as he laid it out. A young and talented mage, whose martial arts may be a bit weak, but who is fiercely loyal and an expert in tracking. He probably sees this as a good combination. And besides, we already have a proven track record. Yao Lin replied with a smile. Most of the credit goes to you, Captain. But Xue Hui shook his head. Following my reckless choices couldn't have been easy for any of you. He placed a hand on their shoulders, praising them. You all did an outstanding job. Then, he offered some reassurance. Now, don't worry too much. The crowd's tense expressions softened, and a wave of relief washed over them. Someone joked, Well, now we can die with some dignity. Just then, a voice echoed from inside, This place is incredible. Yao Lin spoke softly. Captain, with your permission, I'd like to look around. Xiaoling followed right after. Yao Lin, let's go together. Xue Hui turned to Song Hue. Song Hue, aren't you going with them? The young girl answered politely, No, I'm all right here. He couldn't help but marvel at her composure. Is that so? He then addressed her formally. Song Hue, my dear commander. Xue Hui asked suddenly, What does your divination say about this place? A flicker of surprise crossed her face. Huh. He quickly explained, I'm just curious. Is the path ahead of me one of fortune or disaster? And when will it arrive? Today or tomorrow? Song Hue fell into deep thought before finally speaking with grave sincerity. Fortune-telling is a matter of faith, Captain. It's largely based on chance, she continued to explain. To use this art, one must understand the principles of cosmic change reflected in the divination. Therefore, fate is not an absolute, but simply the most likely outcome among countless possibilities. If you believe the path is fortunate, it will be. If you believe it's cursed, then it shall be cursed. If everything was truly set in stone, what purpose would humanity even have? She came to her conclusion. It all depends on our own convictions. You will succeed, Commander. Xue Hui smiled in response. I understand now. He leaned down and patted her head. Thanks to you, I always learn something invaluable. Thank you. Song Hua beamed with excitement. I'm just happy my words could be of some use to you, Captain. Inwardly, he began to ponder. Song Hua is right. If the system appearing before me was truly destiny, then whether I follow that destiny or change is entirely up to me. He came to a stark conclusion. This current situation, this probably isn't my original fate. It's the path of the Bone Cadre, the Guardian, and the Assassin. The system window displayed the information. Kunma Bone Cadre, joined the formless path, 2 stars. Kunma Guardian, trained by the 6-star official, 3 stars. Kunma Assassin, taking out Mirim figures, 5 stars. When I first chose my path, the ultimate goal was to become a Bone Cadre. Perhaps that was the destiny laid out for me, but I rejected that offer. And not only that, I refused to abandon Song Hua. Because of that, the path of the Assassin, one I had never even considered, opened up to me. I stepped onto the 3rd path, Kunma Assassin, taking out Mirim figures, 5 stars. He continued his analysis. If I had handed Song Hua over to the 2nd disciple's men, then my performance in the battle against Ji Ya would have never reached Kunma's ears. In that case, I might have been forced down the path of a guardian. He looked to the sky, calculating, and even if I were offered the role of an assassin, I'm not sure if I could even operate with his subordinates. Without Song Hua, I can't use my spiritual arts. My ability to complete missions would drop significantly. Of course, becoming an assassin was still possible. A voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The living quarters seemed quite nice. Xue Hui was still lost in his considerations. It was Ma Tailong, who bowed his head. Greetings, Commander. It seems we are the only 2 who became assassins. Xue Hui returned the greeting with a faint smile. So, you've arrived. Perhaps this was the future someone had foreseen as the sky slowly began to brighten. Just then, a sigh could be heard nearby. Xue Hui muttered, I've searched the entire room, but unlike the last one, there's nothing left behind. No items to combine my martial arts with. Of course not. He gazed outside, his thoughts racing. If my previous life was orchestrated by someone else, then my current life should be free of any interference, except in special cases. His fist tightened unconsciously. Maybe I was still clinging to hope for the system. A silent reminder echoed in his mind, get a grip. Xue Hui's resolve hardened. From this moment forward, my actions will forge my own path. As he headed downstairs, he saw the figure of Wanda Shusheng. The man gave him a slight nod before speaking. It may be a bit presumptuous, but they call me Wanda Shusheng. I am in charge of training new assassins. Xue Hui asked curiously, are you in charge of the entire Heavenly Command? Wanda Shusheng quickly clarified. No, each individual will have a trainer suited to them. As he spoke, he handed over a document. The commander needs to know a great many people. Memorize this list before you follow me. The morning was still young. Wanda Shusheng's voice was soft. Please, have a seat. Xue Hui observed his surroundings. There's even a screen. It seems you frequent this high peak. Commander. The call snapped Xue Hui out of his thoughts. Wanda Shusheng stroked his beard. He posed a question. Do you know why the war of succession among the heavenly demon's disciples broke out? He answered promptly. Isn't it because the cult leader announced he would choose a successor before abdicating? The old man nodded in agreement. Correct, that is the official reason. His words puzzled Xue Hui. An official reason? Is there another one? And so, Wanda Shusheng began to explain. He began to explain. The fact that a succession war even started was strange in itself. He continued. At first, no one doubted that Shamo, the first disciple of the cult leader, would be the heir. Factions within the demonic cult were already pledging their loyalty to him. But as time passed, the first disciple's influence began to fade, and those spurned by Shamo flocked to the second disciple, Mo Hu, forging a powerful opposition. Wanda Shusheng explained that up to this point, everything was predictable. The real twist was the sudden emergence of the third disciple, Yi Ling. Hidden masters and retired elders of the cult suddenly threw their support behind the third disciple. Her power base solidified almost overnight, and just like that, the battle for succession became a three-way war. He added slowly, I believe a statement was made, that perhaps the heavenly demon would intervene. Xue Hui asked, utterly confused. Why would the heavenly demon get involved? Wanda Shusheng explained. Some say he feared a power imbalance. His eyes grew distant. But I believe otherwise. Wanda Shusheng delivered his chilling conclusion. He wanted to play a game. He was certain the heavenly demon wished to see them slaughter each other, using every dirty trick imaginable, from sowing discord to turning them against one another. He wanted to watch how his own disciples would perish in their desperate struggle for power. Hearing this, Xue Hui shot to his feet in disbelief. He sees the death of his people. As a game, how is that possible? Yet, Wanda Shusheng simply asked a quiet question. Have you ever heard of goo venom? Before Xue Hui could even ask, he explained. You take countless venomous creatures, snakes, toads, scorpions, and seal them in a jar. At first, they will be wary of one another. But as hunger sets in, they will eventually turn on each other, fighting and devouring one another. The final survivor becomes the ultimate evil. Its venom and killing intent concentrated to their absolute peak. I believe the heavenly demon wants to witness exactly that. It's only my speculation, but it's not without merit. Wanda Shusheng concluded. That is the nature of one who stands at the apex. Then he added, the heavenly demon stands above all. He remarked, that is why we mortals cannot possibly comprehend his mind. To put it bluntly, our lives and deaths are utterly insignificant to him. Sunlight cast across his face as he continued speaking. By watching us struggle and dedicate our entire being to the fight, he might just find some fleeting inspiration. Hearing this, Xue Hui ground his teeth in fury. He wanted to watch his disciples die in a war for power. The grim realization washed over him. So all the life or death battles I've endured were just a game for someone else's entertainment. The master of this cult is a twisted monster who enjoys watching others kill. It's sickening. Worse, he's manipulating the forces to ensure no single side is eliminated completely. Finally, Xue Hui spoke. What is the cult leader's true intention? Surely you didn't reach such an extreme conclusion based on guesswork alone. What is your proof? Wanda Shusheng fell silent for a moment before beginning another story. Everyone knows that for a year after the third disciple rose, the situation stabilized. But not long after that, the heavenly demon, in his own time, took in a new disciple, Kunmo. Xue Hui immediately demanded, why? Because Kunmo's talent is exceptional. That's the official reason. Wanda Shusheng cut in. But the fourth disciple's existence is more than that. He is the new variable. With the power of the heavenly star of slaughter, the fourth disciple can kill anyone, even a grandmaster. Xue Hui's lips tightened as he processed the horror. He was inciting his own disciples to slaughter one another. What kind of mind does the heavenly demon possess? He sighed, clutching his head. Naturally, when the heavenly demon's disciples fight, they aren't the only ones who will die. Xue Hui continued the grim calculation. When their factions go to war, the heavenly demon cult will drown in a sea of blood. Countless innocents will die for nothing. He then asked quietly, in your opinion, what is the current balance of power? How do the disciples stand? Wanda Xusheng answered frankly, I believe the first disciple currently has the upper hand. If we measure their combined strength on a scale of 10, I would rate Sha Mo at 4, the second at 3, the third at 3, and the fourth disciple at 1. Hearing this, Xue Hui could only see the disadvantage. But don't be too concerned, he reassured. Those words made Xue Hui look up, confused. Wanda Xusheng continued, depending on the circumstances, the fourth disciple's power could become a 4. Xue Hui pressed him. You're talking about the heavenly star of slaughter. The old man nodded. Precisely. He then added, while he may never take the throne himself, he has more than enough power to destroy anyone who tries. With those words, Wanda Xusheng began to walk away. Model. And as for the other disciples, Kunma already had a plan in motion. A strategy that, for now, would remain a closely guarded secret. The man glanced at him and declared, that is precisely why I'm here. Heavenly Master Commander, Xue Hui. At his words, Xue Hui froze, sunlight streaming through the window frame. Tian Guang reported, my lord, I fear we're too late. The other disciples are waiting for you. Kunma replied with indifference. Whatever. What beautiful weather, wouldn't you say? Hearing this, his subordinate was deeply confused. Kunma began to explain. For the longest time, we've had to walk on eggshells around the other disciples' factions. But my newest subordinate just delivered a crushing blow to that arrogant second disciple. His words continued, a smirk playing on his lips. Isn't it exhilarating? Tian Guang added cautiously. I just hope this doesn't backfire, Kunma remarked dryly. Then again, when has anything ever been easy for us? His voice dropped to a low growl. We'll face whatever comes, together. Then, with a sharp command, now, step aside. Kunma strode forward, his footsteps echoing before coming to a halt. His voice cut through the silence. It seems I'm a little late. Standing before him were Yaling, Ma Ho, and Sha Ma. Kunma spoke carefully, his eyes scanning the room. Senior brothers. Inside the tranquil pavilion, cups of steaming tea had already been poured. The silence in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Unfazed, Kunma calmly took a sip of his tea, right before a furious roar shattered the peace. You arrogant whelp. Sha Ma's voice dripped with venom. Has the world gone mad? You, the lowest of us all, dare to keep your seniors waiting? Kunma rose to his feet, offering an explanation. My apologies. I was delayed. Sha Ma's eyes narrowed. Delayed by what? I'm going to pause for a beat. I'm sorry. His response was clipped. I ask for your understanding. Sometimes, delays are unavoidable. Sha Ma froze. What did you just say? But Kunma's stance remained firm. I am not at liberty to say, senior brother. I, too, am a leader of my own faction. While you may be the first disciple, I am under no obligation to report my every move to you. Mahu watched with keen interest as Sha Ma's voice dropped to a dangerous low. This brat, a warning glance shot from Mahu's eyes, but Sha Ma hissed through clenched teeth. When did you grow such a spine? A terrifying pressure exploded from his body. Are you begging for death? Even Kunma couldn't help but flinch before such a powerful aura. It felt as if a colossal, invisible force was gathering behind Sha Ma. Kunma's brow furrowed. This was the killing intent of a peak demonic master. He could kill a man without even lifting a finger. The pressure was immense. Ma Hu quickly jumped in, trying to defuse the situation. Hey, first brother, calm down. If we're being honest, we're usually the ones who are late, Yiling added, trying to help. She's right, first brother. This is his first time being late. Just let it slide. He's always been so well-behaved. Mahu then turned on Kunma. You've gone too far. Apologize to our first brother properly. Reading the room, Kunma immediately dropped to his knees. My words were disrespectful, first brother. I sincerely apologize. Sha Ma just clicked his tongue, still radiating displeasure. Yaling quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, have you heard? The Mount Hua sect has set up a base near our territory. At this, Ma Hu let out a cryptic smile. He confirmed. Yes. A secret branch and an outpost right under our noses. It seems the old sayings are true. Yaling's curiosity was piqued. And? Mahu scoffed. What do you mean? And? I set my men to take care of them immediately. Unfortunately, their leaders had a pre-planned escape route, so we couldn't capture them. As he said this, his eyes discreetly flickered towards Shama. Mahu then added, "Oh, and it was the fourth disciple's subordinate who assisted in the operation." Yeling looked surprised. "Your subordinate?" Kunma gave a slight nod. "Yes, he serves me." A scornful laugh escaped Shama's lips. "Hey, fourth brother," he sneered. "Do you even have any competent men under you?" Kunma's face turned to stone. Mahu smoothly intervened. "First brother, surely you've heard of the 7 killing blades. The fourth disciple has some truly formidable masters in his ranks." Yaling's eyes widened in realization. "Ah, the 7 killing blades?" Shama's expression remained dismissive. "A pack of weaklings who can't even protect themselves. What good are they?" "You're right," Kunma agreed, his voice dangerously calm as he fired back. "Perhaps it's because the captain of the 7 killing blades is incompetent. Isn't that right, first brother?" Shama's smug expression vanished. He was speechless. Kunma pressed his advantage. "Furthermore, I've heard the only reason Mount Hua dared to build a base here is because they're allied with a powerful figure from inside our own sect." Mahu leaned in, intrigued. "Is that so? And who might that be?" "Who are you referring to?" Yaling pressed, her curiosity ignited. "Who is it?" Maho's reply was laced with insinuation. "They mentioned a name, but I paid it no mind." "I mean, honestly, junior sister, how can we believe a single word from those self-righteous hypocrites?" Yaling was captivated. "Still, what name did they say?" Mahu drew out the moment, his voice dropping low. "They said, crack." The teacup in Kunma's hand slammed onto the table, shattering the tension. He stated it plainly. "They named the first disciple." Kuma continued without a shred of hesitation. "Those were the exact words from my subordinate, that the Mount Hua sect has allied with our sect's first disciple." Shama's eyes blazed with pure, unadulterated killing intent. Even Ma Ho was stunned into silence. "I was just trying to needle him. I never thought he'd drop a bombshell like this." Shama's voice was a low, furious rumble. "You damn bastard. Those words you just uttered." His face darkened ominously. "Are you prepared to take responsibility for them?" Kunma remained unnervingly calm. "I am merely relaying information. Naturally, I do not believe it to be true. How could the great first disciple, the man destined to be our next leader, possibly do something so treacherous?" He continued, his words dripping with false reverence. "It was merely the testimony from a captured Mount Hua dog. Mount Hua has never been the world's #1 sword sect. They're desperate to use our power to climb the ranks. Their plan is simple. When our demonic cult attacks the smaller clans, Mount Hua will swoop in to save them, earning a heroic reputation." "A hostile, symbiotic relationship," Kunma stated, his voice flat and detached, as if reciting a simple fact. "They claim this is their method. A truly despicable plot to sow discord among us." His calm expression was reflected in the still, clear tea. The desert air grew heavy, but Kunma's voice was firm. "Regardless, we'll uncover the truth soon enough. We just need to investigate if our sex forces acted alone in the Central Plains and who gave them the order. Then we'll find the traitor working with the Mount Hua sect." At that moment, Sa-Ma's face twisted with killing intent. A pillar of raw power erupted, tearing the building apart. Ma Hao and Ak Lin leaped back just in time, staring in shock. Kun Ma was now suspended in midair, caught in Sa-Ma's grip. He was completely overpowered. "Keep talking," Sa-Ma snarled, his eyes blazing. "Who is the traitor working with Mount Hua?" When Kun Ma remained silent, Sa-Ma tightened his grip. A cry of pain escaped Kun Ma's lips. Sa-Ma's rage burned hotter, but Kun Ma's gaze never wavered. Suddenly, a flash of emerald light burst forth. Kun Ma's feet touched the ground softly, his entire body now radiating immense spiritual energy. Their two auras clashed, creating a suffocating pressure. Sa-Ma couldn't hide his astonishment. This bastard. A cold sweat broke out on Ashlin's face. Could that be the void grasp technique? Only the highest level demonic masters can use that, but his cultivation level is only at the peak stage. How is this possible? Ma Hao quickly analyzed the situation. That's right, his cultivation is only at the peak. Yet he's resisting our eldest brother's formless finger key with sheer force. Don't tell me he's planning to break the seal of the heavenly slaughter star. Right here. Panic seized Aklin. He's insane. We pushed him too far. Ma Hao's mind raced. Fourth junior brother. You've been gathering the heavenly slaughter star's power for nearly 10 years, since you were 13 years old. If you unleash it now, not even the current sect leader could stop you. Arcs of crackling energy now enveloped Kun Ma. He was a living catastrophe. Kun Ma's voice was ice cold. Eldest brother, as you know, I was born with a cursed body. I can never become the sect leader, but his eyes narrowed with lethal intent. However, I can stop others from taking that throne. Sa-Ma was left speechless. You, Kunma cut him off. The moment I break the seal of the heavenly slaughter star, you will die by my hand. This isn't a warning. It's a fact. He continued his cold analysis. But ask yourself, who benefits the most? Only second brother stands to gain. Sama's resolve began to waver. Kunma's voice boomed. Is that what you want? He repeated calmly. Do you really want to risk your life against mine, right here? Sama roared in fury. You bastard! How dare you speak to me with such arrogance? He immediately channeled his power. Sama's eyes turned blood red with killing intent. Ah! Kunma lowered his gaze, disappointed. You really? Then, his own anger exploded. You want to end it all right here. Eldest brother Sama stomped his foot down hard. Do you really think I'd yield to you? Ma Hao and Ak Lin were frozen in place, stunned by the escalating confrontation. But then, a small smirk appeared on Ma Hao's face. Meanwhile, Kunma was still in his grasp, and Sama was completely lost to his rage. Another blinding flash of light erupted. I understand now, eldest brother. Facing Sama's fury, Kunma's voice was unnervingly calm. If that is your wish. He slowly closed his eyes as a massive explosion of energy detonated. Let's end this. The surface of the lake was ripped apart by the shockwave. Aklin's face was tense, until her eyes suddenly went wide. Across the way, Kunma was forced back, and Sama was also pushed away by a figure who had suddenly appeared between them. It was Huang Kai, a demonic master loyal to the eldest disciple and a high-ranking member of the sect. Forgive my intrusion. Sama glared at the man. Huang Kai. Huang Kai immediately knelt. Master, please calm your anger. He began to mediate. You have a grand destiny to fulfill. For this old man's sake, please restrain yourself. Then he glanced at Kunma. And you as well, fourth junior brother. Please withdraw your aura first. Kunma remained silent. Sama clicked his tongue in annoyance. Kunma finally let out a long sigh and complied. Huang Kai bowed respectfully. Thank you for accepting this old man's request. I will surely repay this debt one day. Kunma's reply was short. It's nothing. Huang Kai then asked, our master must have much to consider after this. May I make my report later? Kunma considered it for a moment, then agreed. Very well. Huang Kai bowed his head slightly. Thank you. He then approached Sama. Master. Huang Kai whispered something in his ear. Sama simply replied, I understand. Kunma realized both of them were now staring at him. Sama's expression was still full of hostility. Kunma met his gaze with an unwavering one of his own. With that, they quickly departed. Let's go. Aklin finally let out a breath of relief. My heart nearly leaped out of my chest, but Ma Hao just clicked his tongue. How boring. Aklin was confused. Huh? He just said, never mind, let's get going. Ma Hao waved as he left. Hey, junior brother, we're off. See you later. Aklin added a serious warning. That's right. Try not to lose your temper again. Kunma calmly replied, yes. Until we meet again, senior brother, senior sister. The moment they were gone, Thien Quang appeared. Lord Kunma. His subordinate's eyes filled with worry. Are you all right, my lord? Kunma stepped forward. Yes, I'm fine. He offered a reassuring smile. I'm sorry for making you worry by asking you to stand aside. But then, a sudden wave of pain racked his body. Kunma coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. Tian Guang rushed to support him. Lord Kunma. Gritting his teeth through the agony, Kunma remembered. If I let my guard down for even a second, my insides feel like they're being twisted into knots. The curse of the heavenly slaughter star is far more terrifying than I ever imagined. But Kunma gently waved him off. I'm fine. This is nothing. This is the price I pay to never have to grovel before them again. A satisfied smile spread across his face. I will not. I will never bow my head again. In another location, Xue Hui's voice could be heard. You mean to say we're attacking the forces of the first disciple, Shama? He asked again cautiously, is that truly your current plan? Scholar Wande simply confirmed it. That is correct. Xue Hui was baffled. But why the first disciple and not the third? Isn't that far too dangerous? Scholar Wande began to explain, because that is the only way we can win over the forces of the third disciple, Yi Ling. His eyes seemed to hold a profound, hidden meaning. Xue Hui was flustered and spoke honestly. I still lack the ability to analyze such complex political situations. Could you please explain it to me? Scholar Wanda gave a slight nod. Of course, the heavenly emissary is still young. He then began his detailed analysis. As I said, the core forces of the third disciple, Yi Ling, are all hidden masters. I believe they are assisting the third disciple under the direct orders of the heavenly demon. Xue Hui pressed him. And so, Scholar Wanda continued his lecture. In other words, they are not loyal to the third disciple herself. They are merely cooperating because of her role and position. He slowly laid out his conclusion. This means that if the fourth disciple can replace her, the third disciple's core forces will automatically shift their allegiance to him. Xue Hui was stunned by this revelation as he carefully considered it. Kunma, in the eyes of the demonic sect, he is seen as nothing more than a timid weakling. Xue Hui laid out the scenario. But if he suddenly lands a powerful blow against Sha Ma, the heavenly demon, who truly commands those hidden masters, will be forced to take notice. His passive and timid image will be repainted as one of patience and forbearance, as someone waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Furthermore, it will capture the attention of all the hidden masters. He was suddenly reminded of another figure, Tian Mei Li. The one I mentioned to justify our actions is also a hidden master, who voluntarily lives in seclusion to cultivate his power. Xue Hui was becoming completely engrossed in this line of reasoning. If we can make them, those who care nothing for worldly affairs, finally take action, and if a man once considered useless can land a heavy blow on the first disciple. Scholar Wenda spoke up again. The people will cheer for him. He let out an amused chuckle. Even the old elder's blood will boil with excitement. Xue Hui immediately added, and because he's the underdog, the effect will be that much greater. Scholar Wanda agreed. Precisely. Lord Kunma will mobilize a large number of core members and spies to neutralize the key figures under the first disciple's command. But another doubt surfaced in Xue Hui's mind. But what if they retaliate? The first disciple is not someone to be trifled with. Scholar Wanda broke it down. Of course, but the first disciple will be unable to use his own core forces to do so. If he did, it would create a power vacuum, and the second disciple would certainly not stand by and watch. Xue Hui froze at those words. Everything finally clicked into place. I understand now. He carefully pieced it all together. The reason the war for succession has been in a stalemate for so long is because of the bizarre balance between Sha Ma and Ma Hou. Sha Ma's power level of 4 is being held in check by Ma Hou's 3 and Yiling's 2. So even if Kunma, with a power of only 1, attacks Sha Ma won't be able to use his full strength for revenge. Because even if he defeats Kunma, the overall situation remains unchanged. Scholar Wanda then proposed, instead of revenge, he might offer an alliance of 4+1. That would create a new, perfect balance of power, becoming a solid 5. Scholar Wanda continued the discussion. A sharp blade is a threat as an enemy, but it becomes a reliable pillar of support as an ally. Until now, Lord Kunma has always acted humble, and because of that, everyone has underestimated him. But if he proves his true value, then whether it's past enemies or rivals, they will cast everything aside to forge an alliance with him. After recruiting the hidden masters from under the third disciple, he held up 3 fingers to illustrate his point. The fourth disciple, who began with a power of only 1, will rise to become a 3. Xue Hui fell silent again, processing the information. He pictured the new balance of power. At that point, the realm would be split 3 ways, and the third disciple would lack the power to maintain stability. So, seizing her power and re-establishing the balance, creating a triumvirate of 3 great powers is Kunma's ultimate goal. Xue Hui asked directly. Then who must I deal with? Scholar Wanda answered in a low voice. 2 of the 5 pavilion heavenly emissaries. He gave a decisive command. You will eliminate the Supreme Elder Tai Huang and Elder Wu Tian. Take those 2 out of the picture. Xue Hui was surprised for a moment, but then a slight, knowing smile broke out on his face. Rolling his weary shoulders, his eyes blazed with ambition. It's finally time to end this feud. If I can eliminate those 2, the satisfaction will be immeasurable. Xue Hui quickly ran the calculations in his mind, but reality was never going to be that simple. These aren't just masters, they're transcendent demons, beings who surpass the very concept of demonic power, and they aren't working alone. Each pavilion is led by a master. Xue Hui thought, his guard instantly rising. Unfortunately, the difficulty has ramped up. The system's simulation and turn-based functions are gone. Xue Hui reminded himself grimly. From now on, I have to be exceedingly careful with every move. The scholar of 10,000 answers immediately sensed his unease. I understand your concern. Eliminating those 2 will be no simple task. Xue Hui's head snapped up. The scholar's voice had turned sharp, laced with caution. Typically, each pavilion master has a trusted subordinate aiding them, and a secret guard protecting the compound. The Tai Huang Pavilion's agents are known as the Tai Huang Sulu Bai. There are 10 of them, and every single one is a peak-level master. The scholar's words were heavy. You must eliminate them all. A cold sweat formed on Xue Hui's back. Hey, he thought grimly, you're just making me more nervous. But the scholar's next words left him stunned. The more perilous the mission, the more it proves Lord Kunma's faith in you, Lord of Heavenly Affairs. He even let out a soft, knowing chuckle. Xue Hui quickly pressed on. Then what about the Wu Tian Pavilion? The scholar of 10,000 answers clarified. For the Wu Tian Pavilion, you only need to handle the pavilion master and his direct subordinate. Just the two of them. Xue Hui was taken aback. What? No secret guard protecting the building? The scholar calmly continued. They have the Wu Tian Qi Bai, but you need not concern yourself with them. Still confused, Xue Hui asked, "Why not?" The scholar began to explain the strategy. Because we are dispatching another agent. The targets are split. Ma Tai Long will be sent to the Wu Tian Pavilion. Vice Commander Ma Tai Long's skills are remarkably consistent. With careful preparation, he can eliminate the Wu Tian Pavilion master and escape without issue. Xue Hui felt a pang of unease. Then, what about me? The scholar's words were blunt and direct. Lord of Heavenly Affairs, while you are a transcendent demon master, your power is wildly inconsistent. At times, you display a level of power that is simply breathtaking. But at other times, you are weaker than anyone would expect. And while your accomplishments have been magnificent, your victories have mostly relied on surprise attacks and overwhelming force from the start. The Tai Huang Pavilion Master is far stronger than the Master of Wu Tian. If you, Lord of Heavenly Affairs, succeed with a surprise assault, it will be fine. But if you fail, the fight will inevitably become a drawn-out battle. I believe you understand the implications. Xue Hui's expression grew serious as he fell deep in thought. He replayed the scenario in his mind. If the fight drags on, the Tai Huang Su Lu Bai will respond. My own subordinates will be forced to engage them. The situation will escalate, forcing me to annihilate every last one of them. He finally responded in a low voice. Yes, I understand. But Xue Hui still had his doubts. However, to guarantee the kill on the Tai Huang Pavilion Master, shouldn't Ma Tai Long and I attack together? No. If we did that, we would be revealing a critical weakness. The scholar's decision was swift and final. Therefore, I am dispatching you and your subordinates to eliminate the Tai Huang Pavilion Master. Ma Tai Long will handle the Wu Tian Pavilion.
Lord Kunma wants to create the impression that he has many powerful pieces on the board.
Xue Hui remained conflicted. But it also reveals that he doesn't have many masters he can truly rely on. The scholar of 10,000 answers words echoed in his mind. The more perilous the mission, the more it proves Lord Kunma's faith in you. Realization dawned on Xue Hui. Lord Kunma. He must be in a difficult position as well. After a moment of silence, the scholar conceded. That is correct. Xue Hui pressed for a clearer answer. But why am I the one who must face the Tai Huang Pavilion Master? The scholar of 10,000 answers turned and rose to his feet. I have two reasons for this strategy. The sun is setting. We can discuss it as we descend. The sky was painted with the colors of twilight. The scholar's voice was calm and steady. First, Lord of Heavenly Affairs, you have been to the Tai Huang Pavilion before. Yes, Xue Hui answered softly. Your familiarity with the terrain gives you a critical advantage. It makes a surprise attack easier and allows for a swift retreat if the plan goes awry. That is why the Tai Huang Pavilion Master has been assigned to you. Second, the 5 pavilions are where new recruits to the demonic cult are stationed after they pass the initial selection trials. The Tai Huang Pavilion Master, the Wu Tian Pavilion Master, and the other 3 Pavilion Masters are all targets for assassination. Their positions will soon be vacant. He shot a sharp glance at Xue Hui. When that happens, we can install those loyal to Lord Kunma, or at the very least, neutral parties into those roles. It all clicked into place for Xue Hui. So that's it. This plan isn't just about weakening the Great Disciples faction. He quickly analyzed the political fallout. The simultaneous assassination of 2 key supporters of the Great Disciple would send shockwaves through the entire cult. It would send a powerful message to the hidden masters who follow the 3rd disciple. That's why the operation is scheduled for broad daylight, when everyone's eyes are wide open. The one who stands to gain the most from this is Lord Kunma. If everything goes according to plan, the 4th disciple, Kunma, who has remained in the shadows until now, will see his influence skyrocket. Through this, he can capture the attention of those hidden masters, or perhaps even gain the favor of the cult leader himself, and the cult's new generation of warriors. Those newcomers are always influenced by their superiors. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place for Xue Hui. If Kunma's supporters become the new masters of the 5 pavilions, then all the warriors under their command will naturally flock to his banner. The scholar of 10,000 answers continued his explanation. The warriors trained within the 5 pavilions are the very foundation of the cult's future strength. Our people will be promoted to the Crimson Demon Academy, and if they continue to show promise, they could even be elevated to headquarters. If that happens, he said, a hint of a smile in his voice, Master Kunma's forces will expand significantly. A smile touched Xue Hui's lips as well. Are you the grand strategist behind this? He asked in awe. This is incredible. I've learned so much from you. The all-knowing scholar let out a hearty laugh. Think nothing of it. We've talked far too long, and now I'm starving. Let's head down the mountain. Xue Hui answered softly. Yes, sir. Arriving at a small, brightly lit pavilion, Xue Hui quickly pushed the door open to enter. But suddenly, something shot out from inside. Xue Hai looked down to see Wu Xin sprawled on the ground, leaving him completely stunned. Yin Wu Xin. Footsteps echoed from behind as two strangers suddenly appeared. Xue Hu's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Who are you? The two seemed slightly taken aback by his hostility. Xiaoling rushed forward in a panic. Commander, please stop. This is all a misunderstanding. Lower your sword. Her expression was grim, and he looked at her in confusion. With a clasp of their hands, the two strangers began their introduction. I am Bai Nu, and I am Wu Jin. We are in charge of training the members of the Heavenly Master's Order. Standing behind Xue Hai, Xiaoling quietly explained what happened. During their strength evaluation, Yin Wuxin refused to accept the results and started causing trouble. That led to the scene you just witnessed. At that moment, Song Hua approached and placed a cool towel on Yin Wuxin's forehead. Xue Hui nodded slowly. Is that so? The two trainers bowed their heads. We apologize for the disturbance. He replied, It's all right. My subordinate was the one causing the trouble. Xue Hui then turned to the trainers. So, what is your assessment of their abilities? Bai Nu stepped forward to speak. We evaluate them on 3 levels, high, middle, and low. High rank can handle 2 members of the Tai Huang Su Lu Bai. Middle rank can handle 1 member. And low rank cannot handle even a single member of the Tai Huang Su Lu Bai. Forgive me for being blunt, but our assessment is that they are all low rank. None of them can face a single agent of the Tai Huang Su Lu Bai. A heavy silence fell over the group. Xue Hui glanced back at his men, but said nothing. The trainer then explained the harsh reality. The Tai Huang Su Lu Bi are masters of the highest caliber. The Heavenly Master Commander will have to focus on their leader, the Tai Huang Pavilion Master. Therefore, your members must be strong enough to handle at least one of their elite agents on their own. Wu Xin shot up, knocking the towel from his head. Is that all? He pointed to himself, his voice booming with confidence. I'll take care of 3 of them, so don't you worry. That trainer just now? I was just caught off guard, he said with a cocky grin. Xue Hui turned, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looked at Wu Xin. He then addressed everyone, his voice full of encouragement. That's right. Don't be discouraged by a low evaluation. You all have the potential to grow much stronger. Focus on your training and improve yourselves before we infiltrate the Tai Huang Pavilion. His eyes shone with determination, and in unison, the group roared, Yes, sir. A month later, Xue Hui sat beneath a tree, lost in thought. The all-knowing scholar approached him. What are you looking at? You've been doing this for an entire month now. Xue Hui replied, I'm watching the falling leaves. The scholar repeated, Falling leaves? Xue Hai elaborated, more specifically. I'm trying to predict where they will land. Why would you do such a thing? Xue Hai held up a single leaf. At first, I was just curious, but now, it's become a habit. But watching the leaves carried by the wind is actually a very effective training method. The all-knowing scholar looked intrigued. Is that so? Focusing the mind and calming the spirit while observing the flow of qi. It sounds simple, but this form of meditation is incredibly useful for training. Especially for masters of your level, meditation time is absolutely crucial. I recall a teaching from the righteous sects. Cultivating discipline, concentration, and wisdom can lead to enlightenment. But for the demonic sect, which uses demonic arts, it could be a path to corruption. Xue Hui smiled faintly. Please, continue. The all-knowing scholar went on. In the righteous sects, discipline means emptying the mind, like a void, achieved by constantly chanting scriptures. A single thought can become 10,000 thoughts, and 10,000 thoughts can become an empty mind. Xue Hui interjected. A type of martial discipline. The scholar caught a leaf mid-air. Precisely, the pursuit of a state of infinite mental tranquility. Overall, the Heavenly Master Commander's training method isn't bad. If you continue to ponder where the leaves will fall, eventually, you will come to know the path of the sword. As if demonstrating a thrust, he aimed the leaf straight at Xue Hao. Thank you for your advice, Xue Hui said. The scholar then asked, So, how many times have you guessed correctly? Xue Hai replied, Not a single time. I can't seem to predict them at all. The old man chuckled softly. Well, that's to be expected. This place may be small, but it is still a forest. It's nearly impossible to grasp the direction of the wind here, as it scatters upon hitting the trees, and the trajectory of the leaves changes in an instant. Therefore, trying to judge their path with your eyes alone. The man interrupted, I was observing with my naked eye. The old man seemed surprised. Oh, Xue Hui explained. It started recently. When I focus on the leaves, I see tiny streams of qi appear before me, and within them, I can glimpse faint, blurry images. But they flicker in and out of existence. Wanda Shusheng wondered. Have you ever practiced a fundamental element art before? I have, he replied. The old man continued, and you're saying you occasionally see these streams and faint images. That's right, he confirmed. Wanda Shusheng stroked his beard thoughtfully. If you're free tomorrow, would you be willing to spar with Vice Commander Ma Tailong? Xue Hui was a bit hesitant. So suddenly. Besides, I don't think I'm skilled enough to face him yet. Just give it a try, Heavenly Commander, he urged. If my guess is correct, you're certain to learn something important. Xue Hui agreed. If Wanda Shusheng himself was saying it, there had to be a good reason. By the way, how is the members' training progressing? I've been so focused on my own practice, I haven't had time to check. The man replied, yes, they seem to be improving. Among them, Yin Wuxin appears to be the most outstanding. Xue Hui repeated the name, Yin Wuxin. The scene shifts to Yin Wuxin's training, where Bai Nu and Yu Jin are observing the flurry of his attacks. Bai Nu mused. Hemph, is that our sect's famous blade technique? Yu Jin nodded, indeed. The demonic finger blade art is Elder Bai Hun's signature skill. It's one of the most difficult blade arts to master. He chuckled. I never expected him to be able to wield it. It seems he's more than just a smooth talker. Yu Jin glanced at Qi Song and Yao Lin. Looks like we're about to have 3 members reach the high rank. Bai Nu looked at Xiao Ling and Long Zhen. The other 2 are still at the mid and low ranks. Bai Nu then shouted, all right, everyone. It's getting dark. Let's call it a day. They were all exhausted. Xiao Ling let out a sigh. Long Zhen lamented, why am I still stuck at the low rank? Even Yin Wuzhen is surging ahead. Xiao Ling spoke up. That's only natural. He snapped back. What? She explained, I don't mean to provoke you, but aside from being a total creep, Yin Wuxin is a true genius. His natural talent with a blade is exceptional. That's why his master trained and tormented him so relentlessly. He even asked the commander to search for the disciple who fled to the Central Plains. Hearing this, Long Zhen fell silent. He bit his lip in frustration. Arg, this is so infuriating. I can't fall behind. I'll just have to try even harder. Xiao Ling forced a smile. Right. Let's do our best together. As dusk settled, Yin Wuxin walked in, letting out a satisfied sigh and a chuckle. Today's practice was incredibly fulfilling. You worked hard today, said Qisong. Yao Lin asked, why the extra solo training? He pointed to himself with a smirk. Humph, I believe I've had an awakening. What am I to do with all this natural-born talent? Watching Yin Wuxin's narcissism, Yao Lin and Qisong sat in awkward silence. Long Zhen suddenly spoke up. How did you get so strong? He stared tensely as Yin Wuxin remained quiet. Yin Wuxin sat down at the table and answered, don't rely so much on your special skills. Long Zhen repeated, special skills. The man took a bowl and placed it upside down on a stack of others. Yes, that mystic weapon of yours. You're always using it. Notice how Yao Lin and Qisong have never used their special skills during practice. Why is that? Because they believe that relying on a skill will corrupt their form. A special skill should be saved as a last resort. Unless the perfect opportunity arises, everything begins and ends with the fundamentals. He poked Long Zhen's forehead. Which ear did you use to listen to the commander's teachings? Long Zhen endured the jab, crestfallen. He realized, so that's it. My entire training method was wrong. Yin Wuxin gestured wildly, both mocking and encouraging him. That's right, you idiot. Now that you know, you better work harder. Embarrassed, Long Zhen mumbled. Yeah, thanks. Yin Wuxin teased. Huh. What was that? Say it again. A little louder and clearer this time. Long Zhen grabbed him by the collar and growled. I said thank you, you bastard. Yin Wuxin choked out. I give. So violent. He turned to the others. By the way, did you hear? I overheard the instructors talking. The commander and vice commander are having a sparring match tomorrow. They stared in shock. Qisong exclaimed, what? Yin Wuxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. We cannot miss this rare opportunity. Who wants to come watch with me? The next day arrived in a flash. As Xue Hui and Ma Tailong met, the latter asked, are you well, Commander? I heard you've been training alone lately. Xue Hui replied, yes. At this point, there isn't much more I can learn from Wanda Shusheng. After I built a replica of the Taihuang Pavilion to practice in, he stopped visiting as often. Ma Tailong added, indeed, there are likely very few beneath Elder Sai Tudi who can teach you anything. I'm not sure you'll gain much from a spar with me. Xue Hui thought to himself, I have everything to gain from this fight. Through the Vice Commander, I might find a way to counter the transcendent demon state. To be honest, I still haven't reached that state myself. The man was stunned. What? Are you joking? You'll see when we fight, Xue Hui said. The truth is, I've been relying on my mystic artifacts. Ma Tailong let out a soft "oh." Xue Hui waved his hand, which is why I've left all of my mystic weapons behind. The man asked, what? But why? Xue Hui winked, to make it fair. Then it was Xue Hui's turn to ask about Ma Tailong. What about the Vice Commander? I heard you're aiming for the rank of Extreme Demon. The old man chuckled softly. Extreme Demon is a realm I wouldn't dare to dream of. You know there are 3 stages within the Super Demon rank, right? Of course, Xue Hui replied. The introductory phase, the mastery phase, and the ultimate limit. Ma Tailong continued. Precisely. Rumor has it the Tai Huang clan master has already surpassed the mastery phase. When I heard that, I realized he might be stronger than I am. I've been trapped at the mastery stage of the transcendent demon state for 10 years now. Xue Hui's eyes widened in shock. What? 10 whole years? Yes, he said with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, I lack the talent. Impossible, Xue Hui thought. I heard he was a natural prodigy since he was a child, so even he struggles to break through the wall of the transcendent demon state. Ma Tailong's voice cut through his thoughts. Well then, shall we begin? A tense silence fell between them as Xue Hui remained deep in thought. Defeating Ma Tailong without using any of my skills. It won't be easy, but the whole reason for this spar is to test my own true strength. He settled into his stance. All right, Xue Hui declared. Let's begin. His mind was set. This is how I'll take the next step forward. The moment they started, Ma Tailong struck first. What an incredible pressure, Xue Hui thought. This attack is immense, but I can see it. The flow of his chi, he perfectly parried the blow. Ma Tailong fell back, impressed. As expected, you're quite skilled. That's enough for a warm-up, Ma Tailong announced. Now, let's get serious. Very well. Please, enlighten me, Xue Hui replied. High above, a group of spectators watched the intense clash. Yin Wuxin pointed down. Look there, they've just begun. He asked Long Zhen beside him. Who do you think will win? Long Zhen replied instantly. The commander, of course. He continued. But Lord Ma Tailong is the second strongest of the 7 killings. If this were a real fight to the death, the commander wouldn't win so easily. Long Zhen analyzed the fight below. You're wrong. If this were a real battle, he would win with ease. What? He's not even using his equipment? It seems our commander intends to fight without going all out. Qisong chimed in excitedly. Now this is getting interesting, isn't it? Yao Lin added. I couldn't agree more. Xiao Ling watched in silence as their swords clashed, sending Ma Tailong flying back. He then unleashed the 9 Heavens demonic sword, launching himself toward Xue Hui. But with a swift sidestep, Xue Hui dodged the attack. Ma Tailong was taken aback. He frowned, unleashing a flurry of 4 strikes towards Xue Hui. Yet, Xue Hui gracefully and fluidly evaded every single one. Ma Tailong was astonished. Is it possible? You actually saw my attacks and dodged them. Not exactly, Xue Hui replied, pointing his sword forward. I felt the path of your blade, so I moved preemptively. That's how I managed to dodge. I guess I was just lucky. Ma Tailong pressed. You can see the path of my sword. Yes, Xue Hui confirmed. And you said you haven't reached the transcendent demon state, correct? That's right. Then how is this possible? Ma Tailong was baffled. Xue Hui awkwardly ran a hand through his hair. To be honest, I don't know either. I'm not sure how to explain it. It's like, I can feel the flow of chi moving. Ma Tailong fell deep into thought. The 9 Heavens demonic sword, swift body technique I just used, is 5 times faster than a normal attack. It's a technique launched after holding my breath and predicting my opponent's movements. Dodging it should be impossible without reaching the transcendent demon state, and yet, he predicted the sword's path and moved first. He gripped his sword tighter. I see now. A powerful aura began to surge around him. From this moment on, I will fight you seriously. A flash of panic crossed Xue Hui's face. Wait, he's going to get even more serious? I only dodged by luck just now. Don't overestimate me. Suddenly, he felt a shift within his body. What is this feeling? A powerful stream of pure chi is flowing from the crown of my head. Could this be a sign of a breakthrough? Why now, of all times? Here I come, Ma Tailong warned. This is bad, Xue Hui panicked. I have to say something. The Bai Hui acupoint, which was only half open from my last enlightenment, has just been forced completely open. If I try to speak now, I'll miss this incredibly rare opportunity for enlightenment. I need at least 1 moment to circulate my ki and fully absorb this flow. Just then, Ma Tai Long soared into the air, readying a devastating downward strike. Xue Hui despaired. To die in such an absurd way, how truly unfair. A notification appeared. Primordial Element Demon Art Wondrous Chi Flow has been learned. Special skill of Primordial Element Demon Art Wondrous Chi Flow. Usable once per day, enables 3 consecutive blinks. Xue Hui's eyes shot open. What is this? The Primordial Element Demon Art. Ma Tai Long was about to strike. Damn it, no time to think. I just have to use it. Xue Hui squeezed his eyes shut. 1, 2, 3. He snapped his eyes open as a notification flashed. Wondrous Chi Flow activated. A brilliant light erupted above him as his power exploded outwards. His eyes blazed with light. I can see them now. Hundreds, even thousands of chi streams that were just a faint blur before. Right now, I can only raise a single arm. But if I use the flow of chi that I can now see, Xue Hui moved to block the devastating blow. If I just stand here, I'll die anyway. So I might as well try. Ma Tai Long was shocked. Is he actually trying to counter my ultimate technique? A massive explosion rocked the training ground. The 5 spectators stared in disbelief, their jaws hanging open. What in the world just happened? That was a chi flow reversal. He completely countered the sword technique. How did the commander do that? Yao Lin's voice trembled. Could that have been the heaven and earth great shift? Yin Wu Xin gasped. What? No, but it had to be the heaven and earth great shift. Chi Tong declared. That's impossible. Xiaoling added, I agree. The great heaven and earth shift is notoriously difficult to master. So much so that no superclass demonic master has ever wielded it. It said only those who reach the legendary extreme class can even attempt it. Suddenly, Song Hua's voice cut in. No, from what I saw, it was a perfect match. Everyone immediately turned to look at Yao Lin. Yao Lin asked Song Hua, Sister, you were still here? Song Hua scratched her head. Ah, yes, my apologies. I was using an invisibility art to observe, so I didn't dare to speak up. Chi Tong's face grew heavy. Wait a minute, you're saying that looked like the great heaven and earth shift? The young girl replied, yes. The commander didn't just repel Master Ma Tai Long's sword technique, he completely sealed its power for a moment. That means he can control the flow of aura itself, completely at will. As far as I know, the great heaven and earth shift is the only martial art in our entire sect capable of doing that. Yao Lin questioned, so you're saying the commander has reached the extreme class? Song Hua responded, I don't think so. I can't sense the aura of an extreme class master coming from him. He wondered, then how could he possibly know the great heaven and earth shift? The girl gave a weak smile. I don't know either, Xiaoling thought. Hold on. What about the vice commander? What if he was hit by that reflected sword strike? Song Hua whispered softly. Exactly. The smoke finally cleared, revealing Ma Tai Long standing in the empty clearing. Song Hua was a little surprised. Ah, there he is. The vice commander. Yin Wuxin was secretly relieved. Luckily, he managed to twist away just before the attack was sent back at him. Then what about the commander? He's over there. Xue Hui was sitting on the ground, glowing with a brilliant light. Song Hua's face was one of pure astonishment. The commander's body. It's glowing. Yin Wuxing chimed in. Could that possibly be? Xiaoling let out a faint smile and replied, yes, it is. That's the unmistakable sign of a breakthrough to a higher realm. Ma Tai Long approached Xue Hui, calling out, Commander. He thought to himself, this is clearly a breakthrough. Could it be? He's finally ascending to the ranks of the superclass. His internal energy has reached its absolute peak, and streams of aura are venting from his head, but something is off. Normally, his demonic nature should erupt, creating a violent surge of energy, and then his internal power would be amplified. But I see no signs of that at all. On the contrary, isn't this too peaceful? Moreover, I can't sense any demonic aura from the commander. Xue Hui slowly relaxed, opening his eyes with a sigh of relief. Ma Tai Long said, you told me you hadn't reached the superclass. That's right, I wasn't lying about that. He closed his eyes, feeling the change within him. I feel as if I've been reborn. My body is lighter, and my senses are far sharper than before. Pushing himself to his feet, Xue Hui wondered aloud. So this is what it feels like to have a breakthrough. Ma Tai Long spoke with confusion. But Commander, what's strange is that your demonic aura hasn't increased. It's actually decreased. Xue Hui asked, is that so? Xue Hui explained nonchalantly. Maybe it's because demonic nature just doesn't suit me. Ma Tai Long was shocked. What? No. Don't tell me you broke through the barrier between realms using an orthodox martial art, Ma Tai Long speculated. Then could it be the primal element demonic art? Xue Hui continued, probably. The primal element demonic art is taught to all members of the Shadow Syndicate. It's a fundamental art based on striking after the opponent has already moved. Its main characteristics are defensive, predicting the opponent's weapon and movements in order to react. However, this martial art does not originate from the demonic sect, as far as I know. Xue Hui recalled his master Diba's teachings. The primal element demonic art is a combination of the demonic sect's arts and the primal element art from the Quanjin sect, an ancient school that combined Taoist arts and martial combat. The Quanjin sect was a Taoist school, but they were famously ferocious, completely unlike other priests. They wandered the martial world, and if they encountered corrupt officials or villains, they would execute them on the spot, dig out their hearts, salt them, and eat them like a snack. Xue Hui remarked, "I have absolutely no desire to meet them." His master had laughed. Perhaps it's because the arts of the Quanjin sect were so unrestrained. That's why the primal element demonic art carries the ferocity of an orthodox style, yet merges so easily with the arts of the demonic sect. But their origins are fundamentally different. The primal element art isn't a demonic technique that was modified by later generations. Rather, it's a form of primal chi with its roots in life and death itself. Through a series of complex reasons and many coincidences, I accidentally achieved enlightenment, predicting the path of leaves falling in the wind. I never thought that this habit, which I didn't consider serious training, would actually bring the primal element demonic art closer to its true origin. As a result, I can now see the flow of aura with my naked eyes. Everything in this world is connected, with no distinction between high and low. Even the smallest habits can lead to a great awakening. Seeing Xue Hui so deep in thought, Ma Long remained silent for a moment. Then, his commander opened his eyes. Xue Hui asked, "You seem worried. Is something on your mind?" The vice commander began to answer, "It's about." But just then, the other disciples rushed forward, calling out, "Commander." Seeing them, Xue Hui said, "So you've arrived." Yin Wuxin asked excitedly, "That final technique you used, what kind of martial art was that? Please, teach it to me." Long Jin chimed in, "I want to learn it too." Ma Long watched his commander laughing and talking with everyone. He called out, "Commander, you can explain later when you have some time." Xue Hui replied, Right." Ma Long turned to walk away. Xue Hui fell silent. What did he want to tell me? Beneath the moonlight in the fortress city, a new question lingered. At his residence, Kun Ma stood by the window, gazing outside. His subordinate entered and reported, "Sir Kun Ma, everyone has arrived." He gave the order. "Good, show them in." The scholar Wan Dap Thu Sin, Bai Nu, and Wu Jin entered the room. Kun Ma asked, "What is the status of our preparations?" "According to my report, the members' progress is slower than we'd hoped, but with the resources you have provided, I am confident we can achieve our objective." Kun Ma responded reassuringly, "Is that so? You've done well." Then he asked, "And what of the Heavenly Master?" The Wan Dap scholar reported with certainty, "Do not worry, the Heavenly Master is poised for action. He has the foundation and has already mastered the terrain and all its variables. Furthermore, his recent achievements are nothing short of remarkable. He can undertake the mission the moment you give the order." A satisfied smile spread across his face. Truly. Seeing Kun Ma's reaction, the Wan Dap scholar also offered a slight smile. "Yes, that is my assessment." Kun Ma mused, "He never ceases to amaze me. I never imagined he would reach the level to confront Grand Master Tai Huang so quickly." The Wan Dap scholar then interjected, "However, there is one small matter that concerns me. While it may not be a major issue, I felt it was my duty to report it. The Heavenly Master has attained a grand enlightenment, but it seems to have steered him toward the path of righteous martial arts." Kun Ma's calm demeanor wavered. What? What are you talking about?" The scholar explained, "The Shadow Core has a technique known as the ancestral demonic art of origin, correct? This ancestral demonic art was originally derived from the martial arts of the Quanjin sect." Kun Ma nodded. "I am aware. Though it comes from a Taoist sect, it is brimming with bloodlust and ferocious killing intent. That is why, even among the righteous sects, it is considered a heretical path." The Wan Dap scholar continued, "Precisely. Its original name was the Art of Origin. It was later modified to suit our demonic sect by removing certain elements of the original Taoist technique. But it seems the Heavenly Master has comprehended the true source of this power. Perhaps he has recreated the original Art of Origin, not our ancestral demonic art." Kun Ma was stunned. Is that even possible? He rediscovered the source from a technique that was missing 2/3 of its original form. The scholar's eyes held a hint of sorrow. It is the only logical explanation. Such a talent. This is not a once-in-a-decade genius. This is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, like the 4 great disciples themselves. Kun Ma fell silent, then asked, "It is astonishing, but why report this to me privately?" The Wan Dap scholar elaborated, "Because this entire situation defies logic. The Heavenly Master's own cultivation realm is far below what should be required for such a feat, and yet he achieved a breakthrough by focusing on the ancestral demonic art of origin, one of his most fundamental techniques. The demonic and righteous ways are two entirely separate paths. From everything I know, those who carry demonic nature within them cannot practice the martial arts of the righteous. So why has this anomaly occurred? If there are side effects, we must consider the possibility of him falling into cultivation deviation. Or, could the ancestral demonic art of origin hold some deeper secret? Kunma remained silent for a moment, then let out a heavy sigh. The Heavenly Master was never suited for the demonic path. Are you surprised? He continued. At first, I too found it strange. How could he master demonic arts to such a degree without possessing a demonic nature? But it all made sense once I learned he was the disciple of T.M. Mei Li. The scholar's eyes shot open. The Heavenly Master's master is the cold iron demoness? The Wandap scholar stroked his beard, deep in thought. I see. I am aware of methods to control demonic energy even for one who lacks a demonic nature. One such technique is the lesser demonic art, which utilizes yin energy. It exploits the conflict between yang and yin, two opposing extremes, to generate a power that mimics demonic arts. But that was always considered merely a theoretical possibility. This is one surprise after another. The Heavenly Master truly is. Kunma cut him off. Wandap scholar, I will announce the time of the operation later. Have everything prepared by tomorrow morning. The scholar asked, What do you mean by that, my lord? It is time to make our move, Kunma declared, his expression deadly serious. The three men bowed low. Yes, master, Kunma thought to himself. Finally, the time has come to see the look of terror on my dear senior brother's face. Meanwhile, in Xue Hui's room, he let out a sharp breath. Xue Hui thought to himself, a breakthrough to a new realm. I'm still not used to this feeling. I've finally reached the transcendent level, and my internal energy has increased exponentially, and my physical abilities have been drastically enhanced. I've finally reached the same realm he is in. But, is it enough to kill Grandmaster Tai Huang? He is a mid-tier transcendent master who has already surpassed the initial entry phase. He's nearing the stage of complete mastery. I've only just stepped into this realm, but if I use my special skill, I might just have a chance. Yes. Let's give it a shot. I still have 2 lives left, which means 1 more chance. There's nothing to fear. But after I kill Grandmaster Tai Huang, who will be my next opponent? Who's the next enemy waiting for me? What kind of future is waiting for me down this path? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he shot up. I have a way to find out. Now I should be able to summon it. Because my level was too high, I haven't been able to summon it for some time. But the system said that once I reached the transcendent level, I would be able to call on it again. A smile touched Xue Hui's lips, tinged with a hint of anxiety. He tried to activate the AI simulation, but just as he was about to, the system flashed a warning. Activation failed. Xue Hui froze. A dangerous situation? Now that I think about it, I've never been able to activate the AI under normal, peaceful circumstances. He racked his brain. What do I do? It needs a dangerous situation. His gaze fell upon his sword, and an insane idea instantly flashed through his mind. Xue Hui decided to go all in, sending the blade flying directly toward his own head. How about this for a dangerous situation? In the split second before the blade's tip could pierce his skull, it stopped dead in its tracks and instead plunged deep into the floor beside him. AI activation successful. In an instant, Xue Hui found himself transported to an entirely different dimension. At that moment, Xue Hui called out to a hazy figure, Hey, has it been a while? But all he could see was a blurry silhouette. Suddenly, a wave of dizzying pain struck Xue Hui. A voice cut through the haze. You? He was utterly stunned. You? How did you reach the transcendent demon realm? Xue Hui was confused. What? The other being quickly explained. Through normal means. The voice grew urgent. The reason I appear unclear is your demonic energy. Without enough of it, you cannot summon me properly. You fool. In the next instant, Xue Hui was violently thrown back into his body. He stared at his hands in disbelief. What is happening now? A sudden jolt of electricity shot through him. Every energy point in my body is in chaos. His strength completely drained, Xue Hui collapsed to his knees. He desperately fought against the energy that was spiraling out of control. To his horror, Xue Hui realized his meridians were in turmoil as a dark aura began to gather. This was the sign of qi deviation. Xue Hui reacted instantly. Damn it, this is bad. If I can't control this flow of true qi, I could die. His panic intensified with every passing second. If this qi rushes into my Bai Hui point, my life is over. Not only had his lower dantian expanded, but his middle and upper dantians had also been opened, creating far too much true qi to manage. Xue Hui fought to stay conscious. I can't just suppress this energy. I have to master it. Just as he thought he was finished, a pair of hands suddenly pressed against his back. Tai Long's urgent voice followed. Let me help you, my lord. Focus. Startled, Xue Hui looked back at Ma Tai Long. He clenched his jaw, enduring the immense pain. The violently rampaging true qi slowly began to recede. Xue Hui could feel the change immediately. Good. I can control it now. He gradually stabilized the energy points throughout his body. Only then did Tai Long relax slightly. It has stabilized. Xue Hui let out a huge sigh of relief. He turned and said, Thank you, Vice Lord. You saved my life. Tai Long quickly replied, It was nothing. I'm glad I arrived in time. I had a worried feeling, so I came to check. It seems my intuition was right. Xue Hui looked at him, bewildered. Vice Lord, do you know why this happened? You said you had something to discuss after the match. Tai Long's gaze sharpened. Lord, are you also practicing orthodox martial arts? Xue Hui nodded. Yes, that's right. Tai Long began to explain. Normally, the path to a transcendent demon opens when one's demonic energy reaches a certain level. This happens through enlightenment or martial training. But you achieved enlightenment through orthodox martial arts first. To put it simply, you didn't reach the demonic cult's transcendent demon state, but the orthodox sect's divine ascension. Hearing this, Xue Hui was utterly astonished. He looked down, troubled. Then, what should I do? Tai Long answered honestly, I don't know either. Did your master, TMA Li, leave any instructions for a situation like this? I heard you've been practicing both the extreme Yang fire art and the extreme Yin ice art, as per your master's command. Xue Hui covered his face and replied, Yes, that's correct. But inside, he was screaming, That's impossible. It's all a lie. Tai Long suddenly offered a theory. Though my knowledge is lacking, I have an interesting hypothesis. Perhaps your internal energy is in constant conflict between yin and yang. The clash of these two forces has altered the very properties of your true qi. Xue Hui was skeptical. The properties of my true qi have changed. Tai Long nodded confidently. Yes. Think about the orthodox path for a moment. Even their internal arts, meant to stabilize and purify the mind, can sometimes erupt, leading to qi deviation or a complete change in personality, correct? Xue Hui was amazed by his analysis. Tai Long continued, Although your foundation is in demonic arts, the yin art and yang art are polar opposites. The conflict between these two internal arts has forged a completely new one. Not a demonic art, but an internal art of the orthodox path. At this point, his voice filled with excitement. This is a monumental discovery. My lord, you are walking a path no one has ever walked before a completely new way. We should report this immediately to the cult's martial arts research division. Xue Hui flatly refused. Vice Lord, no. He thought to himself, the demonic arts I learned all came from this system. I can't reveal their origin. Besides, the claim that I'm Tian Mei Li's disciple is also a lie. If this reaches the ears of the High Council, the real Tian Mei Li might take an interest and appear. Then everything would become a tangled mess. Tai Long looked at him, confused. Xue Hui quickly invented a plausible excuse. The fact that I, an official member of the heavenly demon divine cult, possess orthodox martial arts could cause serious problems. Until now, I've been a nobody. But if I draw too much attention, unpleasant rumors might start to circulate. Malicious rumors could spread. Tai Long immediately understood. It would cause trouble for Lord Kun Ma. Xue Hui quickly agreed, yes, but Tai Long was still concerned. Leaving things as they are is incredibly dangerous. Right now, you're like a ticking time bomb that could go off at any moment. Xue Hui replied calmly, This is my problem, and I will solve it myself. Besides, reporting it won't fix the issue immediately. In the end, Tai Long relented. You have a point. Xue Hui quickly changed the subject. And what brings you here at this hour? The man immediately explained, I came because I was concerned about your condition, my lord. I have a feeling that tomorrow is the day we finally make our move. Xue Hui didn't quite understand. Tomorrow? What do you mean? Tai Long began to clarify. Yes, our mission. It appears Lord Kun Mo wants to act immediately. Xue Hui answered cautiously, Is that so? I see. As the sun began to sink behind the mountain peaks, the day of the decisive battle arrived. Xue Hui let out a long sigh. I need to find a way to fix this situation, and fast. I can't call for anyone, and the simulation has vanished, so I can't get any help. I'm missing far too much information. Just then, Wu Xin suddenly approached. Master. Ah, my apologies, Commander. Xue Hui asked him, Yin Wu Xin. What is it? Wu Xin smiled and replied, I came because I wanted to see you, but it looks like you're dealing with something. Xue Hui saw right through his act. Something did happen. So, what is it? I doubt you came all this way for no reason. Wu Xin grinned as if he'd won a prize. You know me too well. The thing is, I've been thinking for the past few days. I'd like to go to the Central Plains to rest for a few months after we complete this mission. After saying that, he quickly tried to explain himself. Ah, don't misunderstand. Even a warrior needs to rest to recover his body, broaden his knowledge, enjoy delicious food, and then I will focus entirely on my training. Xue Hui's voice suddenly dropped. Was it you? He reached down and picked up a small stone. I heard that recently, a lot of weapons and herbs have gone missing from the storehouse. I wonder who could have sold them for money. So, it was you. Wu Xin jumped at those words. He stammered frantically. It was just a little. Not much at all. Xue Hui flicked the stone right into his forehead. It's fine. That's not the problem. He bluntly questioned him. Are you planning to go to the Central Plains to recharge again? Just how many girls do you plan on destroying this time? Wu Xin waved his hands in defense. No, it's not like that. Commander, haven't you heard? I've completely given up on the essence absorption art. He recounted his story with excitement. I'm now using the martial art that Elder Bai Hun taught me. I can finally control the overflow of my yang energy. Xue Hui was still suspicious. Really? Wu Xin replied with full confidence. Yes, go ask the other members. They all say I'm doing great, he asked with a hint of despair. So it's still a no? Xue Hui finally spoke up. It's not that it's impossible. Wu Xin's face lit up, but the next words made him freeze in place. However, I can't let you go alone. I'll have Qi-song go with you. Wu Xin quickly refused. No way. I don't want to go with brother Qi-song. Xue Hui was confused. Why not? He started making excuses. It's so boring. He barely talks. I'll go insane if I have to travel with him. Finally, Wu Xin just helplessly blurted out the truth. He's ugly. Just look at him. How could any girl like a guy like that? If you want to find someone to go with me, brother Yao Lin would be much better. Xue Hui was speechless. You still haven't kicked that habit, have you? Wu Xin began to panic. No. What I meant was. Xue Hui cut him off directly. All right. I'll think about it. Right after I finish apologizing to Qi-song, Wu Xin immediately stood at attention. Yes, Commander. Please consider it in a positive light. Xue Hui reminded him, hurry up and get ready for the mission. He shouted, yes, sir. As Xue Hui watched Wu Xin's stiff posture walking away, Xue Hui let out a tired sigh. Rest. How long has it been since I've truly had a proper rest? He looked off into the vast distance. I've always lived such a fierce life. Perhaps I need a break as well. Song Hua suddenly peeked out from behind a tree. Commander. Xue Hui was slightly startled. Song Hua, why are you here? He then asked about her well-being. I haven't paid much attention to you lately. Have you been making progress in your training? Song Hua obediently replied, yes. I am learning the righteous path of the Qi arts. The girl spoke with passion. The Qi arts have a left path and a right path. The left path consists of common spells and dark arts, while the right path is the study of the transformations of heaven and earth and the path of humanity. Xue Hui also showed his interest. Oh, is that so? That sounds incredible. The transformations of heaven and earth and the path of humanity. Song Hua's voice suddenly dropped. But, Commander, I heard that you almost suffered a qi deviation last night. Xue Hui froze on the spot. The girl's eyes turned serious. Although I am not a warrior and dare not pass judgment, if you don't mind, may I say a few words? Xue Hui was stunned for a few seconds before replying. Tell me. Sit down. Song Hua immediately followed his command. Yes. Xue Hui gestured. Go on. The young girl began. In my opinion, it might be due to an imbalance of your qi. Xue Hui was confused. An imbalance? Song Hua began to explain. Yes. Whether it's a sorcerer or a warrior, in the end, we all use the qi of nature. A warrior uses methods to accumulate qi, absorbing nature's energy into the body, storing it, and releasing it when needed. Demonic arts involve gathering the most powerful and violent energies in the world. In contrast, orthodox martial arts use pure and gentle energies. But Commander, you are using both. With these conflicting types of qi, it's only natural that an accident would occur. Xue Hui thought to himself. She has grasped my current situation perfectly. I was right to bring Song Hua with me. He then spoke aloud. There's still more. There are still people who can give me the information I need. Song Hua appeared completely baffled. But Xue Hui just said, it's nothing. He then asked her, so, do you know how to solve this? The young girl answered with excitement. Of course I do. You need to form a radiant energy line. Xue Hui was intrigued. A radiant energy line? Song Hua continued her analysis. Yes. When the negative pole reaches its absolute limit and begins to divide, a stream of hot qi will merge with the separating cold qi, creating a single, straight path. Theoretically, it only appears when one reaches the heavenly tribulation stage of the grand heavenly. Xue Hui was stunned for a moment. The heavenly tribulation? The girl then clarified the method. Yes, an infinite flow of qi. To achieve that, we first have to make the body capable of naturally absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Understanding dawned on Xue Hui. Absorb the energy of heaven and earth. If I continuously perform the grand heavenly circulation, circulating my energy without pause, I will eventually master it. The solution to everything was simply continuous energy circulation. He gently patted Song Hua's head. Thank you. A smile filled Xu Wei's eyes. You've been a great help to me. Song Hua beamed back at him. It was nothing. I don't know if it will truly help, but you can always count on me. My lord, the sun was sinking fast below the horizon. Xue Hui and his team gathered on a street corner. Wu Yin observed that their security wasn't very tight. Yao Ling calculated. It's the hour of the rooster, between 5 and 7 in the evening, so people are still active. Xiaoling added, and the Lord said this mission doesn't require a surprise attack. The goal is to show them we can win openly. Suddenly, Xue raised a hand to his lips, signaling for silence as he glanced toward the guards. Everyone's focus sharpened instantly. Xue Hui gave the order, subdue them, and make it clean. They moved in a flash. After watching the situation unfold, Xue Hui quietly turned and walked away. Yao Lin was confused. Lord, shouldn't we be heading to their residence? He explained, they are not so weak, that we can neutralize them with a simple ambush. We're going to the office, not their living quarters. Hearing this, Yao Lin grew even more panicked. What? But all of our training was based on the assumption we'd attack their residence. Wu Yin clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder. This isn't the first time. The Lord often acts in unexpected ways, but he always makes the best decision. Trust him and follow. Yao Lin finally regained his composure. Right, I understand. Song Hua then spoke up. My lord, I will use the acceleration art for you. Xue Hui immediately agreed. All right, I'm counting on you. He gave the signal. Let's move. The four of them shot forward as one. Yes, sir. The last glimmer of daylight clung to the tiled roofs. Sima Gui slammed his hand on the desk. He fought to contain his fury. The Tai Huang Pavilion forces we sent to the Central Plains have suffered devastating losses. Qiming reported. Yes, sir. It seems our attacks on some of the more well-known minor sects had severe repercussions. Sima Gui's fist tightened. But this is too much. It's completely different from what we agreed upon. The old man was perplexed. All they had to do was drive us out to save face. Why did they have to kill 50 of our Tai Huang Pavilion men? Qiming gently reminded him. Wasn't it the second disciple who made a move against the Mount Hua sect? He speculated that with 3 of their elders killed, they likely decided to retaliate with greater force. Sima Gui grew impatient. If this continues, within a few months, the Tai Huang Pavilion will have no martial artists left. He calculated grimly. If that damned 4th disciple hadn't revealed the secret agreement between the first disciple and the Mount Hua sect, how dare he make that information public? We need to replenish our numbers immediately. When will the Tian Xiang Xiao be selected? Qiming quickly relayed the message. They said there are no plans for it yet. Sima Gui was suspicious. Why? Qiming answered, flustered. It seems the main headquarters is unwilling. The old man let out a cold laugh. The forces of the Wuji are dwindling, yet our own sect refuses to send reinforcements. Qiming continued his assessment. It appears they don't have enough manpower due to the constant infighting among the heavenly demon's disciples. Sima Gui's annoyance grew. What a mess. There's no other choice. Send 30 men into the martial world this time. The Tai Huang Pavilion is already running low on people. Qiming bowed his head slightly. Yes, sir. He then added, but master, do you remember what the first disciple said? Sima Gui scoffed. You mean that warning to be careful? Because the 4th disciple might make a move. There's no need to worry. That coward only survives by hiding behind his title as the heavenly killing star. Does he really dare to threaten me? His voice was dripping with confidence. I guarantee that not a single man under the 4th disciple's command can harm me. You may leave. Qiming replied quietly. Yes, sir. Sima Gui let out a long sigh. That troublesome Mount Hua sect. They will certainly demand compensation for these losses. He clicked his tongue, wondering, how were we supposed to know the 2nd disciple would act on his own? Damn it all. Can we even continue working with them? Just then, a shadow fell across the doorway. A voice cut through the air. Still living so comfortably. Are we? Sima Gui's eyes widened in shock. With a defiant smirk, Xue Hui shot back. What's the matter? Am I not welcome here? How amusing. I've hunted for you everywhere, but you've always hidden yourself away. The old master sneered. So why have you come here now? Xue Hui just gave a cryptic smile. That is none of your concern. He shot back with a question of his own. But there's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. Why is it? The four gentlemen. Sima Gui was visibly startled. What? Xue Hui pressed on. The four gentlemen painting. A symbol of a true noble's spirit. Contempt dripped from his gaze. Why is something so pure in the hands of a scoundrel like you? Today, I demand to know why. Sima Gui remained silent, his face a stone mask. Xue Hui pressed on, relentless. Why are you just standing there? It's common courtesy to answer when someone asks you a question. But the old man suddenly burst into laughter. I don't know what you've been eating to make you so arrogant. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, as Hei Bai landed in front of her master. Sima Gui gave the order, Hei Bai, don't kill him just yet. She instantly shot forward. Xue Hui remained perfectly still, his head bowed in silence. Hei Bai closed the distance in a flash. But the moment her sword came down, it shattered into 1,000 pieces. Hei Bai couldn't hide her utter shock. Xue Hui gently lifted his foot, but the kick he sent at Hei Bai was anything but gentle. A corner of the room simply exploded, leaving Hei Bai crumpled amidst the wreckage. Xue Hui's voice was ice cold. I'll ask you one more time. A look of pure terror now spread across Sima Gui's face. Xue Hui pointed his blade at the old man. Why do you possess the four gentlemen? You, the despicable lord of the Tai Huang clan. Sima Gui's expression remained scornful. A piece of trash like you dares to be so bold. So you learned a few new martial arts and think you can stand against me now. In response, Xue Hui summoned a flame into his hand. Is this what you call a few? Sima Gui's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Xue Hui spoke calmly. Why are you so surprised? Did you think you were the only one who could wield the blazing plague demonic art? It was then that Sima Gui finally became wary. So, a pathetic piece of trash, dreaming of revenge, too has joined the unorthodox path and stumbled upon some great fortune. And now you've come here to kill me, is that it? Xue Hui's declaration was absolute. I'm not just here to kill you. I'm here to crush you. Sima Gui let out a sneering laugh. How exciting. Yes, I have no idea how you've trained. A ferocious power suddenly erupted from the old master's body. Sima Gui warned in a low voice. But a real fight is never that simple. In the next instant, a massive explosion erupted. The earth-sinking heat blast. The room was incinerated in a heartbeat. Sima Gui gloated. A worthless mutt with no lineage dares to act so high and mighty before me. But then, his eyes fell upon a colossal whirlwind of ice. Xue Hui hovered in the air. I already knew you were a madman. He was surrounded by countless shards of razor-sharp ice, primal ice armor. But I never imagined you'd attack without any regard for your own subordinate. Xue Hui landed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It's laughable that a man who calls himself the lord of the Tai Huang clan would think such a childish trick could ever defeat me. Sima Gu is stunned. Who in the world are you? Xue Hui drew his blade across his own palm. He looked up, his gaze sharp as a razor. My turn. Sima Gui remained arrogant. You fool. You should be more worried about yourself. Xue Hui replied calmly. If you're talking about the Tai Huang secret guard, then I'm sorry, but they won't be coming. The old man froze for a second. What? Outside, a fierce battle was already raging. Xue Hui smiled with satisfaction. My subordinates are taking care of them. Sima Gui was silent for a long moment, then let out a cold laugh. You've prepared for this thoroughly. At that moment, Sima Gui suddenly turned away. Yes, I admit you've grown much stronger than before. He slowly walked toward a wooden box. Sima Gui bent down to retrieve something. The world is vast, and there are countless weapons. But depending on the person, their life and circumstances, they will feel the need for a specific kind of weapon. He quickly drew his sword from within the box. This is one of those results. His gaze fell upon the gleaming blade. I am different from weaklings like you, and I will show you why. I will personally. Sima Gui spun around in a flash. A dense, murderous aura poured from his body. Destroy your arrogance. Xue Hui was startled. This bastard. Can he use both the blazing plague, demonic art, and the aura of the shadow scripture at the same time? In an instant, Sima Gui had already vanished and lunged from behind him. Xue Hui whipped his head around, quickly raising his sword to block the blow. Sima Gui's expression didn't change in the slightest, but Xue Hui was now under extreme pressure. Sima Gui suddenly slipped past his blade. Xue Hui hastily used his absolute zero ice art, kicking up a thick cloud of mist. As he retreated, Sima Gui looked genuinely surprised. Oh, you dodged that? Xue Hui was horrified. Even the greatest masters rarely use two demonic arts simultaneously. Is this the power of the Grandmaster Demon phase? And from high above, a colossal sphere of energy began to form. Sima Gui roared with glee. Take this. Xue Hui cautiously drew his hands back. The very moment the master's blade fell, he unleashed his absolute zero ice art again. Sima Gui silently observed the situation, and through the dust, he spotted a figure still standing strong. The air grew thick and misty, followed by a torrential shower of ice. Sima Gui leaped back, narrowly dodging the assault. Seizing the opening, Xue Hui dove in. He roared, pouring all his energy into the attack. Perish. Supreme Tempest God. The raging vortex slammed into its target. A sigh of relief escaped Xue Hui's lips. Good. A direct hit. It's over. But then, a cloud of black smoke erupted from the impact zone. His eyes shot wide with disbelief. Xue Hui instantly leaped back. That was his ultimate technique, the peerless Tempest God. An attack powerful enough to rip the very earth asunder. But when the dust settled, disappointment was all Xue Hui felt. The Supreme Tempest God had landed, there was no doubt. Yet, Sima Gui stood there, completely unscathed. Impressive speed, he commented dryly. Xue Hui was reeling. What? What did you do? The old man scoffed. Is that the best you've got? Xue Hui was stunned into silence. What? Sima Gui tightened his grip on his blade. Did you truly think you were the only one with such power? And then, it dawned on Xue Hui. Don't tell me. That blade is a divine armament. Sima Gui laid his cards on the table. Indeed. This is the soul-devouring saber, a true divine armament. A triumphant grin spread across his face. With just a fraction of my internal energy, it can nullify almost any attack thrown at it. Xue Hui froze, the blood draining from his face. I forgot, he thought. He also serves a disciple of the heavenly demon, just like me. He asked cautiously. That saber. It was a gift from the first disciple, wasn't it? Sima Gui just stared back, his expression unreadable. Xue Hui pressed on. It's common for disciples to be granted a divine armament or two by the heavenly demon. I received one myself. Sima Gui finally admitted it. There's no point in hiding it. Yes, the first disciple bestowed this blade upon me. So it's true, Xue Hui thought. Just as he planned, he launched his psychological attack. But have you realized your fatal mistake? By revealing your power comes from the divine armament, and not from you, you've exposed your own greatest weakness. But Sima Gui only looked at him with indifference. Fool. Do you really think you can defeat me in your current state? He was right. With his body so grievously wounded, Xue Hui's arm was trembling uncontrollably. It's true. My stamina and internal energy are nearly depleted. After so many clashes and using the peerless wind sword, he lowered his gaze. Yes, you're right. But a hidden fire burned in his thoughts. You have no idea, Pavilion Master. My special skill isn't limited to offense. Instantly, he activated his key condensation technique. Don't worry, he said, a smirk returning. This will be more than enough for you. Sima Gui's eyes narrowed with suspicion. What are you plotting? Xue Hui simply offered a cryptic smile in return. A flash of realization hit Sima Gui. You're trying to? He lunged forward desperately, as if I'd let you. The blade was inches from his throat, but Xue Hui remained perfectly calm. Too late. With a single motion, he swatted the old man away. In that moment, Xue Hui's entire condition was restored to its peak. I underestimated you. Sima Gui snarled through gritted teeth. You filth. He swung his blade in a wild frenzy. Xue Hui gracefully retreated, maintaining the distance. Then, Sima Gui raised his free hand. A dense, black demonic energy erupted from his palm. But an azure frost was already creeping across the ground at Xue Hui's feet, spreading at impossible speed. Sima Gui stared in disbelief. What is this? An ice art so advanced it can repel my shadow chi. But the old man refused to yield. This isn't over. In a flash, Xue Hui was upon him. This absolute frost will freeze your very movements. With a furious roar, Sima Gui met him head-on. The two clashed in a direct confrontation. And once again, Xue Hui unleashed the Supreme Tempest God. Sima Gui was sent flying. But Xue Hui gave him no time to recover, relentlessly blasting him with one Supreme Tempest God after another. Sima Gui struggled to defend, his posture weakening with every blow. But Xue Hui's assault was ferocious and unending. Panic began to set in for Sima Gui. This lunatic, deciding to go all in, he unleashed his ultimate move. Supreme Art, soul-devouring blade. Xue Hui planted his feet firmly. He raised his own sword high and brought it crashing down. Supreme Tempest God. Sima Gui met the attack with his own blade. Soul-devouring saber. The two techniques clashed again and again. Supreme Tempest, God versus the soul-devouring saber. Blow for furious blow they traded. until Sima Gui tried to raise his blade one more time, but his arm froze solid in midair. This time, Xue Hui's supreme tempest god had completely overwhelmed him. Sima Gui cried out in utter disbelief, "You scum! How? How is any of this possible?" He was completely shattered. "Is your internal energy limitless?" Xue Hui simply countered with a question of his own. "Do you want to know why your precious divine armament failed?" Sima Gui was stunned. "What?" Xue Hui began his calm explanation. "To absorb internal energy beyond its capacity, you have to push the divine armament past its own limits. And in doing so, your own stamina and internal energy were depleted far more than you realized. Every one of my attacks you blocked wore you down. A divine armament's power isn't limitless." Xue Hui stood his ground, radiating confidence. He looked down on his foe with absolute superiority. "But I am different. I have obtained a power that far surpasses any divine armament." Sima Gui's eyes widened in pure terror. You. Consumed by rage, he made one last, desperate charge. "You filth." A triumphant smirk crept across Xue Hui's face. "Now, let's end this." With a final, deafening explosion, their bitter feud was over. The blast had torn the roof away, revealing the open sky, but Sima Gui wouldn't be seeing it, not with Xue Hui's boot pinning him to the ground. His voice was ice as he asked, "Do you have anything left to say? I'll grant you the mercy of last words." The old man spat back with defiance. "You damn brat, you think this is over? I may die here, but you won't be leaving this place alive." Xue Hui asked dismissively, "Is that all you have to say?" Sima Gui's voice dripped with venom. "I swear it, not just you, but every last one of your followers will die here." He growled, "Every single one." Xue Hui remained calm, such a boring final testament. Then, with one swift motion, he plunged his sword down. "Just die." And like that, Sima Gui was sent to the afterlife. Xue Hui let out a weary sigh. "The moon is already high. This was more dangerous than I thought. Even grandmasters rarely wield two demonic arts at once." Xue Hui's eyes fell on the sword lying nearby. "And I never expected him to possess a divine weapon." System notifications flashed before his eyes about the monster-absorbing long saber. What an unexpected prize. Just then, a new voice broke the silence. My, that was quite the explosion. A figure with flowing white hair appeared. I have to wonder what caused such a commotion." Xue Hui whipped his head around in shock. That voice? The man's tone lowered. Could it be a rebellion within the clan? Pure panic flashed across Xue Hui's face. A voice he could never forget. Another grudge that had to be settled, just like the Tai Huang clan lord. Jiu Chongming demanded, "Hey, who are you? And why did you kill the lord of the Tai Huang clan?" Sima Gui's final words echoed in his mind. "Not just you, but every last one of your followers will die here." Xue Hui's guard went up. The Tai Huang clan lord's last words weren't just an empty threat. Did this make any sense? How could a master from the Mount Hua sect, a pillar of the righteous faction, be here in the Tai Huang clan, the heart of the demonic cult? Changming sneered in annoyance. "Aren't you going to ask my name? You pathetic demonic cultist." Xue Hui was still desperately analyzing the situation. No, considering the hostile yet symbiotic relationship between the Grand Disciple and the Mount Hua sect, this isn't entirely impossible. It seems their connection is deeper than I realized. First, I need to get out of this alive. He forced a calm reply. My name? Is that important? But inside, his mind was a whirlwind. What do I say to make this sound natural? The demonic sect and the Mount Hua sect have a transactional relationship. My guess is, Mount Hua suffered a huge loss in their last deal, and Jiu Chongming came here to confront the clan lord. Xue Hui continued his explanation aloud. The reason I killed him is that he made a grave mistake. The Grand Disciple punished him with death. He added for emphasis, this shows how seriously he takes his promises to your people. Xue Hui prayed internally. I can talk my way out of this. Please, let this work. Chongming glanced around at the chaos. What a mess. Even for the demonic cult, killing the very person who liaises with other powers is unusual. Xue Hui shot back bluntly. Don't mistake our cult for a band of thieves. Have you changed your mind about our arrangement? Or perhaps you had some special feelings for the Tai Huang clan lord? Chongming looked disgusted. You have a crude way of speaking. He sighed, exasperated. Fine. I don't care if you slaughter each other in this filthy den. However, I must seek justice for the disciples of my sect who died. Chongming stared down at Sima Gui's bloody corpse. His voice turned bitter. So many died for nothing, all because of your carelessness. A flustered Xue Hui replied, I know. So Chongming laid out his terms. Then you will provide 300 demonic cultivators as tribute this month. Since you killed the clan lord on the Grand Disciple's orders, you must be his successor, right? The old man pressed on. Even if you have to work them to the bone, you will prepare at least 3 heads. That is the sect's demand. Do you understand? Without hesitation, Xue Hui replied, I understand. I'll do it. Changming was stunned. You'll really do it? Are you even capable of that? It was then that Xue Hui realized his mistake. I spoke too soon. He quickly corrected himself. I will report this to my superiors. Thinking back, the clan lord's role was liaison and negotiator. He calculated carefully. They must have haggled in past deals. It would be suspicious if I agreed so easily. I need to end this conversation. Fast. If I keep pretending, he'll see right through my act. Xue Hui calmly tried to mediate. Our cult also suffered heavy losses this time, so I can't be certain, but I will do my absolute best. Changming looked satisfied. Good. You're easy to talk to. It seems my trip to this den wasn't a complete waste. Xue Hui quickly turned to leave. In that case, I must go. I have much to do to prepare 300 people this month. He left with a parting word, take care. But suddenly, Changming's voice dropped. But, you demonic cultist. Xue Hui turned back, on high alert, as the old man's eyes narrowed. You're not one of the Grand Disciple's subordinates. Are you? Xue Hui was confused. What are you talking about? Changming continued, I've killed countless members of the demonic cult, but very few people know my face. Hearing this, Xue Hui felt a rising sense of dread. Changming's argument was sharp as a blade. And yet, you recognize me instantly. Who are you? Where have we met? Xue Hui quickly scrambled for an excuse. Ah, I've seen a portrait of you. The cult trained us to recognize you, a level 1 threat. Simogi scoffed, instantly seeing through the lie. How clumsy. Your meridians fluctuated and your heart rate skyrocketed the moment you saw me. That could only mean one thing. You're flustered. Panic began to grip Xue Hui. Damn it. What do I do now? I can't hide it any longer. Changming drew his sword. Do you have any last words? Xue Hui tried to bargain. If you spare me, I will repay the lives of the Mount Hoa sect many times over. Xue Hui watched him ponder the offer, but then the man countered. No, I just had a much better idea. He revealed his true intentions. I hear the disciples are fighting for the right to succeed the heavenly demon. If I kill you and bring you to the first disciple, I'll be rewarded far more handsomely. Xue Hui's blood ran cold. This bastard. He knows everything about the power struggle between the disciples. He assumes I'm not the first disciple's subordinate, which means I must serve another. Xue Hui cut his own hand, realizing the man believed he killed the Taihuang Pavilion Lord for that very reason. He told himself, then I have no other choice. In this situation, there's only one way out. I have to fight. In a flash, Xue Hui unleashed his extreme frost art, circling behind his opponent. He lunged with his sword, letting out a furious roar. But just as the killing blow was about to land, the blade was stopped cold by 2 fingers. Xue Hui froze, speechless with shock. Changming looked at him with contempt. A truly pathetic sneak attack. Xue Hui grit his teeth and twisted the blade with all his might. In the next instant, Xue Hui was violently thrown back. Changming glanced at the tiny cut on his fingertip. Not entirely terrible, I suppose. Xue Hui was in disbelief. Using both the extreme frost art and the fire crow demonic art, I could only manage a scratch on his finger. This man's power is on another level. Changming immediately drew his sword. Aren't you going to attack? Then it's my turn. Xue Hui had to accept the grim reality. This was a hopeless battle. A cloud of dust and debris exploded outwards. Using his extreme frost art, Xue Hui tried to flee. I can't open my inventory during combat. I can't die like this. If I can't win now, I have to at least prepare for the next time. Behind him, Changming laughed with amusement. You're quite fast. His tone was mocking. Daring to use a movement technique in front of me, how interesting. Then, his figure suddenly blurred. Xue Hui pushed himself to his limits, running for his life. Changming's pursuit grew even more frantic. Run for it. Xue Hui was in a desperate situation. Night fell, and the world fell silent. Xue Hui's silhouette darted swiftly across the rooftops. He pushed himself faster and faster, trying to escape the hunter at his back. Changming was closing in fast. You dare attack me and then flee like a cowardly rat? Is that all the speed you have? He glanced back in horror as the old man swung his sword from a distance. How pathetic. Xue Hui closed his eyes. In the very second he thought he was a goner, the system suddenly appeared. Heavenly Providence key art has been activated. Changming was stunned by his opponent's sudden, impossible dodge. I even changed the direction of my key attack. A second later, Xue Hui raised his sword, soaring high into the air to unleash a devastating technique. He brought it crashing down. Peerless wind god, Changming swung his own sword to meet the attack. This one is full of tricks. The moment his foe was caught in the feint, Xue Hui raised his sword, gathering power. I have one more move. With a single downward slash, Super Wind God's descent, the force of the blow shattered everything around them. He shot forward as a section of the roof completely disintegrated. Chongming was sent plummeting down into the wreckage. The old man had completely lost his composure. "You son of a bitch." Moments later, Xue Hui reached the outhouse and threw all his gear into the pit. He muttered his calculations. "I tried to avoid this place, but no one would ever search for divine weapons in a latrine. It's the safest spot." He couldn't help but sigh. "There's no way I can survive after being discovered by Chongming, but at least I can save my items. Why does my life always revolve around toilets?" He grumbled as he opened the outhouse door to leave. "It's going to be absolutely disgusting getting those back." Suddenly, a laugh rang out that made Xue Hui freeze. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Chongming strode forward menacingly. "Were you hoping someone would come to save you?" Xue Hui spoke to him with calm resolve. "There's no running from this. So if you know a secret way out of our compound, you should take it and leave me behind. You've caused far too much of a scene." The old man stared at him in silence, then shut his eyes. "It seems you fail to grasp your situation. No matter what happens in the demonic cult, I won't be discovered." Xue Hui stammered, the first disciple. "He'll take care of everything, but that doesn't matter now. Why can't you just spare me? Please, show some mercy." The old man was firm. "I cannot." Xue Hui casually scratched his neck. "Is that so? What a pity. If you intend to kill me, then make it quick. Aim for my neck." The old man's reply was chilling. "That was my plan. But since you've begged for it, I've changed my mind." With a murderous look, the elder raised his sword with brutal intent. "I will sever your arms and legs. You will die in agony." Xue Hui waved a hand, feigning nonchalance. "Hey, for a senior of the martial world, that's incredibly cruel. But fine, do as you please." As he spoke, his eyes accidentally glanced down at his waist. A jolt of panic shot through Xue Hui. "Damn it, I forgot to hide the golden belt." He unfastened the belt, waving his hand frantically. Wait. But the old man had no intention of stopping. It's too late for that. With no other choice, he tossed the belt aside. Damn it all. A second later, Zhu Zhongming lunged forward, landing a blow so fast Xue had no time to react. The system interface reappeared. This was his final life. The 3 life choices presented by Kunmo. The main storyline. The Day of Destiny. The final day of the 7th month. He sighed. "I've been through this so many times, but this moment is always unsettling. At least he killed me quickly that time." Xue Hui thought with grave seriousness. This was his last life. There were no more chances to prepare. He had to choose with absolute care. He gazed at the system window, stroking his chin. "If I return to the first option, Kunmo will offer the 3 life choices again, and I'll have to choose between becoming a guard or a spy, the paths I never took. But how can I be certain they would be any safer? I would be stepping onto an unknown road filled with unforeseeable dangers. In the end, I have to pick one of these 2. One choice allows me to act as I see fit, though I have no idea what that path holds." His eyes shifted to the second option. "It's extremely dangerous. But if I can predict the future, it might actually be the safer bet. If both choices are perilous, it's better to choose the one I already know, the place with the divine weapons and artifacts. It won't be easy for me and my men to secure them again." He was still lost in thought. "I have to think this through. I just need to avoid Zhu Zhongming in that scenario. Even if the Supreme Emperor Pavilion falls into chaos and I'm forced to fight him. Since Kunmo's spies will attack the other pavilions simultaneously, the Crimson Demon Academy won't send extra fighters. They'll prioritize sending troops to the closest locations." Analyzing the facts, he realized no matter how powerful Zhu Zhongming is, if my people cause a massive disturbance in the heart of the demonic cult, he'll have to be cautious. I can use that opportunity to complete my mission. His eyes blazed with resolve. "Yes. If I prepare meticulously and act carefully, I can resolve everything. Yes. I'll choose this path." Xue Hui made his decision, selecting the second option. Main storyline. The Day of Destiny. The system teleported him to a new location. He immediately recognized Kunmo's residence. This was right after completing the mission to rescue Ma Tailong. I acquired what I needed in my previous run. This time, I have to put it all to use. I cannot afford to repeat my past mistakes. The door opened, and he stepped inside. Kunmo stood with his hands behind his back. "You've returned, captain of the spirit squad. You've worked hard." Xue Hui replied instantly. "It was nothing. I was worried my own selfishness might have invited disaster." He bowed his head. "I will be more careful next time to prevent such dangers." Kunmo could only let out a helpless laugh. "This man," Xue Hui suddenly asked, "by the way, Lord Kunmo." He brought up the prior offer to become a personal guard. Kunmo was curious. What is it you want to say? Xue Hui began slowly. The truth is, I'm facing a serious problem. Kunmo stopped. A serious problem? He continued speaking. Actually, my body is undergoing changes. Perhaps it's related to breaking through to a new realm. A bead of sweat trickled down Xue Hui's face. My master once said that if I harmonize my fire and ice arts, I would reach a higher state of being. I have been following his teachings, but as I came to understand the origin of the primal element demon art, the technique of the hidden shadow group, I inadvertently reached the divine mastery state of a righteous sex martial art. Kunmo was utterly astonished. What? Xue Hui continued his explanation. Not only that, I can communicate with the natural flow of ki through my upper dantian. As a result, the demonic energy pool in my dantian can no longer expand. Hearing this, Kunmo was in total disbelief. Impossible. He held out his hand, needing to see for himself. Let me see your hand. Xue Hui held out his arm. Yes. Kunmo immediately used his internal energy to investigate, his face contorted with shock. I can't believe this. Captain of the Spirit Squad, what have you done? Xue Hui looked just as lost. To be honest, I don't know either. Kunmo nodded in agreement. Yes, of course you don't. How could anyone possibly understand this bizarre phenomenon, where combining demonic arts with other demonic arts somehow creates the martial arts of a righteous sect? Xue Hui clenched his fist. And that is why I couldn't answer your offer right away. I tried to solve this on my own, but I can't break free from this cursed state. My body is a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Silas refused the offer. In this condition, I can't guarantee I can complete your mission. Cain placed a hand on his shoulder. You've really been through hell, Silas replied. I'm sorry for making you worry. Then he asked a question. By the way, Lord Cain, could you teach me? Cain was a bit surprised. Teach you? Cain, the man they called the Anomaly. He could analyze and understand the origin of any combat style with a single glance thanks to his chaos factor. Silas pressed on. I've researched everywhere and heard rumors of something called the quad helix, which can regulate opposing energies to amplify one's inner power. I wonder if that could be the solution to my problem. Cain muttered thoughtfully. The quad helix. That's an interesting theory. Are you trying to compensate for your unstable viral strain that way? Cain revealed. There is something else, known as the Nexus. Cain contemplated the origin of everything, a state where light and dark merge as one, their energies flowing in harmony before being separated. The Nexus can unify them into a single force, and the technique best suited for it is the Nexus Fist from Wudang Labs. Silas listened with rapt attention. The cult, a group that worshipped strength above all else, had also studied Wudang's research. But the cult's violent energy and the core principles of the original research were polar opposites. The infected subjects who tried the Nexus technique actually grew weaker, so they deemed it useless. Silas asked, then why can't I find any trace of it in the cult's records? The moment he asked, Cain's expression grew dark. Silas was alarmed. Lord Cain. Cain turned his back. Silas, do you know where I originally came from? It sounded impossible, but Cain slowly uttered two words. Wudang Labs. Cain glanced over his shoulder to confirm it. He looked surprised. I was once part of the Wudang research team. From a young age, I was gifted and praised for my talent. But when they discovered that talent was the chaos factor, they couldn't hide their fearful smiles. They cast me out. Cain started walking, his voice low. That's just how the so-called righteous operate. They said I was cursed, a bad omen, and they left me to starve on the street. Drowning in the painful memory, he continued, if the cult's leader hadn't taken me in, I would have died long ago. Silas was left speechless. Is that so? Cain moved toward a bookshelf and pulled out a notebook. I'll tell you the rest of my story later. Ah, here it is. He handed the notebook to Silas. Taking it, he was stunned. This is, Cain revealed, the core data. It contains the essence of the Wudang Labs Nexus project. Silas never dreamed the solution to his current crisis was so close. He took it with overwhelming gratitude. Thank you, Lord Cain. A system window appeared. Nexus core data acquired. Nexus core technique learned. Cain smiled, full of expectation. I hope it serves you well. Silas then dashed through the forest. The rest of this would play out just like his past life. I'd be assigned as Cain's covert operative and become the Heavenly Squad leader, needing to train my subordinates and have Tai Long join the team. But none of that was important right now. The number one priority was recovering the unique antiviral samples. It would be a catastrophe if someone cleaned out the biowaste pit. He frantically threw open the door to the pit. Hurry. But he froze in place. He had just barged in on someone in the middle of their business. The man jumped in shock. You. Who are you? Silas instantly recognized him as Rocco. The man's embarrassment quickly ignited into rage. Hey, you bastard. You dare interrupt me? Silas just stood there with a mocking smirk. Long time no see. He cracked his knuckles. Perfect timing. You're in for a beating. Rocco was terrified and confused. What? Why? Silas lunged forward to start a fight. Just looking at your face pisses me off. A moment later, Rocco was a bruised and battered mess. He was left kneeling pathetically on the ground. Silas let out a satisfied sigh. So refreshing. Rocco still had some fight in his voice. You son of a bitch. When did you get so strong? Silas corrected him. That's boss to you. Rocco was in disbelief. What? Silas slammed his head toward the ground. Don't you know the rules of this cult? I'm stronger than you. It's the law of the jungle. Now call me boss. Hurry up. Although he hated it, he obediently followed the order. Be boss. Silas was pleased. Good. Your boss has a little job for you. Huh. He pointed down into the disgusting pit and gave his command. Get down there. I dropped a few things in that cesspool earlier. Go find them for me. Rocco started sweating bullets. And me? Silas raised a threatening fist. Yeah, you. You got a problem with that? Rocco gritted his teeth and changed his tune. No. Silas immediately shoved his head. Then get moving and find them. Rocco panicked. Wait a minute, I'm not mentally prepared. But before he could finish his sentence, he was shoved into the pit of filth. A while later, he finally emerged with all the unique antiviral samples. The stench clinging to Rocco was unbearable. I found them all. Silas backed away, pinching his nose. Good. What a hassle. You stink. He fell deep into thought. Luckily, the golden belt hadn't fallen too deep, so I've recovered all the unique antiviral samples. But I already checked the battlefield where my squad died in my past life, and I found nothing at all. Even if someone took them, one should have been left behind. But it's fine, as long as they all survived. Xue Hui kept his nose covered. Divine weapons only drop when their masters perish. So if my men are still alive, their weapons remain with them. Qi Ming, who had been sitting there watching him ramble, was completely bewildered. You? What are you mumbling about? While Xue Hui was still lost in thought, a sinister idea formed in his mind. They've grown so much stronger, they must have survived. He kept muttering to himself. Good, let's double check. At that very moment, Qi Ming seized his chance and lunged forward. Die, you bastard. However, Xue Hui sensed the subtle movement, instantly sending a sharp slap across his face. The blow sent Qi Ming flying. Xue Hui remained completely relaxed. Let's see now. He watched the pathetic fool tumble through the air. He forced a laugh. I guess I don't know my own strength. Elsewhere, a man stepped through a doorway. Is the Heavenly Command Lord present? The man announced his identity. I am Wan Da the Scholar, assigned to oversee his training from this day forward. Go and summon the Command Lord here, he ordered. But Xiao Ling refused. He said he would be training at the cliffs behind the mountain, and if anyone needed him, they should find him there themselves. Wan Da was taken aback. What? Unbelievable. Very well then. Lead me to him. At the cliffside, Xue Hui was deep in meditative training. Before I infiltrate the Tai Huang Pavilion, I must first master the Tai Chi heart technique I received from Kun Ma. But if I merge the demonic arts and the pure Qi coexisting within me, and use the Tai Chi heart technique to forge them into one, what path will I end up on? Xue Hui focused his thoughts. Will I achieve divine enlightenment or become a supreme demon? It would be complicated if someone from the demonic sect like me actually reached a state of divinity. No, I must become a perfect supreme demon. The memory of a certain person made him break out in a cold sweat. That's the entire reason I risked everything to return to this point in time. Despite the dangers posed by the Nine Heavens Alliance, perhaps only she knows why I encountered them in the first place, the dangers that lie ahead, and the path I'm destined to walk. She holds the key to everything. Just then, Wan Da, the scholar, found him. What kind of training is this? Without turning, Xue Hui replied. I'm attempting to merge different streams of energy. You must be Wan Da, the scholar, the one assigned to train me, correct? The old man startled. Yes. How did you know? Xue Hui didn't feel like explaining. It's a bit complicated. Thank you for coming, but I'm in the middle of something critical. Is this urgent? The scholar explained. Since you've just been appointed Command Lord, there is some essential information you must be briefed on. It won't take long at all. Xue Hui replied, if it's that information, I already know it. I am already aware of everything necessary to carry out my duties. A flicker of doubt crossed the scholar's face. If you're so confident, may I test your knowledge briefly? I promise not to take up much of your time. A slight smirk touched Xue Hui's lips, still unconcerned. Yes, feel free. The scholar began to transmit his questions via sound transmission, just as Xue Hui had expected. Every question Wan Da, the scholar, asked was information Xue Hui already knew from his past life. Answering them was effortless as the scholar continued his barrage of inquiries. When the test concluded, the old man was utterly stunned. This is astonishing. Every single one of the Heavenly Command Lord's answers was perfect. Xue Hui remained unfazed. Do you have any other questions? Of course, he's surprised. I know everything, even the most recent intelligence. The scholar immediately turned to take his leave, completely lost for words. My apologies for disturbing you. I will take my leave now. But just as he turned, Xue Hui suddenly spoke. Do you know what a kalpa is? Songhua told me I need to perform a great heavenly circulation within a heavenly kalpa to form the 4 energy meridians. He recalled the theory. They were said to appear after completing a great heavenly circulation during a heavenly kalpa. The scholar turned back. A kalpa is an immensely long period of time. Is that what you mean? I know that much. Xue Hui's curiosity was piqued. How many great heavenly circulations make up one kalpa? 10,000? A million? The scholar did a quick mental calculation. If 40,000 great heavenly circulations are considered one cycle, a kalpa would be approximately 10,000 of those cycles. Hearing this, the color drained from Xue Hui's face. He swallowed hard. Thank you for your answer. He stopped his cultivation and stood up, rubbing the back of his neck in frustration. So I have to circulate my energy. An almost countless number of times. And controlling the flow of qi is already difficult enough. But fortunately, the speed of my Tai Chi heart technique is increasing exponentially. He gazed into the distance. Soon, it will reach a velocity that even my own mind can't keep up with. And when the qi in my body spins as fast as the cosmos itself, my energy reserves will naturally be depleted. But at that moment, celestial energy will flow into my body through the crown of my head, replenishing what was lost. He let out a long breath, steeling himself. Yes, I can do this. He looked to the heavens, his resolve hardening like steel. Let's begin. Time began to flow like a river as Xue Hui focused on merging the energies within him. The 3rd day, the 11th day, half a month, 21 days. A torrential downpour soaked him to the bone. How many days has it been? Counting the cycles has become meaningless. My mind is growing hazy, and I can no longer even feel the flow of qi in my dantian. But I have to keep going. He sat there, an unshakable mountain. The flow of energy will shift before the great ultimate, and I must seize that exact moment. Sweat and rain mixed, indistinguishable from one another. He let everything unfold naturally, repeating the great heavenly circulation infinitely. As so much time passed, Xiao Ling, Yao Lin, and Song Hua grew deeply concerned. Yao Lin paced nervously. The Command Lord. Will he be all right? He hasn't eaten a single thing, even when we brought him food. Xiao Ling was just as anxious. The Command Lord must have his reasons. She gazed at his silhouette. We have to trust him and wait. Meanwhile, Xue Hui had entered a dizzying, trance-like state. I can't hear anything anymore. Only the sound of my own breath as I circulate my qi. Am I even breathing? Or have I become one with this flow? How many more times must I repeat this? His entire body felt like it was floating, carried to the end of this energy current. He snapped his eyes open, focusing on the changes within himself. It's just like reaching the absolute peak. The feeling of my meridians opening. It's happened 3 or 4 times now. The cold and hot energies around me have vanished. The sun was breaking through, the rain had stopped, and I have merged with the flow of nature itself. He looked down at his hands, a strange sensation washing over him. This was a different kind of energy, not pure inner qi, nor was it demonic. I've definitely broken through to a new realm. But then, a system notification popped up. Special skill has been altered. Acquired. Heavenly Ape's Ice Fire Earth Shattering Annihilation Technique and the Infinite Super Wind God Art. Xue Hui was ecstatic. I truly reached the Super Demon realm. It has to be. My demonic arts have leveled up. His face beamed with joy. After a long while, he finally rose to his feet. This time, he raised both swords high, his heart filled with anticipation. I'm coming for you. Who? The swords fell right at his feet, but the one he was waiting for didn't appear. What's going on? It didn't show up. This is dangerous. Thinking back, unlike last time, I don't feel any mental pressure. Is it because my realm has risen so high that I can't easily sense danger anymore? He was deeply skeptical. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? How do I summon it? Xue Hui crossed his arms, lost in thought. Then his gaze fell upon the river below. He moved closer to the cliff's edge to get a better look. This seems a bit risky. He hesitated for a moment. It's a river down there. But a fall from this height would be fatal. Anyway, I don't have much time left before I infiltrate the Tai Huang Pavilion. With no more hesitation, he decided to just jump. All right, no guts, no glory. His entire body plunged into the deep abyss. Even with only one life left, he was incredibly reckless. In a flash, he was nearing the water's surface. Let's see how long you can hide, please. He squeezed his eyes shut, Come out. You son of a bitch. A bolt of lightning struck his head, and his combat mode instantly activated. Xue Hui's spirit shot out from his body, just in time to see Ai also falling into the water. That bastard, Ai roared. What the hell is going on? He quickly unleashed an attack towards the ground. Infinite Super Wind God. A vortex of wind mixed with lightning erupted. Watching from the side, Xue Hui was horrified. This is bad. Ai yelled aggressively. Shut up, you idiot. He then used the alcohol-infused air current to land safely on the ground. Ai had made it down in an instant. Just watching from the sidelines, Xue Hui was in disbelief. What did I just witness? He created drag by firing the powerful winds of the infinite super wind god himself, and then used the alcohol-infused qi to subtly control the airflow. Pushing it away from him, Xue Hui gasped in awe. What an absolute monster. I was beyond furious. You, psycho. Xue Hui offered a reminder. Keep that up, and one day heaven's lightning will strike you down for real. I shot back. There's a limit to insanity. You know. I've never met someone as hopeless as you. Xue Hui immediately admitted fault. I'm sorry. I had to do this to call you out. You can curse me all you want, but after that, you need to hear me out. I stared at him in silence for a moment before letting out a long sigh. You idiot. I wanted to check something first. Let me see your condition. What? I questioned him with a cold snort. You combine demonic arts and righteous arts to create perfect balance inside your body. You did all this by yourself? Xue Hui rubbed the back of his neck, hesitating. Well, somehow. I was incredulous. A fool like you accomplished this? I burst out laughing. It took me 3,212 reincarnations just to be able to do that. You truly are one crazy bastard. Xue Hui was shocked. 3,212 reincarnations? You've lived through this life before, too. I changed the subject. Forget it. Why did you summon me when we're not in a fight? Xue Hui began to explain. There's something only you can answer. Let's talk for a bit. I paused for a moment. Speak. After they had talked for a while, I was completely stunned. What? Zhu Zongming was there? Xue Hui nodded. That's right. Do you know what happened? I then questioned him back. You bastard. Don't tell me you saved that girl named Song Hua. Xue Hui didn't deny it. I saved her. I cursed him out in frustration. You idiot. When did I ever tell you to save her? Weren't you supposed to hand her over to the secret unit? Xue Hui replied firmly. Song Hua is my subordinate. I scratched his head, completely exasperated. But you became a spy without turning Song Hua over to the enemy. Do you have 9 lives or something? Model. I have 2 lives, he declared instantly. And I chose to save that girl. An innocent child. I cut him off. And that's why you summoned Liu Ba. Xue Hui flinched. So it really was him. I crossed his arms, explaining. Precisely. Your call to Liu Ba guaranteed that the Zhu Zongming would arrive before the Tai Huang Pavilion's master. It was a fated encounter. I understand now, Xue Hui thought. He can see the future.
But it's more than that. He knows the past, and how every choice I make alters the variables of destiny itself.
He pressed further. Can you explain this to me? But from Ai's reaction, it was clear. Things had taken a turn he hadn't predicted. Ai fell into a heavy silence, before suddenly shouting. First, it was Song Hua. That girl is. Everything went wrong the moment you saved him. According to the original plan, Ma Tailong was supposed to be captured by the Mount Hua sect. Then he would have told them the second disciple's forces were on their way. The Mount Hua sect would have prepared, fought back the assault, and defeated the second disciple's army. But you attacked their secret branch and rescued Ma Tailong. Because of you, the Mount Hua sect was thrown into chaos and utterly crushed. Xue Hui tensed. Was saving Ma Tailong really that serious? Ai's analysis was grim. It was a catastrophe. To them, Ma Tailong wasn't just a prisoner. Ai's next words sent a chill down his spine. He was also a bargaining chip against the first disciple. Ai continued, explaining, what's more, rescuing Ma Tailong meant you killed the 3 elders who were guarding that secret post. Ai's voice turned grave. How could a secret branch possibly defend itself after losing its 3 leaders? Of course, they had a contingency. But when the second disciple's army attacked, the first disciple, who promised to intervene, did absolutely nothing. In the original timeline, the Mount Hua sect was meant to be crippled, but survive because of Liu Pa, the second disciple's right-hand man, who would have used his full power to annihilate them. The Mount Hua sect's Zhu Zongming and the second disciple's Liu Pa. 2 masters of equal power were supposed to clash and gravely injure each other. I said, but your choice threw a wrench in everything. Xue Hui was lost. A wrench? How? I dropped the bombshell. You summoned Liu Ba to rescue Song Hua. forcing him to retreat mid-battle. Because of that, Zhu Zongming, who should have fought Liu Pa, is completely unharmed. And now he's heading to our sect to challenge the great Emperor Pavilion Master. Xue Hui froze. What? Ai's tone was one of utter defeat, and he's about to run right into you. You idiot. All of this is because of the choice you made. Hearing the full story, it all clicked for Xue Hui. So that's what happened. A migraine was setting in. My refusal to abandon Song Hua, just one small life, created a ripple that unleashed the monster known as Jiu Zhangming. The system announced combat mode. Time remaining 50. Xue Hui's mind raced. So what am I supposed to do now? How can I possibly avoid Jiu Zhangming? I shattered his hope. Give up. This life is over for you. I can already read your mind. You think you can just quickly eliminate the great Emperor Pavilion Master to avoid him. I shot the idea down. But it's not that simple. If you continue on this path in the storyline, Jiu Zhangming will join forces with the second disciple. And during the 5th and 6th spy missions, you are guaranteed to face Jiu Zhangming. You will have to defeat him eventually. But in your current state, that's impossible. Self-doubt washed over Xue Hui. I can't beat him. Not even if I train like a madman and get stronger. Xue Hui was still grasping for a sliver of hope. Hey, I already told you. You're done for. He's a monster who can go toe-to-toe with Liu Ba. I was adamant. Abandon this life and wait for the next one. You have to choose another way. The weight of it all was crushing him. I already told you I can't do that. Xue Hui was incredibly stubborn. I only have one life left. I have to find a way. Hearing this, I completely panicked. What? You fool! How do you only have one life? What have you been doing? Xue Hui stammered. Well, I spent time training to raise my combat realm. I clutched its head, its voice filled with pure exasperation. This guy was truly a lost cause. Whatever. Just avoid him. I'll say it again. No matter how quickly you power up, you cannot defeat Jiu Zhangming. He is a monster who survived a direct clash with Liu Ba. You're ranked 14th in the entire sect. Xue Hui was getting desperate. Then tell me how. At least show me a way to get more lives. I stopped. More lives? The system chimed in. Time remaining 9. I was suddenly calm. You already killed Qi Ming and the Pavilion Master's men, correct? He replied, yes. Was there someone else? I don't really remember. Xue Hui urged it on, his patience gone. Please, there's not much time left. Ai's voice flared with anger. Quiet, you idiot. Let me think. The system's countdown continued. Time remaining 5. A name suddenly came to Ai. Xue Hui pressed. Who is it? I gave him the name. Wang Muli. Kill him. Xue Hui processed the name. Wang Muli. Time remaining 2. He knew that name. I saw his name on the Scholar of 1,000 Answers list. I didn't deny it. Correct. He is one of the hidden masters of the Hidden Demon sect. Xue Hui hesitated. Can I even defeat him? I hastily reassured him. Don't be a coward, you moron. His power is probably on the same level as yours right now. From what I know, he should be wandering near the Great Emperor Pavilion around this time. But before it could finish the instructions, it vanished. Ai's intervention was over. Xue Hui felt a wave of regret. I still had so much more to ask. At that moment, the Scholar of 1,000 Answers appeared. Heavenly Order Master. He turned to look at the scholar. You're here. The old man was curious. What are you doing in this place? Then, the scholar's jaw dropped. No, it can't be. Have you broken through to a new realm? He offered a cool smile. Yes. I have finally reached the Super Demon stage. A system notification blared. Super Demon Extreme Realm. Deep within the forest, Xue Hui recalled his target, Wang Molu. According to the all-knowing scholar's files, he was a master of the Divine Impact Palm. Xue Hui stroked his chin, pondering. A palm technique that could shatter anything, and a body as tough as unbreakable diamond. He vanished without a trace, after claiming to have reached enlightenment. Upon hitting the peak of the Super Demon Extreme Realm, wandering through the woods, he mumbled to himself. The files noted that when Wang Mulu resurfaced, he would likely have broken through to the Extreme Demon Realm. And I said this guy is on my level right now? The system displayed his current status. His realm was at the peak of Super Demon Extreme, though his special skills had evolved with his last breakthrough. Special skills list: Heavenly Flame Ice Fire Blast, Infinite Super Wind God, Life and Death Annihilation Art. He still hadn't fully grasped their potential. Mastering them would take time. Xue Hui sighed. This was going to be tough. Maybe I said we're equals because I've taken down stronger opponents, using my unique skills before. But still, facing an extreme demon was no simple task. This was a secluded master who trained in isolation to reach that level. Can I really beat him? Xue Hui had no answer. And where do I even start looking? He was short on information, and even shorter on time. The all-knowing scholar had seen his state and would have definitely reported back to Kun Mo. The mission to infiltrate the Tai Huang Pavilion would be starting soon. It could even be as early as tomorrow. Deeper in the woods, Xiaoling was training fiercely with her sword. He was surprised to see her here. Xiaoling. He approached, offering a compliment. You're incredibly diligent. Xiaoling paused. Captain. Commander. He waved a hand dismissively. Carry on, don't mind me. Yes, sir, she replied. Watching her practice with such focus brought an unexpected smile to his face. Xiaoling. Xue Hui called out again. Yes, that last technique, he observed. If you focus on your breathing, its flow will become much smoother. Xiaoling hesitated. My breathing? Yes, he replied gently. Every move in the martial arts has a specific purpose, and you know that the technique must be executed to match that purpose. He let out a slow breath, but to reach the true peak, you must master the breath for each individual move. Most people say to hold your breath when you strike. He inhaled, then exhaled, as an example. But more accurately, you should be exhaling slowly. Take in a small amount of air, just a sip for each movement. This was a revelation for Xiaoling. I've never heard of a principle like this. Xue Hui's eyes crinkled as he chuckled. That's because it's something I discovered on my own. Of course, it would sound strange to you. He drew his sword. Relax your body. Relax? She questioned. Yes. He demonstrated with a fluid swing. You only need to focus your power at the moment of impact. This will make your movements more natural. Her eyes followed his every motion, completely absorbed. Xue Hui turned to her. Do you understand? Xiaoling nodded, full of gratitude. Yes. Thank you, Commander. She bowed respectfully. Thanks to you, I've learned something invaluable. He smiled back at her. You'll understand it fully in time. Suddenly, Xiaoling spoke up. You're so dependable. She smiled warmly. Having you as our commander, it's incredibly reassuring. Even when your actions are sudden and confuse us, we know there's always a reason behind them. Her voice was filled with sincere gratitude. Without you, we would have been dead long ago. That's why we follow you without a single doubt. Her words took him completely by surprise. Xiaoling. She gave him a brilliant smile. Her voice was firm. We will all work harder so we won't be a burden. So please, don't try to carry everything on your own. Please trust us and rely on us, even if we're still weak. After pouring her heart out, she blushed slightly. Ah, it's a bit embarrassing to say all that. Looking at her, a thought struck him. Come to think of it, killing isn't the only way to gain more lives. Even though I can't see the life count since the turn-based mode ended, I know Xiaoling has a love affinity of +3. A new strategy began to form in Xue Hui's mind. If Xiaoling and I were to fall in love, I would gain 3 extra lives. Xiaoling watched, bewildered, as he stepped closer. Commander, is there something you want to say? He remained silent. If this works, I'll gain 3 lives. The thought echoed in his mind. She looked flustered by his silence, but Xue Hui was reasoning with himself. I just need to try it once. Besides, if I fail, what do I have to lose? But just then, Yaolin arrived, finding the two of them. Huh, my lord? Suddenly, a shocking confession cut through the air. I have feelings for you. Even Xiaoling was stunned. What did you just say? He calmly repeated himself. I said, I love you. Sweat beaded on his brow, but he bravely pressed on. I love you, Xiaoling, she stammered. Why are you being so sudden? Commander? Xue Hui nervously approached her. This isn't sudden at all. I've been watching you for a long time. Xiaoling panicked, stumbling backward. Wait a moment, Commander. Xue Hui stood there, stunned, his voice stiff and awkward, like a block of wood. These are my true feelings. Unable to handle the confession, she sent him flying with a single palm strike. She then snapped out of it, blushing as she ran away. I'm sorry, he called out, reaching for her desperately. It's no use. Xue Hui lay defeated on the grass. Was I too hasty? I thought the mood was perfect, but I failed. Then, his face went pale as he realized Yaolin had been watching him the entire time. He shot up, completely stunned. Yaolin? You were here. Where were you going? Yaolin looked just as embarrassed. Yes, Xue Hui quickly changed the subject. Xiaoling has gotten much stronger. It seems her training is paying off. I've been watching her progress. His smile slowly became rigid. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Yaolin didn't dare say another word. Understood. The next day, Xue Hui's group departed with haste. Just as expected, a message arrived from the all-answering scroll ordering him to begin the mission. His eyes suddenly met Xiaoling's. She blushed deeply, turning away, unable to meet his gaze. Even Yao Lin started sweating from the awkward atmosphere. But Xue Hui snapped back to focus. Time to concentrate on the mission. He began to strategize. How can I assassinate the Tai Huang Pavilion master silently and with a single strike? The building can't be damaged, and the fight must remain quiet. An image of someone appeared in his mind. Otherwise, the Jiu Zhongming would show up. The group finally came to a stop. He immediately gave his orders. I'll infiltrate the office. Subdue the guards silently. Understood. Xue Hui calculated his best move. A palm technique would be most effective. If I get close and strike his abdomen with the enhanced infinite divine wind palm, he'll be torn apart from the inside. I used this method before when I infiltrated the Huashan sect's secret branch. He lightly tapped the hilt of his sword. Even if he uses the fire plague demonic art, I can neutralize it with the annihilation chi art from my monster-absorbing long saber. But first, he decided to use a concealment technique to sneak inside. I have to deal with Hei Bai. I must stop her from interfering and creating any unknown variables. In a flash, he was on the rooftop. He couldn't help but remember his past life. How she had descended from the ceiling at the Tai Huang Pavilion Master's call. She must be hiding nearby. His eyes hardened with resolve. The best plan is to strike her from behind, through the roof. He glanced at the birds in the sky, but I don't know her exact location. What should I do? After observing in silence, a plan formed in his mind. Wait, I can use the flow of chi to find her. I can pinpoint her location by sensing her aura. What's more, I can create a barrier of chi to muffle any sound she makes and take her out silently. Xue Hui hesitated for a moment, but I can only use the spirit flow technique once a day. Should I waste it on Hei Bai? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Special skill list, spirit flow technique. Uses 3 times per day. He blinked 3 times in disbelief. Opportunity had arrived. He thought excitedly, 3 times? Is this because I broke through to a new realm? The number of uses has increased. Then there's no reason to hesitate. He resolved to use the spirit flow technique. Instantly, a vortex of chi swirled around him. There she is. He readied his sword. I can feel Hei Bai's aura coming from that spot. Without a second's hesitation, he plunged his sword straight down, aiming for her back. Caught in the surprise attack, Hei Bai had no time to react. Having achieved his goal, a smirk appeared on Xue Hui's face. Perfect, just as planned. The curtain of chi, a silent aura spread throughout the area. Hei Bai was seething with rage and shock. You dare ambush me? I have to warn the pavilion master. He kept his sword held firm. I'm sorry, but you can't scream inside this barrier. A brilliant blue light erupted from the blade. He pushed deeper with all his strength, a cold smile on his face. Farewell. That single strike swiftly ended Hei Bai's life. One down. Now, his gaze fell upon the figure sitting inside. It's your turn, Tai Huang Pavilion Master. With that thought, Xue Hui leaped down from the roof. Now, it's your time to die, Tai Huang Pavilion Master. He had already sealed Sima Gui's fate. I'll finish you in one blow with the infinite divine wind palm, an enhanced version of the infinite divine wind finger. The old man finally sensed the danger. You. Who are you? At the same moment, a system notification confirmed it. Sima Gui's inner energy had vanished. Annihilation Chi Art activated. Xue Hui drew a black blade. Did you think I'd let you be? The master's eyes widened in recognition. That's my monster-absorbing long saber. How do you? Before Sima Gui could finish, Xue Hui's hand clamped down on his face. Unleashing his devastating technique, Xue Hui roared, Die. Infinite divine wind palm. Powerless to resist, Sima Gui was thrown backward. The deed was done. Xue Hui let out a quiet sigh of relief. Xue Hui pulled his hand away from the man's smoldering face. It's over. A moment later, he slipped back onto the roof and vanished. But Xue Hui still had one more target. The mission is complete. Next up is Wang Mu Li. Someone said Wang Mu Li was near the pavilion master, a reclusive master staying so close. There has to be. But if that were the case, Wang Mu Li should have gone to the Hong Ma Institute. It has strange machines from the western regions and a beautifully designed artificial lake, a place perfectly suited for a bored, reclusive master. But his insistence on staying at the Tai Huang Pavilion meant he had to be searching for something. Xue Hui began to piece together Wang Mu Li's purpose. A reclusive master who had reached the peak demon state, a master pursuing true enlightenment. He was likely seeking clues or hints about martial arts right here in the Tai Huang Pavilion. Suddenly, a critical detail clicked in his mind. The Tai Huang Pavilion had one thing the others didn't, its martial arts library. It was the only one in the 5 pavilions, with a collection second only to the main headquarters, and right in front of Xue Hui was that very tower. The Tianyiguan, It was the most likely place. A moment later, he stepped inside. Xue Hui scanned his surroundings. It's been a while since I was last here. If he's truly searching for something in the Tian Guan, then this underground library is the most probable location. Just as he thought, he spotted someone. Wang Muli was flipping through a book. It truly has been a long time. Xue Hui spoke first, feigning ignorance. What are you doing here? Ah, I was about to ask if you're the one I'm looking for. What's your name? The old man's attention was now fixed on Xue Hui. Ho, you're quite skilled. I didn't know the Tai Huang Pavilion had a master like you. Xue Hui answered awkwardly. Thank you. Wang Muli gracefully leaped down. I asked for your name. He introduced himself first. I am Wang Muli. Where have you seen me before? Why are you looking for me? Xue Hui had found his target. So, you really were here. Wang Muli repeated himself firmly. I've given you my identity. Now it's your turn. Who are you? To his own surprise, Xue Hui answered honestly. I am Xue Hui, a spy from Kunma. The old man's eyes widened. What? Why is a spy for the 4 disciples searching for me? At that moment, Xue Hui couldn't think of a suitable lie. I can't just say I'm here to kill you. What should I do? He began to observe Wang Muli up close. There's something different about him. He may have reached the peak demon state, but I can't sense any demonic energy or martial power from him. It's as if he's just an ordinary man. This could only mean one thing. He's concealing his aura perfectly. My guess is, he's on par with, or even stronger than, Zhu Chongming, who said he was only on par with me. Seeing no reaction, Wang Muli pressed him. Why are you silent? Xue Hui's resolve was beginning to waver. But if I fight him, I'm almost certain to die. Can I really defeat a monster like him? The old man remained silent, watching him. Suddenly, Wang Muli let out a sigh. He called out to Xue Hui. Come on, now. What are you hiding? Xue Hui was completely baffled. Huh. He couldn't understand the question. What? What are you talking about? But Wang Muli had already seen through him. You came here to kill me, didn't you? Xue Hui frantically denied it. No. How could that be? The old man asked casually. It couldn't. Then what is this? Wang Muli completely exposed Xue Hui's intentions. You can't hide your killing intent. The words shocked him. I thought I concealed it perfectly. How did he notice? The old man spoke nonchalantly. I run into people like you from time to time. Challengers who want to test their own strength. Wang Muli continued his guess. They look for a target to vent their frustrations on, and to kill. Are you here for the same reason? To be honest, I'm a bit bored. Xue Hui tried to explain again. Senior, perhaps you've misunderstood. Unconcerned, the old man finished a piece of meat he was holding. Then, Wang Muli issued a provocation. Come on, I'll give you 3 free hits. Xue Hui was still reluctant to fight. Senior, I don't want to fight you. But the book the old man tossed aside created a massive shockwave behind him. Xue Hui couldn't hide his shock. This old man. Wang Muli's patience was wearing thin. Attack. This kid talks way too much. If you don't, I'll attack first. Don't say I didn't warn you. Having no choice, Xue Hui prepared for battle. He's a madman. There's no reasoning with him. Xue Hui recalled the previous offer. I'll do it. Since you offered me 3 moves, senior, I must accept your proposal. The old man seemed a little surprised. Oh, you do? Xue Hui needed to buy some time. Yes. Please give me a moment. I need to prepare. Wang Muli agreed without a second thought. Fine, I'll wait. Xue Hui showed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. He stood still, took a deep breath, and corrected his stance. He steadied his nerves. That's right, don't be afraid. My original objective was to kill Wang Muli. I just need to focus on that. Confidence began to fill him once more. Even if he's a master at the peak demon state, I'm nearly at that level myself. If I use the 3 openings he gave me, I might actually have a chance. He's noticed me now. So, are you ready? Wang Muli taunted him with a grin. If you're so ready, then come on. He drew his own blade. Fine. I'm coming for you. I'll end this in a single blow. Xue Hui gathered his energy, his stance solid. With a roar, he lunged forward. Xue Hui unleashed his technique. Infinite Super Wind God. A devastating cyclone of spiritual energy slammed directly into Wang Muli. The force pinned his opponent to the wall, but Xue Hui remained on high alert. How do you like that? My Infinite Super Wind God is on another level since I reached the Super Demon stage, but his opponent emerged, stretching without a scratch. He let out a satisfied roar. Wang Muli was more thrilled than ever. Not bad. Not bad at all. Only a true master could unleash a strike like that. Xue Hui watched in utter disbelief. How was he completely unharmed after taking that hit? The man just laughed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 2 chances left. Hurry up and attack. I can't wait to see what you do next. Xue Hui gritted his teeth in frustration. This damn monster. If the infinite super wind god didn't work, then next. Then, Xue Hui suddenly bent down and took off his shoes. Even Wang Moli was baffled by the strange display.
What in the world are you doing? Why are you taking your shoes off just to put them back on? But Xue Hui was just preparing his next move. Almost ready. Just give me a second.
Xue Hui had chosen his next technique, Heavenly Ape Ice Fire Burst. This time, I'll use this. He decided to streamline the technique. I'll remove the parts I can't fully grasp. Then, with a warning shout, here I come. Wang Moli stood ready to face the blow. Humph, bring it on. In his mind, Xue Hui visualized the technique. Take this. The moment the words left his lips, he unleashed the Heavenly Ape Ice Fire Burst. An absolutely terrifying beam of light shot toward his target. A massive hole was blasted through the far wall. He couldn't believe it. Did I actually beat him? But then, a voice echoed from the dust. Oh, magnificent. Absolutely brilliant. Wang Moli appeared, clapping his hands. If that attack had actually connected, I might have been in real trouble. Good thing I dodged it. Xue Hui couldn't accept it. Dodge? How could you have dodged that? Wang Moli shot back instantly. Hey, you punk. Do you have no martial honor? Did you really expect me to just stand there and take it? He had a point. Xue Hui couldn't argue with that. Wang Moli pounded his chest with excitement. That means you have one move left. He waited with a calm, predatory smile. I'm eager to see what you'll come up with. Xue Hui's mind raced, but he couldn't think of a plan. Wang Moli just beckoned with his finger, taunting him. I'm really looking forward to it. So come on. Xue Hui was completely cornered. What am I supposed to do now? He only had one chance left and no technique to use. Even the infinite super wind god and the Heavenly Ape Ice Fire Burst couldn't even scratch him. Is there any way to possibly defeat this monster? I still have that special skill, the life and death extermination art, but I have no idea how to activate it. The man urged him on impatiently. What are you waiting for? Attack me. Xue Hui bit his lip, his mind a total blank. I can't see any path to victory. He suddenly dropped to his knees. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I have no other choice. Xue Hui swallowed his pride to save his own life. I apologize. Surviving is all that matters. Wang Moli was dumbfounded. What? But Xue Hui continued his plea. I was discourteous for not recognizing a true master. Please, forgive my transgressions. Of course, he wasn't having any of it. You? What do you think you're doing? Get up. Do you really think you can apologize after attacking me with killing intent? Wang Moli's voice was a low growl. Continue the fight. But Xue Hui kept pleading for his life. I'm sorry for ruining your enjoyment, Senior. I know it's too late, but I've learned that the best time to act is when you think all hope is lost. The master just scoffed and offered his own lesson. When you think it's too late, it usually is. Wang Moli stepped forward, his knuckles cracking. If you refuse to continue, then I'll consider my debt of 3 moves paid. And now, it's my turn to attack. He intended to end it in one blow. I have to finish this now. Xue Hui's pleas had completely failed. Senior, it seems this isn't working. As he spoke, a fist flew right for his face. If you don't want to die, defend yourself. Divine Martial Palm. Xue Hui frantically drew the sword of Si Mo Gui. This is it. In a flash, he activated his Annihilation Key art and leaped back. The sudden disappearance of his inner energy actually surprised Wang Moli for a moment. Xue Hui tried to negotiate again. Senior, please, can we just talk? But the man wasn't listening. All right, this next one is going to hurt a lot more. With those words, Wang Moli launched another devastating punch. Divine Martial Palm. Xue Hui dodged backwards again, evading the blow. But before he could even regain his footing, his opponent was already on top of him. Xue Hui was forced to block a relentless barrage of fists. Wang Moli finally aimed a powerful blow right at the center of his chest. The strike connected, sending Xue Hui flying backwards. Wang Moli made a mental note. I should have put more force into it, really make him feel it. Next time, perhaps. Xue Hui couldn't help but curse under his breath. You crazy bastard. Wang Moli let out an annoyed snort. Look at you. Aren't you grateful I'm holding back? What? You lunatic. Xue Hui shifted the blame back to him. You're the one who started all of this. He scrambled to his feet, shouting in defiance. I'm done groveling at your feet, you bald-headed monster. I'll show you what happens when you push me too far. Something in Wang Moli finally snapped. The insult had pushed him over the edge. Bald. This damn punk. Even Xue Hui could feel the murderous aura radiating from him. Did I just cross a line I shouldn't have? Well, what's done is done. And besides, I still have one last trump card. A faint smile touched his lips at the thought. Xue Hui immediately shifted into a combat stance. The AI, he was putting all his faith in it. You can do this, right? But the AI's response was unexpected. Have you apologized to him yet? So you've already tried it? Yes, I apologize, the AI judged, but it had no effect. It heaved a sigh of utter defeat. In my current state, defeating him is impossible if I attack recklessly. I'll just get torn to shreds. Xue Hui couldn't believe his ears. Hey, you told me he was on my level. Why are you changing your tune now? The AI roared back in fury. You absolute moron. You should have crippled him when he gave you that 3-move opening. Xue Hui shot back instantly. I gave it everything I had. The AI scratched its head in frustration. The infinite Godspeed Gale has a chain combo. All you had to do was land 3 consecutive hits. It didn't hold back its scorn. Do you not even understand your own techniques? You idiot. Just then, Wang Muli stepped forward once more. His voice was a low growl. Prepare to die. The AI paused to think for a moment. Then a sly smile spread across its face. It laughed, trying to smooth things over. Senior, I apologize once again. Perhaps my words were out of line. Xue Hui quickly warned. Hey, look. His eyes are turning blood red. Was it really trying to negotiate with Wang Muli? You know, the AI continued. I have something incredible. The secret formula for a hair growth tonic. How about it? Let's hear it. Wang Muli grumbled, his furious expression unchanged. The AI forced a bright smile, then its face soured. Damn it. If you're not interested, then forget it. Fine. Let's settle this then. The AI pointed its sword, a clear provocation. Come at me, Baldy. I'll pluck every last hair from your head. Without hesitation, Wang Muli threw a punch, divine martial strike. The AI instantly countered with its annihilation chi sweep. The AI immediately launched a counterstrike. Its blade flashed right before Wang Muli's eyes, but he shattered it with a single punch. It channeled power into its legs and lunged with its remaining blade. The AI unleashed its ultimate technique, but Wang Muli ducked just in time. Infinite Godspeed Gale. But the AI manipulated the attack's trajectory, sending it curving behind Wang Muli. Primordial Demon Art Universal Shift. The attack slammed into him, triggering a massive explosion. From above, Xue Hui watched their epic clash unfold, but their movements were too fast for his eyes to follow. What in the world is going on? Suddenly, a massive chunk of ice appeared right where Wang Muli stood. He saw the AI suddenly fall back. Xue Hui rushed over to it. Hey, what's going on down there? The AI cut him off sharply. Quiet. It's not over yet. Xue Hui was completely lost. Just then, Wang Muli exploded from within the ice, charging forward. Wang Muli unleashed a devastating punch right where the AI stood. Fortunately, it leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the blow. In that same instant, it retaliated with its own technique. Peerless Gale's sword. Wang Muli gritted his teeth and blocked the attack. But the damage was minimal. The AI used that opening to descend. It seized the chance to strike Wang Muli once more. Instantly, the AI unleashed its previous technique. Heavenly Ape's Icefire Blast. After launching the attack, the AI let out a heavy sigh. Seeing this, Xue Hui was ecstatic. Hey, that was incredible. You actually defeated Wang Muli, but the AI showed no signs of joy. Shut up. I'm losing my mind here. Its senses remained on high alert. The AI watched as Wang Muli walked away from the blast unscathed. So, I can't even land a significant blow on him? At last, the old master spoke. Not bad, kid. Have you reached the demonic apex? The AI just scoffed arrogantly. Demonic apex? I don't need to reach that level. To deal with a bald-headed geezer like you. Wang Muli merely let out a cold laugh. Baldy, what a shame. If you hadn't said that, I might have let you live. The AI just smiled back calmly. We'll see who survives this. You or me. Xue Hui began to worry. Can you really handle this? The AI, of course, was brimming with confidence. Kid, for your big bro, nothing is impossible. And if this were the old me, it stated with icy calm, I wouldn't have even bothered with the likes of you. What's he planning now? This time, you little brat. In the next instant, Wang Muli vanished without a trace. He was determined to let no one escape. You can't scurry away like a frightened rat. Even Xue Hui couldn't perceive his movements. He's too fast. I can't track him at all. Then, recognition dawned on him. Could that be? The Heavenly Demon's invisibility art, a technique that erases one's physical form, leaving only their aura to be sensed. The AI had barely clicked its tongue when Wang Muli closed the distance. The AI took a heavy blow to its left side, and just as quickly, his attacker vanished again. It couldn't pinpoint Wang Muli's location at all. Suddenly, the AI detected an incoming uppercut. It threw up a hasty defense, but was still sent flying through the air. The AI gritted its teeth in frustration, planting its feet. It immediately launched an attack meant to pin him down. Peerless Godspeed Gale. Wang Muli shattered the ground beneath him and vanished. Once again, he used his technique to appear behind the AI. Heavenly Demon's invisibility art. With blinding speed, Wang Muli kicked the AI, slamming it violently into the ground. Xue Hui's jaw hung open in absolute shock. He couldn't believe he was seeing the AI get beaten so badly. Is it defeated? The AI was knocked flat on its back. Wang Muli looked down on it with pure contempt. You, little brat. I thought you had some skill, but it seems this is all you amount to. The AI lay motionless, unresponsive. Xue Hui rushed to its side, trying to rouse it. Hey, are you still alive? The AI still hadn't regained its senses. What just happened? Xue Hui repeated. You were beaten. By him. But the AI just mumbled to itself. I am the strongest. Xue Hui was left completely speechless. Then, the AI let out a relaxed laugh. Even Xue Hui was stunned. Are you insane? The system continued its strange monologue. It's been so long. Who would have thought that I, the strongest, could be defeated? Seeing this, Wang Moli growled. You still have the energy to spout nonsense. Looks like you're doing just fine. Get up. I'm about to show you the meaning of true despair. At that moment, Xue Hui wanted to give up. Even the AI can't defeat him. This is my last life, so this is how it ends. Suddenly, the AI called out to him. It demanded Xue Hui make a choice. Choose. Before he could even ask what, the system window appeared. The AI presented a serious request. What is your desire? Fight seriously. Increase focus in battle, or go all out. The AI's gaze was intense. Choose now. Xue Hui was still baffled. I don't understand why you're even asking this. But he knew there was no time to hesitate. In a situation like this, there was no room for doubt. I can't just get beaten like an idiot. I have to win. Xue Hui immediately selected Go All Out. Receiving the command, the AI rose to its feet, ready to unleash everything. Do you even know what that choice means? Seeing this, Wang Moli let out an ecstatic laugh. Yes, it would be far too boring if it ended like this. I love the feeling of crushing an opponent after they've found their resolve. Then it provoked him once more. Hey, Baldy. The AI suddenly confessed. You remember how I told you I knew the formula for a hair growth tonic? Well, that was a lie. Wang Moli couldn't hide his shock. What? The AI calmly mocked him. Think about it. How could something like that possibly exist? You idiot. You're going to be bald for the rest of your life, you bastard. Wang Moli's barely contained rage exploded once more. This damn thing, even now, Xue Hui asked in disbelief. Was it really necessary to provoke him even more? The AI answered calmly. Yes. It's fine. A true fighting spirit had finally awakened within it, because I, this emperor, have decided to fight with my full power. Just as he was about to question it, a new system window appeared. What did it mean to go all out? The system displayed a list of learned martial arts. 4 Great Extreme Demonic Arts. Lightning. 4 Great Extreme Demonic Arts. Water. 4 Great Extreme Demonic Arts. Fire. You have completed the absolute extreme demonic art. Xue Hui's mind went blank. What is all this? The AI glanced at the system window, calculating. Yes, I think I'll need these. So it's better to add a few more things. Immediately, new martial arts were added to the list. Taiji Wisdom Sword, Wudang Cotton Palm. It was even using techniques from the Orthodox faction. I should probably add a little Shaolin to the mix. Shaolin 5 Animal's Fist. Damo's 18 Hands. The AI continued its selection. For the Mount Hua sect, this should do. Dugu 9 Swords, Yang Yi's Autumn Moon Saber, Divine Striking Palm, Heavenly Demons Stealth Art, Heavenly Demons Descent Steps. It was still calculating carefully. I need to pull this one out just in case. However, the system issued a warning. Some martial arts are restricted and may be difficult to use. The AI just clicked its tongue in acceptance. As expected, there are limitations. Xue Hui immediately questioned it. Where did you get all of these techniques? Its answer was chillingly brief. Surprised? If you died thousands of times, you learn them too. Xue Hui frantically warned it. Hey, look out. In front of you. But before Wang Moli's strike could land, the AI had vanished. It began to move through the air at blinding speed. Wang Moli prepared to chase after the little brat. In the next instant, a clash erupted that was too fast for the naked eye. Xue Hui's head whipped back and forth, but he couldn't follow them at all. Both of them were using the Heavenly Demon Stealth Art. Damn it, what is happening? I can't keep up with their movements. Just then, he finally caught sight of the AI. But Wang Moli was right on its tail. Dodge. You have to dodge. However, his fist only connected with an afterimage. The AI's illusion split in two, attacking Wang Moli from behind, but he reacted in time, unleashing a devastating kick. Wang Moli scowled, shouting, "What kind of cheap tricks is this brat playing?" Even Xue Hui was stunned by the spectacle. Wang Moli hadn't realized that the AI had just used the Heavenly Demon's descent steps, but Xue Hui understood the technique's true nature. That's right, the Heavenly Demon's descent steps. It's a footwork technique only the Lord of the Demonic Cult can use. Unlike the Heavenly Demon's stealth art, which is passed down to the elders, only the Lord or a select few chosen by him can master the Heavenly Demon's descent. He recalled the most terrifying aspect of this ultimate skill, although only a few can be created due to the limits of the super demonic realm. The terrifying thing about the Heavenly Demon's descent is that it's the ultimate footwork technique, the ultimate in all of Murim. It can create 12 illusions at once, and all of them are real. Suddenly, Wang Moli began to channel his power, and two beams of light shot from his hands toward the clones. However, the AI seized this opportunity to circle behind him. Of course, Xue Hui recognized this maneuver instantly. Is it? Using the Heavenly Demon's descent and the Heavenly Demon's stealth art at the same time, he focused all his energy into his 10 fingertips. You brat. In a flash, Wang Moli unleashed 10 devastating beams of light, the adamant finger blast. Even Xue Hui was stunned by its reckless move. He's insane. How could he do that in this situation? Who on earth could counter such a powerful attack? A surge of joy shot through Xue Hui. It had blocked and completely deflected the adamant finger blast. Is that the Taiji Wisdom Sword? Wang Moli was utterly baffled. A martial art from the Wudang sect. Who in the world are you? The AI simply replied with a smirk. Surprise, the show is just getting started. And with that, it lunged forward again. The 9 swords of Dugu. It suddenly called out to him. Hey, you fool. I just had an idea. What about that general manager? He's also on the list. Xue Hui immediately answered. I've already dealt with him. But then, a flicker of worry crossed his mind. Are you losing your confidence? But you're winning. The AI shot back. Of course I am. I'm just toying with this fool. But I realize now I need an overwhelming attack to finish him. A transcendent demon can't normally defeat an ultimate demon. Xue Hui anxiously suggested. What? Didn't you learn the absolute demonic art? Use that. The AI immediately cursed him out. You idiot. If I could use that, he would have been a corpse ages ago. That's a skill only usable at the ultimate realm. However, the AI already had a plan. There is one other way. You're not going to like it, but we have no other choice. Xue Hui was completely lost. The AI suddenly touched a finger to its own forehead, and he screamed in panic. Hey, you bastard. What are you doing? It calmly asked in return. If I can't kill him, it's not like this body is going to die, right? Besides, this life of yours is already over, isn't it? Xue Hui roared in denial. It's not over. You bastard. Who said it's over? The AI had no intention of stopping. No, I'm saying it's over. You are completely and utterly finished. First, I'll have to burn a few decades of your lifespan as primal energy. Don't worry, I'll only use just enough so you don't die. It was forcing a breakthrough to the next realm. We'll recover later. There was absolutely nothing Xue Hui could do. Og, this absolute maniac. Wang Moli stood frozen, his mind reeling. He had to ask, you, just who in the hell are you? Wang Moli's brow furrowed with suspicion. You can use the martial arts of both the demonic cult and the righteous path at the same time. The AI just smiled back. Curious. Wang Moli had already made up his mind. Of course, I'm curious. It looks like I'll have to take you with me. You would make for a promising experiment. The AI was obviously not going to accept that. What are you even talking about? This is my stage. Where do you think you're taking me? Confused, Xue Hui watched it sheath its sword. Hey, you're not going to use your sword. It didn't answer, but instead began to channel its power. Just shut up and watch. Xue Hui noticed the shift. He's flexing all of his muscles. Is he going to use the Shaolin 5-form fist this time? Suddenly, the system window flashed. AI combat time remaining, 20 seconds. Anxiety washed over him. Time is running out. Can we really end this fight in time? If the time runs out, how am I supposed to fight? The AI's voice cut through his thoughts like a blade. Don't you dare doubt me. It began to bounce on the balls of its feet, warming up. I've faced countless battles tougher than this one, against opponents that would make this guy look like an infant. A confident grin spread across the AI's face. Just trust me. It was ready to re-engage the enemy. All right, here I come. The AI instantly charged forward. This ends now. Wang Moli fired his adamant finger blast again. Attacking me head-on? How reckless, kid. But the AI showed absolutely no intention of dodging. The devastating attack was closing in fast. Yet in that final, decisive moment, it twisted its body to evade. But two of the blasts still slammed into its side. Seeing the direct hit, Wang Muli smirked. You let your guard down. Xue Hui was about to scream a warning, but it had already used a snow leaf herb to recover. Wang Muli was completely shocked. The AI had already closed the distance and was unleashing its final technique. It's over, Baldi. Heart ground annihilation technique. Wang Muli was blasted from the top of the tower, crashing to the earth below. Xue Hui raised his arms to shield himself from the falling debris. A long sigh of relief escaped Xue Hui's lips. Finally, we actually defeated him. That power was absolutely terrifying. The heart ground annihilation technique. So that's the skill it was activating just before the final charge. He saw it use sweet dew water to heal and couldn't help but marvel. You really are incredible. Then, the system displayed a request from the AI, along with a condition. For every second of time extended, AI summoning would be disabled for 1 day. Xue Hui gave a slight laugh. A request for an extension? That's a thing? Even with a condition like that, there's no reason to hesitate. I want to hear what you have to say. He extended the time by 2 seconds. For each second extended, AI summoning is disabled for 1 day. Xue Hui asked with concern, Hey, are you alright? The AI rubbed its neck. Am I alright, you idiot? Why is your body so pathetically weak? He was confused. Why did you need to talk to me for so long? The AI's patience wore thin. Because you're stupid and hopelessly slow on the uptake. So I have to personally spell out a few important things for you. What? You got a problem with that? He began to sweat. No, not at all. I'm thrilled. Xue Hui still had so many questions. In that case, can I ask you something right now? The clock is ticking. The AI stretched its neck, looking weary. Go on, ask. Xue Hui didn't hesitate. Who or what are you? And how did you become an AI? The AI paused. It's a complicated story. It began to explain slowly. Simply put, when you reach the end of this system, you're forced to make a choice. And I chose to become this AI. Xue Hui was stunned. Are you saying, I'm destined to become an AI too? More accurately, you can become something else. But most players, nearly all of them, the AI's face was a blank slate, die long before they reached that point. Xue Hui was confused. What are you talking about? The AI stared him down. We call people like you players. Around 50 million have entered this system. That's a number I only learned after I became an AI. Out of all of them, only 2 players ever made it to the end. Me and 1 other person. The rest, including you, don't even come close. Xue Hui's curiosity was piqued. Who was the other one? But the AI refused to answer. Sorry, I can't tell you that. It's for your own good. Xue Hui was baffled. What does that even mean? But the AI remained silent, clearly not budging. Realizing he'd get no more answers, he switched topics. Fine. Next question, then. Did all 50 million players start out as minions for the Supreme Emperor's Pavilion? The AI placed a hand on its hip. No. Every player's starting point is a little different. Some begin their journey under the first disciple. Others start out serving the second. The AI continued its lecture. And then there are those who, like you, start under the 4th disciple, Kunma. Xue Hui looked down, his mind racing. I see. He suddenly recalled a memory, an offer from another player, a system notification. The Blood Rain, Sword God, Liu Ba, is extending an invitation. Do you wish to serve the 2nd disciple, the Heavenly Demon? Switching from Kunma's faction to Ma Ho's will alter the main storyline. So that's what that was. That's why Liu Ba offered him that choice. Then, his mind snapped to the broken blade. Wait a second. What about the monster-absorbing long saber that just shattered? The AI finished his thought. Yes. Just like your Wind and Cloud Ultimate Demon Sword. That's the legendary weapon you get. If you follow the path laid out by the 1st disciple. Xue Hui was still processing everything. You seem to know my future so well. Did you start under Kunma too? The AI scratched its head. I did. But I didn't start at the very bottom like you. I began in the Hidden Shadow Core. Really? The AI gave him a stark warning. And don't even think about reaching Ha Xuan in this life. You'll have to take a completely different route in your next one. Xue Hui was floored. What? The AI pressed on. This whole situation might feel new to you, but I've lived through it over 10 times. The AI crossed its arms, its tone dead serious. My own martial skill varied slightly each time, but no matter what, at your current level, you die right here. Xue Hui was lost. Why? Is Jiu Zhangming on his way? No. He was drawn elsewhere during the chaos. But the Supreme Emperor's Pavilion is the heart of the 5 pavilions. And with the heavenly first gate now destroyed, someone incredibly powerful is coming. He's the very reason Zhu Jiangming was lured to the pavilion in the first place. Xue Hui's mind raced. Could it be one of the first disciples' men? A single name surfaced in his thoughts: Shankai, the first disciple's right hand and a top-ranked enforcer in the demonic cult. The revelation sent a chill down his spine. Wang Mu Li had just demonstrated the overwhelming power of an ultimate demon, and now someone even stronger was on their way. The AI waved its hand, gesturing towards a different path. And that is exactly why I told you to give up on this life. It's hopeless. When you're reborn, don't try to fight your way through. Go to the Central Plains, where the demonic cult's influence is weak, and just watch. The AI pointed at him. Luckily for you, your constitution is special. If you hide your demonic energy well, no one will ever know what you are. Xue Hui thought about his current predicament. I'm sorry, but I don't have many lives left to spare. The AI didn't seem concerned. It's fine. It's enough. It then offered a solution. You probably can't see it because the difficulty rating went up. But Wang Mu Li grants 8 lives upon defeat. Xue Hui muttered to himself. 8 lives. That's right. Think of it as investing 2 lives now, to gain foresight and observe the future. Xue Hui was still confused. But what am I supposed to do in the Central Plains? The AI stated it simply. Observe. It tossed a small stone in its hand. Watch how the war for the demonic cult's throne unfolds. See who becomes the next leader when the dust settles. And learn when they plan to invade the Central Plains. Just watch. The AI clenched its fist around the stone. Knowing the future gives you an overwhelming advantage in any fight. Xue Hui considered the AI's words. They made perfect, chilling sense. I never had the luxury to think this far ahead. I was always just trying to survive the next moment. Yes, the AI is right. I have no idea how any of this will play out. It would be far smarter to watch the demonic cult's power struggles from afar and learn what fate has in store for the 4th Disciples faction. The AI stared into its own palm. Regardless, when you start again, do not choose this path. It's not a normal route. It's far too bleak. But Xue Hui remained defiant. But what if I become stronger? Can I change things then? The AI delivered the harsh reality. Listen, kid. I've fought Kale more than 10 times, and I've even won. But do you have any idea what happened? Everything just got worse and worse. The AI blew dust from its hand. It's not just the 9 Heavens Alliance causing trouble. You're about to hit a wall you can't possibly break. Even 100 times your strength wouldn't be enough to overcome it. Leon couldn't help but wonder, is the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect coming? But the AI refused to reveal anything more. That I cannot answer. Knowing the truth would only bring you pain. Besides, this is not your destined path. Xue Hui felt completely lost. Then what path am I supposed to walk? I gave a helpless shrug. If I knew that, I wouldn't be I. Xue Hui's patience wore thin. Hey, can you be serious for a moment? But Ai's expression had been deathly grim the entire time. But Xue Hui refused to give up. Is there truly no other way? Besides, Shankai will be here any moment. I'll store the boots and golden sash in your inventory for you. Instantly, the items vanished. But I'll leave the sword,
Just in case. They'll be useless later on, but for now, they're critical. And frankly, I'm a bit concerned.
Then, I made a startling suggestion. Or, you could just die right now. If you continue down this path, you'll endure immense suffering. You'll want to give up time and time again. I sat down, beginning to unlace his boots. Perhaps ending it all right here would be a mercy. Xue Hui was utterly bewildered. What are you even saying? I remained perfectly calm, not bothering to repeat himself. Never mind. Perhaps this too is a necessary trial for you. Forget what I just said. Do as you please. Xue Hui stared at Ai, his face grim. He couldn't shake a nagging doubt. But why are you telling me all of this in such detail? I cut him off. What are you talking about? An unsettling feeling crept over Xue Hui. Am I just overthinking this? You've revealed so much about your own existence, and about the path I'm meant to walk. You're supposed to be a neutral guide for the players. You don't have to do any of this. Finishing with his boots, I couldn't hold back a faint smile. Idealistic. It's because I find you somewhat idealistic. I rose to his feet, explaining what set Xue Hui apart. Most players only care about surviving, but you seem to genuinely care for your people, especially when you saved Elara with so few lives left. To be honest, that's something I rarely see in other players. I only saved her because I was sick of 3,000 regressions and wanted to burn it all down. And there's one more thing. I took a step closer. You were a player who started from the absolute bottom. A nameless grunt, not even part of the main yellow pavilion. And yet, Your growth has been the fastest I've ever witnessed. The way you merged demonic arts with orthodox techniques using Tai Chi, it was truly astonishing. Then I held out a fist. In my thousands of lifetimes, that is a path I never once walked. A genuine, expectant smile spread across his face. That's why I've decided to bet everything on you. Xue Hui stared back in silence, unable to respond. With that said, I turned to leave. Regardless, I expect you to reach the pinnacle of demonic power by our next meeting. But he added one final warning. And lastly, no matter how much the system interferes, never forget that we are living beings. It cannot control every aspect of our existence, so I hope you won't become its puppet, but instead transcend it. Only then. I glanced back over his shoulder. Will you be able to surpass me? I'll tell you why that's so important the next time we meet. And just like that, I vanished. Until we meet again. A system window appeared, returning to original body. Summoning unavailable for 731 days. Xue Hui stood stunned for a moment, then closed his eyes and let out a sharp breath. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. It was Yao Lin's group, rushing to his side. Commander, you're here. We searched everywhere for you. What happened? Xue Hui was shocked. Why are you all here? Didn't you retreat? Yao Lin calmly explained the situation. After we eliminated the Yellow Pavilion's guards and were about to fall back, we heard the sound of the Ti and Yi Guan collapsing. Xiaoling chimed in. We figured you might be in danger, Commander. So we rushed here to help. He never expected them to find him all the way out here. His expression hardened in an instant. He barked out an order. Gongming clan, gather your energy. Listen closely. We have to get out of here, now. Activate your ki boost. I'll clear a path. Run for your lives. His voice was laced with urgency. Don't ask questions. If we hesitate for even a second, the enemy's blade will be at our throats. A system window popped up. Body has returned to normal condition. HP and internal energy fully restored. His followers were stunned. Commander, what just happened? Your complexion is back to normal. But he was in no mood to explain. Move. But it was already too late. A dark voice echoed from the shadows. What an arrogant pack of rats. The wind whipped at the hem of his robes. A heavy presence slowly emerged from the darkness. Not only did you kill the master of the Yellow Pavilion, you even dared to destroy the Tian Yi Guan, the sacred symbol and pride of the 5 pavilions. His face was a mask of pure fury. He roared, his voice thundering with rage. Do you truly believe you can escape with your lives after this? Xiang Kai. Xue Hui never expected him to arrive so quickly. He's here. Xue Hui gritted his teeth, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He screamed at the top of his lungs, run. Instantly, the entire group fled, pushing themselves to their absolute limit. Xue Hui remained on high alert. Xiang Kai gave chase, his oppressive aura flooding the battlefield. They scrambled through the darkness, Xue Hui's footsteps pounding like a war drum in his chest. A thought nagged at him. Why isn't Xiang Kai pressing his attack? What is he scheming? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from nearby. My lord! A group of figures appeared before them. Halt! Who are you? Kusichong shouted. They're warriors from the Tai Huang Pavilion, and they've got us surrounded. Xue Hui clicked his tongue. Looks like I caused too much of a commotion. They were waiting for us instead of giving chase. Zhu Ming's eyes went wide. Captain, is that you? By the heavens, he stammered, completely flustered. It really is Captain Xue Hui, isn't it? Captain, why are you? Zhu Yin began, his face darkening. Zhu Ming, Yi Shu, Zhu Yin, what are you all doing here? Didn't the Tai Huang Pavilion master assign the investigation of Royal Mountain to the Bikach squad? Yi Shu spoke up, sounding hesitant. Ah, well, the mission was suddenly cancelled. We've just been stationed here ever since. Xiaoling looked a little lost. My lord, you know them. Xue Hui explained, they used to be my subordinates in the Bikach squad. A memory flashed in his mind. That's right. I gave the Pavilion Master's map to Kun Mo. If the Pavilion Master knew beforehand, he never would have sent them on that mission, Xue Hui concluded. Xu Ming asked eagerly, but Captain, where have you been all this time? He hesitated to answer. Just then, Yin Wuxin warned, My lord, don't get any closer. Look at their eyes. I fear they've lost their reason, he said with concern. Xu Yui's voice turned sharp. What martial arts have you been practicing recently? Zhu Yin replied, We've been training in the Asura demonic arts. Xue Hui's voice was a harsh rebuke. I told you never to practice that. It will destroy your humanity. Zhu Ming took a step forward. But we are of the demonic sect. We must practice demonic arts. Zhu Yin added, and we were promised we would be sent to the Central Plains to live a peaceful life after completing this mission. Xue Hui froze. Sent to the Central Plains. At a time like this, he remembered Chongming's words, offer 300 lives as a sacrifice this month. If you kill the Tai Huang Pavilion Master as ordered by the Grand Disciple, then you'll be the successor, won't you? Even if it drains you, you must prepare at least 300 heads. That is the sect's demand. Xue Hui gritted his teeth in fury. They plan to turn them into sacrifices for the Mount Hua sect, those absolute bastards. No, you can't go. Xue Hui pleaded. First, we have to. Before he could finish, another group of warriors charged at them. Yin Wuxin took a battle stance. These men are strong, my lord. Panic flared in Xue Hui's mind. Don't tell me. Are they Shang Kai's personal guard? A figure slowly emerged high above them. It was Shang Kai, appearing right before his eyes. The sight left Xue Hui stunned. One of the 12 invincible guardians. Shiwo Ying casually walked forward. You sent the strongest warriors from your unit here. The woman smiled. They seem quite powerful. Shiwo Ying continued, they are the fourth disciple's subordinates, aren't they? Perhaps, he mused. She then asked, do you intend to capture them alive? Shang Kai replied calmly, we shall see. He pondered. Aside from the others, that one seems difficult to handle. I can't sense any demonic energy from him, even though he's one of our sect. How strange. Shang Kai glanced at Shiwo Ying. Could he have practiced the arts of the righteous path? She hesitated. Maybe, or maybe not. Shiwo Ying chuckled softly. He has reached the pinnacle of demonic power. He snapped back. That's absurd. The fourth disciple has no masters of that level under his command. That was in the past, Shiwo Ying dismissed. The fourth disciple has recently come out of the shadows. Perhaps he was secretly cultivating a hidden trump card. You mean that man has achieved enlightenment? Xiang Kai fell silent as blinding flashes of lightning suddenly erupted from nowhere. It was Xue Hui, already locked in a desperate battle. Damn it, he thought. Just as I expected, they're incredibly strong. Worry crept in. They might all be masters nearing the peak of their power. My subordinates will have a hard time dealing with them. Xue Hui calculated his options. But if we just keep running, we'll definitely be captured. I have to break their spirit to create an escape route. Something clicked in his mind. Now that I think about it, there was a secret passage near the Tai Huang Pavilion for emergencies. But the pavilion has been renovated so much. I can't remember its location. What should I do? From a rooftop across the way, Zhu Ming was frantically waving. Captain, over here, over here. Xue Hui was stunned. Zhu Ming, then it dawned on him. Of course, they've been operating here until recently. They must know where the secret passage is now, but can I trust them in their current state? As old memories surfaced, Xue Hui found himself torn. It was an impossible choice, but in the end, Xue Hui decided to take the risk. Everyone, follow me. I'll clear a path. He shot toward Zhu Ming's position. Yes, sir. In an instant, Xue Hui closed the distance. He raised his sword high. I have to trust them. Xue Hui's technique was designed to create a smokescreen, kicking up clouds of dust to cover their escape. Everyone followed Zhu Ming's lead. Xue Hui paused to hold back their pursuers, unleashing his peerless wind blade technique. Xue Hui continued his assault to cut off their pursuers as Xiang Kai and Shiwo Ying watched silently from a distance. Blinded by the dust, the pursuers frantically looked around. Shiwo Ying was surprised. Oh, did they actually escape? No, they couldn't be that fast, Xiang Kai predicted. They've likely hidden themselves using a nearby secret passage. She set down her musk-black cat. Interesting. So they even knew about that. Who are they, really? Shiwo Ying murmured, Go on, little one. The woman snarled, her voice dripping with venom. Find those insolent fools. She shot off, a murderous glint in her eyes. Back with Xue, he wondered. A secret passage near the TNE pavilion? Zhu Ming's face lit up. Yes, a lot has changed. He looked concerned. Captain, are you all right? The others have missed you dearly. Xue Hai's gaze darkened with sorrow. He finally spoke. I'm sorry. Zhu Ming was taken aback. Huh? No. Why are you apologizing? Zhu Yin and Yi Shu chimed in. If you feel bad about leaving, please don't. That's right. Anyone would have taken a chance to get ahead, but regret weighed on him. I abandoned them. Each step Xue Hui took felt heavier than the last. He cursed himself. I selfishly sought my own path to survival. I knew they would die if they stayed, even if it was unavoidable. He thought, I could have called for them after things stabilized, but I didn't. I only cared about my own life. His heart ached. They must have cursed me as a traitor. Xue Hui looked towards Zhu Ming, whispering their names. Zhu Ming, Zhu Yin, Yi Shu. But then, his former subordinate's words stunned him. Captain, you always told us. There was no resentment in their eyes. To seize every opportunity to become stronger. And we did just that. Anyone would take the chance to advance. You led the way, and we found our own path to greater power. All three of them wore bright smiles. That's all it is, Captain. Don't worry about it. Xue Hui was conflicted. Zhu Ming. But those demonic arts. He reassured him. I know. But this was our choice, he added. Besides, if we train in higher-level martial arts to overcome the demonic nature, there won't be a problem, right? Xue Hui pressed his lips into a thin line. Demonic nature isn't something so easily controlled. Zhu Ming remained carefree. Captain, you know Hangzhou and Zhejiang, right? The city of splendor, one of the great Jiangnan gardens. We've been deployed there. I hear the Dongpo pork there is incredible. He beamed. If you succeed, Captain, I hope we can all meet again in the Central Plains. A cold dread filled Xue Hui. If they go there, they'll die. But the words that came out of his mouth were the complete opposite. Yes, let's do that. Xue Hui forced a smile. I have to get stronger. I'll go there when I've succeeded. I must become stronger. So I don't have to lose anyone else ever again. We're here, Yi Shu announced. They had arrived at the edge of an old forest. Xue Hui scanned his surroundings. It looks like a drainage sewer. It leads outside. Zhu Ming urged him on. Captain, you must leave with them. Quickly. If we delay, the enemy will catch up. Xue Hui's voice was thick with emotion. Thank you. Truly. He gave them one last, lingering look. Thank you all so much. The three of them turned back towards the secret passage. At the last moment, Zhu Ming looked over his shoulder at Xue Hui. Big brother, Zhu Ming called out. His voice was soft. Thank you. A brilliant smile spread across his face. You showed us that we could become even stronger. We are so proud of you. His excitement was contagious. We wanted to tell you that. Xue Hui stood there, frozen. Zhu Ming. He scratched his head, embarrassed. Now, hurry up and go. Suddenly, a sword blade erupted from Zhu Ming's chest. If you say any more, I'll be embarrassed. Sheer terror flooded Xue Hui's eyes. A blood-curdling scream tore through the night. The light in Zhu Ming's eyes began to fade. He roared in pure agony. Zhu Ming. As Zhu Ming's body collapsed, he screamed again. Zhu Ming. From inside the tunnel, 100 blades shot out. His allies fought desperately. Protect the sect leader. Stop them. Xue Hui shook his fallen comrade. Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming, wake up. Zhu Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. Captain, what's happening? Xue Hui tried to soothe him. It's nothing. Just a small wound. Don't worry. But panic was blazing inside Xue Hui's heart. Zhu Ming, wake up, his friend whispered. Captain. He cut him off. Don't say anything. Just regulate your breathing. With his last ounce of strength, Zhu Ming forced the words out. Please. Escape from this hell. Xue Hui ignored him. Don't talk. But he continued. This hell, we must. Together. Zhu Ming's breathing grew labored and heavy. The ones who were abandoned. We must. Xue Hui screamed his name. Zhu Ming. Yin Wuxin gave an order. Stop them. Don't let them near the sect leader. Just then, Song Hua sensed something was terribly wrong. This is bad. Big brother Yin Wuxin, she cried out. He asked, what is it? Song Hua pointed towards the secret path. Look inside. Yin Wuxin was horrified. Those are the sect leader's former subordinates. Are they attacking us? Why would they do this? The girl explained, someone is releasing demonic energy from within. It seems to be affecting them, twisting them. Yin Wuxin clicked his tongue. Demonic energy. Didn't they say they had recently learned a new demonic art? Song Hua looked bewildered. Yes. He cursed under his breath. Damn it all. They've walked into a trap. The girl asked, what's going on? Yin Wuxin explained grimly. For a demonic arts user, that power is both a weapon and a leash. Someone has intentionally released this energy to turn them into crazed berserkers. Yishu charged, attacking him wildly. Yin Wuxin yelled, Song Hua, can you block that energy flow? The girl shook her head. It's too late. They've completely lost control. Their demonic nature was running rampant. Song Hua screamed. If I try to forcefully stop it now, they'll die. He raged. Damn it. Yao Lin rushed to Yin Wuxin's aid and shouted, no, don't kill them. They were the sect leader's men. He asked frantically, what? Then what should we do? Yin Wuxin turned back to Xue Hui. Wait a moment. Sect leader. But despite his urgent calls, he remained completely still, lost in his despair. Sect leader. Xue Hui. Xue Hui's mind drifted back to a distant memory. A voice full of hope. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, sir. I'm Zhu Ming. It's an honor to serve under you, Captain. Yes, me too. He remembered the tears in Zhu Ming's eyes. It proved that even for those of us who weren't chosen, there's still hope if we just keep fighting. Right? A faint smile crossed Xue Hui's lips. That's right. Zhu Ming had sobbed with joy. Yes, Captain, I believe you. Or the time he celebrated their mission to Yuntu Mountain. Is this it, Captain? Is our chance finally here? He even recalled Zhu Ming's words of encouragement. Let's give it our all. Snapping back to the grim reality, his voice dropped to a low whisper. Zhu Ming, there's something I never told you. Xue Hui's confession tumbled out. What did I plan to do? If I had escaped on my own, I planned to live a comfortable life by myself. I never told you that. His voice laced with venomous self-hatred. That I was abandoning all of you, using you as stepping stones just so I could survive. Tears began to stream down Xue Hui's face, his entire body trembling with the weight of his guilt. I couldn't bring myself to say it. He came to his senses. Just as the system forced a choice upon him in a moment of life and death, he had to choose Zhu Ming's final words. Xue Hui stared in disbelief. What is this? A countdown began. 3, 2, 1. But Xue Hui was too late to make a choice. No, don't. Zhu Ming's final words came out, followed by a gentle smile. I'll take these beautiful memories with me. He screamed in utter desperation. No. Xue Hui wept over Zhu Ming's lifeless body. Not again. Not another person dying for him. Someone I cherished sacrificed himself to protect me. And even in a moment like this, the system still interferes. A cold, hard fury began to build inside Xue Hui. This is a blatant humiliation. He spat out each word with rage, a cruel mockery from some higher power, trampling on a man's final moments. Zhu Ming's precious final words. They dared to interfere with something so priceless, something that can never be replaced. Xue Hui's rage finally boiled over. You damn bastards, he gently laid Zhu Ming's body down to rest. Yes, my enemies aren't just the ones I can see. Xue Hui gently closed his friend's eyes. It's not just Qi Ming who sneered down at me, nor is it the Supreme Pavilion Master who drove me to the brink of death. Gazing at Zhu Ming's face, the rage inside him intensified. Or even Zhu Chongming, the one who actually killed me. While Yin Wuxin's forces were falling apart, he realized, my true enemy is far more insidious, and much, much closer. Just as Yi Shu was about to land a killing blow, Xue Hui stopped him. The system. Yi Shu looked bewildered for a moment, before Xue Hui struck him down without hesitation. I'm sorry, Yi Shu. May you find peace. And, once again, the system presented its cruel choice. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke his final words. Captain, thank you. Hearing those words, Xue Hui's resentment only deepened. This thing, it has ruined my life. It's turned everything into a twisted game. This time, it was Yu Yin who charged, his eyes blood-red with rage. His blade sliced through Xue Hui, but it was only an afterimage. Xue Hui appeared behind him in a flash, slamming him to the ground. He raised his fist, his voice filled with sorrow. I'm sorry. I won't let the system manipulate you any longer. His fist came down, ending Zhu Yin's life in an instant. The brutal act left Yin Wuxin and Song Hua completely stunned. Xue Hui slowly rose to his feet. Please, understand me, he pleaded. I can't bear to see the system prompt to choose their final words. But from the shadows behind them, a new voice emerged. You truly are powerful. A woman appeared with a wicked smile. Now I see how the Supreme Pavilion Master and Su Lu Bi met their ends. Shang Kai appeared beside her. Did you really think you could escape? A wave of dread washed over Long Zhen. Shang Kai. So that woman is? Xiaoling answered, her voice trembling. Yes, that's Shi Wo Yang, leader of the Jade Maiden Hall, a group of over 200 deadly women. Qi Song's eyes widened in realization. That cat. It must be a shadow muscat, a creature that can track our scent for thousands of miles. Yin Wuxin's lips tightened into a thin line. So, there's no escape? Xiang Kai turned his cold gaze upon Xue Hui. You're the leader of this rabble. Xiang Kai asked. Xue Hui met his gaze. I am. Originally, the man said calmly, I plan on taking you all alive. But these useless pawns of yours have caused far too much trouble. Xiang Kai's expression darkened ominously. So now, I'll just send you all to your graves. Xue Hui stood as still as a stone statue. Then, he called out a name. Yao Lin. A man stepped forward. Yes, my lord. Xue Hui gave him a grave order. If I start to lose control, run. And don't you dare look back. Yao Lin's face filled with alarm. My lord, what are you saying? Xue Hui cut him off. I don't want to hear any other response. Do you understand? The man's brow furrowed. But he finally nodded in acceptance. I will lead the others to safety. Xue Hui whispered back, good. Thank you. But his mind was racing with doubt. If this entire situation was orchestrated by the system, how can I possibly defeat them? Right now, I don't even have the strength to take down a single demonic master. Xiang Kai taunted him. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Are you afraid? Shi Wo Ying watched intently. Perhaps. He's already realized it. She added softly, the insurmountable gap between us. But even hearing this, Xue Hui remained silent. His gaze shot towards Shi Wo Ying. You're the one who released the demonic aura? He pressed on. Yi Shu, Zhu Yin, Zhu Ming. They still had their sanity. You flooded them with that aura, turning them into mindless berserkers. He roared, his voice cracking with fury. Isn't that right? Shi Wo Ying simply kept that same, infuriating smile on her face. And what if I did? Xue Hui let out a cold laugh, slowly unwrapping the scarf from his neck. Then, that's just fine. A flicker of fear crossed Xiang Kai's face. What are you doing? Xue head was bowed, his voice low. That's right. I'm activating the demonic blood. A technique to force every last drop of demonic art. It will grant me power beyond measure. For a time. But the price is my own life. His eyes snapped open, blazing with the ferocious light of a true berserker. Leon declared with grim certainty, the only way to destroy the game this system has built is for me to go absolutely insane. I can't outsmart a genius with logic. Shadowheart and the others watched in pure horror. Commander, he told himself, this is the only way to fight someone so rational and calculating. Silas squeezed his eyes shut, unable to bear the sight. Leon's power finally erupted, born not from reason, but from sheer madness. It was the only weapon he had left. This transformation alarmed both Kale and Vesper. Leon roared, come on, let's all die together, you bastards. This is the only act of rebellion I have against the system. And so, in the heart of the forest, Leon chased Kale with pure, unadulterated killing intent. Come on, let's all die, you scum. Suddenly, several more people appeared, surrounding him in an instant. Leon just bellowed coldly, get out of my way. With that, he unleashed his power in a devastating shockwave. One of them was instantly sliced in half, but another immediately lunged forward, attacking Leon without hesitation. It was Kale. But Leon managed to block the strike. Kale offered a grim warning. You dare inject yourself with demon blood just to fight back? You're showing signs of demonic deviation. How long do you really think you can hold on? Leon ignored him and blasted him away. He then performed a mid-air spin that left Kale genuinely stunned. Leon immediately unleashed a powerful attack aimed straight for him, triggering a massive explosion at their location. The very ground was shattered to pieces, but Kale had vanished. A moment later, he struck back from the shadows. 4 Great Demon Arts, Earth Mind Lightning Key. Leon couldn't withstand the blow and was sent flying. Kale aimed his sword and lunged forward. Before Leon could even react, the blade plunged deep into his body. Wounded, he coughed up blood and cried out in agony. Kale looked down with pure contempt. Weaker than I imagined. He twisted the sword deeper into Leon, causing unimaginable pain. You underestimated the ultimate demon, little boy. Suddenly, Leon grabbed the blade with his bare hand. Kale didn't seem concerned at all. Just look at you. He mocked Leon's frenzied state. You still want to keep fighting in this condition. But Leon would never give up. Yes. It's not over, you bastard. Just then, 6 figures burst from the trees. They landed beside Kale, forcing him to back away. The squad captains had arrived just in the nick of time. Leon couldn't believe his eyes. Why did you all come back? Silas, though terrified, answered, we could never abandon our commander. Shadowheart and the others shared his conviction. Suddenly, another figure appeared behind Kale. How interesting. She wanted to handle them herself. I'll take care of these pests. Leon's strength was completely gone. He never wanted them to return. I was trying to save them. I told them to run away. Leon couldn't understand why they would choose to die so pointlessly in front of him. Did they come back by their own will, or was it the will of that thing? He was forced to watch another of his men get cut down. That damn system. Leon then watched in horror as Leo and Lena were killed. Are you mocking me until the very end? Cal finally walked toward him. He allowed Leon one final moment. Do you have any last words before you die? He just let out a hollow laugh. Of course, I have last words. But they're not for you. They're for the system. You bastard system. I promise you this. Nothing will go the way you planned. Leon clenched his fist with every last ounce of resolve. I will never be defeated this easily again. He could still smile, even as death approached, because I am going to expose every last thing about you. The system's voice echoed, transporting Leon to an independent space. You have 8 chances remaining. He prepared to choose his regression point. Heavenly Year 95, Heavenly Year 98, the fateful day, or Heavenly Year 98, the last day of July. Leon took a deep breath, steadying himself. Calm down. He nervously rubbed his ears over and over. I need to think carefully about what to do next. Leon recalled the AI's words. The advice to observe from a distance. Which save file should I load to follow that advice? It's definitely not the first or second choice. He was still torn. The first option. I don't know the path of a guardian or an infiltrator, so I can't just leave the demonic sect. The second option is the timeline where I brought Alara to the sect myself and met the Crimson Demon instead of turning her over to the Banner unit. According to the system, saving Rong Ming is a certainty on this timeline. This means the third choice is the absolute best path forward. This is 1 month before the monthly event concludes. Xue Hui was lost in thought, reliving the memories. This was the moment Kun Mo received the report that Ma Tai Long had gone missing and assigned me the task of finding him. It was also the perfect opportunity to escape the demonic sect and head for the Central Plains. He grimaced, recalling the years of suffering he'd endured before. Thank goodness I saved the third option. If I hadn't, or if I had overwritten it, I would have been forced back to the beginning to endure those 3 agonizing years all over again. After making his choice, Xue Hui found himself back on his bed. He sat up, his senses reeling. It's been a while since I was here. Suddenly, a message arrived from Jin Mo Chang. Greetings. Our merchant guild has just received a shipment of fine goods. Xue Hui smiled and replied, long time no see. The man immediately presented him with a list of spirit medicines. What would you like to purchase? We have Purple Heaven Sweet Dew to restore health, Heaven and Earth Snow Leaf Grass for inner energy, and Grand Mysterious Fire Crystals for both stamina and inner energy, as well as the 10,000-year Heaven Following Pill, which also restores stamina and inner energy. Xue Hui let out a chuckle. Oh, you mean I can buy them all back? He then proceeded to purchase the entire stock. Jin Mo Chang quickly laid on the flattery. You've made a wise choice, sir. These are incredibly rare elixirs. With that, Xue Hui received a brilliant 7-ounce gold ingot. Now, it was time to relearn the Tai Chi heart cultivation method. The knowledge I mastered in my past life surged back the moment I focused on it. I also recalled countless figures from the Scholar of 10,000 Answers list, but then, a hint of regret crossed Xue Hui's face. Unfortunately, I can't remember the martial arts he used when he fought Wang Mu Li. It's probably because I never learned them myself. I'll just have to master them on my own, one step at a time. He still had so much to do. I have to retrieve the divine weapon I lost, and there's a long road ahead. Let's get moving. The memories of past events flashed by, and the system presented a new prompt. Would you like to proceed to the main storyline? The scene shifted to the Purple Spirit Squad's campsite near Huangjia Mountain. The mission: rescue Ma Tai Long. As the campfire crackled, Xue Hui was the first to speak. I have something to say. He stood up, addressing everyone. I need to tell you all something. Yao Lin looked up, curious. What is it, Captain? Xue Hui declared his intentions without hesitation. I am leaving for the Central Plains, right now. A wave of stunned silence washed over the group. What? But what about the mission? He pulled out a map to reassure them. Don't worry. I will ensure the 4th disciple's task is completed. Xue Hui already knew exactly where to go. I've marked Ma Tai Long's location on this map. Yin Wuxin's eyes widened in shock. The 7 Killings child, Ma Tai Long, is being held there? How could you possibly know that? Xue Hui's answer was brief and mysterious. I have certain skills I haven't told you about. I use them to pinpoint his location, so just trust me. Song Hua was still skeptical. But why do you want to go to the Central Plains? Xue Hui knew he couldn't explain the full truth. I have my reasons, but you wouldn't understand them. At least, not right now. He had to leave. No matter what. Regardless, I am going to the Central Plains. He then looked for allies. Does anyone wish to follow me? Speak now. Be warned, not all of you can come. I need someone to stay behind and report to Kun Mo that I, and those who follow me, have died. Long Jin voiced his concern. Will they even believe a story like that? But the captain was confident. Ah, that won't be a problem. There is a powerful formation array surrounding the place where Ma Tai Long is imprisoned. Xue Hui was simply stating a fact he already knew. And if you report exactly what happens there 3 days from now, he will have no choice but to believe you. One member spoke up. I'll return to the main base. Another agreed. Me too. Qisong nodded. I will also go back. He understood their decision. All right, I understand. But then Xiaoling saw the deeper meaning. Captain, you don't just want us to return, do you? She pressed further. Is there something else you need from us? He paused for a moment, but Xue Hui chose to be direct. Yes, that's right. I need someone to inform me about the war of succession within the sect and the internal affairs of the great disciples. Xue Hui sat down, giving his orders. Report to me at the largest post station by the Hangzhou city gate. Xiaoling pointed out the flaw. Using conventional communication will be far too dangerous. And relying on messenger pigeons for an extended period is also risky. The young girl immediately stepped up to the challenge. That is my specialty. I can use highly trained eagles to deliver messages. I will send an eagle, painted red, to the purple spirit squads building on the last day of every month. Just write the message and tie it to its leg. She then glanced at Song Hua, understanding her friend's intentions. So, you'll be going with the captain. The girl's voice was filled with excitement as she affirmed her loyalty. Yes, I am part of the captain's squad. I will follow you anywhere. Hearing this, Xiaoling seemed relieved. She made her decision. Then the four of us should stay behind. The hidden shadow group will be more effective at relaying information and avoiding suspicion. Yin Wuxin laughed loudly and stepped forward. I will follow Master. A master and his disciple are one, and it has always been my dream to wander the Central Plains. This is our chance. We can't let it slip by. But Xiaoling looked completely unimpressed. He suddenly gave Song Hua a new mission. Ah, Song Hua, there's a guard tracking us. He's a master martial artist, so anyone heading for the Central Plains will need to throw him off the trail. It looks like we'll need a spatial transfer. Can you handle it? The young woman accepted with confidence. Of course I can. Xue Hui praised her. Excellent. I must part ways with him soon. We will be separated for a while. Xue Hui then addressed everyone. Thank you for supporting my decision. Stay alive. The campfire crackled, echoing his words. Xue Hui smiled, praying for the day they would meet again. In unison, they all roared, Yes, sir. The fire blazed fiercely, mirroring their determination. Birds chirped quietly on the branches above. 4 days after leaving their subordinates for the Central Plains, the three of them dragged their exhausted bodies onward. Xue Hui thought to himself, Thankfully, we successfully infiltrated that secret branch and escaped using Song Hua's spatial transfer. He recalled Xiaoling's worried face. Good luck, Captain. He had turned away, but not before replying. You as well. I already checked the simulation, but the mode was deleted after a difficulty adjustment. The system asked, What would you like to simulate? Xue Hui issued a command. Check if Tai Junqing is still tracking me. No one is tracking you within a 100-mile radius. He was satisfied. It seems we finally shook. Tai Junqing. Wu Xin, completely drained of energy, gasped, Song Hua, where in the world are we? Song Hua, also drenched in sweat, replied, We're about to leave the Sichuan province. Walking ahead, Xue Hui glanced back at them and couldn't help but smile. The system suddenly announced that combat mode would deactivate upon leaving the designated area. He thought seriously, a designated area? Now that I think about it, in the monthly warrior's journey, the farthest place I could ever reach was Sichuan. He stroked his chin, pondering. So, we've left the flashpoint of the war. It's a shame to lose the combat mode. But being outside the system's control also means we're finally free from it. So perhaps this is a good thing. Of course, things wouldn't end here. Song Hua approached him, her curiosity showing. Captain, what are you thinking about? He didn't answer, offering only a warm, gentle smile. It's nothing. Let's get going. 1 month later, the city streets were bustling, filled with people and cheerful conversation. Li Mei asked anxiously, Brother Lixuan, are we really doing this? After all, asking the Wudang sect for help. Lixuan smiled reassuringly. Li Mei, I understand your worries, but in the right situation, even a seemingly useless skill can be a lifesaver. Lixuan looked around. I've heard the Taoist here is quite skilled. He supposedly cured the daughter of Lord Li Panze. She was on her deathbed. And he helped Lord Liu Jianshu find his long-lost son. But Li Mei was still unconvinced. Brother, that could just be luck. Maybe he got help from the Hao Men, a third-rate information guild, or was guided by some other doctor. Lixuan didn't see that as a negative. If that's true, then that is a skill in itself. He continued slowly. Whatever the reason or the method, this Taoist solved their problems. I only care about the result. It doesn't matter who he is or what he can do. But Li Mei disagreed. I think this is just a waste of our time. Lixuan looked at her, his expression hopeful. It will only take an hour. If we can find a solution or even a single clue, it's worth the attempt. Li Mei reluctantly agreed. I understand. A voice then called out from inside. Next, please come in. Yes. The two of them pushed aside the curtain and stepped inside. They bowed to the person who had just left, as the figure within gestured for them to enter with a flick of a fan. And the person sitting inside was none other than Song Hua. What reason brings you to this place? The two immediately took their seats across from Song Hua. Yet they remained completely silent, not daring to speak. Song Hua watched them with curiosity before finally speaking first. Did you come here to challenge my will? If so, just say it. I have already asked. Lixuan started to speak, but Li Mei quickly stopped him. My apologies. Please wait just a moment. She posed a question. Can you guess the reason we came here? A smirk formed on Song Hua's lips as she snapped her fan shut. Yes, I encounter them from time to time. She tapped the fan against her palm. Those who wish to test my spiritual powers. Then, Song Hua's gaze sharpened. Very well. Let us see. She stared intently at the two before her, silently analyzing them. Suddenly, she asked a question. You are from the martial world? Both Li Mei and Lixuan were stunned. How could you possibly? Song Hua calmly explained her deduction. Although you're wearing common clothes, you have used the silk brocade reserved for imperial robes. This suggests you come from a family that values fine attire. The temples near your eyes are not pronounced, so you don't practice external martial arts. Song Hua covered her mouth with her fan, but the light of qi in your eyes tells me you've practiced an orthodox internal art, although your achievement is still quite low. That's why I believe you're from the martial world. His next question came without warning, startling them both. You're here looking for someone, aren't you? And don't be alarmed. This isn't the result of some mystical power. Song Hua glanced down at their boots. The dust clinging to the leather proves you traveled a great distance, and quickly. And since your journey brought you here, I deduce you were searching for someone. Realizing Song Hua's deduction was flawless, Li Xuan's face lit up with hope. Everything you said is true. Li Mi cut straight to the point. To be frank, we are searching for a true master. Song Hua raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. A master, you say? Then you should seek out the famous sword sects or nearby dojos. Why come to me? Li Xuan lowered his gaze, making no attempt to hide the truth. It all concerns the Wu Nanzhong clan and a prodigy named Zhang Shuming. He was a genius, able to learn 10 things after hearing just one. As his fame spread across the Central Plains, people flocked to him from every corner. Zhang Shuming welcomed them as his own, turning away only the wicked or corrupt. Because of him, the clan grew powerful and vast at an incredible rate. Song Hua eyed him intently. So what's the problem? Li Xuan answered immediately. The trouble began with the arrival of Si Bai, the clan head's concubine. She showed her true colors the moment his health began to fail. Song Hua's eyes narrowed. This concubine, does she have a son? Li Mi instantly confirmed. Yes. Song Hua flicked her fan open. A concubine's son. She undoubtedly wants to seize power for her own bloodline. And you are the clan head's trueborn son. Li Xuan didn't deny it. I am. And the Wu Nanzhong clan is primarily composed of scholars. Understanding dawned on Song Hua's face. I see now. A classic conflict between scholars and warriors. Exactly. Li Xuan recounted what happened at the council. The elders felt the need to intervene. They proposed a martial arts tournament to settle the matter. Each side must select 3 masters. Within half a month, the faction that wins the final duel wins everything. Song Hua questioned the logic. But why a martial tournament? That puts the scholars' faction at a crippling disadvantage. Li Xuan's expression was grim. We had no other choice. The Council of Elders has been completely manipulated by her. Li Mi's voice trembled with barely concealed fury. Outwardly, they claim they want to test the clan's ability to recruit powerful experts in a time of crisis, but it's nothing more than a pathetic excuse. They impose this rule because they know we cannot defeat them through intellect. They're exploiting the fact that we, who devote our lives to scholarship, are strangers to the martial world. Song Hua listened in silence, a flicker of indignation in her own eyes. She placed her fan on the table, cutting straight to the point. So what you need is a champion who can defeat anyone they send. But you mentioned 3 fighters. Have you found no one else? Li Xuan corrected her. No, we've already secured 2 warriors. Song Hua's face remained a mask of indifference. Li Xuan couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to ask who they are? Song Hua dismissed the notion. Why would I? They must be insignificant if you're still searching. Li Mi shouted. Don't be absurd. They are enough. Song Hua cut her off sharply. Her sudden, commanding tone left both siblings momentarily stunned. After a moment's thought, Song Hua spoke again. I know of a master swordsman, but there is a problem. Li Xuan's breath hitched. What kind of problem? Song Hua stated it simply. He commands a very high price. For Li Xuan, that wasn't an issue at all. Money is no object. Do you know how much he wants? Song Hua waved her fan in front of him. Let's not waste time. She then raised an eyebrow, her gaze intense. Tell me, how much have you managed to gather? The scene shifts to a large, bustling inn. A brilliant blue light flashes from one of the rooms, followed by a sharp, powerful exhale from within. Inside, Xue Hui is deep in his cultivation. A system notification pops up, Super Demon Extreme Limit reached. You have learned Heavenly Ape Ice Fire Blast, Life and Earth Annihilation. Drenched in sweat, Xue Hui breaks into a deeply satisfied smile. Finally, I've reached this realm once more. Perhaps because I've experienced it before, it took far less time to get here again. A knock sounds at the door. Captain, are you there? He merely glanced over and granted permission. Song Hua, you've come. Enter. With his approval, Song Hua opened the door and stepped inside. He didn't hold back his praise. You've worked hard while I was in training. Song Hua was overjoyed, immediately sensing the change. You've ascended to a higher realm. Your entire aura has changed. He laughed heartily in reply. Indeed. But tell me, what brings you here? Song Hua reached into her robes for a small item. I received a message from our contacts back at the demonic cult. He quickly unfolded the letter. Let's see. Brimming with curiosity, she leaned in closer to look. What's the news? He didn't hide the contents, summarizing the letter aloud. Kunmo was apparently devastated when he heard we died on the mission, and he refused to eat for days. They also say Elder Qian Yan wept when he heard of Yin Wuxin's passing. I feel a little guilty. But the good news is, Yao Lin has become the new captain of the Ziling squad. Song Hua looked up, her face glowing with pure happiness. Really? Seeing her reaction, he couldn't help but let out a warm laugh. He'll do a great job. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. It appears our deaths have been officially confirmed. Xue Hui's gaze then fell on a large sack next to her. And what is that? She suddenly remembered and quickly opened the sack. Inside was a glittering hoard of gold and silver. You managed to earn this much already? She grinned proudly. Yes, business has been booming, thanks to the help of big brother Yin Wuxin. He gently patted her head. You're incredible. But Song Hua had something else, digging into her pockets once more. I have one more thing to show you. She opened her hand, revealing two potent-looking spirit pills. She began to explain. A snake hunter gave these to me after I helped him solve a major problem. She handed the pills over to him. One is a Jade Emperor pill, passed down as a family treasure, and the other is a Foundation Root Wood Leaf. Xue Hui examined the two mysterious pills in his palm. Let's take a look. The system returned an error. Cannot be stored. This item does not exist in this world. It had to be a rare spiritual medicine. Realizing this wasn't anything special, he told the girl, I'll just give this to Yin Wuxin. It looked decent, but it was far from a treasure. Song Hua's face fell. Was I tricked? He clarified, No, it's not a scam. These are still quality herbs, he explained, not forgetting to praise her. Besides, you made a huge profit in such a short time. Song Hua, you're incredible. His praise brought a huge grin to her face as she bashfully scratched her head. Hee hee. Xue Hui took the pouch of gold. You worked hard for this, receiving 500 gold. He stared intently at the system window. I have 1,990 gold now. Getting to 1,000,000 was not going to be easy. He began to strategize. I set a few goals when I came to the Central Plains. First, I need to make as much money as I can. Gold stored in my inventory is safe, so I have to stockpile it for emergencies. The thought couldn't help but trigger a memory. In my past life, I saw divine weapons that cost 1,000,000 gold. Second, spiritual medicine. The Central Plains are full of elixirs that can strengthen. I'll gather as many as I can find and keep them in my inventory as well. This is all for the future. If I ever have to face the 3 life choices Kunmo gave me, I can use these elixirs to break through my cultivation realms instantly. That way, I can easily overcome any danger. And the third goal, martial arts. Song Hua, suddenly remembering something, cut through his thoughts. Captain, I found this. What do you think? A system notification popped up. Acquired. Wudang's 3 talents sword style. He held the manual, a look of pure shock on his face. Where did you get this? Song Hua quickly explained. I received it from a lay disciple of the Wudang sect after helping him with a problem. It happened 4 days ago. He immediately flipped open the manual. Is that right? But as he read, he froze. Something felt very, very wrong. Xue Hui was puzzled. He thought to himself, I got the notification that I acquired it, but not one saying I've learned this skill. This is a first for me. He flipped through the pages, until one, in particular, caught his eye. In that instant, Xue Hui understood. So that's what this is. This is the foundation of all sword styles. It contained the absolute basics of swordsmanship, like slashing and thrusting. Xue Hui focused, absorbing everything in the manual. The other techniques seemed just as simple and easy to grasp. After reading it all, he closed the book. I see now. Haste makes waste. That's a core principle of martial arts. To truly master even this basic sword style, one must reach the pinnacle demon or a state of transformation. Extremely pleased, he patted the girl's head. Thank you. You've brought me a priceless martial arts manual. But Song Hua wasn't finished. Oh, and there's something else important I need to tell you. Xue Hui gave her a questioning look. Song Hua immediately reported. I received a request from the Wu Nanzong family this morning, and it sounds really interesting. He responded slowly, "Oh, really? Tell me about it." The girl then relayed the entire story to him. After hearing her out, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Xue Hui sat back, crossing his arms. "What's the pay?" The girl sat across from him. "They're offering 5,000 gold taels." The number left him feeling a bit underwhelmed. "Is that all? It seems the Wu Nenzong family isn't as rich as they sound. That's a pitiful amount to gamble a family's entire destiny on." Song Huo looked at him. "I've never heard of them, either." He then asked her, "What about a down payment?" Song Hua immediately handed him a gold bar. "I got 1 gold bar. 100 gold. She then asked, a little uncertain, "Brother, are you really going to take the quest?" He replied as if it were obvious. "Why would I ever turn it down?" A brilliant smile spread across his face. "I'll go check out the situation. And if an opportunity arises, I can solve an even bigger problem for them and get a much bigger reward. My own pressing matters are dealt with. And Yin Wuxin is free anyway." Hearing this, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. "You're sending brother Yin Wuxin?" He slipped on his overcoat, answering her without looking back. "Of course. We're all going. I get to go, too?" "Yes. Where's the client?" Filled with excitement, she told him, "They're waiting outside in a horse-drawn carriage." Hearing this, he declared, "Is that right? Then wake up Yin Wuxin. Let's go." His voice was filled with a fresh energy. "All right. It's time to move." "Yes, sir." Bright moonlight streamed down, illuminating the forest path. A carriage slowly made its way forward. He and Song Hua sat properly in the carriage, along with Yin Wuxin and 2 others, Li Xuan and Li Mei. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Yin Wuxin. "I heard from Song Hua that you were a big help to her with the money-making." Yin Wuxin just laughed while chewing his food. "I didn't do a thing. Song Hua did all the work. Congratulations on your breakthrough, by the way. You must have pushed yourself hard, regulating your internal energy. Probably didn't even eat, right? You've lost weight. Want some of this?" He just gave a simple reply, "I'm fine, thank you." Meanwhile, Li Mei felt a surge of doubt. She turned and whispered to Li Xuan, "Brother, can we really trust these people?" Li Xuan tried to calm her down. "Have faith. That young Taoist promised she'd introduce us to an expert. She must have her reasons." Li Mei looked at the trio across from them, 2 adults and a child, and was at a loss for words. This group didn't exactly inspire confidence. She turned to Song Hua. "Young Taoist. Who exactly is this master you told us about?" The girl suddenly realized, "Oh, I forgot the introductions." She looked at Yin Wuxing with immense pride. "This is him." Yin Wuxin knew the 2 of them were still on edge around him. Their distrust was plain to see. "But don't worry," he assured them. Wuxin pointed to himself. "I have never lost to anyone, except for my old master and my current one." Just then, Xue Hui spoke to Li Xuan. "I heard you've already found 2 of the 3 masters for the tournament." Li Xuan gave a slightly hesitant nod. "Yes, that's correct. One of them is Shi Jing, a lay disciple from the Shaolin Temple who has just come down from the mountain. He dislikes showing off, so he's not well known in the martial world. The other is Qiu Yexing, a wanderer who walks the line between justice and evil. He mainly takes on assassination missions. It was incredibly difficult to get him to agree." Song Hua's ears perked up at the word assassination. "So, he's a hired killer?" Li Mei quickly interjected. "He is called many things. We prefer to call him a resolver." Wuxin rested his chin on his hand with a click of his tongue. "A man who kills for money is just an assassin. Why call him a resolver?" Realizing his words were a bit too blunt, Wuxin froze. "I was just thinking out loud." At that moment, Xue Hui spoke up again. "Anyway, speaking of that, don't get me wrong. But please hear me out. About the reward for this. Money is fine, but could you possibly replace it with something else?" He began listing off a few things. Rare spirit elixirs, hard-to-find items, or even a secret martial arts manual would work. Preferably a technique from the Wudang sect. He grinned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Of course, the more advanced the martial art, the better. Li Mei truly couldn't hide her apprehension, whispering to Li Xuan, "Brother, can we really trust them?" The carriage continued its silent journey down the road. After a while, they finally arrived. "We're here." Song Hua and Yin Wuxin were completely blown away by the sheer scale of the estate. "This place is massive." The Wunan Zhang clan. Song Hua curiously lifted the cloth covering a wooden barrel. "What's this?" Wuxin guessed immediately. "It looks like wine mash. Now that I think about it, isn't Shaoxing wine a famous specialty here?" Yin Wuxin instantly understood. This place produced the famous wine. It was a land of great wealth, which explained the conflict. A man stepped forward to greet them. "You've arrived, young master." The newcomer was Zhang Zhushan, the general manager responsible for all affairs of the Wunanzhong clan. Li Xuan turned to Zhu Shan. The masters I invited. Have they all arrived? Zhu Shan reported promptly. Yes, Master Shi Jing arrived 4 days ago and is resting in the guest room. And Chu Yexing arrived yesterday. I am taking excellent care of him. Zhu Shan's attention then fell on Xue Hui's group. And who might these gentlemen be? Wosin, feeling a bit buzzed, praised the air. Delicious. I think I'm a little drunk. Li Xuan introduced them. They are also masters we have invited. Zhu Shan nodded slowly. Is that so? Li Xuan immediately gave an order. Please lead them to their rooms. Yes, I will handle it. Li Xuan spoke gently to his sister. Li Mei, you should go get some rest. It's been a long and arduous journey. She nodded. You should rest too, brother. But Li Xuan shook his head. It's all right. I still have matters to discuss with the general manager. Li Mei knew not to say more. I understand. She obediently turned and went to her room to rest. The moment she left, Li Xuan questioned Zhu Shan. General manager, what is the Council of Elders doing? Zhu Shan reported, they have just gathered in the main hall. They're calling it a family meeting. Li Xuan's eyes narrowed. He immediately knew something was wrong. They knew our exact arrival time and called a meeting specifically for it. We're being watched. Zhang Zhushan said with concern. Please, young master, you must rest. You haven't recovered from your long journey. Most of the people in the main hall are not on our side. It will be unpleasant if you go now. But Li Xuan shook his head. It's fine. I have no reason to hide from them. I must go greet them, and I can also see who the opposition has invited. Li Xuan turned to leave. Let's go. Arriving at the main hall, he immediately pushed the doors open and walked inside. Inside, several elders were already seated and waiting. One of them stepped forward. It has been a while. Was your journey a smooth one? Li Xuan answered politely, yes. But the elder continued. However, I heard a rumor that's left me a bit uncomfortable. Young master, they say you went to see a fortune teller. When Li Xuan didn't answer, the old man turned his back on him. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Therefore, I hope you'll conduct yourself properly to avoid causing any more trouble. The elder said as he walked away. No matter how urgent things get, if you tarnish the family's name by hiring a fortune teller, what face will you have left? Am I right, everyone? As soon as he finished speaking, the other elders burst into mocking laughter, adding their agreement. That's right. Indeed. Li Xuan stood silent for a moment before speaking. Yes. I know how to behave, so the elders need not worry themselves. He slowly walked forward. Speaking of which, he leaned in close to the elder. Is there anything worse than betraying someone you trust? The old man laughed dismissively. What are you talking about? Li Xuan replied firmly. Everyone knows. At least, the people in this room do. The elder didn't care. Is that so? Then I'll be sure to ask about it privately later. Li Xuan silently cursed in his heart. That bastard. He was the one who loyally served my father when he was alive, and now he fawns over my father's concubine and mocks me to my face. Another elder gestured to a chair. Young master, please, have a seat. He immediately tried to refuse. No, I have other business, so I must be going. But before he could finish, a sharp voice cut through the air. The Grand Madam is here. A woman with a cold, calculating expression strode into the room. Her eyes landed on Li Xuan. Oh, look who it is. The young master. This was Xu Bai, and trailing behind her was her son, Xu Ming. Xu Ming gave a lazy wave. Where have you been hiding, young master? Li Xuan's reply was ice cold. Right where you see me. Xu Bai let out a sinister smirk. Tomorrow's the day of destiny, after all. He simply stared back, his silence a challenge. Xu Bai advanced slowly, her eyes sweeping across the room. Since we're all gathered, shall we finally reveal our hands? Li Xuan was wary. What are you suggesting, madam? A cruel smile played on her lips. We each have 3 cards to play. Correct? Her voice dropped to a menacing whisper. Let's each reveal one, to gauge the other's strength. A cold sweat trickled down Li Xuan's back. I have no objections. She turned, seizing control. Since I propose it, I shall go first. The first sword of Jiangnan, Jiang Yuan Tai. That is the name of the master we have hired. Li Shuzhen's jaw dropped in disbelief, and even the other elders were stunned into silence. Whispers erupted throughout the room. Jiang Yuan Tai? That's right. One of the top 3 swordsmen in all of Jiangnan. One of the 3 great swords. A master whose skill is said to have surpassed the peak level. Has he truly come here? Xu Bai's smirk widened into a triumphant grin. And he isn't even the strongest of the 3 warriors I've hired. The elders reeled back as if struck. Wow, what? Is that true? Madam, surely you wouldn't lie at a time like this. Her confidence was unshakable. Of course not. The very fate of our clan is at stake. How could I possibly act so recklessly? Her gaze fell upon the young master, her laughter laced with contempt. So, who did you manage to invite? Li Xuan's expression tightened, clearly trying to stall. I would love to tell you. But as the madam herself said, this moment is critical to our clan's destiny. You will all find out tomorrow, regardless. For now, I ask that you press the matter no further. The disdain on Shubi's face was impossible to miss. It sounds like you're bluffing with an empty hand. You can't even reveal their title or name at a time like this. One of the elders snickered, adding his own taunt. Perhaps he really did hire a fortune teller. She let out a hearty laugh, joining the mockery. Is that so? Li Xuan's face was a mask of pure fury, but he couldn't say a word in his defense. I will take my leave. He turned and walked out, their derisive laughter echoing behind him. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white with rage. Meanwhile, in Xue Hui's quarters, Master, Yin Wu Xin said with admiration, I must say, this clan is seriously loaded. Xue Hui replied with his usual calm demeanor, so it seems. A magnificent feast was spread out on the table before them. Unable to wait another second, Wu Xin dug in. This food looks amazing, Master. Just then, a system notification appeared. Mental power has been fully restored. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Xue Hui's face. Good. Everything's in order. Wu Xin suddenly perked up. Oh, by the way, Master. I've been thinking, he asked between mouthfuls of chicken. How can we help our client more effectively? Xue Hui didn't follow. What are you getting at? Wu Xin leaned in, his eyes gleaming. You mentioned the young master who hired us has 2 other fighters on his side, correct? He does. So, Wu Xin said after another bite of chicken, we should take them out of the picture. Xue Hui was taken aback. What? Wu Xin quickly clarified. Not kill them, of course. Then why? Xue Hui asked, intrigued. Yin Wu Xin laid out his reasoning. Think about it. They're just hired hands like us. And there's no doubt they're weaker than we are. If they fight in the tournament, they'll just cause problems for the young master, right? He gestured with his chicken leg. It's better if we take their place. Xue Hui considered the plan and nodded slowly. That's actually a very good idea. He reached for his chopsticks, ready to eat. Zhang Li Xuan. He isn't a bad person. Even though he seems disappointed in our appearance, he's treated us with respect. So, I will help him. He picked up a piece of food, his eyes focused. If we secure victory for Zhang Li Xuan, he will surely reward us handsomely. A rare smile touched his lips. It's the ideal outcome. A win-win for everyone involved. Yin Wu Xin pouted. I wouldn't say that, Master. We're the ones getting the short end of the stick. They got us for way too cheap. If they knew who they were really hiring, what would the price be? Shui's reply was profound. My true value cannot be measured with mere coin. Wu Xin slammed his hands on the table, leaning forward excitedly. Exactly. How could anyone put a price tag on you, Master? Xue Hui nodded along sagely. Right. He broke into a satisfied smile. Excellent. You truly are my disciple. Wu Xin's eyes sparkled with admiration. You truly are my master. Meanwhile, Song Hua listened in, completely lost. Suddenly, Xue Hui turned to the young girl. In that case, we must make our move, Song Hua. Dazed, she simply nodded. Oh, of course. As he took a bite of food, he gave an order. Find out where Zhang Li Xuan's 2 guests have gone. A new day had begun. Li Xuan was in a dead sprint, sweat pouring down his face. He frantically asked his subordinate, Have you found them yet? The man immediately replied, We won't be seeing them after tomorrow. The subordinate's response was grim. No, sir. Not a trace. I've searched everywhere, but they vanished. Li Xuan gasped for breath. What are the others saying? His subordinate reported, No one saw a thing. It's like they've completely disappeared from the manor. Li Xuan was deeply suspicious. How could 2 fighters just vanish right before the tournament? The subordinate turned to leave in a hurry. I'll take the search outside the walls. I will gather the servants and find them. Li Xuan agreed. Do it. I'm counting on you. But despair washed over him. He felt completely powerless. What am I supposed to do now? There's no time to find other masters. Just then, a voice cut through the air from behind him. It was Yu Ming. What's all this noise so early in the morning? Li Xuan whipped his head around. Xu Ming? Xu Ming sauntered closer. The servants seem awfully busy. Did something happen? Li Xuan shot back, wanting nothing to do with him. This doesn't concern you. And since when did you have the right to speak to me that way? Watch your tone. Xu Ming stepped forward, his arrogance radiating off him. You expect me to call you big brother. All because you were born a single month before me. He leaned in, whispering with pure contempt right into Li Xuan's ear. In any case, this little power struggle of ours ends today. Rage burned inside Li Xuan. but he was trapped, unable to do a thing. This bastard. Xu Ming continued to taunt him. What's wrong? You look angry. Go on. Take a swing at me. I wonder if a bookworm like you even knows how to make a fist. Li Xuan's hands clenched tight, his entire body trembling with rage. Xu Ming's voice turned sickly sweet. I see your servants are looking for someone. Need a hand? Li Xuan turned away, refusing to look at him. You already know everything. Why bother asking? Xu Ming feigned surprise. Oh, really? Someone's missing? Do tell. Who could it be? Could it be those special guests you invited? His words dripped with sarcasm. I'm just curious. Oh, and speaking of guests, did you hear the news? With a final smirk, Xu Ming began to walk away. The Council of Elders has invited impartial judges for the tournament. Li Xuan demanded. Who? Hearing the desperation in his voice, Xu Ming paused. A wicked grin spread across his face as he delivered the final blow. The Nangang clan, the most powerful family in the Central Plains. The words hit Li Xuan like a physical blow. He was stunned. How? How could it be them? Xu Ming waved a dismissive hand, as if it were obvious, because today is a very important day. Now, you should worry about your own problems. I do hope you find those martial artists who ran off scared. At that moment, Li Xuan's world came crashing down. He could only grit his teeth in silent fury. He was completely cornered. With the Nangang clan acting as judges, there was no escape. Watching Xu Ming's retreating figure, a dark thought entered his mind. Is this really the end? Suddenly, a small cough from behind broke the silence. It was Song Hua. You don't look so well, my lord. Li Xuan spun around at the sound of her voice. Song Hua stood there calmly. Is something the matter? Li Xuan hesitated. Well, the thing is. A small, reassuring smile played on Song Hua's lips. Young master, don't worry. I have a way to solve this. Her voice was incredibly calm as she stated the obvious. It seems the fighters you invited have disappeared. Li Xuan's eyes widened. You mean you can bring them back? No, she said. I have a much better, more reliable solution. And then Song Hua laid out her plan. Among the people I brought with me is my master. That makes 2 fighters. And if I join in as well, that makes a full team of 3. Song Hua chuckled, making it sound so simple. Besides, not every single fighter needs to be a powerhouse, right? We just need to defeat their 3 representatives. Even if 2 of them lost, the logic held. Li Xuan couldn't deny it. That's true. But forgive me for asking a rather blunt question. He was deeply skeptical of their true abilities. Just how strong is your master? Song Hua's confidence was absolute. My master is a man who can look down upon the entire world. A deep sense of pride filled her as she spoke of him. The word strong doesn't even begin to describe him. Song Hua suddenly called out to him. Young master. She looked him right in the eye, a mysterious, knowing smile on her face. You are a very lucky man. Meanwhile, in their private quarters, Xue Hui and the others were enjoying their meal. Nearby, Li Xuan was speaking quietly with his sister, Li Mi. She watched the trio devour their food with a worried expression. She turned to her brother. Are you really entrusting the tournament to those 3? Li Xuan sighed, feeling completely cornered. What other choice do we have? He said, resigned. There's no time left. We can't turn them away now. We made a promise months ago. And now the Council of Elders has invited the Nangang clan to oversee everything. Li Mi's temper flared, but they never mentioned that. This is outrageous. Beside them, Long Fei could only let out a heavy sigh. Li Xuan placed a calming hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. Just trust me on this, all right? Li Mi nodded slowly. All right. Xue Hui and his companions approached them. Is something wrong? When does the tournament begin? Li Xuan turned to them. We will head to the main courtyard shortly. He then briefly explained the rules of engagement. The rules are simple. Each side sends 1 fighter to the stage. The loser must leave the stage, while the victor fights on. This battle only ends when one side admits defeat. Li Xuan gave a serious warning, but killing an opponent means an automatic loss. Li Mei fidgeted nervously. Are you sure this is okay? We're already committed. In this situation, we have no choice but to trust them. A short while later, in the Zhang clan's courtyard, the instructor who provoked Li Xuan yesterday stepped onto the stage. He cleared his throat and announced, Everyone, please settle down. He then continued, As you all know, the reason we're holding this tournament is for the future of the Zhang clan. The Li Xuan siblings listened with immense tension as he spoke. The clan head is gravely ill, but he has given his consent. Now, for the warriors representing each side. The instructor commanded, Please, step into the arena. At his words, the fighters rose to their feet. Xu Ming's side was filled with tall, powerful, and aggressive-looking men. In stark contrast, Li Xuan's side consisted of only 2 young men and a small girl, Just a single glance revealed a massive disparity in power, a sight that only deepened the Li Xuan siblings' anxiety. Xu Ming sneered aloud. What is this? A child. Sitting beside him, Xu Bi scoffed with a look of pure contempt and smug satisfaction. This is an easy win. A moment later, the instructor's voice boomed again. We have also invited special guests. Heroes from the esteemed Namgung family. As he finished, a group dressed in blue robes entered the courtyard, drawing gasps of awe from everyone present. The instructor gestured grandly. This is Namgung Hoon, the young master of the Namgung family. We've invited the young master to serve as our referee, ensuring the absolute fairness of this contest. He has traveled a great distance to be here and witness the prosperity of our Zhang clan. Namgung Hoon spoke with humility. Though my own skills are still lacking, I came at the Zhang clan's request. Our families share a long and storied history, so I ask for your understanding for any of my shortcomings. Xue Hui couldn't hide his curiosity. The Namgung family. You don't mean the clan that uses the vast sky, limitless sword style. Wu Xin immediately confirmed. That's the one. He continued, I've been curious about the Namgung family ever since my studies. I never expected to meet them here. Song Hua looked a bit worried, but he's only here as a referee. Will we even get a chance to witness his true strength? Her companion raised an eyebrow. Oh? Song Hua relayed what she'd heard. I heard the Namgung clan head is a master who has reached the transcendent state. The mention of this suddenly brought a certain person to his mind. The transcendent state. The instructor's voice suddenly roared. Now, will the first combatant from each side please enter the ring? The first fighter from Xu Ming's side was a brute with a long scar across his face. Song Hua was eager to go first. All right, then I'll. Wu Jin raised a hand, stopping her. He advised the young girl, it would be better if you sat this one out. Xue Hui also watched intently, waiting to hear Wu Xin's reasoning. Song Hua's pride was stung. I can take him down easily. Hearing her raise her voice, Wu Xin quickly corrected himself. No, I mean it's better if you don't reveal yourself at all. Big brother, what do you mean? Xue Hui patted her head as Wu Xin explained. Exactly. Song Hua looked up at her captain in surprise. Xue Hui's voice was gentle. You are a sorceress, not a martial artist, he explained calmly. When your opponent uses physical force, you use magical arts to subdue them. The Namgung family might recognize your techniques. Hearing this, the girl finally understood. He advised, it would be very dangerous if they discovered where we're from. Realizing the truth, Song Hua felt a pang of guilt. Yes, I was being careless. My apologies, Captain. It's all right. We didn't know the Namgung family would be here. Xue Hui turned his gaze to Wu Xin. All right then, Wu Xin, he instructed. Defeat him, but do it cleanly. Wu Xin clenched his fist, his face a mask of confidence. Yes, master. The warriors from both sides now stood ready on the stage. The instructor began the introductions. This is Xin Ran, a former member of the Martial Arts Alliance's inspection team, known by the moniker Cold-Hearted Ghost Blade. He primarily operates in the Jiangmen region, specializing in eliminating bandits. He has served for 10 years. During that time, he has captured hundreds of thieves, a leader of the 18 fortresses of the Yangtze River Waterway, the Pirate Alliance, and 4 of their vice commanders. This announcement sent murmurs rippling through the crowd. The Martial Arts Alliance inspection team? That's incredible. I've heard of the Cold-Hearted Ghost Blade. Getting caught by him is a death sentence. Why would someone like him be here? The instructor turned his gaze to Wu Xin. And what has the man beside you accomplished? Wu Xin answered plainly. I only recently arrived in the Central Plains. But if I recall correctly, I've been in about 10 arguments in the Hangzhou Red Light District. He recounted honestly. Of those, I took the initiative to apologize 5 times, even though I wasn't wrong. It's the heart of a gentleman, my master taught me. At this, the Li Xuan siblings could only sigh in exasperation, while Xu Ming's side erupted in scornful laughter. Xu Bi scoffed, how pathetic. Losing his patience, the instructor cut Wu Xin off. Enough, let's just begin. Wu Xin shot back, clearly annoyed, but I wasn't finished speaking. A deep sense of irritation welled up inside Xin Ran. I have to fight. This street thug, Xin Ran, gritted his teeth. What a disgrace to even share a stage with him. Hearing this, Wu Xin's own anger flared, his face darkening as he shot back a challenge. What's this? Never taken a beating from a street fighter before. Wu Xin cracked his knuckles, a grin spreading across his face. This is going to be fun. The instructor yelled out, then let the match begin. Tan Ran's hand went to his hilt. I'll end this in an instant. But just as he was about to draw his blade, Wu Xin exploded into action. Hey, who needs a weapon for this? He shot forward, slamming a bare-knuckled fist into Tan Ran. Action followed his words as he unleashed a relentless barrage. A devastating blow sent Tan Ran flying several meters. But before his opponent could even hit the ground, Wu Xin was on him in a flash. He delivered a brutal stomp, driving Tan Ran straight into the dirt. Watching from the sidelines, Si Bai and her son went pale. The two Li Xuan brothers stared in utter disbelief, but Xue Hui and Song Hua couldn't hide their satisfaction. Li Xuan scowled, completely unimpressed by the match. In a flash, Xin Ran was on the ground, completely unable to rise. Wu Xin leaned on his hand with a mocking smirk. So this is the best the supervisory team has to offer. The instructor frantically yelled, "Medic! We need a medic." A second later, the medical team rushed over. Sibei roared in frustration. What just happened? Why is he on the ground? A man standing next to Nangong turned to him curiously. Sir, what was that technique he just used? Nangong observed. With that level of skill, he's a true master who's reached the pinnacle. Song Hua cheered excitedly. Brother Wu Xin is incredible. Xue Hui nodded in agreement. That recoil kick. It's one of Elder Bai Hun's signature techniques, the Liu Ju Shi. Xue Hui calmly explained that it's an incredibly difficult martial art to train and master. That was one of the reasons Wu Xin was always on the run in the past. Bored, Wu Xin spoke up. Hey, aren't we going to continue the tournament? He let out a huge, disrespectful yawn. The instructor shouted again, all right then. The next challenger, the second person to step onto the stage. The man immediately introduced himself. Jiang Yuan Tai. A disciple behind Nangong wondered aloud, Sir, who is Jiang Yuan Tai? Nangong confirmed his identity. Yes. One of the 8 swords of Jiangnan. A top-tier swordsman. Hearing this, the disciple couldn't help but be amazed. He never expected such a famous figure to show up here. The disciple named Hu added his own thoughts. One of the 3 swords of Jiangnan is joining a second-rate family's tournament. This is a higher level than I thought. Nangong Xun raised a hand to silence him. Hu, do not speak ill of the Wu Nanzhong family. Though they've lost their reputation as a literary clan, their potential is far from ordinary. He gently reminded him. In the past, they were a powerful family of officials. Every year, 1 or 2 members were appointed to the imperial court. More importantly, they held positions managing education in various regions. This means they have deep knowledge of the surrounding powers and famous martial artists. Hu bowed his head, ashamed. My apologies. I spoke out of turn. Suddenly, a piercing scream made them all whip their heads around. In just a blink of an eye, Wu Xin had effortlessly defeated Jiang Yuan Tai, leaving him sprawled on the ground. The crowd erupted in hushed whispers. What a master! Who is that man? Wu Xin, having used some effort, sheathed his sword with a sigh. It's tough to win without using my internal energy. By now, Sibei's heart was a raging inferno. She lost all composure, screaming, What did you do? What is going on here? Did someone use poison? She fumed. A master like one of the 3 swords of Jiangnan, defeated by a complete nobody. Why? How is this possible? The butler behind her tried to intervene. Madam, the head butler advised. Many people are watching. Please, calm yourself. We anticipated a situation like this. This man was the head butler, Zhong Yue. Leaning on his cane, he said calmly, Our opponent came thoroughly prepared, and our own carelessness led to this loss. But you need not worry any longer. She reined in her anger, looking at him. Zhong Yue gave a mysterious smile, his voice filled with hidden meaning. Now you have finally witnessed for yourself who he is, where he comes from, and the true extent of his power. Si Bei was silent for a moment before speaking. There won't be any more variables, will there? Zhang Yue stated with certainty, no. Watching the fight from the beginning, Li Mei was overjoyed. Brother, that fortune teller was really amazing. Seeing such powerful fighters, Li Xuan also saw a glimmer of hope, his mood finally lightening. Yes, he is very good. The final contestant, his face dark and grim, slowly stepped onto the stage. It seemed the last challenger had appeared. The 2 fighters locked eyes. Wu Xin narrowed his eyes, sizing up his opponent. This time. Is he from Shaolin? No, he looks like a monk, but on closer inspection, he isn't. And he's not a mountain bandit either. The man stared back at Wu Xin. It seems you're curious about my origins. Wu Xin's curiosity was piqued. Can you tell us? The man's voice was low. It's not difficult to say, but there is an easier way. What way is that? The man took his stance. If you push me into a corner, I'll be forced to reveal myself, won't I? Wu Xin felt a sense of danger. The pressure was terrifying. These were not empty words. The man's face hardened. Aren't you going to attack? Wu Xin closed his eyes, his decision made. Then I'll come to you. He launched himself forward, flying toward his opponent like a speeding arrow. His foe used no weapons, only his bare hands. Before Wu Xin could even react to draw his sword, the man had swiftly dodged to his side. He then unleashed a powerful palm strike, aiming to send Wu Xin flying. Mid-air, Wu Xin refused to yield, meeting the blow head-on with his sword. However, the clash consumed a great deal of his energy, forcing Wu Jin to land back on the ground. His opponent had no intention of letting up, twisting his body to close the distance to Wu Xin in an instant. He launched another attack, a palm strike. Luckily, Wu Xin reacted quickly, leaning back to dodge it, then leaping back several steps to create. Wu Xin gritted his teeth, his expression growing more serious. He's strong. It looks like I have to fight for real. Suddenly, Xue Hui's voice transmitted to him. Wu Xin. Utterly confused, Wu Xin turned to look at him, only to see Xue Hui shaking his head. Wu Xin understood. He sighed in resignation. Fine. Unwilling to drag it out, he raised his hand in surrender. I lose. The baffled instructor had to confirm. What did you just say? Wu Xin gave a dismissive shrug. I said I forfeit. After that exchange, I've lost all my confidence. The other fighter just stood there, his face an unreadable mask. The instructor announced loudly, because the direct line challenger has forfeited, the collateral branch wins this duel. Only then did CB's confidence return, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Wu Xin walked off the stage, frustrated. Damn it, what am I supposed to do with all this demonic energy? Song Hua offered some encouragement. You did great out there. But Wu Xin wasn't having it. Great? I didn't even get to go all out. Xue Hui patted his shoulder reassuringly. There was no other way, given our current situation. If this were a real fight, your victory would have been certain. Wu Xin replied, absolutely, without a doubt, Captain. Wu Xin then turned serious. But, Captain, he glanced back at the silent fighter. Who do you think that guy is? He's a swordsman, but his mastery of fist techniques is incredible. Xue Hui's eyes narrowed in thought. I have a hunch, but I can't be certain. I'll have a better idea after I face him myself. Wu Xin scratched his head. You sound exactly like he did. Xue Hui sighed. Is that so? Well, I'm heading up now. Wu Xin couldn't help but call out a final piece of advice. Go easy on him, Captain. You mean to avoid drawing attention even more than I do. As Xue Hui walked away, he gave one last order. Song Hua, start planning our negotiations for after we win. She nodded sharply. Yes, Captain. A playful glint appeared in Song Hua's eyes. Don't you worry, that's my specialty. Xue Hui finally looked relieved. Good. I'm counting on you. The instructor watched him step onto the platform. The next challenger is Xue Hui. Xue Hui wasted no time with pleasantries. Let's begin immediately. Very well. The two warriors faced off. Xue Hui took the initiative, holding out a hand in a challenging gesture. The other fighter was confused. What kind of game is this? Xue Hui simply shook his head. This is no game. Just by the way you can't accept the truth, I can already gauge your true power. The opponent scoffed. And you? Are you really as strong as you think? He raised a fist. I'll be the judge of that. Xue Hui didn't reply, merely beckoning him forward with a single finger. The warrior shot forward like a blur. He coiled back to unleash a powerful strike, yet Xue Hui remained perfectly calm, not moving an inch. He casually raised one hand, waiting as the fist closed in. Then, in an instant, he caught the incoming fist. With barely any effort, he twisted the man's arm back. A sharp tug sent his opponent stumbling, completely off balance. Trapped by such overwhelming force, the man was stunned. He tried to root himself, pouring all his strength into his legs to break free. But Xue Hui's power was absolute. The two were locked in a stalemate, his grip like an iron vice that the man could not escape. The man's face darkened as he switched tactics, trying to counter the lock. Wu Xin and Song Hua watched with intense focus. Outside the ring, the two Li Xuan brothers followed every move with bated breath. Seeing their fighter caught in such a predicament made Sibai and her son grow restless. The trapped man's face twisted in frustration. You? Who in the world are you? Xue Hui didn't answer, a smirk playing on his lips. Just as I suspected. The technique I just used was a form of Tai Chi fist, and the way you countered it, you, hearing the implication, a guilty look flashed across the man's face. Xue Hui slowly dropped the final piece of the puzzle. You're from the Wudang sect. A sudden gust of wind swept across the stage. Xue Hui continued his analysis. The technique I used was a variation of Tai Chi fist, and the way you instinctively countered tells me you are a man of Wudang. Ming Zheng shoved his hand away. What's your connection to the Wudang sect? Xue Hui looked puzzled. Why do you ask? The man explained. Tai Chi fist is known throughout the martial world, but very few understand and can use its true form. That's why I ask. Xue Hui chuckled. I don't believe the true form really means anything. Any martial art that grants victory is a good one, wouldn't you agree? Ming Zheng's eyes narrowed. You are no ordinary disciple of Wudang. Ming Zheng bristled. Are you insulting the Tai Chi of the Wudang sect? Xue Hui gave a slight smile. After trying it out, it wasn't as impressive as I'd hoped. Just by seeing that one move, I can tell you have strength that surpasses even his sex lead disciple. This makes me very happy. Xue Hui began to stretch his limbs. Now, let's see if your Tai Chi is truly as formidable as they say. A stronger opponent with deeper techniques means I have more to learn. Ming Zhang settled into a fighting stance. It seems you truly don't understand the true form of Tai Chi. Xue Hui mirrored his readiness. Then please, enlighten me. The two fighters lunged at each other. Zhang Li Mei and Zhang Li Xuan watched with tense expressions, but CB and her son, Xu Ming, looked on with eager anticipation. Nearby, Nangong Xun's group began to mutter. They both seemed to be from the Wudang sect. Hui hesitated, a look of uncertainty on her face. The Wudang sect. I'm not so sure, he wondered. What is that exactly? Nangong Hu noticed something. But their movements, they follow the principles of Wudang. Although the martial arts of the Wudang have spread far and wide, I never expected to witness them here. The girl's interest was piqued. Continue observing. You all should pay close attention. This is a valuable learning opportunity. The two warriors behind her shouted, Yes, ma'am. All eyes returned to the duel between Xue Hui and Ming Zheng. A thrill ran through him. This constant barrage of attacks and defenses is getting intense. How interesting. He stared intently at Xue Hui. He spoke, his voice dripping with provocation. Show me more. Is this truly all you have? Ming Zhang raised his sword high into the air. That is my name, Ming Zhang declared. Address me as such. Xue Hui simply replied, I understand. You can call me Xu Hu. Ming Zhang gave a curt nod. Xue Hu. Very well. He then cut the pleasantries short, his intent clear. As Xue Hui stretched his legs, he stated calmly, I, too, am skilled with the sword, but it seems I won't need to draw it just yet, since I have yet to gauge your true strength. Ming Zhang met his gaze with arrogance. I don't know why you're provoking me, but I assure you, you'll be drawing that sword soon enough. You won't be able to hold out for long. A smirk played on Xue Hui's lips. That all depends on your skill. Ming Zhang thrust his blade forward. Then show me what you've got. Xue Hui dodged with ease, but in a flash, his opponent was right on top of him. A lightning-fast strike from Ming Zhang landed, wounding Xue Hui. Yin Wuxin and Song Hua watched with bated breath. I don't get it, one of them muttered. The young girl asked, What's wrong? Yin Wuxin replied, his eyes narrowed. Master's movements are strange. He could easily overpower his opponent, yet he keeps giving ground. Song Hua speculated. Perhaps the opponent is just too strong, and he's not allowed to use his demonic arts. Yin Wuxin shook his head. Even with those restrictions, I don't think Master is using his full power. It's like, he's putting on an act. An act, she questioned. You mean? Master is losing on purpose? Yin Wuxin began to explain his theory. Why else would he deliberately take a hit like that? He's only countering with the exact same technique. Song Hua gasped. Is that so? He continued, his gaze fixed on the fight. It's a martial art that perceives everything in a circular flow. The Tai Chi sword. It's truly bizarre and magnificent. On the surface, Xue Hui only dodged, never launching an attack. But in his mind, he was analyzing his opponent. He's being overwhelmed by the sheer number of Tai Chi sword forms. And yet, he's stubbornly holding on. Xue Hui mused, watching him closely. He expertly dodges or blocks whenever I use the same technique or a slight variation. But when I unleash a new form, he takes the hit, sustaining only minor injuries. A faint smile touched his lips. And what's more, his expression is like a child enjoying a brand new toy. Ming Zhang forced Xue Hui back with a powerful blow. You truly are strong, he admitted. I'll grant you that you weren't just boasting. So stop being stubborn and draw your sword. Xue Hui scratched his head, feigning hesitation. Perhaps I should, but are you finished playing games? It seems you still have your strongest technique. Ming Zhang's voice grew heavy. You can use the Tai Chi fist, but you know nothing of the Tai Chi sword, and you've repeatedly shown contempt for the Wudang sect. You are no disciple of Wudang. His expression turned deadly serious. In that case, I no longer need to hold back. A terrifying aura exploded from Ming Zhang. Do you have any last words? Xue Hui simply pointed at him. You think this is over? Ming Zhang shot forward like an arrow. His speed increased as he roared, I'm coming for you. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance. He unleashed the descending mountain strike. Drawing his sword back, he gathered immense power. Panic flashed in Xue Yu's eyes. It's too late to dodge. This will kill me. But the result of this desperate gamble was that Xue Hui had now experienced every form of the Tai Chi sword. A faint smile crossed his face. Success. Xue Hui recalled the past. I suspected something was off. when I couldn't learn the Wudang's three powers sword style that Song Hui gave me. But now, after experiencing all the basic forms I was missing, my understanding of the Tai Chi sword is complete. He let out a silent breath of relief. For an instant, time seemed to stand still. Now, Xue Hui could confidently manipulate the flow of qi. With his bare hand, he twisted his opponent's sword energy. Let's end this now. Ming Zhang stared in utter disbelief. You twisted the very flow of energy in my sword. Xue Hui roared. I'm sending it right back at you. The crowd outside erupted into chaos. What happened? Who won the fight? Zhang Li Mei and Zhang Li Xuan's eyes went wide. The Sibei faction was just as tense. Yin Wuxin and Song Hua waited anxiously, as did Nangong Xun and his followers. The instructor rushed onto the stage to assess the situation. A look of confusion crossed his face. They both collapsed at the same time. He glanced at Xue Hui. Well, since they both went down, this match is a draw. Then he turned his gaze to Ming Zhang. The instructor declared, Therefore, you are the victor of this tournament. Raising his hand, he announced, the direct lineage faction wins, as they have one fighter remaining. Sibei and Ming erupted in fury at the announcement. But in contrast to the cheering of the direct lineage, Yin Wuxian and Song Hua shared a satisfied smile. Quickly, get the injured off the stage, the instructor commanded. Sometime after the battle, Song Hua's face lit up with joy. Ah, master, you're awake. Xue Hui replied, I am. He asked, Is everything all right? The girl beamed. Yes, master. The direct lineage faction won the tournament. Xue Hui let out a breath. That's a relief. Song Hui turned to leave. I'll go get the physician. Please wait here. But she was stunned by his apparent condition as he stretched. Huh? Ah, that was a refreshing nap. Yin Wuxin laughed heartily. See, I told you. Master was just pretending to be knocked out. Song Hua's face filled with delight. Really? Oh, master. He gave a small smile. Yes, I'm fine. I merely used the turtle breathing technique because the Nangong family was watching. Xue Hui then asked, So, how did everyone react? Yin Wuxin hesitated for a moment. Well, things are quiet for now. Since the direct lineage won, they'll probably try to expel the entire branch faction. No, they won't do that, Xue Hui stated with certainty. He continued, Despite this conflict, if they kick out the entire branch faction, the Zhang family's overall strength will plummet. They would be seen as petty and intolerant. It might pay off in the distant future, but for now, it would only make them a target for their enemies. Song Hua's eyes went wide. He had a point. Xue Hui sighed, It's a real shame. If only the main branch had a few more skilled fighters, they could have easily solidified their position, but they'll have to manage on their own. It's not our problem to solve. Wu Xin then spoke up, But master, what should we do with the men we stashed in the warehouse? A slight smile touched his lips. Let them go. And don't forget to scare them into silence. Wu Xin grinned. Understood. I'll handle it. Xue Hui slipped on his robe as he started to leave. By the way, where is Ming Zhang? Wu Xin answered. It seems he returned to his room after getting patched up. Xue Hui nodded. Ah, right. Meanwhile, Ming Zhang sat alone in his quarters. He was calmly sipping his tea when a voice called from outside his door. Are you in there, sir? After a long silence, he finally answered. Enter. When he saw it was Xue Hui, Ming Zhang offered his congratulations. Congratulations on your victory. But why have you come here? Did you come to mock me in my defeat? Xue Hui waved it off. I only came to talk. Your tone is so bitter. Though the official result was a draw, Ming Zhang knew deep down that he had lost. He was a true master, able to mitigate damage in an instant, using a protective art to deflect the backlash from his opponent's energy flow. Xue Hui took a seat. If I wanted to humiliate you, I could have dealt you a fatal blowback in the arena. He offered a gentle smile. Isn't that right? Ming Zhang's voice was grim. Then why are you here? Xue Hui was indirect. Like I said, I came to talk. There's something I want to ask you. But Ming Zhang refused. Ask all you want, I won't answer. You should leave. Xue Hui folded his hands. I wouldn't be so sure. Not if I can give you. Ming Zhang stared directly into his eyes. A smile played on Xue Hui's lips. Exactly what you desire. Ming Zhang repeated, intrigued. What I desire. Xue Hui smirked. He guessed Ming Zhang's power was on par with, or perhaps even surpassed that of Wudang's top disciple. He placed several gold ingots on the table. Ming Zhang stared at the gold, as Xue Hui thought to himself. A man of his caliber, shaving his head and hiding his identity, all to join a tournament for prize money. Ming Zhang hesitated. What is the meaning of this? Xue Hui was certain of his guess. There must be a reason, and it has to involve money. Xue Hui began. First, to avoid any misunderstanding. After our duel, I realized my own understanding of Tai Chi is far too shallow. He continued. I apologize for my disrespect. Please, accept this as a token of my apology. Ming Zhang's brow furrowed, but he gathered the gold. I accept your apology. And I, too, am sorry for being so heavy-handed. But still, Ming Zhang wondered aloud. A master like you, who could neutralize and even repel my ultimate technique, what could you possibly want to ask me? Xue Hui lowered his gaze and got straight to the point. I want to ask about the Tai Chi sword. Honestly, I know the Tai Chi fist isn't considered a top-tier martial art, but the way you use the Tai Chi sword, it holds a deeper truth, a true essence. Xue Hui's voice was quiet. Could you tell me why that is? In our brief exchange, I analyzed the Tai Chi sword and realized it has no single, overwhelmingly powerful move. Ming Zhang looked conflicted. Xue Hui elaborated. Normally, martial arts have a clear progression, a structure where techniques build upon each other, growing in power. But the Tai Chi sword is different. It's a style of continuous, unending flow. You manage to generate incredible offensive power with it, but I cannot. That is why I'm so curious about the true essence of Tai Chi. Ming Zhang cut him off. What are you even saying? He stated firmly, I don't know where you learned your form, but your Tai Chi lacks the true Wudang spirit. Xue Hui was puzzled. The Wudang spirit? To subdue, not to kill. Ming Zhang explained. To defend, not to attack. The Tai Chi sword is an art that strives for harmony. Ming Zhang toyed with a gold ingot as he spoke. If you try to force an attack when the form calls for defense, it will have no power. Tai Chi is the harmony of yin and yang. The fusion of offense and defense is like a mighty river. Ming Zhang's voice grew intense. What good does it do to slash at a river with your sword? You'll only waste your strength and get your clothes wet. You may not believe this, but while you defeated me, you did not defeat Tai Chi. You defeated my own weakness as a practitioner. Xue Hui's tone suddenly turned serious. Do you know anything about the Tai Chi Sword of Enlightenment? Ming Zhang placed the gold ingot back on the table. What are you implying with that question? Xue Hui thought to himself. This Tai Chi art holds a supreme martial truth, a path to a higher realm. It could be the key to breaking past my current limits. After a moment, Xue Hui spoke again. I've heard rumors of a supreme art, one that builds upon the Tai Chi sword. If there's a chance to learn such a technique, I want to know. Nonsense, Ming Zhang retorted. That is a misguided path. The entire essence of Tai Chi lies within the Tai Chi sword itself, Ming Zhang added. And it's even found in the three talents sword form, the most basic style there is. Xue Hui was confused. The three talents sword form, but the sword of enlightenment is supposed to be the ultimate sword art of the Wudang sect. You are mistaken, Ming Zhang corrected. The ultimate sword art is the Tai Chi sword. Certainly, the sword of enlightenment is rated as more powerful. When facing an opponent's killing intent and hostility, it allows Tai Chi to unleash nearly limitless power. Ming Zhang warned him once more. But remember this well. The entire essence of Wudang's Tai Chi is contained within the Tai Chi sword. Xue Hui tensed slightly. The point he was stressing was that the true essence lies in the fundamental art, not in some legendary, higher technique. He hesitated as a realization dawned on him. So to reach the absolute peak, I must first strengthen my foundation. Precisely, the man affirmed. Xue Hui's eyes darkened. Everything begins with the fundamentals. Harmonizing my internal energy into the state of Taiji is only possible if I return to the absolute basics. He rose to his feet slowly. Thank you for your guidance. This conversation has taught me a profound lesson. Ming Zhang's voice was low. If so, then it was worth it. As Xue Hui left the room, he sighed heavily. What a fool I am. A former Wudang elder revealing the secrets of the Taiji sword to an outsider. Truths known only to the highest ranks. Ming Zhang's expression soured. But there's something strange about him. That fierce and prideful flow of energy. It feels just like the aura of my master, the former leader of the Five Yang sect. He couldn't help but wonder why such a master would be living in seclusion. The next morning, Zhang Li Xuan greeted them with a radiant smile. You've arrived. He and Zhang Li Mei were beaming. Thank you so much. We don't know how we can ever repay you. Song Hua replied graciously. Think nothing of it. We simply exchanged what we each needed. The young girl added, we're happy if we were able to help you. We've done something truly meaningful. Zhang Li Xuan smiled warmly. Yes, indeed we have. Xue Hui shot a proud look at Song Hua. There's no need for formalities. You three have helped us immensely. He opened a large chest filled with silver. This is 100 gold bars, a total of 10,000 liang. Xue Hui's group gasped in amazement. Zhongli Xuan then placed two ornate cylinders on the table, and that's not all. Song Hua looked puzzled. What is this? He began to explain. You are aware of how famous our Shaoxing wine is, are you not? Zhongli Xuan explained. We use only the highest quality glutinous rice and wheat yeast for our brewing. Each year, we collect the purest essence of the brew, add precious ingredients, and let it age for decades. It is our family's greatest treasure. The girl's eyes widened. So, it's an elixir? He hesitated. You could call it that, but you could also say it's not. It is most certainly beneficial for one's health, but in all honesty, I cannot say if it is a true spiritual medicine. Zhongli Xuan recounted a story. My grandfather told me of a frail man who drank this and was suddenly reborn as a powerful martial artist. Because of that tale, I took it to a famous martial arts master to see if it was a true elixir. But he claimed it only invigorates one's blood and qi, and that it was no elixir. Xue Hui picked up the two vials, but before he could even look, the system stored them in his inventory. The system provided a brief description of the Shaoxing Divine Clarity Dew. His eyes lit up. This is an elixir, and a top-tier one at that. Though I don't need it now, if someone with less than 10,000 units of internal energy consumed it, they could instantly reach 1 million. A wave of regret washed over Xue Hui. If only I'd had this in my past life, my growth would have been legendary. He smiled. I've acquired something truly priceless. Suddenly, Zhongli Mei spoke up. There is one more thing I must tell you. The young master of the Namgung clan seems to have taken a great interest in your master. She continued. I've heard that prestigious martial clans are always scouting for talented warriors, so I thought you should know. Xue Hui replied smoothly. That is a generous offer. I understand your intent, but my schedule is full. Zhongli Mei smiled faintly. Then I shall speak to them. When do you plan to depart? We are leaving immediately, he answered. Her voice was kind. I see. I will have a carriage prepared for you. Xue Hui nodded graciously. Thank you. Zhongli Xuan's cheerful demeanor never wavered. Thank you all once again. I will never forget this kindness. Zhongli Mei's voice was gentle. If you ever have the chance, please visit us again. Next time, we will treat you with even greater hospitality. He glanced back. Thank you for the kind invitation. Xue Hui raised a hand in farewell. Until we meet again. For the half-month after completing the quest, Xue Hui dedicated himself to training and reflection. I began my training the moment I returned to my quarters. I need to study the Taiji sword and the 3 talents sword art, practice the movements, and take time for deep self-reflection. He laid out his strategy. I have ordered Yin Wuxin to contact the House sect and prepare for the future. I need intelligence on all the main routes and key areas in Zhejiang province, not just Hangzhou. Xue Hui was concerned. The demonic cult would soon send its agents to Zhejiang thanks to his grand disciple's ties to the Manhwa sect. Demonic forces are on the move in Zhejiang. We need to gather intelligence before we act. He sank deep into his thoughts. It seemed the rumors about the Zhang family had already spread. The moment Song Hua's shop opened, it was flooded with people. So the young girl had to increase her working hours, raising the initial price and the meeting fee to build up their funds. Xue Hu was picturing her diligent efforts when the door suddenly slid open. Master, a voice called as he turned. Yin Wuxin, you've arrived. The man began his report. I made contact with a branch, just as you ordered, Master. Xue Hu's gaze sharpened. Is that so? And what was the result? Yin Wuxin hesitated slightly. The thing is, they want money. A great deal of it. Xue Hui seemed unfazed. I anticipated that, but it feels like there's more. Tell me everything. His subordinate's voice grew heavy. Yes, Master. It's a lot, far too much, in fact. They're demanding 1,000 gold taels per month. I've already done the math. Yin Wuxin looked troubled. Even mobilizing our own manpower, factoring in time, supplies, and the region, 500 gold taels a month would be plenty. Yet they're asking for 1,000. Xue Hui's voice lowered. They're clearly trying to extort us. With that, he turned away and gave his command. Agree to their terms. After all, we don't have any other choice. If we act on our own, our identities will be exposed. And if we hire just anyone, other problems are bound to arise. Xue Hui draped a coat over his shoulders. Although it's costly, hiring specialists is ultimately more beneficial, and it'll be easier to cut ties with them when necessary. Using their vast resources is far better than planting our own agents. He considered the Haomen's greatest asset, its people. A countless network of individuals from the underbelly of society, gamblers, courtesans, and thieves. This was easily the most efficient way to gather information. But Xue Hui gave a stern warning. Don't underestimate them. Tell them that if they dare send false information and get caught. His eyes turned to ice. Everyone involved will be executed immediately. Yin Wuxin smiled. Yes, Master, I will. Xue Hui nodded. Good. But then the smile vanished from Yin Wuxin's face, replaced by unease. Master, he hesitated. Could you possibly give me 1,100 gold taels in advance? Xue Hui sized him up. You want a deposit? That's not a problem. But why the extra 100 gold taels? A spark of excitement flashed in Yin Wuxin's eyes. I'll explain when the opportunity arises. Xue Hui was perplexed. Very well. Just then, Song Hua entered with a letter. Master, a message from the main sect. Xue Hui turned. Is that so? Let me see it. From behind him, Yin Wuxin spoke up. A new letter? Xue Hui smiled. Ah, Yin Wuxin has returned as well. The young girl handed the letter to Xue Hui and asked, what does it say? He scanned the document. Let's see. There are rumors that Kun Mo is growing anxious, but it appears he hasn't made a move yet. Song Hua's expression was grave. Is that so? He thought to himself. Just as I predicted. Back when I served as his agent, he ordered me to eliminate the 5 leaders under his grand disciple within 1 month. But the situation is completely different now. To Kun Mo, I am already dead. Xue Hui walked toward the charcoal brazier. Kun Mo won't act so easily, not unless he finds another master of my caliber or enough time has passed. He casually tossed the letter into the fire. Besides, according to our intel, Zhu Zhongming never visited the main sect to meet the Tai Huang sect leader during this period. Xue Hui gazed at the burning flames. In that case, the Tai Huang sect leader's plan to unleash demonic puppets across the Central Plains might also be delayed. Yin Wuxin spoke up. Master, I have a report on the mission you gave me. Xue Hui inquired. Ah, yes. How did it go with the Haomen? His subordinate grinned. I settled the deal with them for 700 taels. There are 3 branches of the Haomen in Zhejiang. Xue Hui was astonished. Oh, how did you manage that? Yin Wuxin's eyes gleamed with cunning. After killing the branch leader who tried to swindle me, I offered the 2 remaining leaders a chance to bid on his life and the rights to our information for 1 month. One of them proposed a lower price, and I accepted his offer. Song Hua sighed. That's definitely his style. Xue Hui looked at Yin Wuxin, the whole picture becoming clear. This guy had it all planned out. The branch leader's life would be the price if things went wrong, which is why he asked for an extra 100 taels. Though incredibly risky, Yin Wuxin's method was the most effective. He put on a smug face. Are you praising me? The young girl grew flustered. Of course I am, Xue Hui mused silently. These power dynamics don't just exist in noble courts. They thrive in the lowest rungs of society as well. When an opportunity appears, they all swarm together for a piece of the profit. The branch leader Yin Wuxin contacted was definitely planning to cheat us. Xue Hui looked at his subordinate. So, he killed the man and held an auction for the other 2. They must have been terrified. They make their living on information, so they know how to calculate everything. For people like them, even revenge has a price tag, and Yin Wuxin exploited that weakness perfectly. Xue Hui praised him aloud. You've worked hard, the man beamed. Yes, master. Song Hua then placed a pouch of silver in his hand. Master, these are my earnings for the month. The total is 280 taels. Xue Hui nodded graciously. You've done well, thank you. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. Master, I also have an idea. To make more money here, we need to change our current business model. He listened intently. Tell me. Song Hua began to present her plan. First, we need to expand the shop. Most people feel uncomfortable coming in for a simple fortune-telling, so we must create a comfortable space for them. I believe we need a spot where they can rest, take in the view, and enjoy some tea. The young lady continued. And if we recruit more disciples to help us manage the shop and perform divinations, we could earn at least 5 times what we make now. Song Hua looked a bit flustered.
So, if you could invest 50 taels for me. Xue Hui cut her off. What are you talking about? He simply shoved a pouch of silver toward her.
Xue Hui smiled. All of this is yours, just take it. Song Hua was overjoyed. Thank you, master. Suddenly, her expression shifted. Ah, and master, there's one more thing. A few days ago, some people from the Hidden Dragon Station came to see me. He wondered aloud, the Hidden Dragon Station? Song Hua went on. Yes, I asked them their business, and they said they were here to collect a protection fee. Yin Wuxin grimaced, and who are they? Song Hua explained. They're a demonic sect from nearby. I've run into them a few times and had to flee because they're extremely vicious. Xue Hui asked, how many of them are there? The girl recounted. They claim to hold considerable influence in Hangzhou and throughout all of Zhejiang. Their core members number around 100, but it's rumored that their total forces, including the low-level thugs, exceed 1,000. He looked thrilled. In that case, they must be rolling in money. Song Hua let out a faint laugh. Xue Hui spoke up. But if we're taking money from a demonic sect, we won't have to worry about the consequences. He cracked his knuckles. We might even be praised for it. The girl chimed in. It would be a huge help in expanding the shop. Since they're just bandits, they must have spirit medicines and secret martial arts manuals. Yin Wuxin put on a wicked grin. And beautiful women, too. His comment was met with stunned silence. Xue Hui smiled brightly. Let's go take care of them. Yin Wuxin smirked. Take care of them. Song Hua said confidently, I'll take care of them. A sly, cunning laugh escaped her lips. Sometime later, at a tavern, a banner was raised, reading Supreme God of the Universe. A man stepped forward to offer his congratulations. It seems business has improved since we expanded the shop. Song Hua was radiant. Absolutely. Let's seize this momentum and bring in the next person. Her assistant moved to open the door. Yes, ma'am. The moment Liu Zi entered, he kicked the man to the ground. The young lady panicked. He snarled like a thug. Well, business seems to be booming. Song Hua trembled. Are you? From the Hidden Dragon Station? Liu Zi swaggered closer. That's right, little lady. Your business has been doing great. You've renovated the place and have lines of customers. The girl forced a laugh. It might look good on the outside, but it's nothing special, really. If we make one small mistake, the whole business could collapse. He slammed his foot on the table. Do you think I'm blind? Liu Xi sneered. I saw the long line of people in front of your shop myself. What kind of game are you playing? Your profits must be looking good. They've definitely gone up, haven't they? Song Hua hesitated. It seems there's a lot you want to discuss. He smirked cruelly. That's right. Like we said before, we're here to offer you our protection. She looked uneasy. We already said we don't need any protection. Liu Zi scoffed. My. So ignorant of the laws of the Jianghu. You think you're the only ones in this territory? Even if you don't need it, what about everyone else? For those with no one to back them up, protection is crucial. He reasoned. For example, rival shops could start trouble. Customers could try to skip out on their bills, or someone might try to use force against you. Our job is to prevent all of that, Liu Xi emphasized. And every job has its price. Song Hua pretended not to understand. So you're talking about the rules of this area. He praised her. Exactly, the rules. You're a fast learner. Outsiders have to respect the traditions and history of our territory. Don't cause trouble. The girl finally agreed. I understand. I'll pay the protection fee. You said it was 10 taels a month, right? Liu Xi mocked her. Oh dear, you really are slow. Song Hua was confused. Huh. He leaned in. We've had a change of plans. Liu Xi drew a dagger and shattered a teacup. Half of your profits. That's our decision. Song Hua was horrified. What? Why so suddenly? He growled. What do you mean? Suddenly. What era do you think this is? Things change and grow every day, so we have to adjust our fees to match your new situation. The girl's eyes widened. That's not what you said before. You said you'd collect the fee according to the rules and regulations. No protection in the world costs half of someone's income. That's just robbery. Liu Ji pressed the blade to Song Hua's throat and hissed, Robbery? How absurd. Little lady, do you really not understand? Or are you just pretending to be a fool? Rules? Regulations? You're doing business in my territory, and you dare call this robbery? Fine. It's a robbery. So what? Liu Si continued. I was being merciful by not killing you. Don't you get it? The girl sighed. If you're going to be that way, then I have no other choice. He froze, bewildered. What? Song Hua called out loudly. Big brother, master, you can come out now. The two of them appeared as a sly grin spread across her face. Xue Hui scratched his head. I had to hold my breath squatting in that warehouse for so long. Yin Wuxin, did you really have to be so dramatic? He chuckled. It may have been a little late, but we had to do it. It's a matter of honor. Well then, he said, turning to Song Hua, shall we begin? You plan on doing this here? We still have customers waiting. Yin Wuxin chimed in. As long as we don't use blades, it's fine. And if I just snap their necks, no blood will get on the floor. Liu Shi watched them with a smug smile, absolutely brimming with confidence. Every now and then, he gloated, we get arrogant fools like you. Fools who overestimate their own strength. But kid, you picked the wrong people to mess with. He laughed loudly. Don't you get why we're still standing? But Xue Hui and Yin Wuxin completely ignored him. Xue Hui stroked his chin. All right, go ahead and break their necks. But do we really have to kill them? Wouldn't crippling them be better? Yin Wuxin objected. Why, master? Their actions prove they deserve death 20 times over. If we let them live, they'll just bring misery to countless innocent people. Xue Hui nodded in agreement. Is that so? Then fine. Finish one of them off quickly. A sly grin spread across Yin Wuxin's face. All right. Liu Si looked outraged. How amusing. He gave an order. You fresh-faced brat, you handle him. Quan Lan drew his sword. Yes, big brother. In the blink of an eye, Xue Hui closed the distance. He snapped Quan Lan's neck with a clean, brutal twist. Liu Xi stared in shock. His neck is broken. Xue Hui stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. The faces of Xue Hui, Yin Wuxin, and Song Hua twisted into demonic expressions. A few mornings later, the sound of a shovel scraped against the earth. Yin Wuxin wiped the sweat from his brow as he dug graves for the two thugs. Master, I've checked. This one was Liu Xi. His martial arts are third rate. No, somewhere between second and first rate. And he was in charge of collecting protection fees from shops in a 10-mile radius, including Song Hua's shop north of Hangzhou. Yin Wuxin glanced at Xue Hui. Would you like to? Xue Hui began removing his disguise. Don't worry, I'm not that old yet. He flashed a perfect smile. Xue Hui asked, who was the one with the broken neck? Yin Wuxin reported, his name was Quan Lan. He was just another one of his cronies. With that, Yin Wuxin continued filling the grave. Xue Hui inquired, so what's their organization like? He answered, this hidden dragon fortress controls the entire northern half of Hangzhou City. The hidden dragon fortress has a total of 100 martial artists, with 3 leaders making the final decisions and 27 managers responsible for execution. And for relaying orders and instructions, Yin Wuxin continued in a steady voice. Finally, there are 70 personnel who act as direct action captains. Their captain was one of them. His cultivation realm is at the peak level. He's quite strong. Xue Hui wondered, does the hidden dragon fortress only collect protection fees? He replied, usually, yes, but they'll do anything for money. I've heard rumors of loan sharking, smuggling, and even human trafficking. Xue Hui's face darkened. I knew they were a wicked sect, but I never imagined they were this vile. He hesitated, taking from the wicked to make a profit. I never thought I'd be doing the work of a righteous hero. Yin Wuxin asked him, what's your next move, master? Xue stated calmly, I'll decide after assessing the situation. We shouldn't cause too much of a stir. His tone sharpened. I'll kill Fan Da and disguise myself as him. Who will you become? Yin Wuxin smiled mischievously. There's a guy named Jin Zhao. He's Fan Da's bodyguard. I'll disguise myself as him. The two of them, now in different forms, walked on, reviewing their plan one more time. Xue Hui whispered, we'll eliminate key figures and hide our identities until we can climb to a higher position. With grim determination, he declared, and we will become one of the 100 core members of the Hidden Dragon Fortress. Yin Wuxin was thrilled. Yes, master. Soon, they arrived at the temporary camp of the Hidden Dragon Fortress Action Captain. Alex Pham paused. What? Someone's here? Jin Zhao reported that it was Liu Xi, claiming he wanted to discuss the collection. His interest was piqued. Discuss the collection? Could it be we've hauled in a massive score? The man lowered his voice. Yes, sir. I hear the new fortune teller's shop is making a killing. Alex Pham grunted. Show him in. Xue Hui and Yin Wuxin approached slowly. Alex Pham stepped forward. So, you've come. He bowed his head respectfully. Yes, Captain. Alex Pham's eyes narrowed. Why are you here before the collection date? Did you run into some serious resistance? Something that requires backup? Xue Hui was evasive. There's no need for backup. Yin Wuxin suddenly spoke up. Master, I've already scouted the area. Other than the thugs we already took down, there's no one else. Xue Hui nodded. Is that so? Fan Da and Jin Zhao were completely bewildered. Master. In a flash, Xue Hui was behind him. Since when were you two? The man stammered in terror. What is this? Yin Wuxin sent a fist flying into Jin Zhao's face. None of your business. In a single, decisive strike, they took them both down. It's done. Xue Hui removed his disguise. I'm going to check inside. As he walked off, Yin Wuxin added, Yes, I'll tie up their bodies and stuff them in a sack. His eyes lit up. Now then, let's see what we can find. The balance in the account was soaring. This bastard was seriously rich. He remained calm, observing the spiritual medicine system. Wait, the Taiking pill. Isn't that a spiritual elixir from the Wudang sect? Its incredible properties were revealed. This was practically a legendary elixir. Suddenly, a voice called out from beyond the door. They're still here? Xue Hui was shocked, quickly reapplying his disguise technique. Yin Wuxin answered the call. Yes? The door flew open. An infuriated Hu Daofan stormed inside. The tension in the room instantly spiked. He demanded, his voice sharp, Where is Fan Da? Why is it just you two? The pair exchanged a nervous glance. Yin Wuxin scratched his head, thinking fast. Well. The captain said he had an urgent matter to attend to, so he left everything in our hands. Hu Daofen's voice dropped, his eyes narrowing. He left everything. To you too, he pressed on. his suspicion growing. Does that mean he also gave you the package? Xue Hui played dumb, his expression confused. Huh? What package? Hu Diaofan exploded. What is wrong with you? Have you already forgotten the strict orders from Master Jiang Yang himself? Yin Wuxin and Xue Hui flinched. Yin Wuxin quickly tried to smooth things over. Ah, of course not, my lord. We remember Master Jiang Yang, one of the 27 core leaders. He gave us his direct orders. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance. Unbelievable. Yin Wuxin quietly sighed in relief, thinking they were in the clear. Hu Diaofan turned to leave. We're going. But then, he suddenly froze. Wait a second. Hu Diaofan's eyes widened with suspicion. Why does your voice sound? In a flash, Xue Hui had a blade to his throat. Now, old man, I have a few questions for you. Under Xue Hui's sharp interrogation, the man confessed everything. So, he was the one who ordered the Tai King pill to be brought here. The man spilled the details without resistance. Yes. He said it was a priceless treasure from the Wudang sect, and that it could be sold for a fortune. Xue Hui pieced it all together. So, in short, Fan Da robbed the Yang family's people, and in the process, stumbled upon Wudang's Tai King pill. Hu Diaofan nodded weakly. That's correct. Yin Wuxin then raised a crucial point. But why try to sell it to the Yang family? If it's that precious, why not find a higher bidder? The man explained, his voice trembling. Because it's a Wudang treasure. The Wudang are a major power, easily on par with the Shaolin in today's martial world. And I heard that Taoist Ming Zheng himself has descended from the mountain to investigate this. Just saying the name made Hu Diaofan tremble with fear. It seems they are furious that their sacred elixir is being passed around by a bunch of no-name thugs. If we don't return it immediately, the entire Hidden Dragon stronghold could be annihilated. Xue Hui mused internally. That man has some serious nerve, poking a sleeping tiger like that. Come to think of it, the Ming Zheng I met at the Zhang family's estate was from Wudang. He wondered why a master of a major sect would join a tournament for such a minor family. A typical elder would never bother with something so trivial. The Wudang sect is a massive organization, so maybe a lower-ranked elder took on an external mission. Perhaps this is all connected. Yin Wuxin broke the silence. Master, what's our next move? Xue Hui placed a hand on Hu Diaofan's shoulder. He already agreed to a deal, didn't he? The man stammered. Yes. Xue Hui's gaze sharpened. And do you know the meeting place? Hu Diaofan just looked back, utterly bewildered. Ha. Yin Wuxin grew anxious. Master, what are you thinking? A faint smile played on Xue Hui's lips. We're going to make the trade ourselves. His student was horrified. You intend to face Wudang directly. Please, reconsider. You could be killed. Xue Hui simply asked, is this Taoist Ming Zheng really so powerful? Yin Wuxin was exasperated. You don't know? He's one of the 3 great swords of Wudang. Rumor has it, he's already reached the Transcendent Realm. Xue Hui fell silent, processing the information. The Transcendent Realm, the Tai Ching Pill, the Taiji Wisdom Sword. One of Wudang's 3 greatest masters. A slow grin spread across his face. This is the perfect chance to witness the legendary Taiji Wisdom Sword. Yin Wuxin stammered, Master. Xue Hui's plan formed instantly. The 3 pieces are now connected. I'll return the Tai King pill, their sacred treasure, propose a friendly sparring match, and provoke him. I'll force him to reveal every technique of the Taiji Wisdom Sword. With a swift movement, he knocked Hu Diaofan unconscious. Once I experience it firsthand, I'll be able to grasp the principles of the Taiji Wisdom Sword. I won't even need to steal the secret manual. He spoke casually. I've already managed it once before. Xue Hui smirked. What's one more time? The next morning, at the Hidden Dragon stronghold, Jiang Yang slammed his fist on the table. Say that again. You've lost contact with both Hu Diaofan and Fan Da. The steward stammered. We lost all communication with them, sir. We sent out search parties, but they found nothing. Liu Si and Jin Zhao are also missing. The man's face turned ashen. Those 2 are just disposable pawns. We can always find replacements. But failing to secure the Tai King pill, that is a major disaster. What kind of incompetence is this? Jiang Yang then summoned his enforcer. Wei Tian, appear. Yes, master. Jiang Yang's voice was cold as steel. I want you to investigate this. If you find anyone suspicious, drag them here before me. Wei Tian accepted the command. Yes, sir. He departed immediately, a squad of men at his back. A savage look crossed Wei Tian's face. Let's move out. We'll crush anyone who dares to interfere with the Hidden Dragon stronghold. Meanwhile, back with Xue Hui, Yin Wuxin was desperately trying to change his mind. Jiang Yang sighed heavily, clutching his head. Could Wudang have already made their move? His steward tried to reassure him. That's impossible, sir. The location of the Taiching pill was kept absolutely secret. Not even the vast network of the beggars sect knows who was involved or how. Jiang Yang pressed, what about the Hao clan? The man replied calmly, you worry for nothing, sir. Those proud and stubborn Wudang Taoists would never lower themselves to ask the Hao clan for help. Jiang Yang considered this. That's true. So who could be behind this? The steward suggested gently, Master, perhaps we should reschedule the meeting with Taoist Ming Zhang. Jiang Yang shot to his feet. No, if we do that, they'll know we're up to something. We're already on their radar after stealing the Grand Pure Pill. He demanded to know. What is the second disciple planning? The man stammered in fear. My lord, are you really summoning all of them? They'll demand a fortune. Jiang Yang's fist tightened. Yes. The price will be devastating. But right now, we have no other choice. We have no choice but to send them to investigate. If they fail, it's not just me. The entire Qianlong camp will be annihilated. The steward replied, I understand. I will command them to look into this matter immediately. He paused, lost in thought. Suddenly, Jiang Yang's voice dripped with menace. We cannot afford to provoke Reverend Ming Zheng any further. Meanwhile, back at Xue Hui's residence, he was taking stock. Let's see. Xue Hui tapped the table. I've earned 193,126 taels. He glanced at his system panel. While it's a massive sum, it's still pocket change compared to the divine artifacts that cost over 1 million. Leaning back in his chair, Xue Hui mused. Still, today's haul wasn't half bad. I acquired the Shaolin Six Harmonies Fist, a paralyzing toxin, and a fatal poison. He pondered. Just how many of these can I truly master? Suddenly, Xue Hui shot to his feet. Thanks to the system's unique ability, I can learn martial arts at an impossible speed, but at the same time, my life, my intentions, my results, every single action is influenced by the system. He stared down at his own hands. I refuse to become its puppet. Xue Hui's fists clenched with determination. I must uncover the system's secrets when I have the time. Just how far can I exploit its power? After a long moment of contemplation, he walked toward the door. And to get that time, I'll need more lives. A voice from his past echoed in his mind. A fool like you actually managed to do this? It took me 3,212 reincarnations to achieve that. You are truly the first. He replayed the number in his head. 3,212 times. Xue Hui sighed. No matter how you look at it, that's not a number you can reach just by killing. He gazed into the distance. Unless you complete a specific event, which means there must be a stage where I can obtain infinite lives. Xue Hui wondered. Perhaps it only triggers under certain conditions or in a very specific situation, but something like that has to exist. Who could I even ask about this? Just then, a voice called from outside. Captain, are you asking about Yin Wuxin? Enter. The man hurried inside. Captain, the report was correct. They say Reverend Ming Zheng will arrive at the West Flower Inn at the hour of the rooster. Xue Hui acknowledged him. Is that so? He gave his order. I understand. You are to stay by Song Hua's side as a precaution. In my experience, Jiang Yang won't just sit back and do nothing. If he investigates even a little, he'll discover the connection between Song Hua and us. Xue Hui warned. The girl can't defend herself yet, so you must remain with her. Understood? Yin Wuxin smiled. Yes, Captain. I understand completely. As they were speaking, another voice called out. Hey, is anyone in there? He fell silent, listening. Xue Hui and Yin Wuxin headed downstairs. He saw Song Hua and blinked in surprise. Ah, Xue Hui started. What's going on? The girl smiled sheepishly. Well, the thing is, the shop was closing, but these men insisted on seeing you and the master, so I brought them here. Behind her stood Wei Tian and his entire group. Xue Hui smiled warmly. You did well. Song Hua blushed. Well then, I'll leave you all to it. A man growled. Which one of you killed Liu Shi and Jin Zhao? Xue Hui glanced at Yin Wuxin, who let out a long, weary sigh. That would be me. Wei Tian glared. You? Yin Wuxin scratched his head. Yeah, me. What of it? The man's voice rose in fury. I'm not going to grant you a quick death. I'm going to beat you within an inch of your life, drag you away, and then finish you. Yin Wuxin exploded into action. Then try it. With blinding speed, Wei Tian barely managed to block the attack, struggling against its force. Yin Wuxin immediately followed with a vicious kick. The relentless barrage of strikes sent Wei Tian crashing to the ground. Yin Wuxin taunted him. Hey, get up. Stop playing dead. The man scrambled up, seething. You bastard. But Xue Hui's voice cut through the tension, freezing him in place. Do you really wish to continue? He stepped forward, an aura of absolute power radiating from him. Are you so foolish that you dare attack me, knowing you don't stand a chance of winning? Wei Qian trembled, taking a step back in fear. Before a word could leave his lips, he was silenced forever. Shock painted the faces of both Yin Wuxian and Xue Hui. The newcomer, Xiao, simply smirked. What? He and his partner, Tao, slowly approached. A weakling like that was their guard. The Qianlong camp is pathetic. No wonder they called for us. Xiao seemed a bit surprised himself. But brother, he was useful in his own way. At least we didn't have to waste time hunting them down. Yin Wuxian stood on high alert. You bastards, who are you? Tao replied coolly. Before we introduce ourselves, I should mention our weapons are quite unique. We don't like to leave witnesses who've seen our secrets. He drew his blade, and in a flash, Tao slaughtered all the men standing behind him. Xue Hui and Yin Wuxian could only watch in stunned silence. The man chuckled darkly. You're both about to die anyway, so I suppose we can tell you our names. I am Tao, and this is my partner, Xiao. In the martial world, they call us the Tao-Xiao duo. Yin Wuxian's blood ran cold. What? The Tao-Xiao duo? From the top 100 masters. Xiao laughed. Oh, so our reputation precedes us. That's right, we are among the top 100. You're well informed. Xue Hui cut straight to the point. Did the Qianlong camp send you? Tao's eyes lit up. Ah, so they're our clients. Xue Hui's voice was like ice. What do they want? The man sneered. You already know. The Taiking pill. We're here to take it back. Xue Hui turned to give his command. Yin Wuxian, you handle the younger one. Be careful, and use your full strength. His subordinate was shocked. But he looked so weak. Xue Hui's warning was grim, and that is precisely why you must be even more careful. Even while holding that bizarre weapon, his movements were natural and light, meaning he's either one with his weapon or his internal energy is far greater than yours. Yin Wuxian's brow furrowed. He called out, Hey, I have the Grand Pure pill, but you'll have to defeat me to take it. Dao and Xiao scoffed. Is that so? Sounds almost too easy. Big brother, let me handle the redhead. He then called out, Hey, Red, Xiao, you're up against me. Yin Wuxian answered the challenge. Fine by me. Dao taunted. All right, boss, let's get this party started. He flashed 4 throwing daggers in his hand. I've been wanting to test my new technique in a real battle. Xue Hui accepted. Very well. I'm curious myself. About the so-called 100 Grandmasters, warriors said to have reached the ultimate realm of martial arts. He pointed his sword toward Dao. Today, I'll see for myself just how strong they really are. With that, the fight began. Dao glared at him with pure malice. Xue Hui simply parried his attacks calmly. Dao rapidly spun his weapon and knocked Xue Hui flying backward. He roared, How long are you going to run like a mouse? Fight back. He then lunged toward him. Each blow slammed into the ground, but Xue Hui dodged every single one. He looked up at Dao with a mocking smile. Ha, what's this? Has your legendary footwork already reached its limit? Suddenly, Xue Hui's voice cut through the air, startling him. Qian, Kun, Zhen, Li, Zhen, Zun, Kan, Dui. Xue Hui rested his sword on his shoulder and continued. All 64 directions, created by evolving the 8 trigrams into 8 variations. Your footwork is quite sophisticated. What? Xue Hui's expression was triumphant, but it's useless against me now. I've already learned it. Just then, the system announced that he had learned the I Ching footwork. He mused. So this is the I Ching footwork? His opponent was stunned. How did you learn it? But he simply replied, I thought the 100 Grandmasters would be something special, but it turns out to be just a movement technique. How mediocre. He then beckoned with his hand, a clear taunt. Now, I'll fight on your terms. Come and attack me again. Provoked beyond reason, Dao gripped his weapon tightly. This guy. He charged forward in a rage. What are you planning? Xue Hui braced his back foot, preparing his stance. He executed the I Ching footwork, closing the distance in a flash. Dao was shocked. What? That's my footwork. But Xue Hui paid him no mind, drawing his sword back and preparing to strike. His supreme infinite wind god technique sent a thunderous roar echoing through the forest. When the dust finally settled, Dao had been defeated. He let out a weak cough. Xue Hui was a little surprised. He's not dead yet. The system announced the storage of the golden thread flying daggers into his inventory, storing the Overlord's imperial armor into inventory, storing the heavenly evil fire into inventory. Xue Hui scratched his head. You were carrying a lot of divine weapons and rare artifacts. You worked hard for these, so I'll be taking them. But suddenly, something else caught his attention. He raised his weapon defensively. Is Yin Wuxian still fighting? On the other side of the clearing, the two were still clashing fiercely. His opponent jeered, "Hey, what's wrong? I don't sense a shred of fighting intent from you." Yin Wuxin was furious. "Damn it. What is this power?" Song Hua watched them from behind a bush. "Huh? Big Brother is being completely overpowered. The stones on the ground are flying everywhere. And whenever he attacks, a wall of earth rises up to block him." Xue Hui quietly sat down beside her. "That weapon is also a divine artifact. Master, just as you predicted, the opponent is on another level. This is getting dangerous. Shouldn't we help him?" But Xue Hui stopped her, saying, "Stay put. Wuxin has his pride. You'll get an earful if you interfere. And don't worry too much. I didn't assign him this task. If he can't win this on his own, then so be it. Besides, it's not like the opponent is the only one with a divine artifact." The two continued to trade furious blows. Suddenly, Yin Wuxin was hit. A thin red line was drawn across his face. His foe laughed mockingly. "Aren't you tired yet? I'm trying to have some fun here. Don't ruin my mood." Wuxin replied calmly, "Ha, why are you so excited? Let's just end this. I'm tired of looking at your ugly face. What are you talking about? You're the one who's about to die." Yin Wuxin mumbled to himself. "In a moment of crisis, keep it simple. He's getting careless because he thinks I'm weaker than he is." Xiao charged forward. "I'm going to rip that arrogant mouth of yours apart." And just like that, one lunged forward, while the other stood perfectly still. Suddenly, a sharp branch appeared in Wuxin's hand. "I will exploit that opening." With that thought, he hurled the branch directly at Xiao. His opponent was startled for just a moment. Wuxin smiled with grim satisfaction. "Now, let's end this." As he spoke, he launched himself off the ground. Xiao couldn't react in time and cursed, "You bastard." He brought his weapon down with the unrestrained secret blade technique, and his opponent fell to the ground in agony. On the sidelines, Xue Hui and Song Hua were pleased. "It's over. It's done." Yin Wuxin panted, looking down at his fallen enemy. The two of them walked over to congratulate him. "You fought well. That was excellent." Wuxin was surprised to see them. "Ah, you were all watching?" He turned to Xue Hui and said, "This guy is incredibly tough. He's still not dead after taking that hit." His master already knew. "Their equipment is top tier. Good. I have questions for him. Take him with us." A short while later, they had all returned. In the room, Xiao and Dao were tied up for interrogation. Dao spoke up. "Forgive us. We were disrespectful for not recognizing such esteemed masters. Please forgive our transgressions." "Ah, no. Please return the divine weapons you are holding." Hearing this, Wu Xin roared in fury. "What? They should be grateful we even let them live. And yet how dare they speak like that? Do they have a death wish? My lord, shall I kill them right now?" Dao's intensity made Guo Xiao flinch. "What do you think you're doing? Apologize to the esteemed masters at once." I misspoke." Xue Hui stepped forward to intervene. "Where did you acquire so many divine weapons?" Dao answered truthfully, "We purchased them from all across the Central Plains." "You bought them? With money?" "Yes." Dao recounted miserably. "We journeyed everywhere, living frugally and saving every coin to buy them. Those sacred weapons are our entire lives. Please, give them back," Wu Xin pleaded, biting back his frustration. "Master, why does it feel like we're the villains here? This is unsettling. Let's just kill them and be done with it." The disciple suddenly blurted out, "If you do exactly as I command, I will return everything that belongs to you." The thugs exchanged glances, asking, "What is it that you want us to do?" Xue Hui laid out his demand. "It's simple. Go to Jiang Yang tomorrow night and tell him we've already handed the grand purity pill to Wu Dang." "That doesn't sound too difficult, does it? You'll do it, won't you?" Tao trembled, a hint of fear in his eyes. "We have no reason to refuse." "Is that truly all?" the man confirmed. "Yes. If you understand, then get going. Don't waste any more of my time." Hearing the command, Tao shakily replied, "Yes, sir." Once they left, a confused Wu Xin turned to his master. "Master, what was that all about? Are you really planning to return those sacred weapons and give the grand purity pill to Wu Dang?" However, Xue Hui simply scoffed. "Absolutely not. Why would I ever hand over such a treasure to them?" His disciple stared back, completely lost. Then, why? As they walked, Xue Hui began to explain his master plan. "If I promise them their precious weapons, they will act. And Jiang Yang will believe every word when they meet in person. Hidden Dragon Camp will hear from Tao and his cronies that I've already delivered the pill. But Wudang will never receive it, because I'll vanish right after our meeting." Xue Hui turned to his two followers. "So, what do you think happens next?" The two of them thought for a moment before answering. "They'll attack Hidden Dragon Camp. It will be an all-out war." A grin spread across his face. "Precisely. And amidst that chaos, We will strike at the very leadership of the hidden dragon camp, and we'll relieve them of all their wealth. Hearing the full plan, his disciples' faces lit up as everything finally clicked into place. Incredible. You had this plan from the very beginning, Master. So, Hidden Dragon Camp is doomed. What a magnificent plan. Seeing their excitement, Xue Hui called to them with a smile, "Then, let's prepare for tomorrow's performance." "Yes, sir." After giving his orders, Xue Hui's expression turned serious. He thought, even though I said all that, it won't be easy. My opponent is a master of the transformation realm. I'm not sure if I can escape after using the Grand Purity Pill to witness the Tai Chi Wisdom Sword technique. But this gamble is one I have to take. The Tai Chi Wisdom Sword. It could be the key to reaching the transformation realm, or even the demonic apex. Strolling through the bustling street, Xue Hui smiled watching the children play. He seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood. Xue Hui stopped in his tracks. Before him stood the West Harmony Inn, the location for the exchange of the Grand Purity Pill. As Xue Hui entered the establishment, the owner greeted him cheerfully. "Welcome, honored guest." "You have a reservation," he replied. "I do. I was told to simply say I am from the Hidden Dragon Camp." Realization dawned on the owner's face. "Ah, of course. Please, follow me." While leading the way, he added, "The esteemed guests from Wudang have already arrived and are waiting for you." Reaching a room, he said, "Here we are. Please, go in." The moment Xue Hui stepped into the room, a sharp voice cut him down. "You have some nerve." Inside, two figures were waiting, daring to make me wait. "So this must be Taoist Master Ming Zhang." Xue Hui bowed his head. "I apologize for my tardiness." The attendant behind the master spoke up. "Do you know him?" He replied, "Yes, master. I encountered him at the Zhang estate not long ago." The old Taoist began to berate Xue Hui. "Tisk. No matter how desperate one is, a man should know right from wrong. Why would you involve yourself with a pack of thugs in their petty squabbles, all for the power struggles of some insignificant clan? I have no interest in who you are, nor do I wish to speak with you. Having to deal with a person of such a lowly background is a stain on my life's story." Xue Hui remained perfectly still, enduring the old man's insults. "However, one must observe proper etiquette, so I will grace you with my words." With that, the master flicked a single coin toward him. The coin clattered and rolled to a stop at Xue Hui's feet. "Take this, and get out." The old man growled, "This is the greatest respect I can offer you." Xue Hui remained silent, his expression unreadable. Seeing this, the master sneered, "What is it? Are you not satisfied?" His answer was sharp and direct. "I am not. Yes, I am unsatisfied. There are many things I find unsatisfying. You insulted me the moment we met, which proves you are the one who lacks any sense of courtesy, and you belittled the pain of a struggling family, dismissing it as a mere power struggle, which proves you have a narrow and pathetic view of the world. And finally, you tossed a coin at my feet and declared it the greatest respect you could possibly offer me." Xue Hui crushed the coin in his hand, his voice laced with scorn. "This only proves how truly worthless the character of a Wudang elder really is." Ming Zhang gritted his teeth in fury. "What did you just say? You thief! How dare you?" Xue Hui cut him off. "A thief, you say?" "Yes, you are correct. We stole the Grand Purity Pill from Hidden Dragon Camp. But what kind of thief brings the stolen goods directly to their rightful owner?" The old master couldn't contain his rage and roared, "Are you trying to extort us for more?" Xue Hui calmly replied, "Taoist master, even the richest merchant must make a profit. Furthermore, we did not steal the pill from the Yang family. They were the ones who started the fight." The master was stunned. "What? The Yang family provoked you first?" Xue Hui affirmed his statement. "That's right. They ordered the most expensive dishes at the inn, then claimed the food was awful and refused to pay. That is the truth. I investigated the matter myself and discovered the Yang family instigated the entire conflict, all over money. I captured them and seized their assets as payment. If they hadn't caused a riot at the inn, none of this would have happened. They're useless thugs, hiding behind the name of Wudang and acting arrogant. This is their own fault." Ming Zhang shot back. "That matter doesn't concern us. Just hand over the Taiking pill, and this will be over." Xue Hui challenged him. "Then enlighten me. Why exactly must we hand over the Taiking pill?" The old master's patience vanished. "Are you mocking me, boy?" He slammed his fist on the table in a rage. "It is ours, so of course we will take it back." Xue Hui calmly replied, "Who decided the Taiking pill belongs to Wudang?" Ming Zhang's composure finally snapped. "Are you courting death?" Waves of suffocating pressure rolled off him, crashing down upon Xue Hui. Then Ming Zhang sat back down. "Fine. We'll do this your way. If I simply kill you and take it, then it becomes ours, doesn't it?" The man beside him immediately knelt in protest. Senior brother, perhaps we shouldn't resort to that. The old master was baffled. What? It's how these thugs behave. His junior explained, then we would be no different from them. Do you wish to drag the honorable name of the Wudang sect down to the level of third-rate gangsters? The old master realized his junior was right. Unable to argue, he clicked his tongue, abandoning the idea. Xue Hui let out a quiet sigh of relief as Ming Zheng's sharp gaze landed on him. So, what is it you propose? Xue Hui carefully began. Esteemed master, Wudang is a renowned and righteous sect. You must protect your prestige. Isn't the very reason masters as noble as you came here? To protect Wudang's reputation? But even lowly people like us have our pride. If we just surrender the pill because you are from Wudang, we'll lose all face and can't continue our livelihood. We will give you the Taiking pill, but you must pay a worthy price for it. Those words ignited the old master's fury once more. This lowly filth dares put a price on a Wudang treasure. But Xue Hui quickly cut him off. We would never commit such a disrespectful act. How could we possibly value a treasure of Wudang with mere money? He took out the Taiking pill. We will return it. But I wish to witness your legendary Taiji wisdom sword. Only then can we return the Taiking pill. The old master stared at the elixir before him, contemplating the offer. His junior thought to himself, senior brother is furious because the Qianlong camp wants to sell our treasure like common merchandise. But if they return it without asking for money, only to witness the Taiji wisdom sword, senior brother will have no reason left to be angry. Besides, the Yang family was at fault in the first place. What is this man truly planning? Seeing Xue Hui's sincere smile, Ming Zheng relented. So that is what you want. Very well. But can you withstand it? I have no confidence that I can, but I must still try. Xue Hui's resolve was absolute. Yes, I have my own reasons for being here. Ming Zheng pondered for a second, then smirked. I have no idea what you're scheming, but fine. The master agreed. We will change locations. The scene shifted, with Xue Hui following the two men deep into a forest, where Ming Zheng suddenly stopped. This place will do. As he spoke, his power erupted from his body. The junior warned Xue Hui, you had better stand far back. Both of them immediately retreated. Xue Hui muttered, he's insane. The junior was confused. What do you mean? I understand wanting to see the Taiji wisdom sword. But why did you have the Taiking pill to begin with? Xue Hui ignored the question. I just happened to acquire it. You expect me to believe that? Believe it or not, it's up to you. The man warned, you're going to die. Xue Hui was unfazed. That's fine. I can always try again. What are you talking about? Oh, I have my ways. Just then, Ming Zheng approached. Come, the stage is set. You want to witness the Taiji wisdom sword, correct? Xue Hui confirmed, yes, that is right. The master warned him, state it now, so you will have no regrets even if you die. Xue Hui swore a solemn oath. I swear before the heavens and earth that I will bear no resentment even if I should perish in this trial. Good. I will show you. Ming Zheng drew his sword. The truth is, the Taiji wisdom sword has no fixed forms. It is the ultimate martial art, built on the Taiji principle of using softness to overcome hardness. You won't be able to comprehend it, but I will keep my promise. I will demonstrate everything in a single strike. Xue Hui was stunned. Just one strike? The master explained, no. This is not just a move. It contains the supreme martial learning that is both the beginning and the end of Taiji. From one change comes 10,000 variations. I will show you. An immense power began to gather. Consider this a parting gift to see you off. Xue Hui focused his entire being. One sword strike. Just one chance. How much can I possibly learn from this? The very essence of the Taiji wisdom sword, a crushing blow, descended from the heavens. A look of pure shock flashed across Xue Hui's face. The technique's destructive power was immense, tearing through the landscape. In the heart of the forest, dust and debris exploded into a blinding cloud. Suddenly, a spray of crimson mist erupted into the air. Xue Hui's left leg had been grievously wounded. Even so, the elder himself looked stunned. You've bet my sword energy. The old man's voice was strained, his expression tight with disbelief. Even though I was prepared, it would have been fatal if I hadn't used my vital energy to warp its path. The elder's presence was absolutely overwhelming. Xue Hui analyzed the attack. It was the core of Ming Zheng's Taiji wisdom sword, an aura far more potent than any physical blade. Blood continued to seep from the wound on his thigh. But why hasn't it manifested? I should have learned the technique after experiencing it firsthand. Xue Hui began to treat his wound, his mind racing with questions. Am I missing something crucial? He calmly rose to his feet, and the two warriors stared each other down in silence. Or is he just trying to fool me? Perhaps he didn't even use the true essence of the Taiji wisdom sword. The elder finally broke the silence. You're hiding something. I never imagined you could actually block that attack. But regardless, I've shown you the Taiji Wisdom Sword. Now, hand over the Taiking Pill. Xue Hui appeared exhausted. I can't give it to you right now. Hearing this, the elder exploded with rage, shouting, "What did you say? Are you trying to go back on your word?" Xue Hui shot back without hesitation. "Aren't you the one who broke your promise first? I asked to witness the Taiji Wisdom Sword, but you used it at a level so profound that I couldn't possibly comprehend it." The elder responded with a cold sneer. "And what of it? How is your pathetic lack of talent my problem? Do you expect me to take responsibility for that?" Xue Hui's head was bowed, but his eyes were razor-sharp as he looked up. "Then let me ask you this. Can any of your Wudang disciples master the Taiji Wisdom Sword after taking just one hit from you?" The elder was struck speechless. Even Ming Zhang, standing behind him, fell completely silent. The old man wanted to know his price. "Fine. What is it that you want?" Xue Hui boldly made his demand. "Tell me the prerequisite for learning the Taiji Wisdom Sword from the Taiji Sword." Of course, the elder immediately refused. "What nonsense are you spouting? The Yang Yi Divine Art is a secret technique that is never taught to outsiders. I will never teach it to a scoundrel like you." Just as he suspected, there was a hidden condition after all. Then, Xue Hui closed his eyes and said, "It's not that great of a secret. Besides, you were planning to kill me from the start, weren't you?" Xue Hui continued his philosophical challenge. "I may have come from nothing, but I still only have one life to live. I am a Taoist. How can you hold the lives of others in such low regard? You said that attack was my send-off to the afterlife. If that's the case, then pay me a price worthy of my life. Why offer something so cheap?" The elder looked genuinely perplexed. "You truly are a strange one. Why are you so obsessed with this?" Xue Hui's voice rang with conviction. "Any person who wields a sword, no matter their origin, dreams of witnessing Wudang's Taiji Wisdom Sword." Xue Hui gripped his blade with unwavering resolve. "If I am to die here, I want to at least witness its true form before I fall. That's all I ask." The elder rested his sword on his shoulder and laughed with contempt. "Honestly, a third-rate thug from the streets, daring to act like a true martial artist. How ridiculous. Even if I told you, your mind wouldn't be able to grasp it." But a flicker of interest appeared on the elder's face. "Very well. I will consider this a warrior's respect for the man who blocked my strongest attack. I will tell you the essence of the Taiji Wisdom Sword." A faint smile touched Xue Hui's lips. "Thank you." The elder pointed the tip of his sword to the ground. "As I understand it, the essence of the Taiji Wisdom Sword is based on the enlightenment gained from several Taiji-based martial arts." The elder slowly drew an arc in the dirt. "Before you can learn the Taiji Wisdom Sword from the Taiji Sword, you must first understand our sect's Yang Yi Divine Art. Only then can you control your internal energy by splitting your mind in two, aligning yourself with the principles of Taiji." As he drew, he taught with great detail. "You must comprehend the myriad severance and the earth severance." He analyzed it further. "The myriad severance is the 10,000 variations of a single Taiji sword form. You must practice it until you reach the heaven severance and the 100 severance. The final stage is the void severance, a state where you can use any movement at will. The earth severance is the ability to react to any situation where the Taiji sword can be used." The elder flicked the dirt from his blade, continuing his lecture with a fiery passion. "To combine the myriad severance and the earth severance, you must divide your consciousness into two perfect halves." By now, he had carved a perfect yin-yang circle at his feet. And only when you can control all of these elements at once can you grasp the true essence of the Taiji Wisdom Sword. The lesson was incredibly insightful. Do you understand? Xue Hui placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. "I've heard the secret verses and the mental discipline, but I can't understand it just by hearing it. I have to experience it for myself." Suddenly, an overwhelming killing intent radiated from the elder, catching Xue Hui completely off guard. "I have kept my promise," the old man said, his voice dripping with ice. He drew his sword and fell into a battle stance. "Now, give me the Taiking Pill." The ground cracked as the elder launched himself forward, moving with the speed of a lightning strike, flashing past Xue Hui in an instant. "Damn it!" Xue Hui barely managed to leap out of the way. He looked up, his face pale with shock. "What was that?" "Model." Out of nowhere, the old man burst into a fit of insane laughter. Xue Hui watched, completely bewildered. The elder smirked, his eyes flashing. "So, you were holding back after all." His incredible mastery of the technique was astounding. Xue Hui gritted his teeth. This lunatic. Is he actually enjoying this situation? The elder arrogantly leaped forward to attack. Xue Hui grimly noted this man's madness was a different breed entirely from Zhu Xiaoming's. "Damn it, I have to stop him. Right now, he's like a man possessed by a demon." Missing his strike, the elder grinned like a maniac. But Xue Hui had already dodged out of the way. He gasped for breath, exhaustion setting in. Damn it, how am I supposed to stop this? Master, calm yourself. Tell me more about the Yang Yi divine art. But the elder just raged, charging forward. I don't care about any of that. Prepare to die. A wave of panic washed over Xue Hui. Hey, what about your promise? Hearing this, the old man froze for a beat. Xue Hui's face twisted with hatred. This bastard. He then lowered his stance, focusing all of his energy. Unbelievable. Xue Hui launched himself forward, the ground shattering under his feet. He charged head-on into the green aura radiating from the elder's body. You're the one who's going to die. With a roar, Xue Hui unleashed his most ferocious technique, Limitless Divine Tempest. He poured every last ounce of his strength into the counterattack. Blinding energy illuminated the entire area as the power of wind transformed into ice. Primal Icefire Eruption. A mountain of razor-sharp ice erupted before them, but in less than 10 seconds, it was completely shattered. Then, Xue Hui unleashed another terrifying power. This isn't over yet. Annihilation Art of Life and Death. A massive explosion ripped across the landscape. Even Ming Zhang was shocked by the tremor. When it was over, Xue Hui stood in the center of the fractured earth, panting heavily. He thought to himself, I can still feel my arms. Even if I'm injured, there's no way he came out of that unscathed. A look of triumph spread across his face. How was that? That was a combination of every technique I know. But the elder's voice suddenly echoed, startling Xue Hui. That damn bastard. He was still alive, standing hidden within a thick cloud of dust. You monster. The elder was utterly stunned. Is that the power of the demonic sect? Xue Hui frowned. Damn it. Are those just scratches? This is just ridiculous. How is this even fair? A system window displayed the martial arts he had just acquired. Xue Hui was baffled. I automatically understood the Yang Yi divine art and the principles just from taking his attacks head-on. A strange sense of joy washed over him. Thinking about it, I don't need to block his moves to learn them. That's some comfort. He collapsed to his knees. At least I accomplished my goal before I die. Xue Hui managed a weak, friendly smile. Hey, I know it's a little late for this, but can we stop fighting now? But his expression quickly shifted to one of pure terror. The elder had already moved, binding him instantly. Void Grasp Technique. Xue Hui screamed in agony as a powerful aura exploded from the elder's body. Faced with such overwhelming power, he could only manage a faint smile. A blinding light. Damn it. And just like that, Xue Hui died again. The system announced, you have 7 lives remaining. He stood alone, utterly dejected. It presented several life paths laid out by Kunma, each one containing a different destiny. Xue Hui sighed in frustration. Seriously. Everything was going so well, and I still died. But this death was worth it. I obtained the Tai Chi Wisdom Sword and the Tai Ching Pill, so it was a net gain. He let out a long sigh. I need to collect the divine artifacts, and it'll be a huge pain to start over from scratch. I have to be more careful this time around. With that, Xue Hui's expression hardened with resolve. All right, let's do this again. He selected his starting point, the heavenly calendar, year 98, the last day of the 2nd month. Morning. A clear blue sky hangs over a small shop. A worker greets a customer enthusiastically. Thank you for your business, Master Taoist. Song Hua smiled brightly. Once the customer was gone, she let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Wu Xin walked in, waving hello. Is business still doing well? Song Hua asked, sitting down. Big brother, how have you been? He answered nonchalantly, I'm fine. I'm living as Jiang Yang inside the Hidden Dragon Fortress. Then, Wu Xin suddenly asked, and what about Master? The girl hesitated for a moment. Master. Song Hua looked down. He's in seclusion, focusing on his cultivation. Elsewhere, Xue Hui sat cross-legged, a powerful spiritual energy radiating from him. He was in a secret chamber, deep beneath the shop. Wu Xin continued speaking calmly. Master must have been surprised by the letter I brought back after dealing with the Hidden Dragon Fortress, wasn't he? The girl answered politely, yes. It was after he read the letter from elder sister Xiao Ling. A flashback shows them standing together, reading it. The letter was from Xiao Ling herself. Captain, I hope you are well. This is Xiao Ling. The situation here has become extremely tense. The other disciples have discovered something alarming. The Imperial Pavilion Master, a subordinate of the first disciple, has dispatched a large number of demonic beings to the Central Plains. The problem is, he didn't just mobilize warriors from the 5 pavilions. He's also using fighters under the Red Demon Academy's command. Because of this, Lord Kunma is furious. All the other disciples are now joining forces to bring punishment upon the first disciple. His 2 companions looked at Xue Hui, their faces filled with worry. He thought to himself, I remember this from my past life. I knew the Imperial Pavilion Master would unleash demonic beings in the sun, and I heard from my old subordinates that they were heading to Hangzhou. So I'm not surprised the first disciple is making his move now. Xue Hui brought a hand to his chin, lost in thought. But the other disciples actually teamed up to stop him. His mind raced, digging deeper. Kunma acts for the demonic sect, but I'm not so sure the second and third disciples truly care about our faction, especially the second disciple. From what I know of him, he wouldn't care if the entire sect burned to the ground. Yet, he's suddenly making a move over this. A dark premonition washed over him. In moments of uncertainty like this, his mind always drifted to her. I remember you, Captain. You were the one who led us all. In her letter, Xiao Ling mentioned Wu Xin, catching him off guard. Ah, is Wu Xin doing well? Yao Lin had asked. Qi Song wondered if the captain had any other divine weapons, and Long Zhen kept asking to travel the Central Plains. I had to talk him down. The letter concluded, I'll keep watching and report back to you. Xue Hui folded the note. It seems the situation is changing faster than anyone thought. He reasoned that even if the Nine Factions Alliance isn't moving on the demonic sect yet, the Mount Hua sect is still making major moves. He asked again, Wu Xin, what's the situation outside? Wu Xin gave a detailed report. They say there was a small disturbance yesterday. The 1,000-Mile Sword Gate, a minor sect, was attacked and utterly destroyed by outsiders, but a few warriors managed to stop them. And those warriors turned out to be disciples from the Mount Hua sect. Hearing this, Xue Hui was visibly surprised. He thought to himself, so, they're finally here. Then, he gave a stern command. Wu Xin, monitor our surroundings carefully. The man immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Xue Hui began meticulously planning. I will train at Song Hua's shop to prepare for the worst. The young girl nodded. Yes, master. Later, as they sat together, she voiced her own theory. The situation is escalating so quickly. So master must be in seclusion, cultivating to increase his strength. Wu Xin agreed. That's right. Hearing this, the girl clenched her fists with determination. Then we have to try even harder, big brother. His expression hardened with resolve. We will. Meanwhile, Xue Hui continued his grueling training in the cave, his body drenched in sweat. How long have I been in here? Xue Hui recalled his earlier process. At first, I was just frantically swinging my sword while circulating the Yang Mind divine art. But now, I've stopped swinging my sword completely. He stood silently, gazing at the blade. I realized it had become meaningless. The ultimate goal of the Taiji Wisdom Sword is formlessness. In the empty cave, only Xue Hui's somber shadow lingered. I must be able to contain 1,000 changes while standing perfectly still. It is about using internal energy, not external action. He was now contemplating many things. Taoist master Ming Zheng once said the principle of using softness to overcome hardness exists not just in techniques, but also within the mind. If that's true, then what is the point of moving my body at all? With that thought, he sat down, crossing his legs. If I can make my true qi flow endlessly within my body, perhaps that is the true meaning of formlessness. Xue Hui pushed his practice forward. Fully opening the upper Dantian is the key to reaching the transformation realm, or even the demonic pinnacle. I must merge the lower Dantian, the middle Dantian, and the upper Dantian into one. As he cultivated, 2 small mice crept nearby. If I can circulate energy through the lower, middle, and upper Dantian without a single pause, I'll be able to react instantly to any external threat. That was the key. Then I can finally grasp the myriad forms and earthly forms of the Taiji Wisdom Sword. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, sending the mice scattering in absolute fear. And at last, his eyes turned pure white as spiritual power enveloped him. I will break through to the next realm, be it the transformation realm or the demonic pinnacle. With that single-minded focus, he continuously circulated his true qi. The process required an inhuman level of patience, forcing him to practice not tens of times, but hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times. It happened so often that now he couldn't even remember how many times he had tried. He was in a state of absolute nothingness. Suddenly, Xue Hui's eyes snapped open. His true qi began to shift unnaturally. This was the sign. His eyes widened, veins bulging in his neck. I can feel it. The merging of the Dantian, the change within my body. Xue Hui braced himself against a change more violent than anything before it. It felt like his own power was trying to destroy him. An invisible force created immense pressure and agonizing pain. He threw his head back and let out a blood-curdling roar. His hands remained clasped as he fought for control. Endure it. I must overcome this. The torment was so great. It felt like his body was being ripped apart. Xue Hui's scream echoed through the entire cave. His mouth was stretched wide open as his powerful aura shattered the very rock around him. In the center of his chest, a brilliant light began to shine. Before long, it was all over. Xue Hui's clothes had been torn to shreds. This flow of energy, he was stunned. Could it be? I finally reached the demonic pinnacle. Then, he happily rose to his feet. I achieved enlightenment by combining demonic arts and pure true qi, so I assumed I would reach the transformation realm. But this is a strange and different kind of change. Xue Hui was completely baffled. But why haven't my special skills changed now that I've broken through the realm? I should have knew fire techniques, ice techniques, and the 4 great demonic pinnacle arts. It was then he finally noticed his attire. Oh, my clothes got burned off during the breakthrough again. With that, Xue Hui departed. I need to get changed and assess the situation outside. As he prepared to exit, he saw the entrance was sealed by massive boulders. Ah, the explosion must have collapsed the cave-in. Even so, a smirk crossed his face. Perfect. This is nothing. The master leaped into the air. Xue Hui strode forward with a single thought. I just have to shatter my way through. And just like that, he blasted straight out, tearing a massive hole through the roof. Xue Hui grinned, feeling the surge of new power. Am I this strong with just a fraction of my strength? I blew through the cave and Song Hua's shop effortlessly. Back in his room, Xue Hui adjusted his robes, tightened his belt, and took a steadying breath. A subordinate reported that Song Hua had gone home for the night. He gave a cold grunt of acknowledgement and simply continued on his way. Xue Hui threw the doors open as a gentle breeze drifted in. He leaned against the window frame, a faint smile on his lips. I can feel a strange energy on the night wind. And just like that, Xue Hui leaped into the sky. I wonder, did my demonic aura attract you, or were you already lurking nearby? He landed softly, a dark realization dawning on him. Xue Hui turned his head, his voice a low command. But you might as well show yourselves. In the next instant, countless vicious enemies slowly emerged from the shadows, charging at him all at once. He watched them approach with a calm expression, making no move to defend himself. They were consumed by a primal rage, as if facing their most hated foe. Contemptuously, he raised a single hand. So, they become frenzied demons. With a powerful thrust, a devastating wave of spiritual energy erupted from him. In a single, effortless strike, Xue Hui cleansed the area of every last enemy. But a question began to form in his mind. They appeared at Song Hua's shop. Did the demonic sect start spreading these puppets in Hangzhou while I was in secluded cultivation? Suddenly, Xue Hui heard a noise nearby. The rustle of falling leaves. He smirked. More already? I can sense multiple presences in the distance. My senses have been sharpened significantly since my breakthrough. I can hear their footsteps from miles away. A moment later, a horde of demonic puppets burst from the bushes. One lunged directly at Xue Hui. Without hesitation, he grabbed it by the head. Then, with immense force, he began to squeeze. I'm curious about my own power now. After reaching the pinnacle of the demonic path, the puppet struggled against his grip, but the force was so overwhelming its head simply exploded. Excellent. After dispatching the first one, Xue Hui's voice turned to steel. Come, I will slaughter every last one of you. And so, the puppets fell one by one. The scene devolved into bloody chaos. Xue Hui alone took on the entire horde of frenzied demons. The battle was absolutely brutal. The forest echoed with inhuman screams as the skulls of demonic puppets shattered beneath his feet. Soon, they were nothing but mangled parts littering the ground. Xue Hui cracked his knuckles. I can't accurately judge my own strength with these weaklings, both my power and that of my opponents. If they have truly become frenzied demons, they should be much stronger. From behind a thicket, Song Hua suddenly appeared. Ma Master. He glanced behind him. Song Hua. A look of pure joy washed over her face. I came because I felt a powerful aura coming from the shop. It's a relief to see you've completed your training safely. She slowly walked toward him. Xue Hui's expression grew serious. What's going on? And what's with all these frenzied demons? Song Hua looked flustered. I'll explain everything, Master. But first, let's go somewhere else. For safety, they retreated into a nearby house. She carefully shut the door. I moved here to hide from those people. Xue Hui scanned the small room. You've been through a lot while I was training. What about Yin Wuxin? Song Hua's face brightened slightly. Yin Wuxin. Big brother is fine. He's living undercover as Jiang Yan at the Hidden Dragon Fortress. He's the one who advised us to move to a safer location. He felt a wave of relief. That's good to hear. But then, Xue Hui's gaze sharpened. But Song Hua, why do you look so troubled? She seemed hesitant to speak. Her silence only made him press further. How long was I in seclusion? What has happened? Song Hua nervously scratched her arm. It's been over a year since you began your training. Xue Hui was completely stunned. What? It's been that long? He exclaimed in disbelief. I prepared about a month's worth of food, so I assumed that's how much time had passed. I never imagined it's been over a year. He was speechless. At that moment, she produced a stack of papers. These are letters from the main sect. Xue Hui reached out and took them. Please, read them, Song Hua urged. He unfolded the first letter, which contained a message from Yu Lin. The other disciples are discussing the first disciple's collusion with the righteous faction, but it seems they still haven't reached an agreement. Everyone has a different opinion, so they're debating who should make the first move against him. Song's report was much more alarming. The first disciple has already made his move. He went to the Grand Hall and declared to the elders that he will attack the Central Plains. He created a massive incident to distract everyone from his treason with the Huashan sect. He has chosen Qinghai and Sichuan as his first targets. He also plans to misdirect the Martial Alliance. We can no longer grasp the situation at the Grand Hall. Long Zhen's letter was filled with anxiety. The disciples are in chaos. The neutral elders are visiting each disciple, urging them to pick a side. Meanwhile, a number of elders have already sworn their allegiance to the first disciple. The last letter was an urgent dispatch from Xiaoling. Urgent news. Captain, I've heard the first disciple assassinated the third disciple last night. We don't know how he lured the third disciple out, but we know it was a surprise attack. It seems the third disciple was unable to bring the hidden masters who protect him. The first disciple has officially announced that the third disciple's entire organization has collapsed. Understanding the whole story, Xue Hui wasn't surprised, only grim. So, he finally showed his true colors. He probably figured it was better to eliminate one of them before the weaker disciples could unite against him. The situation was growing more complex by the second. The second disciple hastily summoned the fourth disciple for a long meeting. Afterward, the second disciple's forces officially joined Lord Kunmo's front. All forces under the second and fourth disciples are now on high alert. The demonic cult is on the brink of war. The tension was palpable. Captain, if you don't hear from us after today, please understand. Xiaoling continued with a heavy heart. The atmosphere within the entire sect is dangerously tense. Every member of the Shadow Squad is on high alert, ready for combat at a moment's notice. It seems the second disciple has issued an ultimatum, and we are gravely concerned. Xue Hui considered this grim news. Even if it's an advantageous deal in the short term, we have no way of knowing if the second disciple will keep his promise. We can only pray that Lord Kunmo makes the right decision. It suddenly dawned on him. The fact that Kunmo was even considering it meant he was trapped. What in the world did that treacherous second disciple offer him? We've received our orders. Lord Kunmo has made his move, taking the core members, his guards, and his spies. The situation was growing more perilous by the hour. The concern was clear in his writing. The Shadow Squad is leading the charge. We don't know what fate awaits us, but we pray for your safety, Captain. The letter was from Yao Lin. The other squad members added their own words of resolve. Captain, we swear we will survive this, so don't you worry. From Long Chen, we are all united as one. We will make it back alive. And finally, from Qi Song, Xiaoling could only manage a bittersweet smile. I don't fear death, but I regret that I may never see Captain Xiaoling again. As he finished reading, pure rage coiled in Xue Hui's gut. A preemptive strike. Kunmo is personally attacking the first disciple's fortress. His hand crushed the paper. Song Hua, are there any more letters? It's been over a year. Surely you must have sent more? The young girl hesitated. Well, Song Hua said timidly, the very last letter arrived 3 months ago. Xue Hui was stunned. The last one? She could only pout with a grim expression. I don't know what happened after. The news was a crushing blow. He gripped the letter tightly. While I was in my secluded training, I was powerless to do anything while all this was happening. Xue Hui lowered his head, blaming himself. If only I had my breakthrough sooner. He stood frozen for a moment. If I were stronger, if I didn't have to hide here. Seeing his despair, Song Hua spoke up worriedly. Master, Xue Hui's voice was sharp. When did the demonic beings first appear in Hangzhou? The girl quickly recounted the events. The first time was about a month ago, and recently, they become far more aggressive. It's not just Hangzhou, they're swarming all over the Central Plains now. But, Song Hua continued, there are also mysterious warriors who appear at critical moments and eliminate the demonic beings. He guessed immediately. It must be the Huashan sect. If they're moving so openly, it means the first disciple won the war for succession. Xue Hui's mind raced through the dark possibilities. If that's true, then what happened to the Shadow Squad? A hollowness filled his eyes. If the second disciple was a treacherous snake, then the first disciple is a ravenous wolf. With him in power, the Shadow Squad would have been purged. The thought consumed him. The 3 months of silence from his comrades could only mean they were already dead, or captured and awaiting their doom. The utter hopelessness of it all made him let out a bitter laugh. Song Hua broke the heavy silence. Master, what should we do now? Her question echoed the storm in his own mind. What can I possibly do now? Xue Hui was quiet for a long time. I want to return to the cult, but I must be patient. I must follow Anne's advice and watch how the central planes and the cult change until the very end. Finally, he turned his gaze to her. Song Hua. She replied respectfully, Yes, master. I need to ask you for a favor. Can you teach me your spiritual arts? The girl stared at him, bewildered. Song Hua answered honestly, Master, spiritual power isn't something one can build overnight. Some people spend their entire lives just to master the basics, but Xue Hui's confidence was absolute. Don't worry, he stated. It won't take me nearly as long as you think. She was speechless for a second. Then, Song Hui gave a slight bow. I understand. If that is what you wish, master, I will do everything in my power to help you. Thank you, he said with genuine gratitude. She immediately shifted to planning. In that case, we must first find a new place to live. Xue Hui was taken aback. Move? It was clear Song Hua had already thought everything through. Yes. Hangzhou is far too crowded, even without the demonic beings. To practice the spiritual arts, we need a mountain rich with spiritual energy. Or at least, a place that's quiet and completely secluded. And if we move too far from the central plains, it will become difficult to gather information. You should consider places like Anhui, Fujian, or perhaps even Hainan Island. Once a location is chosen, it's nearly impossible to change course. This matter is far more complex than you realize. Xue Hui. All right, I will consider it. With the discussion over, Song Hua clasped his hands in a respectful bow. Understood. I will report the current situation to Brother Yin Wusen. The young woman left immediately, leaving him all alone. He stood there with a heavy sigh. From this moment forward, I have only one thing to do. Xue Hui stepped outside, his heart ablaze with new resolve. I must get stronger, learn and become as powerful as I possibly can. But a deep-seated question still tormented him. I also have to find out why I wasn't granted a special skill after reaching the extreme devil stage. That's the only way I can change the future if the worst comes to pass. In a flash, Xue Hui was gone. He raced through the silent forest, praying that everyone was still alive. The moon was piercingly bright. Xue Hui launched himself into the air. If I were stronger, I could change everything. The thought was an iron vow in his heart. Fueled by an indescribable sorrow, he swore, I will become stronger. Xue Hui coldly cut down anything in his path, his face a mask of pure determination. And I will change this world for all of you. That's all for today's video, covering the latest chapter of the story. If you have any theories, drop them down in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell so you can catch even more exciting recaps. For now, take care, and I'll see you in the next one.